The father is a top-tier powerhouse, and the mother is a senior executive. I should have been the pride of a top-tier wealthy family. Just because I awakened a worthless C-grade talent, I was mercilessly expelled, reduced to the most humble trash. But just at the moment I was kicked out, nobody knew. My talent, once deemed a disgrace, has quietly awakened into an SSS grade with 10,000 times the critical hit. My name is Lin Bei, a discarded good-for-nothing abandoned by my family. I was forced to join the army in the northern frontier. My parents believe I am not worthy of the Lin family's status, just because I awakened a C-level talent at the age of 18. In this world, colossal beasts roam rampant, martial arts reign supreme, only the strong are respected, and the weak don't even have the right to survive. And I am the waste in others' eyes. As I stood in the recruit camp listening to the instructor's lecture, a voice suddenly rang in my mind. Ding! Detected new host enlistment. The peerless military god system has been successfully bound. The binding package has been automatically opened. The C-level comprehension boost has been upgraded to the SSS-level heavenly reward for diligence. My pupils trembled in disbelief. I thought I must have misheard. A C-level talent directly upgraded to SSS level? You should know, this is a genius even the Lin family couldn't nurture. I excitedly asked the system, and it explained. As long as the host is within the range of the war god's talent, one part of effort can yield a 10,000-fold critical strike harvest. This means I can effortlessly bridge all gaps in talent, resources, effort, and opportunity. The system also indicated that each promotion in military rank would grant a lottery chance. This is simply outrageous. I opened the system panel, looked at the SSS-grade Heavenly Reward for Diligence, and could hardly contain my excitement. At this point, the instructor announced combat training, requiring one-on-one duels. A mocking voice came from behind me. Isn't this the young Master Lin? How did you end up at the border too? I turned around. It was Wang Chang, the son of the original body's butler. Back in the Lin family, he wouldn't even dare fart in my presence, yet now he dares to swagger before me. Well, if it isn't the son of my personal servant, planning to follow in your father's footsteps? I countered with a faint smile. Wang Chang instantly flew into a rage and began cursing loudly. He was jealous of my status in the Lin family, believing it was because of me that he was expelled from the clan, and he had harbored resentment ever since. Wang Chang challenged me, and I accepted on the spot. In front of everyone, I started practicing the most basic body tempering fist. The surrounding recruits were all dumbfounded and mocked me for sharpening my spear at the last minute. Just then, the system's voice rang out. Ding! You threw 10 consecutive punches, achieving a 10,000-fold critical hit, and the body tempering fist reached its perfect stage. The body tempering fist, perfected just like that? I could clearly feel my body growing stronger through the tempering, each punch now containing terrifying power. This 10,000-fold critical hit effect saved me years of arduous training that others would need. SSS tier talent is truly fearsome. Wang Chang, seeing me sharpen my skills at the last moment, assumed I was lacking confidence and grew even more smug. Fool, did you think a last-minute effort could bridge the gap? Today, I will crush you completely under my feet. He activated his A-grade talent, body reinforcement, causing his physique to swell dramatically, his muscles bulging like a small mountain. He threw a punch, the fist wind howling with an intimidating aura. I lowered into a horse stance, assuming the starting posture of the tempering fist, and threw out a seemingly ordinary punch. Bang! My fist collided with Wang Chang's sandbag-sized fist, and all I heard was the sound of bones breaking. Wang Chang's arm muscles were twisted into a spiral. He was like a cannonball fired from its barrel, sent flying by my punch, spitting out a mouthful of blood mid-air. The entire arena fell instantly silent. A C-grade talent one-punching an A-grade talent is simply unbelievable. Instructor Jiang Hao instructed the medical staff to take Wang Chang away, then squinted his eyes as he scrutinized me. He could see that my strength didn't come from natural talent, but from having mastered the body tempering fist to perfection. Your skills are quite good, Jiang Hao praised. Percent defeating and nobody doesn't prove my strength. I replied. Percent oh? Then how can it be proven? Jiang Hao asked with great interest. Defeat the instructor, I declared resolutely. As soon as these words were spoken, all the recruits were stunned. The newly enlisted awakened dared to challenge a third-tier powerhouse. If I win, I request the instructor to exceptionally promote me to squad leader. I made my request. Jiang Hao reprimanded me in a deep voice for aiming too high, but I stood my ground, reporting, Instructor, a soldier who doesn't want to be a general is not a good soldier. Jiang Hao was moved by my ambition and decided to suppress his cultivation to the first stage of awakening, as long as I could hold out for 10 minutes under his pressure. Just promote me to squad leader. Without hesitation, I seized the initiative and threw the first punch. My fist moved swiftly, with hidden force surging, charging straight toward Jiang Hao's face. Jiang Hao was slightly taken aback, but he also threw a punch, faster and stronger, carrying the aura of battlefield slaughter. Even a casual punch from him brought immense pressure. We exchanged blows for several minutes, and I was suppressed to the point of gasping for breath. Jiang Hao's punching power, angle, and posture were all unconventional, as if honed by countless life and death battles into pure instinct. Nevertheless, I didn't lose heart. On the contrary, I fought with increasing courage. If you can last 3 minutes under my hands, you've already qualified. After Jiang Hao finished speaking, his fist shot toward my chest like lightning, ready to end the battle. This punch was lightning fast. Before my brain could even react, the fist was already closing in on my chest. The host triggered a 10,000-fold critical strike after 5 minutes of consecutive battles with Jiang Hao, rewarding them with mastery of combat instinct. In that instant, my body bent backward at an impossible angle, narrowly dodging the punch. When I stood up again, I finally came to my senses. This was the instinct of battle, the body reacting faster than the mind. In that case, the advantage is mine. Percent dodged it? Jiang Hao was somewhat surprised. Percent merely qualifying isn't enough. My goal is to be promoted to squad leader. I punched towards him. I changed my tactics, no longer using rigid body tempering fist, but relying on combat instincts to deliver the optimal attack. Jiang Hao was forced to retreat repeatedly by my strikes, a look of shock on his face. In just a few minutes, I transformed from a rigid rookie into a master with combat instincts. What kind of monster is this kid? Jiang Hao's heart was greatly shaken. My combat instincts kept improving, and Jiang Hao grew anxious. He had to end this quickly. Otherwise, he would lose to a rookie. His gaze darkened as his aura surged abruptly. I glanced at the time. It had already been over 9 minutes. As long as I avoided combat and played defensively, I could win. My expression turned serious as I instinctively dodged to the side. Jiang Hao's figure flashed, vanishing from the spot in an instant, followed by a terrifyingly powerful punch. Chapter 4, Power Surge. Top-tier 4th grade god-slaying thunder spear. Lin Bei's pupils contracted sharply as he prepared to dodge. Suddenly, excruciating pain erupted in his back, sending him flying over a meter away. Crawling to his feet, Lin Bei stared at Jiang Hao, who had appeared behind him without warning. Deep shock rippled through his eyes. Not even his combat instincts had time to react. This power was terrifying. 9 minutes and 59 seconds. You lose. Jiang Hao declared sternly. Yeah. I lost. Lin Bei admitted without hesitation. He knew deep down that the gap in this fight was far greater than just 1 second. If Jiang Hao had gone all out from the start, Lin Bei wouldn't have lasted a single move. However, this duel unlocked a new feature for Lin Bei's SSS tier talent, Heaven Rewards Diligence. He could now learn his opponent's strengths during combat and trigger 10,000-fold critical gains. After the entire battle, his combat instincts had skyrocketed to the mastery realm. Train diligently. With your potential, advancing to corporal will be no trouble at all. Jiang Hao patted Lin Bei on the back in approval. Yes. Lin Bei answered loudly. After the instructor departed, Lin Bei immediately opened his personal interface. Staring at the updated information on the panel, Lin Bei froze. Host, Lin Bei. Realm, Awakening Stage 2. Military rank, Recruit. Talent, SSS tier Heaven Rewards Diligence. Martial skill, Dragon Nation Basic Tempering Fist Mastery. Physical Constitution, 121. Ability, Combat Instinct Mastery. After a high-intensity battle with the instructor, his cultivation realm instantly broke through to Awakening Stage 2. His physical constitution surged from 12 to 121 points in one go, with the realm breakthrough accounting for only a small portion of this increase. The fundamental reason lies in the perfection of the tempering fist, which has made the physical body far more formidable. A mere 121 points might seem insignificant, but it actually represents over 8 times the physical constitution of a martial artist at the same realm. If he fought Wang Chang again, Lin Bei wouldn't even need to use the tempering fist. A single slap could shatter his jawbone. The most obvious change after this explosive physique boost was his body's sheer strength. Bones as sturdy as a tiger's, tendons as thick as a dragon's, muscles unfurling across his body like overlapping scales. Simply standing there, Lin Bei radiated an overwhelming aura of power that felt impossible to match. Just one heaven's reward for diligence talent is already this formidable. If he gains a second talent, won't he just take off? Lin Bei's smile was harder to suppress than an AK-47. Promotion to corporal couldn't be rushed. The most urgent task now was to cultivate martial arts and enhance his strength. Even with a cheat code, he would outwork everyone else. After all, in this dog-eat-dog world, strength was everything. Thus, Lin Bei headed straight for the martial arts hall. The martial arts hall was divided into 5 levels. Ordinary soldiers could only enter the first level, corporals and squad leaders could access the second level, and centurions and above were permitted to the third level. The 4th and 5th floors housed special training chambers accessible only to sergeants and higher ranks. Training there yielded twice the results with half the effort, but it came with time limits and required exchanging military merits for access. Entering the first floor, Lin Bei first saw a stone platform holding a long spear. Surrounding the platform were over a dozen bookshelves holding martial arts manuals, arranged in a pattern resembling a bagua formation. The spear measured nearly 3 meters in length, its entire body jet black as ink, its material unknown. Its 6-sided blade was razor-sharp, so piercing that gazing at the tip felt like being pricked by needles. Heavy, profound, and shrouded in mystery, clearly no ordinary artifact. For large characters were carved into the platform, the capable shall possess it. Does whoever pulls this spear out get to keep it? Lin Bei asked the veteran soldiers gathered nearby. That's right. But you're not qualified to pull it out. Best not even touch it, a disheveled, unshaven, limping veteran spoke slowly. Why? Lin Bei grew even more curious. This spear is called the God-slaying Thunder Spear. It's a top-tier 4th-grade weapon, the armament of the 1st Commander of the 8th Battalion of the Northern Frontier Corps. Its barrel weighs 1,000 jin, and it channels terrifying thunder energy. Even ranked martial artists wouldn't dare handle it lightly, let alone a mere second stage awakened? After explaining the dangers, the veteran lowered his head to massage his crippled leg, coughing intermittently. Thanks for the warning, but I still want to try. Lin Bei stepped onto the stone platform and slowly reached for the Godslayer Thunder Spear. Another reckless newbie. He's just asking for trouble, the veteran shook his head. Weapons and martial arts techniques were graded from 1st to 9th rank, with 1st and 2nd ranks being the most commonly seen. 3rd-grade weapons were exceptionally rare, fetching over $1 million on the black market. 4th-grade weapons commanded several times that price, while top-tier 4th-grade weapons were even more valuable, so rare they were practically priceless. With such a huge reward, taking a risk was worth it. Go for it. Lin Bei's brow furrowed as he resolved to grasp the Godslayer Thunder Spear. The shaft felt icy cold, fitting perfectly in his hand. Just as he prepared to pull it out with force, an eerie blue arc of lightning flickered at the spearhead, instantly enveloping the entire Godslayer Thunder Spear. ZZZZT. Crackle. Terrifying thunder surged through Lin Bei's fingertips, spreading throughout his entire body. Instantly, his flesh stiffened and tingled, leaving him unable to move even a single finger. Every hair on his body stood on end and curled, a faint burnt smell wafting from his skin. The thunder's power raged wildly within him, causing excruciating agony. Look! Another challenger for the Godslayer Thunder Spear. Why is it a new face? Could it be a rookie just enlisted? Awakening Stage 2. He really is a greenhorn. Isn't he just courting death? The terrifying thunder of the Godslayer Lightning Spear drew a crowd of onlookers within the martial arts hall. They say a newborn calf fears no tiger, and that couldn't be truer. Even the seasoned veterans among them wouldn't dare touch the Godslayer Thunder Spear, yet a mere second awakening recruit dares to dream of drawing it. Host's physical body undergoes thunder refinement, gaining 10-fold critical hit rewards and 20% lightning attribute immunity. As the system prompt sounded, the physical agony lessened significantly, and sensations slowly returned to his body. Lin Bei was slightly startled. He hadn't expected the Heavenly Path rewards to have a third trigger. If he could raise his lightning immunity to 100%, he would become the nightmare of all lightning attribute martial artists and beasts. However, as the physical immunity strengthened, the 10,000-fold critical hit effect gradually weakened. Several minutes later, his lightning resistance peaked at 38%, reaching its absolute limit. Lin Bei steadied his breathing, gripping the God-slaying Thunder Spear tightly with both hands. That kid withstood the Godslayer Thunder Spear's terrifying thunder? The veteran soldier turned around, his gaze fixed on Lin Bei, filled with utter shock. Chapter 5, Weapon and Martial Arts Acquired. Training commences. Vote for me. The onlookers were equally stunned by the scene, holding their breath as they stared intently at Lin Bei. A mere second awakening stage cultivator had withstood the Godslayer Thunder Spear's terrifying thunderbolts. Unbelievable. Judging by Lin Bei's demeanor, it seemed he was about to draw the spear. The terrifying thunder would numb his body, drastically reducing his strength and other attributes. Under these circumstances, pulling out the God-slaying Thunder Spear was no easy feat. Ever since the first general fell, this spear has stood in the martial arts tower for decades. Countless prodigies have attempted to draw it, only to fail. Could today witness a miracle? Lin Bei clenched his teeth, every muscle in his body straining. His clothes ripped apart as his muscles bulged, revealing the sharp contours beneath. His face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead as his expression twisted into a grimace. Finally, the Godslayer Thunder Spear gave slightly, inch by inch being drawn from the stone pedestal. Rise! Lin Bei roared, unleashing every ounce of strength to yank the Godslayer Thunder Spear free in one mighty thrust. In that moment, the Godslayer Thunder Spear seemed to acknowledge its master, channeling all its thunderous power into the spear's body. His stiff, numb body gradually returned to normal, and wielding the God-slaying Thunder Spear felt significantly easier. Almost simultaneously, the entire martial arts hall fell silent. The veteran martial artists present stared at Lin Bei in utter disbelief, their hearts churning with overwhelming shock. Decades! Someone had actually drawn the God-slaying Thunder Spear. The spear's formidable power was undeniable, and Lin Bei's strength was equally undeniable. Given time, the Northern Frontier Corps would undoubtedly witness the emergence of another world-shaking powerhouse. Lin Bei had no idea what these veterans were thinking. All he cared about now was studying the God-slaying Thunder Spear. The spearhead was razor-sharp, a light scrape across the ground sliced through the concrete slab like cutting tofu. The shaft was incredibly heavy, few could withstand a single swing and smash from it. Its most formidable aspect, however, lay in the hidden thunderous power within its shaft. Unless the opponent possessed lightning immunity, a single thrust would unleash terrifying thunderous energy, instantly shredding their internal organs. Something else beneath? Lin Bei bent down and retrieved a martial arts manual from beneath the platform. Its cover bore 5 large characters, ninefold thunder spear technique. A top-tier 4th grade martial art? Lin Bei's pupils contracted sharply, utterly stunned. This trip to the martial arts tower had truly been worthwhile. First, he gained 38% lightning resistance. Then, he obtained the top-tier 4th grade god-slaying thunder spear. Now, he acquired the top-tier 4th grade martial art, ninefold thunder spear technique. With these 2 treasures, his strength would surge dramatically once more. His goal of advancing to Sergeant First Class was now within reach. Lin Bei settled his mind and began studying the ninefold thunder spear technique in detail. This martial art was divided into 9 tiers. With each tier advancement, its power doubled, reaching a maximum 9-fold increase. Combined with the terrifying thunder of the Godslayer Thunder Spear, no one could withstand a single strike. He actually pulled it out? Didn't he just awaken the 2nd tier? I have a feeling. The North is about to witness the emergence of a prodigy surpassing even the legendary figures of old. This guy's potential absolutely extends far beyond the rank of Marquis. Just enlisted and already wielding a top-tier 4th grade weapon in martial art in future Northern Frontier tournaments, they'll find it hard to lose. This is a world where strength reigns supreme. In the military, this truth was even more pronounced. The onlookers gazed at Lin Bei with reverence. Witnessing the rise of a formidable warrior seemed an honor in itself. I suppose I misjudged him. What an unexpectedly remarkable youngster. The veteran chuckled self-deprecatingly, limping out of the martial arts hall. Meanwhile, Lin Bei arrived at the training room. Unlike the specialized training rooms above the martial arts hall, this area offered no cultivation enhancements. It consisted solely of ordinary small rooms, specifically designated for soldiers to contemplate and practice martial arts. Lin Bei stood the Godslayer Thunder Spear before him and immediately began flipping through the ninefold Thunder Spear technique. The higher the martial arts rank, the greater the cultivation difficulty and the stricter the demands on one's physical body. Without guidance, it was utterly impossible for someone at the mere 2nd stage of awakening to comprehend a top-tier 4th grade technique. But Lin Bei was different. He had a cheat. Host earns 10,000x critical hit rewards for diligently studying the ninefold Thunder Spear technique, achieving entry-level mastery. The next day, as dawn broke, Jian Hao sounded the assembly whistle. The new recruits rushed out of their barracks and formed ranks on the drill field. After a full day of treatment, Wang Chang's injuries had healed completely. His cultivation had even surged unexpectedly, breaking through to the 2nd stage of awakening. He turned his head and glared fiercely at Lin Bei. Lin Bei remained impassive. Having mastered the ninefold Thunder Spear technique and wielding the Godslayer Thunder Spear, he now stood unmatched among peers at his cultivation level. A mere clown like Wang Chang was no longer worthy of being his opponent. At that moment, Jian Hao stood atop the platform, his expression grave as he addressed the new recruits. The colossal beasts are watching us like predatory beasts. The situation in the northern frontier grows more perilous by the day. Time is running out. Starting today, all training shifts to combat-ready drills. We'll clash with the beasts in real, deadly combat. Bloodshed and sacrifice are inevitable. If anyone is afraid, now is your chance to withdraw. Jiang Hao paused for a few seconds as his gaze swept over Lin Bei. He had learned of Lin Bei drawing the Godslayer Thunder Spear last night, news so shocking it had kept him awake all night. As his words fell, every new recruit stood at attention. Not a single one withdrew, nor did their expressions waver. They had come to enlist in the northern frontier precisely because they couldn't swallow the humiliation of being called useless. They would either die fighting here or return home in glory. There was no third option. Excellent. The Northern Frontier Corps truly has no cowards. See that mountain behind you? Slay one giant beast to pass the test. The more you slay, the greater the reward. The top performer will gain special access to the top-tier training chamber in the martial arts hall. If anyone fails to slay even one, they'll face punishment. You have 12 hours. Move out. At Jiang Hao's command, Lin Bei charged alongside the other recruits toward the mountain behind them. The top performer gains access to the special training chamber. The reward was too tempting. And for Lin Bei, it was no exception. Previously, only those of Sergeant First Class rank or higher could enter, and even then, only by exchanging military merits for eligibility. They had just entered the giant beast zone at the mountain's outskirts. Lin Bei swung his god-slaying thunder spear, striking with pinpoint accuracy at a stage 1 awakened rat demon lurking in the thicket. The spearhead was razor-sharp and packed immense force, piercing straight through to create a bloody hole. Done. His calm, nonchalant demeanor made it seem as though he'd merely crushed an ant underfoot, leaving the other recruits speechless. Clearly, Lin Bei's strength had already far surpassed theirs. Too weak. If I want to enhance my strength through combat training, I must seek stronger opponents. Lin Bei stowed the rat demon's corpse into his storage bracelet, then turned and charged deeper into the mountains to challenge mightier beasts. Wang Chang watched Lin Bei's receding figure and sneered coldly. Fool. Overestimating your abilities. You think a mere second awakening can challenge stronger beasts? Greed will be your downfall, you'll die in there. Chapter 6, One-shot kills all the way. First in combat training. Meanwhile, a wave of new recruits poured into the mountains. Low-tier beasts possess no intelligence, only the most basic survival instincts. To them, this group of recruits was nothing but food delivered right to their mouths. They lurked in the shadows, poised and ready to strike. The eerie silence in the mountains sent chills down the spines of the recruits, pushing their nerves to the breaking point. All gripped their weapons tightly, cautiously scanning their surroundings. The slightest rustle of leaves intensified their anxiety. Swish! Lin Bei swung his Godslayer Thunder Spear, striking with precision a stage 1 awakened rat demon lurking in the thicket. The spearhead was sharp and powerful, piercing straight through to create a bloody hole. His nonchalant demeanor, as if he'd merely crushed an ant underfoot, left the others speechless. Too weak. If I want to improve through combat training, I must seek stronger opponents. Lin Bei stowed the rat demon's corpse into his storage bracelet and sprinted deeper into the mountains. Fool! You think beating me by luck makes you invincible? You'll die in there. Wang Chang watched Lin Bei's receding figure with cold derision. Both were at the second stage of awakening. Staying on the outskirts to hunt first stage awakened beasts was the safest and most efficient way to win. The deeper they ventured, the greater the danger. If you were unlucky enough to encounter a beast beyond awakening stage 2, you wouldn't even have a chance to flee. After running a distance, Lin Bei halted. Looking back, he could no longer see the other recruits, and several powerful auras had appeared in the vicinity. Unfortunately, his combat instincts were only at the mastery level, unable to pinpoint the exact locations of these auras. Had he reached the perfection realm, it would be like having full map vision. Even with his eyes closed, he could precisely sense any aura nearby. Roar! At that moment, a deep, thunderous roar echoed through the air. Immediately, a massive scaled boar burst out of the woods. Its entire body was covered in hard scales, and it bore 2 sharp tusks. Its aura was formidable, having already reached the peak of the second stage of awakening. The moment it appeared, the several auras that had been lurking nearby vanished instantly. Clearly, it had marked Lin Bei as its exclusive prey. That roar had been a warning to drive off other beasts. Fine. I'll warm up on you first. Lin Bei struck first as usual. The Godslayer Thunder Spear was heavy, and with his current strength, he couldn't wield it with the precision of an extension of his own arm. So he kicked the spear's tail, using the momentum to thrust it forward. The razor-sharp tip aimed straight for the scaled boar's forehead. This strike was powerful and forceful, relying solely on raw, unadulterated strength. Instead of retreating, the scaled boar charged forward, bellowing as it collided with the Godslayer Thunder Spear. Thud! The Godslayer Thunder Spear effortlessly pierced through the outer scales, thrusting through the forehead and emerging from the throat. Bright red, scalding blood slid down the barrel to the muzzle, finally dripping onto the ground. The scaled boar stared at Lin Bei in disbelief. Its most prized physical defense had proven as fragile as paper against this human. Lin Bei drew the Godslayer Thunder Spear, flicking the remaining blood from its barrel. His eyes were filled with shock. He had always known that 4th-grade weapons were powerful, but he had no real grasp of just how powerful they truly were. Now he understood. Among beasts of the same realm, the scaled boar's defense ranked among the top 3. If even it couldn't withstand a single strike from the Godslayer Thunder Spear, then no other giant beast at the same cultivation level could endure it. Combined with the terrifying power of thunder, even a 3rd-stage awakened giant beast stood a chance of being slain. After securing the scaled boar's carcass, Lin Bei continued hunting other beasts. Armed with his mastery-level combat instincts and the Godslayer Thunder Spear, he advanced like a force of nature. 12 hours passed in the blink of an eye. New recruits began exiting the mountains one after another, their emotions written plainly on their faces. Enlisted yesterday, tasked with slaying beasts today, the difficulty was anything but ordinary. Out of over 100 recruits, less than a third had successfully slain a giant beast this time. Those who had slain beasts emptied their storage bracelets, presenting the carcasses for the limping veteran to record and verify. Wang Chang strode out of the woods with his head held high, striding purposefully as if first place in this combat training exercise was already in the bag. He deliberately positioned himself at the front of all the recruits, opening his storage bracelet to empty out every giant beast corpse. Clatter! The corpses piled up like a small mountain, deeply unsettling every rookie present. 1, 2, 3. Holy crap! 12 beasts! I barely managed 2 kills, and Wang Chang took down 12. That's insane. 1 kill per hour on average, truly worthy of an A-rank talent. Looks like the spot in the special training room is his for the taking. Every recruit present was stunned. Such a staggering lead, no one else could possibly catch up. Jiang Hao raised an eyebrow, equally surprised. Hunting level 2 awakened beasts while only at level 1 awakening significantly lowers the difficulty, but quantity makes up for quality. 12 beasts in total, truly outstanding. Instructor Jiang, the 12 hours are up. Shouldn't we announce the results? Wang Chang beamed with pride, thoroughly enjoying the admiring glances. Wait a little longer. Jiang Hao gazed toward the mountain forest, a hint of worry creasing his brow. I don't think we need to wait. That arrogant Lin Bei charged deep into the forest. If he hasn't come out by now, he probably won't make it out at all. Wang Chang gloated inwardly, secretly delighted. He's coming out. The limping veteran suddenly spoke up, causing everyone present to turn their gaze toward the rear. There he was, Lin Bei, dragging the Godslayer Thunderspear covered in blood, staggering toward them. Soon, Lin Bei reached the training ground. His aura, like that of a demon god, kept everyone at a distance. Though only 12 hours had passed, the impression Lin Bei gave them now was utterly different from yesterday. A new, deadly aura now radiated from him. To escape with such severe injuries. You really are lucky. But judging by your state, you probably didn't slay many beasts. Wang Chang remarked coldly. Why did you come out so late? Are you okay? Jiang Hao asked with concern. While slaying a third-stage awakened giant beast, I encountered a swarm of thunder ants and got caught off guard. Suffered a minor setback, but no injuries. This is all the beast's blood, Lin Bei explained. The battlefield is always unpredictable. No one knows what will happen next. Remember this lesson, Jiang Hao advised. Lin Bei nodded. He had already located the nest of those thunder ants. The setback he suffered today would be repaid in full another day. Besides, the nest seemed to hide something valuable. Ha! A mere second stage awakened slaying a third stage awakened beast? Don't you think you're blowing your own horn a bit too much? You might as well say you were chased by a third stage awakened beast and barely escaped. Wang Chang sneered. Don't let your ignorance question my strength. Lin Bei opened his storage bracelet and dozens of giant beast corpses tumbled out, piling up into an even larger mountain. The impact of this scene was infinitely greater than before. Everyone present was utterly dumbfounded. After all, Wang Chang had only slain stage 1 awakened beasts, while these were almost entirely stage 2. Beyond the disparity in quality, the sheer quantity was staggering. Chapter 7, Transformation Again. Terrifying combat power stuns Jiang Hao. 36. Holy crap. That's an average of 3 giant beasts per hour. Judging by the wounds on these beasts, every single one was killed with a single shot. This is utterly unmatched at this cultivation level. Look here. The corpse of a third stage awakened black-striped python. A single stone sent ripples across the pond. Everyone present turned their gaze toward the black-striped python. Over 10 meters long, its body twice as thick as an adult's waist. Even as a corpse lying on the ground, its terrifying aura sent chills down spines. Unlike the other giant beast's corpses, this black-striped python bore numerous wounds. The fatal blow was to its midsection, a gaping, blood-soaked gash stretching several meters long. A second stage awakened slaying a third stage awakened colossus. It looked impressive, but it was incredibly difficult. Among the Northern Frontier Corps' 8 major regiments, only a handful of recruits could achieve such a feat. This black-striped python alone could easily crush Wang Chang's 12 stage 1 awakened beasts, securing first place in this combat training exercise. Not to mention the 34 corpses of second stage awakened beasts and 1 first stage awakened beast. In the barracks, strength reigns supreme. The present recruits all cast admiring and reverent glances. Creak, creak. Wang Chang clenched his fists tightly, his face contorted with envy. He had been the undisputed first place, only to be pushed aside by Lin Bei. The gap was so vast that he didn't even qualify to be a supporting player. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. His SSS-grade talent's cultivation boost isn't suited for combat. Even with exceptional fist techniques, he couldn't possibly have slain so many beasts. Wang Chang stepped forward angrily to challenge. Questioning me? You're not worthy, Lin Bei countered with a swift retort. The spear tip came within half an inch of Wang Chang's skin, nearly touching his face. The bone-chilling glint made him swallow hard in terror. Gazing at Lin Bei now, Wang Chang was suddenly overcome by the illusion of being targeted by a raging flood or a ferocious beast. His body stiffened as terror spread through his core. It felt as though Lin Bei could take his life with a single thought. Powerful. Desperately overwhelming power. Yet they were both at the second stage of awakening. He possessed a great talent, and he had trained just as hard. Why had he been defeated so utterly? Wang Chang froze in terror, unable to utter a word for a long while. Since no one has any objections, I'll announce the results. First place in this combat training goes to Lin Bei, who earns 3 hours of training time in the special practice room on the top floor of the martial arts hall. Additionally, the corpses of these beasts will be converted into military merit points and credited to your accounts. Jiang Hao tossed an access card to Lin Bei before announcing the punishment for recruits who failed to complete the training. Lin Bei accepted the access card and hurried toward the martial arts tower, entering the special training room on the 4th floor. The special training rooms on the 4th and 5th floors were identical, totaling 8 chambers. All 4 walls were forged from a special metal capable of withstanding any attack from martial artists below the 4th tier. A black stone pillar stood in the center, specifically designed to measure combat strength. These were the basic features, but the most captivating aspect of the special training rooms lay within the walls themselves. Each was carved with a unique formation. These formations could eliminate restlessness, allowing practitioners to enter a state of complete mental stillness for cultivation. They increase the probability of sudden enlightenment and accelerated cultivation progress. A single chamber like this costs over 10 million to construct. With nearly 20,000 soldiers across the northern frontier's 8 camps, only 8 such training chambers exist, a testament to how precious the opportunity to train here truly is. Lin Bei sat cross-legged, instantly entering his cultivation state. Host cultivated continuously for 2 hours, achieving 10,000 times critical hit gains and advancing to Awakening Stage 4. Host diligently mastered the Ninefold Thunder Spear technique, achieving 10,000 times critical gains and attaining mastery of the Ninefold Thunder Spear technique. Host, Lin Bei. Realm, Awakening Stage 4. Military rank, Recruit. Talent, SSS-grade Heaven Rewards Diligence. Weapon, 4th grade top-tier God-slaying Thunder Spear. Martial Arts, Dragon Nation Foundational Tempering Fist Mastery, 4th grade top-tier Ninefold Thunder Spear Technique Proficiency. Ability, Combat Instinct Minor Mastery. Immunity, 38% Lightning Resistance. Constitution, 168. Lin Bei opened his eyes, ending his cultivation session. As he scanned the updated information on his interface, a wild grin spread across his face. His cultivation realm had leaped from Awakening Stage 2 to Awakening Stage 4. The special training chamber truly lived up to its reputation. The Ninefold Thunder Spear technique had also reached mastery, allowing him to unleash its 4th tier, quadrupling its power. His combat instincts had reached minor achievement, heightening his perception of danger. Combined with his 168 constitution and 38% lightning immunity, his strength had reached terrifying levels. I've got a few minutes to spare anyway. Might as well test my strength. After adjusting his stance, Lin Bei unleashed a brutal punch toward the black stone pillar. A thunderous crash echoed, yet the pillar remained unmoved. Immediately afterward, the display at the top showed the numbers 1142. Lin Bei checked the stats. The baseline combat power for a bare-fisted fighter at Stage 4 Awakening was 388. His own result was a staggering 1142, exceeding the baseline by 754 points, nearly doubling it. Next, let's test the God-slaying Thunder Spear and the Ninefold Thunder Spear technique. Lin Bei readjusted his stance and thrust forward with the Ninefold Thunder Spear technique. Countless bolts of thunder surged from the spear's shaft, converging at its tip. Electric arcs flickered as the spear slammed into the black pillar with a thunderous thud. The black pillar swayed slightly, yet remained completely unscathed. No sooner had the first strike landed than Lin Bei thrust a second, third, and fourth spear. Each strike was more ferocious than the last, its force and thunderous power intensifying. The black pillar swayed repeatedly as the numbers on the screen fluctuated, finally settling at 5,719, exceeding bare-handed combat power by 5-fold. And this was merely the 4th tier of the Ninefold Thunder Spear technique. If cultivated to the 9th tier, its combat power would absolutely break 10,000. The Ninefold Thunder Spear technique is powerful, but my cultivation base is too low. Firing 4 consecutive strikes drained all my strength. I can only use it as a trump card from now on. I really need to learn a couple of lower-tier martial arts techniques, Lin Bei muttered to himself. Meanwhile, in the instructor's office, John Hao was discussing the roster for the new recruit competition with the limping veteran. Futa, what do you think about having Wang Chang lead the team? He's got an A-grade physical enhancement talent and decent strength. He should be able to muddle through, the limping veteran Fu Tao nodded. Then we'll just throw a few more names on the roster to fill it out. John Hao casually circled several more names on the list, his expression one of half-hearted compliance. With the northern frontier in dire straits, wasting time on some worthless new recruit competition was pointless. Better to save that time for cultivation and strength enhancement. Besides, the northern border's various battalions would stop at nothing to secure first place in the competition. Beep. 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 Suddenly, the computer in front of John Hao began blaring alarms, followed by a pop-up displaying the special training room and the martial arts tower. Someone broke the training room's combat power record again? Fu Tao, recognizing the alert's meaning, immediately craned his neck closer. Yep, it's Lin Bei. That kid has actually reached the 4th stage of Awakening. John Hao was slightly surprised, then pulled up Lin Bei's combat power test data. Chapter 8, Devour. The Advanced Thunder Ant King. Bare Fist, 1142. Fully equipped, 5,719. Seeing these two figures, John Hao and Fu Tai exchanged glances, both gasping in shock. The standard combat strength for bare-handed combat at Awakening Stage 4 is 388. Lin Bei had exceeded that by more than double. The standard combat power for fully equipped Stage 4 Awakening was 800. Lin Bei had surpassed it by 7 times. No wonder the computer went into a frenzy of alarms. He'd shattered the records by such a massive margin. Back then, even that S-rank marquee only reached these values at Awakening Stage 5. Was this truly a C-tier talent? If someone claimed he possessed SS-grade talent, no one would bat an eye. At this moment, Zhang Hao became even more determined to prevent Lin Bei from participating in the new recruit competition. Firstly, it would save time, and secondly, it would avoid provoking retaliation from other battalions. Besides, any honors earned in such competitions hold no real value. True honor comes only from slaying behemoths with real blades on the battlefield. After a full night's rest, the sharp whistle sounded again, and the new recruits hurried to assemble on the drill field. The training regimen was identical to yesterday's. Lin Bei charged into the woods first. Lin Bei's inexperienced in combat. He got burned last time. Keep an eye on him, just in case, Zhang Hao instructed Fu Tai. Understood. Fu Tai nodded and vanished into the crowd. Meanwhile, Lin Bei headed straight for the thunder ant nest. Thunder ants were gregarious behemoths, their bodies enveloped in potent lightning. They grew by consuming lightning-attributed items, were highly sensitive to such objects, and possessed partial immunity to thunder energy. Last time Lin Bei battled the awakened Stage 3 black-striped python, the swarm of thunder ants had detected the aura of the Godslayer Thunder Spear. There were hundreds of them, mostly at the second stage of awakening, though some were at the third stage. Knowing he was outmatched, Lin Bei swiftly withdrew after slaying the black-striped python. Squeak! Squeak! Before Lin Bei even reached the lightning ant nest, several ants had already tracked the scent of the god-slaying thunder spear. Each ant was as large as a palm, its two antennae quivering as if conveying some message. He swung the Godslayer Thunder Spear to slay them, pressing onward without pause. Fu Tao, concealed in the shadows, murmured in mild surprise, "Good lad. Your spear technique has improved considerably. I wonder how many beasts you'll slay this time." Soon, Lin Bei reached the base of a hill. The mound stood several meters tall, its interior completely hollowed out, with over a dozen winding tunnels leading straight into the earth. Sensing the aura of the Godslayer Thunder Spear, hundreds of thunder ants emerged from their nest, their numbers steadily growing. The overwhelming blue mass sent shivers down one's spine. The weakest among them possessed Awakening Stage 1 power, while the strongest reached Awakening Stage 3. Are you out of your mind? Challenging a thunder ant nest? Fu Tai's pupils dilated in shock, his heart instantly sinking. Thunder ants were gregarious beasts, and there were at least 1,000 of them here. With overwhelming numbers, they could compensate for their individual weakness, not to mention the nest housed a 4th stage awakened Thunder Ant King. Moreover, Thunder Ants possessed partial immunity to lightning attribute damage, which would further weaken Lin Bei's combat effectiveness. Taking on 1,000 alone? That wasn't something a normal mind could conceive. Thankfully, Instructor Jiang had instructed him to keep a discreet watch, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. If you want to gnaw on my Godslayer Thunder Spear, you'd better have teeth sharp enough for the job. Lin Bei's eyes flashed as he swung the spear and charged forward. The spearhead swept horizontally, slicing a dozen thunder ants clean in half. With his minor achievement realm combat mastery, no lightning ant could come within half a meter of him. Yet these thunder ants seemed endless. For every one that fell, 2 more swarmed in. As more and more thunder ants surged forward, Lin Bei finally understood the meaning of many ants can bite an elephant to death. But this number of lightning ants was nowhere near enough. 9-fold Thunder Spear. First tier. As Lin Bei's words fell, terrifying thunder surged from the spear shaft, coiling like tiny serpents. These thunder snakes converged upon the spearhead, forming a dazzling blue light. Boom! Rumble! The spearhead struck the earth, triggering a series of explosions as countless electric arcs shot out in all directions. The terrifying thunderous power spread in all directions, felling the thunder ants in waves. The scene was utterly breathtaking. The lightning ants could only resist a faint thunderous force, but they were powerless against the dual thunder of the Godslayer Thunder Spear and the 9-fold Thunder Spear technique. 9-fold Thunder Spear. Second tier. Another spear struck down, the terrifying thunder's reach expanding further and its power intensifying. The thunder ants surrounding him toppled like dominoes, falling in vast numbers once more. Over half of the thousands of lightning ants were killed or injured. The remaining ants instinctively sensed fear, cowering and hesitating to advance. The 9-fold Thunder Spear technique's foundational level. Fu Tai's pupils contracted sharply as a tidal wave of shock surged through his mind. A mere 4th awakening stage practitioner, without any guidance, had grasped a top-tier 4th grade martial art in just 2 days. Was this even possible for a normal person? This was monstrous. No wonder he could achieve a combat power of 5,700 with full gear. No wonder he dared to challenge the Thunder Ant Nest. With such a prodigy emerging from the 8th Battalion, glory was within reach. Squeak! Squeak! At that moment, a low, shrill hissing echoed from within the nest. Immediately after, a mound several meters tall erupted, and a colossal Thunder Ant King emerged from within. Over a meter in length, standing half a meter tall. Its body was covered in hard armor, with thunderous energy swirling around it. Its mouth bore 2 rows of razor-sharp serrated teeth, and its aura matched Lin Bei's. The moment this Thunder Ant King appeared, the other thunder ants seemed to find their anchor, their fear vanishing instantly. Lin Bei gripped his Godslayer Thunder Spear, preparing for battle, only to see the Thunder Ant King devour an ordinary ant before him in one bite. The remaining ants showed no reaction, instead lining up to be devoured. As the number of devoured ants grew, the Thunder Ant King's aura visibly intensified, nearing the breakthrough to Awakening Stage 5. Simultaneously, hordes of thunder ants charged recklessly forward, offering the king more opportunities to devour and grow stronger. Lin Bei's brow furrowed slightly. Casting the ninefold thunder spear twice in succession had already drained nearly half his stamina. Continuing would clear the ordinary ants, but he'd have no strength left to confront the Thunder Ant King. Once this training session ended, he absolutely had to learn a couple of low-tier martial arts techniques. Even with his astonishing constitution, Lin Bei was starting to feel the strain from this all-out offensive strategy. After a long while, the Thunder Ant King finally broke through to the 5th stage of awakening. Its body had grown significantly larger, and no ordinary thunder ants remained by its side. Squeak! The Thunder Ant King let out an angry shriek, its 2 rows of sharp saw-like teeth practically itching to tear Lin Bei apart. What's all this noise? Think reaching awakening stage 5 means you're untouchable? Lin Bei showed no fear, charging forward with his spear raised. A flash of cold steel streaked forward, followed by the spear striking like a dragon. The razor-sharp tip, enveloped in explosive thunderous power, drove straight for the Thunder Ant King's face. The Thunder Ant King sensed the terrifying might of this thunderbolt, far exceeding its immunity. It dodged the spear strike. Blazing speed! Lin Bei gasped in shock. After dodging, the Thunder Ant King left a lingering afterimage in its original spot. Such terrifying speed, more than 10 times faster than ordinary thunder ants. Chapter 9, Slaying the Thunder Ant King. 50% thunder immunity. Lin Bei steeled himself, not daring to let his guard down for a moment. Sensing danger on his left, he instantly raised his spear into a defensive stance. With a clang, the Thunder Ant King's 2 rows of razor-sharp serrated teeth bit into the Godslayer Thunder Spear. The clash of thunderous energies sent a tingling sensation through Lin Bei. It wasn't that the Godslayer Thunder Spear lacked power, but rather that Lin Bei's own strength was insufficient to unleash its true might. Gradually, the man and the ant became locked in a fierce struggle, neither gaining the upper hand in the short term. Hyuta watched the entire scene unfold, his eyes widening with astonishment. He's even mastered the combat instinct. This kid is truly a prodigy. But slaying this 5th stage awakened Thunder Ant King won't be so easy. Ninefold Thunder Spear. 3rd tier. After a long pause, Lin Bei thrust his spear forward with brutal force. The Thunder Ant King wasn't some mindless brute like the scaled pig. It wouldn't be foolish enough to charge straight into the spear's path. To kill it, one had to think strategically. Lightning fast, the Thunder Ant King dodged effortlessly. After the failed strike, Lin Bei immediately dragged his spear and dashed toward the mountain's edge. Squeak! The Thunder Ant King let out an excited shriek and immediately gave chase. Though a low-tier colossus, it could sense Lin Bei's stamina steadily draining under the intense combat. The most obvious change was the significant weakening of his gun firing power and reaction speed. That earlier powerful shot had clearly been his final trump card. Now that he'd exhausted all his options and his stamina was depleted, escape was his only path left. Had it not feared the razor-sharp edge of the god-slaying Thunder Spear, it would have torn Lin Bei to shreds long ago. Now, the moment for its hunt had finally arrived. The Thunder Ant King moved with blinding speed, appearing behind Lin Bei in an instant. Its 2 rows of razor-sharp teeth lunged toward his back. If that bite connected, half his body would be torn off. Damn it! Fu Tai's expression darkened as he prepared to intervene. Almost simultaneously, Lin Bei abruptly halted, spun around, and unleashed a counterattack, Ninefold Thunder Spear. 4th tier. Crackle! Raging thunder erupted from the spear's tip, its momentum surging several-fold. Only then did the Thunder Ant King realize it had been tricked, shrieking in terror as it tried to dodge. But at such close range, evasion was impossible. With a wet thud, the Thunder Ant King watched helplessly as the god-slaying Thunder Spear pierced through its body. Blood gushed forth in torrents as its life force drained at a visible pace. After only a moment of struggle, it breathed its last. Phew, that little thing was surprisingly tough to kill. Lin Bei gasped for breath. Casting 9 consecutive Thunder Spears, coupled with the intense, sustained battle, had nearly drained his strength. Without a bit of strategy, he truly wouldn't have been able to take down this Thunder Ant King. But now that the battle was over, it was time to tally the spoils. A Thunder Ant King at the 5th stage of awakening, plus the corpses of hundreds of Thunder Ants. This would be worth a huge amount of military merit. That was just the tip of the iceberg. The real treasure lay within the Thunder Ant nest. Last time, Lin Bei had witnessed the Thunder Ant swarm excavating numerous Thunder Crystals, which they surely transported back to the nest. Such crystals enhance the power of Thunder Ants and can also be used to temper a martial artist's physique. It was precisely because of these Thunder Crystals that Lin Bei had set his sights directly on the Thunder Ant nest. I truly underestimated this prodigy. Not only has he cultivated the Ninefold Thunder Spear technique to the 4th tier mastery realm, but he also fights with intelligence. No wonder instructor Jiang nurtured him as a top prospect. A tidal wave of emotion surged within Fu Tai, who spared no praise. With formidable strength coupled with tactical acumen, he already possessed the fundamental qualities required to become a commander. Before long, Lin Bei would be promoted to corporal. When that day came, he would become the fastest promoted and youngest corporal in the Northern Frontier Corps' history. Upon entering the Thunder Ant nest, Lin Bei indeed discovered vast quantities of Thunder Crystals. The crystals varied in size, each radiating a deep azure hue and containing exceptionally pure thunder energy within. To avoid any complications, Lin Bei immediately began refining these thunder crystals. Host refines thunder crystals, gaining 10,000 times critical yield. Physical strength increases by 200, and lightning attribute immunity rises to 50%. Whoa! Hearing the system's voice, Lin Bei sucked in a breath of disbelief. Last time, gaining a mere 100 points of physical strength had barely allowed him to draw the god-slaying thunder spear. Now, with an additional 200 points of physical strength, the once heavy godslayer thunder spear felt as light as a feather in his hands. The spear spun effortlessly in his palm, its movement swift and powerful. Though his physical form beneath his clothes appeared unchanged, his bones, muscles, and flesh had undergone another round of transformation. This massive boost to constitution meant simultaneous enhancements in strength, defense, recovery, and endurance. Though still at the 4th stage of awakening, if he were to undergo another combat power test now, the instruments would likely blow their guts out. Moreover, his lightning resistance had reached 50%. That was an incredibly high immunity rate. Should he encounter lightning attribute behemoths in the future, their attack power would be halved. Lin Bei exited the nest, tidied up the lightning ant corpses scattered on the ground, and immediately set off back to camp. Much later, Jiang Hao watched Lin Bei emerge from the nest on the training ground. He instinctively glanced at his watch. Only 3 hours have passed. How could he be out already? Had my fill. Lin Bei opened his storage bracelet, and hundreds of lightning ant corpses poured out. Jiang Hao's expression shifted from shock to numbness as he stood frozen in place, speechless for a long moment. Even if they were all thunder ants at the 2nd or 3rd stage of awakening, wasn't this number just too high? A rough count revealed there were roughly 600 or 700. Jiang Hao's pupils suddenly contracted as he counted. A 5th stage awakened thunder ant king. Did you kid raid an entire thunder ant nest? Lin Bei nodded nonchalantly. Jiang Hao. In all his years as an instructor, he'd never seen a rookie eliminate so many colossal beasts during combat training. For others, combat training was a test of life and death. For Lin Bei, it was like stocking up at a buffet. Each awakened giant beast earned 1 military merit point. All these thunder ants combined would net over 1,000 military merit points. And Lin Bei had only enlisted 2 days ago, shattering the rookie military merit record in one fell swoop. Starting tomorrow, you won't need to participate in these combat drills anymore, Jiang Hao stated solemnly. What do you mean? Lin Bei asked, puzzled. Simply put, your strength is too formidable. Training at this level holds little value for you. I'll create a customized training plan specifically for you, Jiang Hao stated. Alright. Lin Bei nodded in agreement. The truth was undeniable. During his first combat training session, his combat instincts had advanced from mastery to a minor achievement. Yet in this latest combat drill, despite slaying more colossal beasts and expending considerable effort to fell the Thunder Ant King, his combat instincts showed no progress whatsoever. The primary reason was that Lin Bei was simply too powerful. These beasts couldn't provide him with sufficient challenge. Challenging a 6th stage awakened giant beast would be far too risky. After leaving the training grounds, Lin Bei headed straight for the martial arts hall. The first floor housed only foundational martial arts techniques, with the highest being a top-tier 1st grade skill. Having witnessed the power of a top-tier 4th rank martial skill, these lower-tier techniques now held no excitement for him whatsoever. Higher-tier martial arts were housed on the upper floors, but as a mere rookie, Lin Bei lacked the qualifications to even set foot on the 2nd level. What's the matter? No martial arts techniques catch your eye? Or do you look down on these basic ones? Just then, the limping veteran Fu Tai slowly walked in from outside. The ranks are too low, Lin Bei replied with a wry smile. Ah, I knew you had big ambitions, kid. Come with me upstairs. Fu Tai hobbled up the stairs. Chapter 10, 3rd grade top-tier martial skill mastery. Junior Secret Realm. Vote. According to Northern Frontier regulations, only those ranked sergeant or above qualify for the 2nd floor. Lin Bei stood rooted to the spot. Your potential is extraordinary. Instructor Jiang has specially approved your entry to the 2nd floor, Fu Tai explained. Oh. Lin Bei's expression brightened as he followed Fu Tai upstairs. This floor held only a dozen or so bookshelves, each containing just a handful of martial arts manuals. They were arranged according to martial art rank, from front to back and bottom to top. Lin Bei casually picked up a martial arts manual and noticed a set of numbers printed on it. 2,000? What does that mean? Martial arts manuals above the 2nd floor require military merit points for exchange. The 2nd grade intermediate manual you're holding is worth 2,000 points, Fu Tai explained. Hearing this, the smile on Lin Bei's face instantly froze. He opened his personal military merit account to check. He only had a little over 1,100 points. Even the cheapest 2nd grade lower tier martial arts manual cost 1,500 points. No wonder only corporals and above were allowed on the 2nd floor. Because even if new recruits got in, they wouldn't have enough military merit to exchange for martial arts techniques. I have over 11,000 military merit points in my account. I've transferred them all to yours. Check it out. Having witnessed Lin Bei's battle with the Thunder Ant King firsthand, Fu Tai understood his strengths and weaknesses inside out. His strengths lay in high damage and explosive bursts unmatched within his own realm, and capable of holding his own against opponents of higher tiers. His weakness was equally obvious. Lin Bei's own cultivation base was too weak to fully unleash the power of the god-slaying Thunder Spear and the ninefold Thunder Spear technique. Forcing their use only increased the strain on his body, making exhaustion and inability to sustain the techniques likely. Therefore, he needed to cultivate other martial arts with lower energy consumption to compensate for his weakness, keeping the ninefold Thunder Spear technique hidden as his trump card. Currently, only 2 individuals in the Northern Frontier Corps knew he possessed the ninefold Thunder Spear technique, Fu Tai and Jiang Hao. Lin Bei refreshed his personal military merit account. Sure enough, over 11,000 merit points had been added. Overjoyed, he exclaimed, "Thanks a ton, Brother Tai." How do you plan to use these merits?" Fu Tai inquired. Lin Bei glanced at the exchange rates for martial arts of different tiers on the bookshelf. After a moment's thought, he replied, "I'll exchange for a few more martial arts manuals." Wrong. Martial arts value quality over quantity. Mastering 10 second-grade martial arts is no match for mastering 1 third-grade technique. Besides, your comprehension is astonishing. You reached mastery in the ninefold Thunder Spear art in mere days. Grasping a top-tier third-grade technique shouldn't be difficult, right? Fu Tao's gaze fixed intently on Lin Bei. The corpse of a beast that had awakened its first stage was worth only 1 military merit point. He was so generous in giving away over 10,000 military merit points precisely to help Lin Bei grow rapidly. Naturally, he didn't want him to stray from the right path in martial cultivation. "Alright, thanks for the advice, Brother Tai." Lin Bei took the hint and walked to the back row of bookshelves, selecting a top-tier third-grade martial skill manual. Titled Wind Spirit Spear Technique, it excelled in speed and agility. Its explosive power was far inferior to other techniques of the same tier, but Lin Bei still possessed the top-tier 4th-grade weapon, the god-slaying Thunder Spear. With this spear's enhancement, the Wind Spirit Spear technique's weaknesses would be perfectly compensated. You have 2 days to master this martial art. After that, your special training will officially begin, Fu Tai said earnestly. What kind of special training? Lin Bei asked curiously. Have you heard of the Secret Realm? Fu Tai countered. At the mention of Secret Realm, Lin Bei's body trembled, his eyes brimming with intense anticipation. A mysterious force exists in the world. When this force descends upon a region, it transforms that area into a primordial secret realm. Creatures within the secret realm undergo frenzied evolution under this mystical force, ultimately becoming colossal beasts. Certain special primordial realms could even hatch 9th-tier colossal beasts. As more colossal beasts are hatched, the power of the secret realm gradually wanes. Based on the strength of this power, secret realms are classified into primordial, advanced, intermediate, and the weakest, basic secret realms. Even the weakest elementary realms attract countless martial artists like moths to a flame. For the mysterious power within these realms not only evolves colossal beasts but also greatly benefits martial artists' cultivation. Entering such a place is far superior to using the special cultivation chambers in the martial arts hall. Seeing Lin Bei's eager gaze, Fu Tai first poured cold water on his hopes. While the secret realm holds countless opportunities, it's also fraught with danger. Countless prodigies have perished within. Moreover, the most terrifying aspect of the secret realm is that beasts do not divide their territories based on strength tiers. This means you could face an attack from a tiered beast the moment you step into its outer perimeter. Understood. Lin Bei nodded, then returned to his training room to practice the Wind Spirit Spear technique. Host diligently studies the Wind Spirit Spear technique, gaining 10,000 times critical hit rewards. Wind Spirit Spear technique, beginner level. Host practices Wind Spirit Spear technique 10 times, gaining 10,000 times critical hit rewards. Wind Spirit Spear technique mastered. After perfecting the spear technique, Lin Bei did not rush to enter the beginner-level secret realm. His awakened 4th-tier strength was still too weak. He needed to use this time to continue improving. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Emerging from the cultivation chamber, Lin Bei radiated renewed vitality and vigor. He then opened his personal interface. Host, Lin Bei. Realm, 5th Awakening Stage. Military rank, Recruit. Talent, SSS-grade Heaven Rewards Diligence. Weapon, 4th-grade top-tier God-slaying Thunder Spear. Martial Arts, Dragon Nation Foundational Tempering Fist Mastery, 3rd-grade top-tier Wind Spirit Spear Technique Mastery, 4th-grade top-tier Ninefold Thunder Spear Technique Minor Achievement. Ability, Combat Instinct Minor Mastery. Immunity, 50% Lightning Resistance. Physical Constitution, 368. After 2 consecutive days of seclusion, not only did the Wind Spirit Spear technique reach mastery, but the Ninefold Thunder Spear technique in his cultivation realm both advanced by a minor tier. While he couldn't guarantee a 100% chance of clearing the beginner-level secret realm, he now at least had a shot. Lin Bei exited the cultivation chamber and headed toward the instructor's office. Along the way, he passed by the new recruits in training and suddenly noticed several familiar faces were missing. Wang Chang was nowhere to be seen either. All the recruits turned their gaze toward Lin Bei, their eyes filled with reverence as if worshipping a deity. slaughtering 5 or 600 thunder ants in 3 hours, and even slaying a thunder ant king at the 5th awakening stage. Such terrifying feats were beyond their wildest dreams. Lin Bei quickened his pace into the office, knocked, and entered. But Jiang Hao was nowhere to be seen. Only Fu Tai sat on the sofa. "Brother Tai, where's Instructor Jiang? Aren't we supposed to depart for the Junior Secret Realm today?" Instructor Jiang is leading a team to the northern headquarters' new recruit competition. "I'll drive you to the secret realm," Fu Tai explained. "Recruit competition?" Lin Bei raised an eyebrow, only now learning of this event. "Do you feel a bit regretful about not participating in this competition?" "No need for that. Competitions like this are meaningless for improving your skills. The prizes aren't worth anything. It's purely a way for all kinds of second-generation kids to get a legitimate gold-plating opportunity, making their resumes look better." Chapter 11, Old Classmates. The overbearing Fu Tai. Fuda dismissed the headquarters tournament with contempt, then patted Lin Bei's shoulder reassuringly. "Lin Bei, focus on your cultivation. The Four Realms competition is where you'll truly shine." The Four Regions Grand Tournament was the highest-level competition jointly hosted by the four major military regions East, South, West, and North, gathering the military's most outstanding geniuses. Those who achieve rankings in such a competition are all the cream of the crop among their peers. Its prestige equaled that of the martial arts college entrance exam. "All right." Lin Bei nodded, no longer pressing the matter. Afterward, the two boarded a vehicle bound for the Junior Secret Realm. Each secret realm was heavily guarded, primarily to prevent colossal beasts from escaping and causing disasters, while also serving as training grounds for the younger generation of martial artists. In other words, besides soldiers from various camps in the northern frontier, schools from nearby cities also sent their top students here for training. Several hours later, the vehicle arrived at the secret realm camp. Gazing at the secret realm shrouded in a mystical light barrier before him, Lin Bei felt boundless curiosity and anticipation welling up within him. For centuries, no one has known the nature of the mysterious force shrouding the secret realm, nor its origin. All is known is that this force triggered the eruption of the colossal beast Calamity, while simultaneously giving rise to formidable martial artists among humanity. Thus began the official dawn of the high martial arts era. "Wait here a moment while I handle the entry procedures for the secret realm," Fu Tai instructed before heading toward the camp headquarters. "All right." Lin Bei nodded and found a spot to sit down. "Lin Bei? You followed me here?" A voice filled with surprise and rejection rang out from behind him. Lin Bei turned his head, his gaze meeting a face of breathtaking beauty that instantly stirred memories from the past. The self-important woman before him was named Zhu Hong, once Lin Bei's ex-girlfriend. They had attended Jiangcheng Experimental Middle School together. Later, Lin Bei tested out a C-grade talent for cultivation enhancement, while she tested out an A-grade talent for swamp corrosion. Out of loyalty to the Lin family's eldest son, Zhu Hong remained steadfast by his side. It wasn't until Lin Bei was disowned by his parents and expelled from the Lin family that she truly revealed her true colors, immediately cutting all ties with him. "You're nothing but a C-tier talent, a complete failure. I'm an A-tier genius. We're worlds apart. Don't you get it? Get out of here before the others arrive. Save yourself the embarrassment." Without waiting for Lin Bei's explanation, Zhu Hong crossed her arms smugly, not even bothering to look at him properly. "Zhu Hong, do you really think I came here for you?" Lin Bei countered. "Isn't that obvious? Even though you brought me breakfast every single day for 3 years, and you gave me every cultivation resource the Lin family allocated to you, resources you couldn't bear to use yourself, we're worlds apart now. Stop clinging to unrealistic fantasies." Zhu Han's impatience grew. How tiresome. Lin Bei couldn't be bothered with further words. He swung his hand back and slapped Zhu Hong across the face. With the backing of his 368 physical constitution, the force of that slap was no less devastating than a sledgehammer to the face. With a thud, Zhu Hong flipped 720 degrees mid-air and slammed heavily onto the ground. Half her cheek swelled with blood, several teeth shattered and fell out. Dazed and confused, she lay sprawled on the ground like a dead dog. "Who the hell are you? How dare you hit our class beauty?" Several students wearing the same uniform as Zhu Hong charged over, their expressions fierce. "Me." Lin Bei rose to his feet, glaring at them. "Damn. So it was you. The useless heir of the Lin family. Oh wait, you've been disowned. Now you're just a worthless orphan. You C-tier talent loser, what are you doing here? Don't tell me you came to beg the class beauty to take you back? The class beauty must have rejected your plea, so you ambushed and injured her." The group instantly conjured up a dramatic scenario, then looked at Lin Bei with pity. It wasn't sympathy for Lin Bei's plight, but because Zhu Hong had become the girlfriend of Hanan, the captain of the experimental middle school team. Hanan was notorious for his explosive temper. Seeing his woman take such a hard slap, he'd likely crush Lin Bei's skull in a rage. At the very least, he'd snap both his arms. Soon, Hanan and the accompanying teacher finished their paperwork and headed this way. His expression darkened instantly upon seeing Zhu Hong lying on the ground. He rushed over and helped her up. "Who did this?" Zhu Hong gradually regained her strength and pointed at Lin Bei nearby. "Han Gu. It was him. He slapped me when I wasn't paying attention. You have to avenge me. You. Die. Hanan cursed, snatching a long sword from his storage bracelet and thrusting it toward Lin Bei's chest. Stop. In the blink of an eye, a pebble shot from afar, deflecting Hanan's blade. Immediately after, Fu Tai, having finished his paperwork, hurried over and stood in front of Lin Bei, his gaze sharp as he stared at Hanan and his group. The teacher leading the group stepped forward. Seeing Fu Tai was a cripple, looking sickly and frail, he sneered contemptuously, "Friend, your men injured my student. We just want to return the favor. What's wrong with that? My men injured your student and you want to retaliate? That's the biggest problem," Fu Tai replied calmly. "What do you mean?" The teacher's expression hardened. "Which school do you represent? Can't even grasp such a simple concept? No wonder you're leading such a bunch of useless students." Fu Tai waved his hand dismissively, his expression dripping with contempt. The teacher's face flushed with rage. He hadn't expected Fu Tai, a cripple, to be so brazen. If he showed weakness now, what authority would he have left in his students' eyes? He unleashed the formidable aura of a second-tier martial artist, attempting to overwhelm Fu Tai with sheer presence. "Testing my limits? You're not even worthy." Fu Tai snorted coldly. A terrifying pressure surged forth like a flood, instantly engulfing the teacher's aura and sending him reeling backward, blood spurting from his mouth. "Teacher Wang." Hanan and the others paled, panic instantly gripping them. Without even striking a blow, he had injured a second-tier martial artist with mere aura pressure alone. His cultivation level had likely reached the third tier or at the very least, was infinitely close to it. "I am Wang Chang, homeroom teacher of Class 3 at Jiangcheng Experimental Middle School. Do you know the price for attacking me?" Wang Chang wiped the blood from his lips, glaring viciously at Fu Tai. "Futa, Centurion of the 8th Battalion, Northern Frontier Corps. If you're not satisfied, let's settle this in a fight. I'll even give you the advantage of 2 hands." Futa grinned defiantly, showing utter contempt for the group. Northern Frontier Corps. Centurion. Hearing those 2 words, Wang Chang and his group instantly lost their nerve, scrambling away in terror. Unlike martial artists like them, who relied on grueling training and resources to grow, border warriors had crawled out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Their combat prowess far surpassed theirs. They weren't even in the same league. Not to mention, Fu Tai's cultivation realm was already above theirs. Chapter 12, Entering the Secret Realm. Crimson Blood Flower. Young man, the secret realm may be perilous, but nothing is more treacherous than the human heart. Just remember this, Instructor Jiang and I will always have your back. The entire 8th Battalion is your support. In dire situations, you can resort to any means, and I mean any means. Fu Tai slammed his fist hard on Lin Bei's shoulder, his expression stern, eyes flashing with a cold, murderous intent. Lin Bei understood the weight behind these words and nodded immediately. "Brother Tai, I understand. MHM. This is a locator. If you encounter danger, press the red button, and the camp will send people to rescue you." Fu Tai produced a small handheld device. "Thanks, Tai." Lin Bei felt a wave of warmth wash over him. "Go on. I'll be waiting here for your good news." Fu Tai waved with a smile. "Got it." Lin Bei responded, turning to enter the secret realm. In the distance, Hanan and the others glared viciously at Lin Bei's receding figure. Teacher Wang Chang sensed the murderous intent surging within Hanan and fanned the flames. The secret realm is treacherous. Every year, countless martial artists perish within, some killed by beasts, some in resource clashes, others dying under mysterious circumstances. Do whatever you must. As long as you leave no evidence, the school will back you up. Thank you, Teacher Wang. With Wang Chang's words, Hanan felt his confidence surge. As captain of the experimental middle school martial arts team, he possessed an A-grade sword control talent and was a 7th-stage awakened genius. Zhu Hong served as the team's vice-captain, possessing an A-grade corrosive swamp talent and having reached the 6th stage of awakening. Beyond them, 3 other B-tier talent squad members all possessed 5th stage awakening. With such a lineup, they could even take down an awakened 8th stage colossus. Dealing with a worthless trash like Lin Bei would be a piece of cake. Han, you stay out of this. I want to kill that piece of trash myself. Zhu Hong clutched her swollen cheek, her hatred boiling over. Fine. Hanan nodded with a savage grin before leading the team into the secret realm. Meanwhile, Lin Bei had already covered some distance within the secret realm. His luck held out. He hadn't encountered any tiered beasts upon entering. However, to clear this beginner-level secret realm, he must slay the strongest beast king within a beast of at least tier 1 strength. For a 5th awakening to slay a ranked giant beast king? It sounded utterly unbelievable. But this was a secret realm. Under the influence of mysterious energies, Lin Bei's chi and blood surged within him. Even without conscious effort, his physical constitution strengthened automatically. Moreover, secret realms are fertile grounds for all manner of spiritual herbs. When consumed by martial artists, these herbs can dramatically boost their power. If one is fortunate enough to encounter a top-tier spiritual herb, coupled with a 10,000-fold critical hit bonus, leaping 3 or 4 minor realms in strength is not impossible. Boom! Boom! At that moment, deafening clashes and roars erupted nearby. Driven by curiosity, Lin Bei cautiously approached the source of the noise. Sure enough, he witnessed two colossal beasts locked in combat. One was a 9th-tier awakened scaled serpent, the other a 9th-tier awakened demon ape. Both were already covered in wounds, fighting with their last ounce of strength. For colossal beasts to fight to the death, it must be over some treasure. Lin Bei murmured to himself. Scrutinizing the battlefield's surroundings, he spotted a strange flower taller than a person, its petals bearing several crimson blood fruits. Spiritual herbs were graded from weakest to strongest as 1st to 9th grade. The crimson blood fruits before him were all 1st grade spiritual herbs. According to the exchange rates in the north, a single crimson blood fruit was worth 2,000 military merit points. There were 5 in total that meant 10,000 military merit points. But the most valuable item was undoubtedly the crimson blood flower itself, towering over a man in height. Cultivating this spirit herb was extremely difficult, demanding a very specific environment, and it took 100 years to mature and bear fruit. Thus, outside of secret realms, mature crimson blood flowers are exceedingly rare. No wonder the fighting is so fierce, Lin Bei thought, his eyes burning with desire yet his mind remaining clear. Both of these 9th-tier awakened beasts still had their last breath left. Charging in now would surely mean facing a two-pronged attack from the beasts. With his awakened 5th-tier strength, he stood no chance against two awakened 9th-tier beasts. Against a single, gravely wounded beast, he might stand a chance. After a long while, the demon ape finally seized its chance. It clamped its jaws onto the scaled serpent's vital spot and tore with both hands. A loud crack echoed as the scaled serpent was torn clean in two. Blood spattered everywhere as the two halves of the body crashed to the ground with a thunderous roar, kicking up a cloud of dust. The demon ape was now at its last gasp, its body riddled with bites from the scaled serpent, the poison already spreading throughout its system. Staggering, the demon ape limped toward the crimson blood fruit. Consuming these spiritual herbs would allow it to ascend to the giant beast tier, naturally neutralizing the serpent venom within its body. Yet, the moment it reached the crimson blood fruit, it collapsed with a thud and never rose again. The poison ravaged its body, causing many areas to rot and fester. Perfect opportunity. Lin Bei confirmed the demon ape was truly dead and charged forward without hesitation. The rich floral scent of the crimson blood flower was deeply refreshing. A single deep breath invigorated the spirit. The crimson blood fruit could be consumed directly for absorption, while the crimson blood flower could be processed into medicine for ingestion. However, mature crimson blood flowers were extremely rare. Keeping them would likely fetch a good price. Lin Bei first picked 5 crimson blood fruits, then carefully dug up the crimson blood flower, taking great care not to snap the root stem at the base. Whoosh! Just then, a flying sword stabbed toward Lin Bei's back from behind. His combat instincts kicked in, and Lin Bei narrowly dodged the attack by rolling away. He looked up to see several martial artists approaching. Leading them was none other than Han. Chapter 13, 1 against 5. Corrosive Swamp Talent. Brother Han. It's a crimson blood flower. And it's already matured. 3 5th stage awakened members were so excited their mouths wouldn't close. The crimson blood flower was a grade 1 spiritual herb, yet its price surpassed that of some grade 2 spiritual herbs. Because a mature crimson blood flower continuously produces crimson blood fruits. Moreover, both its petals and roots are medicinal, enhancing a martial artist's strength when consumed. Stumbling upon such a tremendous opportunity right after entering the secret realm, this was undoubtedly a good omen. Lin Bei, we meet again. Zhu Hong strode forward, his eyes flickering with cold, murderous intent. Haven't you had enough of being slapped? Lin Bei's gaze was cold. Stung to the core, Zhu Hong fumed. You, what do you think you are? You're nothing but a worthless outcast from the Lin family. A pathetic loser who only awakened a C-rank talent. If I'm a waste, then what does that make you the one slapped by a waste? Less than a waste? Lin Bei sneered coldly, then drew the god-slaying thunder spear. In this world, the weak perish and the strong thrive. Power reigns supreme. If these people before him dared to attack, Lin Bei wouldn't mind sending them straight to hell. Zhu Hong flew into a rage, ready to unleash her talent and strike. Hanan reached out to restrain her, grinning savagely. Why rush into battle? With so many of us, taking down a C-rank talent at the 5th awakening stage should be child's play. True enough, Zhu Hong nodded in agreement, her mood lifting at the thought of Lin Bei's certain demise. Hanan possessed a 7th stage A-class talent, sword control. She was at awakening stage 6, possessing an A-rank talent, corrosive swamp. With 3 more 5th stage awakened teammates, if they coordinated well, they could even take down an ordinary 8th stage awakened colossus. Even if Lin Bei pressed the distress button, they could kill him and dispose of the body before reinforcements arrived. Lin Bei, you're nothing but a pathetic, useless piece of trash. Lin Xiangying sired so many offspring, yet you turned out to be nothing but a C-rank good for nothing. You deserve to be cast out of the family. You deserve to be kicked aside by me. A loser like you could struggle your whole life and still never change your fate. Zhu Hong's tone shifted, her murderous intent sharp as ice. But since you once groveled at my feet and showered me with resources, I might consider granting you a quick death if you kneel and kowtow to me 3 times. Kowtowing alone won't suffice. You must crawl between my legs. Hanan spread his legs wide, grinning maliciously. Brother Han. Why not make him crawl between our legs too? The esteemed young master of the Lin family crawling between our legs. That's something we could brag about for the rest of our lives. The other 3 teammates roared with laughter, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Back when Lin Bei was still the Lin family's golden boy, they could only look up to him, lacking even the privilege to fawn over him. Now that Lin Bei had fallen from grace, they naturally wanted to kick him while he was down, savoring the taste of trampling the prodigy. Alright. No problem. Hanan agreed readily. You guys got one thing wrong. I'm the hunter. You're all the prey. Lin Bei gripped his Godslayer Thunderspear, its edge suddenly sharpening. Ha 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 ha. A mere 5th awakening segment qualifies you as a hunter? Hanan sneered contemptuously, unleashing the aura of a 7th awakening segment. Zhu Hong and the others joined in the laughter, as if they'd heard the funniest joke ever. Mid-laugh, Hanan's expression turned grim. Dealing with this trash doesn't even require my hands, he growled. All of you, attack him together. First, sever his limbs, then seize the crimson blood flower. Leave it to us, Brother Han. We've got this covered. Several team members declared confidently. Hold your fire. I'll avenge this slap myself. Zhu Hong blocked them, instantly unleashing her corrosive swamp talent. The swamp spread outward from her center, engulfing the surroundings. Its core held a highly corrosive venom, dissolving vegetation, rocks, and sand at a visible pace. The swamp spread rapidly, forcing everyone to retreat. In the blink of an eye, it reached Lin Bei's feet. Just as everyone expected Lin Bei to retreat, he stepped directly into the swamp. The Class Beauty's corrosive swamp not only restricts movement but also deals corrosive damage. Is this idiot brain dead? How dare he walk right into it? What the hell is he playing at? Oomph. That loser's feet will soon be corroded down to bare bones. 3 teammates sneered coldly. Hanan and Zhu Hong also looked puzzled. Only a fool would walk into a corrosive swamp. But what unfolded next made their eyes widen in shock. The toxic sludge in the swamp corroded Lin Bei's shoes and enveloped his feet, yet even after half a day, not even the outermost layer of skin had been eroded. One team member crouched down curiously and plunged his finger into the swamp. Ah! The venom instantly corroded his flesh, sending him into a blood-curdling scream. How is this possible? Zhu Hong stared in utter disbelief. No one knew the corrosive venom's power better than she did. Not even Hanan, a 7th-stage awakener, dared set foot here. Could Lin Bei's strength surpass even Hanan's? Even if he were stronger, it was impossible to withstand the corrosive venom's damage with just his bare body. He must have cultivated some martial art that enhances physical defense, Hanan analyzed. I see. Then taste this move. Binding vines. Zhu Hong snapped her fingers to unleash the martial technique. Swish. 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 A dozen thorny vines burst from the swamp, lashing toward Lin Bei from all directions. With his combat instincts now somewhat mastered, he could dodge attacks of this intensity with his eyes closed. He swung the Godslayer Thunder Spear in his hand, severing all the vines in a few swift strokes. He stepped forward immediately, thrusting the spear tip straight at Zhu Hong's vital point. His strike was a killing blow. These people before him sought to kill him for revenge and seize the spiritual medicine. Lin Bei would show no mercy. Those who kill shall be killed. Among these few, only Zhu Hong's innate talent proved the most troublesome. If she remained alive, Lin Bei would face constant constraints. Facing Hanan and his 3 allies in a coordinated attack would only make the situation far worse. Brother Han, save me. Zhu Hong's face was etched with terror. Chapter 14, Wind Spirit Spear Technique. Slay 3 first. I'm here. He won't lay a finger on you. Hanan's words barely left his mouth when a flying sword whistled past Zhu Hong's cheek, stabbing toward Lin Bei's face. Lin Bei was forced to lean back to dodge, pulling his god-slaying thunder spear back a distance. Seizing the chance, Zhu Hong tried to retreat and create distance. Lin Bei instantly swung the god-slaying thunder spear in a circle, striking Zhu Hong's midsection with the shaft. A thunderous boom echoed as Zhu Hong flew backward like a cannonball, sent flying over 10 meters. Put! A mouthful of blood sprayed out, her face frozen in horror. Feng Qingyun Dan stepped into the corrosive swamp, effortlessly dispatching the vines before evading Han En's lethal strike. Seizing the opening, he delivered a single shot that gravely wounded her. The entire sequence flowed like water, without a single wasted movement. Setting aside raw power, this level of combat discipline alone was far beyond what peers his age could achieve. What had Lin Bei experienced during these past 10-odd days since dropping out? Why did he now seem like a completely different person? The 3 5th-stage awakened members were stunned, each silently relieved they hadn't charged in earlier. Otherwise, they would have been the ones left gravely wounded. You! Hanan, enraged by his failed strike, hurled another flying sword, aiming straight for Lin Bei's vital points. Lin Bei swung his god-slaying thunder spear, deflecting the blade before charging toward Zhu Hong. Better to sever 1 finger than wound 10. The sharp spearhead lunged toward Zhu Hong. Don't even think about it. Hanan swung his arm, sending 3 flying swords hurtling toward Lin Bei from different directions. Lin Bei's forward momentum halted abruptly, forcing him to somersault out of the way. Though his 368 points of constitution granted him monstrous physical defense rivaling that of a ranked martial artist enough to withstand corrosive venom, it offered no defense against a second-grade flying sword. "What are you 3 standing around for? Attack together. I'll make him die right here." Hanan barked the order at his 3 teammates, his face twisted into a ferocious grimace. Yes. The 3 dared not defy Hanan, immediately unleashing their innate talents and martial techniques. "You all want to die? I'll grant your wish." Lin Bei's eyes flashed with a fierce, murderous intent. The ninefold Thunder Spear technique consumed too much energy to be used lightly. It was reserved as his trump card. Since that was the case, it was the perfect opportunity to test the might of the Wind Spirit Spear technique. The Godslayer Thunder Spear spun in his grasp, unleashing a frenzy of thunder that bloomed like flowers. Swish! 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 A cold gleam flashed, then the spear shot forth like a dragon. The speed of the Wind Spirit Spear technique, combined with the power of the Godslayer Thunder Spear, instantly claimed the lives of 3 5th stage awakened members. Multiple bloody holes appeared in their vital areas, charred flesh emitting a burnt stench. How is this possible? Hanan's pupils dilated in shock, cold sweat breaking out on his back. Martial arts were ranked from weakest to strongest as grades 1 through 9. As the school team captain, he had only mastered 1 intermediate second-grade martial art. The martial art Lin Bei had just unleashed was called the Wind Spirit Spear technique. It was catalogued in the school's martial arts library as a top-tier third-grade martial art. The higher the grade, the harder the martial art to master. He had attempted to cultivate third-grade martial arts techniques multiple times under the guidance of powerful family elders and teachers, only to fail every single time. Lin Bei possessed a mere C-grade talent. After being expelled from his clan, he had nothing to his name. How could he possibly master a top-tier third-grade martial art? And now, it seemed he had even cultivated it to perfection? Your turn. Lin Bei charged at Hanan and Zhu Hong, spear raised. Brother Han. Zhu Hong, gravely wounded and unable to resist, watched Lin Bei charge toward them, her heart filled with nothing but fear. Retreat. Hanan scooped Zhu Hong into his arms and sprinted backward. In a one-on-one fight, he had no certainty of defeating Lin Bei. Better to wait until Zhu Hong's injuries healed. Then, with both of them fighting together, they'd have at least a 90% chance. You won't escape. Lin Bei's physical prowess far surpassed theirs, and his speed was naturally superior. In moments, he closed the gap from behind, the god-slaying thunder spear aimed squarely at Hanan's vital chest. At the critical moment, 2 flying swords struck the god-slaying thunder spear from the side, deflecting it from its intended trajectory. Take this immediately. Hanan flung a bottle of recovery potion from his storage bracelet and handed it to Zhu Hong. Thanks, Brother Han. Zhu Hong uncorked the bottle and downed it in one gulp. The burning liquid flowed down her throat, swiftly repairing the damage within her body. Though a low-grade recovery potion couldn't fully heal severe injuries, it at least restored some of Zhu Hong's combat ability. Corrosive swamp. Open. Zhu Hong roared. Instead of spreading outward from her center, the swamp now erupted from beneath her feet, hurtling straight toward Lin Bei at breakneck speed, sacrificing the area to extend the distance. If she could control Lin Bei even for just 1 second, it would create an opening for Hanan to strike. Binding vines. A dozen barbed vines erupted from the swamp, sealing off every retreat for Lin Bei. Lin Bei showed no fear, stepping into the swamp once more. His Wind Spirit Spear technique sliced through every vine surrounding him. Seizing the moment when Lin Bei finished his martial technique, Hanan struck with death-snatching sword. The flying sword whistled toward Lin Bei, aiming straight for his heart from behind. This was a second-grade martial skill. The flying sword itself was a second-grade flying sword. Even with Lin Bei's astonishing physical prowess, he would die. His combat instincts kicked in. Sensing danger from behind, Lin Bei instinctively swung his god-slaying thunder spear to block the attack. Clang! The second-grade flying sword struck the shaft of the god-slaying thunder spear squarely, erupting in a metallic hum before being deflected away. How could his reaction be this fast? Hanan was utterly shocked. Brother Han, save me! Zhu Hong screamed in terror as Lin Bei closed in rapidly. What's the panic for? Hanan swept his sleeve, sending 3 flying swords hurtling toward Lin Bei simultaneously, attempting to force him to alter his attack direction. Chapter 15, Slaying Zhu Hong. Battle instincts reached perfection. Lin Bei feinted a retreat, then hurled the Godslayer Thunder Spear with all his might. With a sharp thud, the icy spearhead pierced her body. Feeling excruciating pain radiate from her chest, Zhu Hong's eyes widened in utter shock. She couldn't comprehend how a situation where 5 people joining forces should have been a sure victory had turned into this. Even Hanan, a 7th-stage awakener, seemed utterly powerless before Lin Bei like a clown. Yet he was merely an outcast expelled from his clan and forced to drop out of school. Even if he'd gotten lucky with some opportunities, it couldn't change the fact that he was a C-rank talent. Lin Bei was too strong. So powerful it made her doubt the reality of it all. Yet the sharp, piercing pain in her chest reminded her this was no dream. A flicker of regret washed over her, but it was too late for regrets now. The terrifying thunder within the Godslayer Thunder Spear erupted violently, causing Zhu Hong to scream in excruciating agony. As the sound grew fainter, Zhu Hong's life completely faded away. Han En's gaze shifted. His eyes held little sorrow as they rested on Zhu Hong. As the eldest son of the Han family, a martial arts dynasty in Jiangcheng, women were never in short supply around him. One Zhu Hong gone, and there would always be another Chen Hong, Zhao Hong, or Zhang Hong. Lin Bei, I must admit, your strength is truly formidable. You even have the qualifications to challenge me. Han flicked a finger, causing 3 flying swords to circle around the god-slaying Thunder Spear, blocking Lin Bei's advance. But without this weapon, how much of a chance do you really have now? Without a weapon, I can still kill you. Lin Bei was brimming with confidence. Ha 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 ha. Arrogant. Once I kill you, the crimson blood fruit, the mature crimson blood flower, and this spear all will be mine. Han laughed maniacally, his face contorted in fury. This spear was at least a top-tier 3rd grade weapon. It might even be 4th grade. To gain so many treasures from a single journey into the secret realm truly worth every effort. Die. Han snapped his fingers, sending 2 flying swords darting left and right toward Lin Bei. A 7th tier awakened facing a 5th tier awakened. Ranged combat versus melee. With such a double advantage, he couldn't imagine losing. Lin Bei swayed his body, dodging left and right. The flying swords couldn't even graze his clothes. Damn it! Die already! Frustrated by his repeated misses, Han flew into a rage. The blades accelerated relentlessly, yet they never grazed Lin Bei. Host continuously hones combat instincts, gaining 10,000 times critical hit rewards. Combat instincts reach perfection. With his combat instincts now perfected, Lin Bei's powers surged to a new level, his perception of danger sharpening dramatically. Before the flying swords could close in, Lin Bei could predict their trajectories, allowing him to react in advance. His reactions grew faster, his evasive movements more compact, conserving energy. Most crucially, this preemptive reaction time gave him the opportunity to close the distance with Han. Lin Bei stepped forward, evading the dual flying swords like a phantom and closing the distance to Han by several meters. What kind of monster is this guy? His cultivation is clearly below mine. How can he have such incredible reflexes? Han raged, feeling like he was wielding brute strength only to punch cotton with every blow. You think you can kill me with that? Try again in your next life. Lin Bei chuckled lightly, closing the distance further. You. Han was already boiling with rage, and Lin Bei's words were like pouring gasoline on the fire, instantly igniting him. Han manipulated his flying sword while charging at Lin Bei, fists clenched. He refused to believe that a physical constitution at the 7th awakening stage could lose to one at the 5th. Especially since he wore 1st grade armor beneath a defense even awakened martial artists struggled to breach. You think I only know long-range flying swords? In close combat, I, Han, won't lose to anyone. Body tempering fist. Han channeled every ounce of strength into his body, unleashing a brutal punch toward Lin Bei. His fist wind is fierce and piercing, having already reached the minor achievement realm. Having awakened to the 7th rank and mastered 2 martial arts techniques, one of which had reached minor mastery, his prowess was truly unmatched among his peers. But unfortunately, his opponent was a prodigy of the same age. Lin Bei unleashed his tempering fist in a devastating clash, sweeping all before him like a storm. Fool! Han froze for a moment before erupting with wild delight. In his view, Lin Bei could easily have dodged this punch and then found an angle to counterattack. That would have maximized his own advantages. Yet Lin Bei chose to clash fist against fist. A mere C-tier cultivation enhancement, not even a physical talent. What right did he have to clash with him? Boom! The fists collided. Lin Bei stood rooted to the spot, not flinching, a faint smile curling his lips. Han stared in disbelief, his skin tingling as Lin Bei's fist felt harder than steel. Then, an explosive force surged from the fist tip into his arm, shattering every inch of bone, tendon, and flesh along its path. Boom! His entire arm exploded on the spot. Blood mixed with bone and flesh splattered onto Lin Bei, making him look like a demon god. Impossible. This can't be. I've awakened to the 7th tier and mastered the body tempering fist to near perfection. How could I lose to you, a C-tier talent, a worthless piece of trash? Han, severely wounded, stumbled backward repeatedly. That single punch had shattered his confidence. Your cultivation level may surpass mine, but my physique and mastery of techniques far exceed yours. Your defeat is well deserved. Lin Bei advanced step by step, effortlessly pulling the god-slaying thunder spear from Zhu Hong's body. A physique rating of 368, approaching the threshold of a ranked martial artist. Executing the perfected quieting fist at this level would amplify its power several-fold. Not only would a 7th tier awakener be unable to withstand it, but even a 9th tier awakener without physical prowess would crumble. Had Han maintained long-range attacks while retreating strategically, Lin Bei truly would have been powerless against him. But his foolishness lay in his overconfidence in his own strength. Watching Lin Bei advance with murderous intent, spear raised, Han backed away in terror. His heel caught on a pebble, sending him crashing to the ground. Trembling, he pleaded, don't kill me. I'm the eldest son of the Han family, a martial arts clan in Jiangcheng. You wouldn't dare kill me. The arm holding his tracking bracelet had been blown to pieces. He didn't even have a chance to press the emergency button. Begging for mercy was his only option. Is that so? Lin Bei slowly raised the Godslayer Thunder Spear, its tip aimed squarely at Hanan's head. Chapter 16, Slaying Hanan. Counting the spoils. I beg you, don't kill me. Spare my worthless life. I'll give you everything of value I have. Hanan, utterly terrified, frantically emptied the contents of his storage bracelet. Killing you means these things become mine anyway, Lin Bei sneered coldly, piercing Hanan's skull with a single thrust before surveying the battlefield spoils. First-grade armor? What a pleasant surprise. Lin Bei chuckled upon seeing the soft armor on Hanan's body. Like weapons, armor was also graded from weakest to strongest, ranging from 1st to 9th grade. This grade 1 armor was worth more than 5 crimson blood fruits combined. Luckily that earlier punch had been a direct clash. If it had hit the vest, it probably wouldn't have seriously injured Hanan. After collecting the spoils, Lin Bei disposed of the bodies before making a beeline for escape. After sprinting for a long while, Lin Bei carefully scanned his surroundings. Only after confirming there were no lurking beasts or martial artists did he sit down, slightly relieved. First, he opened Zhu Hong's storage bracelet. Inside, aside from clothes and feminine items, there was nothing of value. He then opened Hanan's storage bracelet. The first items to catch his eye were 5 first-tier crimson blood fruits and 1 second-grade heavenly thunder fruit. Besides these 2 items, the only other things of any value were several stacks of cash. To leave no trace, Lin Bei kept only the crimson blood fruits and the heavenly thunder fruit, burning everything else to ashes. Truly befitting a Han family scion. To possess such a rare item as a second-grade thunder fruit. Lin Bei grinned so widely his mouth wouldn't close. Thunder attribute martial artists who consumed the heavenly thunder fruit could enhance their innate talents. Conversely, ordinary martial artists who consumed the thunder fruit could also enhance their innate lightning resistance. After scanning the surroundings once more to confirm no beasts or martial artists were approaching, Lin Bei immediately consumed the crimson blood fruit and thunder fruit. Host consumed 5 grade 1 crimson blood fruits, gaining 10,000 times critical harvest and advancing to awakening stage 6. Host consumed 1 grade 2 heavenly thunder fruit, gaining 10,000x critical harvest. Realm upgraded to awakening stage 7, and lightning attribute immunity increased to 70%. With his power surging, Lin Bei instantly returned to peak condition. Host, Lin Bei. Realm, awakening stage 7. Military rank, recruit. Talent, SSS-grade Heaven Rewards Diligence. Weapon, 4th grade top tier God Slaying Thunder Spear. Martial arts, Dragon Nation Foundational Tempering Fist Mastery, 3rd grade top tier Wind Spirit Spear Technique Mastery, 4th grade top tier Ninefold Thunder Spear Technique Minor Mastery. Ability, Combat Instinct Mastery. Immunity, 70% Lightning Resistance. Constitution, 404. Gazing at the newly updated stats on his interface, Lin Bei felt a confidence he'd never known before. He wasn't just a little stronger now, he was incredibly powerful. But why did the second-grade Heavenly Thunder Fruit only grant a minor realm advancement after a 10,000-fold critical hit? Second-grade spiritual herbs were several times more precious than first-grade ones, with potency several times stronger. Logically, it should have elevated him by 2 minor realms. Could it be that too many critical hits of the same type caused the effect to gradually diminish? Squeak! Just as Lin Bei pondered this, a shrill, piercing roar echoed. Turning toward the sound, Lin Bei spotted a pitch-black cave not far behind him. The roar had originated from within that very cave. Squeak! The roar echoed again, and a bolt of blue lightning suddenly shot toward Lin Bei. Bathed in the lightning's glow, Lin Bei finally made out the colossal beast within the cavern, an awakened stage 8 thunderbat. Its body was a full size larger than an adult male, with a wingspan exceeding 3 meters. Thunderbats had a very simple attack pattern, usually only firing lightning attribute beams from their mouths, and they feared sunlight. That gave me a fright. I thought it was some terrifying giant beast. Lin Bei's heart dropped and he stood his ground, neither dodging nor evading, bravely facing the thunderbolt beam. If anyone else had been standing there, they would have thought Lin Bei was insane. A mere 5th stage awakened warrior dared to directly withstand the beam attack of an 8th stage thunderbat. But only Lin Bei knew the truth. His 70% lightning immunity, combined with a physique rivaling that of an advanced martial artist, was enough to nullify most of the beam's power. ZZZZT. The thunder beam struck Lin Bei, an instant wave of numbness spreading throughout his body. His body stiffened momentarily, every hair standing on end as wisps of white smoke rose from his skin. Host's physique underwent thunder refinement, gaining 10,000 times critical hit reward. Lightning attribute immunity increased by 5%. Hearing the system notification, Lin Bei's lips curled upward. He'd only intended to test it, but it actually worked. Physical tempering refers to attacks that inflict damage without causing death. Enduring such damage allows the body to transform and grow stronger, much like when he first drew the God-slaying Thunder Spear. Such a prime opportunity for physical refinement couldn't be missed. Big guy. Is that all you've got? Not even close. Barely scratches the surface. Lin Bei taunted, yet cautiously positioned himself 50 meters away from the Thunderbat. Though the Thunderbat typically relied on beam attacks, there was no guarantee it wouldn't lose its temper and charge recklessly for close combat. Those razor-sharp teeth and claws could cost him half his life with a single swipe. ZZZZT. Provoked by the human, the Thunderbat roared with rage, unleashing an even more powerful bolt of lightning. Host's physical body underwent thunder refinement, gaining 10,000 times critical hit yield. Lightning attribute immunity increased by 4%. Still too weak, Lin Bei scoffed, shaking his head with contempt. Squeak! Squeak! The Thunderbat flapped its wings in agitation, roaring as it unleashed another bolt of lightning. It couldn't comprehend how a mere human at the 5th stage of awakening could withstand 2 consecutive attacks. After all, it had always electrocuted previous humans with ease. Host's physical form undergoes thunder refinement, gaining 10,000x critical hit yield. Lightning resistance increased by 3%. 3 consecutive 10,000-fold critical gains, each weaker than the last. Just as I expected. When the same type of critical strike occurs too many times, the effect gradually weakens. Lin Bei realized this and continued to provoke the Thunderbat. Chapter 17, The New Recruit Competition. The 8th Battalion's Demise. Meanwhile, at the Northern Frontier headquarters, the rookie competition venue. Wang Chang and the others sat dejectedly in the audience, listening to the mocking voices around them. Each of them wished they could bury their heads in the ground. 8th Battalion is getting more useless by the day. They sent 5 people to compete, and not a single one made it to the semi-finals. Every year, the 8th Battalion brings up the rear in the new recruit competition. Just disbanded and merge its personnel into the other 7 battalions. A bad soldier is just one soldier, but a bad commander ruins the whole unit. It all comes down to how useless the 8th Battalion's commander and instructors are. Jiang Hao sat among the spectators, his expression calm as if he'd long grown accustomed to such talk. The Northern Frontier Corps comprised 8 major battalions. Because the 8th Battalion's commander refused to engage in flattery and sycophancy, the resources allocated to them from headquarters were consistently only half of what other battalions received, sometimes as little as 1/3. Beyond resources, the new recruits assigned to the 8th Battalion each year were the leftovers discarded by the other battalions. Furthermore, the 8th Battalion's defense zone lay closest to the giant beast's territory, making their combat frequency and casualty rates the highest among all 8 battalions. Under these circumstances, expecting the 8th Battalion to achieve a high ranking in the new recruit competition was simply impossible. That's why Jiang Hao had long since given up and adopted a laissez-faire attitude. His sole focus now was to properly cultivate Lin Bei, hoping he could redeem the 8th Battalion's reputation at the 4 Borders competition. Instructor Jiang, Commander Luo is requesting your presence. A soldier approached Jiang Hao. Lead the way, Jiang Hao replied. Follow me. The soldier led Jiang Hao away from the field and into a lavish office. 8th Battalion Instructor Jiang Hao, reporting to the commander. Jiang Hao executed a standard military salute. Luo Yuanshan waved the soldier out, then circled around Jiang Hao and asked, I hear your 8th Battalion has a promising recruit. Why isn't he participating in the new recruit competition? Commander Luo, where did you hear such rumors? When has our 8th Battalion ever had promising recruits? The best we have is Wang Chang with his A-grade talent. If you fancy him, feel free to take him. Jiang Hao denied vehemently. The special training room data from all 8 battalions is linked to headquarters computers. Don't play dumb with me, Luo Yuanshan said, patting Jiang Hao's shoulder meaningfully. Jiang Hao's expression changed instantly as he realized the truth. It had been so long since the 8th Battalion produced a promising recruit that he'd forgotten such a simple fact. He's barely enlisted yet, and he's already wielded the god-slaying thunder spear that belonged to the previous commander of the 8th Battalion. He's shattered the bare-handed combat strength record at the 4th Awakening stage and the fully equipped combat strength record. A prospect this exceptional, wouldn't it be a waste not to have him participate in the new recruit competition? Luo Yuanshan returned to his seat and ordered, while the competition is still ongoing, bring him here immediately. Reporting to Commander Luo, Lin Bei has already entered the 137th Junior Secret Realm. We don't know when he'll emerge, Jiang Hao evaded. Lin Bei was the sole hope of the 8th Battalion to redeem itself. He absolutely couldn't let him be poached by other battalions or commanders. Ignoring Jiang Hao, Luo Yuanshan dialed the number for the 137th Secret Realm camp and demanded, check Lin Bei's status. How long has he been in the realm? Reporting to the commander, Lin Bei entered the Secret Realm 3 days ago and has yet to emerge. Doesn't everyone entering the Secret Realm have a locator on them? Then just send someone to bring him out. After saying this, Luo Yuanshan hung up the phone and turned to Jiang Hao with a smile. Instructor Jiang, the 8th Battalion has limited resources. Keeping such promising talent here is a waste, don't you agree? Jiang Hao clenched his fists tightly, remaining silent. After hiding for so long, he never imagined such a minor mistake would ruin everything. Meanwhile, after repeatedly provoking the Thunderbat, Lin Bei finally pushed it to the brink of enraged. The Thunderbat ceased firing its lightning beams, instead lunging to tear him apart with its razor-sharp claws.
Whoa! I'm in! Whoa! I'm back out! Come on, hit me! Lin Bei jumped in and out of the cave entrance, madly taunting the Thunderbat.
Squeak! The Thunderbat snarled furiously, its sharp teeth glinting coldly as saliva flew everywhere. It tried to burst out of the cave more than once, but each time, the sunlight seared its body, forcing it back inside. A mighty beast of the awakened 8th tier, toyed with to this extent by a mere awakened 7th tier human. Beyond rage, the Thunderbat's eyes held a deep sense of humiliation. After being electrocuted countless times, Lin Bei's appearance had changed drastically. His body was charred black as coal, his hair singed and curled, making him look like he'd lost half his life. In truth, he had only suffered superficial injuries, and his lightning resistance had reached a staggering 88%. Lin Bei would have liked to keep grinding, but the Thunderbat's attacks could no longer trigger critical hits. If that was the case, then it had no reason to live. It was precisely at this moment that the sun finally set, casting shadows across the land.
Chapter 18, Slaying the Thunderbat. Camp reinforcements arrive.
Squeak! The Thunderbat's shrill screech erupted, unleashing all the pent-up rage and frustration within. It spewed bolts of thunder from its mouth while lunging at Lin Bei with its claws. Lin Bei braced against the lightning beam, swinging his Godslayer Thunder Spear to parry the claws. With his current 88% lightning immunity and awakened 7th tier cultivation, such lightning bolts could no longer harm him, not even causing the slightest physical numbness. Clang! The Thunderbat's claws struck the Godslayer Thunder Spear, erupting in a metallic hum. The next instant, it abruptly retracted its claws and seized the Godslayer Thunder Spear instead. Then, spreading its wings several meters wide, it hoisted both man and spear into the air, steadily gaining altitude. It's trying to crush me to death. Lin Bei glanced down. They were already nearly 10 feet above the ground. If he didn't react soon, he'd likely be crushed to death. He channeled the Godslayer Thunder Spear, unleashing its formidable thunderous power.
Zzzzz.
Blue lightning coiled like small snakes around the Thunderbat's sharp claws, but the lightning resistance of this lightning attribute Colossus was exceptionally high. This level of lightning attack could only cause this series of numbing sensations. Flying beasts are such a pain. Lin Bei instantly shifted his strategy. Gripping the Godslayer Thunder Spear tightly in one hand, he unleashed a quenching fist strike at the Thunderbat's ankle with his other.
Thud! Snap! The brutal force shattered the Thunderbat's ankle. Screaming in agony, it instinctively released its claws and dropped Lin Bei.
Lin Bei plummeted rapidly through the air, but thankfully, it was only a height of about 10 meters. With his physical constitution, he could withstand the impact. Squeak! The Thunderbat circled once in the air, then dove furiously straight toward Lin Bei.
Damn it! Lin Bei cursed inwardly. Mid-air offered no leverage. Despite his battle instincts honed to perfection, he couldn't react flawlessly now. In desperation, he immediately raised the God-slaying Thunder Spear horizontally to shield his head and neck.
Squeak! The Thunderbat screeched and roared, as if pronouncing Lin Bei's death sentence in advance. Then, its razor-sharp teeth lunged toward Lin Bei's chest. Thud! Thud! Struck, Lin Bei plummeted faster, crashing to the ground. The impact sent waves of pain coursing through him, his entire body feeling like it was about to fall apart. His chest clothing ripped open, revealing the level 1 protective vest beneath. A deep indentation remained where it had been struck. Gah! Lin Bei sucked in a sharp breath of pain and scrambled to his feet. Squeak! The Thunderbat roared in disbelief. That fatal strike had failed to kill Lin Bei. It hadn't even managed to seriously wound him.
Can't fight it in open terrain, too much of a disadvantage.
Learning from his mistake, Lin Bei scanned his surroundings and charged straight toward the Thunderbat's cave.
The narrow confines of the cave would restrict the Thunderbat's flight capabilities.
The Thunderbat seemed to see through Lin Bei's plan, circling above the cave entrance and roaring repeatedly, refusing to go inside.
Not coming in, huh? Fine.
Don't blame me for tearing your nest apart. Lin Bei retrieved a flashlight from his storage bracelet and groped his way deeper into the cave. After traversing some distance, he reached the cave's end. The ground was piled high with bleached bones, some belonging to colossal beasts, others to humans. The thick stench of blood mingled with the damp, putrid odor. A single whiff threatened to make him vomit last week's meals. Lin Bei covered his mouth with his shirt, holding his breath as he scanned the surroundings for anything of value. He found nothing. An awakened Stage 8 practitioner should be a force to be reckoned with even in a basic secret realm. To find the lair this filthy and empty? What a disgrace! Unable to endure the foul stench any longer, Lin Bei turned and headed for the cave entrance. Squeak! The Thunderbats circled overhead, bellowing furiously, as if they wanted to tear Lin Bei to shreds. The Thunderbat's flight ability was utterly unbeatable. To kill it, he had to force it down. Lin Bei's mind raced, and suddenly a plan formed. He chuckled wickedly, "If you don't come down soon, I'm gonna pee in your nest." The bat couldn't understand human speech, but it could interpret human behavior.
When it saw Lin Bei drop his pants and pee in its nest, it instantly flew into a rage. Even dogs know not to relieve themselves in their own den. And this was an awakened beast of the 8th rank? This was a blatant provocation and insult. Squeak! Utter fury robbed the thunder bat of reason, and it screeched as it charged toward Lin Bei. Low-tier beasts are low-tier beasts so easily fooled. Lin Bei swung his arm, unleashing the wind spirit spear technique. Swish! 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 The spear darted like a dragon, its phantom strikes unmatched. The thunderbat barely reached the cave entrance before several bloody holes pierced its body. Almost simultaneously, the elite fighters from the secret realm camp arrived, guided by Lin Bei's location signal. They glanced at Lin Bei, then at the lightning bat on the ground, riddled with holes like a sieve. Their faces betrayed profound shock. Captain, did we target the wrong person? The talent the commander specifically requested is only at Awakening Stage 5, yet this guy here can slay an Awakening Stage 8 Thunderbat, one team member wondered aloud. The captain, now doubting as well, pulled out the files to compare Lin Bei's appearance with the locator data. Only then did he confirm the files match. This is Lin Bei. Holy! This kid is freaking insane, the team member gasped in shock. Judging by his aura, he's already reached Awakening Stage 7. Looks like he's had some major breakthroughs in the secret realm these past few days. Even at Awakened Stage 7, taking down an Awakened Stage 8 Thunderbat is impressive. Remember, those are flying beasts. Yeah, no wonder the commander took notice. Let's go! At the captain's command, they immediately sprinted toward the cave. Sensing intruders approaching, Lin Bei stuffed the Thunderbat's corpse into his storage bracelet and sprinted away at full speed. The secret realm may be perilous, but nothing is more treacherous than human hearts. Those were Fu Tai's exact words. The little guy's got some speed. The captain swiftly caught up and blocked Lin Bei's path. A ranked martial artist. Lin Bei was slightly surprised, gripping his Godslayer Thunder Spear warily. Don't be nervous. We're from Camp 137 of the Junior Secret Realm. We've been ordered to escort you out, the captain explained. Is there a time limit for the Secret Realm trial? I've never heard anyone mention it, Lin Bei remained wary. The Secret Realm trial has no time limit, the captain insisted firmly. But the Northern Frontier commander himself has ordered to see you. You must end your trial early. The Northern Frontier commander? What does he want with me? Lin Bei was utterly baffled. He had only been in the Northern Frontier for a little over a week. The highest ranking official he knew was Zhang Hao. The Northern Frontier commander? He didn't even know his surname. Who knows? We're only responsible for escorting you out, the captain replied. All right. Lin Bei nodded and followed behind them. As long as it wasn't about Hanan and the others, Lin Bei felt relieved. After a long while, Lin Bei emerged from the secret realm under their guidance. Fu Tai had the car running at the exit. Seeing Lin Bei emerge, his face showed no trace of joy. Instead, it was as dark as charcoal. Brother Tai, what's wrong? Lin Bei asked curiously. Get in the car. We'll talk on the way, Fu Tai replied. All right. Lin Bei raised an eyebrow, sensing something was amiss, then climbed into the car. The engine hummed to life. Just as Fu Tai pressed the accelerator to pull away, Wang Chang sprinted across the road, blocking his path and forcing him to slam on the brakes. Fu Tai, already in a foul mood, seized the opportunity to vent his anger. He stormed out of the car, his voice thick with rage. You want to die? I'll grant you your wish. Chapter 19, Han Jintian's Wrath. Fu Tai severely wounded. Come on. Shoot me. You already killed Han, and what's one more? Wang Chang stretched his neck defiantly. Hanan is dead? Fu Tai's heart sank. Stop playing dumb. The trackers don't just locate people, they monitor vital signs. All 5 of our students are dead. Today I've seen firsthand how ruthlessly your Northern Frontier Corps operates. But don't get cocky, I've already notified the school leadership and the Han family patriarch. This incident demands accountability. Wang Chang might be weaker than Fu Tai, but his presence was every bit as formidable. As the instructor leading this trial, losing a student or 2 would only result in a mild disciplinary action from the school. Now that Hanan was dead, if the killer wasn't found, the Han family would surely take their anger out on him. In their rage, they might even kill him. With such a major incident unfolding, Fu Tai knew he couldn't leave just yet. He sent a text to Zhang Hao before returning to the car. Tai, I didn't actually want to kill. Lin Bei began to explain. Fu Tai's expression hardened. His gaze grew intense as he cut him off. Shut up. Revealing secrets only harms you and me. Remember this, some things must stay buried forever. Got it. Lin Beijing nodded solemnly. Don't worry too much. I've already notified Instructor Jiang. Fu Tai offered reassurance, though his heart was filled with dread. Zhang Hao was the instructor of the 8th Battalion in the Northern Frontier, a 5th-tier 3rd-rank powerhouse. The Han family, a martial arts lineage in Jiangcheng, possessed considerable depth. Their patriarch, Han Jintian, was a 4th-tier martial artist. Han Jintian had suffered an injury in his youth, leaving him unable to conceive children. After trying every possible method, he and his wife finally gave birth to Hanan in his 40s. As a late-in-life son and their only heir, he was naturally doted on beyond measure. With Hanan's death, the Han family's bloodline would be severed. Crucially, Han Zhentian is now approaching 70 years of age, leaving no chance for another son. Moments later, several black Maybachs sped toward them, as if intent on plowing through the crowd. Squeal! The screech of brakes echoed as black skid marks streaked across the pavement. Over 20 stage entry powerhouses emerged, surrounding Fu Tai and Lin Bei. The weakest among them possessed first-tier strength, while the strongest approached third-tier power. The atmosphere instantly turned tense and oppressive. Others in the camp saw the commotion and quickly took detours. Immediately after, two men with formidable presence stepped forward from the crowd. The man on the left, in his 50s, wore glasses and a Zhongshan suit, projecting an air of scholarly grace and amiability. He was He Zhengying, principal of Jiangqing Experimental Middle School, a Stage 3, Level 6 martial artist. The man on the right, nearing 70, had snow-white hair and a face etched with deep wrinkles. His eyes were dark and shadowy, like a venomous snake lurking in the shadows. He was Han Zhentian, the head of the Han family, a 4th-tier, first-level martial artist. Seeing the two appear, Fu Tai's brows furrowed into a deep V shape. He instinctively shielded Lin Bei behind him, forcing a calm smile as he greeted them. Principal He, Patriarch Han, it's been a long time. MHM. He Zhengying nodded in response. Han Zhentian ignored Fu Tai, fixing his gaze on Wang Chang and demanding, you claim my son Hanan is dead. Where is his body? I only saw the locator lose its life signal. Young Master Han's body should still be in the secret realm, Wang Chang stammered, feeling the rage pent up in Han Zhentian's chest. Then what are you standing around for? Send people in to find him. Han Zhentian roared furiously. As long as the body hasn't been seen. No locator. Then we can't be 100% certain. Yes. I'll contact the base immediately. Wang Chang nodded repeatedly as if waking from a dream, then turned and hurried toward the base headquarters. Han Zhentian's gaze shifted, scrutinizing Lin Bei from head to toe as if trying to see through him. A worthless outcast expelled by the Lin family, yet he managed to cultivate to the 7th stage of awakening. Truly remarkable. Head Han, the secret realm is treacherous. Many martial artists perish there every year. I firmly believe this incident has absolutely nothing to do with Lin Bei, Fu Tai declared emphatically. Whether he's involved or not isn't for you to decide. Han Zhentian snapped coldly. Much later, Wang Chang rushed frantically from the camp building, clutching 5 tracking tokens and Hanan's torn clothing. Squeak, squeak. Witnessing this scene, the last shred of hope in Han Zhentian's heart vanished completely. He could no longer contain his rage. The imposing aura of a 4th-tier powerhouse erupted violently. The terrifying pressure swept over them like a tidal wave, crushing everyone present. They dared not even breathe. Everyone in Jiangcheng knew Hanan was Han Zhentian's pride and joy. His death meant the Han family would have no heir. Fearing Han Zhentian's wrath would fall upon him, Wang Chang hastily shifted blame and distorted the truth. Han family head, Hanan was absolutely killed by Lin Bei. Please hear my detailed account of the incident. In his version, it became Lin Bei's failed attempt to reconcile with Zhu Hong, which instead fueled his resentment toward Hanan. He dragged Fu Tai into the mess too, claiming Fu Tai had been backing Lin Bei all along. Bull. It was clearly. Fu Tai began to protest. Han Zhentian cut him off before he could speak. Fu Taisheng, for the sake of the 8th Battalion commander, you may leave. But Lin Bei stays. What do you intend to do to him? Fu Tai shielded Lin Bei fiercely. I, Han Zhentian, have always been clear about debts and favors. Taking Lin Bei away is merely to extract the truth of this matter from him. If he's not responsible, the Han family will make amends 100-fold. If he did this, he shall pay with his blood. Han Zhentian erupted with overwhelming murderous intent. Fu Tai knew the Han family's methods well. They would undoubtedly resort to brutal interrogation techniques. Thus, he refused. No one is taking Lin Bei away today. Fu Tai, I've already shown you considerable leniency. Don't bite the hand that feeds you. Han Zhentian threatened coldly. I'll say it again. No one takes Lin Bei away today. Fu Tai stood firm, utterly unfazed by the threat from a 4th-tier powerhouse. You won't take the wine offered, so you'll drink the punishment wine. The grief of losing his son in old age sent Han Zhentian into a fury, and he swung a punch directly at Fu Tai. Boom! With a thunderous crash, Fu Tai was sent flying several meters without even a chance to react. Sweetness filled his throat as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Several ribs were shattered, leaving him gravely wounded. Lin Bei's pupils dilated in shock. He hadn't even seen when Han Zhentian had thrown the punch. The power of a 4th-tier martial artist far exceeded his imagination. Brother Tai. Lin Bei rushed forward, helping Fu Tai to his feet. I'm fine, not dead yet, Fu Tai coughed repeatedly, still standing in front of Lin Bei. He stared defiantly at Han Zhentian and declared stubbornly, unless I die. No one takes Lin Bei away today. Very well. Very well. The 8th Battalion truly is a bunch of stubborn fools. Since you're so eager to die, old man here will grant your wish. Han Jintian's previous punch had been merely a warning. Now, he was getting serious. The aura of a fourth-tier martial artist surged relentlessly, like a volcano on the brink of eruption. With his strength, crushing Fu Tai, a mere second-tier martial artist with a single punch, would be as easy as squashing an ant. Fu Tai understood the power of that punch, yet he stood resolutely before Lin Bei, his gaze unwavering. Brother Tai. Lin Bei suddenly grabbed Fu Tai's shoulder and stepped forward. He who does the deed must face the consequences. Hanan was his kill, yet making Fu Tai die for him went against his nature. Chapter 20, Luo Yuanshan's Personal Guard. The punishment of tongue cutting. At the critical moment, a military green SUV honked its horn as it pulled up. Those present all turned their heads, curious to see who was so brazen. But when they saw the license plate number 00001, their expressions immediately turned grave, and they instinctively parted to make way. This was the vehicle of Luo Yuanshan, commander of the Northern Frontier Corps. A fifth-tier powerhouse. In this world where strength reigns supreme, power equates to authority and status. Han Jintian dared not act rashly. Suppressing his anger, he obediently stood to the side, though his mind was filled with confusion. A figure of this caliber would never appear without reason. He must be here for a specific matter or a specific person. Lin Bei had already been expelled from the Lin family. Luo Yuanshan wouldn't have traveled all this way for a worthless. Could it be that some great opportunity had arisen in Secret Realm 137? The SUV doors swung open, and Jiang Hao stepped out first. Instructor Jiang. Fu Tai waved a greeting, feeling a weight lift from his chest. You're injured? Who did this? Jiang Hao frowned. Ah, just a few broken bones. No big deal, Fu Tai forced a smile. It was Han Jintian, Lin Bei stated. That old bastard, taking advantage of the commander's absence, is getting more and more brazen. When the general returns, we'll settle this score with him properly. Jiang Hao clenched his fists, grinding his teeth in fury. With only a third-tier, fifth-level strength, he was no match for Han Jintian, a fourth-tier powerhouse. This bitter humiliation would have to be swallowed for now. Immediately after, the rear door of the SUV swung open, and a young man stepped out. He appeared to be in his late 20s, clad in black military boots and a khaki overcoat. Hands tucked into his pockets, he strode over with an air of utter arrogance. Instructor Jiang, who is this guy? Lin Bei asked curiously. His name is Yi Xiao. He's the personal bodyguard captain of Luo Yuanshan. He's here to assist us, Jiang Hao explained. Yi Xiao glanced at Yi Zhangying and Han Jintian before striding directly to stand beside Lin Bei. His tone was forceful. By order of the Northern Frontier Military Commander, I am here to escort Lin Bei back to headquarters. All non-essential personnel, clear the way immediately. Whoosh! A single stone sent ripples across the pond. How could a worthless outcast expelled by the Lin family possibly have ties to the Northern Frontier Commander? And Yi Xiao was the captain of the personal guard, Luo Yuanshan's true confidant. His personal arrival to escort Lin Bei clearly signaled Luo Yuanshan's profound regard for the young man. Yi Zhangying stood silently to the side. Currently, there was no evidence proving Hanan and the other four were killed by Lin Bei. Even if we concede that Lin Bei was the killer, with Luo Yuanshan backing him now, they couldn't touch him. Officer Yi, until we determine the cause of my son's death, Lin Bei cannot leave. Han Jintian steeled himself and stepped forward. What? I didn't catch that. Say it again. Yi Xiao stepped closer to Han Jintian, leaning in to hear him clearly. Until we determine the cause of my son's. Smack! Before Han Jintian could finish, Yi Xiao whipped his hand back and slapped him across the face. The sharp crack echoed through the room, leaving a bright red mark across Han Jintian's cheek. The entire crowd gasped in shock, staring at the scene in disbelief. The head of the prestigious Han family, a fourth-tier powerhouse, had been publicly slapped. If not witnessed firsthand, no one would ever believe it. Can we leave now? Yi Xiao stared intently into Han Jintian's eyes from close range, as if daring him to utter a single word of refusal before delivering another blow. Officer Yi, General Luo, and I are old acquaintances. If he learns my son died by Lin Bei's hand, he'll surely give me an explanation. Han Jintian forced back his humiliation and rage. Rank crushes people. Yi Xiao arrived bearing Luo Yuanshan's orders, which meant he represented Luo Yuanshan himself at this moment. Moreover, though young, Yi Xiao's strength was in no way inferior to Han Jintian's. Fine. You keep insisting Lin Bei killed your son, then produce the evidence. Yi Xiao extended his hand. I have no proof. But based on what Wang Chang said, he must be involved. Hand him over for interrogation, and I'll find the evidence. Han Jintian declared confidently. Yi Xiao shifted his tone and asked, Who is Wang Chang? Officer Yi, it's me. Wang Chang stepped forward, trembling. Oh? So you personally witnessed Lin Bei murder Hanan within the secret realm? Yi Xiao inquired. No, but... Wang Chang immediately began recounting the fabricated story. Yi Xiao shook his head, unwilling to listen to his nonsense. He drew the dagger from his waist and tossed it to the ground, speaking with a casual air, slandering northern frontier soldiers without any concrete evidence, especially a promising recruit favored by the Luo army commander. I see no reason to spare your tongue. Ha! I was telling the truth. Wang Chang froze in shock. If I'd done it myself, I wouldn't have stopped at just your tongue, Yi Xiao said, his expression darkening with murderous intent. Wang Chang's heart sank halfway down his chest. He didn't doubt the truth of those words for a second. He bent down to pick up the dagger from the ground, glancing at He Zhangying, then at Han Zhentian. With so many people present, not a single one could help him. It was either lose his life or lose his tongue. Gripping his own tongue, Wang Chang swung the dagger, a cold gleam flashing before it vanished. Ah! Wang Chang's agonized scream tore through the air, his pain piercing like a knife. Everyone was stunned by Yi Zhao's ruthless tactics, frozen in fear like cicadas in winter. If even a mere personal guard captain was this tyrannical and arrogant, how much more outrageous must the northern frontier military commander be? After finishing, Yi Xiao retrieved his dagger and turned to Han Zhentian with a meaningful look. Head of the Han family, refrain from making baseless accusations without evidence. Should you incur the commander's displeasure, next time it won't be a mere slap. Rage boiled within Han Zhentian, yet he could only grit his teeth and remain silent. With Luo Yuanshan backing him, this grudge could never be avenged. Let's go. Lin Bei, you'll ride in my car. Yi Xiao returned to the vehicle. Thank you, Commander Yi. Lin Bei climbed in beside Yi Xiao and expressed his gratitude. You were only at the 5th stage of awakening before entering the secret realm, yet now you're at the 7th stage. Could it be that you really killed Hanan? Yi Xiao asked with a smile. Lin Bei's expression froze. Recalling Fu Tai's warnings, he shook his head repeatedly in denial. I had good luck in the secret realm and gained some opportunities, but Hanan's death has nothing to do with me. Even if you were involved, it doesn't matter. You've caught the military commander's eye now. That old dog from the Han family wouldn't dare lay a finger on you. Yi Xiao laughed heartily, though it was unclear whether he saw through Lin Bei's lie or not. Honestly, I've been wondering, what exactly does the military commander want with me? Lin Bei changed the subject. The military commander invested heavily in personally organizing this new recruit competition to select promising talent. Yet those bastards Jiang Hao and Fu Tai sent nothing but a bunch of misfits to compete. Later, when the military commander heard you broke the record in the special training chamber and even drew the Godslayer Thunderspear, he naturally wanted to see what you're made of on the arena stage. Kid, you'd better seize this chance. If you can become the commander's disciple, you'll be able to walk tall in the north. Yi Xiao slapped Lin Bei's shoulder hard, clearly holding high hopes for him. Lin Bei smiled in agreement, though a twinge of unease lingered in his heart. Jiang Hao and Fu Tai had treated him well, especially Fu Tai, who had just risked his life to protect him. Chapter 21, Thunder Tribulation Elixir. I'll take on 9 opponents. Vote for me. So Lin Bei changed the subject again. Officer Yi, you mentioned the commander sparing no expense for this new recruit competition. The rewards must be generous, right? Of course. The champion gets 10 drops of Thunder Tribulation Elixir, the runner-up 9 drops, third place 8 drops, and so on. The top 10 all receive rewards. Yi Zhao's eyes gleamed with covetousness at the mention of the elixir. This treasure had no grade classification and could not grow naturally. It could only be collected through special methods when heavenly thunder struck. A single drop of Thunder Tribulation essence held value comparable to a second-tier spiritual medicine, offering immense benefits for tempering the physical body. The top 10 combined would yield a total of 55 drops of Thunder Tribulation essence. The moment this reward was announced, the northern frontier camps erupted in excitement, each scrambling to select their finest recruits. Even a 4th-tier martial artist like Yi Xiao coveted it intensely, a testament to the elixir's preciousness. Another lightning attribute treasure. Lin Bei's expression brightened. His lightning immunity had already reached 80%. If he could obtain a large quantity of Thunder Tribulation essence, combined with the 10,000-fold critical hit bonus, he might just break through to 100%. Don't underestimate that mere 20% gap. It was a world of difference. Facing 4th or even 5th-tier lightning attribute powerhouses, even with 80% immunity, the remaining 20% damage could still prove fatal. But with 100% immunity? Not only would 4th or 5th-tier opponents be no match, even an 8th or 9th-tier lightning expert attacking at full strength wouldn't scratch him. After a long while, the off-road vehicle arrived at the Northern Territory headquarters. The sight before him left Lin Bei stunned. First to catch his eye were towering city walls, punctuated every 100 meters by watchtowers. The defenses were extremely formidable, resembling a miniature fortress. Inside the city, a towering stone statue over 10 meters tall stood on the main street. It was none other than Luo Yuanshan, the commander of the Northern Frontier Army. Surrounding buildings radiated an antique charm, collectively guarding the central palace. The central structure was grand and imposing, luxurious yet elegant. It could only be described as a palace. Lin Bei could scarcely believe this was the Northern Frontier headquarters. Unlike the tense, oppressive atmosphere of the 8th Battalion, this place exuded an air of lavish indulgence and relaxation. It felt less like a command center battling colossal beasts and more like a private estate. Welcome to Northern Frontier Headquarters. Yi Zhao's lips curved upward as he skillfully maneuvered the off-road vehicle onto the arena. It was a massive open-air arena, its circular stands packed with spectators. Commanders from various battalions, instructors, veterans, and new recruits were all present. Northern Frontier Commander Luo Yuanshan sat upon the dais. His imposing physique was framed by a thick beard, and he wore a gold-embroidered coat symbolizing his noble status. Simply sitting there, he exuded an overwhelming aura as imposing as a mountain. When he turned his head toward Lin Bei in the carriage, Lin Bei suddenly felt the terrifying sensation of being targeted by a raging beast. Instantly, every hair on his body stood on end, and cold sweat poured down his back. It felt as though any secret buried deep within his heart would be laid bare before such a formidable presence. So powerful. Is this the might of the Northern Frontier Commander? Lin Bei took a deep breath, quickly regaining his composure. Let's go. The commander has already seen you. Yi Xiao promptly led Lin Bei to the podium. Recruit Lin Bei of the 8th Battalion, Northern Frontier Corps, reporting to the commander. Lin Bei saluted with military precision, his gaze and voice steady, neither servile nor timid. Impressive. A promising recruit. Luo Yuanshan nodded with satisfaction. His approval wasn't solely for Lin Bei's strength after all. The Northern Frontier Corps was teeming with prodigies, and those surpassing Lin Bei in talent and cultivation were far from rare. What truly impressed him was Lin Bei's ability to maintain his composure and confidence in his presence. Before Lin Bei, almost none of the prodigies had managed to do so. They were either nervous, timid, or fawning traits Luo Yuanshan deemed utterly useless in a capable man. If Lin Bei's strength were just a bit stronger, he would be perfect. Since he's here, proceed with the revival tournament as planned, Luo Yuanshan declared. Revival tournament? What does that mean? Lin Bei was completely baffled. Luo Yuanshan looked at Yi Xiao, who offered a knowing explanation. When you entered the secret realm, the new recruit tournament had already begun. After several days of competition, the final 4 contenders were decided. To insert you into the mix now, we must add a revival tournament and start the competition anew. What are the strengths of the final 4? Lin Bei pressed. The weakest is at Awakening Stage 8, while the strongest is at Awakening Stage 9. You want to challenge the top 4 directly? Yi Xiao was startled, staring at Lin Bei in disbelief. Among the countless soldiers of the Northern Frontier Corps, only the most exceptional talents from each battalion were selected for the new recruit tournament except for the 8th Battalion. These 4 who made it to the finals were geniuses among geniuses. Luo Yuanshan had added the wildcard round precisely because he never believed Lin Bei could reach the final 4. In his view, making it into the top 10 was already an extraordinary achievement for Lin Bei. Lin Bei didn't respond. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Luo Yuanshan. Commander, if I challenge the top 9 simultaneously and win, would I receive all the Thunder Tribulation Elixir? Thunder attribute immunity becomes increasingly difficult to enhance as one progresses. It was like cultivation: the higher the realm, the harder the breakthrough. Only by obtaining 55 drops of Thunder Tribulation Elixir could Lin Bei have absolute confidence in achieving 100% lightning immunity. Moreover, Lin Bei's confidence wasn't blind. The strongest among the top 4 had only awakened to the 9th tier, meaning the top 9 would likely peak at the 7th tier. Though outnumbered and outmatched in cultivation, Lin Bei held overwhelming advantages in equipment and martial arts. Most crucially, Lin Bei possessed combat instincts honed to perfection. This alone could compensate for any disadvantages. Yi Xiao stared blankly, struggling to believe his ears. Lin Bei looked so refined and scholarly, yet he was this arrogant and reckless deep down. But among the new recruits who made it to the top 9, who was ordinary? To reach the top 4? That's a genius among geniuses. Directly challenging the top 4 was already outrageous enough, but to simultaneously challenge the entire top 9? With Lin Bei's meager 7th awakening strength, he had absolutely no chance of winning. Kid. Confidence has its limits. I advise you to stick to the repechage matches. Make it into the top 10, and you'll earn Thunder Tribulation Elixir as a reward. Yi Xiao declared. Lin Bei ignored him, his eyes fixed on Luo Yuanshan with unwavering confidence. Commander, if I lose, this god-slaying Thunder Spear is theirs. That's a top-tier grade 4 weapon. Its value far exceeds 55 drops of Thunder Tribulation Essence. Are you sure? Luo Yuanshan exclaimed in surprise. He knew Lin Bei had grasped combat instincts and possessed both the ninefold Thunder Spear technique and Wind Spirit Spear technique. Yet in such a short span, these 2 techniques could only have reached the foundational realm at best. Even with the advantages of the god-slaying Thunder Spear and combat instinct, they couldn't bridge the enormous gap in numbers and cultivation levels. Luo Yuanshan instinctively prepared to refuse, but when he looked up, he saw no trace of the arrogance typical of other prodigies in Lin Bei's eyes, only a calmness born of absolute confidence. In other words, staking the god-slaying Thunder Spear as a wager was a judgment based on his own strength. He possessed absolute confidence in this match. Where did this confidence come from? Could it be that my intelligence on Lin Bei is incomplete? Luo Yuanshan's initial reluctance to agree gradually faded. Instead, he found himself anticipating Lin Bei taking on 9 opponents single-handedly, eager to see what trump card he held. He finally consented. Fine. Since you're so confident, I'll let you try. Commander, do you truly believe he can take on 9 opponents alone?
Yi Xiao stared in disbelief.
Yes.
Announced the rule change.
Luo Yuanshan waved his hand, signaling Yi Xiao to make the arrangements.
Yi Xiao was baffled but dared not disobey.
He immediately announced, silence. The commander has decided to temporarily alter the competition rules. All 9 top-ranked contestants take the stage. Chapter 22, 1 by 1? Or all at once? As the words fell, the 9 new recruits climbed onto the stage, utterly bewildered. The spectators in the stands were equally bewildered. With only 2 more matches needed to crown the champion, what was this sudden change?
Yi Xiao shifted his tone, pointing at Lin Bei on the VIP platform. From this moment on, Lin Bei will challenge all 9 of you alone. If you lose, all 55 drops of Thunder Tribulation Elixir will be his. If you win, you will collectively divide the top-tier 4th-grade God-slaying Thunder Spear in his possession. A single stone sent ripples across 1,000 waves. The venue erupted in chaos. Countless eyes turned to Lin Bei, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Who is this kid? He's got some nerve. Thinking he can take on 9 of us alone. He doesn't even care about the 10 drops of Thunder Tribulation Essence from the championship prize. He wants 55 drops instead. Greed knows no bounds. Doesn't he fear bursting from overeating? From his aura, he's only at the 7th stage of awakening, on par with the 9th-ranked rookie.
Where does he get the nerve to take on 9? He's asking for it. Betting a top-tier 4th-grade weapon? This kid's got to be out of his mind.
A wave of disbelief erupted from the stands. They had witnessed this new recruit competition firsthand and seen the strength of the 9 recruits on stage. Talent, cultivation level, combat prowess, all were among the finest of their generation. Even when facing a martial artist who had broken through to the next tier, the 9 of them together could hold their own.
This kid's trying to impress Luo Yuanshan, isn't he? Fu Tai's tone dripped with envy.
Water flows downhill, people climb upward, it's just how things are. Jiang Hao sighed silently.
That said, the kid's still too impatient. With his strength, he could have easily cracked the top 10.
Now look at this mess. If he wins, fine. But if he loses, he'll not only miss out on the ranking but also lose the God-slaying Thunder Spear.
Fu Tai shook his head. You underestimate Lin Bei. In a one-on-one fight, the only threat among the 9 on the field is the 9th stage Awakened Thunder character. Jiang Hao spoke with conviction, then shifted his tone and shook his head. Too bad he chose the riskiest strategy. I fear he's headed for a major fall this time. Fu Tai nodded in deep agreement, then turned his gaze to Lei Wen on the stage. This man stood nearly 2 meters tall, as burly as a bear. Born into the Lei family, a martial arts lineage from Jiangcheng, he was also the only recruit in this northern frontier cohort with an S-tier talent, Berserk. Berserk was a type of physical enhancement talent, yet it surpassed mere physical reinforcement by several tiers. Not only did it multiply strength and defense several-fold, but crucially, it granted immunity to pain. This talent had its drawbacks, however it consumed immense physical resources and could not be sustained indefinitely. However, throughout the entire rookie tournament thus far, not a single opponent had managed to force Lei Wen to activate his talent. Fights invariably ended with a single punch. On the arena platform now, 9 recruits stood in order of strength and ranking, each face radiating defiance. Having risen to the top 9 from thousands of recruits, they all possessed absolute confidence in their abilities. Even the 9th-ranked recruit, an awakened 7th tier, believed he wouldn't lose to Lin Bei. How much more so the other recruits, whose strength far surpassed his? There's only one God-slaying Thunder Spear. How about we change the rules? Whoever knocks Lin Bei off the stage first gets the spear. What do you say? A recruit proposed. That's a great idea. I'm in. I'm in too. The crowd on the stage unanimously agreed. This method was fairly equitable, giving even those at Awakening Stage 8 or even Stage 7 a chance to win. Brother Lei, what do you think? The new recruit asked privately. If you can win, take the God-slaying Thunder Spear. Lei Wen slipped his hands into his pockets and silently walked to the corner of the stage, his gaze fixed on Lin Bei the entire time. As the eldest son of the Lei family, he had received stricter training than others since childhood, granting him keen insight beyond the ordinary. The fact that Lin Bei could persuade Luo Yuanshan to alter the competition rules for him alone proved he was no ordinary man. Treating him like an ordinary 7th stage awakened recruit would lead to a major loss. Victory against 9 opponents would be undignified, and even if he won, it wouldn't reveal his true strength to Luo Yuanshan. Better to let the other 8 test Lin Bei's depth and tactics first, than defeat him to make a name for himself. Lin Bei strode to the center of the arena, brandishing his Godslayer Thunder Spear with its tail end pointed at them. He cut straight to the chase, one at a time? Or all together? Showing us the butt of your spear. Kid. You're being far too arrogant. Heaven punishes the arrogant. Man meets his doom through hubris. Today, you'll learn your lesson. All at once. Whoever knocks Lin Bei off the stage first gets the God-slaying Thunder Spear. 8 new recruits simultaneously unleashed their innate abilities. The Godslayer Thunder Spear was a top-tier 4th-grade weapon, worth far more than any Thunder Tribulation elixir. Each of them charged forward as if pumped full of adrenaline, unleashing all-out attacks on Lin Bei. Just as everyone speculated how Lin Bei would defend, a series of explosive bangs erupted. Instantly, all 8 recruits spat blood and were flung off the platform. Terror gripped their faces. The speed was too fast, unfathomably fast. 1 second their eyes saw the spear's shadow approaching, the next they felt excruciating pain pierce their chests. He was simply in a different league. Fortunately, Lin Bei had used the butt of his gun. Had he used the muzzle, 8 corpses would now lie on the platform. No wonder Commander Luo altered the rules for you. Your strength is truly formidable, Lei Wen exclaimed, his initial shock quickly giving way to composure. Speed-type talents might counter him, but they had one fatal flaw: their bodies were fragile. Berserk mode granted him immunity to pain, allowing him to endure Lin Bei's attacks countless times. But if Lin Bei landed even one hit, the match would be over. At that moment, the stands fell deathly silent. Spectators stared in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. They'd expected Lin Bei to defend himself, yet he'd instantly eliminated the top 8 contenders. Such terrifying prowess already qualifies him to go toe-to-toe with Lei Wen, a 9th tier awakened. Fuda, when did Lin Bei redeem the wind spirit gun technique? Zhang Hao asked with a serious expression. 4 days ago. I remember it clearly. He even borrowed over 10,000 military merits from me, Fu Tai replied with certainty. Mastering a top-tier 3rd-grade martial art to perfection in just 4 days? And pushing his combat instincts to the grand mastery realm? That kid, he's a freak of nature. Zhang Hao sucked in a gasp of disbelief. He had already greatly overestimated Lin Bei's strength, which was why he'd declared Lei Wen the only one present capable of threatening Lin Bei. Yet he never imagined Lin Bei would prove several times stronger than anticipated. In a single encounter, he had annihilated the top 8 contenders. Instructor Jiang, we've always compared the Marquis of 10,000 households to Lin Bei. Now it seems the Marquis no longer deserves to be mentioned in the same breath as Lin Bei. Fu Tai was also deeply shaken by the scene before him. Yes, it's a shame such a prodigy will be snatched away by Luo Yuanshan. Zhang Hao sighed repeatedly, filled with regret. Had they exercised extreme caution back then and cut off the special training room's network transmission, Lin Bei would never have caught Luo Yuanshan's attention. Though the 8th Battalion's facilities couldn't match headquarters, they could forge Lin Bei into a true soldier. Ha ha ha. Yi Xiao. Did you see that? This kid is even stronger than you were back in the day. Luo Yuanshan, who had just thought Lin Bei's strength was lacking, was now thoroughly satisfied. Damn kid. He's been hiding his true strength. I'm now certain Hanan died by his hand. Yi Xiao muttered to himself. Chapter 23, Immune to Pain? Try this move. Vote for me. On the stage, the match continued. Lin Bei pointed the butt of his gun squarely at Lei Wen in the corner, a smirk curling his lips as his fighting spirit surged. Bring it on. Of all these people, you're the only opponent worthy of unleashing my talent and the only one armed. Lei Wen stomped his foot, unleashing a surge of primal power that sent shockwaves rippling through the arena floor, causing it to tremble slightly. Immediately, the sound of cracking bones echoed throughout his body. His bulging muscles strained and ripped through his clothing, revealing a massive, muscular frame. His body swelled and grew at an alarming rate, transforming in an instant into a 3-meter-tall humanoid colossus. The muscles on his arms alone were thicker than Lin Bei's waist. Standing side by side, Lin Bei appeared incredibly petite. This stark visual disparity instinctively made Lei Wen seem far more powerful. Buzz. The storage bracelet flashed with light, and a pair of gauntlets crafted from a special material appeared in Lei Wen's hands. His already imposing and domineering aura grew even more formidable. Go, Brother Lei. That kid's way too cocky. Show him what you're made of. Brother Lei will win. Brother Lei will win. Cheers surged from the stands. Except for a few from the 8th Battalion, everyone else was cheering for Lei Wen. The sole S-tier talent among the new recruits, the only one to awaken to the 9th rank, and hailing from a martial arts family in Jiangcheng. Although Lin Bei was no slouch, Lei Wen had so many advantages stacked in his favor that he clearly had the upper hand. Lin Bei, I must admit you're strong, but you're not strong enough. Against sheer power, any technique is worthless. Lei Wen declared with unwavering confidence. Save your victory speech for after you win. Lin Bei struck first, once again using the rifle butt. Hum. A cold gleam flashed first, followed by the spear striking like a dragon. Lei Wen sneered contemptuously, countering with a punch on the spot. Had Lin Bei attacked with the tip of his god-slaying thunder spear, he might have hesitated to meet its edge. But a mere butt end couldn't even pierce his physical defenses. Then with this fist, he would end the battle. Mount Tai Fist. Lei Wen's muscles bulged like exploding scales, channeling all his power into his fist with overwhelming force. He's already using his second-tier martial technique. Looks like Lei Wen isn't underestimating Lin Bei after all, Yi Xiao murmured with a faint smile. Though Lei Wen's punch approaches the power of an advanced martial artist, Lin Bei has mastered combat instincts, he should evade it, Luo Yuanshan murmured. He hasn't retracted his spear at this distance? What is Lin Bei planning? Yi Zhao's smile instantly froze, replaced by intense confusion. Following his gaze, the tail of the Godslayer Thunder Spear collided with Lei Wen's fist. Boom! A thunderous explosion sent both men staggering back half a step. A look of horror flashed in Lei Wen's eyes. He never dreamed Lin Bei's physical strength could be so formidable, allowing them to fight on equal footing. Lin Bei swiftly regained his footing, darting like a ghost behind Lei Wen and unleashing a fierce assault on his back with the Wind Spirit Spear technique. Gigantification boosts strength and defense, but inevitably sacrifices agility and speed. Thud! 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 The butt of the rifle struck Raven's back, each blow sinking 3 inches deep. Barely a scratch. Is that all you've got? Raven spun and swung a punch, forcing Lin Bei back. To defeat you, this is more than enough. Lin Bei thrust his spear forward again, executing the Wind Spirit Spear technique. Relying on his immunity to pain, Raven abandoned all defense, charging forward through the gun but strikes to close in on Lin Bei. After finally cornering Lin Bei against the ring's edge, he prepared to unleash a fatal martial technique. But Lin Bei twisted like an eel and dodged the strike. Then Lei Wen forced Lin Bei back into the corner again, only to be dodged once more. Watching the two constantly tug of war, the entire crowd grew numb. Everyone had expected Lei Wen to crush the fight decisively, only to see Lin Bei evade him like a dog. Lei Wen is going to lose, Yi Zhao thought, his mind churning with shock. I never imagined Lin Bei could match Lei Wen in strength. He truly is a martial arts prodigy. Luo Yuanshan watched Lin Bei with admiration, already formulating a cultivation plan in his mind. With Lin Bei's potential, the North Frontier would merely be his starting point. He was destined for a much grander stage. Given time, Lin Bei would undoubtedly surpass Luo Yuanshan. Yet Luo Yuanshan couldn't fathom why the Lin family would cast such a promising talent out, why his own parents would sever ties with him. With the Lin family's heritage, they shouldn't have misjudged him. Arg! Lin Bei. Is dodging all you can do? Lei Wen, enraged and flustered, wildly swung his fists at thin air. Hearing this, Lin Bei halted, switching to a firm grip on his god-slaying thunder spear. He pointed the spear tip at Lei Wen and declared solemnly, withstanding over 100 attacks from the Wind Spirit Spear technique while maintaining your combat effectiveness proves your talent is truly formidable. However, you absolutely cannot withstand the next strike. I advise you to concede defeat. In my dictionary. Lei Wen's eyes flashed crimson as rage burned within him. There is no such word as surrender. A proud 9th tier awakened with S-class talent unable to defeat a mere 7th tier C-class waste? But to be treated like a dog and dragged around for so long? His pride was utterly shattered. He must win. Only victory could salvage a shred of dignity. I respect your choice. Lin Bei's gaze darkened as he swung his Godslayer Thunder Spear, executing a flamboyant flourish. Furious Lion Force. Lei Wen gritted his teeth, unleashing a top-tier 3rd-grade martial technique. This was the Lei family's clan-defining technique. Combined with his berserk talent and mid-tier 3rd-grade black iron gauntlets, it unleashed 200% of its power. A single punch unleashed at full power would make even ordinary entry-level powerhouses flinch. In raw strength, Lei Wen, have never been bested by anyone. Lei Wen's face contorted as he swung his fist forward. Whoosh! Whoosh! The fist's momentum sliced through the air, creating faint ripples on either side. This punch carried immense force, as if it held 10,000 pounds of power. This would be the decisive round. Everyone present watched with rapt attention, not daring to blink, afraid of missing the most thrilling moment. Ninefold Thunder Spear Technique. 6th tier. Lin Bei stood sideways, unleashing the spear with one hand. In an instant, thunderous light erupted. Thunder coiled around the spear tip, transforming into a roaring thunder serpent. In sheer momentum, it utterly crushed Lei Wen's fierce lion force. In the blink of an eye, the god-slaying thunder spear struck the black iron armor. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed as Lin Bei stood rooted to the spot, the blast wave billowing his robes like a war god. Lei Wen staggered backward several steps, his massive frame crashing over the edge of the ring's railing before slamming heavily to the ground. His injuries were too severe, automatically ending his berserk state. Lei Wen returned to his normal form. The black iron gauntlet absorbed the brunt of the god-slaying thunder spear's force, its surface now marred by a fine crack. Even so, the shockwaves from the strike shattered Raven's right arm. The palm and 5 fingers inside the gauntlet were drenched in blood, pulverized into a bloody pulp. Arg! Raven's pain was excruciating. It wasn't just the agony in his right arm, all the over 100 tail-end gun attacks he'd endured by suppressing his pain receptors erupted at once. The excruciating agony contorted Lei Wen's features, his face etched with shock and refusal to accept defeat. I haven't lost. I haven't lost yet. I still have a trump card. Ruiwen forced himself to climb back onto the stage, clutching his pain as he retrieved a red vial from his storage bracelet with one hand. Death or defeat? Lin Bei pressed his gun against Raven's throat. I can die on this stage. But I won't lose on this stage. Raven glared viciously into Lin Bei's eyes, savagely unscrewing the vial cap, ready to consume it. Chapter 24, Champion's Reward. Refusing to join the personal guard. Fine. Lin Bei closed his eyes and swung his gun with all his might. Yet he found the Godslayer Thunder Spear held fast by some unseen force. No matter how hard he strained, it wouldn't budge an inch. This was definitely not Lei Wen's strength. Lin Bei opened his eyes to see a burly middle-aged man standing beside Lei Wen. The two shared a striking resemblance. It was this man who had seized the god-slaying Thunder Spear. "Young man, you win," the middle-aged man said, releasing the god-slaying Thunder Spear. "I haven't lost. Once I take this enhancement potion, I'll temporarily gain the power of a ranked martial artist. Then I'll definitely win." Lei Wen roared madly, his reason already gone. "Don't you understand? Even if you force yourself to the first-tier realm, you'd still be a sitting duck before him. You're simply not on the same level as him." The middle-aged man slapped Lei Wen across the face, his voice stern and reproachful. The blow snapped Lei Wen back to his senses. "But if he hadn't held back, you'd already be stabbed like a wasp's nest. Your talent only grants immunity to pain, not immunity to damage." After scolding Lei Wen, the middle-aged man turned his gaze to Lin Bei. He pulled a business card from his pocket and introduced himself. "I am Raymond, head of the Lei family, a martial arts lineage in Jiangcheng. Thank you for showing mercy today, young friend. Should you ever encounter trouble in Jiangcheng, feel free to seek me out." "MHM. Lin Bei nodded and accepted the card. "Goodbye." Raymond hoisted the 2-meter-tall Lei Wen over his shoulder like a small chicken and hurried away in a few quick strides. As the match concluded, the stands fell into a deathly silence before erupting into thunderous applause. "That rookie Lin Bei is incredibly strong. I seriously underestimated him just now. He actually won against 9 opponents. And he's only at the 7th awakening stage. Turns out he wasn't just cocky, he's genuinely off the charts. Power equaled status." Even though Lin Bei hailed from the 8th Battalion, he earned the respect of everyone present. Now that he's won the Rookie Tournament Championship and gained Luo Yuanshan's recognition, he'll surely join the Personal Guard unit. Though members of the Personal Guard hold no official military rank, their status and standing rival that of battalion instructors. Powerful Personal Guards even held status equal to that of the commanders of each battalion. Nearly everyone in the northern frontier aspired to join the Personal Guard, yet the selection criteria were extremely stringent, with only 1 or 2 openings available each year. He's grown to this level? Wang Cheng in the crowd stared wide-eyed, his face filled with shock. They had enlisted on the same day. Over the past period, he had trained relentlessly every day, finally managing to advance to Awakening Stage 4. Yet Lin Bei had quietly reached Awakening Stage 7 and even defeated Lei Wen and Awakening Stage 9. It had only been a few days. How could it feel like a lifetime apart? Wang Cheng couldn't comprehend it, but he knew that from this moment onward, he and Lin Bei belonged to 2 different worlds. Instructor Jiang, Lin Bei won. Fu Tai's heart surged with shock. That kid always manages to impress with every move. He's a prodigy. Jiang Hao remarked. Indeed. It's a shame such a promising talent is leaving the 8th Battalion, Fu Tai sighed repeatedly, shaking his head. All the promising talents from the northern frontier are being absorbed into Luo Yuanshan's private army. With talent dwindling across all battalions, how will we withstand the beast tide in the future? Jiang Hao frowned deeply, his face clouded with worry. Instructor Jiang, do you think Lin Bei will refuse Luo Yuanshan's invitation? Fu Tai suddenly asked. Jiang Hao chuckled, and Fu Tai joined him in laughter. Among the 8 great camps of the north, the 8th camp possessed the weakest strength, the shallowest heritage, and the scarcest resources. Joining any other camp was preferable to joining the 8th. And Luo Yuanshan's personal guard unit in terms of resources, benefits, and status surpassed all 8 major camps. Water flows downhill, people strive upward. Anyone would know which path to choose. The 2 men turned away dejectedly, leading the 8th camp's new recruits toward departure. Commander, your eye for talent is truly sharp. That kid Lin Bei really is extraordinary. Having witnessed Lin Bei's terrifying potential, Yi Xiao shifted gears and began buttering up Luo Yuanshan. Luo Yuanshan smiled smugly, waving his hand. Announced the competition results. Yes. Yi Xiao leapt onto the stage, gripped the microphone, and proclaimed loudly, I hereby declare. The champion of this year's new recruit competition is Lin Bei. This is your championship reward. 55 drops of Thunder Tribulation Elixir. Yi Xiao presented a jade vial to Lin Bei. Thank you. Lin Bei accepted the bottle, opened it, and peered inside. It was filled to the brim with Thunder Tribulation Elixir. With this Lightning Tribulation essence, lightning immunity will reach 100%. Then, whether facing lightning attribute martial artists or colossal beasts, he would stand invincible. This would become his ultimate life-saving trump card, one even Fu Tai and Jiang Hao knew nothing about. Lin Bei carefully stowed the jade vial into his storage bracelet. Looking up toward the 8th Battalion's position, he saw they had already departed. He hurriedly shouted, Instructor Jiang. Brother Tai. Why are you moving so fast? Wait for me. Hearing Lin Bei's voice, Jiang Hao and Fu Tai halted simultaneously and turned around. Lin Bei, I still have something to tell you, Yi Xiao said, grabbing Lin Bei's shoulder. Then get on with it, Lin Bei urged. On behalf of the Commander-in-Chief, I formally invite you to join the personal guard unit. Yi Xiao declared solemnly. Lin Bei glanced at Yi Xiao's shoulder. Despite being a fourth-tier martial artist, he bore no military rank insignia. If even the captain of the personal guard unit was like this, ordinary guards certainly wouldn't have military ranks. Without military ranks, the peerless military god system would be utterly useless. Thus, Lin Bei refused flatly, "Sorry, I only want to stay with the 8th Battalion." Yi Xiao was startled, almost unable to believe his ears. "Are you certain you wish to decline?" "Yes." Lin Bei nodded. "Lin Bei, you witnessed the personal guard squad strength at the secret realm camp. I'm not exaggerating when I say that with your status as a personal guard, the entire northern frontier would have to bow to your will. Beyond status, the personal guard unit boasts the best resources, the most favorable treatment, and the safest environment in the entire northern frontier. Isn't that far better than risking your life in the 8th Battalion?" Yi Xiao pleaded earnestly. Yet Lin Bei shook his head firmly. "Please convey my gratitude for the commander's favor, but I still wish to remain with the 8th Battalion." On one side was the personal guard unit, on the other, the peerless military god system. Even a fool could see the latter offered far greater advantages. With that, Lin Bei hurried off the stage. "Instructor Jiang, am I dreaming? Did Lin Bei really refuse the personal guard unit and choose to stay with the 8th Battalion?" Fu Tai pinched himself hard, wincing at the pain. "We've judged a noble man by our own petty standards." A pang of guilt surged through Jiang Hao's heart. "Damn it, I'm such a jerk for doubting Lin Bei's loyalty to the 8th Battalion." Fu Tai slapped himself across the face. At its worst, it was merely doubting Lin Bei's loyalty to the 8th Battalion. But on a larger scale, it was a betrayal of trust in a comrade in arms. "I was wrong too. But since Lin Bei has decided to stay with the 8th Battalion, we can't let him down. From this moment on, we'll mobilize the entire battalion's resources to train him with all our might." Jiang Hao declared sternly. "Instructor Jiang, Brother Tai, why didn't you wait for me?" Lin Bei caught up from behind. "We all thought you'd stay with the personal guard squad," remarked a new recruit. "The personal guard unit is great. But it can't compare to the 8th Battalion." Lin Bei smiled faintly. "Ha ha ha, you little rascal." Fu Tai punched Lin Bei playfully in the chest before wrapping his arm around his neck like a buddy. Chapter 25, The 8th Battalion's Reward. The second talent, ancestor of 10,000 soldiers. Watching Lin Bei walk away without a backward glance, everyone stood there, puzzled. That was the personal guard unit. Across the entire northern frontier, who dared to disrespect the imperial escort? Forget the battalion instructors and commanders, even the martial arts clans and city lords of Jiangcheng would show them respect. Moreover, Lin Bei possessed astonishing strength and limitless potential. Joining the personal guard would surely earn him Luo Yuanshan's full-hearted cultivation. Such a golden opportunity for advancement lay before him, yet Lin Bei rejected it, choosing instead a winding, dim path with no end in sight. "Commander, this brat doesn't know a good thing when he sees it. Should I?" Yi Xiao hesitated. The fervor of youth always succumbs to reality in the end. Rest assured, he will return begging to join the personal guard. Far from angered, Luo Yuanshan grew even more impressed with Lin Bei. He had character, he had skill, and crucially, he valued loyalty and righteousness. A prospect like this is worth investing time to win over. Meanwhile, news of Lin Bei defeating 9 opponents single-handedly in the new recruit competition reached the 8th Battalion, sending the entire camp into an uproar. Ever since the former commander fell in battle, the 8th Battalion had languished at the bottom of the new recruit competition rankings for over a decade. This time, they finally had their moment of glory. Championship. And a championship won by defeating 9 opponents single-handedly, its prestige far surpasses any previous victory. Lin Bei's name echoed throughout the 8th Battalion and across the entire northern frontier. After dismissing the others, Jiang Hao brought Lin Bei and Fu Tai back to his office. "Lin Bei, you've brought immense honor to the 8th Battalion this time. I absolutely must reward you properly. Could the reward be a promotion to corporal?" Lin Bei had been fixated on this prospect. "Absolutely. I'm promoting you to corporal right now." Jiang Hao retrieved fresh shoulder insignia from his desk, personally affixing them to Lin Bei before updating his personnel records in the Northern Frontier database. "Ding! Congratulations, host, on your promotion to corporal. You have earned 1 lottery chance." The moment the new shoulder insignia was fastened, a system notification sounded in Lin Bei's mind. Immediately, a lottery will appear before his eyes, visible only to him. The prizes included talents, alter egos, armor, martial arts, resources, and more, each category containing extremely rare items. Talents were all SSS tier, alien bodies were top tier specimens, and weapons, armor, and martial arts started at grade 9. As for the remaining resources, Lin Bei had never even heard of them, but being listed alongside these prizes, their value was undoubtedly immense. "Wonder what prize I'll get," Lin Bei thought eagerly, immediately pressing the spin button on the wheel. The wheel spun, its glow flickering incessantly. Finally, the golden light settled on one of the small compartments. Ding! Congratulations, host, you've drawn the SSS-grade talent, ancestor of all weapons. Another SSS tier talent. Lin Bei's pupils dilated in shock, overcome with ecstasy. As the name suggests, the ancestor of all weapons represents the pinnacle of weapon mastery, truly a grandmaster level understanding. Mastery over all cold weapons, swords, spears, axes, halberds, hooks, forks, along with proficiency in operating modern firearms. And this was merely the foundational effect of the ancestor of all weapons. Advanced effects lay ahead. For instance, when Lin Bei wields rifle-type weapons, the ancestor of all weapons talent grants him additional armor-piercing effects, causing his damage to skyrocket. Using other weapon categories grants corresponding weapon-specific effects. An SSS-tier Heaven Rewards Diligence talent alone transformed him from a useless into a monstrous demon. Now he's got an SSS-tier ancestor of all weapons too? That's like grandma crawling into bed. It's got me cracking up. A mere corporal has you this excited? I haven't even finished listing the other rewards yet. Jiang Hao chuckled, patting Lin Bei's shoulder. More rewards? Lin Bei exclaimed in surprise. Jiang Hao nodded and continued, from now on, you have unrestricted access to any floor of the martial arts building and can use the special training rooms free of charge. Finally, I'm rewarding you with 100,000 military merit points. Kid, you're the only one in the entire 8th Battalion who gets free access to the special training rooms. Add in that 100,000 military merit reward. Instructor Jiang is practically overstepping his authority here. Fu Tai said enviously. Thank you, Instructor Jiang. Lin Bei's heart pounded wildly. This overwhelming happiness came too quickly and felt like a dream. Lin Bei knew firsthand the power of the special training rooms. Closing himself off there to cultivate martial arts skills meant his strength would grow faster and easier. And the key part was the 100,000 military merit reward. If he had to earn that himself, he'd have to slay 100,000 stage 1 awakened beasts. Who knew how many years that would take? Now, with this sudden windfall, he could freely exchange for resources, weapons, and martial arts techniques. Lin Bei, the 8th Battalion's resources are limited compared to headquarters, but this is the best reward we can offer you, Jiang Hao stated earnestly. The commander-in-chief is currently investigating the beast tied beyond the border and won't be back anytime soon. Therefore, the 8th Battalion was under his temporary command, allowing him to exercise the commander's authority. Lin Bei nodded. Understood. Rest assured, Instructor. I'll train relentlessly and continue bringing glory to the 8th Battalion. Good. Then it's settled. Come the Four Borders tournament, you'd better bring glory to the 8th Battalion once more. Jiang Hao smiled with satisfaction. Absolutely. Lin Bei declared with conviction. The Four Borders tournament gathered the military's most elite prodigies, with competition difficulty dozens of times greater than the new recruit tournament. For anyone else, the pressure would be overwhelming. But Lin Bei possessed dual SSS tier talents. Crushing those prodigies was as easy as eating and drinking. Lin Bei then turned his gaze to Fu Tai beside him. Brother Tai, I borrowed over 10,000 military merits from you last time at the martial arts tower. I'm returning them now. My strength has hit a bottleneck. Holding on to these military merits is useless to me. You need them more to grow stronger. Keep them for yourself, Fu Tai waved him off. Alright. I really do need these military merits. No need for formalities. Lin Bei declared. Having obtained the ancestor of 10,000 weapons talent, he must now forge a second weapon. Exchanging for weapons required military merit points, and exchanging for corresponding martial arts techniques also required military merit points. Lin Bei had a plan already. Since the Godslayer Thunder Spear was a melee weapon, the most logical secondary weapon would be a ranged type. Last time in the Junior Secret Realm, if I'd had ranged attack capabilities, I wouldn't have been pushed into such a tight spot by the Thunder Bats and Hanan. After making up his mind, Lin Bei turned to Jiang Hao and asked, Instructor Jiang, I'd like to exchange my military merits for a ranged secondary weapon. You want to cultivate a second weapon? Jiang Hao was slightly surprised. To compensate for their weaknesses, some martial artists chose to cultivate dual weapons. But one's energy is limited. Mastering a single weapon to its fullest is already difficult enough. Trying to master two simultaneously would only lead to mediocrity in both. Yes. Lin Bei nodded. You can't have your cake and eat it too. Besides, you have a greater aptitude for the rifle, Jiang Hao advised. I know, but I still want to try, Lin Bei insisted. Seeing Lin Bei's determination, Jiang Hao sighed helplessly. Alright. We don't have many ranged weapons in the armory, and your strength lies in power. How about a bow as your secondary weapon? Sounds good. Do we have any 4th grade bows? Lin Bei inquired. Lin Bei, bows and arrows are different from guns. With your current physique, you might wield a 100-pound Godslayer Thunder Spear like it's an extension of your arm, but you might not even be able to draw a high-tier bow. I suggest starting with a tier 2 bow. Jiang Hao looked into Lin Bei's determined eyes, shook his head with a wry smile, and relented. Fine. I can't argue with you. Futa, go to the armory and fetch the dragon bone bow, Jiang Hao ordered. Yes. Futa nodded and immediately complied. Chapter 26, The Dragon Bone Bow. Supersonic arrows. After a long while, Fu Tai returned carrying a heavy wooden box on his back. With a thud, the wooden case hit the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The sound alone suggested the bow's weight wouldn't be any lighter than the Godslayer Thunder Spear. Jiang Hao opened the wooden box to reveal a bone-white longbow and 3 white arrows. This dragon bone bow was crafted from the spine and tendons of a 6th-tier dragon. It's a top-tier 4th-grade weapon, weighing 400 gene net and boasting a draw weight exceeding 2000 gene. These arrows are also forged from dragon spine, making them incredibly sharp. A fine piece. Lin Bei's eyes burned with desire. Both the bow body and bowstring were crafted from the 6th-tier dragon snake, giving the bow an aura of a colossal beast. More accurately, it radiates an aura of overwhelming might. It felt as if the soul of a 6th-tier dragon had been infused into the bow itself. Try it, Jiang Hao said. Alright. Lin Bei couldn't wait to step forward, grabbing the dragon bone bow and drawing the string with one hand. Lin Bei's expression tightened. The bowstring was incredibly stiff, like steel rebar. 2000 gene of tension was merely the baseline requirement to draw this bow. To fully draw it, one hand alone must exert over 4000 gene. Converted to physical strength, that equated to 800 points. In other words, the bare minimum requirement to draw this bow was that of a 2nd-tier martial artist. Suddenly, a flood of knowledge and techniques about bows and arrows surged into his mind. Lin Bei understood, this was the activation of the ancestral weapon talent. He immediately adjusted his stance, channeling every ounce of strength into his arms as he slowly drew the dragon bone bow. Combining brute strength with finesse, coupled with his profound understanding of archery, he soon drew it halfway. Immediately after, an advanced talent description regarding archery mastery echoed in his mind. Ancestral archer, arrow velocity increased by 200%, accuracy increased by 100%. A standard bow's arrow speed was roughly 60 meters per second. The dragon bone bow, being of a higher grade, could reach at least 100 meters per second. A 200% increase meant 300 meters per second. And the speed of sound is only 340 meters per second. Once this arrow is released, the opponent won't even have time to defend. Combined with a 100% hit rate, one arrow takes down one kid. Absolutely insane. Witnessing this, the Fu Tai people were stunned. What kind of freak are you, kid? Your talent with guns is impressive enough, but you're this skilled with bows too? You must have trained in archery before, Jiang Hao stated with certainty. Otherwise, your form wouldn't be this polished. Both were battle-hardened veterans with extensive knowledge of weaponry. Lin Bei's grip and draw were unmistakably those of a seasoned pro, even they felt inadequate in comparison. The most shocking part was that a 7th-tier awakened warrior had drawn a top-tier 4th-grade bow. Even drawing it halfway was beyond belief. Could it be that true geniuses have no weaknesses? I practiced a little back when I was with the Lin family, Lin Bei casually brushed it off. That explains it. Lin Bei. Your potential is limitless. If you train diligently, the Lin family will welcome you back just as they once cast you out. Jiang Hao offered reassurance. Lin Bei laughed with carefree abandon. Instructor Jiang, I'm not training hard to return to the Lin family. I just want to prove one thing, I, Lin Bei, am no less than anyone else. Excellent. Well said. Jiang Hao beamed with satisfaction. Obsession is one of the driving forces behind becoming stronger. But to transcend obsession and still possess the drive to grow stronger, that's a truly grand vision. Few can achieve such a feat. But Lin Bei had achieved it. With such potential, such vision, and such character, he was destined for a much grander stage. And the northern frontier is merely his starting point. How many military merits are needed to exchange for this bow? Lin Bei cut straight to the point. Jiang Hao pondered for a moment before answering, 60,000. That's manageable. Lin Bei immediately transferred 60,000 military merits from his account, leaving him with 40,000 remaining. Instructor Jiang, Brother Tai, I'll be secluding myself for training now. Lin Bei offered a brief farewell, returned the dragon bone bow to its wooden case, stowed it in his storage bracelet, and departed. Instructor Jiang, top-tier grade 4 weapons all cost over 100,000 to exchange. This dragon bone bow is of even higher quality. It should be at least 120,000 military merit. If the armory doesn't receive 120,000, they'll flag it as lost, and then we'll be in big trouble. Fu Tai exclaimed anxiously. I'll cover the 60,000 credit difference. Jiang Hao had produced the dragon bone bow intending to make Lin Bei back down, hoping he'd focus solely on cultivating the god-slaying thunder spear. He hadn't anticipated Lin Bei's exceptional talent with bows and arrows. Given that, investing extra military merit to cultivate Lin Bei was well worth it. Meanwhile, Lin Bei arrived at the martial arts hall. The first floor held only basic martial arts techniques, while the second floor displayed 2nd and 3rd grade martial arts. Lin Bei didn't linger, heading straight to the 3rd floor. This floor held only a handful of bookshelves, containing no more than 30 martial arts manuals in total. The lowest rank was 4th grade beginner, while the highest was 4th grade top tier. Lin Bei still remembered what Fu Tai had said, in martial arts, quality matters more than quantity. Besides, the dragon bone bow served as a secondary weapon with low usage frequency, so it didn't matter if the martial arts techniques required greater cultivation effort. Godspeed arrow. Lin Bei scanned all the martial arts manuals, finding only one top-tier 4th grade archery manual. He flipped it open. After mastering Godspeed arrow, both your shooting speed and arrow velocity will double. Whoa! Lin Bei's pupils dilated in shock as he sucked in a sharp breath. The dragon bone bow's base firing speed was at least 100 meters per second. Combined with the archery advancement talent effect of the ancestral bow of 10,000 weapons, arrow velocity reached 300 meters per second. Activating divine speed arrow would double that again, shattering the sound barrier to reach a terrifying 600 meters per second. In martial arts, speed reigns supreme. At 600 meters per second, any prodigy from any nation would be pierced with 2 holes before they could even react. Combined with 100% accuracy, defeating foes beyond your tier becomes as easy as eating and drinking. Beyond lightning immunity, the bow will be my second trump card. Lin Bei's heart pounded with excitement as he ascended to the 5th floor's specialized training chamber. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Bei opened his eyes and activated the system interface. Host, Lin Bei. Realm, Awakened 9th tier. Military rank, Corporal. Talents, SSS rank Heaven Rewards Diligence, SSS rank Ancestor of all weapons. Weapons, 4th grade top tier God Slaying Thunder Spear, 4th grade top tier Dragon Bone Bow. Martial Arts, Dragon Nation Foundational Tempering Fist Mastery, 3rd grade top tier Wind Spirit Spear Technique Mastery, 4th grade top tier Ninefold Thunder Spear Technique Mastery, 4th grade top tier Divine Speed Arrow Mastery. Ability, Combat Instinct Mastery. Immunity, 100% Lightning Attribute Immunity. Physical Constitution, 622. After refining 55 drops of Thunder Tribulation Essence, Lightning Immunity reached 100%. As his cultivation reached Awakening Stage 9, his constitution skyrocketed to 622 points already at the level of an entry-tier martial artist. Simultaneously, bolstered by the innate talent of the ancestor of all weapons, mastery of archery and spear techniques became significantly easier to attain at the perfection stage. Lin Bei took time to review all his recent battles, unexpectedly triggering the effect of his Heaven Rewards Diligence talent. His combat instincts leaped from mastery to perfection. Each seclusion period brought a qualitative leap in his strength. With Lin Bei's current combat prowess, even ordinary martial artists at the entry level couldn't last a single strike against him. Chapter 27, The First Mission of the Sergeant. Han Jintian's Purge. Leaving the special training chamber, Lin Bei headed to Jiang Hao's office. With his newly enhanced power, he was itching to head into the mountains to hunt giant beasts. Knock knock knock. As Lin Bei knocked on the office door, Jiang Hao's deep, solemn voice echoed from within, "Come in." Lin Bei pushed open the door and stepped inside. The first thing that caught his eye was a weathered face. It was Xin Chong, the commander of the 8th Battalion of 4th tier, 7th rank martial artist. "Commander Shun, your arm." Lin Bei glanced at the empty sleeve on Shen Chang's left arm, his expression suggesting he had guessed something. To come back alive, losing an arm was a bargain. Shen Chong laughed heartily, then shifted the conversation. "You must be Lin Bei, the champion of this year's new recruit competition?" "Yep. Is something big about to happen in the north?" Lin Bei nodded and countered. Shen Chong and Jiang Hao exchanged glances. The latter feigned nonchalance as he explained, "There's definitely something happening, but it's hardly a major incident. The general has already pinpointed the insect nest's location. The commander-in-chief has also agreed to provide ample artillery support. Once the artillery plows the ground, our 8th battalion will charge in for the finishing blow." Problem solved. A hive nest? Lin Bei's pupils contracted sharply, cold sweat breaking out on his back. Among the myriad colossal beasts, the insectoid beast stood apart as the most peculiar. Though not the strongest, they reproduced at an alarming rate and possessed terrifying evolutionary capabilities. If Xin Chong considered surviving with a severed arm a stroke of luck, then this hive's strength was most likely tier 5. With sufficient energy, a 5th tier hive could spawn at least 100,000 insectoid troops within a month. What did 100,000 mean? The Northern Frontier Corps is fully staffed at just 100,000. And that's just 1 month's reproduction. Over time, the swarm's numbers would explode exponentially. Beyond its reproductive capacity, the insectoid race possesses another defining trait, evolutionary capability. When a certain number of massive insectoid beasts perish from identical injuries, newly spawned insects evolve countermeasures against that specific threat. This could manifest as enhanced attribute resistance, the development of specialized defensive body parts, or the ability to counteract damage through offensive means. Therefore, artillery plowing can only be used once. "Is it just our 8th battalion?" Lin Bei asked solemnly. Jiang Hao smiled without answering, instead shifting the topic by slinging his arm around Lin Bei's shoulder. "You don't need to worry about combat matters. We have a crucial mission for you." "What kind of mission?" Lin Bei inquired. "The 8th Battalion is heading deep into the colossal beast's territory for this operation. Logistics and supply are critical, so you need to make a trip to Jiangcheng," Jiang Hao explained. Aren't all military supplies for the 8 great camps of the northern frontier handled by headquarters? Lin Bei wondered.
Headquarters doesn't have the funds either, Jiang Hao replied with a wry smile.
They've provided ample artillery support, but they can't afford sufficient logistical supplies. Lin Bei's expression darkened, his impression of headquarters worsening.
The 8th Battalion was fighting tooth and nail on the front lines, yet instead of helping, the rear echelon was actually holding them back. What possible benefit could anyone gain if the 8 camps' defenses were breached by the beasts?
Enough of that. General Shen and the mayor of Jiangcheng are longtime brothers. He'll handle the supply issue.
You just focus on getting it back, Jiang Hao said.
Instructor Jiang, assign this task to someone else.
I want to be on the battlefield too, Lin Bei declared with unwavering resolve.
A soldier's duty is to obey orders. This is an order, not a discussion. Jiang Hao's expression was unusually stern. All right. Lin Bei reluctantly nodded.
After receiving the necessary information, he drove toward Jiangcheng.
Ah.
Standing by the office window, Jiang Hao watched Lin Bei's receding figure and sighed helplessly. Deep down, he knew keeping Lin Bei sheltered in a greenhouse wouldn't foster his growth. But Lin Bei's potential was simply too immense, so immense that Jiang Hao dared not expose him to danger. He was like a flawless, unpolished jade, to be held only with the utmost care.
Moreover, the insect nest was filled entirely with thunder attribute insectoid beasts.
Among all attributes, thunder dealt the highest and most terrifying damage. A 4th tier, 9th level thunder attribute colossus could easily rival an ordinary 5th tier beast. Taking Lin Bei on missions was far too dangerous. Meanwhile, at the Han family compound in Jiangcheng,
Han Zhentian used his connections to obtain all the positioning data from that day at the secret realm camp.
The data map showed that Han Ani and Lin Bei had encountered each other twice, with no other individuals present during those times. It was precisely after the second encounter with Lin Bei that the life signs vanished and Lin Bei was present at the scene. Combined with Lin Bei's victory in the new recruit competition, it was clear he possessed the capability to kill Hanan.
Uncle, since we've confirmed Hanan was killed by Lin Bei, what are we waiting for?
Kill him and avenge Hanan, a young man stepped forward and declared. Killing Lin Bei would bring a clan-wiping calamity upon the Han family.
Han Zhentian sighed deeply, his gaze profound.
In just a few days, he seemed to have aged a decade, appearing as if he were on his deathbed. Why? He already refused to join the personal guard squadron. Without the military commander backing him, relying solely on the 8th Battalion, our Han family has nothing to fear, the young man declared arrogantly.
Han Zhentian shook his head. Xiaowu, you can't judge things by appearances alone. With this insectoid beast-tide crisis, Luo Yuanshan intends to destroy the 8th Battalion, cutting off Lin Bei's retreat, so he can openly recruit him. Are we just supposed to stand by and watch? Can't we avenge Hanan? Han who couldn't comprehend. At least until Lin Bei loses Luo Yuanshan's favor, we have no choice but to watch.
Han Zhentian patiently continued his explanation, his eyes filled with resignation. The more loyal and principled Lin Bei proved himself, the more Luo Yuanshan would value him. Sooner or later, Lin Bei would be recruited into the personal guard. By then, forget revenge, the Han family might even have to grovel at Lin Bei's feet just to survive. The thought of that inevitable day filled Han Zhentian with despair and resignation. This is too damn frustrating.
Damn it!
Han Hu cursed as he stormed out of the hall. No sooner had he returned to the hall than a lean, wiry man approached, leaning close to Han Hu and whispering, "Brother Hu, the head of the family only said we couldn't kill Lin Bei.
He never said we couldn't make his life miserable. What do you mean? Spit it out."
Han Hu perked up at the suggestion. "I heard Lin Bei is coming to Jiangcheng to receive supplies. The location should be the warehouse at the East City Dock, which just happens to be the territory of the over-the-river dragons." The lean man lowered his voice again, laying out the entire plan.
"Not bad. What's your name?" Han Hu asked, pleased. "My name is Chen Huang. I'm a servant of the Han family," Chen Huang replied.
"With a mind like yours, being a servant is a waste. From now on, you'll work directly for me. Your pay will double."
Han Hu waved his hand generously. "Thank you, Brother Hu. Thank you, Brother Hu."
Chen Huang thanked him repeatedly, his heart bursting with joy.
With Hanan's death, the position of heir to the Han family was now vacant.
Among the sons of Han Zhentian and his brothers, Han Hu showed the greatest talent and strength, making him the most likely candidate for the position. As evidenced by the earlier incident, Han Zhentian had deliberately cultivated Han Hu, patiently explaining so much to him. Chen Huang had precisely recognized this opportunity, seizing the moment to curry favor with Han Hu in hopes of a chance to rise to the top.
"Leave this matter to you," Han Hu declared. "If you handle it well, I'll reward you handsomely. Rest assured, Brother Hu. I'll handle it flawlessly." Chen Huang pledged solemnly before departing. Chapter 28, A Dragon Crossing the River? Just a worm. Vote for me. Meanwhile, Lin Bei arrived at the warehouse in Eastport of Jiangcheng. Stepping out of the car, he demanded, "Who's in charge here?" "Me." A tattooed man strode over menacingly, surrounded by his henchmen.
"I am Sergeant Lin Bei of the 8th Battalion, Northern Frontier Corps. "I've been ordered to take delivery of military supplies." Lin Bei stated his credentials concisely before retrieving all the necessary paperwork from his storage bracelet.
The tattooed man took the documents, glanced at them, and said flatly, "The paperwork isn't complete." "Look again."
"Everything is right here," Lin Bei insisted. The tattooed man plucked 2 documents from the stack, crumpled them into a ball, stuffed them into his mouth, chewed them, and swallowed.
"They're not complete anymore. You're deliberately looking for trouble, aren't you?" Lin Bei's expression darkened. "So what if I am? This is Jiangcheng. Not your 8th Battalion." The tattooed man taunted arrogantly, showing no respect for Lin Bei whatsoever. "Fine, fine, fine." Lin Bei laughed bitterly. The 8th Battalion fought tooth and nail on the front lines, yet the very people they protected were holding them back. This was military supply. It concerns the lives of soldiers on the front lines. "Kid, in Jiangcheng, you follow Jiangcheng's rules. Got it?" The tattooed man jabbed his finger into Lin Bei's chest repeatedly. "And what exactly are these Jiangcheng rules?" Lin Bei forced himself to ask, suppressing his rage. "Simple," the tattooed man said greedily. "Hand over every last drop of that lightning strike liquid you're carrying, and I'll let you transport these supplies away. Seizing military supplies during wartime, extorting soldiers, each of these is a capital offense." "Aren't you afraid of dying?" Lin Bei demanded coldly, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. "Ha! The laws of the North don't apply in Jiangcheng," the tattooed man sneered, his face twisted with contempt. Jiangcheng was home to 3 major martial clans, the Lei, Han, and Zhou families. Among them, the Lei family is the strongest. Not only is Lei Wen a standout among the younger generation, but Lei Mang is a 4th-tier, 9th-level martial artist. Such formidable strength would rank among the top 3 in the entire Northern Realm. And he, coincidentally, serves under Lei Wen of the Lei family. In contrast, Lin Bei, champion of the new recruit tournament, possessing 7th-tier awakening strength comparable to 9th-tier awakening combatants, hails from the 8th Battalion of the Northern Frontier. This was the weakest and least prestigious battalion, with absolutely no backing. That's precisely why he dared to openly extort Lin Bei. Thunder Tribulation Elixir held little value to him personally, but presenting such a treasure to the Lei family patriarch would surely earn him significant favor and rewards. Moreover, harassing Lin Bei today would also serve as payback for young master Lei Wen's humiliation, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. All this information came from an anonymous tipster. After verifying its authenticity, he made a special trip to the warehouse. Deep down, the tattooed man knew full well that the shadowy figure feeding him this intel clearly intended to use him as a pawn. But since everyone was pursuing their own interests, being used as a pawn didn't matter. Is that so? Then let me test whether the laws of the North truly hold sway over Jiangcheng. Lin Bei drew his Godslayer Thunder Spear, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. "Kid, I suggest you weigh your strength before you act," the tattooed man sneered. "A mere 7th-stage awakened rookie dares to brandish weapons before our big brother, the River Dragon? Our boss has long since advanced to the ranked warrior stage. He could crush you with a single finger." "Exactly. Hand over the Thunder Tribulation Elixir now, and you'll suffer less pain." The surrounding henchmen joined in the jeering. Though Lin Bei, at Awakening Stage 7, had gravely wounded Lei Wen at Awakening Stage 9, demonstrating terrifying combat prowess. But with the stage breaking over River Dragon and over a dozen Stage 9 Awaken experts here, no matter how strong Lin Bei was, he couldn't turn the tables. Hum. A cold gleam flashed first, followed by a spear thrust like a dragon. With a wet thud, the Godslayer Thunder Spear pierced the tattooed man's throat. Blood gushed from the wound, flowing freely. He tried to speak, but no sound came out. Only sheer terror remained etched across his face. A martial artist who had just entered the ranks faced with an attack from an awakened realm opponent had not even a moment to react. Lin Bei drew his spear, flicking the residual blood from its tip, staring at him with utter indifference. Instinctively, the man clutched his throat with both hands, yet blood still seeped through his fingers. Beyond shock, his heart was filled with regret. But regret was useless now. He could only watch helplessly as his life force drained away, eventually collapsing to the ground, his last breath gone. Big brother. Big brother's dead. One shot to kill an advanced martial artist. This guy's a monster. Run for your lives. Run. Run. With the strongest outsider dead, the others were instantly terrified. One by one, their earlier arrogance vanished as they scrambled frantically toward the exit. Lin Bei retracted the Godslayer Thunder Spear and calmly drew the Dragonbone Bow. Killing these worthless fools didn't require Dragonbone arrows, so he drew some spare arrows instead. He drew back the bowstring and released 6 arrows simultaneously. Whoosh! 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 Empowered by the Dragonbone Bow, the ancestral talent of 10,000 weapons, and the swift arrow technique, each arrow's velocity shattered the sound barrier. A series of ear-piercing explosions erupted as each arrow formed its own sonic boom. The arrows pierced through their chests so swiftly that the victims didn't even register the impact. Only moments later did their bodies slowly react, collapsing in pools of blood. Bang! 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 Just then, several arrows that had flown far suddenly exploded mid-air, shattering into fragments. Those who had fled far away witnessed this scene, each of them scrambling for their lives as if they'd narrowly escaped death. Too fast. Ordinary arrows aren't strong enough. I need to replace this batch of spare arrows, Lin Bei concluded, ignoring the survivors and carefully examining the debris on the ground. With Over River Dragon dead, Lin Bei immediately summoned the dock workers to inventory and load the supplies. Meanwhile, at the Lei family residence in Jiangcheng, the few who had escaped the net rushed into the main hall in a panic, falling to their knees with a thud. They pleaded pitifully, "Young Master Lei, old Master Lei, you must avenge us." What happened? Lei Wen frowned, demanding answers. Just now, someone came to the dock warehouse to collect goods. Since the paperwork wasn't complete, we refused to release them. That person just started slaughtering people indiscriminately, even killing our big brother, Over the River Dragon. The men exaggerated their account. Damn it! They've stepped on the Lei family's toes. Rally the men. I'll see who's got the guts to do this. Lei Wen roared with fury. Crossing Dragon was one of his men. If his men were killed and he, their boss, didn't stand up for them, who would dare risk their lives for him in the future? Lei Meng's gaze sharpened. He silenced Lei Wen with a look before turning to the others. Who killed Over the River Dragon? Seems to be someone named Lin Bei, from the 8th Battalion of the Northern Frontier Corps, one explained. Just as I thought. A sharp gleam flashed in Raymond's eyes. Everyone in Jiangcheng knew the eastern docks belonged to the Lei family, and River Dragon was Lei Wen's henchman. Whoever dared to do this wasn't a local from Jiangcheng or had powerful backing. But he hadn't expected it to be Lin Bei. Had he grown so strong in just a few short days that he could now slay an advanced martial artist? Are you certain it was Lin Bei from the 8th Battalion of the Northern Frontier Corps? Lei Wen rose from his chair, disbelief etched on his face. I'm certain. Lin Bei used a spear to pierce my elder brother's throat in a single thrust, the man declared. One thrust? A storm of shock surged through Lei Wen's mind. Since returning from Northern Command headquarters, he had trained relentlessly day and night, finally touching the threshold of the initiation stage. He had thought this pace was already remarkably fast. He never imagined Lin Bei had grown powerful enough to instantly kill a new stage martial artist. After that match ended, Lei Wen still harbored a lingering sense of resentment, convinced that with the potion's aid, he could turn the tables on Lin Bei. Now it seemed like nothing more than wishful thinking. Chapter 29, The Lei Family's Kindness. 100 Elite Arrows. Young Master Lei. You must stand up for us. If Lin Bei doesn't pay the price today, people outside will think we're weak and easy to bully. Exactly. When have we ever suffered such a loss? We must retaliate. Truth is, our lives are cheap. But Lin Bei's actions show he doesn't give a damn about the Lei family. He's way too arrogant. Several survivors who had slipped through the net stirred up the crowd in unspoken agreement. Lei Wen's brows knitted tightly, though most of his anger had been suppressed. If any other foolhardy outsider provoked the Lei family, killing them would cause no repercussions. But Lin Bei was different. Having won the rookie competition championship, he would undoubtedly receive full cultivation from the 8th Battalion. To touch him would be to make enemies with the 8th Battalion. Seeing Lei Wen calm down, Lei Meng's face lit up with a relieved smile as he asked, Crossing Dragon is your man. How do you plan to handle this? While my Lei family doesn't fear the 8th Battalion, it's clearly not worth provoking them over a mere Over River Dragon. Let's pretend nothing happened, Lei Wen replied. You only see the 8th Battalion backing Lin Bei, but you fail to see Luo Yuanshan standing behind him, Raymond pointed out. Dad, what does this have to do with Commander Luo? Lei Wen looked utterly confused. The insectoid beast tide is about to erupt. Luo Yuanshan clearly intends to use the 8th Battalion as cannon fodder to cut off Lin Bei's retreat, then seamlessly recruit him into the personal guard unit. The critical issue is that this shipment is wartime military supplies, personally ordered by the Jiangcheng city mayor. Tampering with it would mean offending both the military and the city mayor simultaneously. Lei Meng carefully analyzed the situation, breaking down the entire affair piece by piece for Lei Wen. After hearing this, Lei Wen suddenly understood, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. Given Lin Bei's potential, his future wouldn't be confined to the lowly 8th Battalion. He was highly likely to join the personal guard unit. If today's incident wasn't handled properly, it would plant a fatal seed of trouble for the Lei family. The charge of maliciously withholding military supplies alone could bring down the entire Lei family. After all, no matter how deep the Lei family's roots ran, they were ultimately just a small martial arts clan, numbering only a few dozen at most. They couldn't afford to offend either the military or the city's leader. Do you understand what must be done now? Lei Meng demanded. Lei Wen's gaze sharpened as he nodded, then ordered, Guards. Bind these reckless fools. Escort them to Sergeant Lin to confess their crimes. Yes, sir. Several martial artists swiftly moved forward, binding the few who had slipped through the net with ropes. Young Master Lei. Young Master Lei. We've always served you loyally, what are you doing? Young Master Lei, spare our lives. The men knelt on the ground, pleading desperately. Lei Wen snorted coldly. Oomph. Work for me? More like you're trying to get me killed. Take them away. Moments later, Lei Wen personally drove the group to the dock warehouse. Workers loading cargo halted as Lei family vehicles appeared. Lin Bei also glanced in that direction. For a minor newcomer martial artist like Over the River Dragon to act so brazenly, he must have powerful backing. Sergeant Lin, long time no see. Lei Wen pushed open the car door and stepped out, waving at Lin Bei. Lei Wen? Lin Bei was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected the backing behind Over the River Dragon to be the Lei family. Sergeant Lin, I'm not here to back up these scoundrels. I'm here to clear up a misunderstanding. Lei Wen waved his hand, and several martial artists behind him immediately escorted the few who had slipped through earlier forward. Misunderstanding? Lin Bei was astonished. Yes. I did hire the River Dragon gang to guard the dock warehouses, but I absolutely never ordered them to seize military supplies. Now that they've broken the law, it's only right that Sergeant Lin executes them. Here are the remaining fugitives, hand them over to Sergeant Lin for punishment. Lei Wen distanced himself with a few quick words. Since the man wasn't here to back him up, Lin Bei saw no point in dwelling on the matter. His sole focus was completing the task Zhang Hao had assigned him and rushing back to the 8th Battalion to join the battle. He stated, hand them over to the City Guard Bureau for trial. Agreed. Hand them over to the Garrison Command. Lei Wen waved his hand. The martial artists escorted the prisoners onto the vehicle and immediately set off for the Garrison Command. Sergeant Lin, this misunderstanding stems entirely from my oversight in management. As compensation, I can grant you one small request within my authority. Lei Wen deliberately adopted a conciliatory tone. Lin Bei was startled by this offer, staring at Lei Wen in disbelief. On the arena that day, Lei Wen had been domineering and forceful, demanding not just a winner but a life or death outcome. How could he have become so smooth and worldly in just a few short days? But a gift delivered to your doorstep? Why not take it? I do have a small matter requiring your assistance, Lin Bei stated. All right. Though my Lei family may not match the Northern Frontier Corps in heritage, we've stood firm in Jiangqing for a century. We still have some influence. Sergeant Lin, feel free to speak. Lei Wen pledged earnestly. I need a batch of specialized arrows capable of withstanding supersonic flight without disintegrating, Lin Bei stated bluntly. Arrows? Isn't your specialty the spear, Sergeant Lin? Lei Wen asked in surprise. Yes? Or no? Lin Bei pressed. After a moment's thought, Lei Wen replied, I believe we do. Sergeant Lin, follow me. Lin Bei followed Lei Wen into the warehouse, where they found a dust-covered crate in the corner. Using a crowbar, he pried open the lid to reveal a large quantity of silver arrows inside. Picking one up at random, it felt substantial, probably over 20 gene. The shafts were smooth to the touch, while the arrowheads were razor-sharp. While these arrows were far less powerful than the dragon bone arrows, they were more than sufficient as backup. These are precision arrows forged from aerospace alloy. Each one costs 30,000 just to produce. There are 100 here. If Sergeant Lin likes them, take them all, Lei Wen offered generously. Lin Bei maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, though internally, a tidal wave of astonishment had already surged within him. A single arrow costing 30,000. 100 arrows meant 3 million. While arrows could be retrieved after firing, there was no guarantee every single one would be recovered. All of them? Lin Bei asked. All yours. Lei Wen affirmed. All right, I'll take them all. Lin Bei waved his hand decisively, storing the entire batch of precision arrows into his storage bracelet. A smile spread across Lei Wen's face. 3 million credits was but a drop in the bucket for the Lei family. This small sum to resolve the grudge with Lin Bei was well worth it. After all, it wouldn't be long before Lin Bei joined the personal guard squadron, perhaps even replacing Yi Xiao as its captain. By then, he would be the second in command of the corps and the third most powerful figure in the entire northern frontier. Currently, Luo Yuanshan held the strongest power in the north, followed by the chief of Jiangqing City, then Lei Mang. Though Yi Xiao didn't rank among them, his unique status backed by Luo Yuanshan and the entire northern frontier corps made his standing nearly equal to that of the Jiangqing City chief. Hours later, the supplies were finally loaded, and one by one, heavy trucks headed toward the 8th Battalion's camp. Lin Bei led the convoy in his vehicle when a sudden, piercing whistling sound echoed through the sky. Rolling down the window to look up, he saw artillery shells streaking across the sky. The dense barrage obscured the sky, creating a breathtakingly terrifying scene. Damn it, the war has begun. Lin Bei's heart sank as he slammed his foot on the accelerator. Chapter 30, Jiangqing City First. The 8th Battalion's distress signal. Several hours later, Lin Bei arrived at the 8th Battalion first. The once bustling parade ground now lay utterly deserted. Not a single soul could be seen across the vast camp. You must be Lin Bei? A woman's voice suddenly came from behind him. Who are you? Lin Bei rose cautiously and took a step back. Don't be nervous. I'm Zhang Yunqing, the chief of Jiangqing City. I'm an old comrade of your commander Shen. Zhang Yunqing paused, her words tinged with a bitter smile as she uttered the phrase old comrade. She quickly changed the subject, don't bother looking for them. They've already departed. By now, they should be locked in combat with the colossal beast. Why the rush? The supplies haven't even arrived yet. Lin Bei couldn't understand. 10,000 against 100,000? The queen insect is a 5th-tier colossus. Do you really think the 8th Battalion lacks supplies? Jiang Yunqing countered. 10,000 against 100,000? Lin Bei was stunned, as if struck by lightning. When he'd asked Jiang how about it last time, Jiang had only said Lin Bei didn't need to worry about the battle plans. Back then, Lin Bei had assumed headquarters had already planned for 8 battalions to jointly assault the insect nest, with the 8th Battalion merely leading the charge. He never imagined the 8th Battalion would be fighting alone. With such a small force, and even their strongest fighter, Xinqiang, only a Tier 4, Level 7, how could they possibly wipe out a Tier 5 insect nest? Wasn't this just a suicide mission? Jiang Yunqing saw through Lin Bei's thoughts and affirmed, "You're right. Luo Yuanshan wants the 8th Battalion to vanish." Why? The 8th Battalion's annihilation brings Luo Yuanshan no benefit. It would only weaken the northern frontier's overall strength. Lin Bei still couldn't comprehend. "For you." Jiang Yunqing's gaze burned intensely as he fixed it on Lin Bei. Lin Bei froze, a wild thought forming in his mind. He asked incredulously, "Are you saying Luo Yuanshan deliberately sent the 8th Battalion to their deaths to cut off my retreat, then lure me into joining his personal guard?" "Yes." Jiang Yunqing nodded. "Whoa!" Lin Bei's pupils dilated in shock. He sucked in a sharp breath, every hair on his back standing on end. Sacrificing an entire battalion, over 10,000 men just to recruit one genius. How selfish, how utterly deranged must one be to make such a decision? This incident laid bare the fundamental issue. It all came down to strength. If the 8th Battalion had been strong enough, Luo Yuanshan would never have dared make such a decision. Moreover, if the 8th Battalion could be sacrificed today, who's to say Lin Bei wouldn't be next tomorrow? To seize control of one's destiny, one must possess overwhelming strength. Lin Bei clenched his fists tightly, never craving strength as intensely as he did now. Possessing the peerless military god system, he desperately needed military ranks to trigger the system's lottery. Yet the members of his personal escort team held no ranks whatsoever. They were essentially Luo Yuanshan's private soldiers. Even if the 8th Battalion were truly wiped out, he could never join the personal guard. "Lin Bei, come back to Jiangcheng with me. If you're willing, I can recommend you to join the Eastern Frontier Corps," Jiang Yunqing said earnestly. Her visit to the 8th Battalion served two purposes: to see Xinqiang and to fulfill his request to protect Lin Bei. A promising talent like Lin Bei, once nurtured, could absolutely become a pillar of the nation. Therefore, she couldn't stand by and watch him be assimilated by Luo Yuanshan. "Thank you for your kindness, Mayor of Jiang City," Lin Bei replied solemnly. "But until matters in the 8th Battalion are settled, I will remain here." Jiang Yunqing stared at Lin Bei for a long moment before asking sternly, "You've witnessed Luo Yuanshan's methods. Are you certain you still wish to stay?" "Yes." Lin Bei nodded. "Very well. If you change your mind, come find me in Jiangcheng anytime." Jiang Yunqing left the camp with those parting words. Over the next few days, Lin Bei secluded himself day and night in the special cultivation chamber. His cultivation realm finally advanced from awakening stage 9 to Tier 1, Level 1. Boom! At that moment, a burst of crimson fireworks erupted in the distant sky. The sound was deafening, the colors dazzling, visible even from Jiangcheng. Lin Bei burst out of the training room. Staring at the crimson fireworks in the sky, his expression grew grave and heavy. "It's the 8th Battalion's distress signal." During his time in the 8th Battalion, besides the grueling daily training to enhance his strength, he also had to learn other knowledge. Different colored flares represented different meanings. Red indicates that the 8th Battalion is facing a life-threatening crisis and urgently requires rescue. Lin Bei immediately drove his off-road vehicle toward the northern frontier headquarters. He knew full well that since Luo Yuanshan's goal was to eliminate the 8th Battalion, he would never send reinforcements. But Lin Bei couldn't stand by and watch the 8th Battalion be destroyed without doing anything. Even if there was only a 1 in a billion chance, he had to try. Shortly after arriving at headquarters, Lin Bei rushed into Luo Yuanshan's office. "Lin Bei. This is the Northern Frontier Commander's office. Don't you know to knock before entering? No sense of protocol." Yi Xiao rebuked sternly. "Never mind," Luo Yuanshan waves dismissively, signaling Yi Xiao to stop. "Commander Luo, you must have seen the 8th Battalion's distress signal?" Time was of the essence, so Lin Bei got straight to the point. "Yes, I saw it," Luo Yuanshan acknowledged with a nod. "If you saw it, why haven't you dispatched reinforcements yet? That's a 5th-tier insect nest. How could the 8th Battalion possibly handle it alone?" Lin Bei pressed. "Youngster, you're just a lowly corporal. What gives you the right to shout at the commander-in-chief?" Yi Xiao's expression darkened as he barked again. Luo Yuanshan waved his hand again, signaling Yi Xiao to be quiet. He then turned to Lin Bei and explained, "Lin Bei, it's not that I haven't sent reinforcements. The commander of the 8th Battalion acted recklessly, pushing deep into the heart of the insect nest, which is why they're now trapped and in grave danger. Let me be blunt, their current position is guarded by 9 4th tier, 9th grade beasts, all of them lightning attribute. As you know, among all attributes, lightning is the most ruthless and brutal. A 4th tier, 9th rank lightning attribute Colossus is no weaker than a standard 5th tier beast. Charging in now would only increase casualties. What a clever maneuver. With a single sentence, he absolved himself entirely, shifting all blame onto Shin-chong. When the higher-ups come down with blame, it'll be Shin-chang's command errors that led to the 8th Battalion's annihilation. However, Lin Bei still grasped the crucial information from his words. You just said they're all lightning attribute beasts? Correct. The Queen Bug likely planned this invasion of the North long ago, so she bred only thunder attribute beasts. Don't worry too much. The 8th Battalion has divine protection. They'll find a way out. Luo Yuanshan offered reassurance. Lin Bei sneered inwardly, not bothering to expose his hypocrisy. This outcome was exactly what he'd anticipated upon arriving. However, the fact that the entire insect nest was filled with thunder attribute behemoths was something Lin Bei never could have imagined. He possessed 100% lightning immunity, no lightning attack could harm him in the slightest. Armed with the dragon bone bow and dragon bone arrows, he had every chance to slay these beasts despite their higher tiers. The idea was reckless and dangerous. Putting it into action meant risking his life at the slightest misstep. But life isn't about having everything under control. When it's time to go all out, you must go all out. Moreover, the 8th Battalion had treated him well. He couldn't stand by and watch them perish, then turn around and join the Eastern Frontier Corps as if nothing had happened. That wasn't in Lin Bei's nature, and his conscience wouldn't permit such treachery. So Lin Bei turned and walked away. Where are you going? Luo Yuanshan asked. To save people. Lin Bei answered with unwavering resolve. Chapter 31, Deep into the Nest. The desperate 8th Battalion. With your measly skills, charging in is just suicide. Yi Xiao sneered coldly. Lin Bei sneered contemptuously and hurried downstairs. He started the off-road vehicle and sped toward the signal location at top speed. Luo Yuanshan rose from his chair, folded his arms behind his back, and sat by the floor-to-ceiling window. Watching Lin Bei's receding figure, he sighed, I underestimated Lin Bei's resolve. He truly is a rare talent. In this world where strength reigns supreme, if he doesn't grasp the simple truth that a wise bird chooses its perch, no amount of potential will ever amount to anything. Yi Xiao declared with certainty. Yes, it's a shame to waste such promising talent. Luo Yuanshan shook his head regretfully before shifting the conversation. Have Lei 1 from the 1st Battalion come here? What for? Yi Xiao asked, puzzled. The 4 Regions Grand Tournament is about to begin. Several military deities from the Dragon Nation will be attending. We in the North cannot continue to finish at the bottom like before. It's time to cultivate some new talent, Luo Yuanshan explained. As one of the 4 frontiers, the Northern Frontier annually selected numerous prodigies with immense potential through its new recruit competitions. However, most of these prodigies were recruited into the personal guard units, never truly shining within the Northern Frontier Corps. This directly led to a talent gap in the North Frontier, leaving its overall strength at the bottom among the 4 frontiers. Luo Yuanshan had never cared about such matters before. He reveled solely in the satisfaction of recruiting every prodigy under his banner. Each prodigy felt like a meticulously curated piece in his personal collection. But this 4 realms competition was extraordinary. Beyond the lavish rewards, the crucial factor was the presence of several war gods observing the matches. For the contestants, earning the recognition of a war god through their combat performance represented a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to rise to the top. For the military commanders of each realm, this felt more like an examination. No one wanted to finish at the bottom. Especially since the military high command had already received numerous complaints about Luo Yuanshan. He desperately needed to achieve outstanding results in the 4 realms competition, using sheer strength to crush those complaints. His original plan was to thoroughly cultivate Lin Bei, first letting him bring glory to him in the 4 realms grand competition, then recruiting him into his personal guard. Now, it seemed he could only settle for cultivating Lei 1 as a second choice. Though Lei 1 was far inferior to Lin Bei, under his guidance, securing a top 10 finish in the 4 borders competition should be well within reach. Much later, Lin Bei drove to the battlefield. Nearby mountains, forests, and grasslands had all been reduced to scorched earth under the relentless bombardment of artillery shells. The air thickened with the acrid stench of burnt flesh, while the ground was littered with massive shell craters and smoldering vegetation. While hot weapons proved ineffective against high-tier behemoths, they were astonishingly effective against low-tier ones. As Lin Bei advanced deeper into the battlefield, he began to see numerous corpses of both humans and beasts. Judging by the uniforms on these human corpses, they were all soldiers from the 8th Battalion. The path ahead grew treacherous, forcing Lin Bei to abandon his vehicle and proceed on foot, advancing cautiously. Squeak! 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 Suddenly, several strange sounds echoed through the air. Sensing danger closing in, Lin Bei instinctively flipped 180 degrees mid-air. 2 bolts of lightning streaked past, grazing his nose. Landing steadily, Lin Bei scanned the direction from which the bolts had come. 2 lightning worms, each over half a meter tall, stood there. They were the ones spewing the lightning bolts from their mouths. One was a Stage 1, Level 1, and the other a Stage 1, Level 2. Encountering a giant beast just at the outer edge of the insect nest? Lin Bei was slightly surprised. ZZZZT. The two lightning worms fired bolts once more. This time, Lin Bei didn't dodge. He wanted to test what 100% lightning immunity actually felt like. Crackle. Two bolts of lightning struck Lin Bei, causing no discomfort whatsoever, or rather, he felt absolutely nothing. Even a breeze passing by could be felt as cool or warm. Yet these two lightning attribute attacks landing on Lin Bei caused absolutely no sensation whatsoever. 100% lightning immunity. Truly terrifying. Then, Lin Bei drew the dragon bone bow and fired two arrows simultaneously. Whoosh! Whoosh! The precision arrows, forged from a special alloy, sliced through the air, piercing both colossal beasts at the speed of sound. In that moment, Lin Bei felt an unprecedented confidence. The insectoid race's greatest advantage lay in reproduction and evolution. After a round of artillery barrage, their numerical superiority had been severely diminished, leaving only their evolutionary edge intact. In an attempt to boost their offensive capabilities, the entire swarm had evolved into thunder beetles. Yet, before Lin Bei, this supposed advantage turned into a liability. Moreover, thunder beetles possessed a single attack method, spewing lightning bolts from their mouths. Their bodies possessed no physical attack capabilities whatsoever, and their defenses were extremely weak. A single arrow to a vital spot would be fatal. However, Lin Bei wasn't so overconfident as to think he could single-handedly wipe out the entire hive. After all, the gap in strength and numbers was undeniable. His objective was simply to exploit the lightning immunity advantage, tear open a breach in the insectoid encirclement, and rescue Xinzhong and the others. Nothing more. Thus, Lin Bei advanced relentlessly, sweeping through the swarm like a storm, slaying hundreds of thunder insects. Of the 100 fine arrows stored in his storage bracelet, only 13 remained. The remaining 87 arrows had either failed to strike vital points, allowing the insects to flee with the arrows still embedded, or had simply vanished after piercing their targets. Moreover, the dragon bone bow was a top-tier 4th-grade weapon, demanding significant stamina with each draw. After several hours of relentless combat, Lin Bei's stamina was nearly depleted, forcing him to halt and rest. Meanwhile, inside the insect queen's lair, Xinzhong and Jiang Hao stood back to back, both covered in wounds, battered and exhausted. At their feet lay dozens of fallen comrades. These were the most seasoned veterans of the 8th Battalion, all possessing strength at the 3rd tier or higher. Yet even after fighting to the death, they had only managed to slay 5 4th-tier, 9th-rank beasts. For more 4th-tier, 9th-rank beasts remained here. Xinzhong and Jiang Hao alone stood no chance against them. And deep within the nest, the queen insect was incubating the 10th 4th-tier, 9th-rank colossus. The situation inside the nest was grim, but outside was equally dire. Futa and numerous other 8th Battalion soldiers were completely surrounded by tens of thousands of insectoid beasts, a cloud of despair hanging over every heart. Old Jiang, looks like we're going down here today, Xinzhong said, wiping the blood from his face with his greatsword. I'm just a lonesome bachelor, no one'll miss me if I die. But if you kick the bucket here, Jiang City's mayor'll cry his eyes out, won't he? Jiang Hao cast aside his status and teased Xinzhong loudly. That woman already has a kid. I'm not taking that burden on. Xinzhong curled his lip. That was precisely why he'd always referred to Jiang Yunqing as brother. Ha! She's the mayor of Jiang City. Her son's making waves in the Eastern Frontier Corps, his future's limitless. And you think she's beneath you? Jiang Hao couldn't fathom Xinzhang's mindset. Clearly, all he needed was to nod his head, and he could have had a warm, cozy life with a wife and kids long ago. Worst case, they could always have another kid. Xinzhong didn't want to continue this topic. He changed the subject abruptly. Got any more cigarettes? Give me one. Jiang Hao pulled out a cigarette pack from his pocket. The cigarettes inside were completely soaked in blood, and no matter how he tried, the lighter wouldn't ignite. Chapter 32, Jiang Yunqing returns. The terror of a 5th-tier powerhouse. Boom! Suddenly, a massive explosion echoed from the distance. The earth trembled, sending rocks and dust flying. Lin Bei sprang to his feet, alertness heightened to the max, his gaze fixed warily on the direction of the blast. What he saw left him speechless. A massive boulder over 50 meters in diameter floated in the sky, radiating a deadly sense of oppression even from a distance. Beside the boulder stood a woman whose silhouette seemed vaguely familiar. Lin Bei cautiously approached and finally recognized the silhouette. Mayor Jiang, he exclaimed in surprise. He had seen Jiang Yunqing at the 8th Battalion just days ago, and she had been wearing this very outfit. Moreover, Jiang Yunqing was a 5th-tier, 1st-rank martial artist with S-class manipulation talent. She was fully capable of controlling the boulder's ascent. It had to be her. No mistake. Jiang Yunqing in the sky also sensed someone watching her. She turned to look in Lin Bei's direction, slightly startled. What are you doing here? As the squad leader of the 8th Battalion, I should be here. Why are you here, City Chief Jiang? Lin Bei countered with a smile, already catching on to the situation. You already know, yet you ask. Jiang Yunqing shot Lin Bei a reproachful glare before commanding the boulder to crash down. Another thunderous crash echoed, as if the earth itself would split apart. The ground was littered with the mangled corpses of thunderbugs, their features obliterated by the rocks. A quick glance revealed at least 2,000. But then again, Jiang Yunqing scrutinized Lin Bei suspiciously. How did you manage to get this far with your measly first rank strength? This area was close to the mother insect's lair, where even the weakest creatures were second-tier beasts, with a few fourth-tier beasts scattered about. For a first rank to survive this far was nothing short of a miracle. Truth be told, Lin Bei laid his cards on the table. I possess 100% immunity to lightning attributes. These thunderbugs' attacks couldn't scratch me. Since they would inevitably travel together from here on, Lin Bei knew his lightning immunity secret couldn't be hidden for long. Given that, he might as well come clean. Jiang Yunqing's beautiful eyes widened in shock. A tidal wave of disbelief surged through her as she stammered. Did I hear that correctly? Did you just say 100% lightning immunity? Yes. Lin Bei nodded solemnly. Hearing his confirmation, Jiang Yunqing sucked in a sharp breath. No wonder he could reach the vicinity of the Bug Queen's lair with only a stage 1, level 1 cultivation. Truthfully, immunity to lightning, fire, water, and so on wasn't particularly rare. But 100% immunity? That was incredibly rare. Among the tens of millions across dozens of cities in the northern frontier, perhaps only 2 or 3 possessed such absolute immunity. As for someone with complete lightning immunity, Lin Bei was likely the only one. Jiang Yunqing regained his serious expression. Beyond this point lies the Queen's lair. While you can withstand the lightning insect's attacks, the explosive aftereffects unleashed when the 8th Battalion engages them are far beyond what an early-stage martial artist like you can endure. Your situation remains extremely perilous. Are you certain you wish to proceed further? Having come this far, how could I give up now? Lin Bei countered with a smile. Very well. Stay close to me. Jiang Yunqing felt even greater admiration for Lin Bei's loyalty and courage. Within the Northern Frontier Corps under Luo Yuanshan's command, it had been years since anyone like Lin Bei had emerged. Possessing both formidable strength and boldness, coupled with unwavering loyalty and honor, he truly deserved Xinqiang, Zhang Hao, and the others risking their lives to protect him. If he made it out alive to compete in the Forefront Grand Tournament, the name Lin Bei would surely echo throughout the entire army. With Jiang Yunqing clearing the path ahead, Lin Bei needed do nothing but follow. Moments later, they finally spotted the soldiers of the 8th Battalion, surrounded by a swarm of insects. Star Shatter Kill. Jiang Yunqing unleashed her martial skill decisively. Under her S-grade manipulation talent, a massive boulder was forcibly excavated from the flat ground. Instantly, the boulder exploded with a thunderous boom, shattering into countless razor-sharp stone blades. Whoosh! 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 Countless razor-sharp blades rained down from the sky. Thunder beetles screamed as their bodies were pierced, green blood spurting out and forming a viscous river on the ground. In an instant, thousands of thunder insects perished, including powerful 4th-tier specimens. A 5th-tier powerhouse. Truly terrifying. Seeing the encirclement torn open, the soldiers of the 8th Battalion, whose morale had been low moments before, now surged with fighting spirit as if injected with adrenaline. We're alive! We're alive! Before they patch this gap, let's break out now. Kill! 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 Let's fight these beasts to the death. Fu Tao immediately spotted Jiang Yunqing standing in the distance. Weak but grateful, he called out, "Thank you, Mayor Jiang, for breaking the siege." Withdraw your men quickly, Jiang Yunqing instructed. Yes. Fu Tai wasted no time, immediately leading his men to break through the encirclement. Passing by Jiang Yunqing, he caught sight of a familiar figure. Thinking the prolonged battle had caused hallucinations, he stopped to look closely. Lin Bei? What are you doing here? He asked incredulously. Same as Mayor Jiang to rescue you, Lin Bei replied with a faint smile. Nonsense. Mayor Jiang is a 5th-tier powerhouse. But you, how could you possibly help? Withdraw immediately. Fu Tai insisted sternly. At that moment, Jiang Yunqing interrupted. Fu Tao, you retreat first. I'll protect Lin Bei. He'll be fine. But? Sigh. Fine. There was no time for arguments now. Fu Tai sighed and immediately led his team to retreat. The artillery shells plowed through the ground, catching the insectoid horde completely off guard. Nearly all lightning insects below Tier 1 were reduced to ash, while those at Tier 2 and above suffered devastating losses. Even so, over 50,000 thunder insects remained. The 8th Battalion fought a bloody battle, sacrificing over 4,000 men to annihilate more than 15,000 thunder insects. This was a truly glorious achievement. Yet unless the Queen was destroyed, slaying more thunder insects would be futile. Thus, after deliberation, the 8th Battalion resolved to concentrate all elite forces for a surprise assault on the Queen. Fu Tai knew nothing of the situation inside. He only knew that escaping danger did not mean safety. Endless waves of insects surged from behind, closing in rapidly. Ahead, thunder insects blocked their path. The battle was far from over. Let's go. Jiang Yunqing downed a vial of potion, instantly restoring her vitality to peak condition. As they approached the queen's lair, she had to stay on high alert. A 5th tier insect queen could spawn up to 4th tier, 9th level insects, and a 4th tier, 9th level thunder insect was no weaker than an ordinary 5th tier colossus. With her strength, taking down 1 or 2 wouldn't be difficult. But if their numbers proved overwhelming, she would have no choice but to retreat with Lin Bei. Lin Bei followed Jiang Yunqing into the subterranean lair. Dim, viscous, oppressive. The moment Lin Bei stepped inside, every hair on his body stood on end. It felt as though an invisible pair of eyes was fixed upon him from the shadows. Stay close to me. Don't get distracted. Jiang Yunqing warned repeatedly. Understood. Lin Bei gave a slight nod. The thunder beetles at the nest entrance had been cleared away, leaving only their corpses behind. The two advanced unimpeded, swiftly reaching the nest's core. Following Lin Bei's gaze, Xinqiang and Jiang Hao lay on the ground, covered in wounds, barely clinging to life and utterly incapacitated. Several thunderbugs opened their mouths, spewing bolts of lightning straight toward Xinqiang and Jiang Hao's heads. If struck, even a god couldn't save them. Xinqiang. Jiang Yunqing panicked instantly, summoning her innate ability to control boulders, blocking them in front of Xinqiang and Jiang Hao. Almost simultaneously, another bolt of lightning slammed into Lin Bei from the side. The bolt swept through with devastating force, scorching the air black and charred in its wake. Lin Bei, watch out. Xinqiang and Jiang Hao, whose eyes had nearly closed, now stared wide as copper bells. Damn it! Jiang Yunqing's focus was entirely on Xinqiang. By the time he thought to protect Lin Bei, it was already too late. Chapter 33, The Might of the Dragon Bone Arrow. The god-slaying thunder spear breaks armor. Boom! Boom! Terrifying lightning engulfed Lin Bei, while stray bolts shattered the nest beyond recognition. In an instant, the entire scene fell into deathly silence. Even a 5th-tier powerhouse wouldn't dare withstand such a blow head-on. How could Lin Bei, who had only just ascended to this tier, possibly survive? He'd likely be reduced to ashes. Yet Lin Bei brushed dust from his clothes, emerging unscathed from the lightning. A smirk curled his lips. The full force of a 4th-tier, 9th-rank thunder insect? Not so impressive after all. Ha ha ha. I almost forgot. You have 100% lightning immunity. You can resist any lightning attribute damage. Jiang Yunqing's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, instantly settled. He immediately rushed to Xinqiang and Jiang Hao's sides, feeding them recovery potions. The potions slid down their throats, swiftly healing their external wounds and restoring some of their vitality. Staring at Lin Bei as if they'd seen a ghost, they exclaimed in unison, "What did you just say? Lin Bei has 100% lightning immunity? Yeah, didn't you know? That kid Lin Bei sure knows how to keep a secret. But keeping it hidden is good, it'll help him survive longer than others." Jiang Yunqing laughed heartily. Hearing the confirmation, Xinqiang and Jiang Hao both exchanged looks of utter disbelief. When Lin Bei first appeared, they had been genuinely surprised. Now they finally understood why Jiang Yunqing had brought Lin Bei here. Because only Lin Bei could traverse the forbidden lightning pool before the Bug Queen, and only he had a chance to slay her. Squeak! For 4th tier, 9th level thunder insects, as if receiving some command, charged toward Lin Bei in unison. Protect Lin Bei! Jiang Yunqing and the others shouted in unison, forming a human wall in front of him. No! The 10th beast within the queen's belly is changing its attributes. Jiang Hao exclaimed in shock. They're charging at Lin Bei. Xinqiang swung his blade with one hand, his brow furrowed deeply. If the 10th insect of a different element hatches here, everyone will die. Unless, they could slay the queen bug before it hatched. But for 4th tier, 9th level thunder beetles blocked their path, there was no way to break through. Maybe we should retreat first, Jiang Hao suggested. Xinqiang's face was as still as water, deep in thought. If they retreated now, the queen would gain breathing room and surely multiply like mad. Moreover, using the cannon to plow the ground next time wouldn't yield such good results. But if they didn't retreat, they'd all die here. Withdraw! Xinqiang ordered after careful deliberation. Commander Xin, I wish to attempt it, Lin Bei declared solemnly, producing the dragon bone bow and dragon bone arrows. 4th tier, 9th rank beasts move at incredible speeds. You'll struggle to hit them, and you might not even pierce their defenses. Xinqiang shook his head. One attempt won't cost much time. Let him try, Jiang Yunqing interjected. Alright. Then give it a shot. Xinqiang relented. Lin Bei's strength was too low to fully draw the dragon bone bow. So he sat on the ground, braced his feet against the bow's body, and gripped the bowstring with both hands. Even using every ounce of strength, he could barely draw the dragon bone bow 2/3 of the way. Whoosh! The dragon bone arrow tore through the air. Its speed broke the sound barrier, producing a piercing, explosive crack. In an instant, a 4th tier, 9th rank thunder insect was pierced through its flesh. The arrow hole in its front was only thumb thick, appearing to cause only minor injury. Yet behind it, a vast expanse exploded outward. Green blood mixed with pulped flesh splattered everywhere, creating a truly shocking sight. The dragon bone arrow pierced through the thunder insect and plunged into the forbidden zone of the thunder pool, a special area completely shrouded in thunder. Any living being or object that dared to step into this place would be shattered into dust by the thunder. Forged from the spine of a 6th-tier dragon, the dragon bone arrow could withstand the thunder's power. Yet its flight speed visibly slowed, and ultimately, it failed to break free from the thunder pool's confines. Whoa! Witnessing this, Zhang Yunqing and the other two sucked in their breath simultaneously. A mere first-tier, first-rank rookie soldier had instantly slain a 4th-tier, 9th-rank colossal beast. If word got out, no one would believe it. Setting aside the formidable power of the dragon bone bow and dragon bone arrow, wasn't the speed of the arrow Lin Bei fired unnaturally fast? How could it even produce a sonic boom? The martial arts hall of the 8th Battalion only held one archery-related skill, Divine Speed Arrow, which could increase arrow velocity by 100%. But the arrow speed just now? That didn't feel like a mere 100% increase. And that masterful ground archer stance, anyone watching would swear he was a veteran with decades of experience. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lin Bei fired the remaining 2 dragon bone arrows in quick succession, each striking the thunder insect's vital points with pinpoint accuracy. Supersonic arrows, combined with the bow's legendary 100% accuracy. Aim, and it's a kill. Of the 4 4th-tier, 9th-rank thunder insects, only one remained. City Chief John, this one's yours. I'll handle the queen, Lin Bei declared, drawing his Godslayer Thunder Spear. Are you sure you can handle it? Zhang Yunqing asked. MHM. Lin Bei nodded. He still had one trump card left, the advanced talent of the ancestor of all weapons Spear Ancestor Armor Piercer. The Bow Ancestor's effect boosted arrow speed by 200% and accuracy by 100%. The Spear Ancestor's effect, however, was to bypass physical defense entirely, dealing pure true damage. All things in the world possess strengths and weaknesses, few exist in perfect harmony. The Bug Mother could infinitely reproduce and hatch insects, even granting them the ability to evolve its strength. Yet it sacrifices offensive and defensive capabilities, its weakness. The insects within its nest form its first line of defense. The Thunder Pool Forbidden Zone before it serves as its second line of defense. Once both these barriers are shattered, it becomes fish meat on a cutting board, helplessly at the mercy of its enemies. Squeak! The lone remaining thunder insect roared furiously, blocking Lin Bei's path. I'm your opponent. Zhang Yunqing immediately moved to attack. I'll assist you. Shin Chong and Jiang Hao declared in unison. Though all three possessed formidable strength, none could breach the Thunder Pool's forbidden zone. Lin Bei gripped the god-slaying thunder spear in his hand, advancing step by step toward the mother insect. The queen's appearance was utterly bizarre. Its head was several times larger than a water barrel, and beneath it lay not layers of stacked flesh, but a massive, spherical egg sac. With each step into the thunder pool, Lin Bei's fear intensified. Hair stood on end across his body, limbs grew icy cold, and uncontrollable tremors shook him. It was the primal terror felt when a weak creature encounters a powerful one. Lin Bei. Its psychic influence is affecting you. Don't be afraid. Keep moving forward. Shin Zhong shouted urgently. Got it. Lin Bei bit down hard on his tongue. The sharp pain jolted him back to clarity. He quickened his pace through the thunder pool, gripping the god-slaying thunder spear tightly with both hands as he bellowed, ninefold thunder spear technique. 9th tier. Crackle. Infinite lightning burst forth from the spear's body, converging at its tip. Power compressed to its absolute limit, unleashing ninefold might utterly overwhelming. Lin Bei used the wall for leverage, leaping upward as he thrust the Godslayer Thunder Spear toward the queen insect's head. Squeak! Sensing the mortal threat, the queen insect instantly channeled all its power, evolving a thick carapace around its head in a desperate attempt to block the strike. Chapter 34, Slaying the Queen. Insect Armor and Core. Vote for me. It's insect armor. Zhang Yunqing gasped in shock. The queen insect spawned so many offspring, yet still had the energy to evolve insect armor. Jiang Hao gasped in shock. It's over. Shin Chong shook his head and sighed. The insect race possessed two major advantages, reproduction and evolution. Yet both reproduction and evolution demanded immense energy from the queen. It had already spawned nearly 100,000 insects, including numerous 3rd and 4th tier ones, plus 9 4th tier, 9th level thunder insects. Therefore, the three naturally assumed the queen insect was now spent. They believed that once they crossed the Thunder Pool Forbidden Zone, they could easily finish it off. But the truth was, the queen still had enough energy left to evolve its insect armor. With Lin Bei's first tier, first level strength, even mastering the god-slaying Thunder Spear and the ninefold Thunder Spear technique, he could not break through the insect armor's defense. Even wielding the Dragon Bone Bow and Dragon Bone Arrows would prove futile. Only a true 4th tier martial artist could fully unleash the full power of these two weapons. Boom! The Godslayer Thunder Spear struck the insect armor, erupting in an ear-splitting collision. Staring intently, they saw the insect armor remained completely intact, not even a single dent left behind. As expected, sigh. Zhang Yunqing and Shin Chong sighed in unison. Wait! Look! Jiang Hao pointed at the insect queen's head. Following his gesture, they saw green liquid seeping from the cracks in the insect armor. Had that shot injured the queen? No! No! The green fluid flowed more and more, spreading across most of the egg sac. This was definitely more than just a concussion. Boom! The queen's massive body crashed to the ground, and the Thunder Pool's forbidden zone dissipated along with it. In that moment, time seemed to freeze, space to stagnate. Dead? Jiang Hao stared in disbelief, his eyes wide. Definitely dead. Otherwise, the Thunder Pool wouldn't have dissipated. Xinchong declared with certainty. But the insect armor is completely unscathed. How exactly did Lin Bei injure the queen? Zhang Yunqing, a fifth-tier powerhouse, couldn't discern the peculiarity of that single shot either. It was as if the force of that shot had pierced right through the insect armor, striking the queen's head directly. Such precision demanded extraordinary mastery of force. Even Zhang Yunqing, with his fifth-tier, first-rank strength, couldn't achieve that. How could Lin Bei, a mere first-tier, first-rank, possibly manage it? It was utterly unbelievable. The three stared at Lin Bei as if he were a freak of nature. This guy had created far too many miracles. They all lived in the same world, yet Lin Bei seemed to be using some kind of cheat code. Less than a month after enlisting, he jumped straight to Tier 1, Level 1, and mastered so many advanced martial arts techniques. It wasn't just that Lin Bei himself was stunned by the sheer power of that shot. Ignoring physical defense, dealing true damage. Meaning no matter what grade of armor an enemy wore, it couldn't block the force of this shot. Only an enemy with exceptionally formidable physical constitution could possibly withstand it. This wasn't just invincibility within his own realm. This was invincibility in close combat. Below the fifth tier, no one can withstand Lin Bei's full power strike. Above the fifth tier, only non-physical type martial artists could possibly stand a chance. Can I take this insect armor? Lin Bei snapped out of his shock, pointing at the armor on the queen's head. It's your spoils of war. Dispose of it as you see fit, Xinchong replied solemnly. All right. Lin Bei swung his spear, severing the queen's head and pulling off the carapace larger than a water barrel. Both its inner and outer surfaces remained completely unscathed. If forged into armor, it would be at least top-tier grade 4. And a piece this large would easily yield 5 or 6 sets. There's another valuable item on the queen. Don't you want it? Xinchong asked with a faint smile. What else? Lin Bei asked. The queen's core. Xinchong sliced open the egg sac, and a torrent of green liquid poured out like water. Wading through the viscous fluid, Xinchong entered the sac and emerged clutching an irregularly shaped stone. The stone was roughly the size of 2 basketballs, radiating a deep blue hue and emanating a faint aura of authority. All the power of the queen insect is stored within this stone. Reproduction and evolution both depend on it. Though its power is now a mere fraction of what it once was, its value still surpasses this insect armor. Xinchong tossed the queen's core to Lin Bei, his eyes devoid of any greed. Truthfully, with their strength, they could easily have seized both the insect armor and the queen's core. They could even have Lin Bei hand them over to the authorities for proper distribution. Especially since Xinchong and Jiang Hao were gravely wounded, absorbing the mother insect's core could not only heal their injuries but also elevate their power to new heights. But they would never stoop to such actions, nor did they care to. They could already foresee their futures bound to the northern frontier for the rest of their lives. Lin Bei, however, was different. He was young and possessed immense potential. Cultivating him was the far more meaningful endeavor. Thank you, General Shun. Lin Bei gratefully accepted the insect queen core. Xinchong nodded solemnly, then turned to Jiang Hao and ordered, "Fire the signal flare. Summon all battalions to clear the battlefield." "Yes, sir." Jiang Hao immediately obeyed. Lin Bei grabbed Jiang Hao's arm, turning to Xinchong with confusion. "Commander Shin, we've already slain the most formidable queen. Summoning the battalions now, won't that just hand the credit to them?" The 8th Battalion endured a brutal battle, with only 5,000 combatants remaining. The insectoid horde numbered over 30,000, a 6-to-1 numerical disadvantage. Moreover, the remaining insects are generally stronger, giving us a combat disadvantage too. The 8th Battalion can grit their teeth and win this battle, but would you want credit earned by sacrificing our comrades' lives? Xinchong stared intently at Lin Bei. Lin Bei fell silent, slowly releasing his grip on Jiang Hao's hand. Jiang Hao burst out of the queen's lair and immediately launched a blue signal flare. Red signaled distress, while blue meant all was well. Upon seeing the flare, the other battalions would know that the 8th Battalion had taken down the queen. What remained was a one-sided mop-up of the remaining insects. The other 7 battalions entered the fray swiftly, scrambling to eliminate the remaining insects. They even collected the charred insect corpses littered on the ground as trophies, for these counted as military merits. With the 7 other battalions joining the fray, the pressure on the 8th Battalion instantly eased considerably. The battle raged from dawn until the early hours of the morning. After a brief night's rest, Lin Bei and Xinchong headed to the northern frontier headquarters. As was customary, headquarters would undoubtedly distribute rewards and recognize achievements after the battle. Though Luo Yuanshan wouldn't award the top merit to the 8th Battalion, even a mosquito's leg is still meat. Upon arrival, the commanders of the other 7 battalions gradually arrived as well.
Luo Yuanshan sat in the main seat of the conference room, with Yi Xiao standing behind him. He first glanced at Lin Bei, then swept his gaze across the assembled commanders. All of you here have contributed greatly to quelling the insect nest rebellion. Now, let us begin the commendations and rewards. 1st Battalion, Top Merit. Reward, 1 volume of 5th grade lower martial arts technique. 1 plant of 4th grade spiritual medicine. 10 plants of 3rd grade spiritual medicine. 50 plants of 2nd grade spiritual medicine. 3rd and 4th battalions receive 2nd class merit. Rewards, 1 top tier 4th grade martial arts manual. 5 3rd grade spiritual herbs. 20 2nd grade spiritual herbs. 2nd, 5th, 6th, and 7th battalions, 3rd class merit. Reward, 1 volume of 4th grade advanced martial arts technique. 1 3rd grade spiritual herb. 10 2nd grade spiritual herbs. Chapter 35, Merits and Demerits Offset. Competition Roster. As Luo Yuanshan uttered each word, the eyes of the numerous generals in the conference room burned with fervor. 5th grade martial arts skill. 4th grade spiritual herbs. These were rare treasures. Even 2nd and 3rd grade spirit medicines were worth a fortune. Crucially, they hadn't lifted a finger in this war. These rewards were practically free. Yet Lin Bei and his companions wore faces as dark as charcoal, their displeasure written plainly across their features. Smack! Xinchong slammed his fist on the table and demanded, "Commander! Our 8th Battalion was the first to enter the battlefield, suffered the heaviest casualties, and even slew the queen insect. Why aren't we credited with the primary merit?" "Xinchong! Mind your tone!" Yi Xiao pointed at him fiercely, his finger poised as if ready to strike at the slightest provocation. Luo Yuanshan waved his hand, signaling Yi Xiao to step back. He then turned to Xinchong and said, "Commander Xin, the 8th Battalion did slay the queen. By rights, they should receive the primary credit. However, due to your command errors, the 8th Battalion suffered catastrophic losses, over 5,000 dead and several thousand wounded. The entire battalion nearly perished. Such a grave error, I have every reason to relieve you of your duties. But considering you slew the queen bug, I'll reluctantly let your merits offset your faults." With those few dismissive words, he outright negated the entire 8th Battalion's achievements. Xin Chang's blood pressure shot up, nearly causing him to lose his temper on the spot. Deep down, he knew the 8th Battalion could never claim primary credit. But he never imagined Luo Yuanshan would deny them even a 3rd-class merit award, instead spouting nonsense about barely offsetting their mistakes. It was the height of shamelessness and twisting the truth. "Commander Xin, if not for the artillery support provided by my 1st Battalion before the battle began, your 8th Battalion wouldn't have even breached the insect queen's lair. This primary credit rightfully belongs to us," declared the 1st Battalion commander arrogantly. "8th Battalion suffered such heavy casualties and you still have the nerve to claim the first merit? Besides, did your 8th Battalion kill the queen bug? Mayor Jiang certainly deserves significant credit for that, right? Oomph. Xinchong is merely a 4th tier, 7th rank. What could he possibly use to slay a 5th tier queen? In my opinion, the queen was 100% killed by Jiang City Chief. The 8th Battalion had absolutely nothing to do with it. And you still have the nerve to demand top credit from the commander-in-chief. Utterly shameless." Though the commander's words seemed to mock Xinchong, they were actually currying favor with Luo Yuanshan. When corruption is the norm, integrity becomes a crime. The other 7 commanders all followed Luo Yuanshan's lead, yet the 8th Battalion refused to fawn or flatter him. Naturally, they became the marginalized outsiders. Witnessing this scene, Lin Bei felt a wave of disgust wash over him. Given the chance, he would purge every last one of these scum from the northern frontier's ranks. "General Xin, do you still object to my decision?" Luo Yuanshan inquired. Xinchong clenched his fists, grinding his teeth in fury. No matter how much he resented it, he had no choice but to swallow his pride. Rank crushes like a mountain. As a mere commander, what could he possibly do against the northern frontier's military chief? But he couldn't fathom why, despite sending letter after letter of denunciation to the Wuching military headquarters, he still hadn't received a single reply. Since there are no objections, I'll take this opportunity to announce another matter. The 4 Frontiers competition is about to commence. I have drafted a list of participants. Everyone, please take a look. Luo Yuanshan gave a subtle nod, and Yi Xiao promptly distributed the list. Xinchong received his copy, densely packed with 30 names. Surprisingly, the top name wasn't Lin Bei, but Lei Wen, the very man Lin Bei had defeated. Xinchong patiently scanned the list, reaching the very last name without spotting Lin Bei's name. Thinking he might have missed it, he scanned the list again, still no sign of Lin Bei. "Commander Luo. You say my 8th Battalion isn't worthy of the top merit. I accept that. But why isn't Lin Bei on the roster for the 4 regions competition? He's the champion of this year's new recruit trials. If even he isn't qualified to participate, then none of the names on that list are." Xinchang's rage flared like oil on a fire as he glared at Luo Yuanshan and shouted his accusation. "Commander's decision. You have no right to question it." Yi Xiao snapped. "Fine. Since you asked, I'll explain to avoid misunderstandings."
Luo Yuanshan paused before continuing. Lin Bei is suspected of murdering Hanan and others. He may face investigation by the Imperial Guard Bureau. Rather than risk him being taken away during the competition and bringing shame upon the northern frontier, it's better to remove him from the list beforehand. Fine. Fine. Very fine indeed. Lin Bei. Let's go. Shinchong feared he might lose control and start slaughtering everyone if he stayed any longer, so he slammed the door and left. He could do without the first merit. But he absolutely could not allow Lin Bei to participate in the Four Realms tournament. The 8th Battalion didn't crave this honor. Lin Bei needed this stage. This forefront tournament was unlike any before. Several military deities would be attending. With Lin Bei's talent, securing a top 3 finish was guaranteed, and he had every chance to vie for first place. Once he enters the sight of those military deities, he will inevitably gain immense resources beyond what the 8th Battalion can offer. This competition will be the one that changes his destiny. Lin Bei, don't worry. I'll definitely secure you a spot in the Four Realms competition. Shinchong bowed solemnly on their way back. Honestly, whether I compete or not doesn't make much difference to me, Lin Bei replied. Kid. It makes a huge difference. Forget other implications, just look at the rewards for this tournament. The champion gets 10 4th-grade spiritual herbs, a full set of 3rd-grade weapons and armor, 2 3rd-grade martial arts manuals, and qualification to enter an intermediate secret realm. But most crucially, the champion will receive personal instruction from the war god himself. Xin Chang's expression was dead serious. After hearing this, Lin Bei felt a flicker of interest. 3rd-grade weapons, armor, and martial arts manuals held little personal value for him, but they could all be sold for a hefty sum. 10 4th-grade spirit herbs, however, were quite valuable. They should allow him to advance several minor cultivation realms directly. The qualification for the intermediate secret realm was also valuable. With good luck, he could obtain many fine treasures. However, what Lin Bei valued most was the guidance from the war god. Back when he first enlisted, his battle with Jiang Hao had awakened his combat instincts. If he could receive guidance from a military god of even greater strength, his cultivation path would undoubtedly avoid many detours, and his power would surge dramatically. And these were merely the overt tournament rewards. Securing a top placement would yield far greater true gains. Feeling tempted? Actually, I have a ready-made solution that will guarantee you a spot in the competition. Shinchong declared. What method? Lin Bei inquired. Among the military gods attending this tournament, one happens to be from your very own Lin family. With your current strength, if you proactively reach out to the Lin family, they will undoubtedly secure this opportunity for you. Shinchong stated. Lin Bei refused without hesitation. General Shen, I severed all ties with the Lin family long ago. We are now strangers, bound by neither life nor death. That's the spirit. Truly worthy of my 8th Battalion. Then I'll consider other options. Shinchong shifted his tone, though he had anticipated this response all along. Chapter 36, Promotion to Squad Leader Denied. First tier, 5th rank. Moments later, the two returned to the 8th Battalion. Upon learning of the headquarters decision, Jiang Hao and Fu Tai were both furious. The 8th Battalion fought the war and slew the queen insect, yet they reaped no rewards. What infuriated them most was that Luo Yuanshan had intended to sacrifice the 8th Battalion from the start. Now that they'd barely survived, he dared to blame them for excessive casualties. What good does cursing Luo Yuanshan's ancestors do here? Shut up. Shinchong, already seething with pent-up anger from headquarters, grew even more furious at their incessant chatter. The two dared not cross Shinchang's wrath and instantly fell silent. Shinchang's gaze shifted to Lin Bei as he said earnestly, I had hoped to secure some benefits for you from headquarters through military merit, but it seems impossible now. Rest assured, however, that I, Shinchong, never shortchange those who serve me well. Reward 1, 300,000 military merit points. Reward 2, promotion to squad leader. Reward 3, a wife. The first two rewards sounded perfectly normal, but upon hearing the third, Lin Bei couldn't hold back. So getting a wife as a soldier's reward was real? Heh, old Jiang has a daughter. She's a top soldier in the Eastern Frontier Corps SS tier talent, powerful combat skills, gorgeous looks, and a great figure, Shinchong explained. The daughter of the mayor of Jiang City? Lin Bei asked. That's right. Old Jiang thinks you're a decent guy, so I'm just passing along her message, Shinchong replied. That's still a long shot. Better to secure the first two rewards first, Lin Bei replied. Alright. Shinchong immediately updated Lin Bei's military rank information on the computer and deposited 300,000 military merit points into his account. Rank denied? Merit points rejected? Jiang Hao stood beside Shinchong, clearly seeing both notification lines. Fu Tai also curiously leaned in, his eyes widening instantly. A military merit reward reaching 300,000 did indeed require headquarters review. But according to Northern Frontier regulations, the general had the authority to directly grant any military rank below 1,000-man captain. Only ranks of 1,000-man captain and above required headquarters review. Now even the promotion of a squad leader was being rejected. This was clearly targeting the 8th Battalion. To put it bluntly, it was targeting Lin Bei. Damn it! That bastard Luo Yuanshan. He's leaving us no room at all. Fu Tai cursed furiously. Our 8th Battalion worked our asses off in the bug war and got nothing. Now we're trying to get Lin Bei some benefits within our authority, and Luo Yuanshan is still playing dirty behind the scenes. It's disgusting. Zhang Hao was furious too. Luo Yuanshan, that bastard. I hope his sons are born without assholes. Shin Chong couldn't vent his anger without cursing. Lin Bei stood silently in place. He'd been puzzled earlier why hadn't the peerless military god system reward triggered even after Shin Chong promoted him to squad leader? Turns out it was Luo Yuanshan rejecting it behind the scenes all along. Such an uncompromising approach clearly shows Luo Yuanshan regards Lin Bei as an enemy. How can he ever be promoted after this? No promotion? How would he trigger the rewards from the peerless military god system? Without rewards, how could he cheat his way to victory? Lin Bei's gaze darkened as he suddenly placed immense importance on the Four Realms Grand Competition. Luo Yuanshan was a 5th-tier powerhouse. Gaining strength to rival him in such a short time was impossible. The only shortcut was to win the Four Realms Tournament Championship and catch the attention of those military gods. Or, more accurately, to secure a military god as a patron. With such a powerful patron, Luo Yuanshan would never dare to openly pick on Lin Bei like this. Then make it 100,000 military merits. You, Luo Yuanshan. Reject it even with 100,000. Shin Chang's face flushed crimson as he stared at the dialogue box popping up on the interface. Lin Bei said, "It's fine. Obtaining the Queen Core is already an immense stroke of luck. The 8th Battalion has treated you unfairly. But rest assured, they'll make it up to you someday." Shin Chong bowed solemnly. "Alright, I'll go into seclusion first to prepare for the upcoming Four Realms Grand Competition." Lin Bei dropped that statement before heading straight to the special training room on the top floor of the martial arts tower. The greatest reward from slaying the Bug Queen was its core, followed by its carapace. The former contained incredibly pure energy, comparable to any high-grade spiritual medicine. After refinement, it could elevate one's cultivation by at least 2 minor realms, perhaps even 3. The insect armor offered astonishing defense, but it required specialized craftsmen to cut and forge it into wearable armor. Besides crafting the armor, Lin Bei also procured a batch of precision arrows and prepared some special potions. Lin Bei had never valued potions before, but this insect war made him truly recognize their importance. It was precisely through the forced enhancement provided by special potions that Shin Chong and his comrades managed to slay so many 4th-tier, 9th-layer thunder insects. These potions might not be needed, but it was better to be prepared. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Bei's eyes snapped open, his aura sweeping through the entire cultivation chamber like a fierce gale. He immediately opened his interface attributes. Host, Lin Bei. Realm, 1st tier, 5th level. Military rank, Corporal. Talents, SSS-grade Heaven Rewards Diligence, SSS-tier Ancestor of all weapons. Weapons, 4th grade top tier Godslayer Thunder Spear, 4th grade top tier Dragon Bone Bow. Martial Arts, Dragon Nation Foundational Tempering Fist Mastery, 3rd grade top tier Wind Spirit Spear Technique Mastery, 4th grade top tier Ninefold Thunder Spear Technique Mastery, 4th grade top tier Divine Swiftness Arrow Mastery. Ability, Combat Instinct Mastery. Immunity, 100% immune to lightning attributes. Constitution, 882. His cultivation realm leaped directly from Tier 1, Level 1 to Tier 1, Level 5, skipping 4 minor realms in one go. Such a massive leap was utterly beyond Lin Bei's wildest expectations. Moreover, his constitution surged from over 600 to nearly 900. What does this mean? It had reached the threshold for a 2nd-tier martial artist. Even among physical-type martial artists at the same realm, few could surpass Lin Bei in physical constitution. With his strength enhanced, the Godslayer Thunder Spear and Dragonbone Bow could unleash even greater power. Leaving the special training chamber, Lin Bei prepared to drive to Zhangcheng. Your aura feels so much denser? Looks like absorbing that insect queen core gave you a huge boost, Zhang Hao remarked with a smile as Lin Bei approached. It's good. I'm at the 5th level of the 1st tier now, Lin Bei replied. Of course. The mother insect core's effects are no less than. Zhang Hao's pupils dilated in shock as he stared at Lin Bei in disbelief. Wait. What did you just say? 1st tier, 5th rank? MHM. Lin Bei smiled. The world of the wall hanging is like this, ordinary people can't comprehend it. Still, resources remain scarce. Theoretically, with sufficient resources, reaching the 2nd tier wouldn't be a problem. You've only been enlisted for a month. That level of strength puts you among the elite even in the Four Realms core. Zhang Hao knew Lin Bei was exceptional, but he hadn't expected him to be this extraordinary. Have the spots for the 4 regions competition been secured? Lin Bei inquired. It's been taken care of, Zhang Hao replied. All right. Before the competition starts, I'll handle some business in Zhangcheng. Lin Bei dropped that line before driving straight to the Zhangcheng Martial Arts Guild. Chapter 37, worth 50 million. Han Hu, you're asking for it. Dragon Nation had only 2 top-tier financial conglomerates, the Martial Arts Chamber and the Martial Arts Foundation. In terms of sheer financial power, the former even surpasses the latter. The Martial Arts Commerce Association maintained branches in cities large and small across the Dragon Nation. Its Jiangcheng branch occupied a towering skyscraper of over 20 stories in the city center. Its exterior was grand and imposing, while the interior was lavish and opulent. Lin Bei parked his car and walked inside, immediately spotting a familiar face. Lei Wen. Lei Wen looked slightly surprised upon seeing Lin Bei, then flashed a supremely smug smile. Lin Bei, we meet again. I truly never imagined you would repeatedly reject Commander Luo's olive branch. But thanks to your refusal, I've achieved what I have today. Under Commander Luo's relentless cultivation, I've already reached the 4th tier of the first stage. You're probably still struggling in the entry stage, right? In just 10 days, he'd skyrocketed from awakening 9th tier to 1st tier, 4th stage. Beyond Lei Wen's own efforts, resources were paramount. Spirits and potions of every grade were shoved into his mouth like they were worthless. Even a pig could be fattened into a beast with such nourishment, let alone Lei Wen, whose innate talent was already formidable. His power surge thrilled Lei Wen, but what thrilled him even more was finally latching onto Luo Yuanshan's powerful leg. A wise bird chooses its perch. As long as the Lei family clung tightly to this powerful ally, they wouldn't even need to spare a glance at the city's capital. Naturally, Lin Bei would cease to be a concern. Looking back now, giving away 100 spirit arrows to curry favor with Lin Bei was a loss so great it could bankrupt a family. I'm about to represent the North in the Four Realms competition, and I'll definitely secure a top ranking. By then, we'll be worlds apart. Oh wait, we already are worlds apart. Just rot away in the 8th Battalion, ah! Lei Wen burst into a loud, triumphant laugh as he strode out of the martial arts guild. Sick! Lin Bei cursed under his breath before walking to the front desk and scribbling 2 lines on the paper. Mature crimson blood flower. 5th tier insect armor. The receptionist, upon seeing the note, promptly tossed it into the shredder before politely stating, "Sir, please follow me." All right. Lin Bei followed her into the VIP lounge to wait. At that moment, a burly man in the main hall glanced toward the VIP lounge where Lin Bei was seated and muttered to himself, "Looks like this guy's got something valuable on him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be invited to the VIP lounge." "Brother Hu, haven't you always wanted revenge on Hanan? Now's your chance," Chen Huang said. "Fine. As soon as that brat leaves the martial arts guild, I'll run him over with my car." Han Hu growled viciously. Chen Huang's face darkened with frustration, but he patiently suggested, "Brother Hu, to be safe, I recommend you notify the Han family's elite fighters first. Wait until you're in a deserted area before acting, so you can finish off Lin Bei in one fell swoop." "Fine. Stay here. I'll go call my uncle." Han Hu dialed the number and headed outside. Luo Yuanshan abandoning Lin Bei and focusing on cultivating Lei Wen was already common knowledge throughout the northern frontier. This meant that killing Lin Bei wouldn't incur Luo Yuanshan's wrath. On the contrary, it might even earn his protection. The only complication was offending the 8th Battalion. But the 8th Battalion had been severely weakened after the battle against the insect race. The Han family no longer held them in high regard. At that moment, a bespectacled, scholarly-looking elder entered the VIP lounge and introduced himself. "Good day, sir. I am Su Hai, appraiser number 7 of the Martial Arts Chamber of Commerce's Jiangcheng branch. May I ask your name?" "Lin Bei." "Very well, Mr. Lin. Please present the items you wish to sell." "They're all here." Lin Bei retrieved the crimson blood flower and insect armor from his storage bracelet. This crimson blood flower was originally intended for the 8th Battalion, but with so many subsequent events, it had been forgotten in the rush. Besides, given the 8th Battalion's current predicament, they likely wouldn't be able to protect the flower anyway. Mature crimson blood flower, grade 1 spirit herb, valued at 1,200,000. Appraiser Su Hai placed the crimson blood flower down with an expressionless face, then picked up the insect shell to examine it. Despite its large surface area, the insect shell was surprisingly lightweight, easily lifted with little effort. After a moment of careful inspection, Su Hai's face suddenly betrayed astonishment. "This insect shell is unlike any I've ever seen before. Its texture is far harder. And it carries a hint of imposing power. Is it valuable?" Lin Bei inquired. "An ordinary insect shell might fetch a few thousand, but this one is extraordinary. It could be worth 50 million. Su Hai declared earnestly. 50 million. Hearing those 3 words, Lin Bei's eyelid twitched. For someone as penniless as him, this was an absolute fortune. "There's something I forgot to mention. I don't plan to sell all of this insect armor. I want to keep a portion to craft armor," Lin Bei stated. "Then we'll deduct 10 million from the 50 million. How does that sound?" Su Hai inquired. "Agreed." Lin Bei nodded. "All right, please wait a moment." Su Hai collected the crimson blood flower and insect armor, then asked for Lin Bei's card number before leaving the VIP lounge. While they cut up the insect armor, Lin Bei browsed the Martial Arts Guild's online store for precision arrows and potions. Alloy precision arrows, priced at 40,000 each. He ordered 300 arrows, totaling 12 million. Various high-tier recovery potions, healing potions, and power-boosting berserk potions added another 10 million. He added everything to his cart and clicked to place the order. Several hours later, Su-hai entered the VIP lounge with a smile. My apologies, Mr. Lin, for keeping you waiting. No problem, Lin Bei replied. Su-hai retrieved a large haul from his storage bracelet and explained, all the items you ordered are here. The remaining balance has been fully refunded to your card. Additionally, the guild has crafted a set of insect armor for you at no charge. Su-hai set the armor aside separately. Thank you. Lin Bei accepted the insect armor with a gleam in his eyes. No fancy decorations, just simple insect armor plates strung together with special materials. It provided full protection for the torso and limbs. Joint movement remained completely unrestricted, though its sole drawback was its plain appearance. With this 5th-tier insect armor for protection, he needn't fear any sneak attack. As a gold member of the Martial Arts Merchants Guild, this is the treatment you deserve, Su-hai said politely. Gold member? Lin Bei was slightly surprised. Yes. The Martial Arts Guild's membership tiers are Bronze, Silver, Gold, Platinum, Diamond, and Supreme. Exceeding 100 million in spending qualifies you for Platinum membership, granting even greater privileges. Su-hai explained. Holy crap! 100 million in spending just to reach Platinum. Doesn't Supreme require tens or even hundreds of billions in spending? Lin Bei pursed his lips in astonishment before carefully counting the goods. After confirming everything was correct, he stood up and left the Martial Arts Merchants Guild. Brother who? Lin Bei's out. Chen Huang whispered in the lobby. Follow him. Han Hu jolted awake from his slumber and immediately gave chase. Lin Bei had already noticed someone tailing him either from the Han family, the Lei family, or Luo Yuanshan's people. Regardless of who it was far beyond what Lin Bei could handle alone. And he was currently in Zhengcheng. The 8th Battalion was too far away to offer timely assistance. So, Lin Bei calmly pulled out his phone and dialed Jiang Yunqing's number. Mayor of Zheng City, I'm in trouble. Chapter 38, Leave None Behind. Heading to Wucheng Military Headquarters. What's going on? Jiang Yunqing asked. There are several people. Lin Bei truthfully described his current situation. Where are you now? Jiang Yunqing inquired. At the bus stop outside the Martial Arts Merchants Association, Lin Bei said. All right. Head north for 1 kilometer. You'll see an abandoned warehouse called Ankang. I'll wait for you there. Jiang Yunqing hung up and immediately rushed toward the abandoned warehouse. Lin Bei pretended nothing was wrong and continued walking north. After a kilometer, he indeed spotted the abandoned warehouse across the street. Crossing the street, Lin Bei swiftly entered the warehouse. Inside, the light was dim, and he could vaguely make out a figure standing on the roof beam. Squinting to get a better look, he recognized it as Jiang Yunqing, the city's top enforcer. Ha 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 ha. I was just fretting about not having a chance to act in broad daylight, and now you've walked right into my trap. Han Hu roared with laughter as he charged into the warehouse. Beside him were Chen Huang and several martial arts experts from the Han family. The moment they entered, they immediately locked the warehouse door from the inside. Who are you? Lin Bei demanded. Since you're asking so politely, I'll be gracious enough to tell you. My name is Han Hu. Hanan is my younger brother. Han Hu's gaze held amusement as Lin Bei stood before him like prey caught in a trap. Several martial arts experts behind him moved forward in perfect coordination, sealing off all of Lin Bei's escape routes. Lin Bei's eyes widened in realization. A playful smile touched his lips. Do you know the consequences of attacking me? Without Lord Luo's protection, what good is your potential? I could crush you with a single finger. You wouldn't be counting on the 8th Battalion to rescue you, would you? Not only are we miles apart, but even if their elite fighters did show up, my Han family wouldn't give them a second thought. Han Hu's posture was arrogant, his demeanor utterly confident. He had waited far too long for this day. Thankfully, it had finally arrived. Killing Lin Bei would not only avenge Hanan but also allow him to seize Lin Bei's valuable possessions. Having stayed in the VIP room for so long, the valuables were bound to exceed Han Hu's expectations. Brother Hu, delaying could lead to trouble. Kill him now, Chen Huang urged softly from the side. This is Jiang Cheng. What could possibly go wrong? Han Hu's gaze shifted, his voice cold with menace. Lin Bei, if you kneel now and kowtow to me 100 times, I might consider letting you die quickly. Otherwise, I have 10,000 ways to make you wish you were dead. Lin Bei smiled faintly, lifting his gaze toward the ceiling beam. Mayor Jiang, you heard that, right? Stop this charade. How could Jiang Yunqing possibly be here? Han Hu dismissed the notion with disdain. Han family, you truly have some nerve. Jiang Yunqing leapt gracefully, landing steadily before Lin Bei. Jiang! Mayor Jiang? What are you doing here? Han Hu's pupils dilated in terror. He stumbled backward as if seeing a ghost, crashing to the floor with a thud. Lin Bei is my future son-in-law. Naturally, I must protect him in Zheng City, Jiang Yunqing declared. Hearing this, Han Hu sucked in a sharp breath, his eyes filled with shock and envy. Jiang Yunqing's daughter, Jiang Linger, possessed SS-tier talent and elite soldier of the Eastern Frontier Corps, renowned for both her beauty and prowess. Suitors for her could form a line stretching from the northern frontier all the way to the southern frontier. Who would have thought she'd end up marrying Lin Bei? Mayor Jiang, it was all a misunderstanding. We were just joking with brother Lin Bei, no one meant to actually lay a finger on him, Shen Huang chimed in with a smile, trying to smooth things over. Exactly. Just a joke. Han Hu chimed in eagerly. As one of Jiang City's 3 great martial arts families, the Han clan possessed considerable depth and could afford to disregard the 8th Battalion, which had suffered no major losses. But Jiang Yunqing was a genuine 5th-tier powerhouse and the chief of Jiang City. Both in power and status, he towered over the Han family. How do you wish to handle them? Jiang Yunqing's gaze shifted to Lin Bei beside him. Execute them all, Lin Bei stated flatly. Lin Bei. I'm the young master of the Han family. My uncle is Han Zhentian, the head of the Han family. If you dare touch me, the Han family will never let you off. Han Hu threatened fiercely. Are you certain? Jiang Yunqing pressed. The enmity is already set. Even if we spare them today, they won't let me off. Better to kill them and be done with it, Lin Bei stated. Agreed. Jiang Yunqing nodded, and the oppressive aura of a 5th-tier powerhouse suddenly filled the air. Seeing Jiang Yunqing ready to act, Han Hu panicked instantly, pleading desperately, No. Just let me go today, and I swear on my life I'll never trouble you again. The entire Han family won't trouble you. I swear it. Jiang Yunqing turned to look at Lin Bei, who remained expressionless, clearly unmoved by Han Hu's plea. A faint smile of appreciation touched Jiang Yunqing's lips. Ruthless. Decisive. This was the very foundation for surviving in chaotic times. Had he wavered at Han Hu's words, showing indecisiveness, she would have looked down on Lin Bei. Mayor Jiang. You wouldn't kill me, would you? My father is your friend. How could you face him if you killed me? Han Hu knelt with a thud, pleading tearfully. What a pain in the ass. Jiang Yunqing waved his hand, unleashing his S-class manipulation talent to tear Han Hu's body clean in two. Chen Huang and the remaining Han family martial arts experts were no exception, their bodies all snapped cleanly by the invisible force. The manipulation talent was supremely formidable, capable of controlling nearly any object. With sufficient power, it could even lift a mountain out of thin air. After finishing this, Jiang Yunqing casually waved his hands a few times, clearing the scene. He then turned to Lin Bei and asked, Old Shen told you about my daughter, right? He did, Lin Bei nodded. Well? Jiang Yunqing asked cheerfully. Interested in becoming my daughter's husband? Lin Bei hesitated. Mayor Jiang, I've never met Jiang Linger. There's no emotional foundation between us. Isn't it too soon to discuss this? So what? As the saying goes, time breeds affection. A promising young talent like you. If I can see potential in my daughter, she'll surely see it in you too. Jiang Yunqing declared with certainty. The Four Realms tournament is imminent. Let's discuss this after we've met, Lin Bei deflected. Alright. I'll escort you back to the 8th camp first. After what had just transpired, Jiang Yunqing felt uneasy about letting Lin Bei return alone. 2 days later, 30 new recruits boarded the Northern Frontier Corps' special aircraft bound for the Wuching military headquarters to participate in the Four Frontiers competition. Only Lin Bei traveled to Jiangcheng Airport under the escort of the 8th Battalion, boarding a commercial flight to the Wu City military headquarters. General Shun, weren't the slots already secured? Why are all the other recruits flying on the special aircraft while we're stuck on a commercial flight? Lin Bei boarded the plane and looked at Shin Chong with a puzzled expression. The quota issue proved tricky. No matter how we maneuvered, we couldn't bypass Luo Yuanshan. So we had to take an unconventional approach. I've privately discussed it with Wang Chang. You'll compete in his place. Shin Chong stated truthfully. Chapter 39, Jiang Linger Stance. The elimination rounds begin. Vote now. Lin Bei froze. Commander Shin, isn't that against the rules? Besides, would Wang Chang even agree? I know you and Wang Chang have some history, but he's moved past it. Here's his competition card. Shin Zhong handed Lin Bei the competition card engraved with Wang Chang's name, his tone earnest. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. Substituting for someone else is indeed against the rules, but if you shine brightly enough in the competition, all rules will make way for you. All right. Lin Bei nodded and accepted the card. Right. The Four Realms Grand Tournament consists of 2 rounds. The first is an elimination tournament. 120 contestants from the Four Realms will enter the artificial secret realm wearing special bracelets. They'll score points by slaying giant beasts. All new recruits ranked below 20 will be eliminated. Next comes the regular tournament. At your current cultivation level, only a handful of prodigies in the Four Realms surpass you. You need only remember 3 names. First is Jiang Linger from the Eastern Realm. She's at the 7th tier of the first stage with an SS-grade talent in control. Though it shares a similar name to her mother's manipulation talent, their power differs like heaven and earth. She can control all things in the world, including her opponent's internal organs and blood flow. However, she has a fatal weakness: her control weakens with distance. The second is Li Kuo from the Southern Realm, also at the 7th tier of the first stage. His S-tier talent is the Dark Domain. Within its range, he can block an opponent's 5 senses and severely restrict their movement. The third is Zhao Ming from the Western Frontier, at the 6th tier of the first stage. His S-rank talent is Flame Manipulation. Aside from slightly stronger offensive capabilities than ordinary martial artists, he doesn't seem particularly noteworthy. After finishing his introduction, Shinshong grinned mischievously at Lin Bei. Imagine a scene where S-tier talents are everywhere, and then a C-tier talent gets mixed in. Wonder what kind of chaos that would create? Lin Bei smiled but didn't respond. Others only knew he cultivated enhancement with a C-tier talent, unaware he actually possessed dual SSS-tier talents. However, the 3 individuals Shinshong had described were indeed formidable. He had only managed to cheat his way up to the 5th tier of the first stage through the 10,000-fold critical hit gains from Heaven's Reward for Diligence. Yet these 3 stood above him in cultivation realm, each talent proving more troublesome than the last. Especially Jiang Linger and Li Kuo both possessed area of effect talents. If the arena were small, they could instantly gain an unbeatable advantage by unleashing their talents. I'm sharing their information to prepare you mentally, not to pressure you. Relax. As long as you perform normally, a top 3 finish is guaranteed, Shinshong encouraged him. No, I want first place. Lin Bei's gaze was unwavering. Only by securing first place could he earn the most generous rewards, avoid being looked down upon by the Lin family, and gain sufficient recognition from the military high command. That last point, especially, was crucial to Lin Bei. Ha ha ha, good. That's the spirit. Shinshong laughed heartily with satisfaction, slapping Lin Bei's shoulder hard with his remaining arm. Over 2 hours later, the plane touched down at Wuchang Airport. As Shinshong was the commander of the 8th Battalion, revealing his identity allowed him to easily escort Lin Bei into the military headquarters. This was the heart of the Dragon Nation's military establishment. A single brick thrown here could smash through a whole swath of marquises. Centurions and 1,000-man commanders swarmed like fish crossing the river, while dukes and princes were also numerous here. A red 5-pointed star adorned the top of the military headquarters building, its grandeur exuding solemnity and dignity. 2 sentry soldiers stood guard at the entrance. Both were 3rd-tier martial artists. 3rd-tier martial artists guarding the entrance, truly befitting the military headquarters of Wuchang. Wait here a moment while I make a call. Shinshong led Lin Bei to the base of a large building before pulling out his phone. Soon, a young woman with a cool, composed face and a fiery figure emerged from the building. Uncle Shin, did you need something? Haha, nothing major. Mainly just setting up an introduction for your mom so the 2 of you young folks can get acquainted. Well then, I've got things to do. You 2 chat. Shinshong nudged Lin Bei forward a few steps before slipping away. Lin Bei and Jiang Linger stood beneath the tree-lined path, their eyes meeting in an awkward silence. Let me formally introduce myself. Jiang Linger, 1st Battalion, Eastern Frontier Corps. She extended her hand confidently. Lin Bei, 8th Battalion, Northern Frontier Corps, Lin Bei replied, shaking her hand. I heard your name wasn't on the Northern Corps' roster for this year's competition. Is that true? Jiang Linger asked. Indeed it isn't, Lin Bei replied truthfully. Jiang Linger's expression shifted slightly. She immediately withdrew her hand, her face growing colder. The competition roster is selected based on the strength of each corps' new recruits. You couldn't even secure a spot in the 4 Realms Grand Tournament. It seems Mother exaggerated a bit when introducing you. Frankly, I still don't believe you could slay a 5th rank queen with just 1st rank, 1st tier strength. My time is precious, so I'll be blunt. In this world where strength reigns supreme, only the strong deserve the strong. Do you understand? Lin Bei nodded. Understood. Well, since you're here in Wuchang, treat it like a sightseeing trip and wander around. Jiang Linger dropped that line, then turned and walked away without looking back. Lin Bei gave a self-deprecating chuckle. He desperately wanted to say that his failure to secure a competition spot wasn't due to lack of strength, but because Luo Yuanshan had targeted him. But no point dwelling on it now. He hadn't cared much about it from the start anyway. As soon as Jiang Linger disappeared, Shinshong, who'd been lurking in the shadows, burst out. You kid, do you even know how to pick up girls? Don't you know to ask her out for dinner or a movie or something? I'm not interested in her, and she wouldn't give me the time of day, Lin Bei replied. What? That little brat has such high standards? She wouldn't even look at you? Shin Chang's eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Bei might only be at the 5th level of the 1st tier, but his true combat strength was definitely beyond that. He might not be stronger than Jiang Linger, but he was certainly good enough for her. Yeah. Lin Bei nodded. Well, forget it then. Get a good night's rest and prepare for tomorrow's elimination round. Shinshong sighed, then led Lin Bei back to the hotel. The next day, Shinshong once again brought Lin Bei into the military headquarters, blending into the competition venue. A total of 120 new recruits from the 4 realms entered the artificial secret realm in sequential order determined by lottery. The elimination round was limited to 12 hours. Recruits entering earlier had more time, while the last entrant would have a full hour less than the first. Wang Chang had originally drawn number 37, a favorable draw. But if Lin Bei entered the artificial secret realm as the 37th recruit, he would surely be recognized by the northern frontier recruits entering after him. Therefore, he had to delay his entry by claiming stomach trouble, waiting until he was the last to enter. As the other recruits all entered, Shinchong encouraged him, Lin Bei, even though you're entering a full hour after the first one, you only need to make it into the top 20 in the elimination round to advance to the tournament stage. I believe you can absolutely do it. MHM. Lin Bei nodded, swiping Wang Chang's entry card to enter the artificial secret realm. Chapter 40, Latecomer Surpasses. Wang Chang's moment of glory. A flash of white light enveloped him, and Lin Bei found himself in an abandoned town. The sky was azure blue, the air crisp and fresh. He thrust his gun into the ground. Stones scattered as a hole gouged out of the earth, the sensation intensely real. This artificial secret realm, indistinguishable from the real world, was actually a virtual environment. This was an extremely advanced virtual reality technology. Players who perished within the secret realm did not truly die, instead, they were teleported out. Currently, only Sains possesses this technology. Sains, also known as the City of Technology. It is an island city isolated offshore, belonging to no nation. When the colossal beast's catastrophe erupted, most nations adopted a dual-track policy of martial arts and technology. Martial artists, however, had a large pool of practitioners and developed rapidly, consuming fewer resources than technological research. Over time, nations gradually reduced their research funding, with smaller countries shifting entirely toward martial arts training for their citizens. In this era, only a handful of major powers persist on the path of scientific research, yet progress remains painfully slow, still confined to the level of thermal weapons. Sains achieved such remarkable technological advancements precisely because when nations cut their research budgets, top scientific talent fled their countries and ultimately converged in Sains. Of course, rumors persist that Sains has made contact with a more advanced extraterrestrial civilization. Beep. At that moment, two three-dimensional images appeared on the special bracelet on Lin Bei's wrist. One displayed the contestant rankings, while the other showed a map of the artificial secret realm. The map clearly marked three zones: outer, middle, and core. The deeper one ventured, the stronger the beasts became, and the higher the corresponding points. Judging by the map, the strongest colossus in the core zone was a Tier 1, Level 7 beast likely reserved specifically for Jiang Linger and Li Qiuo. After absorbing all the information, Lin Bei's lips curled upward as he drew the dragon bone bow. Slaying the beasts wasn't difficult, the challenge lay in breaking into the top 20. This demanded even faster execution speed. Compared to the Godslayer Thunderspear, the dragon bone bow clearly offered superior slaying efficiency. Hunting time. Lin Bei charged toward the core area, sweeping through enemies like a whirlwind. Almost simultaneously, in the military command's observation room, the three military gods, along with the four realm commanders, all turned their gaze toward the large screen on the wall. The massive screen was divided into 20 smaller displays, each showing the combat footage of a different participant. The Northern Frontier ranks dead last year after year. This year's performance is even worse, only Lei Wen made it into the top 20. Luo Yuanshan, you really ought to reflect on your actions. The war god seated in the center suddenly spoke, his expression and tone brimming with displeasure. Luo Yuanshan broke out in a cold sweat, rising uneasily to explain, Military God Yi, I'm not trying to shirk responsibility. The northern frontier suffers from scarce resources, a shortage of talent, and rampant giant beasts, all contributing to this situation. I could only focus on cultivating a few promising recruits. Is that so? Yet I hear that year after year, you, Luo Yuanshan, hold grand competitions for new recruits in the north, recruiting all the outstanding prospects under your command? General Yi questioned. Clunk. Luo Yuanshan's heart sank as if plunged into an ice cellar. He instinctively glanced toward the other war god seated to his left. Seeing the other remain silent, he steeled himself and explained, War God Yi, this is an utterly baseless accusation. I, Luo Yuanshan, serve the nation with unwavering loyalty. I would never do anything to harm the country for personal gain. I hope that's the case, General Yi remarked. Seeing Yi Junqing drop the matter, Luo Yuanshan's heart sank a little lower. In the northern frontier, he was the all-powerful military commander. But before the few military deities in the headquarters, he was nothing more than an ant easily crushed underfoot. His only hope now was that the new recruits in the north would push themselves harder. Even if they couldn't compete for the top 3 spots, just advancing through the elimination rounds would bring honor to the north. Suddenly, the image on the large screen shifted, revealing a new face before everyone. Reading the information displayed beside the new face, Luo Yuanshan's expression shifted from delight to stunned silence. Northern Frontier 8th Battalion. Wang Chang. 8th Awakening Stage. Grade A Talent, Physical Enhancement. 558 points, ranked 20th. Apart from the points ranking seeming off, all other information matched. Glancing further down, this couldn't possibly be Wang Chang? It was clearly Lin Bei. This kid Wang Chang last to enter the secret realm, yet he surged ahead to crack the top 20. Not bad at all, murmured the silent war god seated to the left. Look! Wang Chang's ranking is still climbing rapidly. 17, 14, 10. Holy crap, how is his rank rising this fast? Is the scoring system glitching? It's not a system glitch. He's entered the core area and is hunting high-tier beasts. His points are increasing several times faster. Records show Wang Chang only has an awakening stage 8 power level. How is he slaughtering tiered beasts like it's eating and drinking? Even a tier 1, level 5 beast can't withstand a single arrow from him. The other 3 realm lords were dumbfounded. An awakening stage 8 slaying a stage 9 giant beast? That's a prodigy. An awakened stage 8 slaying a tiered beast? That's monstrous. Wang Chang had just leaped across 7 realms to slay a tier 1, level 5 colossus and with a single arrow, no less? This was beyond absurd. Compared to Wang Chang's overwhelming performance, even the top contenders like Zhang Linger and Li Kuo paled in comparison. Yuan Shan, you deserve immense credit for nurturing such exceptional talent as Wang Chang, declared the war god seated to the left, offering unreserved praise for Luo Yuanshan's work. Luo Yuanshan broke out in a cold sweat, too nervous to even respond. This isn't Wang Chang at all. This is Lin Bei. He was now caught between a rock and a hard place. Admitting it wasn't right, but denying it wasn't right either. Admitting it would mean deceiving these military deities. Deny it, and they'd demand, why did such a promising recruit from the north not participate in the Four Fronts competition? Wouldn't that prove the rumors true that you, Luo Yuanshan, have recruited all the promising talents under your banner? How could he possibly explain that? Just as Luo Yuanshan was grappling with this dilemma, the military god from the Lin family seated to his right furrowed his brow slightly. Turning his head, he looked at Luo Yuanshan for confirmation. His name is Wang Chang? Luo Yuanshan stammered, unsure how to respond. What? You don't even recognize your own soldiers from the north, the Lin family's military strategist demanded. At this remark, all eyes in the observation room turned to Luo Yuanshan. These were shrewd individuals. Seeing Luo Yuanshan's guilty expression, it was clear something was amiss. His name isn't Wang Chang. It's Lin Bei. Luo Yuanshan took a deep breath and forced himself to speak the truth. So it really is him. The Lin family's military strategist raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. When he first saw Lin Bei on the screen, he had assumed it was someone who just looked similar. After all, Lin Bei possessed a C-grade talent for cultivation enhancement, a trait unsuited for combat, making his selection for the Four Realms competition highly improbable. Who would have thought that the worthless outcast expelled from the Lin family would now stand as a rising star among the military's young generation? Judging by the footage, Lin Bei's strength is at least at the 4th to 5th tier of the first stage. Why wasn't he granted qualification for the Four Realms competition? Yi Junshin demanded in a deep voice. Luo Yuanshan hesitated for a moment before offering a flustered explanation. Lin Bei is implicated in a homicide case. Considering the Imperial Guard Bureau might summon him at any moment, I revoked his competition eligibility. Luo Yuanshan. Every word you say today better be true. Otherwise, I won't let you off. Yi Junxing slammed his hand on the table in fury, startling everyone in the observation room. Chapter 41, Ranking Skyrockets. Information on Lin Bei. All 3 figures in the observation room were military gods, but even among them, there were distinctions of strength. The central figure, Yi Junsheng, was a 2-star military god, while Xie Junxing on the left and Lin family military god on the right were merely 1-star military gods. A single star may seem like a small difference, but in reality, it was a world apart. Combined, the 2 on either side weren't even a match for Yi Junxin in a single exchange. Any keen observer could tell that Yi had long harbored resentment toward Luo Yuanshan, and today his anger had truly boiled over. Having angered such a powerful figure, his days of ease within the military were essentially numbered. Every word is true, every word is true, Luo Yuanshan nodded repeatedly, his back drenched in sweat from sheer nervousness. Meanwhile, within the artificial secret realm, a massive uproar erupted. Each contestant could check their real-time ranking through the special wristband on their arm. What they saw left them stunned. Holy! What's going on? Wang Chang surpassed Zhao Ming and is now ranked 3rd? At this rate, overtaking Li Kuo and Zhang Linger is practically a done deal. Who the hell is this Wang Chang? Why haven't we heard of him before? Everyone in the secret realm was stunned, utterly shocked by Wang Chang's terrifying pace. He was clearly the last one to enter, yet his points had already climbed to 3rd place. A true dark horse. When did the Northlands produce such an incredible talent? Why hadn't there been any word about him before? Wang Chang? Zhang Linger raised an eyebrow, carefully recalling the Northern Frontier course roster in her mind. The only name vaguely familiar to her was Lei Wen, a 4th tier 4th rank with S-grade berserker talent. The rest were all untrained recruits who hadn't even reached the 1st tier. They weren't worth her attention. But how could an unranked rookie possess such formidable combat prowess? The speed at which she slaughtered that colossal beast was far faster than even her own. This artificial secret realm had been constructed and maintained solely by Saiyans. It had operated flawlessly for decades. System bugs were simply impossible. This was too bizarre. Interesting. Seems I'm not the only one hiding my strength. Li Qiuo's lips curved upward, revealing a hint of anticipation. Damn it! Where did this Wang Chang come from? He just pushed my ranking down a spot. Staring at the leaderboard, Zhao Ming cursed under his breath as he incinerated another colossal beast. Not only were the contestants from the Southeast and West realms stunned, but the Northern realm contestants were collectively dumbfounded too. They had witnessed Wang Chang's strength firsthand during the Northern Territory's new recruit competition, nothing special, barely holding his own against Lei Wen for a single round. Now, under Luo Yuanshan's intensive training, Lei Wen's strength had skyrocketed to stage 1, level 4. How could Wang Chang, stuck in the resource-starved 8th Battalion, possibly grow faster than Lei Wen? In the brief time it took for this discussion to unfold, Lin Bei had already closed in on Li Qiuo's 1,300 points. The elimination rounds had only begun 3 hours ago. This terrifying rate of point accumulation, is this even real? While everyone was stunned, Lin Bei continued his relentless slaughter of the colossal beasts. Zhang Linger and Li Qiuo possessed formidable talents, but their energy consumption was equally immense. Even with recovery potions, they couldn't sustain their pace indefinitely. As time wore on, their point accumulation rates visibly dropped by a full tier. Meanwhile, Lin Bei's ancestor of 10,000 weapons talent required no stamina at all. The only effort required was drawing the bowstring each time, a negligible cost compared to the energy drains of their talents. As their advantage grew and theirs waned, overtaking them became a foregone conclusion. Several more hours passed, and Lin Bei's score reached 6,000 points. Second place Zhang Linger and third place Li Qiuo had 3,300 and 2,900 points respectively. A staggering lead of 2,700 points over Zhang Linger. Such an astonishing score shattered the highest record ever recorded in the artificial secret realm. This time, even Zhang Linger began to suspect whether the secret realm system had truly encountered a bug. In the military command's observation room, 3 war gods and 4 commanders witnessed Lin Bei's entire battle against the colossal beast, each of them utterly astonished. To see more clearly, they merged 20 small screens into one large display. In other words, the screen now displayed only Lin Bei. One arrow felled a 5th tier 5th rank colossal beast. He could fire 6 arrows at once. Against level 1, 6th tier or 7th tier beasts, he could manage at most 2 arrows. Lin Bei's terrifying prowess wasn't just his killing efficiency, it was his formidable combat skills. Slaying beasts 2 tiers above his own was as easy as eating and drinking, even more effortless than for Zhang Linger, a 1st tier 7th rank. A talent like this, forget about being suspected of murder. Even if he truly had killed someone. As long as there's a valid reason and his character is sound, he deserves the military's full support. Slam. Generally, he slammed his fist on the table and commanded, "Within 1 minute, I want all available files on Lin Bei." "Yes, sir." The aide standing behind Yi Junqing nodded and immediately called to retrieve Lin Bei's records. Soon, Lin Bei's complete dossier appeared on the large screen. Age, height, weight, place of origin, innate talent, cultivation realm, military rank, service record. Virtually every detail concerning Lin Bei was meticulously documented in this file. C-tier talent? Yi Junqing's expression flickered with surprise upon seeing that entry. How could he possibly be only C-tier talent? I thought he'd start at least at SS tier. A mere C-tier talent crushing so many S and SS tier prodigies? How can they bear it? Could the records be wrong? Several generals looked utterly perplexed, clearly refusing to believe Lin Bei possessed only a C-tier talent. It is C-tier talent. There's no mistake. At that moment, the Lin family's military genius spoke slowly. Lin Bei's father was a top-tier powerhouse in Dragon Nation, while his mother held a high-ranking position in the Martial Arts Foundation. The entire Lin family had once placed immense hopes on Lin Bei. Unfortunately, he disappointed them by awakening only a C-tier talent. For this reason, he was expelled from the family. Good talent only signifies relative strength, not absolute strength. This world never lacks those with perseverance and opportunity, declared the martial god Yi. You're right. We Lin family truly misjudged him, the Lin family's war god agreed. It's over. It's all over. Luo Yuanshan sat frozen in his chair, his heart sinking. Given the current situation, Yi Junqing clearly held Lin Bei in high regard. The tone of the Lin family's war god also revealed his high regard for Lin Bei, likely intending to bring him home. Luo Yuanshan was now consumed by regret. He should have finished Lin Bei off back then. If he had, none of this would have happened. Now that Lin Bei's records had been retrieved, the rejection of his 300,000 military merit points and the denial of his promotion to squad leader would all be documented in his file. Anyone glancing at it would instantly understand Luo Yuanshan had deliberately targeted Lin Bei. For the esteemed Northern Frontier commander to target a newly enlisted soldier, the embarrassment was secondary. The real issue was that all those rumors would now be perfectly validated by Lin Bei's case. His days of glory in the north truly came to an end. Luo Yuanshan slowly lifted his head, turning to look at General Xia on his left. The other man ignored his gaze entirely, his expression cold and unyielding. The message was clear. Chapter 42, An Unbreakable Record. The Gift of Detecting Lies. Time flew by, and the elimination rounds finally drew to a close. As the final second ticked away, all contestants within the secret realm were teleported out. Their first instinct wasn't to celebrate advancing to the arena stage or lament failing the elimination round. Instead, they frantically scanned their surroundings, searching for Wang Chang. 12 hours, over 11,000 points. To be precise, it was only 11 hours equivalent to 1,000 points per hour. What does that even mean? Slaying a single Tier 1, Level 1 colossal beast yields 10 points, meaning 1,000 points requires slaying 100 beasts. 100 beasts per hour, sustained for a full 11 hours. Is this even something a normal human can pull off? Even aliens would get slapped twice for this. Consider that second place Jiang Linger and third place Li Kuo only scored 4,000 and 3,800 points respectively. Truth be told, their scores already shattered all previous records in the Four Realms Grand Competition, but they just happened to face Wang Chang, that freak of nature. Over 11,000 points. This record will never be broken. Who's that brother Chang? The one with over 11,000 points. Big shot, show yourself. Damn, that's insane. Add me on WeChat, boss. The contestants from the Southeast and West Realms didn't know what Wang Chang looked like, but the remaining 29 contestants from the North Realm did. They weaved through the crowd, scanning each face one by one. Soon, they spotted Lin Bei standing at the very back. Lin Bei? What are you doing here? Lei Wen, surrounded by a crowd of Northern Territory recruits, confronted him aggressively. None of your damn business. Lin Bei shot back without holding back. Hey, Lin! Who do you think you are? Talking back to brother Lei like that? A Northern new recruit stepped forward, cursing and swearing as he defended Lei Wen. Lin Bei's eyes darkened, his gaze thick with murderous intent as he fixed it on the speaking recruit. His time in the army wasn't long, but his combat experience was undeniably rich. Through countless battles, his killing intent had only grown. A single glance was enough to terrify the new recruit, who wet himself without even realizing it. I know why you're here. You didn't qualify for the Four Realms competition, so you snuck in to watch out of spite. I was right, wasn't I? Forgive my bluntness, but the Four Realms competition is filled with prodigies. With your mere C-rank talent, you wouldn't even make it past the preliminary rounds. Lei Wen stood tall, brimming with arrogance. He had secured 9th place in the elimination rounds. This was proof of his strength and a symbol of honor. Back in that rookie tournament, he'd been utterly crushed, even forced to swallow his pride and curry favor with Lin Bei. Now the tables had turned, and he could finally spit out that bitter humiliation. Truth be told, I'd love to fight you again to win back the dignity I lost back then in a fair and square match. But unfortunately, under Lord Luo's training, my strength has skyrocketed. You don't even have the qualifications to be my opponent. Lei Wen sneered haughtily, then brushed past Lin Bei with his men. They continued searching the crowd for Wang Chang, but after combing every corner, they found no trace of him. Just then, the 3 military gods and 4 commanders emerged from the observation room. In an instant, the atmosphere grew tense. The new recruits lined up in their respective squads on the parade ground, anxious not to make a poor impression before these important figures. First, congratulations to the top 20 contestants advancing to the tournament stage. Second, there was a minor issue during the elimination round, a name error on the leaderboard. Lin Bei was mistakenly entered as Wang Chang. Yi Junxing declared. Whoa! The crowd on the field sucked in their breath at this revelation. All 29 contestants from the northern frontier turned to stare at Lin Bei, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets in shock. They had all arrived in Wuchang on the same chartered flight. Wang Chang was clearly there. How could Wang Chang have suddenly become Lin Bei? If those words had come from Lin Bei's mouth, they would never have believed it. But generally he held immense power and prestige. There was no reason for him to risk his reputation by lying over such a minor matter. Which meant, the one who scored over 11,000 points was truly Lin Bei. Gulp. Lei Wen swallowed hard in shock, his face flushing crimson instantly. Recalling his earlier words, he felt so embarrassed he wanted to crawl into a hole. But he couldn't understand why, despite Luo Yuanshan's relentless cultivation of him, had he still lost to Lin Bei? It was him? Jiang Linger lifted her beautiful eyes slightly, glancing back at Lin Bei. Lin Bei ignored Jiang Linger's gaze and lifted his head to look at Yi Junsheng. Xin Chong had been right after all. When a person became truly powerful, the rules would indeed make way for them. Damn it! How dare he ignore me? Jiang Linger stomped her foot in anger. So what if he won first place in the elimination round? Anyone watching would think it was the top spot in the Four Realms Grand Tournament. The elimination rounds emphasized killing efficiency, while the arena battles tested comprehensive combat skills. In one-on-one duels, Jiang Linger was confident her SS tier talent could dominate any opponent. It's getting late. Everyone should head back to rest and prepare for tomorrow's arena matches. Lin Bei, come here. Yi Junsheng called out. Yes. Lin Bei nodded and followed Yi Junsheng into the office. Commander Shen, you're here too? Lin Bei was slightly surprised to see Xin Chong. Yes. General Yi has some matters he wishes to discuss with us, Shin Chong replied. I heard from General Shin that you slew a 5th-tier queen insect while still at the 1st tier, 1st rank? Yi Junqing inquired. Yes. Lin Bei nodded. Yi Junqing turned to his aide behind him. Seeing the aide nod, Yi Junqing continued, Did you kill Hanan and the 4 students from Jiangqing Experimental Middle School? No, Lin Bei denied. Yi Junqing turned back to his aide, who shook his head slightly. Yi Junqing warned, My aide possesses a rare talent for detecting lies. Every word and sentence you utter cannot be concealed from him. Understand? I did not kill them. Lin Bei denied again. Ha ha ha. What a stubborn little brat, General Yi laughed heartily. Lin Bei, Deputy Zhang's lie detection talent has never been wrong. Besides, it's no secret that you killed Hanan and the others. Just tell the truth, Shin Zhong urged. Seeing there was no way out, Lin Bei confessed, it was indeed me who killed them. But they tried to kill me first. I only fought back in self-defense. Lin Bei recounted the events of that day in full, holding nothing back and adding no embellishments. Yi Junqing turned to his aide behind him. Seeing the aide nod, a smile immediately spread across his face. He who kills shall be killed. What you did was justified. In truth, Yi Junqing had long suspected Lin Bei acted in self-defense. After all, a man who had refused Luo Yuanshan for the sake of the 8th Battalion was hardly the sort to engage in such despicable acts of murder and robbery. But to be absolutely certain, he had to test Lin Bei. Did you summon me here just to learn these things? Lin Bei asked. That was only part of the reason, Yi Junqing replied, giving his aide a knowing glance. The aide nodded, understood, and sat down at the computer to begin operating it. Chapter 43, Promotion to Squad Leader. Elemental Tyrant. Seeking gold tickets. Soon, 300,000 military merit points were credited to Lin Bei's account. Immediately afterward, the system's notification sound echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on your promotion to squad leader. You have earned 1 lottery chance. Would you like to draw now? Lin Bei froze for a moment, momentarily stunned. He had assumed that only by winning the 4 Realms Tournament Championship would promotion to squad leader come naturally. He never imagined happiness would come so suddenly. Draw, Lin Bei silently commanded. The lottery wheel, visible only to Lin Bei, began to spin, its golden light flickering incessantly. After a dozen seconds, the golden light ceased its flickering. Ding! Congratulations, host, you've drawn the SSS tier talent, Elemental Tyrant. Another talent? Can't we get something new for a change? Lin Bei muttered under his breath, a hint of disappointment in his voice. Prizes included talents, alter egos, armor, martial arts, resources, and more. He already possessed SSS-grade Heaven Rewards Diligence and SSS-grade Ancestor of all weapons, so he had more than enough talents. If he could draw an alter ego or a grade 9 weapon, armor, or martial skill, that would be even better. That was his thought, but when Lin Bei saw the description of the Elemental Tyrant, his pupils instantly dilated to the size of copper bells. He froze solid on the spot, forgetting even to breathe. This talent allows control over any element in the heavens and earth, and enables the transformation between different elements. Lin Bei murmured to himself, his mind churning with overwhelming shock. That single sentence contained an explosive amount of information. The fundamental elements were divided into metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Beyond these, there were mutated elements like ice, thunder, light, and darkness. For instance, Zhao Ming's S-rank talent, Flame Manipulation, belonged to the fire element. Li Qiuo's S-rank talent, Dark Realm, belonged to the dark element. Both possessed formidable talents, yet their abilities remained relatively rudimentary forms of elemental manipulation. Lin Bei, however, masters. One word, yet worlds apart. It's like the difference between Zhang Yunqing's S-rank talent of manipulation and Zhang Linger's SS-rank talent of mastery. Moreover, this talent grants immunity to all elemental attributes. Most astonishingly, Lin Bei can not only master any element in the world but also transform one element into another. In other words, when Lin Bei's power is sufficient, he can turn water into fire, or fire into water. Any element can be transformed into another. How the hell is this even human? He's a god. Even among SSS tier talents, compared to the Elemental Tyrant, both Heaven Rewards Diligence and Ancestor of all weapons seem utterly overshadowed. Not to mention the likes of Zhang Yunqing and Li Qiuo, they're utterly insignificant before the Elemental Tyrant. What? A mere squad leader has kept you this excited for so long? Yi Junqiang teased. Lin Bei snapped back to reality. Thank you, Yi Junqiang. No need to thank me. You prevented the insect tide from erupting and saved so many lives. This reward is what you deserve. Yi Junqiang affirmed. Yi Junqiang, if there's nothing else, can I head back now? Lin Bei was already itching to test the Elemental Tyrant's effects. Sure. I look forward to seeing you in the tournament. Yi Junqiang nodded. Lin Bei dashed out of the office and returned to the hotel where he was staying. He closed the doors and windows, drew the curtains, plunging the room into complete darkness. He snapped his fingers lightly and a single point of light appeared out of nowhere in the room, then expanded to fill the entire space. Without turning on any lights, the room was now as bright as day. With another snap, water molecules in the air condensed into ice, then transformed into fire. Truly the elemental tyrant. Lin Bei was utterly stunned. After washing up, he lay in bed, unable to calm down for a long time. This world was built upon the 5 fundamental elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Whoever mastered these 5 elements would master the world itself. The next day, the 20 contestants who had advanced through the elimination rounds gathered at the military headquarters parade ground, awaiting the draw for the tournament matches. Lin Bei stepped forward first, reaching into the box and casually pulling out a slip. Opening it, he found the number 7. Heaven forbid. Please don't draw number 7. If I just make it through the first round of the tournament, I'll be in the top 10. Just don't let me face that monster Lin Bei. I'd rather face Zhao Ming than Lin Bei. Each silently prayed as they lined up for the draw. 11 hours, racking up over 11,000 points. From their perspective, Lin Bei was several times more terrifying than Jiang Linger, Li Qiuo, and Zhao Ming combined. Drawing him in the first round would be utter bad luck. Number 7. Lei Wen unfolded the slip of paper in his hand. The moment he saw the number 7, he immediately crumpled it into a ball, nearly pulverizing it into dust. You've always wanted another match with me, right? Judging by your expression, are you scared? Lin Bei caught sight of the paper in Lei Wen's hand, a smirk curling his lips. Ha! I'm afraid I might go too hard and accidentally kill you. Lei Wen's words were defiant, though his confidence was shaky. You don't have the strength for that, Lin Bei chuckled lightly. At that moment, Yi Junqing stepped forward. Before the tournament officially begins, I'll briefly explain the rules. The battle arena will be randomly selected from desert, forest, swamp, city, or ocean, all within the virtual space. Any means are permitted, and victory is achieved only when one side is slain. Luo Yuanshan suddenly stepped forward. Yi Junqiang, I have a small suggestion. Speak. Yi Junqiang snapped impatiently. Realm levels and martial arts techniques are cultivated through a warrior's own efforts. They represent intrinsic strength. Weapons and armor, however, are external tools that significantly skew fairness. I propose all contestants use the basic military armor provided by the Ministry of Defense, Luo Yuanshan stated. Excellent suggestion. Otherwise, those wielding high-tier military armor would gain an unfair advantage over competitors without such equipment. General Yi, I support this proposal too. I concur. The military commanders of the Southeast and West realms all chimed in agreement. Yesterday in the observation room, they had all witnessed Lin Bei wielding the 4th-tier supreme weapons, the Godslayer Thunder Spear and the Dragonbone Bow. The overwhelming power of these 2 weapons was undeniable. If all 20 contestants were to use basic weapons, those with higher cultivation levels would clearly hold a greater advantage. General Yi furrowed his brow slightly. Luo Yuanshan's suggestion was clearly aimed at Lin Bei. The other 3 military commanders agreed, primarily for the benefit of their own contestants. General Yi, banning prohibited drugs and weapons would indeed make things fairer, General Lin advised. Indeed, General Xia nodded in agreement. With unanimous agreement from all 6, Yi Junqing had no choice but to announce loudly, to ensure the fairness of the competition. Everyone remove your armor. No one dared disobey, obediently removing their armor and weapons to place them on the ground. Most competitors used 1st or 2nd tier armor, while only prodigies like Jiang Linger, Li Qiuo, and Zhao Ming wielded 3rd tier armor. It wasn't that the Southeast and West realms couldn't produce 4th tier armor, rather, with their current strength, they couldn't fully unleash the power of 4th tier armor. Only prodigies like Lin Bei possessed such extraordinary physiques, awakening with strength rivaling that of a stage-entry martial artist, and now, having reached stage 1, 5th tier, boasting a physique comparable to a stage 2 martial artist. Chapter 44, The Prosperous 8th Battalion? Crushing Lei Wen. Clang. Lin Bei drew the god-slaying Thunder Spear and tossed it at his feet. The clang of the weapon hitting the ground instantly drew the gaze of every contestant present. Holy! I recognize that spear. It's the god-slaying Thunder Spear, the weapon of the former commander of the Northern Frontier's 8th Battalion. Top-tier 4th-grade quality. Is the Northern Frontier that wealthy? They're equipping new recruits with top-tier 4th-grade weapons. Envy spread across their faces. Clang! Lin Bei pulled out the Dragonbone Bow and tossed it at his feet. What kind of weapon is this? Looks like it's no slouch either. Seems forged from the bone of some colossal beast. I heard that decades ago, a 6th-tier dragon appeared in the north. The military dispatched a 7th-tier expert to slay it, then forged a fine bow from its spine. Could this be the very one? Clang! Lin Bei stripped off his insect armor and tossed it carelessly at his feet. At that moment, the entire arena fell deathly silent. Even the 3 military gods and 4 military lords on the high platform were visibly shaken. 2 top-tier 4th-grade weapons. A 5th-grade lower-tier armor. Is this the equipment a brand new recruit should have? The general drooled, the commanders were dumbfounded, and the war gods fell silent. Even these few pieces of gear were beyond the reach of most martial artists in their entire lifetimes. Yet for Lin Bei, it was merely his starter gear. The 3 war gods and 3 commanders all turned to look at Luo Yuanshan, thinking, didn't you just say the northern frontier was resource poor? I have no idea what's going on with the 8th Battalion. Luo Yuanshan stammered, utterly bewildered. Damn it! That's way over the top. It's not fair. No wonder he scored over 11,000 points. If I had these 3 pieces of gear, I wouldn't have lost to him. The gaze the competitors cast upon Lin Bei no longer held the fear and respect of moments before. Had Lin Bei, like Jiang Linger and Li Quo, relied purely on innate talent to slay beasts and earn over 11,000 points, he would have been revered as a god. But instead, it was all thanks to external aids. Without these 3 pieces of gear, how much of his true strength could he possibly unleash? Probably not even half. Lin Bei. I lost to you in the rookie tournament back then. It was all because of that god-slaying thunder spear. Now that you've lost that spear, I'll pound you into mincemeat with my bare fists. Lei Wen smiled confidently, flexing his muscles slightly. His body bulged like mountain peaks. Without his basic armor, Lin Bei couldn't even breach his physical defenses. Not to mention his S-rank berserk talent, which granted him immunity to pain. Lin Bei sneered contemptuously and strode into the 7th teleportation array. Raven looked up at Luo Yuanshan on the high platform, declaring solemnly, Commander, I will not disappoint your expectations. Luo Yuanshan gave a slight nod, a fleeting, almost imperceptible glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Once the 4 realms competition concluded, the divine General Yi would surely suppress and punish him. There was absolutely no room for compromise on this matter. If that was the case, then he would drag Lin Bei down with him. Without powerful armor to bolster him, Lin Bei's strength would be severely diminished. He'd stand no chance against Lei Wen, who possessed S-rank talent. As long as Lin Bei was stopped in the top 10, the tournament rewards would have nothing to do with him, and he wouldn't attract too much attention from the 3 military gods. Once Lin Bei gradually faded from the military god's sight, they'd find an opportunity to eliminate him without a trace. The thought filled Luo Yuanshan's heart with murderous intent. Back then, they had dismissed Lin Bei as too weak to cause any trouble, so they hadn't bothered with him. Little did he expect that despite Lin Bei's modest strength, his ability to stir up trouble was formidable, directly causing a commotion at the Wuqing military headquarters and plunging him into this predicament. You lot, Shinshong remarked from his spectator seat, a faint smile curling his lips, you're celebrating far too soon. Mastery of the 3rd grade top tier Wind Spirit Spear technique, 4th grade top tier Ninefold Thunder Spear technique, and 4th grade top tier Divine Swiftness arrow. Plus, 100% lightning immunity and combat instincts at perfection. While armor and weapons were indeed external tools, martial arts, abilities, and innate talents were true manifestations of one's own strength. Even if he only used basic weapons and armor, how many could stand against Lin Bei? Meanwhile, within the virtual world, the scene rapidly transformed, eventually coalescing into an abandoned metropolis. Immediately, weapon and armor selection options appeared before both Lin Bei and Lei Wen. Each could only select 1 piece of armor, 1 primary weapon, and 1 secondary weapon. Without those external aids, you're nothing but a C-tier talent. Lei Wen boasted arrogantly, selecting armor, gauntlets, and a heavy sword. Oof. A defeated foe dares to bark at me? Lin Bei forgoes armor, selecting only a plain iron spear. His ancestor of 10,000 weapons talent combined with swift arrow would surely propel his projectiles beyond the speed of sound. Ordinary bows and arrows simply couldn't withstand that kind of force. You're asking for it. Lei Wen, struck at his weak point, immediately activated his berserk talent. His body rapidly swelled, transforming into a colossus nearly 3 meters tall. His heavy sword swung with frenzied power, each strike carrying devastating force. Non-physical type talent practitioners struck by this would either die or suffer severe injuries. Long time no see, and you're still as weak as ever. Lin Bei shifted slightly, deftly evading the heavy sword's attack before thrusting his spear toward Lei Wen's knee. You fool! Raven roared with wild delight, swinging his heavy sword once more at Lin Bei. Physical type talents all possess astonishing defensive capabilities, let alone when protected by armor. Even if Lin Bei somehow managed to break through his defenses, so what? He was immune to pain at worst, he'd trade blows for blows. Ninefold Thunder Spear technique. 9th tier. Lin Bei thrust his spear forward swiftly. Hum. A flash of icy light erupted, shattering Lei Wen's right knee. Immediately, his body lost balance and crashed heavily to the ground. Lin Bei thrust his spear again, aiming for Lei Wen's head. No! Lei Wen instinctively shielded his head with both arms, panic gripping him to the core. He couldn't believe it, his vaunted physical defenses crumbled like paper before Lin Bei. A single, light thrust had shattered his entire knee. The vast disparity in power left him utterly despairing. Boom! Another deafening explosion echoed as Lei Wen's head exploded, teleporting him out of the virtual world. All 10 battles within the virtual world were linked to the display screens on the playground. Naturally, the spectators outside witnessed this entire scene. Did you guys see that? How did Lin Bei win? Lei Wen is a rare S-tier berserker. Not only can he elevate his physical form by several tiers, but he's also immune to pain. How could he lose in just 2 shots? Lin Bei is too strong. He crushed Lei Wen without even using high-tier battle armor. If he did, Zhang Luo and Li Kuo wouldn't stand a chance. A chorus of gasps erupted from the spectator stands. Those with lesser strength couldn't discern the decisive factor in this victory. But the 3 military gods and 4 military lords saw it clearly. Lin Bei's 2 shots detonated directly within Lei Wen's body. Force penetrating from the outside inward is an entirely different concept from exploding directly within. Physical enhancement primarily fortifies tendons, bones, skin, and flesh, rarely targeting internal organs or meridians. In other words, had any other 4th or 5th tier powerhouse taken Lin Bei's shot, they might well have lost their lives. Chapter 45, Zhang Linger's attitude shift. The Lin family's arrogance. Is it some kind of special martial technique? A military commander wondered aloud. It doesn't seem like a martial technique. More like a mastery of force techniques achieved after reaching the pinnacle of power control, military god Yi analyzed before turning to seek confirmation from the Lin family's military god. Your analysis is correct. It is indeed a force technique. But Lin Bei is only 18 years old, and his cultivation level is merely stage 1, level 5. Logically speaking, he shouldn't be able to master such a high-level force technique. The Lin family's military god couldn't calm his mind for a long time. This force technique was extremely difficult to master. He himself had trained for years before achieving a breakthrough and truly mastering it upon advancing to the 6th-tier martial realm. Even Yi Junsheng, with his higher cultivation, could only recognize the technique. He didn't know how to execute it. That alone showed how difficult it was. Useless piece of trash. We poured so many resources into you, and you still lose to Lin Bei. Luo Yuanshan's eyes bulged with rage, his mood at its absolute worst. Banning weapons and armor was meant to weaken Lin Bei and boost Lei Wen's chances of victory. Instead, it had inadvertently created an opportunity for Lin Bei to shine. Those 2 shots clearly left a deep impression on the 3 war gods. Combined with Lin Bei's staggering score of over 11,000 points in the elimination rounds, even if he stopped at 10th place, he would still earn the military god's favor and intensive cultivation. Unlike the others' astonishment and confusion, Shin Chong wore a faint smile throughout, having anticipated everything. Back in the queen's nest, Lin Bei had used this very tactic to slay a 5th-tier queen. Impossible, impossible, impossible. I'm an S-rank talent. How could I lose to Lin Bei twice in a row? Absolutely impossible. Lei Wen teleported out, knelt on the ground, utterly distraught and frantic. Take him away. He's making a spectacle of himself, General Yi said impatiently. Yes, sir. The aide nodded and immediately ordered men to drag Lei Wen away. Buzz. A flash of light enveloped Lin Bei as he teleported back onto the training ground. The next second, Zhang Linger also achieved victory and was teleported back to the field. Watching Lin Bei walk ahead, Zhang Linger sneered contemptuously, as expected. Without those external aids, your strength is nothing to speak of. You can't even make it into the top 10. Who says I can't even make the top 10? Lin Bei retorted. You left the virtual world before me. Isn't that proof enough? Zhang Linger retorted. After battles in the virtual world concluded, losers were immediately teleported out, while winners experienced a brief post-match screen. Zhang Linger, wielding her SS-tier talent control, had literally drained her opponent's blood, ending the fight with utter dominance. Within the same tier, she considered herself unmatched. No one could end a fight faster than her. Lin Bei exiting before her meant he couldn't possibly have finished faster. He must have been defeated and teleported out. What the hell? Lin Bei cursed under his breath before hurrying away. Defeating Lei Wen secured his advancement into the top 10. Another match awaited in the afternoon. Victory would propel him into the top 5. The championship goal was drawing ever closer. How dare you insult me? Zhang Linger clenched her fists in rage, unleashing her innate power. Sand erupted all around her, shattering into dust. Linger, Lin Bei did indeed emerge ahead of you, the Eastern Frontier commander stated beside her. Commander, are you saying Lin Bei defeated his opponent faster than I did? Zhang Linger asked, disbelief evident in her voice. Yes. He took down Lei Wen with just 2 shots. In fact, he could have emerged even sooner, the Eastern Frontier commander stated solemnly. How is that possible? In one-on-one combat, my mastery of my innate talent is nearly unmatched. Without his high-tier equipment, he couldn't possibly defeat his opponent faster than me. Zhang Linger remained unconvinced. Overconfidence breeds arrogance. Though Lin Bei's cultivation realm and innate talent may fall short of yours, his overall strength might not be much weaker. Moreover, we didn't investigate any information about Lin Bei before the match. We have no idea what other unknown techniques he might be hiding. In terms of sheer danger alone, he surpasses even Li Kuo of the Southern Frontier. The Eastern Frontier's military commander's expression turned grave. Hearing these words, Zhang Linger fell silent. She never imagined that Lin Bei, whom she had looked down upon just yesterday, would transform overnight into an opponent deemed dangerous even by the Eastern military commander. Could it be that the events her mother described over the phone were not exaggerated after all? Had he truly slain a 5th-tier queen insect single-handedly? Alright, I know what I must do. Jiang Linger's expression hardened as she immediately gave chase in the direction Lin Bei had departed. She had sacrificed far too much for the Four Regions tournament. The championship, she would claim it at any cost. And facing an unknown opponent was far more dangerous than facing a powerful one. She needed to understand Lin Bei's true strength and hidden cards before facing him. Lin Bei, wait for me. Jiang Linger sped after him. Something? Lin Bei asked indifferently. I was wrong about what happened earlier. To apologize, how about I treat you to lunch? Any restaurant in Wuchang is yours to choose. Jiang Linger's usual aloofness vanished, replaced by a smile. No time. Lin Bei declined, turning to walk away. Jiang Linger stood frozen in place, unable to react for a long moment. She was the military flower of the eastern frontier, the top prodigy, and SS-tier talent. Men who adored her could form a line stretching from the eastern frontier to the northern frontier. If she wanted, she could have someone treat her to lunch every single day of the year. And now, she was personally inviting Lin Bei to lunch, a dream come true for countless people. Yet Lin Bei had refused, and so decisively. Watching Lin Bei vanish from sight, Jiang Linger called out, "Hey! Why are you being so petty? I apologized, and you still won't forgive me. Put. Even if I didn't know your true hand, I, Jiang Linger, would never lose to someone like you." With that, she turned and walked away. Back at the hotel, Lin Bei ate his meal and then lay down on the bed to rest. With another match scheduled for the afternoon, his top priority was to rest up. Knock knock. No sooner had he settled down than a knock sounded at the door. Open up. I'm Lin Junsheng's aide. I have something to inform you. Just speak at the door. Hearing the name Lin Junsheng, Lin Bei didn't even bother to get out of bed. I represent the Lin family's god of war. Are you sure you want me to speak at the door? The aide's voice carried a hint of anger. If you won't speak, then get lost. Lin Bei showed no leniency. The aide clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in fury, forcing himself to suppress his rage as he said, General Lin believes you have considerable potential and are a promising prospect. He's offering you a chance to return to the Lin family. Do you accept? No. Lin Bei replied decisively. The aide froze, thinking he'd misheard. He asked again, did you just say no? Yes. Lin Bei confirmed. Lin Bei, you know the Lin family's power better than I do. They're one of the most prestigious martial arts clans in the Dragon Nation. Every year, countless people bend over backwards to join the Lin family. Now you have a golden opportunity to return. Are you sure you don't want it? With your potential, plus the Lin family's cultivation, your future is bound to. Lin Bei had no desire to listen further. He impatiently cut him off. Go back and tell that old fool in the Lin family. I, Lin Bei, have long severed all ties with the Lin family. I will never return in this lifetime. You dare insult the military god. The aide instantly flew into a rage. So what if he's the god of war? I'll insult him anyway. Lin Bei declared defiantly. Fine. Just you wait. The aide stormed off in fury. Lying on his bed, Lin Bei still vividly remembered the day he was expelled from the Lin family. After awakening a C-rank talent, his parents had publicly pointed fingers at him, cursing him as a worthless waste who had defiled the noble Lin bloodline. Servants whispered mockery behind closed doors, while relatives and acquaintances watched coldly, reveling in his misfortune. In the end, the Lin family banished Lin Bei to enlist in the 8th Battalion of the Northern Frontier. The Lin family couldn't possibly be unaware of the treatment the 8th Battalion endured within the Northern Frontier Corps. Their sole purpose was to make Lin Bei vanish from this world. Only then would the Lin family be rid of the disgrace that was Lin Bei. When he was worthless, they kicked him out like trash. Now that he's become valuable, they want him back to work like a beast of burden. Is that even possible? Lin Bei would rather spend his entire life in the 8th Battalion of the Northern Frontier than return to the Lin family for a single day. Chapter 46, All Attribute Immunity. Flame Lord. After a few hours of rest, Lin Bei rose and headed toward the military headquarters. After the first round of the tournament, the top 10 contestants had been determined. The next draw would determine the final 5. Let me see which unlucky bastard drew number 1. Zhao Mingwang waved the slip of paper bearing the digit 1, scanning the crowd. Looks like your luck's pretty bad this round, you're up against me. Lin Bei produced a slip of paper bearing the same number 1. The smile froze on Zhao Ming's face. He had only feared Jiang Linger and Li Kuo before, but after witnessing Lin Bei's strength, he now had to worry about him too. He was confident he could crush the remaining 6 contestants. One side had a 6 in 9 chance, the other a 3 in 9 chance. To draw the latter was truly bad luck. But caution didn't mean fear. With his S-tier talent in flame manipulation and his first tier, 6th level cultivation, he held a double advantage. Facing Lin Bei would be a bit tricky at most. Victory would undoubtedly be his. Damn it! 2 horizontal, 1 vertical, let's do this. Zhao Ming cursed under his breath before turning and stepping into the teleportation array. Jiang Linger watched Lin Bei enter the teleportation array before lifting her gaze to the Eastern Territory commander on the elevated platform. The commander's profound strength would reveal more clues through combat.
Since Lin Bei's trump cards remained undisclosed, they would be dissected through each successive battle.
The virtual world's scenery shifted, finally settling on a desert map. Ha 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 ha. Desert. A desert map rich in fire elements.
Zhao Ming threw his head back in maniacal laughter, his mouth agape with excitement.
The last shred of apprehension he'd felt toward Lin Bei vanished completely. The desert map was his home turf. Even if he faced Zhang Ling or Li Quo, who were at higher realms, he was 80% confident he could defeat them. A desert map?
Looks like Lin Bei's championship run ends here, Yi Juncheng sighed softly, feeling regret.
Luck is part of strength. Looks like his luck isn't good enough.
Lin Junshin's eyes flickered, his expression unreadable. Without high-tier gear, no map advantage, and inferior talent and cultivation to Zhao Ming, Lin Bei is doomed to lose.
Xia Junshin declared with absolute certainty. Ahem. Lin Bei's strength is formidable. Perhaps he still has hidden cards up his sleeve? I'd say it's 50-50 between them.
The Western Frontier commander spoke of the even odds, yet his smile was harder to suppress than an AK-47's recoil.
No one present understood Zhao Ming's capabilities better than him.
Without exaggeration, Zhao Ming was unmatched at his cultivation level on the desert map. Infused with potent fire elements, Zhao Ming could manifest devastatingly powerful flame armor around his body. While this armor offered no physical defense, its terrifying heat could instantly melt basic soldier armor. To put it bluntly, even if Zhao Ming stood there letting Lin Bei attack him, Lin Bei wouldn't be able to scratch Zhao Ming, but would burn himself instead. The outcome of this battle was predetermined before it even began.
Lin Bei. The one with truly bad luck isn't me, it's you.
Zhao Ming snapped his fingers, sparks dancing at his fingertips. Immediately, flames roared to life, spreading across his entire body to form the flaming armor. From head to toe, not a single strand of hair was exposed. The denser the fire element in the heavens and earth, the stronger the flame armor became, the longer it lasted, and the less it drained his own energy.
Is that so? I don't think so.
Lin Bei still chose his iron spear and launched the first attack.
Fiery serpent dance.
As Zhao Ming's words fell, two massive fire serpents coalesced in the air, lunging at Lin Bei from left and right. Lin Bei sidestepped with a deft dodge, every minute movement and every ounce of muscle tension executed with flawless precision. After evading the two fire serpents, Lin Bei swiftly thrust his spear forward.
Blazing reflexes. But do you think that's the end of it?
Zhao Ming showed a hint of surprise before immediately retreating to create distance.
Heavenly Fire Meteor.
This was a top-tier third-grade martial art, possessing immense power.
Sizzle. Whoosh. Dense fire elements coalesced in the sky into massive balls of flame, obscuring the sun and sky with an overwhelming sense of pressure. Temperatures soared instantly, the sand beneath his feet becoming scorching hot, while the hot wind sweeping across his face felt like it could roast a person alive. Yet Lin Bei stood rooted to the spot, utterly unfazed. Possessing the SSS tier talent Elemental Tyrant, he not only controlled and transformed elements but also enjoyed immunity to all attributes. This level of heat?
Not even 10 times hotter could touch him.
Fall.
Zhao Ming snapped his fingers, sending countless fireballs plummeting from the sky.
Lin Bei charged straight toward Zhao Ming as if he hadn't noticed the fireballs overhead. Hum.
A flash of cold light struck first, followed by a spear thrust like a dragon.
Wind Spirit Spear Technique. Flame Cage.
Zhao Ming anticipated Lin Bei's path and unleashed his martial skill in advance. Before the combat instincts of the perfect realm, your little tricks are nothing. Lin Bei grinned, dodging the flaming cage like a ghostly apparition. His spear thrust toward Zhao Ming's chest.
Sizzle.
The iron spear struck the flame armor, its tip instantly melting under the intense heat.
With every inch the spear thrust forward, another inch melted away. Ha 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 ha. Your reflexes are indeed sharp. But you won't break through my flame armor.
Zhao Ming roared with laughter, clearly anticipating this outcome.
Is that so? I'll see just how many punches you can take. Body Tempering Fist.
Lin Bei had closed the distance to Zhao Ming and now unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Zhao Ming's abdomen. The fist was engulfed in flames. Just as everyone thought Lin Bei's arm would melt. A thunderous boom echoed as Zhao Ming was blasted backward like a cannonball, carving a long trench in the sand.
If even an iron spear couldn't withstand that heat, how could your hand possibly endure it?
Zhao Ming scrambled to his feet, staring at Lin Bei in disbelief, especially at the hand that had just thrown the punch. His fingers, palm, and arm were all perfectly intact, not even a hint of redness. That was a heat capable of instantly melting iron spears. Could Lin Bei's hand be harder than iron? Secret. Lin Bei closed in, landing 2 consecutive heavy punches that sent Zhao Ming reeling. Silence fell over the playground once more as everyone stared in stunned silence. Zhao Ming was far stronger than Lei Wen, yet the fight ended with Lin Bei crushing him. Just how powerful was Lin Bei? Watching this, the spectators felt Lin Bei still had more tricks up his sleeve, a man shrouded in mystery. Good lad. I was holding my breath for you. Xin Chang's heart finally settled. When he saw the iron spear melt under the flame armor, he'd thought Lin Bei was doomed. But Lin Bei withstood the scorching flames and ended the fight with just a few punches.
What a freak of nature. This kid is some kind of freak. That's S-class flame. He just shoves his fist right in there and it doesn't even leave a scratch? The commander of the Western Frontier Army was dumbfounded. If I'm not mistaken, Lin Bei must have awakened an alter ego, declared Yi Junsheng. An alter ego? The crowd gasped in shock. An alternate body immune to fire attributes? Could it be the Flame Lord? Lin Junsheng gasped in sudden realization. At 18, everyone could awaken their innate talent. But the timing of awakening a divine body varies. Some awaken at birth, while others don't until old age. Every type of alter ego is incredibly rare and immensely powerful. Even the most common variant could rival an S-rank talent, while a powerful one might even match an SSS-rank talent. The Flame Lord? That's definitely a powerful aberration. Damn it! That kid actually awakened an alter ego. No wonder he could progress so fast despite his abysmal talent. Luo Yuanshan grimaced in displeasure. If it truly is the Flame Lord alter ego, then Zhao Ming's defeat is well deserved, sighed the Western Frontier military commander. Ha 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 ha. What an interesting little brat. The divine general Yi grew increasingly pleased with Lin Bei the more he observed him. Chapter 47, The Three Strong. Methods to deal with Lin Bei. Vote for me. Buzz. A flash of white light erupted as Lin Bei was teleported out. The top 10 tournament had concluded, and now it was time to draw lots to determine tomorrow's top 5 tournament. If luck favored him with a bye, he could advance directly to the top 3. One step closer to the championship. 10 4th grade spiritual herbs, qualification to enter the intermediate secret realm, a full set of 3rd grade weapons and armor, 2 3rd grade martial arts manuals, and personal guidance from the war god. The 4th grade spiritual herbs could rapidly elevate Lin Bei through several minor cultivation realms. Combined with the access to the intermediate secret realm, he might even break through to become a 2nd-tier martial artist in one go. While the weapons, armor, and martial arts manuals might not be immediately useful, selling them for profit was a solid option. The key point was receiving personal guidance from the war god himself. With a population of hundreds of millions in Dragon Nation, only 12 war gods remain. Each military god was renowned and peerless in strength, with even the weakest being 9th tier. Power is merely the foundational requirement to become a war god. One must also possess glorious military achievements. To receive guidance from a war god is the dream of countless martial artists. If one possesses decent aptitude, it could save years, even decades of detours. After all, beyond innate talent and diligence, the most crucial elements in martial cultivation are experience and wisdom. And in that regard, no one possesses more than these military deities. And these are merely the rewards available in the open. Once Lin Bei claimed the championship of the Four Realms tournament, major factions would inevitably vie for his allegiance, lining up to offer him powerful backers. By then, Luo Yuanshan would dare not target him again. Lin Bei? You just came out too? A flash of white light appeared as Zhang Linger was teleported out. She looked at Lin Bei before her and asked. Been a while, Lin Bei replied. Zhang Linger was stunned. If I recall correctly, your opponent this time was Zhao Ming from the Western Realm, right? Yes. Lin Bei nodded nonchalantly. Zhang Linger was speechless. A moment later, Li Qiuo and the other 2 prodigies were teleported out. General Yi announced loudly, losers exit. Winners continue drawing lots. 5 advance to 3. One lucky winner will receive a bye this round. A blank? Lin Bei reached into the box and randomly pulled out a piece of paper. Unfolding it, he found it completely blank. Number 1. Zhang Linger unfolded her paper ball to reveal the digit 1. I'm number 2, Li Qiuo of the Southern Frontier smiled faintly. We're done for. The remaining 2 looked bitter. If luck favored them and they drew a bye, they'd advance directly to the final 3. Or if Lin Bei, Zhang Linger, and Li Qiuo faced off, one of them would still advance to the final 3. Yet what was unfortunate for them was precisely what the spectators in the stands were eagerly anticipating. Matches between strong and weak or weak and weak held no real appeal. Only a clash of titans could send adrenaline surging. Without a doubt, the 3 strongest contenders in this Four Realms tournament were Zhang Linger, Li Qiuo, and Lin Bei. With the draw concluded, everyone dispersed to rest. At that moment, Zhang Linger arrived at the temporary office of the Eastern Frontier Commander. Commander, you requested me? After repeatedly studying Lin Bei's combat footage, I've compiled these key points to note. Study them carefully. The Eastern Frontier Commander handed Zhang Linger a document. Zhang Linger opened the file and murmured to herself, 1st tier, 5th level cultivation, C-grade talent cultivation enhancement, proficient in spear and bow. The initial details seemed fairly standard, but as she read further, Zhang Linger's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Mastery of the foundational tempering fist. Mastery of the 3rd grade top tier wind spirit spear technique. Mastery of the 4th grade top tier 9-fold thunder spear technique. Mastery of the 4th grade top tier divine speed arrow. Mastery of combat instincts. And he may possess the Flame Lord's alter ego? There's one more thing I forgot to note. Lin Bei has mastered some powerful high tier force technique. Remember, never let him get close. The Eastern Frontier commander pulled up the match footage between Lin Bei and Lei Wan, analyzing Lin Bei's two spear strikes frame by frame. Whoa! After watching, Zhang Linger sucked in a breath of disbelief. Martial arts techniques are divided into 5 realms: beginner, proficient, minor mastery, major mastery, and perfection. Reaching perfection in both tempered body fist and wind spirit spear techniques simultaneously was already astonishing. Yet Lin Bei had cultivated 2 top-tier 4th-grade martial arts to perfection. Is this even something a normal person could achieve? Zhang Linger possessed SS-tier talent and considered herself no slouch in comprehension. She was the top student in the Eastern Frontier Corps. Yet she had only mastered 1 2nd-grade martial skill to perfection, 2 3rd-grade skills to minor mastery, and 1 4th-grade skill to proficiency. Her talent, comprehension, and diligence have long been praised by the Eastern Frontier's military commander, making her the undisputed top prodigy of the Eastern Frontier. Yet compared to Lin Bei now, the so-called top prodigy of the Eastern Frontier seemed no different from an ordinary person. And then there's that mastery-level combat instinct and some powerful high-tier force technique. How did he even manage that? Even if one spent every waking moment without eating, drinking, or sleeping dedicated solely to cultivation and strength enhancement, it would be impossible to master everything. No wonder he crushed Lei Wan and Zhao Ming. Such terrifying power would be abnormal if it didn't crush them. And this is all under the restrictions of the Forbidden Armor's rules. If he could actually use the armor, Lin Bei's strength would rise to an entirely new level. A prodigy. A true prodigy. Zhang Linger's heart trembled with shock for a long time, unable to calm down. She now looked at Lin Bei with entirely new respect. Lin Bei's threat level now far surpassed that of Li Kuo from the southern frontier. Military commander, do you have a way to deal with Lin Bei? Zhang Linger looked to the Eastern Frontier military commander for help. Lin Bei is unmatched in close combat, but your control talent allows you to briefly hover in mid-air, which could serve as a counter. The real challenge lies in the fact that Lin Bei might possess the Flame Lord's alter ego. Your SS tier control might not be enough to master flames that rival SSS tier power. Unless you get lucky and draw the ocean map during your battle with Lin Bei. The Eastern Frontier commander analyzed calmly. Right. Water beats fire. If I draw the ocean map, Lin Bei won't even be able to stand and I'm guaranteed to win. Zhang Linger's face lit up with joy, but her expression quickly darkened. The battle maps were divided into 5 types: desert, forest, swamp, city, and ocean. 1/5 probability favored her, while 4/5 favored Lin Bei. Commander, you have many friends in the military headquarters, right? Couldn't you ask them to modify the match map? Zhang Linger's eyes lit up again as she looked expectantly at the Eastern Frontier commander. Smack! The Eastern Frontier commander slammed his hand on the table, unleashing a powerful 5th-tier aura. His voice boomed sternly, Zhang Linger. Control your attitude. Soldiers of the Eastern Frontier win with honor. Victory gained through underhanded tricks brings only shame. Zhang Linger flinched in fright, meekly stammering, I was just saying. You didn't just say it offhand. You genuinely wanted me to help you cheat. That kind of thinking will only destroy you. Zhang Linger, mark my words, there are no shortcuts to becoming stronger. Every step must be taken with solid grounding. Otherwise, the loopholes you exploit today will one day become an abyss waiting to swallow you whole. The Eastern Frontier commander's expression was stern. I'm sorry, Commander. I was wrong. I'll face Lin Bei fairly and squarely with my own strength. Realizing the Eastern Frontier commander was genuinely angry, Zhang Linger immediately softened and admitted her mistake. 2 days later, the list of the top 3 contenders was announced. The top 3 contenders were Zhang Linger, Li Kuo, and Lin Bei. Unlike previous matches, today's contest drew a massive crowd. In addition to military commanders, generals, instructors, and recruits from all regions, influential figures from various factions were present. Even several martial arts university presidents had made an appearance. The venue was packed to capacity, buzzing with excitement. Holy crap! That guy in the black hat, isn't that the chief of the Imperial Guard? He actually came to watch the match. Over half of the top 10 martial arts university presidents in the Dragon Nation have come. These presidents are openly poaching talent. You can't blame them. The military snatched up plenty of talent during the martial arts entrance exams too. Shinchong sat in the corner, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Bei. Young man, whether you can soar to new heights depends entirely on seizing this opportunity. Begin the lottery, declared Yi Junsheng. With that, Lin Bei and his 2 companions stepped forward one by one to draw their lots. Following the same rules as the previous round, one participant would receive a buy in advance directly to the final match. Number 1. Lin Bei unfolded his slip of paper, revealing the digit 1. Zhang Linger and Li Kuo each clutched their slips of paper, their eyes locked. Neither dared to open theirs first, both feeling incredibly tense. They both preferred facing each other in the first round rather than encountering Lin Bei first. I'll open mine first. Li Kuo unfolded his paper, finding it empty. He smiled faintly, seems my luck's a bit better than yours. Zhang Linger opened her own paper ball. Inside was the number 1 as well. Her expression immediately fell. The thing they feared most had finally happened. Chapter 48, Fortune Smiles. Elemental Shift. Heaven help me if I can't draw the ocean map, please don't let it be the desert map. John Linger pressed her palms together, silently praying before stepping into the teleportation array. Buzz. Within the virtual world, light flickered as the scene shifted rapidly. Finally, the scene stabilized. Beneath her feet lay an endless expanse of blue ocean. The sea was calm, the breeze carried a faint saltiness, and black stone pillars jutted out from beneath the surface. These pillars were extremely narrow, barely wide enough to stand on with both feet. Slip off one and plunge into the sea, and you'd lose any chance to fight back, essentially ending the match. Ha ha ha. Heaven truly heard my prayers. It's the ocean map. It's the ocean map. John Linger was overcome with ecstasy. The heavy weight on her heart lifted, and her mood shifted from anxiety to confidence. Through the Eastern Frontier Commander's analysis, she now understood every one of Lin Bei's tactics. By creating distance in the air, she could weaken Lin Bei's power by 80%. And the ocean map could also restrict the Flame Lord's ability to manifest its alter ego. This match was in the bag. Only a 1 in 5 chance of drawing the ocean map. Lin Bei really is unlucky, General Yi remarked with a bitter smile. His luck has never been particularly good, Lin Junshin remarked meaningfully. Old Wu, looks like this year's Four Regions tournament will see the Eastern Realm claim the championship again. The ocean map will severely weaken Lin Bei's combat power. In the next match against Li Kuo from the South Realm, SS tier mastery will absolutely crush S tier Dark Realm. This year is in the bag again. The military commanders of the South and West regions looked at the East region commander with flattering expressions. The Eastern Territory commander laughed heartily, responding modestly, this year's victory was down to luck. Had we drawn any other map, John Linger might not have been Lin Bei's match. Luck is part of strength. Stop being so modest, retorted the Western military commander. Ha ha ha. After the tournament ends, I'll host a feast for you all. It's been ages since we brothers gathered. Commander Luo, will you join us? The Eastern commander beamed like a flower, already envisioning the celebration banquet's location. I'll pass, Luo Yuanshan declined with a polite smile. Meanwhile, John Linger manipulated the air beneath her feet, forming invisible steps that carried her upward. Reaching 100 meters above, she looked down at Lin Bei below with boundless superiority in her voice. Lin Bei, I must admit your strength is formidable. You've earned the right to face me head-on. But luck is part of strength too. Losing to me today proves you still fall short of me. Where did you get the confidence you'd win? Lin Bei sneered. And where do you get the confidence that you still have a chance? John Linger flicked her finger, and one by one, the black stone pillars on the sea surface were uprooted, leaving only the one beneath Lin Bei's feet. Immediately, the sea surged under her command, churning up waves several meters high. Wave after wave crashed toward Lin Bei, threatening to swallow him whole. After briefly showcasing her innate abilities, John Linger declared from her lofty position, "This realm is under my command. I am the deity of this world. You dare call yourself a god?" Lin Bei shook his head in scorn. Lin Bei, your self-righteous arrogance, looking down on everyone, it's truly disgusting. Now I'll show you the vast chasm between us. John Linger, enraged by humiliation, immediately unleashed her dominion talent. The once calm sea erupted into towering waves, each surging toward Lin Bei with a height of dozens of meters. The impact of this wave would be devastating. Simultaneously, John Linger intensified her control over the stone pillar beneath Lin Bei's feet. If she could uproot this final pillar, even with Lin Bei's formidable combat prowess, he would be unable to unleash it. Solidify. As the colossal wave bore down, Lin Bei neither dodged nor retreated. With an air of casual indifference, he extended a single finger. The instant his fingertip touched the wave, it froze solid. A colossal ice sculpture, dozens of meters tall, emerged from the sea surface, a breathtaking sight. What technique is this? John Linger's expression turned alarmed as she frantically recalled the key points the Eastern Frontier commander had emphasized. Yet none of them matched this technique. Could Lin Bei possibly have another trump card? Even if he did, it wouldn't change the outcome of this match. John Linger's gaze darkened as she exerted full control over the black stone pillar beneath Lin Bei's feet. Lin Bei possessed considerable strength, making it difficult to directly control his body with her mastery power. But controlling the black stone pillar beneath his feet was far easier. As long as Lin Bei had no foothold, this match would be over. How can it be this heavy? John Linger's forehead glistened with sweat as she struggled repeatedly to pull the pillar free. If I can't pull it out, then I'll shatter it. John Linger clenched her right hand fiercely. The power of control erupted, and the last remaining black stone pillar exploded with a thunderous boom, shattering into countless fragments that sank to the ocean floor. Lin Bei's body began to sink slowly. Just as everyone thought he would follow the fragments into the depths, an astonishing sight unfolded. Centered on Lin Bei's toes, the sea surface instantly froze solid, rapidly spreading outward in all directions. Such terrifying power sent a collective gasp of shock through the onlookers. Is this the full extent of your power? Lin Bei smiled as water molecules in the air crystallized into ice, forming a stairway reaching toward the heavens. You, die. Jiang Linger raged, unleashing her full power of control in a desperate attempt to crush Lin Bei's form from afar. Possessing SS-tier control talent, she could command all things in the world. The wind, the rain, the sea, even Lin Bei's very body, flesh, bones, and meridians all lay under her command. If she so desired, Lin Bei was like clay in her hands, moldable at her whim. This is rather interesting, Lin Bei murmured as he suddenly felt a mysterious force settle upon him. Unfortunately, this force could only barely slow his movements. It was nowhere near enough to control his body like a god. I, Jiang Linger, am not inferior to anyone. Jiang Linger's icy expression twisted into a ferocious grimace. Veins bulged on her forehead as she charged recklessly toward Lin Bei. The greatest flaw of the control talent was that its power weakened with distance. Though closing in on Lin Bei was perilous, she was confident her SS-tier talent could crush any danger. Besides, there was no other choice now. Die! 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 Jiang Linger roared hysterically. Boom! Boom! Colossal mastery surged forth, shattering the frozen sea surface as raging waves erupted. It felt less like a person plunging from the sky and more like a towering mountain crashing down, an overwhelming sense of pressure. The ever-intensifying force of control bound his entire body, making Lin Bei's movements difficult. Finally, he felt a hint of pressure. An SS-tier talent combined with the might of a Stage 7, Tier 1 powerhouse truly unstoppable. Any opponent weaker than Jiang Linger was doomed the moment they entered her core control range. But Lin Bei possessed a terrifying physique exceeding 800 points. This value rivaled that of a second-tier martial artist. I'll see how long you can hold out. Jiang Linger roared as she pressed forward, her vigilance fixed on Lin Bei's movements. The last shred of her rationality warned her, Lin Bei was unmatched in close combat. Closing the distance would maximize her control power, but it also gave Lin Bei an opening to strike. She had to be careful. Chapter 49, Crushing Jiang Linger. Li Qiuo concedes defeat. Ignite. Lin Bei snapped his fingers. It's coming. Jiang Linger's expression sharpened. Her diving motion halted for half a second as she focused entirely on Lin Bei. ZZZZT. Sizzle. In the next instant, the water element in the air transformed into fire, igniting into raging flames. The faint flame spread at a visible speed, quickly engulfing the entire sky. Jiang Linger's pupils dilated in shock as she desperately tried to flee this fiery sky. But her speed was no match for the flame's relentless advance. Soon, she found herself trapped within a sea of fire. The terrifying heat and scorching waves engulfed her, causing unbearable agony. What plunged her into despair was that her usually infallible power of control proved utterly useless against these flames. Even something as simple as carving out a path was beyond her. Impossible. 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 Jiang Linger stubbornly persisted, attempting to suppress the flames with her power of control. With each failed attempt, the despair in her heart grew deeper. Gazing through the flames at Lin Bei in the distance, her usually confident eyes flickered with helplessness and fear for the first time. The Eastern Realm's foremost prodigy, the hottest favorite to win the Four Realms tournament, she couldn't withstand a single move from Lin Bei. Now, recalling the words her mother, Jiang Yanqing, had spoken over the phone, she harbored not a shred of doubt about their truth. So there truly existed someone in this world powerful beyond comprehension. The raging flames swiftly engulfed Jiang Linger entirely. At that moment, the spectator stands in the real world fell deathly silent. The battle between the twin prodigies had everyone holding their breath, utterly focused on the contest. What was expected to be an evenly matched contest turned into a one-sided rout by Lin Bei. With a single strike that lit up the sky, he claimed victory. The word invincible was embodied to perfection by Lin Bei. Holy crap! Lin Bei is way too strong. He can control both ice and fire. A Tier 1, Level 5 crushing a Tier 1, Level 7? He's a freak of nature. Only Li Qiuo from the southern frontier remains. I doubt he'll last a single round against Lin Bei. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Seated in the VIP section, the president of Jingbei Martial Arts University watched Lin Bei with a fiery gaze. Ha, this kid's got potential. I like him. Beside him, the chief of the Imperial Guard smiled faintly. This kid Lin Bei has likely awakened the even rarer Icefire Tyrant physique. The military won't let him go. Oomph. That old scoundrel he comes every year to snatch talent from the martial arts college entrance exam. What's wrong with me snatching one person? I'll tie him up and carry him away if I have to. The president of Jingbei Martial Arts University spoke with unyielding resolve. He then swept his gaze across the other presidents seated nearby and threatened, anyone who dares compete with me, don't blame me for turning hostile. The other presidents exchanged awkward smiles before reluctantly nodding in submission. Among the top martial arts universities, Jingbei Martial Arts University consistently dominated the rankings. Faculty, resources, facilities, talent, policies, Jingbei essentially monopolized them all. It was nearly impossible for them not to be formidable. Moreover, the president of Jingbei Martial Arts University was a 9th tier 6th rank powerhouse. Across the entire Dragon Nation, there were truly few who surpassed him. The Eastern Frontier military commander stood frozen in place, unable to recover for a long while. He couldn't believe it. Even with fortune's favor so heavily tilted toward Jiang Linger, she still lost to Lin Bei. Old Wu, Jiang Linger's SS-tier talent is formidable, but when faced with the even more monstrous Icefire Tyrant alter ego, she had no choice but to concede defeat. The Western Frontier commander patted his shoulder consolingly. Yeah, who could have guessed that kid wasn't the Flame Lord alter ego, but the even stronger Icefire Tyrant alter ego? Jiang Linger didn't lose unfairly, the Southern Frontier commander added. Damn it! That kid is a freak. A monster. A freak. The Eastern military commander couldn't help but curse repeatedly, thinking of how this year's 4 Regions Tournament championship had slipped through the Eastern region's fingers. The Lin family's military god gazed at Lin Bei, who had just been teleported out, his eyes flickering with intense admiration. The Icefire Tyrant avatar was several times stronger than the Flame Lord avatar, capable of simultaneously controlling both ice and fire elements. Combined with his outstanding combat prowess, Lin Bei was now scarcely inferior to the prodigies meticulously cultivated by the Lin family. He now possessed every qualification to return to the Lin family. The Lin family's military god, a figure of immense prestige, had already shown Lin Bei immense respect and favor by sending his aide to convey his message. After Lin Bei's refusal, the Lin clan's war god showed a hint of irritation. But now it seemed clear, Lin Bei truly deserved the honor of a personal invitation. Ha 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 ha. Who could have predicted such a dark horse emerging from this year's 4 Realms tournament? Ha 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 ha. Yi Junshin nodded with satisfaction, his eyes seeming to solidify some resolve. The Icefire Tyrant's unique physique is truly extraordinary. General Xie's lips curved upward, revealing a meaningful smile. In a corner, Wang Chang watched Lin Bei, the center of everyone's attention, his heart filled with mixed emotions. We enlisted on the same day, yet your strength leaves me no chance to catch up. You've won. Monsters like him appear only once every few hundred, maybe even 1,000 years. You don't need to compare yourself to him. Keep training diligently, maintain the right mindset, and you'll have a bright future too. Shinzhong patted Wang Chang's shoulder reassuringly. He hadn't particularly liked Wang Chang before, and his admiration for Lin Bei had even made him somewhat dismissive of him. But Wang Chang's willingness to give up his spot proved he still cared about the 8th Battalion. The match concluded. Ignoring the intense stares of those present, Lin Bei prepared to leave. Suddenly, Jiang Linger grabbed Lin Bei's wrist. I'm sorry. What do you mean? Lin Bei asked, his expression unreadable. I was arrogant and overconfident. I sincerely apologize for what happened the other day. Can you forgive me? Jiang Linger gazed at Lin Bei expectantly, her grip on his wrist tightening. Actually, you were right. Only the strong deserve the strong. Lin Bei shook her off and walked away without looking back. Jiang Linger stared blankly at Lin Bei's receding figure, as if she had lost something precious. Or rather, she had lost a tremendous opportunity. With her talent and background, she would likely never encounter anyone more exceptional than Lin Bei in her lifetime. Even if she did, why would someone who surpassed her in every way choose her? While she was choosing others equally possessed the right to choose. Yi Junshan. Li Qiuo of the Southern Frontier. Concede. Just as all eyes were fixed on Lin Bei, a booming voice rang out. The championship is within your grasp. Are you certain you wish to concede? Asked Yi Junsheng. The championship may seem within reach, but it's actually as distant as the stars. Even Jiang Linger, who's stronger than me, was crushed by Lin Bei. How many moves could I possibly land against him? Rather than humiliate myself, it's better for everyone to save the trouble. Li Qiuo smiled bitterly. He still held a trump card, originally intended for Jiang Linger. But now, witnessing Lin Bei's terrifying combat prowess, that trump card seemed utterly laughable. Forget his formidable abilities in martial arts, the Icefire Tyrant alter ego alone could crush him effortlessly. General Yi Junsheng didn't respond immediately. Instead, he turned to the Southern Frontier commander beside him. Seeing the commander nod, he finally declared, since you concede defeat, the champion of this 4 Frontiers tournament is Lin Bei. Everyone, congratulations. Chapter 50, Champion Reward Secured. The Overbearing Principle of Jingbei Academy. Clap. 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 In an instant, thunderous applause erupted, cheers ringing out non-stop. Winning the 4 Regions Tournament Championship meant becoming the strongest new recruit across the Southeast, Southwest, Northeast, and Northwest. With such prowess and honor, one's future path would be bright indeed. Next, we'll distribute rewards according to ranking. Lin Bei, step forward first, declared Yi Junsheng. Yes. Lin Bei nodded and walked toward the podium. Noticing Luo Yuanshan's hostile glare, Lin Bei stared right back without flinching. Luo Yuanshan seethed inwardly. How dare this insignificant rookie, whom he could crush with a single finger, dare to defy him with his gaze? Yet with all 3 military gods present, he could only swallow his resentment. The champion's reward consists of 10 4th-grade spiritual herbs, a set of 3rd-grade armor, 2 3rd-grade martial arts manuals, qualification to enter an intermediate-level secret realm, and personal instruction from a military god. Considering you have no use for such low-tier martial arts and armor, I've decided to replace them with a 5th grade intermediate body movement martial art. What do you think? General Yi asked with a smile. Great. That's fantastic. Thank you, military god Yi. Lin Bei froze for a moment before erupting with wild joy. Footwork martial arts techniques were among the rarest categories of martial arts skills, even scarcer than archery techniques. High-tier evasion techniques were even more extraordinary. The thought of mastering supreme footwork combined with battle instincts at the perfect realm was thrilling. Holy crap! Did I hear that right? Traded for a mid-tier 5th grade martial skill? And a footwork skill at that? A single 5th grade mid-tier evasion skill could trade for over a dozen 3rd grade martial arts manuals and more than a dozen sets of 3rd grade armor. The contestants watched with envy in their hearts. The highest grade weapons and martial arts possessed by the 4 border regions were generally top-tier 4th grade. It wasn't that the 4 regions lacked strength, but rather that martial arts and armor of grade 5 and above were extremely scarce. Each tier increase meant a several-fold jump in rarity. There were 2 paths to crafting weapons and armor. One was through technological forging, but aside from Sains, the scientific and technological levels of the other nations were still stuck in the era of thermal weapons. Crafting 6th or 7th grade weapons was the absolute limit. The other method involves using giant beasts as raw materials, such as dragon bone bows and insect armor. To forge grade 7 or 8 armor and weapons this way, one must hunt grade 8 or 9 beasts. The inherent danger here is self-evident. The origins of martial arts techniques are even more limited, as they can only be created by martial artists themselves. Creating martial arts requires extraordinary talent and insight, along with a certain level of strength. This inherently means not just anyone is qualified to forge new techniques. Dragon Nation experienced a nationwide awakening, meaning its entire populace became martial artists. Out of nearly 500 million people, only about 10,000 possess the ability to create martial arts techniques. Among these 10,000, the vast majority can only create low-tier martial arts techniques. Techniques of grade 5 and above are all treasured within the vaults of major factions, never to be shared with outsiders. This is precisely why major factions endure for generations. They control vast resources, enabling them to cultivate countless prodigies through sheer investment. Once these prodigies grow powerful, they too may create martial arts techniques, securing even more resources and further strengthening their factions. As for ordinary individuals with nothing to their name, even if they awaken powerful talents through sheer luck, they ultimately have no choice but to attach themselves to these major factions to secure a meager share of resources. Yi Juanxing's current level-up reward clearly signaled his intent to focus on cultivating Lin Bei. Dig deeper, and Yi Juanxing is essentially Lin Bei's patron. Take it. It's your reward. Yi Juanxing handed Lin Bei a storage bracelet. Thank you, Yi Juanxing. Lin Bei accepted the storage bracelet with excitement. Inside were 10 4th grade spiritual herbs, the mid-tier 5th grade body technique Wind Thunderstep, and a ticket to enter an intermediate-level secret realm. 4th grade spiritual herbs. Last time Luo Yuanshan rewarded merit, he only offered a single 4th grade spirit herb. And now, there were 10 whole ones. He could almost picture it. Absorbing these 10 4th grade spiritual herbs would undoubtedly propel his cultivation to the 8th stage of the 1st rank. Combined with the Wind Thunderstep, his strength would undergo another qualitative leap. At this rate of advancement, becoming a centurion doesn't seem so far off. Damn it! If I'd known the reward could level me up, I would have fought Lin Bei even with a 1 in 10,000 chance of winning. Li Kuo lamented inwardly. 1 in 10,000? Don't be ridiculous. Lin Bei could crush you with a single slap. Zhao Ming retorted sarcastically. Zhao Ming's right. Jiang Linger nodded in agreement. Li Kuo had intended to argue back, but seeing Jiang Linger had spoken, he could only huff and puff in defeat. Don't leave yet. I'll need to talk to you about something later, Yi Juanxing instructed. All right. Lin Bei nodded. Next up, Li Kuo, Yi Juanxing continued. Just as Li Kuo stepped forward, a deep, weathered voice boomed from the VIP section. Lin Bei, interested in joining my Jingbei University? Old Sue. If you came to watch the match, I'd welcome you with open arms. But if you're here to poach talent for the Wuching military headquarters, don't blame me for turning on you. Yi Juanxing stepped forward, instantly appearing before Lin Bei. You old bastard Yi. How many people have you snatched from the martial arts college entrance exam already? Su Zhenghua pointed an accusing finger at Yi Juanxing's nose and shouted. Yi Juanxing, feeling guilty, tried to justify himself. So what if I poach talent during the martial arts college entrance exam? What business is it of Jingbei Universities? You bastard. Those promising recruits you snatched were all planning to apply to Jingbei University. Then they haven't entered Jingbei University yet. Naturally, they aren't Jingbei University students. But Lin Bei is already a soldier. Old scoundrel Yi. Stop spouting nonsense. I'm snatching Lin Bei today, damn it. Got a problem? Bring it on. And drag those 2 useless losers by your side. I'm not afraid. Even clay figures have their breaking point, and Su Zhenghua, a top-tier powerhouse, certainly wasn't made of clay. Year after year, he'd watched others snatch away top talents during the martial arts entrance exams. This time, he unleashed years of pent-up fury. But this scene left everyone present utterly stunned. One was a 2-star military god from the Ministry of Defense, the other the president of Jingbei University, both peerless 9th-rank powerhouses. In everyone's preconceived notions, such powerhouses should embody the image of reclusive masters shrouded in mystery. Now, they seemed no different from old men playing chess in the park who'd gotten carried away. Lin, the military god. General Xie. Both stood frozen in place, their foreheads creased with frustration, utterly lacking any desire to fight. After reaching the 9th tier, each minor realm marked a vast chasm in power. With Su Jinggua's strength at the 6th level of the 9th tier, even half of the military department's top-tier warriors gathered together might not be his match. Tension hung thick in the air like gunpowder. Judging by Su Jinggua's furious demeanor, he wasn't just talking the talk, he meant to walk the walk. Seeing this, Lin Bei stepped forward and said, "Thank you for your consideration, Principal Su, but I still wish to remain in the military." Ha 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 ha. Did you hear that? Did you hear him? Lin Bei wants to stay. War God Yi roared with triumphant laughter, his admiration for Lin Bei growing even stronger. Su Zhenghua glided through the air and came to stand before Lin Bei. With confidence, he said, "Young man, don't rush to refuse. Why not hear the terms I'm offering first?" "Principal Su, no matter what conditions you offer, I won't change my mind," Lin Bei replied with unwavering resolve. Chapter 51, Upgrading Armor. Joining the Dragon Unit. Su Zhenghua froze upon hearing this. "Do you know about Jingbei University?" "I know it well. It's the top martial arts university in Long Nation," Lin Bei stated. "All right. Since you know it, I'll make this clear. If you join Jingbei, I'll guarantee you 50 million yuan worth of cultivation resources annually and fast-track you into the Jingbei University team." Su Zhenghua delivered his offer concisely. Whoa! The entire crowd gasped in shock. A guaranteed 50 million yuan worth of cultivation resources annually. Even many scions of prominent clans and families didn't enjoy such treatment. It meant that once Lin Bei joined Jingbei, he wouldn't have to worry about anything else. All kinds of weapons, armor, martial arts techniques, spiritual herbs, potions, and more would be delivered to him free of charge. His sole responsibility would be to train relentlessly. Secondly, the selection criteria for Jingbei's school team were extremely stringent. Only the most exceptional talents among geniuses stood a chance of being chosen. Out of the roughly 200 to 300 students admitted to Jingbei each year, fewer than one on average made it onto the school team. Once accepted into the team, however, they received the school's full, unreserved focus and cultivation. Graduates of the team possess a minimum strength of 4th tier, with 5th tier powerhouses even emerging in the past. Consider this, the Northern Frontier commander spent half his life reaching only 5th tier, while Jingbei squad members graduate in their 20s at 5th tier. This alone speaks to the squad's immense prestige. Lin Bei, if you're willing to stay in the military, What about what? Can you even come up with 50 million? At best, you could get him into the Dragon Unit to risk his life. Su Zhenghua shot Yi Junqing a glare and cut him off forcefully. "Lin Bei, I'll say this one more time, you've already seen the brutality of the military. Rather than risking your life on the battlefield, where you could die at any moment, join Jingbei. I guarantee your absolute safety until graduation." Principal Su, the military is indeed brutal. A single war claims thousands of lives. But this nation needs people willing to sacrifice themselves to fight the behemoths. Besides, if I can abandon Jingbei today for a better future, I could betray it tomorrow for greater gain. "Are you sure you want someone like that?" Lin Bei retorted in a low voice. This question completely silenced Su Zhenghua. On a larger scale, Lin Bei remained in the military to fight the beasts and defend the homeland. Recruiting him publicly would be morally indefensible. On a smaller scale, investing significant resources to recruit someone with such wavering loyalty simply wasn't worth it. With the matter laid out so plainly, Su Zhenghua could hardly press further. Yet despite his disappointment, Lin Bei had actually won Su Zhenghua's admiration. Powerful, limitless potential, and impeccable character, he was a perfect prospect. What a pity such a promising talent didn't take the martial arts college entrance exam, otherwise, he would have been recruited into Jingbei no matter what. Simultaneously, the assembled crowd cast respectful glances toward Lin Bei. To possess such unwavering resolve and resist such immense temptation, that was no ordinary feat. Only Shen Chong wore his familiar smile. Lin Bei had once rejected Luo Yuanshan for the sake of the 8th Battalion. Today, he would surely reject Jingbei for the sake of the military. But Lin Bei also owed gratitude to his past self for rejecting Luo Yuanshan, otherwise, how could he have achieved today's glory? Ha ha ha. Well said. Well said indeed. General Yi beamed with delight, reaching out to drape an arm around Lin Bei's shoulder. Their bond deepened imperceptibly. "Old Fox Yi. You lucky bastard. Half your body's already in the ground, yet you still managed to snag such a treasure." Su Jinghua's face was twisted with envy and jealousy. "Ha ha, your envy won't change a thing." Yi Junqing gloated triumphantly. "Oomph." Su Zhenghua snorted coldly, shot another glance at Lin Bei, then reluctantly walked away. Old Lin, old Xia, the rest is up to you too. Yi Junqing tossed out the words before walking away, his arm still draped over Lin Bei's shoulder. Back in the office, Yi Junqing's smile remained unwavering. Lin Bei, I truly didn't misjudge you. To be honest, my refusal to Principal Su was partly self-serving, Lin Bei replied truthfully. Whether it's for the greater good or personal reasons, the fact remains you've chosen to stay in the military. Yi Junqing waved his hand, then sat on the sofa and personally poured Lin Bei a cup of hot tea. That said, the military headquarters certainly can't pour resources into training you like Jingbei University does. After all, defending the four borders and constantly battling colossal beasts requires massive funding. I understand, Lin Bei nodded. While the military headquarters may not be as wealthy as Jingbei, we have abundant materials. When the time comes, we'll upgrade your Godslayer Thunderspear, Dragon Bone Bow, and Insect Armor. Yi Junqing declared. Free of charge? Lin Bei asked tentatively. You turned down Jingbei University. Don't you think I should show my appreciation? Besides, the military headquarters just doesn't have the money, it's not being stingy. General Yi declared. Then I'm grateful, Yi Junqing. Lin Bei retrieved all the armor and handed it to Yi Junqing. I called you here privately because there's actually something else. Yi Junqing paused before continuing. Are you interested in joining the Dragon Group? The Dragon Group? Lin Bei raised an eyebrow, his tone tinged with surprise. It's a special organization established by the Dragon Nation government. Members are selected exclusively from within the military. Their primary mission is to eliminate Chuanqing operatives hiding across the country, and secondarily, to combat high-tier behemoths, Yi Junqing explained. The Chuanqing. Lin Bei's pupils contracted sharply, his shock palpable. He'd never heard of the Dragon Group, but the name Chuanqing was known worldwide. This organization acted entirely on whim, never bound by constraints. When pleased, they might slay a few colossal beasts. When displeased, they might slaughter an entire city. They revered only raw power, holding no regard for law or morality. Centuries ago, a massive beast tide erupted in the northern frontier of the Dragon Nation. The nation's strongest warriors marched north to confront the colossal beasts. The capital was left defenseless, and the Quanxing faction swept through, plundering its resources. Precious spiritual herbs, high-grade weapons and armor, and martial arts techniques all were looted clean. The Dragon Nation knew this well, yet lacked the manpower to oppose the Quan sect, forced to watch helplessly as they plundered. It wasn't just the Dragon Nation, the entire world despised the Quan sect. Yet the Quan sect members possessed formidable strength and concealed themselves deeply, proving impossible to eradicate completely. If you choose to join the Dragon Group, there are 3 benefits. First, the highest clearance status. No faction or entity outside the military has authority over you, and you may command any local armed forces. Second, priority access to secret realms. Whenever new primordial realms emerge anywhere, you qualify to enter with the expedition team. Third, accelerated promotion. Eliminating Chuanqing operatives carries greater military merit than slaying colossal beasts. Whoa! After hearing this, Lin Bei sucked in a sharp breath of shock. These 3 perks were undeniably tempting, each more enticing than the last. The ability to command any local armed forces meant both the garrison command and military battalions would answer to his orders. What immense power! Not even the city chief or the military commander could match that. Moreover, no faction or unit could interfere with the military headquarters backing him, he'd wield absolute dominance. At first glance, the secret realm priority might seem insignificant. Yet when Lin Bei heard the words primordial secret realm, a tidal wave of emotion surged within him. Secret realms were graded as basic, intermediate, advanced, and primordial. Primordial secret realms rank highest, containing the most potent mystical energies and offering the greatest opportunities. Whenever a primordial secret realm appeared, factions would employ every means to get their people inside, hoping to snag a share of the fortune. And by joining the Dragon Group, one could effortlessly gain entry with the team. But among these 3 perks, the last one was what drew Lin Bei in the most. Faster advancement means unlocking lottery chances quicker. Once all 9 are unlocked, the thrill would be beyond imagination. Thus, Lin Bei answered decisively, General Yi, I wish to join the Dragon Group. Chapter 52, Grasping Danger Perception. Yi Junqing's gift. Alright, I'll add you to the group. Yi Junqing pulled out his phone, added Lin Bei as a contact, then dragged him into a chat named Awesome as Hell. God of War Yi. Did you add the wrong person? Lin Bei's forehead creased with frustration. Nope. Everyone here is your senior. If you ever run into trouble you can't handle, just call for help in the group. Yi Junqing snapped a photo of Lin Bei with his phone, posted it in the group, and introduced, our new member is Lin Bei, this year's champion of the 4 Realms competition. You'll all need to look out for him. Whoa! We've got a newbie in the group. And he's a bright, handsome guy. Got a girlfriend yet? Yao or Wan? Stop thinking with your lower half. Don't scare the new guy. If we don't bring in new members soon, I'd swear this group was dead. Out of the group's 23 members, only a few lurkers stayed quiet, everyone else chimed in. But these few lines of chatter really complemented the phrase ing awesome perfectly.
Those in the know recognized them as Dragon Group members, but outsiders would have thought they were street thugs.
Lin Bei sent an emoji in the group, then turned to ask Yi Junsheng, "So, are they in now?" "Yeah. Don't let their crazy antics fool you, they're just drowning in work stress and venting this way."
"You'll get used to it," Yi Junsheng explained.
"Got it."
Lin Bei nodded, his tone complex. Now all that's left is the reward for the God of War's guidance.
"Let me think about what to teach you."
Yi Junsheng propped his chin on one hand, staring at Lin Bei as he fell deep in thought. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him.
"Right. Your combat instincts have reached perfection. Want to learn the advanced ability danger perception?" "Danger perception?"
Lin Bei raised an eyebrow, having never heard of such an ability.
Combat instinct allows you to instinctively evade danger when encountering threats and predict your opponent's attack patterns.
The advanced perception of danger not only possesses all the capabilities of combat instinct but also allows you to sense danger within a certain range. Yi Junsheng patiently explained, take the simplest example, standing in a crowd, you sense someone watching you.
That's the most basic perception.
If this ability were stronger, you could discern whether those gazes carried murderous intent, whether they posed a threat. When danger perception reaches its pinnacle, one can clearly sense any presence around them even without seeing. After hearing this explanation, Lin Bei felt a significant stir within his heart. Danger perception was an advanced form of combat instinct. Once fully mastered, it was akin to opening the third eye.
Or rather, it becomes an invisible domain. Within this domain, Lin Bei could instantly detect any hint of ill intent from anyone. Expressions can deceive, words can deceive, but the truest emotions of the heart cannot. Yi Junsheng. I want to learn. Lin Bei answered decisively. Fine. Then follow me. Yi Junsheng led Lin Bei into the training room. Time flowed like water, silently slipping away. Over an hour later, Yi Junsheng ended his instruction with a string of curses. Speedrun danger perception. Is this even humanly possible? Among the 23 members of Dragon Group, aside from the group leader Yi Junsheng and the newly recruited Lin Bei, every single one of the remaining 21 was a prodigy renowned in their own right. Yet even among these prodigies, the fastest took half a year to grasp hazard perception. And Lin Bei? He did it in a mere hour and a half. He's practically kicking Dragon Group's elite in the ass. Thanks for the guidance, Yi Junsheng. If there's nothing else, I'll head back to rest. Tomorrow I'll be entering the intermediate secret realm.
Lin Bei couldn't wait to get back to use the spiritual medicine and practice the Wind Thunder step.
Alright, go ahead. Yi Junsheng nodded. Alright. Lin Bei exited the training room and returned to his hotel suite.
He had just finished showering when a knock sounded at the door. Then came a familiar voice, Lin Bei, open up.
Lin Bei recognized the voice and immediately cursed, are you annoying or what? Can't you understand human speech? Get lost.
General Yi Junsheng is here.
Show some respect, the aide-de-camp barked. So what if it's General Lin? Get lost. Lin Bei was more defiant than ever. He was no longer a mere ant to be trampled underfoot.
Behind him stood the Dragon Group, the legendary Yi Junsheng, and the entire military headquarters. According to Dragon Group regulations, no faction or unit had the authority to deal with its members. No matter how powerful or domineering the Lin family was, they couldn't possibly defy the state. At that moment, the voice of the Lin military god echoed, its condescending tone dripping with patronizing condescension. Lin Bei, I have deigned to meet with you. You should cherish this opportunity.
Should I thank you then?
Lin Bei sneered in response. No need to thank me, Lin Junsheng stated. But you must kneel before the Lin family ancestral hall and offer sincere repentance to be readmitted.
Ha! 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 It was you who expelled me from the Lin family. Sent me to the northern border to die. And now you want me to kneel and repent. Lin Konghai. You have no shame. Lin Bei cursed furiously.
The Lin family now saw his potential and wanted him back to work like a beast of burden. But they couldn't openly invite him back, that would be slapping themselves in the face, swallowing their own spit. The only way was for Lin Bei to beg to return to the Lin family, and then, out of the blood that is thicker than water, the Lin family would give him another chance. Hypocritical bastards. What a shameless hypocrisy. At these words, Lin Kanhai's face flushed crimson and his neck bulged with rage, his teeth chattering. He genuinely believed Lin Bei possessed immense potential and was a promising talent, which was why he had humbled himself to come personally. But the Lin family was vast and powerful, with deep-rooted heritage. The last thing they lacked was prodigies. He never imagined Lin Bei would be so arrogant and insolent, daring to disregard him, a military legend. Oomph. Lin Konghai snorted coldly in fury, then swept his sleeves and stormed off. You'll regret this bitterly later, his aide muttered under his breath, following closely behind Lin Konghai.
Sick. Does he really think the whole world revolves around the Lin family? Lin Bei sneered dismissively, immediately entering his cultivation state. The next day, the first thing Lin Bei did upon opening his eyes was activate the system interface. Host, Lin Bei. Realm, 1st tier, 8th layer. Military rank, squad leader. Talents, SSS tier Heaven Rewards Diligence, SSS tier Ancestor of all weapons, SSS tier Elemental Tyrant. Weapons armor, 4th grade top tier Godslayer Thunder Spear, 4th grade top tier Dragon Bone Bow, 5th grade lower tier Insect Armor. Martial arts, Dragon Nation Foundational Tempering Fist Mastery, grade 3 top tier Wind Spirit Spear Technique Mastery, grade 4 top tier Ninefold Thunder Spear Technique Mastery, grade 4 top tier Divine Speed Arrow Mastery, grade 5 Intermediate Wind Thunder Step Grade Achievement. Abilities, Danger Sense Beginner. Immunity, all attributes. Constitution, 1255. Due to Lin Bei triggering multiple 10,000-fold critical hits during Spirit Herb absorption, the effects of absorbing 10 grade 4 Spirit Herbs were significantly diminished. Just as when Lin Bei underwent Thunder Body Tempering, the gains from the 10-fold critical hits gradually diminished, ultimately leaving only a 1% enhancement. Seems the 10,000-fold critical hit effect has a limit in every domain. Once that limit is reached, it loses all effect, Lin Bei murmured to himself before glancing at the Constitution stat. His physique surged from over 800 to over 1,200. Under normal cultivation progression, physical constitution wouldn't surge this dramatically. The key factor was that several of the 10 4th grade spiritual herbs possessed properties that specifically enhanced physical constitution. A constitution of 1,255 roughly equated to the 8th tier of the 2nd stage. Additionally, 5th grade martial arts techniques were notoriously difficult to master. Even with the 10-fold critical hit bonus, he had only reached the great achievement realm after a night of cultivation. It would likely take another night to reach the perfect stage. Danger perception couldn't be actively cultivated like combat instincts, it could only be honed and refined through repeated battles. Chapter 53, Intermediate Secret Realm. Zhang Xin at full strength. Lin Bei left the hotel after washing up. As soon as he descended the stairs, he spotted a military green SUV parked at the entrance. General Yi Junsheng sat in the back seat, waving to Lin Bei. Get in. Today, I'm taking you to the Intermediate Secret Realm. All right. Lin Bei climbed in immediately. The aide started the engine, setting off toward the Intermediate Secret Realm near Wucheng. Lin Bei, having the god of war himself accompany you to the secret realm is an immense honor. Not even past champions of the 4 realms competition have received such treatment. General Yi chuckled heartily, retrieving several items from his storage bracelet. Here are the upgraded Godslayer Thunder Spear, Dragon Bone Bow, and Insect Armor. Take a look. Lower grade 5. Lin Bei's pupils contracted in boundless excitement as he eagerly snatched the 3 weapons and armor. The Godslayer Thunder Spear seemed infused with some special ore, its shaft now radiating an even more intense thunderous energy. The Dragon Bone Bow now featured an unknown beast bone added to its riser, transforming it from a recurve bow to a compound bow. Its draw weight had increased by roughly 50%. Increased draw weight meant increased power. However, the upgrade to the Dragon Bone Bow included a thoughtful design. The beast bone and bow frame could be freely detached and reassembled. When Lin Bei's strength was insufficient, he could use only the Dragon Bone Bow's draw weight. When Lin Bei's strength was sufficient, he could add the draw weight of the unknown beast bone himself, thereby increasing its power. The insect armor upgrade was simpler. It involved stitching unknown beast hide onto the bone plate seams. Wearing the insect armor now allowed smoother movement and broader defensive coverage, leaving almost no blind spots. Considering your limited strength, excessive upgrades might hinder your use of these weapons and armor. So I only made minor enhancements. Are you satisfied? Asked Yi Junsheng. Satisfied. Lin Bei answered decisively. The difference between a top-tier 4th grade and a lower-tier 5th grade might seem like just one rank, but the price gap was like heaven and earth. The military certainly wasn't as wealthy as Jingbei University, but Lin Bei had already fully sensed their enthusiasm and goodwill. Next, Yi Junsheng produced a small blue sphere and handed it to Lin Bei. The beasts in this intermediate-level secret realm reach a maximum strength of Tier 2, Level 9. This is a lightning sphere manufactured by Sains. Crush it when danger arises, and it will form a dense high-voltage lightning net around you. No beast below Tier 3 will dare approach. Thank you, Yi Junsheng. Lin Bei accepted the lightning orb. After a long while, the vehicle arrived at the secret realm camp. After the adjutant completed the formalities, he placed a tracking bracelet on Lin Bei's wrist. Go now. I hope you have good luck, said Yi Junsheng. Lin Bei nodded with a smile before entering the intermediate secret realm. Before his eyes lay a ruined city. Skyscrapers stood tall amidst streets piled high with abandoned vehicles. Vines, nourished by mysterious forces, could climb up 100-meter-tall buildings. Roar! Suddenly, a roar caught Lin Bei's attention. Looking in the direction of the sound, he saw a massive beast, covered in wounds and blood, sprinting deep into the secret realm. It seemed to be clutching some kind of spiritual herb in its hands. Another lucky find? Lin Bei raised an eyebrow, paused briefly, then gave chase. After chasing the wounded beast for over an hour, he finally reached the underground garage of an abandoned skyscraper. The wounded beast sat in a corner, licking its wounds. Lin Bei drew his Dragon Bone Bow and Dragon Bone Arrow, drew back the bowstring, and aimed. Whoosh! Just as he was about to release the arrow, a massive wooden spike erupted from the ground, piercing the beast clean through the heart. Someone else? Lin Bei's expression tightened as he heightened his vigilance. You want this mystic juiceberry, don't you? A man's voice echoed from within the spike, followed by a figure emerging. He toyed with the mystic essence berry in his hand before tossing it at Lin Bei's feet. It's yours. What's the meaning of this? Lin Bei didn't bend to pick it up, instead fixing his gaze intently on the man before him. His danger sense screamed that this man was extremely dangerous. At least a fourth-tier martial artist. I am Zhang Sen of the Quan sect. As a token of our first meeting, consider this mystic essence berry a small gift. Zhang Sen, in his 30s, smiled faintly and strode toward Lin Bei. Quansheng? Walking military merit. Hearing those two words, Lin Bei fired the dragon bone arrow without hesitation. Whoosh! The arrow sliced through the air, producing a piercing sonic boom. With a thud, the dragon bone arrow struck Zhang Sen right between the eyes. But strangely, not a single drop of blood flowed from the wound. Zhang Sen's body gradually transformed into a wooden stake. The hole pierced by the dragon bone arrow on the wooden stump healed at a visible speed. Once fully healed, the wooden stump transformed back into Zhang Sen. That arrow was incredibly fast. If not for my wood spirit physique, your shot just now would have killed me. Zhang Sen spoke with trembling fear, yet his face showed no trace of lingering dread. As Lin Bei drew another dragon bone arrow, Zhang Sen snapped his fingers. In an instant, the vines within the garage seemed to come alive, surging toward Lin Bei as one. A wood elemental body? Lin Bei murmured inwardly, holding back from revealing the elemental tyrant's trump card. Instead, he drew the Godslayer Thunder Spear and swept it through the air. After clearing the vines around him, Lin Bei immediately charged toward Zhang Sen. Hum! A cold gleam flashed first, followed by the spear striking like a dragon. The Wind Spirit Spear technique unleashed a barrage of spear shadows piercing toward Zhang Sen. Zhang Sen's body was pierced with countless holes. Enhanced by the armor-piercing effect, each strike inflicted true damage. Even if he truly was a fourth-tier powerhouse, such severe injuries would be fatal. Yet the next second, Zhang Sen's body transformed into a wooden stake, the holes rapidly healing. In mere moments, he stood before Lin Bei as if nothing had happened. Truly a genius with both guns and arrows, Zhang Sen remarked, waving his hand as countless vines intertwined to form a wicker chair. He sat down. Lin Bei's brow furrowed slightly as his mind raced. Judging by these two attacks, Zhang Sen seemed capable of repairing his damaged body using wood elemental energy, achieving an effect akin to immortality. If all his abilities were wood elemental, Lin Bei wouldn't fear him. Thanks to his elemental tyrant talent, Lin Bei could command any element in the world and even convert one element into another. If he could convert all of Zhang Sen's wood element into fire element, the man would be as harmless as a toothless tiger. Enough with the probing. Let's get down to business, Zhang Sen said. You're here to recruit me, right? Lin Bei cut straight to the point. It's always easier dealing with smart people, Zhang Sen said, smiling as he sat down in the wicker chair. I turned down Jingbei University. Do you really think I'd join Xuanqing? Lin Bei countered. No. Xuanqing is different from Jingbei University, the military, or any other power in this world. We live not to serve anyone, but only for ourselves. Zhang Sen spoke eloquently before posing a question. Those fools who rule the world make an even more foolish crowd fight for them, all to protect worthless trash like ants. Do you think that's right? What's wrong with sacrificing a few to save the many? Lin Bei countered. But will the majority who survive ever thank the minority who sacrificed? No. They won't even honor or mourn those who fell. The essence of this world is might makes right. The strong prey on the weak. Only the strong deserve to survive. The weak should be exterminated. Zhang Sen declared. Chapter 54, Hunt down Zhang Sen. Elder Qin, save me. Vote for me. Responsibility and morality are nothing but tools to shackle you. Those few never sacrificed willingly. They were forced by superior orders, compelled by the pressures of this world. Lin Bei, man is born free. Everyone has the right to choose. Now it's your turn to decide. Zhang Sen spoke with intense emotion, seemingly intent on instilling Quan Xing's ideology into Lin Bei's mind. Yet Lin Bei merely curled his lips and asked calmly, Wuching is the military headquarters, teeming with powerful figures. Coming here on a mission poses immense danger to you. So why, out of all the people in Xuanqing, did they send you? Are you really here willingly? Zhang Sen fell instantly silent. So it seems you're here under orders from above too. But doesn't Xuanqing claim everyone has the right to choose? That doesn't add up, does it? Are you the only one without that right? Lin Bei feigned surprise, his face dripping with sarcasm as he stared at Zhang Sen, silently calculating the time in his mind. Zhang Sen possessed a high cultivation level and a special ability akin to immortality. Seeking aid from the secret realm was the safest option, followed by risking the use of his elemental tyrant talent. Just moments ago, when Lin Bei's repeated gunfire failed to scratch Zhang Sen, he had already quietly pressed the distress button on his location card. Now, all he had to do was keep talking trash and wait for reinforcements from the camp to arrive. Zhang Xin glared at Lin Bei with vicious intensity, his piercing gaze radiating murderous intent. The next moment, he burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. You really are a sharp-tongued little brat. But since I've found you, you now have only two paths before you: join us, or die here. You haven't told me what benefits joining Chuanqing entails. Explain carefully just in case I'm tempted, Lin Bei countered. Kid, don't try to stall. It's useless. This secret realm is shrouded in a special space. You can't send out a distress signal, and no one from outside can get in. Zhang Sen's sharp eyes had already seen through Lin Bei pressing the distress button. He hadn't called him out earlier because he saw no need. Now that the cards were on the table, Lin Bei had to understand his predicament. With your meager strength, you can't possibly block a 9th-rank leaf god of war, Lin Bei retorted. I can't stop him, but someone can. Zhang Sen lost patience, advancing step by step toward Lin Bei as countless lines rose behind him. In that instant, the terrifying pressure of a 4th-rank powerhouse erupted, surging toward Lin Bei like a flood. It seemed that if Lin Bei dared utter a single word of refusal, these vines would pierce him like a wasp's nest. Clunk! Lin Bei's heart sank, as if plunged into an ice cellar. A powerhouse capable of blocking Yi Junsheng must be a 9th-tier expert. You have one last chance, Zhang Sen said. I'd rather live in the sunlight than be a sewer rat, Lin Bei replied. Stubborn little brat. Then die. Zhang Sen's patience snapped. He snapped his fingers. Whoosh! 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 Countless vines seemed to come alive, transforming into sharp tentacles that pierced toward Lin Bei from all directions. Lin Bei dared not take it lightly, immediately activating his elemental tyrant talent. He converted all other elements around him into fire, forming a sea of flames as a defensive barrier. Seeing this, Zhang Sen sneered contemptuously. Fire overcomes wood only if your strength is sufficient. How dare a mere 1st-tier martial artist think they can block a 4th-tier fighter? Utterly laughable. Is that so? Then try this move. Lin Bei activated his elemental tyrant talent once more, draining all the wood element within the underground garage and converting it into fire element. In an instant, flames spread in all directions, engulfing the entire underground garage. Even the air itself burned with intense flames. The wood element within the vines vanished completely, igniting instantly and reducing to a pile of ashes in moments. Holy! What just happened? Zhang Sen stared wide-eyed in disbelief as the thick wood element that had filled the garage vanished in an instant. Instantly. As if some immense power had instantly drained every last bit of wood element from this small space. Could other powerful figures from the military department have entered the secret realm? No. That couldn't be right. If other powerful figures were secretly protecting Lin Bei, they would have revealed themselves by now. Could it be Lin Bei? At this thought, Zhang Sen looked up at Lin Bei amidst the sea of flames, his voice trembling with shock. Your Icefire Tyrant alter ego can only control ice and fire elements. It cannot transform wood elements into fire. Unless you aren't the Icefire Tyrant alter ego. You guessed right. Then I'll reward you with death. Lin Bei smiled faintly as he commanded the raging flames to engulf Zhang Sen. Damn it! Why is my luck so tight? Zhang Sen dared not linger a moment longer, bolting toward the exit of the underground garage. The Wood Spirit alter ego was a top-tier alter ego on par with the Icefire Tyrant. As long as wood element energy was abundant, it could heal any injury, granting near immortality and doubling combat power. For this reason, every martial skill and ability Zhang Sen cultivated was tied to the wood element. This approach offered two advantages: accelerated cultivation speed and maximizing his innate strengths. Armed with these two strengths, Zhang Sen could slay 5th-tier powerhouses with his 4th-tier 9th-level prowess. But he never imagined he'd encounter a freak who could convert wood element into fire element. If Lin Bei could only transform wood into fire, it wouldn't be so bad. Zhang Sen could still overpower him with his 4th-tier martial artist's formidable physical constitution. The problem was that Lin Bei also possessed the Dragon Bone Bow and Dragon Bone Arrows. That terrifying speed. That absurd power. Without immortality, one try would be fatal. Trying to run? Lin Bei's smirk was as uncontrollable as an AK-47. He immediately activated the Wind Thunder Step to give chase. He'd kept his distance earlier, wary that Zhang Sen might have other tricks up his sleeve. Now he could safely conclude that Zhang Sen's entire arsenal revolved around wood elemental techniques. A 4th-tier master of the Chuanqing realm. And possessing a wood spirit physique. Killing him would be a monumental achievement. His promotion to Centurion hinged entirely on securing Zhang Sen's head. You just got the Wind Thunder Step yesterday, didn't you? How the hell did you master it so fast? Zhang Sen felt like his world was collapsing, overwhelmed by endless despair. I've only mastered the advanced stage, not fully perfected it yet, Lin Bei grinned, drawing the Godslayer Thunder Spear. Put. Zhang Sen nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. In just one day, he'd mastered a mid-tier 5th-grade movement technique. This was insane. Now he couldn't fight back, couldn't escape. Zhang Sen was paralyzed with fear. A formidable 4th-tier, 9th-layer powerhouse, possessing a wood spirit physique, reduced to such a pathetic state. 9th-tier Thunder Spear technique. 9th tier. Lin Bei caught up to Zhang Sen and thrust his spear forward with brutal force. Zzzzzzzzz. Endless lightning erupted from the spear tip, unleashing devastating force. Back when he was a top-tier 4th grade cultivator, he could slay a 5th grade insect queen. Now upgraded to 5th grade, defeating 4th grade Zhang Sen was no challenge at all. Master Qin, save me! Zhang Sen knew evasion was futile, his desperate cry echoing to the heavens. No one can save you. Lin Bei's expression darkened as he accelerated his strike. At the critical moment, an invisible force descended from the heavens, enveloping Zhang Sen. The Godslayer Thunder Spear struck as if against a bronze wall, its immense recoil jolting Lin Bei's wrist with a sharp pain. Chapter 55, The Spatial Jade Tablet. Zhang Sen, refusing to give up. Damn, he's strong. Lin Bei's heart skipped a beat as he swiftly retracted his spear and backed away to create distance. Ha 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 ha. You can't kill me. Zhang Sen's heart finally settled, his face regaining its initial composed smile. Not necessarily. Lin Bei drew the dragon bone bow, looping the bowstring over the unknown beast bone at the rear of the bow frame to amplify its power. He then half sat on the ground, braced his feet against the bow's body, and pulled the string taut with both hands. The dragon bone arrow was aimed squarely at Zhang Sen's forehead. This invisible force shielded Zhang Sen, yet also confined his movement. As the bowstring stretched taut, the smile on Zhang Sen's face froze. He tried to reassure himself, you can't break it. You can't break it. This is a spatial barrier set by a 9th tier spatial master. There's no way a little brat like you could break it. Is that so? Then why are you afraid? Lin Bei gave a wicked smile, pulling the bowstring back to its absolute limit with all his strength. Whoosh! With a flick of his wrist, the dragon bone arrow whistled through the air. It sliced through the air, creating a massive sonic boom fan. The arrow's movement was nearly invisible to the naked eye. A thunderous boom echoed as the dragon bone arrow struck the invisible wall. The invisible wall remained unscathed, not even a ripple stirred, while the dragon bone arrow snapped clean in two. Ha 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 ha. I told you couldn't break it. Zhang Sen breathed a silent sigh of relief, his face breaking into a maniacal grin once more. He then shouted toward the sky, Old Qin. This boy is no ordinary talent. If he's allowed to grow, he will become a grave threat to the entire sect. I beg you, take action immediately and eliminate him. Lin Bei. At that moment, Yi Junqing arrived at breakneck speed, his feet planted firmly on a mechanical hoverboard. He had been waiting outside the secret realm when he suddenly sensed unusual energy fluctuations within. He had intended to send the strongmen from the secret realm camp to investigate, but they were all blocked outside the camp by an invisible force. Realizing something major had occurred, Yi Junqing immediately flew in to investigate. Senior Qin. Act swiftly. Zhang Sen urged anxiously. Crack. A rift tore open in the space, and a withered hand as large as a mountain peak extended from within, descending from the heavens to smash down upon Lin Bei. A terrifying oppressive force engulfed Lin Bei, immobilizing his body. He could withstand the pressure when facing Zhang Sen, a 4th tier 9th rank cultivator. But against this overwhelming pressure, Lin Bei felt as insignificant as an ant. That palm seemed like the very ruler of heaven and earth. You really think I don't exist, huh? Yi Junqing materialized before Lin Bei, punching directly at the colossal hand overhead. Boom! Boom! The punch carried the force of 1 billion tons. Upon impact, a crack appeared at the center of the withered palm. The crack spread, covering the entire palm, until it finally exploded with a deafening roar. The shockwaves radiated outward like ripples, instantly leveling a 100-meter-high mountain peak. Wherever the shockwave passed, sand and stone shattered, vegetation vanished, and even colossal beasts were shaken to death. A casual strike with such devastating power, a 9th-tier powerhouse truly lives up to its terrifying reputation. Lin Bei's heart trembled with awe, fueling his hunger for strength. Initially, being forced to enlist in the northern frontier was merely about survival to avoid being bullied. Later, he sought to achieve greatness and prove himself. Now that Quan Xing had targeted him, they certainly wouldn't let it rest. He had to strengthen himself faster. You scum of Quan Xing! Yi Junqing's gaze shifted, his eyes burning with murderous intent as he locked onto Zhang Sen and unleashed a punch. Master Qin, save me! Zhang Sen cried in panic. This barrier might block a 1st tier like Lin Bei, but it wouldn't stand a chance against a 9th tier war god. Light flashed, space warped, and Zhang Sen vanished instantly from his original position. His punch missed its mark. Yi Junqing immediately walked over to Lin Bei, examining him from head to toe. You're not hurt, are you? I'm fine. It's a pity old Qin suddenly intervened, otherwise I could have killed Zhang Sen. Lin Bei lamented. Zhang Sen is a 4th tier, 9th level martial artist with a rare wood spirit physique. Are you certain you could have killed him? Yi Junqing eyed Lin Bei skeptically. Lin Bei recounted the entire sequence of events. Whoa! Yi Junqing sucked in a sharp breath, staring at Lin Bei as if he were a freak. The ability to simultaneously control ice, fire, and wood elements and to transform between them could only mean two things. One is innate talent combined with a special physique. The other is a pure innate elemental tyrant. Elemental tyrant ranked among the top 10 SSS tier talents on the talent list. It granted control over any element in the world and the ability to transform between them. Its power was undeniable. Regardless of the scenario, Lin Bei's value far exceeded Yi Juanqing's initial estimates. General Yi, there might be a mole within the military headquarters. Lin Bei cut straight to the point. General Yi snapped out of his shock, nodding gravely in acknowledgement. Yes. The all-nature faction's infiltration is pervasive. That's why Dragon Group members report directly to me alone. The other generals in the military command don't know the details of Dragon Group members. You needn't worry about that. Good. Lin Bei's expression hardened. The situation was more serious than he'd anticipated. The Quanxing faction won't let you off easily. Take this. It could save your life in a critical moment. Yi Juanqing retrieved a white jade token from his storage bracelet. What is this? Lin Bei asked as he took the jade token. A spatial jade token crafted by a 9th tier spatial system expert. Crush it when you're in danger and I'll receive your location. Then crush mine and I'll instantly teleport to your side. Yi Juanqing produced another token. Awesome. Lin Bei pocketed it immediately. This whole incident is my fault. After you won the Four Realms Grand Tournament Championship and displayed such immense potential, Quanxing was bound to target you. I was negligent. Yi Juanqing apologized. No one could have predicted Quanxing would be so bold as to act right under Wu City's nose, Lin Bei remarked. Ah, you're good at comforting people, kid. At least no one got hurt. Yi Juanqing laughed heartily, slinging his arm around Lin Bei's shoulder as they exited the secret realm. With the secret realm journey concluded, Lin Bei's championship rewards were fully distributed. According to the original plan, Lin Bei and Xinqiang were supposed to fly back to Jiangcheng on a commercial flight. However, following the incident with Quanxing, Yi Juanqing issued a direct order for the two to be transported back via a military special aircraft. Meanwhile, at the Han family residence in Jiangcheng, Han Jintian stood in the ancestral hall, his face clouded with worry. Before him lay the spirit tablets of Hanan, Hanhu, and others. While there was no concrete evidence linking Hanan's death to Lin Bei, Hanhu had made a final phone call to the Han family before dying, specifically summoning a group of powerful individuals to deal with Lin Bei. Now that they were dead, Lin Bei was undoubtedly implicated. Back then, Han Jintian had sworn before the entire Han family that he would make Lin Bei pay with blood for his crimes. Yet just moments ago, news of Lin Bei's victory at the Four Realms tournament reached Jiangcheng. In an instant, the Han family's world collapsed. As one of Jiangcheng's 3 great martial clans, the Han family possessed profound heritage and formidable power, capable of challenging the North Frontier's 8th Battalion. But now, Lin Bei had more than just the 8 regiments backing him. He had the support of the military god Yi, the military god Lin, and the entire military headquarters. To lay a finger on Lin Bei now would be courting their own destruction. Ah! Han Jintian sighed deeply, his face etched with worry. He seemed to have aged a decade overnight. You dare not avenge your son's murder? Do you not fear he'll turn in his grave? A haunting voice echoed as Zhang Sun emerged from the temple's wooden pillar, smiling faintly. Chapter 56, The Nuclear Bomb Project. Triumphant Return. Han Jintian stared intently at Zhang Sun, sensing the icy killing intent behind his smile. His voice tightened as he asked, "May I ask who you are?" Xuanxing, Zhang Senior. Zhang Sun smiled amiably. Xuanxing. Hearing these 2 words, the entire Han family fell silent, terror washing over them as their hearts leapt to their throats. Those targeted by Quanxing never met a good end. Yet Han Jintian racked his brain in vain, unable to fathom when the Han family had ever crossed Quanxing. Zhang Sun snapped his fingers. Wooden branches sprouted from the pillars within the ancestral hall, weaving themselves into a wooden chair on the spot. Sitting down, he said calmly, "No need to be so tense. I hold no ill will toward you. Quite the opposite, I'm here to help." Help us? Han Jintian frowned in confusion. You wanted to kill Lin Bei, didn't you? I've already devised the most flawless plan for you. Zhang Sen's lips curved upward as he retrieved a large iron box from his storage bracelet. Opening the box, the first thing that caught the eye was a timer. Beneath it lay a miniature nuclear bomb. A nuclear bomb. The Han family members recoiled in shock, instinctively scrambling from their seats and rushing out of the ancestral hall. Zhang Sun watched Han Jintian, the only one left in the hall, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Lin Bei will arrive at Jiangcheng Airport tomorrow at 3 p.m. on a military transport. All you need to do is plant the bomb inside the airport beforehand, and the plan is complete. This is a nuclear bomb. If it detonates, 1/3 of Jiangcheng will be obliterated, and countless lives will be lost. Han Jintian uttered these words aloud, though his thoughts were elsewhere. With Hanan and Hanhu dead, if the Han family could swallow their pride and stop pursuing Lin Bei, they might still have a chance to survive. But if they planted a nuclear bomb to destroy Jiangcheng, the entire Dragon Nation would leave no place for the Han family to stand. The choice between what matters most was clear as day. Cleansing the world of worthless trash is actually a noble deed. You should take pride in it, Zhang Sun said, smiling at Han Jintian. I'm afraid I cannot do it. Han Zhentian refused, gritting his teeth. If you can't even handle something this simple, it seems the Han family is no different from those worthless outsiders. In that case, let's eliminate you.
Zhang Sen's smile remained unchanged as he simply snapped his fingers lightly. Swish! 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 The ground, the roof, the wooden pillars, even the token itself sprouted countless sharp wooden branches that shot toward every member of the Han family. Before a 4th tier, 9th rank powerhouse, they were helpless lambs slaughtered without resistance. Blood splattered everywhere, cries of agony rose in waves, and one corpse after another fell to the ground.
None escaped, not the old, the weak, the women, or the children. Thud. Han Zhentian was utterly terrified. Kneeling on the ground, he pleaded desperately, please. Please spare them. Their lives are in your hands, Zhang Sen replied. Master. Just agree to his terms. Yes, master. What do the lives of others in Jiangcheng matter to our Han family? Han Zhentian. Must you wait until every last member of the Han family is dead before you'll agree? The Han family members grew increasingly agitated. Han Zhentian clenched his fists tightly, his eyes bloodshot. Under the pressure of the entire clan, he gritted his teeth and said, fine. I agree. Don't even think about escaping Jiangcheng. I'll be watching every one of you from the shadows. Zhang Sen slammed his hand hard against Han Zhentian's cheek, his words dripping with menace. He then vanished into the wooden pillar, leaving only the small nuclear bomb inside the iron box. In an instant, Han Zhentian felt drained of all strength, collapsing limply to the ground. Given the ruthlessness of the entire clan, he had no doubt Zhang Sen would slaughter every last member of the Han family. He had no choice but to agree. Third brother, take your men and leave Jiangcheng immediately. Find a way to get out of the country. I'll go plant the bomb, Han Zhentian said. Big brother, but what about you? Third brother hesitated, words caught in his throat. Better one man die than the entire Han family be wiped out, Han Zhentian declared with unwavering resolve, his gaze resolute. The following afternoon, Jiangcheng Airport. Led by Jiang Yunqing, commanders and instructors from all northern frontier battalions, the director of Jiangcheng's Imperial Guard Command, the heads of the Lei and Zhou families, and others were all present. All eyes turned skyward, awaiting Lin Bei's return. Why such a big commotion at the airport? Is some VIP visiting Jiangcheng? Haven't you heard? News is spreading like wildfire. Lin Bei from the 8th Battalion of the Northern Frontier Corps won the 4 Regions Tournament Championship and is returning in triumph. Holy crap, is that true? It's been over a decade since the Northern Frontier last won the championship. With all these bigwigs here, how could it be fake? The airport was packed with onlookers, those up close pulling out their phones to capture the moment. Today might be the closest they'd ever get to a prodigy. Zhang Linger stood behind Jiang Yunqing, surveying the assembled dignitaries with a complex mix of emotions. They hadn't been ordered to come, every single one had arrived voluntarily to welcome him. On the surface, it was out of respect for the champion of the 4 Realms tournament, but in reality, it was a gesture of goodwill toward Lin Bei. A mere first-tier martial artist? The North had plenty of such individuals. But someone like Lin Bei, someone who could draw such a crowd of 3rd tier, 4th tier, and even 5th tier martial artists to lower themselves and come to greet him? He was the only one in the North. This was an immense honor, a symbol of both power and potential. At this moment, Zhang Linger's regret reached its peak. Yet the arrogance she displayed upon their first meeting had already left a terrible impression on Lin Bei. Her attempts to curry favor after defeat only deepened that impression. For the first time in her life, Zhang Linger felt such agonizing regret that she wished she could turn back time and choose differently. It's here. A few minutes ahead of the scheduled 3 p.m. arrival, Zhang Hao pointed to an aircraft on the horizon. Good lad. He's returning on a military transport. Fu Tai exclaimed in surprise. Moments later, the plane touched down. The cabin door opened, and Lin Bei emerged alongside Shin Chong, his arm still bandaged. Faced with the sea of people before him, Lin Bei was taken aback. Why such a grand reception? They're all here to welcome you. Let's go. Shin Chong smiled faintly and followed Lin Bei down the steps. Lin Bei. Impressive. You've claimed the championship of the 4 Borders tournament. The Northern Realm is proud of you. You're our Northern Frontier's hero. The commanders of each garrison, shedding their earlier unpleasant demeanor, scrambled to flatter Lin Bei. Raymond dragged Raymond through the crowd, forcing his way to Lin Bei. Clasping his fists in salute, he congratulated him. Young friend Lin Bei, congratulations on winning the 4 Realms Tournament Championship. You've truly brought honor to the North. Congratulations. From now on, you're destined for great things, added Lei Wan. Lin Bei seemed oblivious, ignoring the crowd as he walked over to Jiang Hao and the others, smiling as he greeted them. Instructor Jiang, Brother Tai. Awesome. Fu Tai slammed his fist against Lin Bei's chest and gave him a thumbs up. Alright. It's too crowded here. Let's find a quieter spot to chat. Jiang Hao hooked an arm around Lin Bei's shoulder and weaved through the throng, heading toward the airport exit. Midway, Lin Bei abruptly halted, his gaze shifting toward a distant corner of the departure lounge. Empowered by the elemental tyrant talent, Lin Bei possessed an exceptionally keen perception of various elements. With so many metal components inside the airport, the concentration of gold element was exceptionally high.
But the concentration of gold elements in the departure hall felt oddly off, not the kind that permeated the air, but rather a dense, compressed mass of gold elements concentrated in one spot.
Bomb.
The word suddenly popped into Lin Bei's mind.
Chapter 57, Nuclear Bomb Turned to Water. Talent Exposed. What bomb?
Jiang Hao and the others looked at Lin Bei with blank expressions.
There's a bomb in the airport. And it's extremely powerful. Extremely powerful. Lin Bei emphasized gravely. What kind of joke is this?
All the powerhouses of the north are here.
Who would dare plant a bomb at the airport? Plus, there's strict security at every entrance and exit. An ordinary person couldn't possibly bring a bomb in. Fu Tai retorted. My judgment won't be wrong.
Lin Bei immediately sprinted toward a specific area in the departure lounge. Pushing through the dense crowd, Lin Bei entered a men's restroom. He tore open the ceiling and pulled out a large metal box. The source of that intensely concentrated gold element was this very box. Could there really be a bomb? Fu Tai stared at the box before him, his heart pounding with unease.
Everyone step back. I'll open it.
Jiang Hao snatched the box from Lin Bei and carefully lifted the lid.
A crack appeared in the metal box, revealing a faint red glow flickering within. As the gap widened, it became clear there was a timer inside. It was undoubtedly a bomb.
Jiang Hao's heart leapt to his throat, his mouth dry with tension.
Squeak!
Accompanied by the shrill screech of metal scraping against metal, the lid swung open completely.
Damn it! It's a mini nuke. It's set to detonate in 3 minutes.
Jiang Hao's heart sank completely.
What's wrong? What happened?
Jiang Yunqing and the others rushed over from behind. Someone planted a mini nuke at the airport, Jiang Hao explained, pointing to the nuclear device inside the metal box.
A nuclear bomb?
Jiang Yunqing and the others paled in shock.
Unwilling to believe it, they stepped closer for a look. Seeing the nuclear bomb inside the crate, its countdown ticking away, their hearts sank.
If it were just a conventional high-yield bomb, it would at most destroy the airport.
But this was a nuclear bomb. Once detonated, the entire airport would vaporize in an instant, and everyone here would die.
Even Jiang Yunqing, with his 5th-tier strength, would be no exception. Moreover, the massive shockwave from the nuclear blast could obliterate half of Jiangchang, claiming the lives of at least 1 million innocent civilians. What plunged everyone into utter despair was that only 2 minutes and a few seconds remained before detonation. With such little time left, there was no way to find someone to defuse it, transport it to an uninhabited area for detonation, or even escape. The detonation time was deliberately set for 3 p.m., clearly a trap designed to kill Lin Bei, Jiang Yunqing said, his face as dark as charcoal, his expression grim.
This? Sacrificing 1 million Jiangcheng citizens for this trap? That's insane. Fu Tai cursed under his breath. 2 minutes remaining, Jiang Hao announced.
All eyes immediately turned to the countdown display.
It was their death countdown and the death countdown for Jiangcheng's million citizens.
But they couldn't fathom who would commit such a monstrous act just to kill Lin Bei.
Just over a minute left. I can disarm this nuke.
Lin Bei's lips curled into a smirk as he strode toward the nuclear device.
It's useless. This bomb has anti-tampering protocols. No matter which wire you cut, it'll detonate instantly, Shen Zhong frowned and warned. I don't need to cut the wires to disarm it.
Lin Bei crouched down, placing one hand on the bomb.
The elemental tyrant could command any element in the universe and transform one element into another.
If Lin Bei wished, he could even turn this nuclear bomb into sand. Yet everyone dismissed Lin Bei's words as the ramblings of a dying man. The mastermind behind this had meticulously prepared this fatal trap. By even setting up an anti-tampering mechanism, they had naturally anticipated every possible scenario. From the moment they stepped into the airport, from the moment the military transport touched down, their fate was sealed. No one could survive a nuclear blast at close range, at least not in Jiangcheng. And without cutting the connection wire between the timer and the bomb, how could anyone disarm it? By sheer willpower? Obviously impossible. Shin Chong and his comrades had crawled out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, having narrowly escaped death countless times. Facing death, they all appeared remarkably calm. Yet the thought that Lin Bei would also meet his end here, dragging Jiangcheng's millions of citizens into ruin with him, filled them with profound regret. It's all your fault. All your fault. You dragged us down. You dragged Jiangcheng down. It should have been just you dying. Now we're all doomed to bury you. Zhang Linger, overcome with desperation and despair, blurted out her inner thoughts, pointing at Lin Bei and ranting incessantly. Linger! Shut your mouth. Jiang Yunqing snapped, his eyes flashing with intensity. Mayor Jiang, she's right. I did drag you all into this. But if I dismantle this nuclear bomb, we'll be even. Lin Bei stated. Disarm? Can you even do that? What tools do you have? We only have 1 minute left. We're all going to die here. Zhang Linger was frantic, pacing back and forth in circles. 1 minute is enough. Lin Bei accelerated the elemental conversion.
Seconds later, droplets of water began seeping from the bomb's casing. As more and more metallic uranium elements were converted into water elements, the water stains gradually increased. But everyone's attention was fixed on the timer, and no one noticed this subtle change. 50 seconds. 30 seconds. 10 seconds. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. Everyone closed their eyes in despair, waiting silently for the explosion to come. At that moment, Lin Bei's voice rang out, "It's already been dismantled." Looks like what they say online is true. A nuclear blast at close range vaporizes you instantly, without a moment of pain, Fu Tai murmured to himself. Yeah, who knew you could hear things after death? I just heard Lin Bei say it was disarmed. Ha ha ha. Zhang Hao muttered with his eyes closed. Bull. Bull. The damn bomb didn't go off. Shin Chong was the first to open his eyes. The timer had hit 0, yet the nuclear bomb lay intact on the ground, though the box was now filled with water. Zhang Yunqing opened his eyes, his face filled with disbelief. A dud nuclear bomb? Suddenly, Zhang Yunqing realized something belatedly and turned to ask Lin Bei, "Wait, you said you disarmed the nuclear bomb?" Yeah. Lin Bei nodded. You didn't have any tools. How did you disarm it? Zhang Yunqing pressed urgently. This is all it takes. It's not difficult. Lin Bei demonstrated on the spot, melting the nuclear bomb casing directly into water. The secret of elemental conversion had already been exposed during his battle with Zhang Xin in the intermediate secret realm. Later, when discussing the battle with Yi Junshang, he had mentioned elemental conversion again while reconstructing the scene. It was no longer a secret. Since it wasn't a secret anymore, there was no need to keep hiding it. Holy! Fu Tai clutched his head in shock, blurting out his hometown dialect. How did you do that? Zhang Hao stared blankly. Melting a nuclear bomb into water? Zhang Yunqing looked utterly bewildered. Elemental conversion. Shin Zhong's mind reeled as he slowly uttered those 4 words. He had been present at the last 4 realms competition. He had witnessed Lin Bei commanding ice and fire with his own eyes, deducing that he possessed the Icefire Tyrant alter ego. Now it seemed highly likely that Lin Bei possessed the pinnacle SSS tier talent, Elemental Tyrant. Only an Elemental Tyrant talent could transform the element of gold into the element of water. Chapter 58, Han Jintian's Suicide. Promotion to Centurion. Vote for me. Elemental conversion? Zhang Yunqing and the others finally snapped out of their shock, staring at Lin Bei in utter disbelief. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have spoken to you like that earlier. Zhang Linger stammered her apology, so embarrassed she wished she could vanish into a hole. Lin Bei's indifferent tone kept others at arm's length. Zhang Yunqing sighed helplessly and changed the subject. The crisis is over. Our top priority now is finding the real mastermind behind planting the bomb. The group exchanged nods and silently headed toward the surveillance room. They pulled up the surveillance footage, scrutinizing every suspicious person who entered the restroom. As they watched, a familiar figure appeared on the screen. Han Jintian, head of the Han family, one of Jiangqing's 3 major martial arts clans. He wore no disguise, made no attempt to conceal himself, and walked boldly into the restroom carrying a metal box. Moments later, he emerged empty-handed. He noticed the overhead camera, but only glanced at it before leaving. After all, once the nuclear bomb detonated, any evidence would be obliterated in the dust. It's him? Zhang Yunqing exclaimed in shock. He's merely a pawn being manipulated. The real mastermind behind this is someone else, Lin Bei stated with certainty. Could it be Luo Yuanshan? Shin Chong asked. Lin Bei shook his head. It's Quan Xing. Han Jintian and Luo Yuanshan may be ruthless, but they still operate within the rules set by the Dragon Nation. Only Quan Xing would be this utterly ruthless, stopping at nothing to achieve his goals. Whoa! Everyone sucked in their breath, staring at Lin Bei with terror in their eyes. Being targeted by those madmen of Xuanqing meant survival was virtually impossible. The nuclear bomb hadn't killed Lin Bei this time, and they certainly wouldn't let it rest. No need to panic. I've got plenty of ways to save my skin. Xuanqing can't touch me, Lin Bei said with a faint smile. True, Shin Chong quipped. With General Yi backing you, there's no way they'd let you die so easily. Even with General Ye's protection, you still need to be wary of Xuanqing. Zhang Yunqing urged earnestly. I know. Lin Bei nodded. Right. Let's go to the Han family. Zhang Yunqing shifted her tone abruptly, her eyes flashing with intense murderous intent. The group exited the airport through an underground passage and arrived at the Han residence moments later. Once a symbol of splendor and prosperity, bustling with guests, the Han residence now stood with its gates ajar, its interior eerily silent. Pushing open the door, they found the interior in utter disarray, as if ransacked by bandits. Such a heavy stench of blood, Zhang Yunqing remarked, raising an eyebrow as he headed toward the source of the foul odor. Gradually, corpses began appearing on the floor. The closer they got to the source of the stench, the more bodies littered the floor. Soon, they reached the Han family's ancestral hall. Hanging from the rafters was a corpse Han Jintian himself. The corpse's hand still clutched a blood-soaked letter. Shinchong took the paper and glanced at it. Suicide. MHM.
The body is still warm, seems he died recently, Jiang Hao remarked. Zhang Yunqing scanned the contents of the letter and said coldly, the letter states that the Han family was coerced by Quan Xing Zhengsen into committing these heinous acts. He has now hanged himself to atone for his sins. He earnestly pleads for us to spare the rest of the Han family.
Should we spare them?
Jiang Hao asked, turning to Zhang Yunqing.
Lin Bei, what do you think?
Zhang Yunqing turned to Lin Bei. Guilty or not, the Imperial Guard Bureau will decide, Lin Bei stated flatly, effectively sentencing the entire Han family to death.
Beneath an avalanche, no snowflake is innocent. As one of Jiangqing's 3 great martial plans, the Han family had long wielded unchecked power with utter arrogance. The personalities of Han and Han who offered a glimpse into their nature. The rest of the Han family either bore the weight of blood on their hands or were guilty of grave crimes. Handing them over to the Imperial Guard for arrest and trial was the fairest course. Moreover, the most crucial point remains, to uproot the evil completely.
Lin Bei had slaughtered so many of the Han family, forging an irreconcilable blood feud.
There could be no chance for the Han family to linger on.
Very well. Zhang Yunqing made a call and immediately ordered the Imperial Guard to apprehend the remaining Han family members.
The next morning,
centurions and higher-ranking warriors from all battalions gathered at the Northern Frontier headquarters for an internal meeting. Lin Bei was merely a lowly squad leader, normally unqualified for such a meeting, yet Shinchong had brought him along.
Why all this pomp and circumstance? Has something major happened? Lin Bei couldn't shake the feeling that something was off.
You'll find out soon enough, Shinchong replied with a cryptic smile.
Creak.
Immediately after, the conference room doors swung open.
A familiar figure stepped inside, none other than Zhang Yunqing, the chief of Jiangqing City.
She strode straight into the conference room and took her seat on the grand throne, symbolizing her status as commander of the Northern Army. Her commanding gaze swept across the room, and when it landed on Lin Bei, she offered a slight smile.
What's going on? Lin Bei was stunned. Allow me to introduce myself.
I am Zhang Yunqing, acting commander of the Northern Frontier Army by order of the Wuching Military Headquarters.
Zhang Yunqing commanded the room with overwhelming presence.
The commanders of each battalion seemed to have known about this all along, while the remaining captains and lieutenants wore expressions of shock.
With a new emperor came new ministers.
Zhang Yunqing's ascension to the Northern Frontier commander's seat meant he would certainly not retain those left behind by Luo Yuanshan.
On the contrary, the 8th Battalion would receive unprecedented favor. Lin Bei couldn't help but feel secretly delighted. This was truly tremendous news. We're all old acquaintances, so I'll get straight to the point. I'm a straightforward man, rewards for merit, punishment for fault. Yet there are always a few who try to curry favor with me using the same tactics they used with Luo Yuanshan. Smack!
Zhang Yunqing slammed his hand on the table mid-sentence, sending over a dozen spirit herbs tumbling out of his storage bracelet. Most present were startled, especially the generals, who hunched their shoulders, holding their breath. 1st Battalion, 3rd Battalion, 4th Battalion. The commander of the 3rd Battalion privately bribed the military commander. All relieved of duty. Zhang Yunqing's expression was stern, her tone resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. This aligned with her style of governance, making an example to establish the military commander's authority. Otherwise, how could she manage a group of subordinates with conflicting agendas who paid lip service while acting contrary behind her back? Commander Jiang. Oh, no, military commander Jiang. I've served in the 1st Battalion for over a decade. Even if I haven't earned major merits, I've certainly put in the hard work. You can't just strip me of my command over something like this. I've bled for the Northern Frontier. I've risked my life for the Northern Frontier. You can't just fire me. This is personal revenge. I'll report you to the military headquarters. Faced with the prospect of dismissal, the commander of the 3rd Battalion threw caution to the wind. However, Zhang Yunqing merely smiled indifferently, gesturing toward the doorway. Go ahead and file your complaint. I won't stop you. The North isn't ruled by a woman like you. Just you wait. The men stormed out, cursing under their breath. Anyone else wish to leave? Zhang Yunqing surveyed the remaining crowd. Heads bowed in unison, silence as thick as ice. Every step they climbed to reach their current positions had been earned through bloody battles against monstrous beasts. Stepping out of this meeting room meant decades of effort would be swept away in an instant. Zhang Yunqing nodded with satisfaction, then turned to Lin Bei. As I said earlier, I'm a straightforward man, rewards for merit, punishment for fault. Yesterday, I witnessed Lin Bei defuse the nuclear crisis at Jiangcheng Airport, saving 1 million lives. That is a monumental achievement. Therefore, I have decided to promote Lin Bei to Centurion in an exceptional manner. Award him 50,000 military merit points. Chapter 59, The Immortal Phoenix's Alter Ego. Zhang Yunqing's counteroffensive. As Zhang Yunqing finished speaking, the assembly in the conference room turned their friendly gazes toward Lin Bei. Congratulations, young Lin. Becoming a centurion at such a young age, your future is limitless. You're the youngest centurion in the history of our northern frontier.
On behalf of Jiangqing's million citizens, I thank you. You are Jiangqing's hero. Their beaming expression stood in stark contrast to the scornful looks they had directed at Lin Bei when he stormed out of the Northern Frontier headquarters with Xinchong. Back then, emboldened by Luo Yuanshan's backing, they had heaped scorn upon him. A bunch of opportunistic turncoats. Lin Bei sneered contemptuously, not bothering to acknowledge them. His focus was solely on when he could obtain a chance to draw from the peerless military god system. Ding! Congratulations, host, on advancing to Centurion. You have earned one lottery chance. Would you like to draw now? Drawl. As Lin Bei's words fell, the familiar lottery will reappeared before his eyes. Golden light flickered, and after a few seconds, it came to a stop. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn the immortal phoenix alter ego. Altered body? Immortal phoenix? Lin Bei's pupils dilated in shock, leaving him frozen in place for a long moment. Talents vary in strength, and so do alter egos. Thousands of known exist worldwide, with the immortal phoenix reigning supreme at the top of the rankings. Unlike Zhang Sen's wood spirit alter ego, which merely repairs the body with what elemental energy is pseudo-immortality. The immortal phoenix alter ego granted true immortality. Regenerating limbs and organs as child's play, even a single drop of blood can bring it back to life. Even reduced to ashes with no trace left behind, it can still regenerate. This possesses no weaknesses whatsoever, and there is no known method to counter it. The most unbeatable aspect is that each time the bearer of the undying divine phoenix alter ego dies, they return stronger than before. Moreover, the bearer can manifest a pair of phoenix wings on their back. These wings grant flight speeds so swift they surpass even mid-tier 5th grade wind thunder steps by several tiers. With this form, I'll never have to worry about sneak attacks again. Lin Bei was ecstatic, his grin stretching wider than AK's by 1,000-fold. Why are you always so thrilled whenever you advance? Zhang Hao asked with a smile. Of course I'm happy when I advance, Lin Bei replied with a dismissive chuckle. A mere rank advancement shouldn't warrant such excitement. But with the peerless military god system, each promotion granted him a chance to draw a prize. SSS-tier Heaven Rewards Diligence, SSS-tier Ancestor of all weapons, SSS-tier Elemental Tyrant, and now the Undying Phoenix alter ego. Such terrifying potential, there was no second like it in the entire world. And this wasn't even Lin Bei's limit. Or rather, this wasn't the limit of the peerless military god system. Quiet, everyone. Let's get down to business. Zhang Yunqing tapped the table, instantly silencing the conference room. Over the past few decades, our citizens have enjoyed peace and prosperity, leading to explosive population growth. Our current territory can no longer accommodate more people. Therefore, the military headquarters has issued a strict order: within 1 month, we must expand our border by 100 kilometers. Zhang Yunqing declared solemnly. Centuries ago, mysterious forces descended upon Blue Star, secret realms emerged, and colossal beasts ran rampant. Back then, humanity lacked understanding of these colossal beasts. The war saw defeat after defeat, and the global population plummeted by over 50%. Though the situation was later stabilized, vast territories had already been lost. These territories were not only vital for human survival but also held extremely rich natural resources. Mineral resources, in particular, were crucial for the Dragon Nation. Forging armor and manufacturing artillery shells demanded vast quantities of ore, most of which now lay under the control of beasts beyond the borders. Reclaiming these territories remained an urgent priority for the Dragon Nation. Yet Luo Yuanshan, seeking to conserve strength, consistently deflected the matter with various excuses. As his words fell, the room fell silent, every face heavy with unease. Extending the border by 10 kilometers is no difficult task. Pushing it 50 kilometers further might be possible with desperate effort. But extending it 100 kilometers? That was utterly impossible. That region was home to numerous formidable 5th-tier beasts, most of which surpassed Zhang Yunqing in power. With the Northern Frontier Corps' current strength, even sacrificing all 100,000 men wouldn't accomplish the mission. I know this is difficult, which is why I specifically requested a high-energy particle bomb from the military headquarters. The question now is, who will carry this high-energy particle bomb into the 5th-tier beast's territory 100 kilometers away and detonate it? Zhang Yunqing's commanding gaze swept across the assembly once more. Except for a few from the 8th Battalion, soldiers from other units lowered their heads, deliberately avoiding his stare. The high-energy particle bomb, a new type of explosive manufactured by Sains, proved lethal against beasts below Tier 6. With this formidable weapon, the task of expanding the territory by 100 kilometers would indeed be simpler. But who could possibly carry the high-energy particle bomb into the territory of a 5th-tier giant beast? Consider that currently, in the entire northern frontier, Zhang Yunqing was the sole 5th-tier powerhouse. Luo Yuanshan, who had been reassigned, was no longer counted among them. As commander of the northern frontier, Zhang Yunqing must remain at headquarters to oversee the entire operation. It's impossible for her to risk her life on the front lines. Besides her, who else could accomplish this? Even if someone were lucky enough to sneak the high-energy particle bomb into the territory of a 5th-tier colossus, what are the odds of surviving the mission? Commander Jiang, let me go. Lin Bei volunteered, stepping forward. We old soldiers aren't all dead yet. What makes you think a greenhorn like you can handle this? Fu Tai shoved Lin Bei back into his seat before rising to his feet. With your half-baked skills, you'd only make things worse if you lost the high-energy particle bomb. I'll handle it. Jiang Hao pressed Fu Tai back into his seat and stood up with a smile. What's all this arguing? I haven't even spoken yet. Shinchong slammed his single arm down on the table with a thud before rising. The further out we go, the stronger the beasts become. Your 3rd tier, 7th rank strength won't cut it. My 4th tier, 7th rank is barely adequate. My strength may indeed fall short of yours, Lin Bei stated earnestly, but this mission truly requires my specific abilities. He had just acquired the Immortal Phoenix's unique physique. No one was better suited to deploy the high-energy particle bomb. Once the mission was accomplished, it would be another major achievement. No one else is qualified. Sit down. Shinchong pressed Lin Bei down, preventing him from standing, then turned to Zhang Yunqing. Old Jiang, it's settled. I'll deploy the high-energy particle bomb. As the commander of the 8th Battalion, you bear the weight of command responsibilities. This task is best suited for Zhang Hao. Zhang Yunqing's gaze shifted to Zhang Hao. Old Jiang, are you out of your mind? Shinchong exploded with profanity on the spot. Zhang Yunqing's face darkened as the aura of a 5th-tier powerhouse erupted, overwhelming Shinchong. Shinchong. This is the military. And I am the commander of the northern frontier. This is an order. You must obey. Relax. If that perilous queen nest couldn't kill me last time, this simple placement mission is a breeze. I'll be back in no time. Jiang Hao smiled reassuringly. Before Shinchong could respond, Zhang Yunqing silenced him with a stern glance and imposing aura. Taking over the explanation, all 8 northern frontier camps will deploy simultaneously, opening 8 fronts to distract the colossal beast. This will significantly reduce the difficulty of planting the high-energy particle bombs. Next, we'll finalize each camp's battle plan and assign front lines. Chapter 60, Lin Bei's core team. Resource issues. The meeting stretched from dawn until late into the night before finally concluding. Zhang Hao remained at headquarters, while Shinchong and the others boarded a vehicle to return to the 8th camp. The atmosphere remained heavy and silent throughout the journey. The high-energy particle bomb was indeed powerful enough to eliminate any giant beast below Tier 6, but its effective range was limited. This meant the bomb had to be placed precisely at the center of a 5th-tier giant beast horde. Even Zhang Yunqing couldn't guarantee 100% success for such a daunting task. Moreover, Zhang Hao was only at the 7th level of the 3rd-tier mission that was essentially a suicide run. But military orders were absolute. Everyone had to obey. After a long journey, they finally reached the 8th Battalion. Shinchong composed himself and turned to Lin Bei. You're now a centurion. It's time you built your own team. Right. Lin Bei's eyes gleamed with anticipation. He had waited a long time for this day. A squad leader commands 5 men. A squad leader commands 10 men. A centurion commands 100 men. With one event following another, everyone had forgotten this matter. Now, as they prepared to execute the counteroffensive plan together, Zhang Yunqing issued orders to the commanders of the 8 battalions. Each commander, in turn, would assign tasks to the captains and sergeants under their command. As Lin Bei was now a centurion, he naturally fell into this category. We agreed up front, you can pick any soldiers below 2nd rank. But the better the men you choose, the heavier your responsibility becomes. Understand? Shinchong retrieved a roster from his office, his expression stern. Understood. Lin Bei nodded and immediately began selecting his men. Half an hour later, Lin Bei handed the list of selected personnel to Shinchong. Shinchong glanced at it and exclaimed in astonishment, "You really don't hold back, do you? 37 of them are at the 9th tier of the 1st rank alone. The rest are all at the 5th tier of the 1st rank or higher." Heh, you said it yourself. Any soldiers below tier 2 are mine to pick, Lin Bei chuckled. I, Shinchong, never go back on my word. But can you really handle this bunch of seasoned veterans? Shinchong asked skeptically. No problem at all, Lin Bei replied with absolute confidence. Last time in the intermediate secret realm, he'd obtained a mystic essence berry from Zhang's senator. After absorbing it, his cultivation had surged to tier 1, level 9. Combined with his formidable combat prowess, he could even slay 2nd-tier powerhouses. Keeping these 2nd-tier or lower veterans in line? More than enough. Alright, since you're confident, I won't drag this out. Let's begin assigning tasks. Shinchong unfolded the northern frontier map, marking the front lines assigned to the 8th Battalion. He circled a specific point along the line and said sternly, "You've handpicked the elite of the 8th Battalion, so you naturally bear greater responsibility. When the war begins tomorrow, you must form a pocket here and net every escaping giant beast." What's the highest realm these beasts can reach? Lin Bei asked. No higher than 4th tier, Shinchong replied. Lin Bei's face darkened. What's that look for? Do you think I'd send you out to die? There are 20 heavy machine guns and tens of thousands of rounds in the armory. Take them all. The moment Shinchong uttered those two sentences, a smile instantly spread across Lin Bei's face. With heavy firepower, this would be a lot simpler. The heavy machine guns use 12.7mm caliber rounds. When they hit a person, they didn't just leave a bloody hole, they blew them apart. Even the thick, tough hide of a giant beast couldn't withstand a concentrated barrage of such large caliber rounds. Commander Shin, there's one more thing I'd like, Lin Bei said with a smile. What is it? Shinchong inquired. High explosive shells, Lin Bei stated. Shinchong pondered for a moment before signing a requisition slip for Lin Bei. Go to the armory to collect them. Thank you, General Shun. Lin Bei took the order slip to the armory and collected 20 heavy machine guns, tens of thousands of rounds of ammunition, and one high explosive shell. Witnessing this, the other centurions watched with envy so intense they could practically drool. Such supplies were rare within the military. While ineffective against high-tier behemoths, they could slaughter low-tier ones with ease. Times had changed. Centuries ago, before the cataclysm of behemoths erupted, production lines for heavy machine guns and high explosive shells rolled out one after another, with manufacturing capacity overwhelming the entire world. But after the cataclysm, humanity's living space shrank, forcing them to retreat into fortified cities. The lands beyond the city walls belonged to the beasts. And it was precisely those lands beyond the cities that held abundant natural resources. You can't make a silk purse out of a sow's ear. Without natural resources like ore and oil, countless production lines alone cannot churn out weapons and ammunition. Annual war expenditures, urban construction demands, and trade with the Saiyans all required vast resources, leaving the Dragon Nation perpetually short of supplies. This scarcity has made once common heavy machine guns and high explosive shells rare commodities. Military assets like fighter jets and warships are even more scarce. The oceans have become forbidden zones for humanity, with coastal defense entirely reliant on fortified coastal barriers. Flying behemoths now dominate the skies, while once advanced fighter jets are lost one by one with each casualty, creating an extremely dire situation. Only on land can humanity barely maintain stability through its legions of martial warriors. In truth, the higher-ups all understand that the long-term solution lies in the parallel advancement of martial arts and technology, otherwise, it's like walking on one leg. However, technological research demands vast resources. Without sufficient support, progress inevitably slows. And slow technological progress inevitably affects a nation's investment priorities. For centuries, no nation has ever broken this vicious cycle. Saiyans' technology, however, remains far ahead. Isolated offshore for centuries, it has remained unscathed. Yet to safeguard their absolute technological supremacy, they have never disclosed any advanced techniques. No matter how high the price offered, they remain unmoved. Even the technology to craft something as simple as a storage bracelet has remained undisclosed for centuries. Countries can only purchase the finished products from them. Despite centuries of collaborative research by all nations, not a single clue has been uncovered. Lin Bei collected his weapons and immediately headed to the training grounds to assemble the 100 soldiers he had just selected. With war set to erupt tomorrow and only one night remaining, there was no time for gradual familiarization. The most urgent task now was to establish the Centurion's authority among these seasoned veterans. Otherwise, once on the battlefield, these men would rely on their seniority to defy his commands, creating serious complications. Lin Bei scrutinized them, and they scrutinized him in return. Each wore a defiant expression, their eyes betraying a hint of disdain. The 8th Battalion was the most battle-hardened of the Northern Frontier Corps' 8 battalions. The veterans before him were battle-hardened veterans. Having survived the last insect swarm battle, their combat prowess was beyond question. Let's get properly acquainted. I'm Lin Bei, your newly appointed Centurion. From this moment on, I'm your leader. Lin Bei's expression turned stern. We know. Champion of the 4 regions tournament, huh? Potential's nice, but leading troops in battle isn't about potential, it's about brains. We've fought more battles than you've ever competed in. What qualifies you to lead us? He's right. Handing our lives over to a wet behind-the-ears kid like you? That's just sending us to our deaths. One troublemaker started the uproar, and others quickly joined in. In an instant, chaos erupted. Chapter 61, Establishing Authority. The war begins. Meanwhile, Shinchong and Fu Tai stood at a distance, both witnessing the scene unfold. Fu Tai understood the temperament of these veteran soldiers and immediately stepped in to back Lin Bei. This bunch of veteran troublemakers, they all need a good lesson. Shinchong reached out to stop Fu Tai, speaking earnestly, you can help him once, but can you help him forever? There are some things he must learn to face on his own. But? Fu Tai hesitated. No buts. If he can't handle even this minor trouble, he's not Lin Bei. Shinchong firmly pulled Fu Tai away to a distance. Looking at the group of veterans before him, Lin Bei's lips curled upward. Clearly, he had anticipated this very scenario. In this world, might reign supreme, especially within the military. 1,000 hollow explanations pale in comparison to landing a single punch before them. Lin Bei strode boldly into the crowd, head held high as he challenged, the military has never been about seniority. It's always been about strength. If you think I'm unfit to be this centurion, fine, beat me in combat, and I'll leave immediately. You said it. Let me test the worth of your Four Realms Tournament Championship. A veteran at the 9th tier of the first rank stepped forward. You may have misheard. I said all of you together. Beat me, and I'll leave. Lin Bei's lips curled upward. Whoa! The entire crowd was stunned by his words. One man against 100, all veterans at least at the 5th tier of the first rank, with 27 of them alone at the 9th tier. As far as they knew, Lin Bei had only been at Tier 1, Level 5 when he entered the Four Realms competition. Even after leveling up with his rewards, he could only have reached Tier 1, Level 6 or 7 at most. Even if we give him the benefit of the doubt and assume he reached Tier 1, Level 9, there was no way he could defeat 100 battle-hardened veterans of the same tier simultaneously. Since he's being so arrogant, let's teach him a lesson today, declared a veteran at the 9th tier of the first rank. Right. Teach him a lesson. Let him learn that there's always someone better out there. The other veterans echoed in agreement. Lin Bei, oh Lin Bei, Fu Tai sighed bitterly, shaking his head. In his view, all it would take was to single out those troublemakers and give them a thorough beating. The rest would naturally fall into line. With Lin Bei's strength, this wouldn't be difficult. But now, he'd gone and made things harder for himself. If he lost this, he'd never be able to save face. Xinqiang didn't see Lin Bei as reckless, it seemed more like absolute confidence in his own abilities. He murmured, well then, let me see just how much your strength has grown since the Four Realms tournament ended. Need time to strategize? Lin Bei asked with a smile. 100 against 1? What tactics do we need? Just go all out. Charge. As the lead veteran at the 9th tier of the first stage gave the order, over 100 people unleashed their innate abilities simultaneously. Most possessed low-tier talents, primarily B and C ranks, with only a handful at a rank. Though lacking in quality, they compensated with sheer numbers and seamless coordination. 100 working together could even take down a second-tier martial artist. Yet the next second, all 100 veterans froze in shock. Lin Bei moved like a ghost through the crowd. Screams erupted as bodies flew through the air one after another. No one could discern how Lin Bei moved, nor when he struck. Those struck felt only a sudden pain before being hurled away. Those spared heard only the screams echoing around them. In circle. Battle-hardened veterans, they recovered from their brief shock and immediately formed a defensive perimeter. They spread out methodically, forming a tight circular encirclement. Whenever Lin Bei knocked one of them back, the two adjacent soldiers would immediately launch a counterattack. Yet they still underestimated Lin Bei's capabilities. For beyond mastering the mid-tier 5th grade wind thunder step, he had also grasped the perils of danger perception. Most of these veterans hadn't even mastered basic combat instincts, let alone the advanced skill of perception of danger. To Lin Bei, every one of their attacks played out in slow motion, riddled with flaws. Bang! 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 Moments later, the remaining veterans lay knocked to the ground. For an instant, time seemed to freeze, space to solidify. 100 veterans sat on the ground, their faces frozen in disbelief. Defeating prodigies from all realms and claiming the championship of the Four Realms tournament, his strength was undeniable. But no one could have imagined Lin Bei would be this powerful. He fought 100 men alone, finishing in under 5 minutes. And Lin Bei hadn't even used the god-slaying Thunder Spear or the Dragon Bone Bow, otherwise, the battle would have ended even faster. Am I now qualified to be this centurion? Lin Bei asked proudly. Greetings, centurion. Salute the centurion. 100 veterans rose to their feet, bowing respectfully with clasped fists. In this world, strength reigns supreme. Lin Bei's power had grown, earning him their respect. Good heavens! Just a few days apart, and this kid's grown so much stronger. At least stage 9 now, right? Fu Tai exclaimed in awe. Yeah, I reckon it won't be long before he surpasses you, Xinqiang remarked. The new generation pushes aside the old, Fu Tai laughed heartily, his eyes brimming with boundless anticipation for Lin Bei. Looking once more at the group of veterans before him, Lin Bei understood clearly that they were only temporarily convinced by his strength. To truly earn their conviction, a process was still needed. But that process wouldn't take long. Now, let's begin assigning tasks. Lin Bei immediately distributed the orders. The 100 veterans were divided into teams of 5, each responsible for a heavy machine gun. Their immediate task was to build defensive fortifications and machine gun positions overnight, preparing for tomorrow's battle. As for the additional high-explosive shell, Lin Bei had a greater purpose in mind. Having acquired the immortal Phoenix S, he could now execute suicide attacks. Especially when facing overwhelmingly powerful enemies, if his own strength proved insufficient to eliminate them, he could use the high-explosive bomb to destroy them along with himself. The next morning, countless shells tore through the sky, crashing into the giant beast territory beyond the northern border. Boom! Boom! Explosions echoed in rapid succession, flames shot skyward, and the earth trembled. This was a full-scale offensive along the northern frontier, not a minor insect queen's nest, making it impossible to conduct a comprehensive artillery barrage. The 8 great camps stood ready, waiting only for the first wave of bombardment to end before charging forward for close combat. Each camp had set up pockets in the rear. The vanguard would lure the behemoths into these pockets, encircling and annihilating them. 4th tier and above warriors from each camp would infiltrate the beast's territory to slay the 4th tier monsters. As for the even more formidable 5th tier beasts, their only hope lay in that high-energy particle bomb. Lin Bei scanned the distant horizon. Though he could see nothing, he vividly imagined the brutal carnage as the vanguard clashed with the beasts. He then ordered, "All squads, listen up. Wait until the beasts are deep within the pocket, within 100 meters, before engaging. Centurion Lin, the effective range of our heavy machine guns is 800 meters. I simply cannot understand why you're ordering us to wait until they're only 100 meters away. The beasts' defenses are terrifying. At such a short distance, if even a few break through our lines, we're finished." "Exactly. Our entire defense line depends on these 20 heavy machine guns." The veteran soldiers protested in unison. Every one of them was below Tier 2, yet the beasts they faced included both Tier 2 and Tier 3 creatures. If even one beast breached the line, it would be devastating. Chapter 62, Perfect War. Conquering the Veterans. Lin Bei offered no explanation, only uttering 4 words with unwavering resolve: "Obey orders." A veteran stepped forward from the trenches, challenging him, "Do you know what it means if the defenses collapse?" Lin Bei glanced at the veteran, then swept his gaze across the others in the trenches, all wearing skeptical expressions. It seemed they respected Lin Bei's combat prowess, but not his command abilities. At their core, they clung to their seniority, acting like old-timers who believed their battle-hardened experience entitled them to look down on the greenhorn Lin Bei. But Lin Bei had his reasons for this arrangement. The effective range of a heavy machine gun was 800 meters. It could fire effectively at 500, 600, or even 700 meters. Yet the farther the distance, the weaker the bullet's impact. This reduction in power might not seem significant when targeting humans. But when targeting colossal beasts, even a slight reduction could alter the outcome of the entire battle. Most critically, premature firing would grant the rear beasts ample reaction time, allowing them to potentially escape the pocket formation. Beasts only relocate, they do not vanish into thin air. Those that escape the pocket formation will inevitably surge toward other defensive lines. At that point, the pressure on other lines would multiply, making them extremely vulnerable to collapse. Moreover, engaging at close range would conserve significant ammunition. As for their concern that the beasts might break through the lines if engaged too close, Lin Bei had already prepared a countermeasure. He would activate his elemental tyrant talent, transforming the hard ground beneath his feet into swampy mud. With their movement impeded, the beasts would become stationary targets. However, no amount of explanation would help in this situation. They never doubted the feasibility of Lin Bei's plan, they simply refused to accept his command. To change this situation, they needed a decisive, sweeping victory to alter their entrenched perception of Lin Bei. But before that, Lin Bei couldn't back down or show any weakness. His stern gaze fixed on the veteran soldier as his formidable presence erupted without restraint. "I'll say this one last time. Obey orders. Damn it. Assigning us to some wet behind-the-ears kid to command. This is like handing our lives over for him to practice on. What a bloody curse." The veteran grumbled as he returned to his position. "He's got Instructor Jiang backing him, plus General Shun. What do we have? Just our worthless lives. Just accept it," another veteran echoed. Thump! 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 At that moment, the ground shook violently. Dust billowed in the distance, mingled with a cacophony of roars. Every nerve instantly tightened. The veterans quickly returned to their positions, forming 5-man squads ready for battle. "No firing without my order." Lin Bei repeated his command emphatically. Thump! 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 The ground shook with increasing intensity. Dust swirled into their faces, gradually revealing the form of the colossal beast ahead. At this distance, the firing conditions were met. All eyes turned to Lin Bei, yet he remained silent. Every second that followed felt like an eternity of agony. The beasts were enormous, with some powerful third-tier specimens standing 5 or 6 meters tall. When countless beasts surged forward, they inevitably created an overwhelming sense of pressure. Those with weaker nerves would have already broken down by now. But every single one here was a battle-hardened veteran. They had witnessed scenes like this far too many times. "Centurion Lin, can't we open fire yet?" The veteran's face was etched with urgency. "Hold your fire." Lin Bei silently calculated the distance in his mind. "Damn it!" The veteran slammed his fist into the sandbag, furious yet helpless. Time ticked by. As the distance closed, Lin Bei slammed both palms onto the ground, activating his elemental tyrant talent while barking the order, "Fire!" At the command, 20 heavy machine guns unleashed a torrent of bullets. In an instant, the colossal beast charging at the forefront was torn to shreds. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, the air thick with a haze of blood mist. Combined with the U-shaped crossfire formation, the damage was maximized. Roar! The beasts behind them bellowed furiously, trampling over the corpses of their fallen comrades as they surged toward the position. But as they charged forward, something felt off. When had the solid ground beneath their feet turned into a quagmire? Each step sank them deeper, until half their legs were trapped. Countless beasts were trapped in the mire, struggling helplessly, unable to move an inch. Witnessing this utterly shocking spectacle, the veteran soldiers on the defensive line stared in stunned silence. Only now did they finally understand why Lin Bei had ordered them to hold fire until they were 100 meters away. So this was the trump card he'd been holding back. Ha 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 ha. Kill. I'm gonna slaughter my way to satisfaction today. I've never fought a battle this satisfying. This is pure bliss. Meanwhile, Lin Bei had transformed a vast stretch of hard ground into a quagmire, but at a tremendous cost. His stamina was nearly depleted. The elemental tyrant talent was indeed powerful, but the more elements he converted, the greater the toll on Lin Bei. Only after consuming a bottle of recovery potion did he begin to feel slightly better. The gunfire raged on for nearly an hour before gradually subsiding. Corpses piled like mountains across the ground, rivers of blood flowing everywhere. It was impossible to count how many behemoths had been slain. Yet the battle was far from over. These beasts possess thick hides and tough flesh, meaning some inevitably survived when not struck in vital areas. Now, it was time for the soldiers to step in and deliver the finishing blows. This seemingly simple cleanup task actually held even greater danger. For the more desperate the beasts became, the more unimaginable their final bursts of attack power. 2 men from each squad. Follow me for the finishing blows. Lin Bei led by example, drawing his Godslayer Thunder Spear and charging into the battlefield first. Seeing this, the veteran soldiers all froze in shock. The danger of finishing off the beast was self-evident. Yet Lin Bei, a mere teenager, dared to charge ahead. His courage and sense of responsibility truly commanded their respect. Moreover, after their recent decisive victory, their respect for Lin Bei had reached its peak, even bordering on admiration. They possessed 20 heavy machine guns, giving them superior firepower compared to other squads. However, the defensive line they were responsible for was also far more perilous, teeming with third-tier behemoths. Yet they'd secured victory with 0 casualties and saved a significant amount of ammunition. And all of this was entirely thanks to Lin Bei. Swish! 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 The Godslayer Thunder Rifle swung through the air. Enhanced by its armor-piercing effect, no giant beast could withstand a single shot from Lin Bei. Leveraging his keen danger perception, Lin Bei prioritized eliminating the most dangerous beasts first, leaving the dying ones for the veterans behind him. Soon, the finishing blows were complete. The veteran soldier who had earlier challenged Lin Bei stepped forward and apologized voluntarily. Centurion Lin. I was wrong earlier. I shouldn't have questioned your plan. Whatever punishment you deem fit, I accept it. No punishment will be given, but this is a one-time thing. Lin Bei declared. Rest assured. From now on, if you tell me to go east, I won't go west. Ha ha. The veteran pounded his chest in assurance. I never understood what youthful prodigy meant before, but now I finally get it. Centurion Lin is the very embodiment of a youthful prodigy. Achieving such a major victory with 0 casualties. Centurion Lin deserves the highest praise. Centurion Lin, I underestimated you earlier. I'll slap myself in the face to apologize. The other veterans stepped forward one after another to admit their mistakes. He possesses both formidable strength and exceptional command skills, coupled with unwavering responsibility. A centurion like this is rare even across the entire northern frontier. Crucially, Lin Bei is so young his future prospects are boundless. As Lin Bei's status rises, theirs will rise with it. Chapter 63, Save the 3rd Battalion. Slay the Centurion. Seeking gold rank. Centurion Lin, urgent transmission from Northern Frontier Command. At that moment, a communications soldier reported with grave expression. Speak, Lin Bei ordered. The 3rd Battalion's first defense line has been breached by a giant beast. They're requesting reinforcements across the entire territory, but no one has responded yet. Should we respond? The communications soldier pulled out a map and pointed to a defense line. Leave 50 men and 10 heavy machine guns to hold the position. The rest of you come with me. Lin Bei ordered decisively. Sergeant Lin. I mean no disrespect, but what does the 3rd Battalion's fate have to do with us? When our 8th Battalion fought the Hive, not a single one of those bastards lifted a finger to help, an old soldier protested bitterly. You're right. If they hadn't stood by and watched us die, how could the 8th Battalion have lost so many brothers? What goes around comes around. 3rd Battalion deserves it. If you ask me, we should just watch the 3rd Battalion fend for themselves. The veteran soldiers echoed his sentiments in unison. During Luo Yuanshan's reign, every battalion from commanders down to new recruits harbored the deepest animosity toward the 8th Battalion. Only those in the 8th Battalion knew the full extent of the injustices and unfair treatment they endured. Now that Jiang Yunqing commands the northern frontier, the 8th Battalion has finally gained some respect. And now they want to take the 8th Battalion's ammunition to rescue those worthless scum of the 3rd Battalion? They might as well throw it into the sea. Lin Bei stood his ground, his stern gaze sweeping over every veteran present. He uttered only one sentence, I'm not saving the 3rd Battalion, I'm saving the entire front line. Move out. The veterans exchanged glances, and 50 men stepped out of the trenches. Lin Bei then led them swiftly toward the 3rd Battalion's position. This mission involved expanding the territory by 100 kilometers, meaning they had to eliminate every giant beast within that radius. 5th-tier beasts would be dealt with using high-energy particle bombs, while 4th-tier beasts would be handled by the strongest fighters from each battalion. The remaining beasts weren't particularly powerful, but their numbers were staggering. Some defensive lines buckling under the pressure was entirely expected. After all, the course of war could never mirror pre-war simulations exactly. True warfare was always fraught with unforeseen variables. After a long time, Lin Bei and the others arrived near the 3rd Battalion's position. The stronghold had fallen completely. The colossal beasts were slaughtering indiscriminately among the crowd, leaving only the last 2 or 3 dozen people desperately holding out. Without the advantage of ranged thermal weapons, their meager strength and innate abilities were utterly no match for the beasts in close combat. Fortunately, they had arrived early. Had they been delayed by even half an hour, the beasts would have wiped out the defenders and then launched a rear assault on the other camps. Then, with the camps attacked from both front and rear, their fate would be all too clear. All teams, find optimal firing positions. Hold fire until my command. Lin Bei ordered immediately. The 10 squads dispersed and quickly secured their positions. 10 heavy machine guns formed a dense, overlapping crossfire pattern. This was the advantage of battle-hardened veterans. For certain tasks, Lin Bei only needed to give the order, and they would execute it flawlessly. Reinforcements! Reinforcements! Seeing the 10 heavy machine guns, a flicker of excitement flickered across the despairing faces of the 3rd Battalion soldiers. They immediately charged toward Lin Bei's position. Everyone down! Lin Bei shouted the warning. Hitting the deck means certain death. Don't listen to him. Run now! The company commander of the 3rd Battalion led the charge. Lin Bei's face darkened like charcoal. With the 3rd Battalion fleeing ahead and the beasts chasing behind, they'd soon run out of the crossfire range of the 10 heavy machine guns. By then, firing would be far less effective and could easily result in friendly fire. Without hesitation, Lin Bei barked his order, all squads, fire. Don't fire. Don't fire. Lin Bei, are you trying to settle a personal grudge by killing us? Wait until we're in a safe zone before giving the order to fire. The 3rd Battalion fell into chaos, scrambling for their lives while hurling curses at Lin Bei. A single 12.7mm heavy machine gun bullet could blow a man to pieces. 10 heavy machine guns firing in overlapping patterns would leave nothing but dust. Get down if you want to live. Keep running if you don't. Lin Bei signaled each squad to open fire. Fire! Without hesitation, each squad pulled the trigger and unleashed a hail of bullets. Bullets poured forth like a waterfall, whistling from the barrels. The 3rd Battalion was stunned into paralysis, never expecting Lin Bei to actually order the attack. One by one, they cursed Lin Bei's ancestors in their minds, yet their bodies obediently hit the ground. Getting trampled by the giant beast might only break a few bones. But getting hit by a large caliber bullet? That was a one-way ticket to the underworld. Puff! 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 The beast's massive frame made it a sitting duck. Bullets tore into its flesh, leaving front entry holes barely 2 fingers wide, while rear exits gaped wider than a pistol barrel. Its internal organs, intestines, and bones were all pulverized by the high-velocity bullets as they spun through its body. While conventional firearms couldn't handle high-tier beasts against low-tier ones, they were utterly unstoppable. Moments later, the rattling of bullets faded, leaving the battlefield in silence. The 3rd Battalion soldiers crawled out from the piles of corpses, each covered in blood, their eyes filled with terror and rage. Scanning the battlefield to confirm every giant beast had been eliminated, they stormed toward Lin Bei in a rage. Lin Bei! Did you try to kill us? The 3rd Battalion Centurion roared. My goal was to save the defensive line. Saving you was merely incidental. If you wish to die, I can grant you that favor. Lin Bei's eyes turned cold, his aura undiminished. Ha! What an arrogant brat! Think winning the 4 regions tournament makes you untouchable? I'll teach you a lesson today. Men, disarm them. From this moment on, these weapons belong to the 3rd Battalion. The 3rd Battalion's Centurion barked the order. He knew full well that Lin Bei possessed the god-slaying thunder spear, dragon bone, insect armor, and vast resources. After all, this was a battlefield. Killing them, dismembering their bodies, and making it look like they died from a giant beast no one would ever know. Lin Bei sensed the killing intent and immediately drew the Godslayer Thunder Spear, his voice cold as ice. One more step forward, and you die. Ha! I'm a Centurion too. And you're senior. You dare kill me? The 3rd Battalion Centurion sneered contemptuously, striding toward Lin Bei while concealing a dagger behind his back. Lin Bei saw right through him and struck without hesitation. Ninefold Thunder Spear Technique. 9th tier. Thunder erupted from the spearhead, unleashing a torrent of overwhelming force. At such close range, with no time to react, evasion was impossible. The 3rd Battalion Centurion's eyes widened in disbelief, his domineering arrogance instantly morphing into terror. He wanted to beg for mercy, to retreat, but it was already too late. With a wet thud, the sharp spearhead pierced his throat, passing clean through. You dare kill. Blood gushed from the 3rd Battalion Centurion's mouth. His eyes were filled with terror and shock, yet he couldn't form a complete sentence. The dagger hidden behind his back fell to the ground. Thud. Lin Bei swiftly drew his gun, flicking the residual blood from its tip, then swept his cold gaze over the remaining soldiers of the 3rd Battalion. Beneath an avalanche, no snowflake is innocent. This phrase applied perfectly to the Han family, and it applied just as perfectly to the other battalions of the northern frontier. Witnessing this scene, the rest of the 3rd Battalion froze in terror, trembling in place, not daring to breathe. If Lin Bei dared kill a centurion, killing them would be no trouble at all. The veterans of the 8th Battalion were equally stunned. They had assumed Lin Bei was merely issuing a threat or warning, but his swift, decisive action left no room for doubt. Now, recalling that phrase, "I didn't save the 3rd Battalion, I saved the entire front line," it rang true. Chapter 64, Official Coldness. The 8th Battalion's Admiration. Seeking the Golden List. Take over the defensive line and rebuild the fortifications, Lin Bei ordered. Yes, sir. 50 veterans responded in unison. The dozen or so remaining soldiers of the 3rd Battalion stood frozen in place, utterly bewildered. They were shunned when they tried to help, yet dared not simply walk away. After all these years in the north, this was the first time they'd felt so utterly defeated. Just then, another group raced toward the position. The 3rd Battalion members saw the man leading them. All traces of fear and restraint vanished from their faces as they waved and shouted, "Instructor Fong! Instructor Fong! We're here!" After entering the position, Instructor Fong glanced at Lin Bei first, then turned to the 3rd Battalion and asked, "What's the situation?" "All our brothers are dead. Only a few of us survived," a 3rd Battalion soldier answered tearfully. Fong's brow furrowed as he pressed, "What about Centurion Luoping?" At this mention, the 3rd Battalion's pent-up rage erupted instantly. They simultaneously pointed at Lin Bei, who stood nearby, their voices choked with tears as they accused, "Instructor Fong! You've arrived just in time. Lin Bei claimed he was here to support us, but in reality, he intended to kill us all alongside the beasts. Centurion Luo was shot dead by him just for questioning him a few words. See for yourself. Centurion Luo's body is still here." Instructor Fong crouched down to examine Luo Ping's body. A distinct gunshot wound was visible at his throat. Combined with the lingering traces of Thunder God's lightning spear energy, it was clear he had been killed by that very weapon. When Luo Ping sent an all-channel distress call, Lin Bei was the first to respond. Suspecting the 8th Battalion might harbor ill intent, Fong had come personally to investigate. But he never imagined Lin Bei would be so ruthless, killing even his own comrades. Had he arrived a moment later, would the entire 3rd Battalion have been slaughtered? Instructor Fong stood up, his face as still as water. He glared at Lin Bei, suppressing his rage. "Sergeant Lin, you'd better give me a reasonable explanation. Who the hell do you think you are? What gives you the right to demand an explanation?" Lin Bei turned sideways, his eyes narrowed, his domineering aura radiating unmistakably. "Sergeant Lin, this man is Fong Han, a veteran instructor of the 3rd Battalion. Though only at the 2nd stage, 2nd rank, he possesses immense combat experience. Rumor has it he's even mastered danger perception. You'd be wise to be cautious," whispered a veteran soldier from the 8th Battalion, standing close to Lin Bei's ear. Fong Han's rage twisted into a bitter laugh. He hadn't expected Lin Bei to remain so defiant after committing murder. His voice turned grave. "Lin Bei, you have two choices before you. Either return to headquarters with me quietly to face trial, or I will personally arrest you." "That depends on whether you have the strength," Lin Bei declared, brandishing his god-slaying thunder spear, his eyes showing not a trace of fear. "You're asking for trouble." Fong Han stepped forward, instantly activating his B-rank talent, agility. Only in close combat could the god-slaying thunder spear fail to exert its advantage. With his 2nd tier, 2nd rank cultivation suppressing him, victory was highly probable. Wind Spirit Spear Technique. Lin Bei sensed no killing intent from Fong Han, so his strikes deliberately avoided vital points. Fong Han flashed a wicked smile, his body moving with boneless agility, evading every strike with astonishing maneuvers. For the first time, the unstoppable 3rd grade top-tier spear technique proved ineffective against Fong Han. "Ha ha ha ha. Lin Bei, you're not even a 2nd-tier martial artist. You have no right to be a centurion, you were only promoted exceptionally for your merits. Do you really think you can match a 2nd-tier martial artist? Our instructor Fong is a genuine 2nd-tier, 2nd-rank martial artist. Not only is he battle-hardened, but he's also mastered danger perception. What do you have to fight him with? There's always someone better out there. Just wait to get beaten to a pulp." The 3rd Battalion members exhaled a collective sigh of pent-up frustration, already envisioning Fong Han defeating Lin Bei. The 8th Battalion stood anxiously at a distance, eager to deploy their heavy machine guns for support. Yet with the two already locked in close combat, firing would risk accidentally hitting Lin Bei. Key 8th Battalion had already warned Lin Bei that Fong Han was too powerful to provoke lightly. Who could have imagined Lin Bei was this stubborn? A Stage 1, 9th tier cultivator dared to challenge a Stage 2, 2nd tier veteran instructor. This wasn't merely a 3-tier gap, it was the colossal divide between Tier 1 and Tier 2. Lin Bei, winning the Four Realms Tournament Championship proves your formidable strength. Even 2nd-tier martial artists might not stand a chance against you. But after all these years as an instructor in the 3rd Battalion, if I can't take you down, won't that be a laughingstock? Fong Han glided past the god-slaying thunder spear like a ghost, closing in on Lin Bei. Immediately, his fist slammed heavily into Lin Bei's chest. Mountain-shattering fist. Boom! An explosive crack echoed as Lin Bei stood frozen in place, his clothes fluttering wildly under the force of the mountain-shattering fist. Return the favor. Lin Bei unleashed his tempering fist. Boom! Another thunderous explosion erupted. Fong Han flew backward like a cannonball, spitting blood as he went. He scraped a long trench across the ground, finally coming to a halt when he slammed into a boulder. Several ribs in his chest snapped, and more broke in his back from the impact. Other parts of his body were also affected by the blow, leaving him in agony as if his entire frame had shattered. Each breath felt like 1,000 cuts. In an instant, the battlefield fell silent. The soldiers of the 3rd and 8th Battalion stood frozen in shock, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Fong Han was a seasoned 2nd-tier, 2nd-rank martial artist, wielding the mountain-shattering fist, a 3rd-grade martial technique. Yet his full power strike hadn't even grazed Lin Bei. Yet Lin Bei, a 1st-tier, 9th-rank martial artist wielding the body-tempering fist, a mere 1st-grade, lower-tier martial skill, had gravely wounded Fong Han with a single, casual punch. Wasn't that difference just too great? Under normal circumstances, it should have been Lin Bei who was the one seriously injured. Lin Centurion, are you alright? The 8th Battalion members couldn't believe Lin Bei was unscathed, suspecting he must have suffered severe internal injuries. I'm fine. Lin Bei brushed the dust off his chest with a casual wave. He had long seen through Fong Han's intentions, deliberately letting him close before ending the fight with a single punch. Had he used the god-slaying thunder spear, Lin Bei's current constitution would have been enough to kill him with a single swing. Holy! Is our Centurion just a little too strong? He crushed a veteran instructor without a scratch. Damn impressive. Is the Four Realms Grand Tournament champion really that powerful? Don't forget, our Centurion only used his fists. He hasn't even touched the Godslayer Thunder Spear or the Dragon Bone Bow, let alone unleashed any innate abilities. The entire 8th Battalion stared at Lin Bei with awestruck expressions. With such a powerful and domineering Centurion, they could finally speak and act with real backbone in their daily lives. Instructor Fong, you. The 3rd Battalion members finally snapped out of their shock and rushed to Fong Han's side. They had intended to ask about his injuries, but seeing his current state, it was clear he was badly hurt. Fong Han coughed violently, blood continuously spilling from his mouth. As a seasoned instructor, he never underestimated any opponent, especially not Lin Bei. That's why he had given his all from the very start. But when that mountain-shattering fist struck Lin Bei, he finally grasped the vast chasm between himself and Lin Bei. His physique was as hard as steel, with defensive capabilities rivaling a colossal beast. Though not yet a 2nd-tier martial artist, his physical constitution surpassed most 2nd-tier practitioners. An ordinary 9mm bullet striking his body wouldn't just fail to injure him, it likely wouldn't even leave a mark. Chapter 65, Deputy Inspector Yi Xiao. Reinforcements summoned by the Imperial Guard. Get lost. From now on, this defense line falls under the jurisdiction of our 8th Battalion. Lin Bei's words were spoken calmly, yet carried an unquestionable commanding tone. Lin Bei, this isn't over. Fong Han spat out a threat before being escorted away by his men. Sergeant Lin, are we just letting them go? The entire 8th Battalion surrounded him. Had Lin Bei given the order, they would have killed these men without hesitation. Lin Bei had saved their lives, yet instead of gratitude, they turned on him. Luo Ping, hiding a dagger to ambush Lin Bei, deserved to die. Lin Bei nodded, unwilling to waste further energy on such trivial matters. All squads, hear my command, reconstruct the defensive positions. Yes. The men nodded, immediately clearing the battlefield and repositioning at optimal points. Meanwhile, Fong Han and the others returned to the 3rd Battalion camp. Fong Han didn't know the full story, but it was true that Lin Bei had injured him and killed Luo Ping. After the dozen or so surviving soldiers from the 3rd Battalion added their own embellishments to the story, the entire battalion was instantly consumed by rage. The 3rd Battalion's commander had been relieved of his post, leaving them already seething with pent-up frustration. Now they were being trampled and humiliated. Who could tolerate that? Damn it! Just because we don't have a commander now, they think they can push us around? The 8th Battalion only has Jiang Yunqing backing them. But Jiang Yunqing is just the acting commander. He's not the real Northern Frontier commander. Senior Captain Li, Lin Bei killed our 3rd Battalion Centurion. This is outrageous. We can't just let this slide. The company commanders of the 3rd Battalion gathered before their battalion commander, Li Ji, each seething with rage, itching to tear Lin Bei limb from limb. Li Ji shook his head, pressing his hands downward to signal them to calm down. That Jiang Yunqing is in bed with Xinchong, and Xinchong holds Lin Bei in high regard. Even if we report this to headquarters, it'll likely be swept under the rug. But I've heard that Yi Xiao, the captain of General Luo's personal guard, is now Deputy Inspector General. We can take our grievances to Inspector General Yi. Hearing this, the centurions lit up as if they'd found a guiding light, nodding in agreement. The inspectorate operates independently of both the military command and the Imperial Guard Bureau, holding oversight authority and wielding considerable power. With solid evidence, they could even take away high-ranking figures like the city chief of Jiangcheng or the Northern Frontier commander. Let alone a minor centurion like Lin Bei. Time flew by as the war dragged on for days without resolution. The Northern Frontier's various camps largely held their defensive lines. Occasionally, a few positions were breached by the beasts, but other camps could quickly send reinforcements to fill the gaps. Both sides were locked in a protracted stalemate, with countless soldiers dying each day. Meanwhile, at Northern Frontier headquarters, Jiang Yunqing's desk phones rang incessantly, all from battalion commanders inquiring about the deployment progress of the high-energy particle bombs. In this counteroffensive plan, each battalion was tasked with distracting the giant beast hordes, creating an opportunity for Jiang Hao to infiltrate enemy territory and plant the high-energy particle bombs. Every day the bombs remained undetonated meant another day of diversion, another day of casualties. Commander Jiang. They're here. The high-energy particle bombs have arrived. Jiang Hao burst into the command room, striding forward with the specially designed case in his arms. Finally, Jiang Yunqing's furrowed brow relaxed slightly. According to her original plan, the high-energy particle bomb should have arrived at dawn on the second day of the counteroffensive. Instead, the newly appointed deputy inspector of the Northern Frontier, Yi Xiao, had deliberately obstructed its delivery with various excuses, causing this significant delay. As Luo Yuanshan's confidant, Yi Xiao must have acted on Luo Yuanshan's orders. But Jiang Yunqing couldn't fathom how Luo Yuanshan, with his long record of misconduct and stripped of all official positions after being dismissed by the military headquarters, how could he possibly wield enough influence to propel Yi Xiao into the position of deputy inspector? Commander Jiang, there's also some good news. Jiang Hao's words interrupted Jiang Yunqing's train of thought. He continued, the Imperial Guard Command learned of our counteroffensive against the Colossus and specifically sent us reinforcements. What kind of support? Jiang Yunqing asked in surprise. Old Liang, come in. Jiang Hao beckoned to the middle-aged man standing outside the command room. Jiang Yunqing scrutinized the man called Old Liang, frowning. Third tier? Commander Jiang, though Old Liang only possesses third tier, third-level strength, he possesses the rare A-grade Earth escape talent, Jiang Hao explained. Hearing the words grade A Earth escape talent, Jiang Yunqing's furrowed brow relaxed once more. Such a talent allowed for effortless movement underground at incredible speeds. While powerful beasts existed underground, their numbers were negligible compared to those above ground. Exercise utmost caution. Jiang Yunqing urged solemnly. Understood. Jiang Hao nodded and immediately set off with Old Liang. Activating their Earth escape talent, the pair vanished instantly from their original spot, descending 5 or 6 meters underground. Earth escape didn't create a tunnel by digging directly through the soil. Instead, it compressed the surrounding earth, forcibly squeezing a path open. As one person passed through, the soil behind them instantly returned to its original state. As Jiang Hao and Old Liang departed, Jiang Yunqing immediately notified his subordinates, relaying real-time updates on the placement progress of the high-energy particle bombs to each battalion. The news came as a shot in the arm, finally giving the battalions hope that the war would end. Hours later, the tracking system indicated the high-energy particle bomb had entered the 4th-tier colossal beast zone. Within half an hour at most, it would reach the 5th-tier giant beast point. Jiang Yunqing sat in the command room, waiting anxiously and silently praying for everything to go smoothly. Commander Jiang, the signal has stopped, a subordinate reported, pointing at the positioning map. Prolonged, high-intensity use of abilities will inevitably take a toll on the body. Perhaps it's just pausing to rest, Jiang Yunqing dismissed it. Another half-hour passed, yet the signal remained frozen in place, not budging an inch. Jiang Yunqing's expression hardened as a bad feeling washed over him. Both had brought ample supplies of potions before setting out, so a brief rest was understandable. But at most, it would be a few minutes rest before they'd set off again once the potions took effect. This half-hour pause, could they have encountered a giant beast attack? Jiang Hao, the chief instructor of the 8th Battalion, possessed considerable strength, yet he couldn't fully utilize it underground. The only combat-ready member left was Old Liang from the city guard. Just as everyone in the command center was on edge, the signal moved again, though much more slowly this time. Just a false alarm, Jiang Yunqing thought, a weight lifting from his heart as he breathed a silent sigh of relief. Commander Jiang, an unknown signal has infiltrated our wartime channel, a subordinate reported. The weight that had just lifted from Jiang Yunqing's heart immediately returned. The wartime channel was absolutely confidential. Outsiders couldn't possibly know about it, and no one would dare risk imprisonment to crack and infiltrate it. Unless, the intruder was targeting the Northern Frontier. Answer it. Jiang Yunqing strode over, snatched the headset, and pressed it to his ear. This is Jiang Yunqing, commander of the Northern Frontier. Who are you? Jiang Yunqing stated his identity directly. If the intruder had merely stumbled upon the channel by accident, they would surely disengage now. I am Zhang Xin of Xuanxing, Zhang Xin replied. Quansheng? Jiang Yunqing's expression changed dramatically. Chapter 66, Going in Unarmed. Zhang Xin again. Seeking the golden list. Commander Jiang, no need for such surprise. I harbor no ill will toward the Northern Frontier, nor do I intend to disrupt your grand campaign to repel the beasts and reclaim our lands. I merely have a small request I hope you will grant, Zhang Xin said. What request? Jiang Yunqing pressed. Have Lin Bei come to see me, Zhang Xin stated. Absolutely impossible. Jiang Yunqing refused flatly. Zhang Xin had anticipated this refusal. Unfazed, he continued, Commander Jiang, even if you care little for Jiang Hao and old Liang's lives, surely you value the high-energy particle bomb? Its fate could determine the success or failure of our counteroffensive. Besides, that high-energy particle bomb is useless to me. If it were accidentally dropped in a crowded area, wouldn't that cause quite a headache for the Northern Frontier? With the gentlest tone, he delivered the harshest threat. Should the high-energy particle bomb detonate within the Northern Frontier, it would inevitably cause countless casualties, dooming the counteroffensive plan to failure. Ultimately, Jiang Yunqing would bear the responsibility for both. But if he agreed to Zhang Xin's demand, Lin Bei would die for sure. Jiang Yunqing clenched his teeth in fury, slamming his palm onto the wooden table, shattering it into pieces. Everyone in the command room flinched, holding their breath in terror. Commander Jiang, I'm not a patient man. You have 1 minute to decide, Zhang Xin declared. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. With each tick of the wall clock's second hand, the hearts of everyone in the command room trembled. Deep down, everyone understood, no matter what honors Lin Bei had earned, how much potential he possessed, or how great his future achievements might be, his life held less value than the counteroffensive plan and the lives of over 100,000 people in the north. But this decision rested solely with Jiang Yunqing. 30 seconds remaining. 20 seconds. Well, it seems Commander Jiang still values Lin Bei more. In that case, there's no need for further discussion. Just as Zhang Xin was about to end the call, Jiang Yunqing urgently interjected, Wait. Hold on. A hint of amusement tinged Zhang Xin's voice. Has Commander Jiang changed his mind? Transmit my order. Have Lin Bei come to headquarters immediately. Jiang Yun commanded. A long time later, Lin Bei entered the headquarters command room. Seeing the solemn expressions on everyone's faces, Lin Bei knew something major had happened. Jiang Yunqing pulled Lin Bei to sit beside him and immediately laid out the entire situation. That's the gist of it. The success of the counteroffensive plan and the lives of over 100,000 people in the north now rest entirely on your shoulders. Damn it! Lin Bei's heart surged with elation. He never imagined that after all these twists and turns, the mission to deploy the high-energy particle bombs would ultimately fall back into his hands. Jiang Yunqing's expression froze. Previously, planting the high-energy particle bomb had offered a sliver of survival. Now, facing Quan Xing by name and face-to-face? That was a death sentence. Yet Lin Bei had agreed so readily. She had deliberately emphasized, the success of the counteroffensive plan and the lives of over 100,000 men in the north now rest entirely on your shoulders, hoping to heighten his sense of responsibility and make refusal difficult. She had judged a noble man by her own petty standards. Deep remorse surged within her. Jiang Yunqing admired Lin Bei's courage and resolve even more, praising him loudly, Excellent. Truly a soldier trained by Xinchong. You have spirit. As the words fell, Jiang Yunqing pointed to the earpiece beside him and made a shushing gesture. Lin Bei instantly understood, realizing someone on the other end could hear their conversation. Next, Jiang Yunqing fetched paper and pen, lightly writing the words, I will protect you from the shadows. Lin Bei nodded and picked up a tracking tablet from the table, which displayed the real-time location of the high-energy particle bombs. Be extremely careful. Jiang Yunqing urged. Got it. Lin Bei left headquarters and drove straight to the location of the high-energy particle bomb. After giving her instructions, Jiang Yunqing quietly followed behind. Meanwhile, deep within the forests beyond the border, Jiang Hao and old Liang lay pinned to the tree trunk by wooden spikes piercing their limbs, barely clinging to life. Below the tree trunks stood two men. One was Zhang Xin himself. The other wore a pitch-black cloak that left no skin exposed, his speech and movements oddly peculiar. The cloaked figure toyed with a high-energy particle bomb in his hand and casually asked, You really intend to return this thing to them? Zhang Xin shook his head, a sinister smile spreading across his face. I'm just fooling them. The cloaked man seemed to have anticipated Zhang Xin's response, chuckling dryly. What a pity. A genius like Lin Bei, and yet he refuses to join Xuanxing. So many promising recruits joined Xuanxing this year. One more or less makes no difference, Zhang Xin replied. True, the black-robed man murmured, leaning against the tree trunk. Then we'll wait. After a long silence, the cloaked man suddenly opened his eyes, his tone grave. Jiang Yunqing has arrived too. Are you certain? Zhang Xin inquired. Yes. When my puppet detected her, she detected me too, the black-robed man stated. Zhang Yunqing possesses S-tier manipulation talent, making her combat strength far surpass that of ordinary 5th-tier experts. Together, you and I might defeat her. Meanwhile, Lin Bei counters my with spirit physique. We must separate them first and defeat them one by one, Zhang Xin explained. Understood. I've already dispatched 2 4th-tier, 9th-level puppets to intercept them midway. They should be able to delay them for over half an hour, the black-robed man said. Half an hour is more than enough. Zhang Sen's lips curled upward, revealing a bloodthirsty grin beneath his refined, scholarly features. Soon, the hum of a car engine echoed from the distance. The two looked up to see a military green SUV speeding toward them. Seated in the driver's seat was none other than Lin Bei. With a sharp screech of brakes, the SUV skidded to a halt right in front of Zhang Sen. Scared stiff from last time, so you brought backup this time? Lin Bei stepped out of the vehicle with an air of nonchalance. Squeak! Squeak! Zhang Sen, struck at his weak spot, clenched his fists as rage ignited within him. A mighty 4th-tier, 9th-rank powerhouse, hunted down by a mere 1st-tier martial artist and nearly killed. This incident had made him the laughingstock of the entire sect. Moreover, Zhang Sen would never allow someone capable of countering the wood spirit physique to grow stronger. No matter what, Lin Bei must die. I'm here. As agreed, you should release the hostages and hand over the high-energy particle bombs now. Lin Bei pointed at Zhang Hao and old Liang, who were barely clinging to life against the tree trunk. We cannot hand them over, Zhang Sen shook his head. Are all Chuanqing masters untrustworthy liars like you? Lin Bei sneered. I never said I'd trade their lives for the high-energy particle bomb. Zhang Junju misinterpreted my words, Zhang Sen said, a smirk curling his lips. He relished the prospect of seeing Lin Bei lose his temper. Unfortunately for him, Lin Bei showed no sign of fury. Because he knew that an organization that would stop at nothing to achieve its goals could never be trusted. At that moment, the man in black stepped forward, determined to try one last time. Lin Bei, Zhang Yunqing is already trapped behind us. She won't have time to come save you. If you want to live, your only option is to join our Quanxing. Jingbei University and Yi Junqing both tried to recruit me with their own offers. Is threatening the only thing your Chuanqing faction knows how to do? How pathetic. No wonder you've been living like sewer rats all these years, never growing beyond your lowly status. Lin Bei sneered with contempt. Chapter 67, Living Puppet. Mutual Destruction. Seeking gold rank. We can also make an offer one guaranteed to surpass Jingbei University and the military's terms, the black-robed man promised. Don't fall for it. He's just stalling for time, Zhang Sen interrupted. Seeing Lin Bei's mocking smile, the black-robed man finally caught on, his rage boiling over. You dare play me for a fool? You're asking for death. Want to kill me? You'd better have the skill to back it up. Lin Bei immediately executed the Wind Thunder Step to create distance. After days of rigorous training, the Wind Thunder Step had reached perfection. Moving at high speed, swift as the wind and thunderous as lightning, it could leave up to 3 afterimages identical to his true form. Move. Don't let him escape. Zhang Sen urged. Rest assured. A mere 1st-tier cultivator won't escape my grasp. The black-robed man smiled coldly as 3 more puppets emerged from the woods, forming a pincer formation that sealed off all of Lin Bei's retreat routes. Living puppets? Lin Bei gasped in shock. These 3 puppets appeared indistinguishable from ordinary people, yet their faces were deathly pale, their eyes vacant, and their movements stiff and jerky. Clearly, they were no longer living beings. Not old, yet remarkably knowledgeable. You even recognize living puppets, the black-robed man boasted proudly as he presented the 3 puppets, as if showcasing 3 perfect works of art. Puppets crafted from wood or iron were merely empty shells, lacking significant combat prowess. Puppets forged from living humans, however, retain the natural talents and martial skills of their former hosts, making them several tiers more powerful. However, the success rate for creating living puppets is extremely low, and the method has been lost for over 100 years. Lin Bei now understood why Zhang Hao and old Liang had survived falling into Quanxing's hands. The black-robed man undoubtedly intended to turn them into puppets too. You possess the elemental tyrant talent and master so many powerful martial arts. Turning you into a puppet would make you an absolute treasure. Ha ha ha. The black-robed man emitted an eerie laugh as the 3 puppets immediately launched their attack. Lin Bei executed the Wind Thunder Step to evade, then retrieved the Dragon Bone Bow and Dragon Bone arrows from his storage bracelet. The moment he drew them, he silently activated the high explosive charge. He had sought out Shen Zhangyao for this high explosive bomb precisely to deal with Quanxing, and now it would finally serve its purpose. The high explosive bomb counted down silently within the storage bracelet, emitting no sound or trace of its presence. Once detonated, the storage bracelet would be reduced to ash, and its terrifying force would at least severely injure Zhang Sen and the black-robed man. But there was one crucial condition: both men had to be close enough to the bomb and caught off guard, with no time to defend themselves. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 dragon bone arrows shot out at supersonic speed, instantly pinning the 2 puppets to the tree. Unfazed by pain, the puppets staggered forward, each bearing a gaping wound where the dragon bone arrows had pierced them. Fine bow. Fine arrows. Greed flashed in the cloaked man's eyes. Stop wasting time. Kill him now. The god-slaying thunder spear and dragon bone bow are yours. The insect armor is mine. Zhang Sen urged again. His corpse is mine too. The black-robed man snapped his fingers. 3 puppets simultaneously unleashed their innate abilities in martial arts, attacking Lin Bei in perfect unison. Crafting puppets from living beings yielded a higher success rate and preserved all innate talents and martial skills. Using corpses yields a low success rate and doesn't guarantee the preservation of all innate abilities and martial skills. But Jiang Yunqing was already rushing over. There was no time to waste on Lin Bei. Lin Bei executed the wind thunderstep, seemingly evading but actually calculating the blast radius to spare Jiang Hao and old Liang pinned to the tree. This distance should suffice. Is it really necessary to go through all this trouble for a first-tier ant? Zhang Sen questioned, baffled. The black-robed man, already irritated after several failed attempts to take down Lin Bei, flared up at Zhang Sen's question. Damn it! He nearly killed you last time. How could he be just some ordinary first-tier? Stung once more, Zhang Sen gritted his teeth, his face darkening as he suppressed his anger. Jiang Yunqing is still behind. It's best to kill him sooner rather than later. I know. The cloaked man, unable to stand by any longer, took matters into his own hands. While the 3 puppets blocked Lin Bei's retreat, he unleashed a direct punch. 9-fold Thunder Spear technique. 9th tier. Lin Bei drew the Godslayer Thunder Spear, its tip blazing with lightning as it stabbed toward the black-robed man. Boom! The armor-piercing effect detonated, instantly shattering the black-robed man's arm into a pile of flesh. The black cloak was torn apart by the force, revealing his true form, another puppet. Thud! Suddenly, a hidden arrow pierced Lin Bei's back of the head from behind, leaving a thumb-thick hole. Blood flowed freely as all strength drained from his body in an instant. With a thud, Lin Bei collapsed to the ground, his breath gone forever. He's this hard to kill at the first tier. If he reaches the 4th tier, I fear neither you nor I would stand a chance against him. The black-robed man still felt a lingering fear from that earlier shot. But soon, that lingering fear was replaced by excitement. He immediately stripped the insect armor from Lin Bei's body, taking the Godslayer Thunder Spear and Dragon Bone Bow with him. Then he crouched down, mesmerized by the flawless physique before him. Killing Lin Bei meant the Godslayer Thunder Spear and Dragon Bone Bow were yours, while the insect armor was mine. We agreed on that, didn't we? What's the meaning of this? Zhang Sen immediately rushed to the corpse, but it was already too late. Yeah, the Godslayer Thunder Spear and Dragon Bone Bow were my payment for killing Lin Bei. But you never told me Jiang Yunqing would get involved too. I lost 2 4th-tier puppets blocking Jiang Yunqing. Taking an extra insect armor isn't too much, is it? The black-robed man forced a stiff smile, then pointed at the storage bracelet on Lin Bei's wrist. This kid must have plenty more treasures on him. Everything in the storage bracelet is yours. You're not losing out. The insect armor was already in his possession. To get it back, he'd have to kill him. But both were 4th tier, 9th layer. Killing him wouldn't be easy for Zhang Sen. The crucial issue was that this place was filled with puppets, and neither knew where the other's true form resided. Killing him would only invite endless trouble. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Sen swallowed his frustration and crouched down to open the storage bracelet. Beep. 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 The moment he opened the storage bracelet, a crisp beeping sound rang out. Zhang Sen raised an eyebrow. The sound felt oddly familiar, as if he'd heard it somewhere before. His gaze then focused on the display inside the bracelet. The first thing that caught his eye was the timer. The red digits flashed, counting down to just 3 seconds. A bum. This kid wants to take us both down. Zhang Sen's pupils dilated as the fear of death surged back into his mind. At such close range and with so little time, running away was impossible. There wasn't even time to think. Driven by the primal urge to survive, Zhang Sen activated his wood spirit transformation. Countless branches surged from the earth, forming thick wooden walls before him in an attempt to withstand the blast's force. Boom! A blinding white light erupted, instantly engulfing Zhang Sen and the 4 puppets. Then came a deafening explosion that shook the very earth. Everything within the blast radius was reduced to ashes. A powerful shockwave radiated outward, shattering boulders and uprooting trees. Jiang Hao and old Liang, pinned to a tree trunk in the distance, were also hurled away by the blast, knocked unconscious on the spot. After a long while, the light faded and the smoke dissipated. A naked figure emerged from the explosion's epicenter, none other than Lin Bei. Chapter 68, Harvesting Hidden Weapons. Puppeteer. Seeking the Golden List. The Undying Phoenix's alter ego. Truly terrifying. Lin Bei inwardly gasped. His entire body, inside and out, remained completely unscathed. Not even a single hair was missing. To be able to resurrect even after being reduced to ashes, truly worthy of the top spot on the mutant body rankings. Moreover, Lin Bei's cultivation had advanced further, stepping from the 9th tier of the first stage into the 2nd stage. At lower cultivation levels, the gains from rebirth were more pronounced. As the realm increased, the energy required to advance each level multiplied exponentially, inevitably weakening this enhancement effect.
This explains why some prodigies can break through multiple realms within a month during their early training, yet later might take months to advance a single realm. However, Lin Bei possessed the SSS tier talent Heaven Rewards Diligence, allowing his cultivation speed to remain hundreds of times faster than ordinary prodigies.
Moreover, the Undying Phoenix Divine Body's top ranking on the Divine Bodies list has always been due to its immortality effect. Strength enhancement is merely a secondary benefit. Lin Bei glanced around.
The ground had been blasted into a crater 20 meters long and 3 meters deep, with the shockwave's lethal radius exceeding 200 meters. At the explosion's epicenter, everything had been obliterated.
Zhang Xin and the puppet were nowhere to be seen. The Godslayer Thunder Spear, Dragon Bone Bow, and Insect Armor, all 5th tier artifacts, remained unscathed. Besides these 3 items, one other object lay intact within the crater.
Lin Bei bent down to pick it up and examined it closely. It resembled a wrist guard, with 6 small holes at the front.
Each hole concealed a needle finer than a strand of hair.
Looks kinda like a hidden weapon, Lin Bei said as he tentatively slipped it onto his wrist. The next second, the wrist guard underwent a mechanical-looking transformation, wriggling and shifting until it perfectly conformed to Lin Bei's wrist. Only Saiyans could craft such a precision weapon. Lin Bei flipped his wrist to examine it closely and sure enough, spotted Saiyans' exclusive mark in the corner. The transformed wrist now featured a button at its front. At this point, it was practically certain this was a hidden weapon produced by Saiyans. To survive an explosion of this magnitude unscathed, and to be carried by Zhang Xin, a 4th tier, 9th rank martial artist, its lethality was undoubtedly capable of killing a 5th tier warrior. Zhang Xin, Lin Bei murmured with a smirk.
Worried your teammates weren't reliable, so you brought this along just in case? Too bad it all ended up benefiting me.
He immediately sprinted toward Jiang Hao and the other man. Both men were severely injured, having already lost consciousness when pinned to the tree. The blast wave had knocked them completely unconscious. Before departing, Lin Bei had stored all purchased potions at the 8th Battalion, knowing that once the high-energy explosive detonated, everything in his storage bracelet would be obliterated.
Thus, Lin Bei directly opened Jiang Hao's storage bracelet. The first thing that caught his eye was the high-energy particle bomb.
Lin Bei retrieved several recovery potions, feeding them to both men before taking out clothes to dress them.
Moments later, Jiang Hao regained consciousness first.
Seeing Lin Bei before him, he thought he was hallucinating.
Lin Bei, are you dead too? Lin Bei's face darkened as he explained, I'm not dead. Neither are you. How could we possibly survive after falling into Quan Xing's hands?
Jiang Hao looked around in disbelief. Sure enough, neither Zhang Xin nor the black-robed man were present. Only a massive crater had suddenly appeared in the distance.
What terrifying force could blast such a massive crater?
A 3rd-tier martial artist couldn't possibly do it, and even a 4th tier would struggle. Yet aside from Lin Bei, there was no 4th person to be found at the scene.
Those 2 from Chuanqing?
I blew them to bits, Lin Bei explained succinctly. Jiang Hao looked skeptical, clearly unconvinced by this answer.
The Chuanqing warriors were as cunning as monkeys. How could they be so easily blown to bits? And 2 at once. Time is short. We must deploy the high-energy particle bombs immediately.
Lin Bei snatched Jiang Hao's storage bracelet without a word and slipped it onto his own wrist.
What are you doing?
Jiang Hao grabbed Lin Bei forcefully. Instructor Jiang, you've all sustained severe injuries. You're no longer fit to continue the mission, Lin Bei stated.
That doesn't mean you get to do it.
Jiang Hao clung to Lin Bei, refusing to let go.
Eliminating the immediate threat didn't mean all dangers were gone.
Moving forward would lead them into the 5th-tier colossal beast zone, a realm teeming with formidable 5th-tier beasts where danger was off the charts. Even a 5th-tier powerhouse like Zhang Yunqing could meet his end there. Not wanting to reveal the secret of the immortal phoenix's unique physique, Lin Bei invoked the name of the Divine General Yi.
Instructor Jiang, I possess a life-saving technique left behind by the Divine General Yi. These 5th-tier beasts cannot harm me in the slightest. The death of the All-Life Master is also connected to Yi Junsheng, right? Jiang Hao inquired.
Yes. Lin Bei nodded without hesitation.
Jiang Hao's mind clicked into place.
If this matter involved the military god Yi, then the death of the all-powerful being made far more sense.
Alright, since you're absolutely certain, I won't keep you waiting.
Escort Instructor Jiang back, Lin Bei instructed Old Liang, who had just regained consciousness.
Understood.
Old Liang nodded and immediately activated his Earth Escape talent, carrying Jiang Hao away.
Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha.
Never imagined you possessed not only the elemental tyrant talent, but also the even rarer Undying Phoenix physique. You're simply perfect material for a puppet. At that moment, a cold, chilling laugh echoed from the shadows. Immediately afterward, another man cloaked in black emerged from the shadows. He lifted his head, his gaze vacant as he stared at Lin Bei.
Another puppet. Rest assured, I'll keep your secret safe. Because soon, your secret will become mine. Ha ha ha.
The cloaked figure advanced step by step toward Lin Bei.
Now that you know my secret, there's no reason to let you live. Lin Bei lowered his wrist, his intent to kill hidden. A mere second-tier cultivator dares to speak so boldly before me. The hooded man's rigid, savage grin erupted into the overwhelming pressure of a fourth-tier, ninth-rank powerhouse. Lin Bei. At the critical moment, Jiang Yunqing stepped through the air, descending from the sky to land before Lin Bei. Jiang Hao and old Liang have returned. The high-energy particle bomb is on me, Lin Bei explained. Jiang Yunqing nodded, his eyes blazing with murderous intent as he fixed the black-robed man. You scum of Chuanqing. Daring to cause trouble in our northern frontier. Today, you won't be leaving alive. Commander Jiang, your S-rank manipulation talent is indeed formidable. But if I dared come to the north, I came prepared. The black-robed man chuckled coldly, waving his hand to summon over 30 puppets from his storage ring. The puppets scattered, their faces frozen in stiff grins, their vacant eyes fixed on Lin Bei and Jiang Yunqing. The eeriness sent a chill down one's spine. Beyond their sheer numbers, what truly troubled Lin Bei and Jiang Yunqing was the puppets' formidable strength. The weakest were all third tier, while one was fifth tier and nearly 10 were fourth tier, ninth rank puppets. Jiang Yunqing frowned, feeling immense pressure. Did they bring out their entire arsenal just to kill Lin Bei? No. A specimen as exceptional as Lin Bei would be wasted if killed. I intend to make him the most perfect masterpiece of my life. The black-robed man's face was twisted with maniacal obsession. These puppets had consumed decades of his life's work, making them priceless treasures. But destroying them all would be worth it if it meant turning Lin Bei into a puppet. Madman. Jiang Yunqing cursed, then turned to Lin Bei and urged, now that we have the high-energy particle bomb, we must retreat immediately. Chapter 69, 6th-tier Beast King. True form Xiaoyu. Seeking golden rank. Lin Bei ignored the retort, burying his head as he charged toward the 5th-tier beast point. The counteroffensive plan had already been delayed for several days, with each camp suffering heavy losses and facing immense pressure. Prolonging the stalemate would inevitably cause some defenses to collapse. Moreover, once they retreated to headquarters, Jiang Yunqing would inevitably assign others to carry out the placement mission. Wouldn't that mean handing over this monumental achievement for nothing? Most crucially, the black-robed man had uncovered the secret of Lin Bei's undying phoenix physique. He must be eliminated. Lin Bei's only chance to turn the tables was to lure the black-robed man deeper into the 5th-tier beast zone, where he could be hunted down. Hey! The way back is this way. Jiang Yunqing shouted. Commander Jiang. Leave the high-energy particle bomb placement to me. Please hold off these puppets for me. Lin Bei vanished into the distance with a burst of wind thunder step. Jiang Yunqing tried to say more, but Lin Bei had vanished without a trace. He cursed under his breath, the top beam is crooked, so the bottom beam sways. The entire 8th Battalion is a bunch of stubborn mules who don't fear death. Go! The black-robed man snapped his fingers, sending 2 third-tier puppets in pursuit of Lin Bei. You bastards of the Quan sect. I'm your opponent. Jiang Yunqing leapt into the air, tearing the 2 third-tier puppets apart with a powerful rip. Since Commander Jiang is so eager for battle, I'll oblige. Today we settle both supremacy and life or death. Facing a 5th-tier S-rank powerhouse, the black-robed man dared not take it lightly. He had to muster every ounce of focus for this fight. After all, his true form was concealed nearby. While revealing his true form was risky, capturing Lin Bei alive justified any danger. That was the body of the undying divine phoenix. Possessing the elemental tyrant talent. By refining Lin Bei into a puppet and nurturing him to upgrade, he would become the world's foremost puppeteer. Meanwhile, Lin Bei entered the 5th-tier Colossus point. Though his strength fell short of Jiang Hao's, he had mastered the perception of danger. After advancing to Tier 2, the range of his danger sense expanded to 100 meters around him. Should any 5th-tier Colossus appear within his perception, Lin Bei could instantly detect and evade it. The high-energy particle bomb's blast radius is limited. I must press deeper, Lin Bei thought as he advanced cautiously, glancing over his shoulder periodically. He now had only 2 means to kill the black-robed man, the high-energy particle bomb in his hand and the hidden weapon he'd obtained from Zhang Sen. The tactic of mutual destruction had already been used once a second attempt was unlikely to succeed. That left only this hidden weapon. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, the roars of colossal beasts echoed through the air. The earth trembled and hummed in response. A dust cloud over a meter high billowed in the distance as a horde of 5th-tier beasts charged toward the northern frontier. Just as Lin Bei was startled, another roar erupted from the rear. The sound was piercingly sharp, as if it could tear through one's very soul. Looking up, he saw a flying colossus with a wingspan exceeding 30 meters circling in the sky, its piercing screech echoing through the air. Thunderfire Eagle. A 6th-tier beast king. Lin Bei's heart trembled violently. Under normal circumstances, the strongest beasts beyond the 4th realm should be 5th tier. Any colossal beast surpassing the 5th rank would be teleported to the colossal beast battlefield by the spatial martial artists. Unless, this Thunderfire Eagle had just ascended to the 6th tier. All beasts outside the secret realm were strictly classified by strength and assigned territories. Deep within, the 5th-tier beasts are numerous, and they couldn't care less about the lives of the lower-tier beasts outside. Moreover, these 5th-tier beasts are fiercely independent, refusing to submit to one another, making it nearly impossible for them to unite as a cohesive force. But now, things have changed. A 6th-tier Thunderfire Eagle has emerged from the ranks of the 5th-tier beasts. With its overwhelming power and the remarkable intelligence of high-tier beasts, it has unquestionably become the king of all beasts beyond the borders. In the eyes of the Beast King, all lands beyond the northern frontier belong to its domain. It will not stand idly by while humans encroach upon its territory. Now, under the command of this 6th-tier Beast King, the beasts beyond the borders will unite their combat strength, elevating their power by at least 2 tiers. And that's just the combat power of the Beast Horde. The 6th-tier Thunderfire Eagle hasn't even been factored in. Consider that Zhang Yunqing, the strongest warrior in the north, is only at the 1st tier of the 5th rank. Under these circumstances, high-energy particle bombs would no longer hold decisive influence. They might even be pushed back by the beasts, triggering another massive beast tide. The urgent priority is to notify Commander Jiang and prepare countermeasures immediately. Lin Bei turned without hesitation and retraced his steps. He had barely covered a short distance when a black-robed man blocked his path. The figure grinned savagely. Lin Bei, we meet again. Lin Bei paused, undaunted. You've exhausted all your puppets. Is your true form finally showing itself? Have you no fear of death? I know you have the high-energy particle bomb, but the same method won't kill me twice. The cloaked man retrieved an object from his storage bracelet and explained, this is a bomb controller manufactured by Sains. It can link to and control all Sains-produced bombs within its detection range. If you don't believe me, press the detonator button for that high-energy particle bomb right now. Lin Bei pressed the detonator button, defying the odds. As the timer hit 0, no explosion followed. Sains Technology's prowess once again blew Lin Bei away. This backdoor mechanism was common practice, as Sains needed safeguards against nations acquiring their weapons and then turning them against the company. But for Quan Neng to obtain so many high-tech products from Sains, weren't their ties a bit too close? The cloaked man chuckled coldly as he approached Lin Bei. Become my puppet willingly. Rest assured, the process will be swift and entirely painless. As he drew nearer, Lin Bei finally got a clear look at the man's face. He seemed vaguely familiar, as if seen somewhere before. Right. He bore a striking resemblance to General Xie of the Wu City military headquarters. The cloaked figure noticed the shock in Lin Bei's eyes and dropped all pretense. Stripping off his robes, he confessed, you're right. Xie Changyun, one of the 12 military gods of the command, is my father. You're Xie? But you were declared dead long ago. Lin Bei realized with a jolt. Years ago, Xie had betrayed the Xie family and joined Quan Xing. Upon learning this, Xie Changyun executed Xie in the name of justice. The one killed back then was merely a living puppet bearing my likeness, Xie revealed. Xie Changyun spared you. Lin Bei's heart jolted. Even he could tell the difference between a puppet and a real person. As a 9th-rank powerhouse, Xie Changyun couldn't possibly have missed it. He recognized it, yet publicly declared Xiaoyu slain clearly. He deliberately spared Xiaoyu's life. Or rather, Xie Changyun, one of the 12 military gods of the military department, was also a member of Xuanqing. Whether it is or not no longer matters. Xiaoyu scrutinized Lin Bei from head to toe with an almost mesmerized gaze, as if admiring a flawless work of art. Your Xuanqing faction truly has far-reaching influence. Lin Bei retreated step by step, searching for an opening to deploy his hidden weapons. Once fired, all 6 needles would strike simultaneously. There was only one chance to release them, and it would be a kill. Chapter 70, The Final Ace. Luring the tiger to devour the wolf. Seeking the golden list. Xiaoyu caught the subtle movement of Lin Bei's wrist and flicked a finger with contempt. In an instant, it felt as if invisible threads bound Lin Bei's limbs and torso, his body gradually stiffening beyond his control. His wind thunderstep, once perfected, now stumbled and faltered. Even the spear technique, empowered by the ancestor of all weapons, now felt sluggish and awkward. It was as if 2 souls had invaded a single body. Both souls vied for control of the body, rendering his movements rigid and grotesque. My S-rank puppet talent not only allows me to forge puppets, but also to control targets as if they were puppets. With your measly 2nd-tier strength, you stand no chance of breaking free. Accept your fate. Xiaoyu raised 2 fingers, compelling Lin Bei to shuffle toward him. Lin Bei struggled while gripping the God-slaying Thunder Spear tightly. Both his physical struggle and his grip on the God-slayer Thunder Spear were feints meant for Xiaoyu's eyes only. Even his seemingly involuntary approach towards Xiaoyu was entirely deliberate. The true killing move lay hidden beneath his wrist's 6 silver needles. Watching Lin Bei's stiff, 2 steps forward 1 step back movement, Xiaoyu's smile grew wider. Most 3rd-tier martial artists are mere puppets before me. That you could resist to this extent truly worthy of being the chosen one, blessed with the elemental tyrant talent and the undying divine phoenix physique. But soon, you'll become the strongest puppet in my hands. Ha 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 ha. 10 steps. 5 steps. 3 steps. Lin Bei silently calculated the distance in his mind, then swung his arm to thrust his spear forward. Ninefold Thunder Spear Technique. 9th tier. ZZZZZZZ. Infinite thunder surged along the spear's shaft, coalescing like electric serpents at its tip and blazing with a glare too intense to behold. One thrust, and all resistance crumbled. Xiaoyu had witnessed the power of this strike firsthand. When a 4th tier, 9th level puppet clashed fists with it, its arm was shattered. He dared not meet it head-on. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Bei's arm, clutching the god-slaying thunder spear, thrust downward uncontrollably. The razor-sharp tip pierced the ground, and the terrifying thunder incinerated all vegetation within several meters into ashes. The opportunity had arrived. Lin Bei's face lit up with joy as he immediately pressed the switch for the hidden weapon. But just as his finger neared the switch, a powerful, mysterious force restrained him. Xiaoyu grabbed Lin Bei's arm and lifted it up, eyeing the hidden weapon at his wrist. A smirk spread across his lips. So you did take Zhang Sen's mystic silver sleeve darts. Nice acting, and your plan wasn't bad either. Too bad your skills are lacking. Don't get too excited just yet, Lin Bei countered. If you have any other tricks up your sleeve, bring them all out now, Xiaoyu sneered. Look up, Lin Bei said. 6th tier Beast King. Xiaoyu looked up as a colossal figure blocked out the sky, the Thunderfire Eagle. Seizing the moment of distraction, Lin Bei pressed the switch for his hidden weapons with all his might. Whoosh! 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 6 silver needles shot forth, piercing toward the Thunderfire Eagle under Xiaoyu's gaze. The needles were incredibly fast, piercing the Thunderfire Eagle's massive wings in an instant, leaving 6 bloody holes. Gah! The Thunderfire Eagle let out a piercing screech, lowering its head to glare viciously at Lin Bei and Xiaoyu on the ground. In the eyes of this colossal beast, humans held no distinction between good and evil, no division into factions, only strength and weakness. Facing the strong, it would cower and retreat; facing the weak, it would devour them whole. Truthfully, the Thunderfire Eagle had noticed these two humans long ago, but dismissed them as too weak to warrant attention. It was like a giant walking down the road encountering an ant the size of a grain of sand. It wouldn't deliberately turn around to crush it. But now it was different. These ants dared to attack the giant they were courting death. Holy! UING lunatic! Xiaoyu panicked instantly. Scared? Well, it's about time. Lin Bei grinned, his smile wide and bright. Xiaoyu's face turned ashen, filled with regret and rage. He'd manipulated Lin Bei's hand, holding the black silver sleeve dart upward, hoping to confirm whether the hidden weapon beneath his wrist was indeed that dart. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect that this careless gesture would give Lin Bei the perfect opportunity to ambush the Thunderfire Eagle. Had he forced the arm downward instead, the darts would have buried themselves in the earth. Now that the 6th tier Beast King, the Thunderfire Eagle, had locked onto him, capturing Lin Bei alive was impossible. He had to think about how to escape. Wah! The Thunderfire Eagle erupted with another piercing shriek, then unleashed a torrent of high-temperature flames laced with thunderous energy from its beak. The thunderous flames cascaded down like a waterfall from the sky, incinerating everything in their path. To endure the fury of a 6th tier Beast King head-on was suicide. Xiaoyu reluctantly released Lin Bei and scrambled to dodge the thunder flames. Sizzle! As the thunderous flames approached, Lin Bei stood rooted to the spot, arms spread wide, head tilted back. His clothes were burned to ashes, leaving him completely naked except for the black silver sleeve darts on his wrists and the storage bracelet. Xiaoyu! You better run fast, you know. If you slow down, you'll die. Lin Bei shouted the warning with a smile. Your mother! Xiaoyu cursed on the spot, furious enough to skin Lin Bei alive. Lin Bei possessed the elemental tyrant talent, granting him immunity to all attributes. He also possessed the undying divine phoenix physique, granting him true immortality. Though Xiaoyu possessed a 4th tier, 9th rank cultivation and an S-class puppet talent, facing a 6th tier Beast King, the Thunderfire Eagle, he could only flee for his life. Damn it! I shouldn't have revealed my true form. Xiaoyu cursed repeatedly. He'd been cautious with puppets his entire life, never expecting to meet his downfall at Lin Bei's hands. Not only had he lost all his puppets, but now he might even lose his life here. The more Xiaoyu thought about it, the angrier he grew. Cursing Lin Bei's family wasn't enough; he cursed the dead Zhang Sen 1,000 times over. Gah! Watching Xiaoyu sprint further away, the Thunderfire Eagle roared and gave chase. Damn it! It was Lin Bei who hit you with that hidden weapon, not me. Why are you only going after me? Xiaoyu dodged left and right. Lin Bei calmly retrieved a new military uniform from his storage bracelet and slipped it on, watching the spectacle with amusement. Got time to curse? Better hurry up and run for your life, it's catching up to you. Xiaoyu glanced back. The Thunderfire Eagle was mere meters away, his heart leaping into his throat. Lin Bei! You possess the elemental tyrant talent and the undying phoenix physique. You must have a way to distract the Thunderfire Eagle. Just save me this once. I swear all past grievances will be wiped clean. I guarantee the entire sect won't bother you again. And I'll keep your secret. If you die, won't everything just vanish anyway? Lin Bei replied indifferently. I still have countless treasures and resources. I can give them all to you. Xiaoyu continued to raise the stakes. Once you're dead, won't all that be mine anyway? Lin Bei replied indifferently. You! Xiaoyu exploded on the spot. In an instant, the Thunderfire Eagle dove from the sky, its razor-sharp talons striking Xiaoyu. The claws sank 3 inches deep into flesh, shattering bones. Rip! The Thunderfire Eagle's claws tore with brutal force, splitting Xiaoyu's body clean in two. Blood splattered everywhere, yet Xiaoyu did not die immediately. His eyes remained open, staring at the screeching, circling Thunderfire Eagle. His gaze held nothing but endless regret. Had he not agreed to help Zhang Xin, had he not unleashed his true form, he would never have met this end. But there was no such thing as a regret pill in this world. Everyone must pay the price for their actions. Hiss! The Thunderfire Eagle's gaze shifted, fixing a vicious stare on Lin Bei below. Chapter 71, Puppet Arts. Dragon Group Elite. Seeking gold rank. Come on, Lin Bei declared fearlessly, spreading his arms wide. Oomph! Feeling provoked, the Thunderfire Eagle unleashed a torrent of thunderous flames to engulf Lin Bei. As the thunder flames dissipated, Lin Bei stood unscathed where he was. In the Thunderfire Eagle's narrowed eyes, a look of astonishment appeared, just like that of a human. Immediately, 2 more bolts of thunderfire erupted. Within a radius of several hundred meters around Lin Bei, the land was scorched bare by the flames. Yet as the flames faded, Lin Bei remained standing there, smiling. Swoosh! The Thunderfire Eagle, refusing to believe its eyes, dove down, its sharp talons piercing into Lin Bei's body. Rip! With a slight squeeze of its claws, the body was torn into 2 bloody halves. Yet in the next instant, the severed upper and lower halves moved simultaneously, rejoining seamlessly. The Thunderfire Eagle's eyes widened in astonishment. It immediately charged forward, tearing the 2 halves of the broken body to shreds. Shattered like mud, surely it couldn't still be alive? Yet, the scattered chunks of flesh on the ground reassembled themselves. After regeneration, not a single trace of the scene remained on its body. The Thunderfire Eagle was stunned. It relentlessly attacked with fire, lightning, and claws, even snatching Lin Bei and hurling him from 1,000 meters high. It tried nearly every conceivable method to kill him, yet Lin Bei remained unshakable. Eventually, the Thunderfire Eagle gave up. With a few final, resentful roars directed at Lin Bei, it led its army of beasts toward the northern border defenses. The top rank truly lives up to its terrifying reputation. Lin Bei marveled once more, his admiration genuine. With each resurrection, his strength grew slightly. After being slain countless times by the Thunderfire Eagle, his cultivation level surged directly from the first tier of the second stage to the third tier of the second stage. After the initial excitement subsided, Lin Bei regained his composure and walked over to Xiaoyu's corpse. Though his body was severed in 2, his storage bracelet remained intact. He opened the storage bracelet and emptied its contents onto the ground. Apart from some spare clothes and personal items, the remaining treasures were truly impressive, making Lin Bei's eyes widen in astonishment. Over a dozen 2nd and 3rd grade spiritual herbs, several 4th grade spiritual herbs, and a large quantity of gold bricks. In this resource-scarce era, gold held more value than paper currency, universally recognized as hard currency. Judging by the number of gold bricks, it must be worth 60 or 70 million. Add in the spiritual herbs and other valuable items, and the total value easily surpassed 100 million. Consider this, the insect armor capable of crafting 5th-tier defensive gear was only worth 40 million when sold to the martial arts guild. Yet these items were worth 100 million. If all this money were spent on cultivation resources, it could forcefully elevate Lin Bei's cultivation to the 3rd tier. What's this? As Lin Bei was sorting through the pile of valuables, he suddenly discovered a book tucked among them. A diary? Who in their right mind keeps a diary? But if it was kept with this pile of valuables, it couldn't be trash. Lin Bei picked it up and glanced at the cover, where 4 large characters were written Puppet Secret Arts. No wonder Xiaoyu could create living puppets. He'd mastered puppet arts, lost to the world for nearly a century. Lin Bei realized with a jolt. This was a treasure beyond price. The value of this single volume alone far exceeded the combined worth of the entire pile. If he encountered a martial artist who had awakened puppet crafting talent, he could fetch an even higher price. Lin Bei flipped through a few pages casually. The manual detailed 2 methods for crafting puppets. One was for ordinary humanoid puppets, crafted from wood or metal into humanoid forms possessing only brute strength and high defense. The other was a living puppet, forged from human flesh. Once completed, it retained the subject's innate talents and martial skills, making it far more powerful. However, only martial artists who had awakened the puppet talent could utilize the second method. Lin Bei hastily flipped through a few pages before closing the book. With the situation growing dire, he had no time to delve into the secret puppet manual. The urgent priority was to locate Jiang Yunqing immediately and prepare her for the impending battle. A beast tide commanded by a 6th-rank beast king would spell utter ruin for the northern frontier. Snap! 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 At that moment, a slender black line suddenly appeared in the azure sky. Instantly, the dark line expanded under some mysterious force, taking the shape of a colossal eye. Tearing open space? A 9th tier powerhouse? Lin Bei's heart raced as he stared intently at the rift. During the pursuit of Zhang Xin in the intermediate-level secret realm, the venerable Qin of the Quan Xing sect had also torn open space. That was a genuine, seasoned 9th-rank powerhouse. If a human 9th-rank powerhouse intervened in this battle, a mere 6th-rank Thunderfire Eagle would be no threat at all. But if it were a full-blooded powerhouse, that would be an entirely different scenario. The sudden appearance of a massive black void in the sky captured the attention of the entire northern frontier battlefield. Under countless gazes, a man and a woman emerged from within. The man on the left wore military attire, his imposing frame and angular features radiating a fierce, battle-hardened aura. The woman on the right wore a form-fitting black leather outfit, her fiery figure curves on full display. Her auburn hair cascaded like a waterfall down to her waist. Her features were exquisitely beautiful, radiating an alluring, enchanting aura. Especially those eyes, a deep blue that seemed to possess a soul-stealing magic. A single glance felt like it could steal one's very soul. Lin Bei gazed at the enchanting woman, who returned his look with a smile, sending him a flying kiss. Little brother Lin Bei, we meet at last. You're even more handsome in person than your photos suggest. Her voice was so sweet and seductive it made one's body go weak. Lin Bei dared not meet her gaze and quickly looked away. What? Don't you like your sister? The enchanting woman glided toward him, hovering before him. Her slender, warm right hand gently caressed his cheek, slid down his neck, and settled upon his chest. Lin Bei guessed the origins of these two individuals and politely stated, "New Dragon Group member Lin Bei greets the two seniors." "Senior sounds too formal, call me Sister Yao Rao." Yao Rao took another step forward, her ample bosom pressing against Lin Bei's arm. "Cut the nonsense, Yao Riao. Dealing with these beasts is the priority." The military man flashed Lin Bei a smile before barking orders at Yao Riao. "Little brother Lin Bei, you go back first. Sister will come find you later." Yao Riao blew another kiss before charging into the behemoth horde alongside the military man. Judging by their aura, neither of them were 9th tier powerhouses. But if they could speak of dealing with this horde so casually, their strength must be at least 6th tier. With that thought, Lin Bei activated the Wind Thunder Step to hurry back, coincidentally encountering Jiang Yunqing along the way. "Commander Jiang," Lin Bei greeted proactively. "Lin Bei? You're still alive?" Jiang Yunqing was utterly shocked. Chased from behind by a 4th tier 9th rank powerhouse, and facing that horde of 5th tier beasts ahead. Caught between a rock and a hard place, and he'd survived. What kind of god-defying luck was that? Jiang Yunqing could only attribute it to luck, never imagining Lin Bei could have slain Xiaoyu. The power gap between them was simply too vast. Lin Bei chuckled, deliberately steering the conversation away. "Commander Jiang, a 6th tier beast king, the Thunderfire Eagle, has emerged beyond our borders. It was initially a catastrophe, but now that a powerful figure from the military headquarters has appeared, all immediate threats have been neutralized. Only the cleanup of numerous lower-tier beasts remains." "Did you know those two men earlier?" Jiang Yunqing inquired. "MHM. Lin Bei nodded. "Good. With military elite backing, this war becomes far simpler." Jiang Yunqing exhaled in relief, immediately leading Lin Bei back to headquarters. Chapter 72, Yi Shao again. Arrest Lin Bei. Much later, Jiang Yunqing and Lin Bei arrived at the headquarters command center. She urgently summoned the commanders of each battalion to deploy the latest battle plan. The group of 5th tier beasts and that 6th tier Thunderfire Eagle had already been dealt with by the military's elite fighters. On the main front, only 4th tier beasts and below remained. For the Northern Frontier Corps, this was tremendous news. From the commanders down to the new recruits, everyone was pumped up like they'd been injected with adrenaline upon hearing the news. After so many days of bloody combat, they finally saw the dawn of victory. After finalizing the arrangements, Jiang Yunqing looked at Lin Bei and said, "You've endured so many perilous situations in quick succession. Logically, you should stay behind to rest. But since you're holding two defensive lines, it's best to keep a close watch until the war ends." "I understand," Lin Bei nodded before turning to leave the command room. The moment he pushed open the door, a familiar face collided with his. It was Yi Shao. Behind him followed several young men with defiant expressions, all former members of his personal guard. Lin Bei glanced up at him, intending to brush past and leave, but a young man behind Yi Shao reached out and blocked his path. "I'll say this once, get out of my way." Lin Bei barked coldly. The young man glanced at Yi Shao. Seeing Yi Shao nod, he immediately grew insolent. "A mere first-tier rookie dares to act tough in front of me? You really don't know when to quit." Body tempering fist. Lin Bei unleashed a full power punch. Earthshaker fist. The young man countered with a punch of his own. Boom! The two fists collided. The young man's arm shattered, and he spat blood as he flew backward. Lin Bei, however, stood unscathed where he stood, not even breaking a sweat. A single exchange settled the outcome decisively. A second-tier, third-level practitioner is utterly no match for Lin Bei. Didn't he only just reach first tier, 5th level when he participated in the Four Realms competition? This kid has definitely broken through to the 2nd tier. The tournament ended less than half a month ago? His cultivation speed is terrifying. The entire entourage was stunned. Yi Zhao's face darkened as he stared at his blood-spewing, gravely wounded subordinate. He had ordered his men to act, intending to punish Lin Bei and intimidate Zhang Yunqing in the process. Little did he expect it would backfire spectacularly. Zhang Yunqing emerged from the command room, his eyes wide with astonishment. When executing the counterattack plan, Lin Bei was only at the 9th tier of the first stage. In just a few short days, he had surged to Tier 2, Level 3, a pace equivalent to months of arduous cultivation for others. A prodigy truly is a prodigy. One cannot judge him by ordinary standards. Next time, it won't be as simple as just losing an arm. Lin Bei drew his god-slaying thunder spear, his icy gaze sweeping over Yi Zhao and the others. Yi Zhao's anger flared instantly. Lin Bei, you slaughtered your comrades and now gravely injured patrol members. Both crimes combined warrant the death penalty. Who do you think you are? You have the nerve to judge me? Lin Bei sneered. I, Yi Zhao, Deputy Inspector of the Northern Frontier. I oversee the Northern Frontier's military commanders above and the Dawn's common folk below. Do you think I lack the authority to sentence you? Yi Zhao brushed the dust from his coat, lifting his proud chin to stare at Lin Bei, expecting to see a flicker of fear in his eyes. But Lin Bei only laughed louder. A mere deputy inspector? You certainly don't have the authority. Laugh. Laugh your head off. Soon you won't be laughing at all. Take him away. Yi Zhao ordered furiously. Before they could move, Zhang Yunqing stepped forward. Yi Zhao, even if you are an inspector. On my northern territory's turf, arresting my northern soldiers requires a reason that satisfies everyone, doesn't it? I already stated it. Lin Bei slaughtered his comrades and gravely wounded an inspector. His arrest is entirely justified. Yi Zhao declared. Seriously injuring patrol officers? Your men provoked him first. They were outmatched and got hurt. Don't blame Lin Bei. As for Lin Bei slaughtering his comrades, what proof do you have? Zhang Yunqing shielded Lin Bei and demanded loudly. Of course there is evidence. Yi Zhao had anticipated this moment and snapped his fingers. Soon, several figures approached from the distance. Fang Han led the group, followed by a contingent of soldiers. Inspector Yi, Commander Jiang, though I did not witness Lin Bei kill Luo Ping with my own eyes, Luo Ping was indeed slain by the god-slaying thunder spear. Moreover, Lin Bei himself has admitted to this act, Fang Han replied truthfully. Lin Bei used the pretext of reinforcements to seize our defensive line and claim extra credit for himself. Exactly. When Sergeant Luo refused to cede the line, Lin Bei simply killed him. Lin Bei even tried to wipe us all out to silence witnesses. Thankfully Instructor Fang arrived just in time. Numerous 3rd Battalion soldiers stepped forward, twisting the truth to paint Lin Bei as a villain of the worst kind. Just listening to their accounts, Zhang Yunqing knew they couldn't be more false. Pure slander. In fact, it was possible that Yi Zhao had bribed these men to frame Lin Bei in order to target him. I know Lin Bei's character. He would never slaughter his comrades on the battlefield. Zhang Yunqing declared with unwavering conviction. I killed him, Lin Bei admitted openly, but he tried to kill me first. My actions were justified. Hearing the first part, Zhang Yunqing felt as if her world had collapsed. Hearing the latter part, her expression gradually eased. Bull. Sergeant Luo Baifu was pure-hearted. How could he kill you? You're clearly making things up. Soldiers from the 3rd Battalion, furious, immediately stepped forward to refute him. Commander Jiang, Lin Bei has personally admitted to killing a comrade in arms. What more can you say? Yi Zhao inquired. He who kills shall be killed. Lin Bei acted in self-defense. There is indeed nothing wrong with that, Zhang Yunqing stated. Whether it was premeditated murder or self-defense, Lin Bei's word doesn't count, nor does yours. I must bring him back for interrogation to uncover the truth. Yi Zhao's lips curled upward, revealing a wicked grin. Once Lin Bei fell into his hands, he had plenty of ways to break him. Then, getting him to confess to a minor murder charge would be easy. Making him admit to being a Chuanqing member would be a piece of cake. Zhang Yunqing saw right through Yi Zhao's scheme and firmly objected. No. Commander Jiang, if you continue to obstruct me, it will be seen as contempt of Long Nation law. Yi Zhao, whose strength fell short of Zhang Yunqing's, could only invoke the authority of Long Nation's legal system. What Bull Dragon Nation law? This is clearly you, Yi Zhao, settling a personal grudge. Zhang Yunqing remained protective of Lin Bei. Lin Bei smiled and patted Zhang Yunqing on the shoulder. Commander Jiang, it's fine. If he arrests me now, he'll be begging me on his knees to let me out later. If you fall into Yi Zhao's hands, he'll torture you. He'll make white look black. Zhang Yunqing warned sternly. It's fine. Lin Bei maintained his composed smile. As a member of the Dragon Group, he held the highest level clearance. No faction outside the military headquarters had the authority to deal with him, and he could mobilize any local armed forces. More crucially, 2 elite Dragon Group operatives were stationed in the northern frontier. The moment they learned Lin Bei had been captured by Yi Xiao, they would demand his release immediately. How could a mere 4th-tier deputy inspector general dare challenge 2 dragon group elites surpassing 6th tier? Yi Xiao lacks both the audacity and the strength. Even if Luo Yuanshan arrived, he'd have to step aside. Chapter 73, Sealing the Deal. Crown Prince Han Bing. Please vote. Take him away. Yi Xiao waved his hand arrogantly, and several subordinates immediately escorted Lin Bei out. Back when Luo Yuanshan was dismissed, his personal guard had slunk away in disgrace. Now, making a comeback and arresting the genius Jiang Yunqing had personally nurtured right before her very eyes was utterly satisfying. The group strode through the streets of the Northern Frontier headquarters, heads held high, noses in the air. Soon after, they drove out of the Northern Frontier and arrived at the Jiangcheng Imperial Guard prison. Yi Xiao had just assumed the role of Deputy Inspector General and lacked his own base of power in the Northern Frontier, forcing him to temporarily use the facilities of the Imperial Guard Command. Director Nie Shuang of the Imperial Guard Department greets Inspector Yi. Nie Shuang bowed deeply, paying his respects. Take him away. Remember to keep him in solitary confinement, Yi Xiao instructed with a meaningful glance. Nie Shuang nodded and turned, leading Lin Bei into the prison. He selected a clean, well-lit cell. He brushed the dust off the bed with his sleeve before saying, Brother Lin, please sit. Please sit. No need to go to such trouble. Just do your job properly, Lin Bei replied. Yes, yes, yes. Nie Shuang nodded repeatedly before leaving the cell. On one side stood Yi Xiao, the newly appointed Deputy Inspector General. On the other, the champion of the Four Realms tournament, a prodigy favored by the military god himself. Neither was someone this lowly director could afford to offend. He had to avoid upsetting both. At that moment, Yi Xiao stood at the prison gates, watching the approaching vehicle in the distance, a smile spreading across his face. 3rd Battalion Commander Li Ji and several soldiers disembarked, saluting respectfully. Greetings, Inspector Yi. I've been waiting for you, Yi Xiao replied. Inspecting Officer Yi, can we finally finish off Lin Bei this time? Li Ji asked. As long as you recount the scene in full detail, I have ways to make this an ironclad case. Yi Xiao declared with conviction. First, the 3rd Battalion soldiers would recount the incident. Then, Lin Bei would be made to recite their account word for word. That way, both sides' testimonies would match. What if Lin Bei refuses to cooperate? Li Ji asked anxiously. Rest assured, I have ways to make Lin Bei kneel and confess. Yi Xiao spoke with unwavering certainty, then added, My primary mission in the Northern Frontier, beyond the martial arts guild auction, is to bring down Jiang Yunqing. Gather as many signatures as you can for that petition against him. Leave the rest to me. Got it. The Northern Frontier Corps is full of people who can't stand that Jiang Yunqing. Leave the petition to me. Li Ji pounded his chest in assurance, his face plastered with a fawning grin. Former military commander Luo Yuanshan wielded immense influence even after being dismissed. He managed to propel Yi Xiao into the position of Inspector General. So once Jiang Yunqing was taken down, who's to say he wouldn't push another one of his own to become the Northern Frontier military commander? With both the Northern Frontier Inspector and the Northern Frontier Commander under his control, what would Jiang Yunqing have left to fight with? And those traitors in the 8th Battalion, they all had to be eliminated. Get it done. Yi Xiao nodded in satisfaction, then led several 3rd Battalion soldiers into the prison. Yes. Li Ji acknowledged before driving back to the Northern Frontier. Soon, Yi Xiao and his men arrived at Lin Bei's cell. Gazing at Lin Bei behind the iron bars, Yi Xiao wore an unabashedly smug grin. His voice dripped with sarcasm. Lin Bei, oh Lin Bei. If only you'd heeded advice back then and joined General Luo's forces, you wouldn't be facing this fate today. Regretting it now, aren't you? A stray dog banished from the north only trash like you would eagerly throw yourselves at me. Lin Bei sneered. The vast disparity in their circumstances meant Yi Xiao didn't even flinch at such a deeply insulting remark. On the contrary, he felt a certain satisfaction. It meant Lin Bei was trapped in a desperate situation, venting his frustration through words alone. The power behind Lord Luo is beyond our wildest imaginations. The fact he could effortlessly elevate me to Deputy Inspector General speaks volumes. Truthfully, with your potential, had you chosen to pledge allegiance to Lord Luo back then, your future standing would have far surpassed mine. But alas, you have no future. Yi Xiao sneered and shook his head. Lin Bei laughed too, striding to the iron gate. Pointing at Yi Xiao's position, he declared with absolute confidence, You want to bet that in a moment, you'll be kneeling right here, begging me to walk out of this cell? Yi Xiao dismissed him with contempt. Don't count on Jiang Yunqing to rescue you. She can barely save herself right now. Besides, the Inspector General has the authority to execute first and report later. The military headquarters is far away in Wucheng, even the legendary Yi Junqing couldn't save you. You're as good as dead today. Hearing this, Lin Bei cut to the chase, turning to lie down on the bed. The relentless battles over the past few days had truly drained him. Now imprisoned, it was the perfect chance to rest. When will your confessions be ready? Yi Xiao turned to the 3 soldiers from the 3rd Battalion standing behind him. A day? No. Half a day. At most half a day. We'll have our confessions polished to perfection. The 3rd Battalion soldiers answered with unwavering certainty. Go prepare them. Yi Xiao opened the cell door and stepped inside with a menacing expression. Idle hands or the devil's workshop might as well torment Lin Bei first. Once the statements were ready, he'd have Lin Bei sign and seal them directly, saving time. Just then, Wei Chengxi director Nie Shuang rushed in breathlessly. Inspector Yi! Inspector Yi! Someone outside is demanding to see you by name. Can't you see I'm busy? No visitors. Yi Xiao snapped impatiently. Well, Inspector Yi, these 2 individuals outside, I'm afraid you simply must see them, Nie Shuang replied. Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow, surprised. 2 people? What's their background? They appear to be powerful figures from the military department. Their exact background remains unclear. But they've made it clear, if Lin Bei isn't handed over, they'll tear this entire Garrison City Department prison to pieces. Nie Shuang replied timidly. How audacious. I'll see just who's bold enough to make such threats. Yi Xiao snorted coldly, leaving Lin Bei behind as he stormed out the door. Reaching the prison entrance, the street ahead was deserted. Thinking Nie Shuang had tricked him, Yi Xiao instinctively prepared to confront her. Just then, a deep, resonant voice echoed from the sky. You are Yi Xiao? Yi Xiao looked toward the source of the voice and saw a man and a woman standing in the sky. Though they hadn't displayed their cultivation, the effortless aura of power radiating from them far surpassed Luo Yuanshan's by countless times. 6-tier powerhouses. Yi Xiao immediately assumed the posture befitting an inspector, attempting to level the playing field. I am Yi Xiao, inspector. May I ask your names? Han Bing. Yao Riao. Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow. Among the high-ranking officials in the military headquarters, neither of these names seemed familiar. Without authority, even if they possessed formidable strength, they wouldn't dare force their way into the prison to take Lin Bei today. To do so would be to declare war on the entire Dragon Nation. This realization only stiffened Yi Xiao's resolve. I may not know your relationship to Lin Bei, but he has slaughtered comrades and gravely wounded patrol officers. Both crimes combined warrant the death penalty. No one takes him away today. Smack! Han Bing didn't waste a single word. With a single slap across the air, he knocked Yi Xiao flat. Release him. Chapter 74, I'll take your damned life. 100 prostrations. Silence. The entire Wei Chengxi prison fell deathly silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed at Yi Xiao in utter disbelief. A clear handprint marked his face, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Whether his injuries were severe or minor was beside the point. What mattered was that someone had dared to slap the inspector general in public. Even Jiang Yunqing, who held dual roles as the mayor of Jiang City and the commander of the Northern Frontier Army, dared not act so arrogantly in Yi Xiao's presence. Who were these 2 figures who had suddenly appeared in the sky? Spit! Yi Xiao spat out the blood in his mouth, glaring defiantly at Han Bing and Yao Riao. His voice was cold and menacing. Do you know the price you'll pay for assaulting the inspector general? Smack! Han Bing delivered another backhand slap. This blow carried even greater force, sending Yi Xiao spinning 360 degrees in midair before crashing to the ground like a dead dog. His cheekbone was dislocated and deformed, half his mouth filled with teeth and saliva. One eye was bloodshot, completely crimson. Yi Xiao scrambled to his feet, eyes bulging with fury. He snarled, I am Yi Xiao, Deputy Inspector of the Northern Frontier, personally appointed by the Round Table Elders of the Dragon Nation. I oversee the military commanders above and the common folk below. I possess the authority to execute first and report later. You bastard dared to slap this inspector twice. Do you believe I can sentence you to death? Inspectors are nothing. Round Table Elders are nothing. Release Lin Bei this instant, or my next slap will take your worthless life. Han Bing stepped forward, unleashing a terrifying pressure that crashed over the crowd like a tidal wave, forcing everyone present to their knees. Yi Xiao stood at the epicenter of the pressure, his bones creaking as if they might shatter under its crushing weight. Yet he refused to yield, refusing to believe Han Bing would dare kill him. Go ahead, try it. You're asking for death. Then I'll grant your wish. Han Bing's eyes flashed, erupting with a murderous intent as cold as ice. With a light flick of his finger, the space around Yi Xiao instantly contracted. As the space continued to shrink, Yi Xiao's body was squeezed and distorted. A spatial warrior. Nie Shuang gasped in disbelief, his mind churning with overwhelming shock. In any country around the world, spatial martial artists are the rarest of all. These warriors can harness innate abilities to construct protective barriers, maintaining the stability of secret realms and preventing the colossal beasts within from escaping. They can also promptly transport high-tier beasts born within secret realms or beyond borders to the beast battlefield, preventing large-scale beast invasions. Spatial warriors of 6th tier and above are considered strategic national assets, receiving priority protection and cultivation. No wonder he dared to disregard the inspector and the Round Table Elders. He truly had the qualifications to do so. At this moment, not only Nie Shuang recognized it, but others did too. Given the unique status of spatial warriors, unless the offense was treason, they were generally granted opportunities to atone through service. In other words, if he killed Yi Xiao today, Yi Xiao would die for nothing. Yi Xiao understood this all too well. His face drained of color as he knelt on the ground, pleading desperately, I was wrong. Commander Han. I know I was wrong. Please, spare me. What a pathetic creature. Never learns until it's too late. Release Lin Bei immediately. Han Bing swept his hand, and the terrifying pressure melted away like snow and rain. Yes, yes, yes. I'll go get him right now. Yi Xiao was truly terrified. He scrambled to his feet and, without pausing to catch his breath, stumbled frantically toward the Imperial Guard prison. That murderous intent had felt tangible just moments ago, and the memory still sent shivers down his spine. That wasn't a threat, he genuinely intended to kill him. Inside the cell, Lin Bei saw Yi Xiao's disheveled state and guessed what had happened. A smirk touched his lips. Inspector Yi, you're here. Yi Xiao opened the cell door, swallowing his frustration. You can go now. Lin Bei shook his head, sitting cross-legged on the bed. Arresting and releasing people as if it were that simple? Then what do you want? Yi Xiao demanded. Kneel down and kowtow to me 100 times. Only then will I consider letting you out, Lin Bei declared. Yi Xiao's anger flared at the demand. Making him kneel and kowtow 100 times? He might as well kill him outright. Lin Bei. I'm doing you a favor by releasing you. How dare you threaten me? Refuse? Fine by me. Lin Bei stretched back onto the bed, hands behind his head. Oomph. I gave you a chance. Since you refused to come out, rot in there. Yi Xiao flung his hand away and stormed off in a rage. Those two outside were formidable opponents, he couldn't afford to provoke them and had to play the submissive role. But Lin Bei was merely a second-tier martial artist. In terms of strength, status, and standing, he was no match for Yi Xiao. Naturally, Yi Xiao couldn't possibly fear Lin Bei the way he feared those two. Returning to the main gate, Yi Xiao reported truthfully, Gentlemen, I gave Lin Bei a chance to come out. He refused to come out himself. You can't blame me for that. Han Bing and Yao Riao exchanged a glance, instantly understanding Lin Bei's intentions. Han Bing demanded sternly, You dragged him in, so you'd better get him out. Otherwise, we'll take your life. I opened the cell door. If he refuses to come out, what can I do? Yi Xiao spread his hands helplessly. That's your problem. I'm giving you 10 minutes. Han Bing started the stopwatch. Yi Xiao's face darkened with frustration, the urge to curse rising in his throat. Lin Bei was clearly out to get him, and these two seemed to know it, deliberately playing along. This was forcing him to kneel. As the deputy inspector of the Northern Frontier, a fourth-tier martial artist commanding a squad of subordinates. If he knelt before Lin Bei and kowtowed 100 times today, how could he ever show his face in the north again? But if he refused, Han Bing would truly kill him. Everyone present turned their gaze to Yi Xiao, so tense they dared not even swallow their saliva. Especially Yi Xiao's escort team, they thought this return to the north would be a triumphant homecoming. Instead, they ended up in such a miserable state. 5 minutes, Han Bing declared, his voice dripping with murderous intent. It's barely been over a minute. Yi Xiao protested. 4 minutes. Han Bing's killing intent intensified. Creak, creak. Yi Xiao was so furious he nearly shattered the remaining half of his teeth, but reluctantly turned and returned to his cell. A true man knows when to bend and when to stand firm. Today I'll swallow this bitter pill, but sooner or later you'll pay with your lives. Thud. Yi Xiao stood before Lin Bei's cell, then thudded to his knees on the ground, banging his head frantically against the floor. Soon, his forehead was raw and bleeding, his skull buzzing like a swirling mass of pulp. Yet the humiliation gnawing at his heart cut deeper than any physical pain. Han Bing had given him only 4 minutes, he dared not waste a single second. Finally, the 100 prostrations were complete. Yi Xiao staggered to his feet, his face completely covered in blood, his eyes wild and terrifying. His head spun violently, as if the entire world was whirling around him. He staggered 2 steps before crashing to the ground with a thud, unconscious. You're surprisingly generous, Lin Bei sneered, lifting his leg to step over Yi Xiao's head. Outside the cell, numerous patrol officers stood with heads bowed, avoiding Lin Bei's gaze as they silently stepped aside to make a path. Even the deputy patrol commander had been reduced to this state by Lin Bei. If they dared act as arrogantly as when they first arrested Lin Bei, they'd surely lose their lives. Chapter 75, The Grand Auction. World Genius Battle. Seeking gold tickets. Spotting Lin Bei emerge from the prison, Yao Riao immediately swarmed over him, running her hands all over his body with feigned concern. Little brother Lin Bei, you weren't hurt in there, were you? Let your sister check you over. Lin Bei flushed red and awkwardly took half a step back. Sister Yao Riao, I'm fine. Glad to hear it. Otherwise, I'd have crushed that bastard's skull, Yao Riao declared. Han Bing stepped forward then, introducing himself, my name is Han Bing. If you don't mind, you can call me Brother Han. Brother Han, Lin Bei replied. Ha ha ha, good. Let's head back then. We can talk about anything on the way. Han Bing waved his hand, and a gentle force lifted Lin Bei and Yao Riao into the air, carrying them toward the Northern Territory headquarters. Brother Han, Sister Yao, did you rush to the northern frontier to provide support because you sensed the presence of a 6th-tier Thunderfire Eagle? Lin Bei asked curiously.
Han Bing shook his head and explained, we originally intended to attend the Jiangcheng Martial Arts Merchants Guild Auction Gala, hoping to bid on some valuable items before heading to the Colossal Beast battlefield. We never expected to stumble upon a 6th-tier Colossal Beast. According to Dragon Nation's laws, all martial artists ranked 6th tier or above regardless of status, position, or age must serve once annually at the Giant Beast battlefield.
Only after fulfilling their assigned quotas may they return.
When Lin Bei reached the 6th tier, he too would be compelled to serve in the Colossus battlefield.
Auction gala? Lin Bei raised an eyebrow, his curiosity piqued.
Simply put, it's an auction, Han Bing explained. But since it's an annual event, the items up for bid are more numerous, rarer, and of higher quality. Lin Bei nodded in sudden understanding.
Even powerhouses like Han Bing and Yao Riao were drawn to it. This auction must hold many valuable items. And he happened to have a little cash to spare, wouldn't it be a shame to miss out?
Han Bing instantly read Lin Bei's thoughts and clarified, bro, the grand auction has a threshold. Only silver tier members and above qualify to attend. Oh, I'm a gold member, Lin Bei replied.
Han Bing. The enchanting beauty.
The martial arts guild's membership tiers were divided into 6 levels, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, and supreme.
Spending 100,000 qualifies one for bronze membership.
Spending 5 million qualifies you for silver membership. Only spending over 20 million qualifies you for gold membership.
What does 20 million even mean?
The monthly salary the military department pays Han Bing and Yao Riao is only 100,000 yuan.
That's 1.2 million annually, totaling 12 million over 10 years.
It would take over a decade of living frugally to save up 20 million. Crucially, their monthly salaries have many uses they can't possibly spend it all at the Martial Arts Merchants Guild. That's why, all these years, they've remained silver members. Meanwhile, Lin Bei, barely a month into his service as a mere 2nd-tier centurion, is already a gold member. Truly, comparison is the thief of joy. Lin Bei changed the subject. By the way, I heard General Yi mention that slaying a Jiangqing member carries greater merit than killing a giant beast.
So if I killed Zhang Xin and Xiaoyu of the Jiangqing, could I be promoted directly to a 1,000-man commander?
Hearing this, Han Bing and Yao Riao both froze, staring at Lin Bei in utter disbelief.
They asked in unison, who did you just say you killed?
Zhang Xin and Xiaoyu, Lin Bei replied.
Whoa!
Both were startled.
Zhang Xin and Xiaoyu were both 4th-tier, 9th-rank martial artists and Lin Bei had killed them? Do you have proof? Han Bing demanded. Zhang Xin's remains are completely gone.
Xiaoyu's body should still be outside the border, Lin Bei replied. Though he found it hard to believe, Han Bing had complete faith in Lin Bei's character.
Otherwise, General Yi wouldn't have invited him to join the dragon unit. Still, the necessary procedures must be followed, otherwise, rules become meaningless, and everything would descend into chaos. All right.
Once we return to the Northern Command headquarters, I'll verify this matter with Yao Riao. However, the heads of these two alone aren't enough to warrant the military department granting you an exceptional promotion to captain.
That said, I can offer you some other rewards.
What other rewards?
That depends on what you need.
I'll submit a request to the military headquarters on your behalf. Lin Bei lowered his head in deep thought for a long moment. Suddenly, he recalled the puppet-making secret technique he'd seized from Xiaoyu. Crafting puppets required vast quantities of rare materials. I've heard the military headquarters isn't short on anything except materials, he said.
Could you reward me with some rare materials? What materials do you require?
Purple gold stone, celestial scarstone, meteorite iron, deep-sea silver mother.
Han Bing. Yao Riao.
Both women stared at him in stunned silence, utterly speechless.
They'd assumed Lin Bei only wanted some common materials. Who could have guessed the kid had such an insatiable appetite?
Each of these 4 materials was extremely rare. Combined, they were more valuable than a typical 5th-grade military armor. Given Lin Bei's merits, under normal circumstances, he could only obtain one of these materials, 2 at the very most. Han Bing didn't want to dampen Lin Bei's enthusiasm, so he said diplomatically, I'll submit your request to the military headquarters first, but I can't guarantee it will be approved.
All right. Are there any other ways to quickly advance to 1,000-man captain? Lin Bei nodded and asked again.
Han Bing pondered for a moment before replying, besides earning merit through combat, there is one shortcut to promotion, bringing glory to the nation.
How does one bring glory to the nation? Lin Bei pressed. Next month, the World Genius Tournament will be held. If you make it into the top 100, you'll be promoted to 1,000-man captain. Han Bing declared. That's simple? Lin Bei asked. Simple? There are 197 nations worldwide. Each nation sends 100 martial artists to compete. That's 19,700 contestants. Every competitor is a prodigy carrying their nation's hopes, including SSS-tier prodigies, and even more monstrous SSS-tier prodigies with powerful. And martial artists under 20 are eligible. You just turned 18 not long ago. Those with 1 or 2 more years of cultivation could surpass you by an entire major realm. Han Bing looked utterly serious. Lin Bei, the World Genius War is no ordinary event. It's on an entirely different level from any competition you faced before. Yao Ruan, rarely serious, wore a solemn expression. Back in their youth, they too had participated in the World Genius War, naively believing themselves to be the protagonists of this world. But once they stepped onto the battlefield, they discovered that so-called prodigies were as common as cabbages by the roadside. Grab a handful and you'd have plenty. Talents far stronger than either of them were everywhere. In the end, both of them failed to break into the top 100. Let's be honest, with your current strength, you're unmatched among your peers. But what if you were 2 years older? Would you still claim to be peerless? And this is just the northern realm. What about the prodigies from the southeast and western realms? Especially the southeast and southwest regions, they're home to countless martial clans with deep-rooted traditions. The prodigies these clans cultivate are far stronger than you could ever imagine. Han Bing wasn't trying to crush Lin Bei's confidence, he was merely giving him a heads up. To prevent future setbacks from shattering his resolve and leaving him utterly defeated. Yes, Lin Bei, Han Bing isn't exaggerating at all. To participate in the World Genius War, candidates must first pass regional selections. Those who advance are then sent to a secret base for intensive training. The final 100 chosen are truly geniuses among geniuses. Yao Ruan chimed in. Chapter 76, Purge the Vermin of the Northern Frontier. Lin Bei rewards his subordinates. After hearing this, Lin Bei nodded solemnly. Both the new recruit tournament and the Four Realms tournament were merely internal competitions within the military circle, and all participants were new recruits. If the age limit were raised by 2 years, the champions, runners-up, and third-place finishers from the previous 2 Four Regions contests would all emerge. They were already outstanding prodigies, having trained 2 years longer than Lin Bei. Their cultivation levels would undoubtedly be higher. But this World Genius Tournament selected the top 100 prodigies under 20 from all across Dragon Nation. After finally breaking through the Dragon Nation selection, they must now compete against 19,600 prodigies from 196 other nations. Breaking into the top 100 is no easy feat. Lin Beiquan may possess numerous techniques, but his low cultivation level remains a critical weakness. At the Martial Arts Guild's auction gala, he absolutely must bid on as many spiritual medicines as possible to enhance his cultivation. Soon after, the trio arrived at the Northern Territory headquarters. "You're back," Zhang Yunqing said, eyeing Lin Bei up and down with concern. "Did Yi Xiao do anything to you?" "That guy knocked himself unconscious from all the kowtowing," Lin Bei chuckled, recounting the events at the Weicheng prison. As Lin Bei finished his sentence, the entire command room erupted in laughter, thoroughly satisfied. Back when Luo Yuanshan was still the military commander, Yi Xiao had flaunted his authority as the captain of the personal guard squadron. A petty bully like him deserved a harsh lesson. After a brief chat, Lin Bei rushed straight to the front lines. Meanwhile, Han Bing and Yao Riao began gathering evidence confirming the murders of Zhang Xin and Xia Yu. 3 days later, the war finally concluded. Commanders of battalions, captains of 1,000, and captains of 100 gathered here, awaiting the distribution of rewards for their merits. Everyone is present. Let us begin. First, Lin Bei, Centurion of the 8th Battalion. Single-handedly holding 2 crucial defensive lines and risking his life to rescue Jian Hao and Old Liang. Rewarded with 300,000 military merit points and 3 4th-grade spiritual herbs. Zhang Yunqing announced loudly. "Thank you, Commander Jiang." Lin Bei accepted the reward with satisfaction and returned the high-energy particle bomb he hadn't yet deployed. "This is the reward you deserve." Zhang Yunqing patted Lin Bei's shoulder with satisfaction before continuing the commendations. Half an hour later, the commendations concluded, yet an awkward silence hung heavy in the command room. Nearly half the officers present received no rewards whatsoever. Zhang Yunqing's lips curved upward as he retrieved a sheet of paper from his storage bracelet and slammed it onto the table. This joint petition was originally meant for Yi Xiao, but she had intercepted it. The paper was densely covered with names, each bearing a blood-stained fingerprint. A closer look revealed that every single name belonged to officers from the northern frontier. From centurions to generals, every rank was represented on this paper. To the uninitiated, the paper would appear utterly baffling. But those who had signed their names on it now felt their hearts racing with extreme tension. Thud! A centurion slid from his chair to his knees, pleading, "Commander Jiang. I was forced by Li Ji. I never wanted to sign this paper." With the first one breaking, the second, third, and more would soon follow. "I was forced by Li Ji too. He said if I didn't sign, Yi Xiao wouldn't let me off. Commander Jiang. I'm utterly loyal to you. I would never betray you. Please believe me. Li Ji and Yi Xiao are in cahoots. They deceived us all." Seeing the truth exposed, everyone stepped forward to accuse Li Ji and Yi Xiao, absolving themselves of all blame. Seeing this, Li Ji showed no anger. He didn't bother refuting them, instead bursting into a loud, mocking laugh. Since ancient times, the victor writes history. Losers are just losers. Nothing more to say. Kill or torture us, do as you please. Jiang Yunqing slammed his fist on the table, his fifth-tier aura erupting violently. He barked, everyone on that list is stripped of their posts. Escort them to the Imperial Guard Bureau for trial. Commander Jiang, I'm innocent, someone pleaded desperately, kneeling at his feet. Jiang Yunqing kicked him aside. Guards! Take him away. When she first took office, she'd fretted over how to root out the parasites cultivated by Luo Yuanshan. Now, it was perfect, she didn't need to sift through them one by one. These vermin had crawled out of the woodwork themselves. With the northern border's external threats subdued and the rotten elements purged, the remaining time could be devoted entirely to recuperation and strengthening their forces. Years from now, the northern frontier would no longer be the weakest of the four borders. Meanwhile, Lin Bei returned to the 8th Battalion and assembled 100 subordinates. Each man was itching to fight, their faces brimming with anticipation. This was your first battle with me, and you all performed admirably, Lin Bei praised them. Captain, cut the formalities. Just tell us how much military merit we're getting, an old soldier urged with a laugh, and the others chimed in agreement. Lin Bei smiled faintly, forming the number 6 with his fingers. 6,000 military merits each. The room fell silent as a pin could be heard dropping. These battle-hardened veterans understood the military reward system well. Taking this campaign as an example, the average soldier should receive around 2,000 merit points. Lin Bei opened his mouth and demanded 6,000, a full threefold increase. 100 men, that's 600,000 military merit points. Headquarters probably hasn't even awarded Lin Bei that many military merits. Boss, did I hear that right? You just said 6,000 military merits per person, an old soldier asked in disbelief. Yes. As long as you win the battles, I, Lin Bei, will never be stingy with your rewards. Even if I have to pay out of my own pocket, I won't shortchange you. Lin Bei solemnly promised. Promising pie is no substitute for handing out pie. Besides, soldiers are different from other professions, they risk their lives in every battle. These 6,000 military merits were earned with their very lives. Moreover, the more military merit they earn, the faster their strength grows, increasing their chances of victory and thereby earning even more merit, a virtuous cycle. Boss, you're the real deal. From now on, my life belongs to you. Even if you ask me to carry explosives, I'll do it without a single complaint. In all my years in the north, I've never seen a centurion as generous as our boss. I'm sticking with him. Rest assured, boss. We'll never disgrace you. The men pounded their chests, swearing solemn oaths. All right, I have business to attend to. You may all disperse. With that, Lin Bei headed straight for the Jiangcheng Martial Arts Guild. Soon, word spread that Lin Bei had rewarded his soldiers 6,000 military merits each. Initial skepticism arose, but when the 100 men exchanged their military merit for spiritual medicine, the doubters fell silent, tears welling uncontrollably at their corners. 6,000 military merit points. And 6,000 each. Meanwhile, most ordinary soldiers only received a little over 1,000 merit points, 2,000 at the very most. People, they just can't stand comparisons. Minimal casualties, maximum rewards, who wouldn't envy that? In an instant, everyone in the northern frontier began hoping Lin Bei would be promoted to captain of 1,000 men. That way, they'd have a chance to serve under him. Chapter 77, Guild Leader Huang Yu. Shilin Mechanical Arm. Seeking gold tickets. After a long while, Lin Bei arrived at the Martial Arts Guild, a towering skyscraper over 20 stories high. The entrance was cordoned off with layers upon layers of security tape. Beyond the barriers, layers upon layers of onlookers had gathered, completely filling the area. Traffic on several nearby streets had come to a standstill. Beyond the throng of onlookers, many had come specifically for the auction gala. Alongside familiar faces like Han Bing, Yao Riao, Yi Xiao, Raymond, Jiang Yunqing, and Nie Shuang, many new faces were present. These newcomers hailed from the northern frontier and other distant lands. Enemies meeting only intensified their hatred. Yi Xiao immediately spotted Lin Bei in the crowd, his eyes bulging with fury, wishing he could tear him limb from limb. Lin Bei possessed a danger sense. When hostile gazes appeared around him, he sensed them instantly. He turned to face Yi Xiao, fixing his gaze especially on his forehead as he taunted, well, isn't this Inspector Yi? Seems you've recovered quite nicely. Oomph. Yi Xiao snorted coldly, storming off in a rage. Little brother Lin Bei, give your sister a kiss. I'll take care of this annoying guy for you. The enchanting woman leaned in, offering her cheek. Lin Bei took half a step back and turned to Han Bing, asking, Brother Han Bing, what's the status on the reward? General Yi has already approved it. It should be delivered tonight. Speaking of which, General Yi really dotes on you, kid. He gave you all 4 materials without skipping a single one. Han Bing remarked enviously. Lin Bei smiled. Once the materials arrived, he could begin crafting the puppet. Just then, Nie Shuang and Jiang Yunqing spotted Lin Bei and approached to greet him. Dad, shouldn't we go say hello? Lei Wen asked Lei Meng from within the crowd. There's no place for us there. Let's not make fools of ourselves. Lei Meng sighed with mixed feelings. One misstep led to another. The Lei family had already missed their chance to befriend Lin Bei. The only consolation was that the Lei family hadn't become Lin Bei's enemy. Otherwise, they would surely follow the Han family's path. Han Jin had hanged himself, and the rest of the Han family had been arrested. A small number of the most heinous offenders were sentenced to death by the Imperial Guard, while the rest were locked away in prison for decades. Moments later, attendees had their credentials verified and queued to enter. The auction hall was vast, easily accommodating hundreds, with several luxurious VIP rooms suspended from the ceiling. Lin Bei and his group sat together, while Yi Xiao, Lei Meng, and Zhou Shen, head of the Zhou family, entered a VIP suite. The Lei and Zhou families have operated in Jiangcheng for so many years their wealth makes sense, Lin Bei remarked in surprise. But where did Yi Xiao get all this money? Even he, a gold member, could only sit in the main hall. These three were undoubtedly platinum members who had spent over 100 million. Yi Xiao is Luo Yuanshan's right-hand man. Naturally, he's never short on funds, Zhang Yunqing explained. I see, Lin Bei nodded in realization. Yi Xiao's lips curled upward as he shot a defiant glance toward Lin Bei below. As if to say, you're only fit to be trampled under my feet. Click. Click. In an instant, all the spotlights in the venue flashed on. A gracefully poised woman in a qipao, her face exquisitely beautiful, stepped forward and introduced herself. I am Huang Yu, president of the Jiangcheng branch of the Martial Arts Merchants Guild. Welcome, everyone, to this grand auction gala. President Huang, my time is precious. No need for lengthy introductions, let's get started, Yi Xiao urged impatiently. Inspector Yi has spoken, and I shall comply. Let us begin immediately. Huang Yu flashed a smile that could captivate a city, manipulating the equipment to project an item onto the central screen. This is our first lot, the Qilin mechanical arm, manufactured by Sains. When worn by a martial artist, it amplifies their strength by over threefold. Starting bid, 3 million. Minimum bid increment, 100,000. As soon as the words fell, a wave of boos erupted from the crowd. Chairman Huang, it's a fine item, but it's only usable by one-armed martial artists. Are you suggesting we sever our own arms for a mechanical limb? Exactly. Look around, how many of us here are one-armed? Useless as a chicken rib, move on already. Huang Yu surveyed the room, not a single bidder raised their hand. Just as she was about to introduce the next item, Lin Bei and Zhang Yunqing's voices rang out, 3 million. I'll take it. Commander Jiang, General Shen has been generous to me. Let me handle this, Lin Bei said. How about this, we split it 50-50? Zhang Yunqing suggested. Agreed. Lin Bei nodded. This mechanical Qilin arm was useless to most, but for the one-armed Shinchong, it was invaluable. It could amplify his strength threefold, nearly matching that of a fifth-tier beast. I'm out. I'll let Lin Bei have it. Zhang Yunqing withdrew from the bidding. Huang Yu scanned the room once more. Anything higher than 3 million? I'll go 3,100,000. Yi Xiao stood by the window in the VIP room, his smile dripping with provocation. Lin Bei knew he was deliberately stirring things up, so he raised the stakes, 4 million. 4,100,000. 5 million. 5,100,000. Yi Xiao's lips curved into a smirk, his provocation unabashed. No matter what you bid, I'll outbid you by 100,000. Lin Bei glanced at Zhang Yunqing. Seeing her nod, he raised the stakes again. 6 million. Yi Xiao was determined to provoke Lin Bei. 6,100,000. Whatever the final price is, we'll split it evenly, Zhang Yunqing stated. Lin Bei nodded, his gaze sharp. 10 million. This thing is worth 5 million tops. Since you're willing to pay double that, how could I not oblige? It's yours. Yi Xiao, satisfied, sat back on the sofa and leisurely sipped his red wine. 10 million once. 10 million for two. 10 million for the third time. Congratulations, Lin Bei, you've won the Qilin robotic arm. As Huang Yu's voice faded, the room fell silent. Everyone stared at Lin Bei as if he were a fool. So it's just causing trouble? I can do that too. Lin Bei's gaze darkened like water, silently noting this debt. Yi Xiao was Luo Yuanshan's right-hand man, so he must have been sent by Luo Yuanshan to attend this auction gala. Which meant that among the upcoming lots, there was one or several that Yi Xiao absolutely had to secure. When the time came, he would make Yi Xiao taste the same disgusting feeling. Next up is Lot 2, Mature Crimson Bloodflower. Starting bid, 3 million. Bids must be in increments of at least 100,000. As Huang Yu finished speaking, a 1-to-1 projection of the Crimson Bloodflower appeared in the venue. This time, the room fell silent. Heads craned to examine the display. Mature crimson bloodflowers were exceedingly rare, capable of continuously bearing crimson blood fruit. For martial arts families, the value of a single mature crimson bloodflower far surpassed that of second or third grade spiritual herbs. 3,500,000. 3,800,000. 4 million. Bids rose in rapid succession, with even Raymond and Zhou Shun from the VIP room joining the fray. Watching the scene unfold, Lin Bei was slightly taken aback. What had once sold to the Martial Arts Guild for 12 million was now soaring to 4 million in the blink of an eye, and the bidding was still climbing rapidly. Indeed, the more someone needed this item, the more they were willing to pay above market value. Chapter 78, 6th-tier Insect Queen Core. An opportunity to cause trouble. After several rounds of bidding, Raymond secured the mature Crimson Bloodflower for 8 million. The price was significantly higher than expected, but for the wealthy Lei family, it was still worth it. The subsequent auction items grew increasingly rare and precious, heating up the atmosphere within the venue. Lin Bei sat with his arms crossed, not placing a single bid. First, these items held little use for him. Second, the moment he made a bid, Yi Xiao would immediately cause trouble. Precisely because of their mutual antagonism, Han Bing and Yao Riao gained numerous opportunities to snatch bargains. This trip to Jiangcheng proved highly profitable for the pair. Next up are the 3 grand finale items of this auction gala. Huang Yu's use of the word grand finale instantly pushed the atmosphere to a fever pitch. With a flick of her finger, an exquisite piece of armor materialized in the air. Crafted from the chitinous armor crystallized by a dying 5th-tier insect queen. Its defensive capabilities are astonishing, capable of withstanding any lethal attack below 6th tier. Rated as a 5th grade lower tier armor. Starting bid, 20 million. Minimum increment, 500,000. As Huang Yu's words fell, the crowd erupted into a frenzy of bidding. Withstand any lethal attack below 6th tier. Even if it could only withstand a single strike, it would be priceless. Wearing it is like having an extra life. I bid 25 million. 28 million. 30 million. Over 70% of the attendees joined the bidding. The remaining 30% weren't uninterested in the insect armor, they simply couldn't afford it. Yi Xiao stared at the insect armor projection, his heart filled with longing. He desperately wanted it, yet dared not bid. Coming to Jiangcheng this time, Luo Yuanshan had given him a strict order: he must secure the 6th-tier insect queen core at the auction gala. This item wasn't meant for Yi Xiao's use, nor for Luo Yuanshan's. Instead, it was to be packaged as a gift for the bigwigs of the Roundtable Elders Council. With the Roundtable Elders backing, figures like the Northern Frontier Military Commander, the Jiangcheng City Chief, and the Wucheng Military God would all have to step aside. Therefore, he must conserve funds. No need to bid further, I'll offer 70 million. The Zhou family patriarch stepped forward, silencing most of the crowd with his opening bid. 75 million. Raymond rose to bid, then turned to Zhou Shen. Brother Zhou, my son is about to compete in the Northern Frontier selection for the World Genius War. This item is crucial for him. I implore you to spare me. Zhou Shen pondered briefly before nodding. Since you put it that way, an old friend must grant you this favor. Thank you, Brother Zhou. Raymond bowed gratefully. In the end, Raymond secured the 5th-tier insect armor for 75 million. No wonder the martial arts guild is so wealthy. Lin Bei mused inwardly. Back then, the martial arts guild bought that mature crimson bloodflower for 1.2 million and sold it for 8 million. That massive insect armor plate? The martial arts guild acquired it for 40 million and is now selling it for 75 million. The key point was that the armor could forge 3 pieces of protective gear, meaning over 200 million in total. Money flowing in one hand and out the other, reaping several times the profit. This money is damn easy to make. If only he could become a shareholder in the martial arts guild, even a minor one, he could make money lying down every day. Huang Yu's smile was breathtakingly beautiful as she continued. Next up is the penultimate highlight of this auction gala, a 6th-tier insect queen core. Sourced from the colossal beast battlefield, it contains immense energy. Martial artists below 6th tier will find it remarkably effective. Starting bid, 50 million. Minimum bid increment, 500,000. Whoa! As Huang Yu's words fell, the entire hall gasped in unison. A 6th-tier insect queen core. Such a treasure could only be obtained from the colossal beast battlefield. For martial artists stuck at a bottleneck, using it would allow them to break through immediately. Even direct consumption could effortlessly elevate one by 2 or 3 minor realms. Yet the staggering starting bid of 50 million instantly silenced the crowd. 50 million. Nie Shuang, silent for a long time, placed his first bid. 510 million. Zhang Yunqing joined the bidding. 550 million. Lei Mengdao declared. 60 million. Zhou Shen's voice boomed, commanding attention. They had all come to this grand auction for this very 6th-tier insect queen core. After Zhang Yunqing used it, his cultivation realm would ascend to a new level. For others, it might grant them a glimpse of the threshold to break through to the 5th tier. For everyone present, it was a must-have item. Ultimately, it would come down to a contest of wealth. The price of the 6th-tier insect queen core climbed relentlessly, swiftly reaching the 90 million mark. At that moment, Yi Xiao stepped to the floor-to-ceiling window. Towering above the crowd below, he declared in a resonant voice, I bid 100 million. You needn't bother competing. This 6th-tier queen insect core. This inspector is determined to have it. Inspector Yi, the martial arts merchants guild's rule has always been that the highest bidder wins. If you intend to use your position to intimidate others, then I'm afraid I must ask you to leave, Huang Yu said with a smile, delivering the harshest words in the gentlest tone. He was giving Yi Xiao face after all, he was the deputy inspector. Without his favor, Yi Xiao was nothing but a nobody before the martial arts guild. Yi Xiao drowned his embarrassment in drink. Chairman Huang. I would never violate the martial arts guild's rules. What I mean is no matter the price, I, Yi Xiao, will secure this item. Continue bidding, everyone, Huang Yu addressed the crowd. The price had already surpassed 100 million, exceeding the psychological limits of Nie Shuang, Zhang Yunqing, and others. Raymond and Zhou Shen still had the resources to continue bidding, but they dared not offend Yi Xiao, so they both fell silent. Chairman Huang, it seems 100 million is the limit for this 6th-tier insect queen core. Let's announce the result, Yi Xiao said with a smug smile, his satisfaction evident. 150 million. Lin Bei raised his paddle to bid. Yi Xiao's expression tightened as he stared at Lin Bei in shock. He had anticipated Lin Bei wouldn't swallow his earlier humiliation and would surely cause trouble later. But he hadn't anticipated that Lin Bei would dare to disrupt the bidding even at such a high price. If Yi Xiao stopped bidding, Lin Bei would have to pay that entire sum to secure the 6th-tier insect queen core. Could a mere centurion really afford that much? Lin Bei. Do you even have the money? How dare you shout out like this? Yi Xiao demanded. I do, and plenty at that. No matter what price you bid, I'll always outbid you by 500,000. Lin Bei's lips curved into a faint smile. He still had 18 million left from his last purchase at the Martial Arts Merchants Guild. Add to that the treasures he'd obtained from Xiaoyu, and his total assets were roughly 150 million. President Huang. 100 million is no small sum. I request a capital verification. Yi Xiao declared. Approved. Huang Yu nodded. Yi Xiao's assets were all in cash, so he simply opened his balance to show Huang Yu. Lin Bei opened his storage bracelet. Inside, various valuable items and gleaming gold bricks instantly stunned Huang Yu. So many gold bricks. This is a windfall. Chairman Huang, if Lin Bei doesn't have that much cash on hand, I suggest we kick him out for disrupting the auction proceedings. Yi Xiao said coldly. Fund verification complete. Both parties meet the bidding requirements, Huang Yu announced. Chapter 79, Borrowing Money. Zhou Shen stands his ground against Yi Xiao. Seeking gold tickets. At this declaration, Zhang Yunqing and the others were all stunned. Even with their high-ranking positions and years of operations in the north, they could only muster 1 billion in cash. Though the Lei and Zhou families sat on assets worth tens of billions, the funds readily available in their accounts amounted to no more than a dozen billion, at most sometimes as little as a few billion. And since enlisting, Lin Bei had only received 1 month's salary. Where could he possibly get that much money? Even with exceptional luck and frequent windfalls, it was impossible to amass billions so swiftly. Looks like Zhang Sen and Xiaoyu are pretty well fed, huh? They turned Lin Bei into a billionaire in one fell swoop, Han Bing remarked with a meaningful smile. Those scum at Chuanqing, isn't every last one of them fat? Yao Riao retorted. True enough, Han Bing nodded, a hint of envy flickering in her deep eyes. In the eyes of the Dragon Group, Chuanqing members were nothing but walking cash cows. Killing them meant both military merit rewards and vast wealth. Unfortunately, these bastards were cunning as hell. They never clashed head-on with the Dragon Group, always lurking in the shadows to pull nasty tricks. Pinning them down was no easy feat. Bang! 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 Meanwhile, Yi Xiao, furious, kicked the wall repeatedly in the VIP lounge, gritting his teeth. 110 million. Add 500,000. 120 million. Still adding 500,000. Lin Bei reclined in his chair, legs crossed, looking utterly relaxed. The 6th-tier Queen Core was a valuable item, with a market price hovering around 150 million. If he could secure it, he might even push for a 3rd-tier upgrade. Even if he couldn't, it was enough to annoy Yi Xiao. 150 million. I don't believe you can come up with that much. Yi Xiao raised the price by 30 million in one fell swoop. 150 million and 50 million. Lin Bei replied. Creak. Yi Xiao was so furious his teeth nearly shattered. His gaze was sharp enough to tear Lin Bei to pieces. This price was already the market value for a 6th-tier insect queen core. Any higher and it would be throwing money down the drain. The crucial point was, Luo Yuanshan had only given him 150 million in total. He couldn't possibly cover the shortfall with his own money. Yi Xiao's gaze shifted to Zhou Shen and Raymond in the 2 VIP rooms beside him. Head Zhou, head Raymond, I know both families have deep roots in Jiangcheng. Today, I'm boldly asking to borrow some funds from you both. Rest assured, my visit to Jiangcheng is on behalf of Lord Luo. Once this matter is settled, Lord Luo will certainly not shortchange you. To secure the loan, Yi Xiao humbled himself, simultaneously invoking the backing of Luo Yuanshan. Though Luo Yuanshan had been stripped of his position, his strength as a 5th-tier powerhouse remained undeniable. Moreover, Luo Yuanshan had elevated Yi Xiao to the position of Deputy Inspector General, proving he still wielded considerable influence. Zhou Shen and Raymond exchanged glances, both looking troubled. Knowing Yi Xiao and Luo Yuanshan as they did, lending them money meant it would never be repaid. What does Luo Yuanshan think he is? Just a stray dog kicked out of the north. Lin Bei sneered. How dare you? Yi Xiao roared. Or take a look at these two behind me now, that's what you call backing. Got it? Lin Bei's words were directed at both Yi Xiao and Zhou Shun and Lei Meng. At that moment, Huang Yu stepped forward with displeasure, interrupting, "Gentlemen, please abide by the rules of the Martial Arts Merchants Guild." Lin Bei smiled faintly, returning to the matter at hand. "Yi Xiao, if you refuse to follow me, the 6th-tier Queen Core is mine." Yi Xiao's gaze darkened as he fixed his eyes on Zhou Shun and Raymond. He said nothing, but his gaze conveyed a crystal-clear message. Lend, and your friends. Refuse, and your enemies. There is no neutral ground. 150 million, one bid. 150 million, going once. Huang Yu confirmed the bid twice in succession, pushing Yi Xiao to the brink of agony. He knew Luo Yuanshan better than anyone else. If he had to cover the shortfall out of his own pocket, that money would be down the drain. But if he failed to secure the 6th-tier Insect Queen Core and derailed Luo Yuanshan's grand scheme, his position as deputy inspector would surely be short-lived. After weighing his options for a long moment, Yi Xiao gritted his teeth and declared, 180 million. Fine. Since you want it so badly, it's yours. Lin Bei smiled with satisfaction. He'd merely wasted a few million more than necessary, while Yi Xiao had squandered 30 million extra. Comparing the two losses made him feel slightly better. Oomph. Yi Xiao snorted coldly, his heart bleeding. The 30 million he'd just shelled out of his own pocket was his entire life savings, accumulated over 10 years in the north. Now, it was all gone in a single night. At least he'd finally secured the 6th-tier Queen Core, completing the mission entrusted to him by Luo Yuanshan. 185 million. Suddenly, Zhou Shun raised his paddle in the VIP room, his gaze unusually resolute. Yi Xiao was momentarily stunned. He hadn't gone looking for trouble with Zhou Shun, yet Zhou Shun dared to confront him head-on. Zhou Shun! What the hell are you playing at? The highest bidder wins. That's the rule of the Martial Arts Merchants Guild, Zhou Shun retorted defiantly. What bull rules? Do you know what happens to those who cross me? Yi Xiao couldn't hold back any longer, issuing a blatant threat. Chairman Huang, it's not that I don't want to bid, I simply dare not. Perhaps I should pass on this 6th-tier Queen Insect Core. Zhou Shun, no fool himself, skillfully deflected the tension toward Huang Yu and Yi Xiao. Huang Yu waved his hand decisively, his promise carrying an air of authority. Head Zhou, our martial arts guild has stood firm in Dragon Nation for centuries. Our standing isn't built on mere money. You may bid with complete confidence. Any trouble that arises, this martial arts guild will handle it. Attendants. Escort Inspector Yi out. Huang Yu's tone shifted abruptly, showing no mercy. Yi Xiao pushed aside the Martial Arts Merchants Association strongman and raised his bid card one last time. 190 million. 191 million. Zhou Shun raised the bid without hesitation. If the mountain won't turn, the water will. You'll all pay for this. Yi Xiao crushed his bidding paddle and stormed out of the hall, his men following in his furious wake. 191 million going once. 19,100,000 going once. 19,100,000 going once. Sold. Huang Yu announced the result loudly. In an instant, the entire hall was stunned. The fact that a 6th-tier Insect Queen Core sold for 19,100,000 was not shocking in itself. What truly stunned everyone was that Zhou Shun dared to openly defy Yi Xiao. Zhou Shun, possessing 4th-tier 7th rank strength, certainly needed this Queen Core. But antagonizing Yi Xiao and Luo Yuanshan over it was clearly not a wise move. The attendees in the hall couldn't fathom Zhou Shun's baffling move. Even Lei Wen in the VIP room was baffled. Dad, has Zhou Shun lost his mind? Lei Meng shook his head and explained, he's more lucid than anyone. Yi Xiao was relentless earlier. By refusing to borrow money, we've already incurred his resentment. At this point, our only option is to align with Lin Bei for protection. Besides, Luo Yuanshan and Yi Xiao's influence is waning. Lin Bei is the true uncrowned king of the north. Lei Wen nodded, still half understanding, then asked, if we're siding with Lin Bei, why didn't we bid earlier? It's not like we were throwing away 200 million. Stick your neck out and get shot. Who can predict the future? Lei Meng replied meaningfully. Lei Wen suddenly understood. Experience truly trumps youth. Back when Lin Bei caught Luo Yuanshan's eye, the Lei family had rushed to curry favor and forge ties. Later, when Lin Bei fell from grace, the Lei family's attitude did a complete 180-degree turn. Yet no one could have predicted that Lin Bei wouldn't be crushed by this setback. Instead, he'd rise step by step. Today's Lin Bei might very well be tomorrow's Luo Yuanshan. Always leave yourself an escape route, it's never a mistake. Chapter 80, Snagging a 6th-grade Martial Art. Bonus, 6th-tier Insect Queen Core. Next up is the final item of this grand auction, a copy of the 6th-grade Superior Martial Art, 10,000 Swords Converging. This martial art was created by the Dragon Nation's sword god, Xiao Yaofeng. Upon mastering its pinnacle, one can simultaneously command tens of thousands of flying swords to assault foes. Its power is boundless and its tactics unfathomable. Starting bid, 80 million. Each increment must be no less than 1 million. Huang Yu delivered the announcement with impassioned fervor. As the final words fell, the room erupted in uproar.
4th grade martial arts techniques were already the absolute limit accessible to ordinary martial artists.
Each rank increase meant exponentially greater rarity.
6th grade upper martial arts techniques were something ordinary martial artists dared not even dream of. However, 6th rank martial arts are notoriously difficult to cultivate, making them virtually inaccessible to practitioners below the 4th tier. Moreover, only 4th tier martial artists who have awakened sword type talents or mastered sword weapons can cultivate this martial art. Add to that the 80 million gold starting bid, and it instantly shuts out over 90% of the crowd.
Too bad I can't wield a sword, Zhang Yunqing quipped. Otherwise, I'd bid my entire fortune for this martial art manual.
The northern frontier is barren.
Few are willing or able to afford it.
If this were auctioned in the eastern or southern frontiers, even 300 million wouldn't be enough.
Nie Shuang remarked.
In the VIP lounge, Raymond and Zhou Shin exchanged glances, each seeing a wry smile on the other's face.
The item was undoubtedly exceptional. The problem was, neither the Lei nor Zhou families possessed martial artists suited to cultivate this technique. After spending a fortune to win the bid, it would just sit in their treasury.
Possessing such a treasure invites trouble. It's practically an open invitation to thieves, saying, "Come and take what's valuable in my house." A 6th grade upper tier martial art personally created by the Dragon Nation's sword god, Xiao Yaofeng. Does no one want it?
Huang Yu looked around, but everyone sat there like wooden statues. Since no one else wants it, I'll take it for 80 million.
Lin Bei smiled faintly and raised his bid card. You already cultivate both spear and bow. Why do you need this martial art?
Isn't that a waste of money? Zhang Yunqing asked in confusion.
Yao Riao, well aware that greed leads to indigestion, also advised little brother Lin Bei, one's energy is limited.
Cultivating both primary and secondary weapons is already pushing the limits. Adding more will only hinder your cultivation.
Mastering multiple weapons does grant an advantage at lower cultivation levels, Han Bing said earnestly. But as you advance, specialization becomes superior. This is hard-earned wisdom.
Exactly, Captain Lin.
If you have the funds, you'd be better off spending it all on spiritual herbs, Nie Shuang pleaded earnestly. Lin Bei understood their concerns, but they would never comprehend his own exceptional talent. Blessed with the SSS tier ancestor of 10,000 weapons talent, he needed no further study. He was already proficient in all weapon types. Combined with the advanced sword ancestor effect, he could summon blades from thin air, and each additional flying sword he controlled boosted his power by 1%. 100 flying swords doubled his power.
1,000 flying swords meant tenfold power.
And with this 10,000 swords converging technique, capable of simultaneously controlling up to 10,000 flying swords, that means a 100-fold increase in power.
Imagine amplifying the power of a 6th grade upper tier martial skill by 100-fold. How terrifying would that be?
It would utterly crush 7th grade martial arts, rivaling 8th grade martial arts. It even rivals 9th grade martial arts. This was practically a new cheat code tailor-made for Lin Bei.
Thus, Lin Bei declared with unwavering resolve, my mind is made up.
I must have this martial art. Sigh. Zhang Yunqing and the others sighed helplessly. This is a grade 6 upper martial art.
Are there any further bids?
Huang Yu surveyed the crowd, her gaze lingering on Zhou Shin and Raymond in the VIP lounge. As her words fell, both the VIP room and the auction hall fell silent.
Huang Yu sighed helplessly.
He hadn't expected the highest value 6th grade upper martial skill to ultimately sell for only 80 million. Since there are no further bids, congratulations to Lin Bei on winning this martial skill.
Nice.
Lin Beiquan suppressed his excitement, though his heart was already bursting with joy. Snagging a 6th grade upper martial art for 80 million. What a steal. With the remaining funds, he could purchase some flying swords absolutely perfect.
The Dragon Group's reward would arrive soon too.
Once he refined a few more puppets, he'd have even more trump cards up his sleeve.
As the auction concluded, those who hadn't secured any items began leaving the venue.
Those who had won items paid their dues and collected their purchases from the Merchants Guild. Lin Bei first sold all the valuable items from his storage bracelet to the Martial Arts Guild.
The final price differed slightly from his estimate, but the gap wasn't significant.
His total assets now stood at 130 million. First, he deducted 80 million for the martial arts techniques, then another 10 million for the Qilin mechanical arm. Zhang Yunqing then contributed another 5 million, leaving a net total of 45 million. At that moment, Zhou Shin pushed through the crowd to stand before Lin Bei, a faint smile on his face.
Centurion Lin, do you remember me? I was there to greet you at the airport that day. What's up? Lin Bei inquired.
Zhou Shin retrieved a 6th tier insect queen core from his storage bracelet.
My natural talent is limited. Even reaching 5th tier won't lead to great achievements. But you're different. You're about to participate in the World Genius War.
This 6th tier insect queen core will be of greater use to you.
And? Lin Bei pressed.
Therefore, I wish to present this 6th tier insect queen core to you.
I hope you will accept it. Zhou Shin offered it with both hands, his expression sincere. News of the incident at the Imperial City Guard prison had already spread throughout Jiangchang. The seemingly formidable Inspector Yi Xiao was, in truth, nothing but a paper tiger. Only Lin Bei was the true uncrowned king of the north. Truthfully, Zhou Xin had no desire to choose sides between Lin Bei and Yi Xiao. He simply wished to remain neutral, offending neither. But Yi Xiao forced him to choose sides. After weighing his options, he decided to align with Lin Bei. The 6th-tier insect queen core was his pledge of allegiance. He didn't expect Lin Bei to repay the Zhou family in the future. As long as Lin Bei grew powerful enough to protect the Zhou family, Zhou Xin would be eternally grateful.
Gift?
The moment those words left his mouth, every person present gasped in astonishment, their faces etched with pure envy. This was a treasure worth nearly 200 million. Lin Bei understood his meaning, accepted the 6th-tier insect queen core, and promised, "Rest assured, I won't let you down." Zhou Shen clasped his hands together respectfully. "I wish Captain Lin every success in the World Genius Tournament. I shan't keep you any longer." MHM. Lin Bei gave a slight nod. Raymond and Raven, father and son, also passed by Lin Bei, merely offering a polite nod and smile. Favor no one, offend no one. Perpetual neutrality was the true path to survival. "You're doing quite well up in the north, kid. You're practically the uncrowned king," Han Bing said with obvious envy. "It's all thanks to you guys," Lin Bei chuckled. "We're just supporting cast. It's really your own strength and potential that shine through," Zhang Yunqing said, speaking from the heart. In just over a month, he'd advanced from the first level to the second tier, third level. Such terrifying speed was unheard of even in the Dragon Nation. Even more astonishing was that Lin Bei had mastered numerous formidable martial arts techniques and had become proficient in wielding both the Godslayer Thunder Spear and the Dragonbone Bow. He was like a rising star, destined to make a name for himself across the land. Chapter 81, Seclusion. Spatial Teleportation. Seeking gold tickets. After the auction gala concluded, Lin Bei purchased another 100 grade 2 flying swords. At 40 million per sword, 100 swords totaled exactly 400 million. To amass 10,000 flying swords would require a staggering 40 billion. And these were merely 2nd grade flying swords. To upgrade them to 3rd grade, the cost would multiply several times over the 40 billion. Upgrade them all to 5th grade flying swords? He dared not even think about it. Immediately after, Han Bing and Yao Riao departed Jiangcheng to serve at the colossal beast battlefield. Zhang Yunqing personally drove Lin Bei back to the northern frontier. During the last merit awards ceremony, I forgot to mention the World Genius War selection. As the champion of the Four Realms Grand Tournament, you can skip the northern frontier selection and proceed directly to the training camp. Alright, Lin Bei nodded. Zhang Yunqing turned to look at Lin Bei and urged earnestly, "Though your strength is formidable, with few peers among your age group, you'll be facing the entire Dragon Nation's prodigies this time, including military talents, top university students, and major martial arts clans. Crucially, the Genius Tournament's age limit is under 20. You're at a significant disadvantage in terms of age. Will the Lin family's prodigies participate in the selection too?" Lin Bei asked curiously. Yes. The Lin family hasn't been fortunate this year, awakening only 5 S-rank talents at great cost. But last year and the year before, they were quite lucky, awakening 1 SSS rank talent and 1 SSS rank with a unique physique, respectively. Both possess terrifying strength. Zhang Yunqing replied earnestly. Lin Bei's lips curled upward, completely unfazed. An SSS tier talent combined with a unique physique was indeed formidable. But Lin Bei possessed 3 SSS tier talents, plus the Undying Phoenix alter ego ranked first on the alter ego list. He was stronger than them, and by no small margin. There's still time before the selection concludes. Use these days to seclude yourself and focus on cultivation, Zhang Yunqing advised. Understood, Lin Bei nodded. Much later, Lin Bei returned to the 8th Battalion and happened upon the rewards delivered by the military headquarters. He first presented the Qilin mechanical arm to Shinchong before heading to the special training chamber on the top floor of the martial arts building to begin his seclusion. To craft a puppet, one must first master the art of puppetry. Thus, Lin Bei took it out and began to study it carefully. Host has thoroughly studied Puppet's secret arts 100 times, gaining 10,000 times critical hit rewards. Puppet's secret arts mastered. 7 days later, Shinchong appeared personally at the door of the special training room. He knocked and said, Lin Bei, the northern frontier selection is over. It's time to depart. Got it. Lin Bei nodded, tossing the remaining few insect queen cores into his storage bracelet before opening his personal interface. Host, Lin Bei. Realm, 2nd tier, 8th layer. Military rank, Centurion. Talents, SSS tier Heaven Rewards Diligence, SSS tier Ancestor of 10,000 Weapons, SSS tier Elemental Tyrant. Altered Body, Undying Divine Phoenix. Weapons Armor, 5th grade Inferior Godslayer Thunder Spear, 5th grade Inferior Dragonbone Bow, 5th grade Inferior Insect Armor.
Martial Arts, Dragon Nation Foundational Tempering Fist Mastery, 3rd grade Top Tier Wind Spirit Spear Technique Mastery, 4th grade Top Tier Ninefold Thunder Spear Technique Mastery, 4th grade Top Tier Divine Swiftness Arrow Mastery, 5th grade Intermediate Wind Thunder Step Mastery, 6th grade Upper Tier 10,000 Swords Return to the Source Proficiency. Abilities, Danger Sense Mastery. Immunity, all attributes. Constitution, 3345. His cultivation realm advanced from Tier 2, Level 3 to Tier 2, Level 8. Regrettably, time was insufficient. Had he fully refined the 6th tier Mother Insect Core, he could have surged directly to the 3rd tier. 10,000 Swords converging to the Ancestral Palace truly lived up to its reputation as a high-tier 6th grade martial skill. Forcing its cultivation with Lin Bei's current strength, even with the Heaven's Reward for Diligence effect, progress remained rather slow. To master it completely, he'd likely need to advance to the 3rd tier first. Danger perception naturally advanced from beginner to mastery. His physical constitution also skyrocketed to over 3,000 points. An ordinary 3rd tier martial artist would no longer be a match for Lin Bei in terms of physical prowess alone. Beyond these stats, Lin Bei had achieved another monumental breakthrough. Through relentless effort over the past few days, he finally succeeded in crafting 2 4th tier humanoid puppets using 4 primary materials: purple gold stone, heaven scar stone, meteorite iron, and deep sea silver mother, along with several other common ingredients. Compared to living puppets, humanoid puppets had a major disadvantage: they couldn't perform martial arts techniques and lacked innate talents, making their combat capabilities and methods significantly weaker. Yet they possessed distinct advantages: formidable defense and immense brute strength. When Lin Bei unleashed his Quan-Ti fist with his physique exceeding 3,000 points, the puppet remained unscathed. Instead, the recoil shook his hand until it ached. The God-Slayer Thunder Spear was razor-sharp, yet even thrusting it with full force without martial arts techniques only left a sesame seed-sized white mark on the puppet's surface. In terms of defense, it rivaled a 5th grade insect armor. Its strength was equally staggering: a single punch obliterated the cultivation room's testing machine, matching the full power strike of a 4th tier martial artist. Imagine the shockwaves when Lin Bei unveiled 2 4th tier humanoid puppets in a world-class genius tournament where 2nd and 3rd tiers dominated. Lin Bei rose and exited the training room. Shin Chong, stationed at the door, had already replaced his arm with a Qilin mechanical prosthesis. "General Shin, how's the new arm feeling?" "I've gotten used to it ages ago. I'm terrifyingly strong now." "Ha ha ha ha." Shin Chong roared with laughter, his mood soaring. "By the way, is it true that just making the top 100 in the World Genius Tournament guarantees promotion to 1000-man captain?" Lin Bei confirmed. "Absolutely." Shin Chong pounded his chest in assurance. "Good." Lin Bei's goal was simple: to grow stronger, ever stronger. In this world where strength reigns supreme, nothing mattered more than raw power. Back then, just because he awakened a C-rank talent, his parents turned their backs on him, disowned him, and cast him out of the Lin family like trash. He would make the Lin family witness it with their own eyes. The worthless trash they once discarded would trample the Lin family underfoot. "Let's go. The teleportation handler is already here, waiting for you to assemble," Shin Chong urged. "Teleportation?" Lin Bei was slightly surprised. "The secret training grounds gather all the prodigies of Long Nation. The coordinates are top secret, of course. Otherwise, imagine the consequences if other nations or factions targeted us maliciously?" Shin Chong said with deadpan seriousness. Lin Bei nodded. "That makes sense." Soon, the two left the martial arts building and headed to the assembly point on the training grounds. There stood 499 people in perfect formation. A quick glance revealed every single face was unfamiliar. Lin Bei distinctly remembered Raymond crafting a bug armor for Lei 1, declaring it would make him shine at the World Genius Tournament. Yet he hadn't even made it through the Northern Region selection? But looking at it another way, most of these people were 20 years old, 2 years ahead of Lei when in cultivation. Crushing him was only natural. Moreover, the selection wasn't just from the military, it was from the entire northern frontier. The weakest among them were at Tier 2, Level 1, while the strongest reached Tier 2, Level 8. Given Lei Wen's talent, he truly had no chance this year, but next year might bring some opportunity. "Instructor Sun, everyone is present." Shin Chong looked up at the middle-aged man in military uniform on the platform. "Ma'am, depart." Instructor Sun tore his hands apart, instantly ripping open a massive gap in space. Another spatial martial artist. Lin Bei inwardly gasped. This Instructor Sun's strength likely surpassed even Han Bing's. Chapter 82, National Elite. The Lin family's twin stars. After verifying that none of the 500 individuals carried electronic devices, they queued to enter the spatial void. The instant the black cavity closed, all 5 senses were stripped away. A primal fear of the unknown spread uncontrollably from the depths of their souls, nerves stretched taut to the breaking point. Fortunately, the transfer process was brief. Soon, light reappeared before their eyes. 500 people rushed out of the chamber, jostling to get a look at their surroundings. This was a vast open-air camp, featuring only a few buildings and a 9-story tower. All 4 sides were sealed by barriers erected by spatial martial artists. Outsiders couldn't enter, and those inside couldn't leave.
Moreover, the area was saturated with intense electronic interference, rendering all electronic devices useless. Following Lin Bei's gaze, he saw many other young people of similar age standing in the distance. They were likely all contestants who had passed the selection process from various realms. Their positions were clearly divided, with everyone from the same realm standing together. For large groups corresponded precisely to the 4 realms: Southeast, Southwest, Northeast, and Northwest. However, closer observation revealed that the competitors from the Southeast and Southeast realms were generally stronger, with even the weakest being at the second tier, 3rd level. Next came the Western realm, where the weakest were at the second stage, 2nd rank. Lastly came the North realm, where even the weakest contestant was at the first tier of the 2nd stage. Beyond the disparity in cultivation levels, there was also a gap in numbers. Only 500 candidates passed the selection in the North, while the Southeast and West combined had 3,000. The Southeast and East have always been prosperous lands, Lin Bei mused inwardly. With numerous martial clans, it's no surprise they produce so many prodigies. Just then, a mocking voice rang out. I thought I was seeing ghosts in broad daylight, but it turns out it's really my cousin. Looks like the North region really is finished. How else could a useless piece of trash like you pass the selection? Lin Bei turned to see a familiar face approaching. This man was Lin Yao, a distant relative of Lin Bei, 1 year his senior. Last year, he had awakened the SSS tier talent Divine Speed, making him unmatched in agility. Beside Lin Yao stood another man named Lin Bu Fan. The year before last, he had awakened the SSS tier talent Decomposition, capable of breaking down nearly anything in the world. He had also awakened the Heavenly Eye, an ability that allowed him to see through any disguise or attack. These two were stronger than anyone else, earning them the title of the Twin Stars of the Lin clan. The other competitors from the Eastern Territory looked to Lin Yao and Lin Bu Fan as their leaders. Seeing them approach Lin Bei, they all followed suit. Under the overwhelming numerical and strength superiority of the Eastern region, the Northern region contestants retreated in fear, dreading any provocation of this group. As they retreated further and further, only Lin Bei remained standing his ground. Facing 1,000 men alone, Lin Bei showed no fear. He drew his god-slaying thunder spear and taunted, I don't care for empty talk. If you've got the guts, let's settle this with real blades. We'll determine both supremacy and life or death. Lin Yao paused in surprise, not expecting the expelled Lin family member to be so defiant. It seemed the family's war god had been right last time, relying on his modest strength. Lin Bei no longer held the Lin family in any regard. If that was the case, then he deserved a harsh lesson to teach him that the Lin family was not to be trifled with. Just as Lin Yao drew his weapon to strike, the Eastern frontier men stepped forward. Brother Yao, why bother with such trash yourself? Leave it to me. The North frontier? At best, it's a harsh, barren wasteland. At worst, it's a dumping ground for good-for-nothings. Brother Yao, let me handle this. Your status is too noble, hitting him would only dirty your hands. Hearing this, Lin Yao slowly sheathed his weapon back into his storage bracelet, his smug expression growing even more pronounced. This was the Lin family. As one of the 3 most prestigious martial clans in the Dragon Nation, they possessed countless powerful warriors and immense depth. Martial artists across the land would do anything to serve under the Lin family banner. They were as numerous as the hairs on a cow's back. To outsiders, they are the darlings of the public. But to the Lin family, they were nothing but cattle and beasts of burden begging to be exploited. A mere token of favor was enough to make them fight for the Lin family. Lin Yao turned to face the Eastern frontier contingent behind him. Just as he was carefully selecting combatants, a voice rang out from behind him, Brother Yao, if Eastern frontier fighters defeat Northern frontier fighters, others will just assume it's only natural. Why not let me step in and teach that arrogant Lin Bei a harsh lesson? Swish. 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 The remark instantly drew the attention of everyone present. Even the instructor turned to look this way. For the speaker stood right behind Lin Bei in the North region's ranks. To curry favor with the Lin family, he'd truly abandoned all dignity and backbone. Who are you? Lin Yao scrutinized the speaker with keen interest. My name is Chen Shuang. I was born in the North, but my grandfather was a true Eastern native. Only after the colossal beasts breached the city did we relocate to the North. Deep down, Eastern blood still flows through my veins. Chen Shuang desperately tried to prove himself. Lin Yao couldn't care less about his origins. He cut straight to the point. Do you have the strength to act on my behalf? Brother Yao, you can rest assured. With my second tier, 8th rank cultivation and SS-grade talent, taking down Lin Bei, who's 2 years younger, is a sure thing. Chen Shuang pounded his chest, swearing solemnly. Lin Yao pondered briefly before nodding. All right, you're on. Thank you, Brother Yao. Thank you, Brother Yao. I won't let you down. Chen Shuang was overjoyed. What era is this, still scrambling to be someone's lapdog? Lin Bei shook his head, sneering in disdain. The Lin family is one of the 3 greatest martial clans in the Dragon Nation. Even if I'm a lackey, I'm still a cut above the rest. Chen Shuang shed his earlier obsequiousness toward Lin Yao, his gaze turning sharp as he fixed it on Lin Bei. Weapons, elixirs, martial arts techniques, the 3 pillars of martial growth. Spiritual herbs grow wild in nature. You might stumble upon them if luck is on your side. With enough money, high-grade weapons and armor could be purchased.
But martial arts techniques were different. Created by powerful martial artists, they would almost never reveal their unique techniques publicly. Instead, they were kept within the family, becoming part of the clan's foundational legacy. For those without connections like them, the only way to obtain weapons, armor, elixirs, and martial arts was to align themselves with these major powers.
Even serving as a lackey isn't something just anyone can do. That Chen fellow is a disgrace to the north. The eastern frontier humiliated us like that, yet he's still scrambling to kiss their ass. Curses aside, Chen Shuang's strength is undeniable. He's a top student at Northland's Wuhan University.
A second-tier, 8th-rank martial artist who's defeated third-tier fighters.
What kind of international joke is that? Second tier, 8th rank defeating third tier? I'm ING Wuhan University myself. You think I'd lie to you?
As the words fell, the Northern Territory camp fell deathly silent. They had hoped Lin Bei could defeat Chen Shuang and restore the North's pride. Now it seemed that honor was lost.
What does it mean for a second tier, 8th rank to defeat a third tier?
Among the 3,500 trainees at the training ground, only about 100 possessed the cultivation level of Stage 3 or the strength to defeat a Stage 3 martial artist. Perhaps Lin Bei's talent was no less than Chen Shuang's. But he was only 18 years old. Those 2 intervening years are enough to create a chasm-like gap for geniuses.
Chapter 83, Kill. Death Quota. Seeking gold tickets.
Watching the scene unfold before him, Chen Shuang's lips curled into a maniacal grin. The astonishment and awe of the northern frontier crowd only made him more valuable in Lin Yao's eyes. A wise bird chooses its perch in eternal truth. Though he was now despised, once he aligned with the Lin family and became powerful, those who had once scorned him would kneel before him, begging for forgiveness. Because the essence of this world was power reigns supreme. Lin Bei twirled his god-slaying thunder spear in a flourish, his gaze sharp as he fixed it on Chen Shuang, his entire being radiating a murderous aura. My battle with Lin Yao will determine both supremacy and life or death. Are you certain you wish to fight on his behalf? Scared? You were pretty cocky just now. True. Yao Ji shares your bloodline and would show mercy. But I won't. Chen Shuang belittled Lin Bei while simultaneously elevating Lin Yao. Just then, several instructors approached, and the onlookers sensibly parted to make way. Private fights are forbidden at the training camp. If you have grievances, sign a life and death contract and settle it openly. Instructor Sun pulled a contract from his storage bracelet and tossed it onto the ground. Fine. I'm more than willing to sign a life or death contract. The question is, does he dare? Chen Shuang's gaze shifted, challenging Lin Bei. Words won't stop a fool from courting death. I'll grant your wish. Lin Bei bit his finger, then swiftly signed his name on the contract. Everyone back off. Instructor Sun pushed outward with both hands, signaling the onlookers to retreat. Soon, a large clearing formed around the 2 men. Chen Shuang glanced back at Lin Yao. Seeing Lin Yao make a throat-slitting gesture, he smiled and nodded. Old son, this kid Lin Bei is someone General Yi specifically ordered to be given special attention. You just let him sign a life or death agreement? If he dies, how will you explain it to General Yi? An instructor standing beside Sun Lei whispered. You've all mastered danger perception. Can't you sense this kid is also at the 8th tier of the second stage? Sun Lei chuckled. Hearing this, the instructors all fixed their gaze on Lin Bei. What they saw stunned them. Lin Bei's aura was incredibly dense. Though clearly only at the 8th level of the second tier, his aura far surpassed that of an ordinary third-tier martial artist. This could only mean one thing: his physical constitution had surpassed the limits of his current cultivation realm. The records from the northern frontier never mentioned this kid was a physical cultivator, an instructor exclaimed in astonishment. To match these 20-year-old prodigies at 18? Lin Bei's hidden cards must go far beyond what the files show, another instructor remarked. Chen Shuang drew his spear, its sharp tip pointing directly at Lin Bei. With confidence in victory, he declared, out of respect for our shared cultivation level, I'll let you have 3 moves. After 3 moves, I'll take your life. Lin Bei swung his arm, thrusting his spear forward. 9-fold thunder spear technique. 9th tier. ZZZZZZZ. A cold gleam struck first, followed by the spear striking like a dragon. Terrifying thunder erupted from the spear's shaft, blossoming at its tip like a thunder dragon charging toward Chen Shuang. Chen Shuang's pupils dilated in shock as his mind was rocked by a tidal wave of disbelief. Is this the power of an 18-year-old martial artist? An ordinary third-tier martial artist would be skewered dead by that strike. His earlier confidence vanished completely, replaced by utter terror. His back instantly drenched in cold sweat. His first instinct was to flee, but his body, paralyzed by terror, had lost all ability to move. He couldn't even muster the basic reflex to block the attack. Lin Bei's aura was overwhelming. It felt as though he wasn't facing a human, but a terrifying, bloodthirsty beast that had devoured countless lives. Thud. Without a moment's hesitation, the thunder dragon devoured Chen Shuang. Surging thunderous power erupted, its body exploding into a sky-filling mist of fragments. A deathly silence fell over the scene, so quiet you could hear a pin drop.
Every single person present, including the instructors, was stunned by Lin Bei's overwhelming power. One shot. With just one shot, he crushed Shen Shuang. This was the Academy's prodigy, a second-tier, 8th-rank cultivator who had defeated a third-tier martial artist. This single battle alone earned Lin Bei the right to rank among the top 100 prodigies of Dragon Nation. Contestants from all realms swiftly abandoned their previous disdain for the North. More accurately, they dared not underestimate Lin Bei. The northern region's crowd stood with hands on hips, heads held high, basking in the exhilarating satisfaction of having vented their pent-up frustration. And with a powerhouse like Lin Bei backing them, they wouldn't be bullied at the training grounds. The North's useless trash is truly unreliable. I'll have to handle this myself. Lin Yao spat in annoyance, preparing to step forward. Lin Bufan shook his head and reached out to block Lin Yao. If you act now, it'll only make people think our Lin family bullies the weak and small. Winning through a relentless barrage of attacks won't be honorable. Brother, that dog has repeatedly disgraced the Lin family. If we don't teach him a lesson, how can we maintain our family's honor? How can we keep our prestige among these people? Lin Yao protested, unwilling to back down. The training camp consists of comprehensive drills, Shadow Tower training, Beast Island combat exercises, and the final free-for-all. You're worried you won't get a chance to finish off Lin Bei? Don't forget there are designated fatalities every year during the camp. Lin Bufan said coldly. Fine. I'll follow the boss's lead. Lin Yao smirked wickedly. At that moment, Sun Lei stepped forward, snapped his fingers lightly, and the scattered remains on the ground instantly burned away in flames. His voice grew solemn and authoritative. Every year, the training camp has its quota of casualties. Last year it was 27, the year before 22. This year, we're looking at least 20 as a baseline. I know you're all top-tier prodigies from across the land, but here, prodigies are the last thing we lack. Sun Lei surveyed the group, his gaze lingering briefly on Lin Yao and Lin Bufan before continuing. This training ground selects talent for the nation. Here, only strength matters, not status. It's getting late. Return to your dormitories to rest. Formal training and selection commence first thing tomorrow morning. Lin Bei, come with me. The chief instructor wishes to see you. Sun Lei said. Lin Bei nodded and followed Sun Lei into an office within the building. An elderly man with snow-white hair and beard, dressed in a black traditional Chinese robe, sat on the sofa brewing hot tea. Chief instructor, Lin Bei is here, Sun Lei announced. MHM. You may leave. I wish to speak with him alone. The old man spoke indifferently. After Sun Lei exited, he waved his hand lightly and the office door closed. Centurion Lin Bei of the 8th Battalion, Northern Frontier Corps, reporting to the chief instructor, Lin Bei saluted stiffly. The old man gestured toward the sofa. Sit down first. Try this premium de Hong Pao from the mother tree. Not my cup of tea, Lin Bei replied bluntly as he sat down. The old man paused slightly, a barely perceptible smile flickering at the corner of his mouth. None of the other trainees at the training camp, including these instructors, dared refuse his invitation. Even if allergic to tea, they would still drink that cup of hot tea. Not afraid of superiors, not fawning over them, quite a character. I also have Long Jing. The old man listed his options one by one. Got any Coke? With ice, Lin Bei cut him off. The old man's expression faltered. As the chief instructor of the training camp, nearing a century in age, how could he possibly carry cola? No. Never mind then. You called me here, is there something you need? Lin Bei cut straight to the point. I want you to withdraw from this year's World Genius Tournament. Participate in 2 years' time, the elder stated sternly. Chapter 84, Eliminate all below third tier. Challenge Lin Yao. Impossible. Lin Bei refused without hesitation. The elder remained unflinching, clearly anticipating this response. Lin Bei, you possess dual talents, one being an SSS tier elemental tyrant along with numerous powerful martial arts techniques and special abilities. You might even hold hidden cards I can't fathom. But the World Genius Tournament is far more challenging than you imagine. The elder paused, placing his weathered, gnarled hand on Lin Bei's shoulder. Let me be blunt, an 8th tier second stage cultivator has absolutely no chance of winning the championship. At best, you might crack the top 100. Of course, making the top 100 is a tremendous honor. But revealing your extraordinary talent too early could lead to your downfall. Do you understand what I mean? This isn't merely a competition, it's a life or death struggle. As the words fell, Lin Bei shook his head silently. 2 years could indeed create a vast gap, but the peerless military god system could level everything. Ah. The old man sighed helplessly, waving his hand to signal Lin Bei to leave. He had sought Lin Bei out privately for 2 reasons. First, Lin Bei possessed astonishing potential. Second, Lin Bei was relatively unknown. Prodigies from prestigious families like Lin Yao and Lin Bufan, or the top talents from various universities, had long been documented by intelligence agencies of other nations. Their cultivation levels, innate talents, abilities, specialties, and even combat habits were practically public knowledge. By the time the World Genius War commenced, nations would specifically assign competitors to target them. Lin Bei, however, was different. He was merely a rising star, and the Northern Frontier intelligence agencies worldwide were unlikely to have noticed him. If he can bide his time and keep a low profile, he'll surely make a stunning debut at the World Genius Tournament in 2 years and claim the championship. Unfortunately, he was stubborn and refused to heed the advice of his elders. The next morning, the assembly whistle pierced the camp. Lin Bei was the first to appear on the drill ground, while others trickled in sporadically. Surveying the disorganized throng of 3,500 recruits, the chief instructor and several other officers wore grim expressions. Before the formal training begins, I'll make a brief introduction. I am Ho Jing, the chief instructor for this training session. The four beside me are Sun Lei, Zhou Jin Kai, and Ning Shui. Whoa! As Ho Jing finished speaking, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Initially, the trainees only knew these instructors were formidable, never imagining their backgrounds were so formidable. Sun Lei, Zhou Jin Kai, and Ning Shui were all renowned powerhouses listed on the War God Hall's rankings, each at least at the 8th tier. Ho Jing, moreover, was one of the War God Hall's deputy hall masters, having ascended to the 9th tier decades ago. The War God Hall was a power independent of the Imperial Guard, the military, major universities, and the Grey Clans. Founded by the Dragon Nation Sovereign, it answered only to the Dragon Nation Sovereign. Membership in the War God Hall cannot be applied for only those personally selected by the Sovereign receive an invitation. Even after all this time, the War Gods Hall has only about 100 members. Yet among these 100 members, the weakest possess at least 6th tier strength, with numerous 7th and 8th tier practitioners. The War God Hall's Hall Master stands among the absolute pinnacle of strength in the Dragon Nation. In an instant, the crowd shed their earlier casual demeanor and stood at attention. Ho Jing's stern gaze swept over the crowd, lingering on Lin Bei for 2 seconds before he spoke slowly. Only 23 days remain until the World Genius War begins. To conserve time and resources, those below the 3rd tier will be automatically eliminated. This announcement sent shockwaves through the crowd, instantly erupting into chaos. If those below the 3rd tier were to be automatically eliminated, why not just set the threshold during the initial tier selections? After passing layer upon layer of selection and finally reaching the training grounds, to be kicked out before training even began? Who could accept that? The 4 instructors also froze for a moment. They had deliberately lowered the standards during the tiered selections precisely to allow more participants into the training camp. This approach had 2 advantages. First, a larger pool increased the chance of discovering overlooked dark horses. Second, for those ineligible for the World Genius Tournament, training at the camp itself was an opportunity. Now, Ho Jingyi was demanding the immediate elimination of all participants below the 3rd tier. Naturally, tempers flared. Consider this, among these 3,500 participants, only 100 or 2 had reached the 3rd tier. Silence. Here, my rules are the rules. Ho Jingyi stepped forward, and an overwhelming pressure descended like a mountain, instantly silencing the once chaotic training ground. Just as everyone fell silent, Lin Bei spoke up. Chief Instructor, I believe my strength is no less than that of a 3rd tier martial artist. That's right. I'm a 2nd tier, 9th level S-grade talent, and I've still defeated 3rd tier martial artists. If you insist on eliminating those below tier 3, fine, but don't judge solely by cultivation level. It must be based on actual strength. Exactly. Let everyone prove themselves. If I lose, I'll accept it wholeheartedly. A large group of 2nd tier martial artists at the 8th and 9th ranks stepped forward. Chief Instructor, I understand you need to conserve time and resources, but eliminating all practitioners below tier 3 outright seems a bit rash, Sun Lei suggested quietly. Do you all feel the same? Ho Jing looked at the other 3 instructors. Zhou and the others nodded. Alright, then I'll give you a chance. Ho Jing listed 137 3rd tier contestants in order of their cultivation levels. Each candidate's age, talent, and cultivation level were clearly displayed. Ranked first was Xiao Linger, Stage 3, Level 4, with dual talents. Second was Lin Bufan, Stage 3, Tier 3, with SSS-grade talent and a unique physique. Third was Louis, 3rd tier, 3rd rank, dual talents. The top 3 were precisely the scions of the Dragon Nation's 3 most prestigious martial clans. The subsequent 134 names all displayed an age of 20. Defeat anyone on this list, and you earn the right to stay. Ho Jing fixed his gaze on Lin Bei after delivering this statement. Since soft tactics wouldn't work, he'd resort to force. By any means necessary, he must prevent Lin Bei from participating in this year's World Genius Battle. As Ho Jing's words fell silent, the venue fell into a deathly quiet. No one dared step forward to choose an opponent. The group that had been boasting earlier had only defeated ordinary 3rd tier practitioners. But the 3rd tier martial artists on the rankings? Each and every one was a peerless prodigy among their generation, true geniuses. Though their cultivation levels appeared equal, their actual strength differed vastly. Chief Instructor, I challenge Lin Yao. Lin Bei stepped forward from the crowd, his tone calm and confident. Accepted. A barely perceptible smile flickered in Ho Jing's eyes. He had feared Lin Bei might deliberately pick the lowest ranked soft target just to stay. But to his surprise, Lin Bei was this bold, specifically naming and challenging the 67th ranked Lin Yao. Lin Yao was only at the 3rd tier, 1st level, but he possessed the SSS tier innate talent divine speed, currently capable of bursting out at 10 times the speed of sound. If he could cultivate to the 9th tier, his peak speed would rival the speed of light. In terms of speed, no other prodigy in the training camp could match him. Lin Bei is acting on impulse. Yeah, with Lin Bei's strength, taking on the bottom-ranked few shouldn't be a problem. I suspect the chief instructor suddenly changed the rules specifically to target Lin Bei, wanting him to compete again next year. Giving him another year to mature might actually be beneficial. With his talent, he'd have a strong shot at winning next year. The 4 instructors murmured among themselves, none particularly optimistic about Lin Bei's abilities. Chapter 85 SSS Tier Speed. Life for Life. When Lin Bei declared his challenge to Lin Yao, the entire crowd of over 3,000 in the 4 realms was stunned. The prodigy meticulously cultivated by the Lin family was no mere pretender like Chen Shuang. Moreover, Lin Yao ranks 67th precisely because all those ranked 66th and above were all at the 3rd tier, 2nd stage. Otherwise, with his strength, breaking into the top 30 would be no problem. He's mad. Lin Bei must be out of his mind. Why challenge anyone else when he picks Lin Yao? Does he really think winning the 4 realms tournament makes him invincible? Stupid and arrogant. Brother Yao. Take him down. Show him your true power. Lin Yao kept his hands in his pockets, a smirk playing on his lips. He took a step forward and vanished from his spot in an instant. The next second, he appeared directly in front of Lin Bei. His blindingly fast short-range movement appeared to the naked eye as pure teleportation. SSS tier divine speed talent truly terrifying. Blazing fast. I doubt even my swift arrow could match that speed. Lin Bei murmured in mild surprise, yet remained utterly composed. Since this is a battle for qualification, we must give it our all. And when we give it our all, fists and feet have no eyes. You bear the consequences of life and death. Are you certain you wish to challenge me? Lin Yao held his head high, his arrogant gaze fixed on Lin Bei through narrowed eyes. Lin Bei had been about to say exactly that. He smiled. Of course. I accept the consequences. Everyone heard that. Life and death are your own responsibility. Lin Yao's smile vanished, replaced by a fierce glint of murderous intent in his eyes. Heaven offered you a path, yet you refused to walk it. Hell had no gate, yet you forced your way in. Since that's the case, I'll take your worthless life. Lin Yao suddenly lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed squarely at Lin Bei's chest. Speed is power. The faster the speed, the greater the force. This single punch possessed enough force to pierce through the body of an ordinary 3rd-tier martial artist. With the blessing of his divine speed talent, the onlookers didn't even notice Lin Yao had already struck. Lin Bei's naked eyes couldn't track the attack's trajectory either. He could only dodge in time by sensing the danger. The punch missed its mark, leaving Lin Yao momentarily stunned. He dodged? Ignite. Seizing the offensive pause, Lin Bei snapped his fingers, activating his elemental tyrant talent. Instantly, fire elements began to thicken within a 3-meter radius around Lin Bei. Once it reached a critical point, it would ignite spontaneously, forming a vast sea of flames. Lin Yao dared not charge headlong into the inferno, instead pulling back to create distance. Brother Lin, it seems this Lin Bei fellow was no ordinary opponent. He actually dodged Lin Yao's surprise punch. Louis walked over to Lin Bufan's side, smiling as he spoke. His danger perception realm surpasses mine. If Lin Yao doesn't give it his all, he might lose, Xiao Linger remarked. What? Among our generation, besides you, there's another freak who mastered danger perception. Wait, no. This guy isn't even our generation. He's 2 years younger than us. Louis' smile froze, his eyes widening like copper bells. MHM. Xiao Linger nodded with a smile, her rosy cheeks revealing 2 adorable dimples. No wonder he dared challenge Lin Yao. So he had the confidence after all. Louis was utterly shocked. To comprehend danger perception, one must first cultivate combat instincts to perfection. Among the 20-year-old prodigies of Dragon Nation, only Xiao Linger possessed such extraordinary talent, becoming the first to grasp danger perception. Others like Louis and Lin Yao were still stuck at the perfected stage of combat instinct, unable to take that crucial step forward. As for Lin Bufan, he had awakened the heavily eye physique, effectively granting him innate, perfected danger perception. His body might not keep up with his perception, Lin Bufan sneered, utterly confident in Lin Yao's strength. Lin Bei spread his hands, shrugged, and sneered, so this is SSS tier divine speed? Nothing to write home about. I really can't fathom how trash like you managed to rank 67th. Failing to finish Lin Bei off cleanly with a single punch earlier had already left him feeling humiliated. Now being publicly mocked by Lin Bei felt like a slap in the face. Lin Yao's face darkened as he tried to salvage his pride. That was just a test move. Now I'm getting serious. With that, Lin Yao began circling the sea of flames at breakneck speed. His extreme speed created a gravitational field. To the onlookers, it was merely a swirling streak of light that split the sea of flames in two. Immediately, Lin Yao drew a dagger from his storage bracelet and unleashed a full power strike with his 4th-grade martial skill, Whirlwind Stab. Lin Bei anticipated the strike, but Lin Yao's speed was too blinding. His body couldn't react fast enough.
His perception and physical response were out of sync. Yet this was precisely what Lin Bei wanted. Deliberately exposing a weakness versus the weakness itself clearly, the latter was far more deceptive. Die! Lin Yao thrust toward Lin Bei's chest. Clang! The sharp dagger sliced through his clothing, striking the insect armor beneath. Most of the force behind the strike was absorbed by the insect armor. The remaining force was easily neutralized by Lin Bei's physical constitution. 5th grade insect armor? Lin Yao's eyes widened in disbelief that Lin Bei could possess such valuable gear. Seizing the moment of his dazed reaction, Lin Bei grabbed his arm with lightning speed, grinning, "Gotcha." Lin Yao dismissed the threat, thinking, how strong could a mere second-tier, 8th rank be? He strained his right arm, trying to break free from Lin Bei's grip. But Lin Bei's 5 fingers felt like cast iron. No matter how hard he strained, he couldn't break free. 9th-tier Thunder Spear Technique. 9th tier. Lin Bei gripped the spear with one hand as savage thunder energy surged from its tip. 5th grade armor. You're not the only one with it. Lin Yao loosened his grip, switching to his left hand to grab the dagger and thrust it toward Lin Bei's throat. In close combat, a dagger held greater advantage than a spear. Moreover, he possessed the SSS tier talent Divine Swiftness, allowing him to strike so fast the human eye couldn't follow. Halt! At the critical moment, Chief Instructor Ho Jing immediately shouted to stop him. He only intended to make Lin Bei back down in the face of difficulty, never to see him die here. But by the time he intervened, it was already too late. The dagger pressed against Lin Bei's throat, its razor-sharp edge instantly slicing through flesh. A sharp swish echoed as the neck appeared unharmed at first glance, yet blood began seeping out the very next second. Just as everyone thought Lin Bei was doomed, the Godslayer Thunder Spear in his hand plunged toward Lin Yao's chest. Witnessing this, the crowd's minds simultaneously flashed back to the image of Qin Xuan being blown apart by that very spear. Yet Yi Bu Fan wore a faint smile. How could prodigies like them, specially cultivated by their clans, not possess a few life-saving treasures? Though the god-slaying Thunder Spear was formidable, and the ninefold Thunder Spear was formidable, neither could breach Lin Yao's defenses. Boom! The Godslayer Thunder Spear struck Lin Yao. The frenzied thunder instantly ripped apart his clothes, revealing the golden armor beneath. Top-tier grade 5 golden scaled armor. The crowd gasped in shock. Forged from the hardest scales of a dragon, the golden scale armor offered astonishing defense. Even if Lin Yao were only at the 8th tier of the 2nd stage, let alone the 8th tier of the 3rd stage or the 8th tier of the 4th stage, it still couldn't inflict fatal damage on him. The depth of a great clan's heritage was truly terrifying. Chapter 86, Lin Yao's Demise. Comprehensive training. Yet the scene that followed made every witness's eyes widen in disbelief. Lin Yao spat blood as he flew backward dozens of meters like a. His golden scale armor remained intact, yet blood foam continuously spurted from his mouth. Upon closer inspection, one could discern fragments of flesh and internal organs mingled within the blood-tinged foam. What a terrifying shot! The force penetrated his golden scale armor and shattered Lin Yao's internal organs. This Lin Bei is terrifying. If he enters the World Genius War in 2 years, he could probably crush all the world's prodigies with one hand. Yes, but it's a shame he was slashed across the throat by Lin Yao, leading to their mutual destruction. The crowd buzzed with discussion, their shock mingled with a hint of regret. Countless eyes shifted from Lin Yao's corpse to Lin Bei standing beside him. What they saw left them speechless. The gash on Lin Bei's neck, inflicted by the dagger, had healed completely and no one knew when it had happened. If that was the case, then it wasn't mutual destruction, it was Lin Bei, fighting above his rank, who had slain Lin Yao, one of the Lin family's twin stars. His strength was likely far greater than anyone had imagined. Not only were the Four Realms crowd stunned, but even several instructors, including Ho Jing, were taken aback. With their formidable strength and vast experience, they could see that beyond his elemental tyrant talent, Lin Bei must possess another restorative talent or a restorative alter ego. If this were true, Lin Bei would become a prodigy of rare global caliber, possessing either a triple talent or dual talent combination alongside an alternate body. But none of that matters now. The most important thing is to save Lin Yao's life. Every SSS tier prodigy is a key asset to the nation. Instructor Ningxue rushed forward, pried open Lin Yao's mouth, and forced down a vial of medicine to no effect. She forced down a second bottle, then a third. What's the situation? Is there any hope? Ho Jing asked gravely. Ningxue shook her head solemnly. His bones, meridians, and internal organs are all shattered. Even his blood partially vaporized from the force. If not for this golden scale armor protecting him, Lin Yao would have ended up like Chen Xuan, nothing but ashes. Whoa! Hearing Ningxue's words, the entire crowd sucked in a collective gasp. They had assumed Lin Yao had been blasted to death, never expecting he'd been shattered to pieces. The top-tier 5th grade golden scale armor merely preserved his corpse intact. What a bloody eye-opener. Ho Jing's face darkened, his brows knitting with fury. If Lin Bei had been slashed across the throat, he might still have a chance to survive with timely treatment. But Lin Bei's shot left Lin Yao absolutely no chance.
From the moment he specifically named Lin Yao as his challenger, he likely already harbored murderous intent. Killing Chen Xuan was one thing. Lin Bei had the backing of the Northern Frontier and the military department, so Wuhan University couldn't stir up much trouble. But Lin Yao was one of the Lin family's twin stars, an SSS tier prodigy. The Lin family had poured countless efforts into him. His death would render all that effort utterly wasted. Given the Lin family's style of operation, they would never let this rest. Moreover, given the Lin family's power and influence, the Northern Frontier and the military might not be able to protect Lin Bei. Fists and feet have no eyes. Life and death are your own responsibility. Of course, if anyone feels wronged and wishes to step forward to avenge Lin Yao, I, Lin Bei, will gladly accept the challenge. Lin Bei swung his Godslayer Thunder Spear in a flourish, his piercing gaze locking onto Lin Bu Fan amidst the crowd. Arrogant. Outrageously arrogant. Not content with just killing Lin Yao, he now dared to provoke Lin Bu Fan, a third-tier, third-rank cultivator. The crowd gasped, all staring at Lin Bei with disbelief. Yet Lin Bu Fan's face remained utterly still, not a trace of sorrow visible. It was as if the one who died wasn't his cousin, but merely a stranger. Lin Bei understood this all too well. In a prestigious clan like the Lin family, blood ties were the most dispensable thing. Strength was the ultimate measure of worth. Those without strength or potential were treated as trash and swept out the door. Parents could ruthlessly cast their own sons out to fend for themselves, how much more so between cousins? All they cared about was preserving the Lin family's reputation. TSK. Those who voted to expel Lin Bei from the clan must be kicking themselves now, right? Louis shot a gloating glance at Lin Bu Fan. The three top martial arts clans, the Xiao, Lin, and Lu families, had always maintained a superficial harmony beneath their underlying hostility. After all, the nation's resources were finite. If one family took more, another inevitably had to take less. Their conflicts were irreconcilable. Fortunately, with the state keeping a lid on things, the conflicts among the three families remained within manageable limits. However, witnessing the Lin family personally expel one prodigy and lose another was undoubtedly a welcome development for the Lu family. This world has many prodigies, but not every prodigy gets the chance to survive to the end, Lin Bu Fan declared, his expression unreadable. Everyone sensed the intense killing intent behind his words. Thus, the gaze directed at Lin Bei once again shifted to pity and regret. Offending the Lin family, one of the three most prestigious martial clans in the Dragon Nation, meant death was practically inevitable. Seeing Lin Bu Fan make no move, Lin Bei turned to Ho Jing. Chief Instructor, do I now have the qualifications to stay? Ho Jing nodded grimly, then swept his gaze across the remaining challengers. Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge the third tier? As the words fell, most took a step back. Yet some stepped forward. Apart from Lin Bei and a handful of others, most were already 20 years old. If they missed this year's World Genius Tournament, they would never get another chance. They had to take the gamble. Yet, within just over half an hour, all challengers below the third tier had been defeated. Most challengers fell in a single round, while a handful managed to endure over 10 rounds. Ordinary third-tier practitioners and third-tier prodigies were worlds apart. It was precisely their complete defeat that highlighted the terrifying strength of Lin Bei. As the remaining participants were teleported away, the vast training grounds were left with only 137 individuals. The rest is up to you, Ho Jingxin sighed wearily before departing. Though Lin Yao's killer was Lin Bei, as the camp's chief instructor, Ho Jing must bear responsibility for the death of an SSS-tier prodigy during training. Moreover, this was an immense loss for the Dragon Nation. The first round is comprehensive training, focusing on weaponry and martial arts. Over the next 7 days, we'll do our utmost to help you break through to the perfection realm. As Sun Lei finished speaking, Zhou Mi and the other two stepped forward in unison. Being selected as an instructor at the training camp required more than just combat prowess, it demanded comprehensive abilities. Take Sun Lei and his three colleagues as an example. After reaching the 8th tier of martial cultivation, their progress slowed significantly. Consequently, they channeled more energy into refining weapons and martial arts techniques. While ordinary martial artists might master only a few combat techniques and 1 or 2 weapons, each of them had cultivated various weapons to perfection and mastered at least 100 combat techniques. The higher one's cultivation level, the deeper their understanding of weapons and martial arts techniques, making cultivation easier. Mastering martial arts techniques below the 5th tier was as easy as eating and drinking for them. This, precisely, was the fundamental reason they could serve as instructors at the training grounds year after year. Chapter 87, Martial Skill Perfection. The kilometer-long target. Reporting, Instructor. I've perfected both my weapon and martial arts techniques. May I proceed directly to the next training phase? Lin Bei's words sent shockwaves through the room. All eyes immediately turned to Lin Bei, filled with skepticism. Reaching higher realms depends on talent and resources, while mastering weapons and martial arts hinges on insight and accumulated practice. High insight might allow one to grasp concepts faster than others, but to truly refine weapons and martial arts to perfection still demanded day after day of relentless dedication. Even prodigies of the highest caliber like Xiao Linger, Lin Bu Fan, and Louis, backed by vast family legacies, had never perfected both weaponry and martial arts. This proved there were no shortcuts on this path. Moreover, in the history of the training grounds, there has never been a prodigy who mastered both weaponry and martial arts to perfection simultaneously. There never has been, and there never will be. Not domestically, nor internationally. After all, everyone's energy is finite. Especially since Lin Bei is only 18 whole years younger than others, making it even more impossible for him. Of course, there was another possibility. Lin Bei had only trained in one martial art and one weapon. Sun Lei flipped through Lin Bei's records, his brow furrowing slightly as he questioned: Dragon Nation's foundational body tempering fist, 3rd grade top tier wind spirit spear technique, 4th grade top tier ninefold thunder spear technique, 4th grade top tier divine speed arrow, 5th grade intermediate wine thunder step. Are you certain you've mastered all of these to perfection? Yes. Lin Bei nodded. The 6th grade upper martial art, 10,000 swords converging to the ancestral lineage, had only just been acquired at the auction gala. Its absence from the records was perfectly understandable. Moreover, no one would believe a second-tier martial artist could independently master a 6th grade upper martial skill without guidance. Mastering all 5 martial arts techniques to perfection. Is bragging tax-free or something? Wind Thunder Step is a grade 5 intermediate martial art. Even with your god-tier comprehension, you could only reach the foundational level at best. Damn it! If Lin Bei really perfected all 5 martial arts techniques, I'll eat his. A chorus of skeptical voices erupted from the crowd. They had assumed Lin Bei had only cultivated one martial art, never expecting 5. 2 were top-tier 4th grade martial arts, and 1 was a mid-tier 5th grade martial art. He awakened his talent at 18, only then embarking on the martial path. In just 2 short months, he'd mastered 5 martial arts techniques to perfection? Impossible. Even if he devoted every single hour of the day to cultivation, even if there were 48 hours in a day and never ate, drank, slept, or relieved himself, it still wouldn't be possible. Sun Lei's brow furrowed deeper. He remained skeptical of Lin Bei's claim and said in a low voice, "Actions speak louder than words. Let's settle this in combat." Fine. Lin Bei gripped his spear in his left hand while unleashing his tempering fist with his right, striking towards Sun Lei. The fist's wind was fierce, its momentum thunderous. From the opening stance alone, one could tell Lin Bei had perfected this martial art. But quieting fist was merely a foundational martial art. Mastering it to perfection was no great feat. Continue. Sun Lei sidestepped the punch. Wind Spirit Spear Technique. Lin Bei thrust his spear forward, unleashing a dense web of spear shadows that pounced towards Sun Lei. Another perfect strike. Sun Lei was startled, retreating rapidly to evade. Ninefold Thunder Spear Technique. 9th tier. Lin Bei executed the Wind Thunder Step, leaving a spear-wielding phantom in his original position. Yet his true form had already circled behind Sun Lei. Fierce thunder erupted from the spear tip, crashing into Sun Lei's back. Seeing 2 Lin Beis appear on the battlefield, the spectators were all stunned. To the naked eye, it was impossible to tell which was the real one. Sun Lei, possessing danger perception, instantly sensed the figure behind him was the real one, and detected a trace of perilous aura. An esteemed 8th-tier martial artist actually sensed danger emanating from a mere 2nd-tier practitioner. If he told anyone, they wouldn't believe it. Yet it was the absolute truth. Sun Lei dared not take any chances. He executed a swift evasive maneuver to dodge the spear thrust while simultaneously creating distance between himself and Lin Bei. Lin Bei drew the dragon bone bow from his storage bracelet. His movements flowed seamlessly, drawing the bowstring, knocking an arrow, aiming, and releasing. Whoosh! Empowered by the bow's divine speed, the arrow streaked through the air at supersonic speed. The sonic boom reverberated as a fan-shaped airflow formed behind the arrowhead, leaving everyone stunned. That arrow's too fast. No time to dodge. Even Sun Lei, with his perfected realm of danger perception, couldn't evade this shot. In the narrowest of moments, he shifted his body to avoid the vital areas. A thud echoed as the arrow struck Sun Lei's left shoulder. His shoulder clothing ripped open, revealing the thick armor beneath. Sun Lei stared down at his left shoulder, his eyes filled with shock. You've even perfected the Wind Thunder Step? What kind of prodigy are you? Lin Bei's arrow actually hit Sun Lei? There's a full 6 major cultivation realms between them. Jomi exclaimed. While the Dragon Bone Bow and Divine Speed Arrow both enhance arrow velocity, Lin Bei's shot just now was clearly unnaturally fast. That kid's methods are too bizarre. Ning Shui also exclaimed. 5 martial arts techniques at the pinnacle. This transcends the realm of a martial prodigy. This is a martial demon. Xian Kai, who had remained silent until now, uttered his first exclamation. The instructor's murmurs were faint, yet they carried clearly to everyone's ears. Like a heavy bomb sinking to the lake bottom, then exploding with a boom, sending massive ripples across the surface. 18 years old, 5 martial arts techniques at the pinnacle of mastery. A 2nd-tier martial artist shooting down an 8th-tier martial artist with a single arrow. They recognized every single word. Yet when strung together into a single sentence, it felt utterly alien. And these 2 incredibly rare feats had manifested in the same person. Compared to Lin Bei, the aura of supreme prodigies surrounding Xiao Linger, Lin Bufan, and Louis seemed less dazzling. After all, they had enjoyed the finest resources, the best instruction, and the most exceptional talents since childhood, yet none had perfected every martial skill to its ultimate level. Instructor Sun, since we've cleared the martial arts hurdle, shouldn't we move on to weapons next? Lin Bei inquired. Sun Lei, still reeling from his earlier shock, was stunned again by Lin Bei's words. Your spear and archery skills are also perfected? Yes. Lin Bei nodded. Alright. Let's test your archery first. Sun Lei gave Jomi a meaningful glance. The latter immediately understood and ran to a spot a kilometer away to set up a target. Following the group's gaze, the distant target appeared as nothing more than a tiny black dot, impossible to discern its exact nature. Without careful observation, one might not even notice it was there. You get 10 shots. Hit the bullseye once from a kilometer away, and you pass the archery test. Sun Lei declared. Alright. Lin Bei drew his bow, aimed casually, and released an arrow. Then came the second arrow, the third. The crowd heard the whistling of arrows cutting through the air, followed by flashes of white light before their eyes. Soon, all 10 arrows had been fired. Everyone turned to look at the target. He'd already mastered 5 martial arts techniques to perfection. Could he possibly have perfected archery too? Impossible, right? The same doubt lingered in everyone's mind as they waited for Jomi to retrieve the target and reveal the answer. Chapter 88, Defeating Sun Lei. The Gravity Chamber. Moments later, Jomi returned, carrying the target and the 10 arrows. He planted the target in the open space and pointed to the single arrow hole right in the center. 10 shots, all hitting the bullseye in the exact same spot. Archery test passed. The moment he finished speaking, everyone present gasped in disbelief. The target lay over a kilometer away, appearing as nothing more than a tiny black dot to the naked eye. A moment's distraction could easily cause one to overlook its existence. Hitting the target at all was already impressive. 10 arrows, each striking the bullseye in the exact same spot. Was this even humanly possible? Consider this, even a highly trained sniper with an 8x scope couldn't guarantee 10 shots hitting the exact same spot. Beyond accuracy, Lin Bei's arrow velocity was terrifying. Even 8th-tier martial artists couldn't fully evade them. These 3rd-tier practitioners were practically sitting ducks. Among all the prodigies present, the only one who could evade them was SSS-tier speed god Lin Yao. Unfortunately, he had already been killed by Lin Bei. Xian Kai, Ning Shui, and Sun Lei exchanged glances, each seeing utter disbelief in the other's eyes. Though they were all masters of archery, none could guarantee hitting the bullseye 10 times in a row from a kilometer away. Instructor Sun, the final trial remains. Lin Bei sheathed his dragon bone bow and arrows, drawing forth the god-slaying thunder spear. Sun Lei drew a spear of his own and declared solemnly, no martial arts. We'll spar using the purest spear techniques. If you can last half an hour against me, you pass. Lin Bei twirled the godslayer thunder spear in a flourish, a smirk curling his lips. Not half an hour. 3 minutes will suffice. What do you mean? Sun Lei raised an eyebrow, baffled by the remark. 3 minutes. To defeat you. Lin Bei declared with confidence. Insolent. Sun Lei stepped forward, launching the first strike. The spear tip thrust straight for his lower body. Once Lin Bei dodged, he could capitalize on the momentum to unleash an even fiercer assault. His attacks were linked like a chain. He'd see who would fall first within 3 minutes. Yet the next moment left Sun Lei staring in disbelief, eyes wide. Lin Bei swiftly raised his spear, thrusting upward toward Sun Lei's throat, forcing him to retreat and dodge. He immediately closed the distance, unleashing a flurry of strikes that shattered Sun Lei's offensive rhythm. Amateurs see the spectacle. Experts see the technique. Strike later, yet arrive first. Use slowness to counter speed. This alone proved Lin Bei's spear skills were no less than Sun Lei's. But Sun Lei had trained in spear techniques for over 20 years. How long had Lin Bei been practicing? A month? Or 2 months? Even if he'd begun training in his mother's womb, he'd only have a little over 18 years under his belt. Jomi and the others racked their brains, utterly baffled. In the end, they could only describe it as monstrous talent. Damn kid. Sun Lei was forced back step by step, unable to even mount a counterattack. Before Lin Bei, he resembled a greenhorn novice just learning to wield a gun. Every move he made was effortlessly parried by Lin Bei, who seized the openings to counterattack. The relentless pressure and intense strain instantly sent Sun Lei's heart racing, sweat pouring from his forehead and back. He no longer dared to hope for defeating Lin Bei within 3 minutes. Merely surviving 3 minutes under Lin Bei's attacks would be a significant achievement. But the next second, the razor-sharp tip of the Godslayer Thunder Spear pressed against Sun Lei's throat. Lin Bei smiled faintly. Instructor Sun, you lose. Yeah, I lost. Sun Lei conceded, thoroughly convinced. Holy crap. Instructor Sun actually lost to Lin Bei. To be precise, Lin Bei defeated Instructor Sun within 3 minutes. Mastery of spear techniques. Mastery of archery. Mastery of 5 martial arts. I crown him the strongest prodigy in Dragon Nation. Where's the guy who just said he'd eat Lin Bei's? Come on out and take a few steps. The onlookers gasped in awe, their gaze toward Lin Bei completely transformed. No one dared to look down on Lin Bei just because he came from the north. On the contrary, they now held him in awe. Those lackeys who used to hang around the Lin family now dare not utter a single word of mockery toward Lin Bei. After all, Lin Bei had already killed both Chen Shuang and Lin Yao. With such formidable strength, finding an opportunity to eliminate them during future training would be as easy as crushing an ant. To say nothing else, with his skill of hitting the bullseye from a kilometer away, who could possibly evade him? Brother Lin, it seems Lin Bei's strength isn't inferior to either of us, Louis remarked with schadenfreude. Oomph. So what if he's mastered weapon techniques to perfection? A mere second tier, 8th rank won't turn the tables. Lin Buffon sneered contemptuously. With his own third tier, third level prowess, coupled with his SSS-grade talent decomposition and heavenly eye, killing Lin Bei wouldn't be a walk in the park, but it certainly wouldn't be too difficult either. Moreover, among the remaining 137 prodigies, many had deep connections to the Lin family. With their backing, Lin Bei would be as good as dead. At that moment, Sun Lei sheathed his spear and gripped Lin Bei's shoulder with one hand. Since you're exempt from the first round of comprehensive training, you'll be staying in the gravity chamber for the next few days. All right. Lin Bei inwardly rejoiced. The gravity chamber was also manufactured by Sains, commanding an exorbitant price. A standard gravity chamber cost over 100 million, with monthly maintenance fees reaching several million. Only powerful martial arts clans could afford such equipment, making it a symbol of status and prestige. A training camp like this, used for national talent selection, undoubtedly employed a top-of-the-line gravity chamber costing over $1 billion. Training in such a facility offered one distinct advantage: honing physical constitution. A formidable physical constitution grants superior strength, defense, speed, recovery, agility, and more. For martial artists who don't focus on physical cultivation, the importance of physique isn't apparent during regular combat. But when facing life or death situations, physical constitution becomes infinitely magnified. At the same cultivation level, whoever possesses superior physical constitution can endure longer on the battlefield, unleash more martial techniques, and significantly increase their chances of survival. The comprehensive training lasts 7 days. Lin Bei will be in the gravity chamber for 7 days. Awesome! According to the training camp's established rules, only those who excel in training are permitted to enter the gravity chamber. Isn't this breaking the rules? His weapons and martial arts are both at the grand perfection level. Isn't that outstanding? You're just jealous. While the crowd debated, Chief Instructor Ho Jing watched everything unfold on the training grounds from his office. Lin Bei's abilities in every aspect had surpassed his expectations. His only weakness was his low cultivation level. He was the sole second-tier martial artist among these 137 prodigies. If he could reach the third tier, fourth level like Xiao Linger, securing a top 10 spot in the World Genius Tournament would be a sure thing. Unfortunately, with only 20 days left until the World Genius Tournament, such a short time frame would allow him to break through at most 1 or 2 tiers. Moreover, while he was advancing, the other prodigies wouldn't stand still. Their cultivation levels would also rise. Ultimately, it all came down to Lin Bei's age. He was only 18. He clearly possesses the potential to claim victory, yet he insists on revealing his strength prematurely. Alas, Ho Jing sighed once more. Chapter 89, 5th Tier Physique. Ho Jing's shock. Amidst the envious gazes of the prodigies, Lin Bei followed Sun Lei into the gravity chamber. This was a vast chamber of black stone, its 6 walls fashioned from an unknown ore, each surface inlaid with golden filaments. The first impression was one of mystery and weight, like a slumbering ancient colossus. Merely standing at the entrance, one felt a sense of awe and reverence. The gravity chamber's initial gravity is twice that outside. Go in first and acclimate, Sun Lei advised. All right. Lin Bei nodded and stepped inside. The moment his toes crossed the threshold, a force of gravity descended from above. The sudden force nearly threw Lin Bei off balance, but he quickly regained his footing and stepped inside. Sun Lei handed Lin Bei the controller and advised, "This is the gravity chamber's controller. It can be adjusted up to 100 times the normal gravity. But remember, in cultivation, haste makes waste. Since you're just starting with the gravity chamber, it's best to take it slow." "Alright, thank you, Instructor Sun," Lin Bei replied, accepting the controller. "Now, practice on your own. Remember, always know your limits." Sun Lei repeated his warning before turning to leave. Lin Bei pressed and held the plus button on the controller. The numbers on the screen surged as the gravity instantly skyrocketed from 2-fold to 20-fold. Under the immense pressure, Lin Bei began to sweat, his breathing growing increasingly rapid. His body felt as if it were filled with lead, his movements growing sluggish. But this was nowhere near Lin Bei's limit. He continued to increase the gravity, surging from 20-fold to 50-fold. The instant the gravity conversion succeeded, it felt like a massive boulder had crashed down from the sky. Caught off guard, Lin Bei stumbled and nearly fell to the ground. After stabilizing himself with a deep breath, every blood vessel and meridian in Lin Bei's body swelled and expanded. His blood flow accelerated, his entire body burning hot and drenched in sweat. Under 50 times gravity, every step became an agonizing struggle, even breathing demanding immense effort. Exhausting. Unprecedented exhaustion. Lin Bei gritted his teeth and persevered. The longer he endured, the more pronounced the results would be. Ding! Host underwent 50-fold gravity training in the gravity chamber, achieving 10,000-fold critical gains. Physical constitution plus 1,000. After a staggering 1,000-point surge, his physical constitution now exceeded 4,000 points. This had already touched the threshold of a 4th-tier martial artist. What had felt suffocatingly exhausting before now felt much more manageable. Lin Bei retrieved the controller once more and increased the gravity by another tenfold. 60 times gravity instantly descended, its terrifying pressure nearly crushing the blood vessels within Lin Bei's body. At that moment, a powerful force erupted from within him, suddenly easing the pressure on his body. To his astonishment, Lin Bei discovered his cultivation had advanced from 2nd tier, 8th layer to 2nd tier, 9th layer. The gravity chamber truly lives up to its reputation. Lin Bei marveled inwardly, gritting his teeth to persevere. For the next several days, Lin Bei spent every waking moment in the gravity chamber, except for eating and sleeping. The Heaven's Reward for Diligence effect triggered several times, though its potency diminished with each subsequent activation. The first time it triggered, his physical constitution skyrocketed by 1,000 points. The last time it triggered, his physique only increased by 300. But then again, taking the same medication repeatedly would cause the body to develop resistance until it eventually became completely ineffective. The same principle applied to gravity chamber training, forcing Lin Bei to continually increase the gravity multiplier. By the 7th day, he finally pushed the multiplier to its 100-fold limit. Host, Lin Bei. Realm, Tier 3, Level 1. Military rank, Centurion. Talents, SSS rank Heaven Rewards Diligence, SSS rank Ancestor of all weapons, SSS rank Elemental Tyrant. Altered form, Undying Divine Phoenix. Weapons armor, 5th grade inferior God Slaying Thunder Spear, 5th grade inferior Dragon Bone Bow, 5th grade inferior Insect Armor. Martial Arts, Dragon Nation Foundational Tempering Fist Mastery, 3rd grade Top Tier Wind Spirit Spear Technique Mastery, 4th grade Top Tier Ninefold Thunder Spear Technique Mastery, 4th grade Top Tier Divine Swiftness Arrow Mastery, 5th grade Intermediate Wind Thunder Step Mastery, 6th grade Upper Tier 10,000 Swords Return to the Source Mastery. Abilities, Danger Sense Mastery. Immunities, All Attributes. Constitution, 5526. Gazing at his newly updated personal panel, Lin Bei felt his heart surge with excitement. After 7 days of training in the gravity chamber, his cultivation had advanced from 2nd tier, 8th layer to 3rd tier, 1st layer. He had consumed no spiritual elixirs and hadn't used the remaining 6th tier insect queen core. It was achieved with a mere 0.1% of his own effort and a whopping 99.9% of his cheat code. Cultivating martial arts under high-pressure conditions proved far more effective than regular practice. In just 7 days, he had perfected the 6th grade upper martial skill, 10,000 swords converging to the source. Now, both martial arts and weaponry had truly reached the grand perfection realm. However, the greatest improvement over these 7 days was in his physical constitution. It skyrocketed by over 2,000 points, reaching a staggering 5,526. To put it simply, Lin Bei's physical strength now rivals that of a 5th-tier powerhouse. He could now unleash the full power of the Godslayer Thunder Spear and effortlessly draw the enhanced Dragon Bone Bow with his bare hands. At full power, a single spear thrust or arrow could instantly slay any prodigy within the training grounds. Even if the remaining 136 trainees joined forces to ambush him, Lin Bei now faced no fear whatsoever. Lin Bei exited the gravity chamber and headed to the assembly area on the training grounds. Instructor Sun Lei was announcing the training results. Those who failed would be expelled. Some were tense to the extreme, while others wore expressions of utter ease. Meanwhile, Chief Instructor Ho Jing appeared in the gravity chamber. While inspecting the equipment, he also intended to observe Lin Bei's progress after 7 days of training. As he pulled up the gravity chamber's gravity logs, his weathered eyes widened in astonishment. A lengthy log scrolled from top to bottom, displaying recording dates on the left and gravity multipliers on the right. 2 times, 20 times, 50 times, 60 times. On the very first day, he had adapted to 60 times gravity. Ho Jing held his breath as he continued scrolling down, his heart pounding with each passing entry. When he reached the final entry showing 100x gravity, Ho Jing's hands trembled slightly as he operated the equipment. For top-tier powerhouses like Ho Jing and Sun Lei, 100x gravity was indeed nothing. But Lin Bei was only at the 2nd tier. 100-fold gravity could instantly crush his blood vessels and meridians, shatter his bones and organs. If all the readings showed 100x gravity, it must be a malfunction. Yet the current readings started at double gravity and culminated in 100-fold. Adapting to 100x gravity within 7 days. What kind of freak is this kid? Ho Jing couldn't help but recall the day Lin Bei had his throat slashed by Lin Yao, only to heal automatically. Combining these two incidents, it was clear that beyond possessing elemental tyrant and cultivation enhancement talents, Lin Bei must also have a physical body of a different type. Dual talents coupled with an alternate physique, a phenomenon unseen anywhere in the world. Moreover, with a prodigy like Lin Bei in the Dragon Nation, the loss of Lin Yao hardly seemed significant. He alone was worth more than half the prodigies in the training grounds. Should the Lin family ever turn against Lin Bei over Lin Yao's death, Ho Jing would do whatever it took to shield him. It's not about sides or right and wrong, it's because Lin Bei's survival is vital to the Dragon Nation. Chapter 90, Shadow Tower. Shadow Warrior. Seeking gold tickets. At that moment, Sun Lei announced the results of the comprehensive training. 16 prodigies had been eliminated. The remaining 121 were led before a 9-story tower. This tower, known as the Shadow Tower, was also manufactured by Sains. Standing approximately 30 meters tall, its core structure was forged from Sains metal, endowed with formidable defensive capabilities and self-repairing properties. Each floor within the tower formed an independent virtual world. Whenever a martial artist entered, the Shadow Tower would replicate an exact duplicate of them, a Shadow Warrior. The Shadow Warrior perfectly replicates the warrior's innate talents, weapons, martial arts techniques, cultivation level, and combat habits. The Shadow Tower has 9 levels. Only the Shadow Warrior on the first level matches the martial artist's strength. With each subsequent level ascended, the Shadow Warrior's overall strength increases by 10%, reaching a maximum of 80%. Sun Lei pointed to the tower behind him and stated bluntly, "This is the Shadow Tower. Clear the first 3 floors within 7 days to pass." Lin Bei seized the moment to ask, "Instructor Sun, is there a reward for clearing all 9 floors of the Shadow Tower?" "Clear all 9 floors? You've got some nerve. 30 years ago, the World Genius Tournament champion only made it to the 8th floor. Do you think you're stronger than the champion? Lin Bei, your strength is undeniable, but conquering the Shadow Tower? That's simply impossible. Reaching the 6th or 7th floor already marks you as a prodigy among prodigies. Reaching the 8th floor? That's the level of a World Genius Tournament champion seed." The crowd chimed in, mocking Lin Bei's naivety. It made sense. In that barren, frigid wasteland of the north, how much advanced technology could there possibly be? It made sense he hadn't heard of the Shadow Tower's power. Sun Lei froze upon hearing this remark. He'd never imagined anyone among these prodigies could clear the Shadow Tower. He replied, "Rumor has it that clearing all 9 floors unlocks a hidden Easter egg from Sains. What exactly it contains, however, remains unknown." Sains' secret? That sounds intriguing. Lin Bei strode into the Shadow Tower, vanishing from everyone's sight. One by one, the others followed suit. "How many floors do you think Lin Bei can reach?" Sun Lei asked the other 3 instructors. 6th floor. The 3 instructors exchanged glances and answered in unison. Lin Bei's weapons and martial arts were at the pinnacle of perfection, granting him a massive advantage against other opponents. Yet within the Shadow Tower, this advantage would vanish entirely. Because the Shadow Warriors could replicate every ounce of Lin Bei's power 1-to-1, including his weapon and martial arts at the pinnacle of mastery. "I reckon at least the 7th floor, with a 50% chance of reaching the 8th. Chief Instructor Ho Jing approached from afar, his tone unwavering as he spoke. At these words, all 4 instructors were stunned. What undisclosed capabilities did Lin Bei possess that could inspire such unwavering confidence from the Chief Instructor? A 50% chance of reaching the 8th layer. That would rival the champion of the World Genius War from 30 years ago. No! That champion predecessor was already 20 years old back then, while Lin Bei is only 18 now. Strictly speaking, Lin Bei is stronger than that champion predecessor." At the same time, Lin Bei entered the virtual world of the Shadow Tower's first layer. Before him stood a Shadow Warrior. Lin Bei drew the Godslayer Thunder Spear, and a Godslayer Thunder Spear materialized in the Shadow Warrior's hand as well. Lin Bei moved to the left, and the Shadow Warrior moved to the left as well. "Can you replicate everything? Then try this move. Wind Spirit Spear Technique." A flash of icy light struck first. Then the spear shot forth like a dragon. A sky full of spear shadows stabbed toward the Shadow Warrior. Almost simultaneously, the Shadow Warrior executed the Wind Spirit Spear technique at its pinnacle with identical posture. Empowered by the Godslayer Thunder Spear, this martial techniques might match Lin Bei's in every way. Ninefold Thunder Spear Technique. 9th tier. After the attacks cancelled each other out, Lin Bei pressed forward instead of retreating. Crackling. Lightning erupted, surging like a thunder dragon toward the Shadow Warrior. The Shadow Warrior countered with the ninefold Thunder Spear technique, executed with perfect mastery in the same stance. The 2 Godslayer Thunder Spears collided, unleashing terrifying thunderous energy that swept across the battlefield, sending ripples of blue lightning shockwaves outward. Ignite! Lin Bei unleashed his elemental tyrant talent, engulfing the Shadow Warrior in a sea of flames. Yet in the next instant, the Shadow Warrior replicated the elemental tyrant talent, transforming all the fire elements around him into water elements. Then, using the same method, he unleashed a sea of flames around Lin Bei. Witnessing this scene, Lin Bei was stunned. Weapons, martial arts, talents, everything was replicated 1-to-1. It seemed even his danger perception had been copied. Under these circumstances, even if he unleashed 10,000 swords returned to the source, the Shadow Warrior would surely block it with the same martial art. To break this stalemate, the only solution was to find the Shadow Warrior's weakness. Or rather, to uncover his own weaknesses through combat. Lin Bei suddenly understood, finally grasping the true purpose of the Shadow Tower's combat training. Training with instructors or peers of equal skill level builds combat experience. But sparring with oneself is the only way to truly see the weaknesses one has overlooked. Once these weaknesses are identified and addressed, one's strength is bound to reach a new level. Having grasped this truth, Lin Bei no longer rushed to advance. Instead, he began to relish the battles against the Shadow Warriors. Time flew by, and the day ended swiftly. 121 prodigies emerged from the Shadow Tower, their training progress displayed in real time on the instructor's tablets. Top prodigies like Xiaolinger, Lin Bei, and Louis advanced 3 floors in a single day. Most of the others had cleared the first stage. Only a handful, just over a dozen, were stuck on the first level. And among that handful of individuals was none other than Lin Bei. Sun Lei glanced at the information displayed on the tablet, then looked at the chief instructor Ho Jing beside him. He opened his mouth to speak but swallowed his words. Ho Jing was equally perplexed. The first level isn't difficult. You just need to find the weakness and defeat it. Lin Bei's observational skills couldn't possibly be that poor, could they? Lin Bei also saw the tablet's display and seized the chance to taunt Lin Bei. Someone here was boasting about conquering the Shadow Tower, yet after a whole day, they haven't even cleared the first layer. Don't you feel utterly humiliated? His words sent ripples through the crowd. Everyone knew the someone Lin Bei referred to was none other than Lin Bei. No way! With Lin Bei's strength, he couldn't even clear the first floor? How did he master weapons and martial arts to perfection with such poor observational skills? If he's struggling this much on the first floor, I doubt he'll clear the top 3 floors within 7 days. Skeptical glances shot his way from all sides. Having witnessed Lin Bei's prowess earlier, they instinctively placed him among the elite tier of prodigies, on par with Xiaolinger and others. Not to mention clearing 3 layers in a single day, you should at least clear 2. Now look at him, he couldn't even clear the simplest first layer. The vast disparity in strength instantly cast doubt on his abilities among the crowd. Sharpening the axe doesn't delay the woodcutting. Clearing the first layer too early might not be such a good thing, Lin Bei remarked nonchalantly before heading back to his dorm to rest. Chapter 91, Ho Jing's Night Visit. Speedrun the Shadow Tower. If you can't do it, you can't do it. Why make excuses? Lin Bei shouted mockingly at his retreating figure. Lin Bei failing the first floor is indeed unexpected, Louis remarked. Exactly. If he wastes too much time in the early floors, he won't have enough time to push through the more difficult later floors, Xiaolinger added. Judging by the Shadow Tower combat records from previous years at the training camp, those who couldn't clear the first level on the first day were highly likely to be eliminated. Even if they lucked out and avoided elimination, they'd never reach the upper levels of the Shadow Tower. At best, they'd reach the 4th level. And the 4th level? That's merely the standard for ordinary prodigies. Take the prodigies specially cultivated by the major martial arts clans, which one of them hasn't reached the 6th or 7th floor? Over the next few days, everyone else was desperately pushing through the levels. Only Lin Bei remained stuck on the first floor. As time passed, the voices of mockery and doubt grew louder. Even Ho Jing, who had initially believed Lin Bei could reach the 8th layer, began to doubt his original judgment. Xiao Sun, could the equipment be malfunctioning? With Lin Bei's strength, it's impossible for him to be stuck on the first layer for 4 days straight, Ho Jing inquired. Chief Instructor, the 4 of us have all checked the equipment, nothing's wrong. Plus, I personally asked Lin Bei last night, and he confirmed he's still stuck on the first level. Sun Lei replied. Ho Jing was utterly baffled. What the hell is this kid playing at? No idea. Maybe his observational skills are too weak, he genuinely hasn't identified his own weaknesses. Sun Lei mused. 2 more days passed, leaving only the final day before the Shadow Tower combat training concluded. Xiaolinger charged ahead to the 6th level, while Lin Bei, Louis, and over a dozen other top prodigies reached the 5th level. Most others had cleared the first 3 levels. Only Lin Bei remained stuck on the first level. Ho Jing could no longer contain his doubts. That very night, he stormed into Lin Bei's dormitory. Lin Bei was startled to see Ho Jing. Chief Instructor, why are you here? I want to know why you've been stuck on the first level for 6 days. Is it because you genuinely can't progress, or do you have some other agenda? Ho Jing asked bluntly. The Shadow Warriors on the first level match your own strength, making them ideal for uncovering your weaknesses. But with each ascending level, the Shadow Warrior's strength increases by 10%. Under such immense pressure, it becomes counterproductive to uncover weaknesses. Instead, it forces fighters to unleash their latent power just to pass. If you're breaking through by brute force, what's the point of the Shadow Tower's practical combat training? Wouldn't it be more straightforward to just arrange a few powerful opponents? Lin Bei's counter-question instantly left Ho Jing speechless. The true purpose of the Shadow Tower combat training was indeed to allow these prodigies to discover their weaknesses through shadow fighters, thereby enhancing their strength. Yet the higher the tier 1 ascends, the greater their perceived strength and the greater the honor. Generations of prodigies took pride in their tier achievements, and even the instructors tacitly acknowledged that those who reached higher tiers possessed greater potential. For decades, Lin Bei was the only one who had truly taken the time to properly utilize the Shadow Tower. Moreover, Ho Jing detected absolute confidence in Lin Bei's tone, prompting him to ask, "So, are you confident you can clear 3 floors tomorrow? 3 layers?" "My goal is to conquer the Shadow Tower," Lin Bei declared with unwavering certainty, a confident smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Through 6 consecutive days of combat, Lin Bei had thoroughly identified all his weaknesses. Without relying on his innate talent, he could still conquer the first 6 floors. If he activated his talents, speedrunning the Shadow Tower would be a piece of cake. Because Shadow Warriors could only replicate active-type talents like Elemental Tyrant, they couldn't replicate Heaven's Reward for Diligence or Ancestor of all weapons. Heaven Rewards Diligence offered limited combat utility, but Ancestor of all weapons possessed an advanced talent. When wielding the Godslayer Thunder Spear, it gains armor-piercing effects. Using the Dragon Bone Bow increases arrow speed by 200% and accuracy by 100%. Using Flying Swords increases power by 1% for each additional sword deployed. The Shadow Assassin cannot replicate any of these 3 effects. Lin Bei discovered this glitch by accident while using the Dragon Bone Bow. "Alright. I'll be waiting for your good news tomorrow." Satisfied with the confirmation, Ho Jing departed contentedly. Killing Chen Shuang, killing Lin Yao, skipping the comprehensive training, and adapting to 100x gravity in the gravity chamber. Lin Bei's strength had already surpassed expectations. He no longer opposed Lin Bei participating in the World Genius Tournament as strongly as before. Instead, he felt Lin Bei should compete first to gain experience. Gaining experience would give him a better shot at winning next year. As for the risk of premature exposure drawing the attention of international intelligence agencies, that was indeed a troublesome issue. But with the military and the War God's Temple's capabilities, if they truly resolved to protect Lin Bei, other nations wouldn't find any openings to exploit. The next morning, as the whistle blew, 121 prodigies appeared in perfect formation on the training grounds. The gaze they directed at Lin Bei no longer held the awe present when he had slain Lin Yao. Instead, it was filled with contempt. Lin Bei had wasted 6 days on the first layer. Even if he lucked out and passed it today, what about the second and third layers? At this pace, it would take at least another month. Yet the qualifying standard for the Shadow Tower's combat training was clearing the first 3 layers within 7 days. Today, Lin Bei was destined to be eliminated. "I was actually looking forward to sparring with you during the Beast Island combat training, but it seems you won't even make it to the 3rd round now." Lin Bufan's lips curled upward in a smug, gloating smile. Lin Bei, neither annoyed nor angry, countered, "How many layers have you passed?" "I've cleared 6 layers and am currently pushing through the 7th, Lin Bufan declared, standing tall with his head held high in pride. "Only 6? Not that impressive," Lin Bei scoffed dismissively. "Only 6? Lin Bufan retorted. "Out of the 121 prodigies at the training ground, only 9 have passed the first 6 layers. Every single one of them is a renowned top prodigy of Dragon Nation. A useless piece of trash like you, stuck on the first layer for 6 whole days, can only spout hot air here." Lin Bufan snorted in disdain. Lin Bei grinned defiantly. "Care to take a bet? What's there to be afraid of? What's the wager?" Lin Bufan asked. "Bet on whether I can clear all 9 levels of the Shadow Tower today. If I win, you kneel before everyone in the camp and kowtow to me 3 times. If I lose, you do the opposite," Lin Bei declared. "Ha! I'll take that bet," Lin Bufan declared with brimming confidence. Since moving from the Shadow Tower to the training camp, the highest record was only 7 consecutive days clearing 8 levels. And that person went on to win the World Genius Tournament. And now Lin Bei, a useless loser who'd been stuck on the first floor for 6 days, dared to dream of speed clearing all 9 floors in a single day? This was reality, not a dream. Even in a dream, not everything could be controlled by one's will. Sun Lei and the other 3 turned to Ho Jing, eager to see his reaction. But Ho Jing remained utterly calm, not the detached calm of a bystander watching a fire across the river, but the calm born of absolute confidence in Lin Bei's strength. What the hell happened last night? Just days ago, Ho Jing had been pacing like a caged animal, yet after a single night apart, his attitude had done a complete 180? Clearing the Shadow Tower in a single day? Impossible. Xiao Linger had passed the 7th level herself. No one understood the tower's difficulty better than she did. Exactly. While Lin Bei is unmatched in martial arts and weaponry, his other skills are too weak. He won't go far. Once he's kicked out of the training grounds, he'll be in a different world from us. Louis had previously seen great potential in Lin Bei and considered recruiting him under the Lu family's banner. Even if he couldn't bring Lin Bei into the Lu family's fold, forming a friendship first would still be beneficial. Now, it seemed unnecessary. Chapter 92, the entire arena stunned. Sane's tickets. Under the scornful, skeptical gazes of the crowd, Lin Bei strode into the Shadow Tower. Facing the Shadow Warrior once more, he dispatched it with a single shot. His movements were crisp and decisive, without a hint of hesitation. Upon reaching the 2nd level, the Shadow Warrior's power increased by 10%, yet he was still dispatched with a single shot. Then the 3rd floor, the 4th floor. Outside the shadow tower, Sun Lei stared at the information displayed on his tablet, his eyes wide as copper bells. This guy, how could he climb the levels so fast? He's already on the 4th floor. No! He's reached the 5th floor. His words exploded like a super bomb among the crowd. Those preparing to enter the shadow tower halted in their tracks, crowding around Sun Lei to stare at the tablet's display, their minds reeling in utter shock. From entering the shadow tower at Lin Bei to now has taken no more than a minute and a half. Even walking at a leisurely pace, traversing from the 1st floor to the 5th floor would take over a minute. This means every shadow warrior on each floor was instantly killed by Lin Bei without wasting a single second. This is utterly unbelievable. These are shadow warriors capable of perfectly replicating talents, martial arts, weapons, and combat habits. Even those of equal strength are already extremely troublesome opponents. After increasing one's strength by several dozen %, combat becomes even more taxing. It felt like a mountain crushing down on you, leaving you gasping for breath. Lin Bei is clever. He continuously sparred with the shadow warriors on the 1st level, relentlessly uncovering his own weaknesses. Then, he charged through the level in one go. That approach will be far easier than our premature attempts to rush through, Xiao Linger remarked. Beneath her adorable exterior lay a sharp mind. While others marveled at Lin Bei's blistering pace through the layers, only she understood why he advanced so swiftly. However, defeating the shadow warrior by exploiting weaknesses only worked in the early layers. To conquer floors beyond the 5th, one must unleash power beyond their inherent potential. She could only make it to the 7th floor. The shadow warrior on the 8th floor was far too powerful in every aspect. Even using every trick in her arsenal, she couldn't last half an hour against it. 2 minutes, already on the 6th floor. Louis silently calculated the time in her mind. The shadow warrior on the 6th floor had its strength boosted by 50%. Both he and Lin Bufan took 2.5 days to endure this floor. Even if Lin Bufan uncovered every last weakness within himself, clearing this floor would be no easy feat. Sure enough, it stopped. Lin Bufan sneered contemptuously as he watched the information on Sun Lei's tablet cease updating. 7th floor. Less than a minute. Louis was utterly shocked, his heart pounding wildly for a long time afterward. Damn it! Lin Bufan clenched his fists, his face contorted with fury. Chen Shuang's death had already cost the Lin family face. Lin Yao's death had shattered the Lin family's authority. Now, in the Shadow Tower combat training, they'd been crushed by Lin Bei. All the pent-up frustration erupted in that moment. Chief Instructor, 7 floors in 3 minutes. Unprecedented in history. Sun Lei stared at Ho Jing with excitement. Ho Jing smiled faintly. His goal is 9 floors. Let's wait and see. 8th floor. 8th floor. Just one more floor to clear the Shadow Tower. Someone in the crowd shouted excitedly. Everyone held their breath in tense anticipation. In all previous training sessions, the highest achievement within 7 days was clearing the 8th floor. Could today witness history? 3 minutes later, the Shadow Tower flashed with light as Lin Bei emerged, smiling. Total time, 9 minutes and 27 seconds. A speedrun of the Shadow Tower. Upon defeating the 9th floor Shadow Warrior, he even uncovered a hidden bonus ticket to enter the city of Sains. The value of this ticket rivals that of a 9th-tier martial art manual. Sains possess the world's most advanced technology, and nations long to send representatives to learn its secrets. However, Sains City stands isolated offshore, never opening its doors to outsiders. To reach the city, one must first traverse 10,000 miles of ocean. In the open sea, colossal sea beasts reign supreme. Even 9th-tier martial artists cannot guarantee a safe crossing. Even if one luckily reaches Sains City, they would be blocked by the energy shield surrounding the city. This energy barrier can withstand attacks from 9th-tier sea beasts. Without Sains' permission, no one can breach it. Thus, throughout history, only one method has existed to enter Sains, receiving an invitation from Sains. Tickets, in a sense, are a form of invitation. In truth, Sains has been researching the integration of martial arts and technology for years. Such experiments demand vast numbers of elite martial artists and immense resources to sustain them. Countries with resources and talent have offered all sorts of generous conditions, scrambling desperately to get their people into Sains. However, Sains never considers candidates recommended by nations. They employ a unique algorithm to select the most suitable martial artists, then extend invitations. Among those invited, some choose to remain at Sains. Those who choose to leave also gain immense benefits from Sains. Take the simplest example, the Qilin mechanical arm auctioned at the Jiangcheng Martial Arts Chamber's grand event. Its market price was around 5 million. Yet within Sains City, it could be acquired for merely 500,000 credits. And that's just for ordinary items. The profits from purchasing high-tech weapons are beyond imagination. Beyond profits, the real prize lies in technology. Countries are bending over backwards to send people to Sains. They're essentially trying to steal advanced technology. Those invited to Sains gain the opportunity to learn these technologies. If they're lucky enough to master a few cutting-edge technologies, their nation's strength could skyrocket. About 20 years ago, Sakura Nation was still a small island country surrounded by the sea, constantly threatened by the destruction of oceanic behemoths. But when a brilliant Japanese scholar was invited to Sains and secretly learned several cutting-edge technologies there, Japan's national strength instantly surged several levels. Armed with cutting-edge weaponry, all the sea monsters in its coastal waters were eradicated, permanently averting the nation's extinction crisis. Not only that, but these advanced technologies also granted Sakura significant influence on the international stage. Nations seeking to purchase these cutting-edge weapons for border defense now had to bow to the Cherry Blossom Nation's will. Unfortunately, the Dragon Nation and Sakura Nation were sworn enemies. No matter how high the price offered, the Dragon Nation refused to sell. Worse still, the land of cherry blossoms deliberately drove large numbers of these marine behemoths toward the Dragon Nation's coastal waters, placing immense pressure on its maritime defenses. At this moment, Sun Lei stared at Lin Bei before him, then glanced at the tablet in his hand, his voice trembling. Level 9. He passed them all. To witness a prodigy like Lin Bei in my lifetime makes my existence worthwhile. Ho Jing beamed with satisfaction. His gaze then fixed on Lin Bufan within the crowd, his expression darkening. Given Lin Bei's temperament, he would never submit and return to the Lin family. Given that, the Lin family would certainly not let him off the hook. The Lin family was one of the 3 most prestigious martial clans in the Dragon Nation, boasting immense power and extensive connections. Yet the War God Hall's foundations were no less formidable. It was a pity Lin Bei's strength was too weak to catch the Dragon Nation's ruler's attention. Otherwise, Ho Jing would have insisted on recommending Lin Bei to the War God Hall. The Shadow Tower's been around for decades, right? This is the first time anyone's cleared all 9 floors. We're all witnessing history. Lin Bei's most incredible feat is clearing all 9 floors in under 10 minutes. Indeed. Not just in our Dragon Nation, but across the entire world no prodigy could speedrun the Shadow Tower in under 10 minutes. A chorus of astonished gasps rippled through the crowd. Every gaze fixed on Lin Bei now carried renewed reverence, even a hint of adoration. Chapter 93, Lin Bufan bows. Will he return? Those still standing here were the elite among the elite of Dragon Nation. Pick any one of them at random, and they'd be renowned across their homeland. Yet even these elite among elites now felt like worthless trash in a garbage heap. It had taken them 6 days just to clear the 3rd, 4th, and 5th layers. Lin Bei, however, conquered 9 layers in 10 minutes. Even top prodigies like Xiao Linger, Lin Bufan, and Louis pale in comparison to Lin Bei. If prodigies were ranked by tier, Lin Bei would stand alone in his own class. 30 years ago, the one who cleared the 8th floor of the Shadow Tower won the World Genius Tournament Championship. Now that Lin Bei has cleared the 9th floor, doesn't he also have a shot at the championship? Brother Lin Bei, I recall you just made a bet with young Master Lin, right? What was the wager again? Louis scratched his head, feigning deep thought before declaring, alright, the loser has to kneel and kowtow 3 times. Creak. Creak. Lin Bufan clenched his fists so tightly his teeth ground together, grinding so hard they seemed ready to shatter and fly out. He had always believed no one his age could surpass him. Xiao Linger, Louis, and the others were only worthy of being his equals. And now, Lin Bei 2 years his junior had crushed his self-important pride with overwhelming dominance. Young Master Lin, everyone's watching. You wouldn't go back on your word, would you? For the esteemed young master of the Lin family to break his word, if word gets out, it'll tarnish the Lin family's reputation. Louis' smug, contemptuous expression filled Lin Bufan with rage. Refusing to kneel would tarnish the Lin family's reputation. But kneeling would still tarnish the Lin family's reputation. Lin Bufan stood rooted to the spot, feeling every pair of eyes fixed on him. The awkwardness was so intense he wished he could turn back time. It was just a few playful remarks. Why take it so seriously? Do me a favor and let it go. Instructor Jomi stepped forward as a peacemaker, speaking up to ease the tension. Instructor Zhou, I can give you any other kind of face. But this favor, I cannot grant. Lin Bei's expression turned stern as he declared with unwavering resolve, you win, you lose. Even if Lin Xiangying himself showed up today, he'd still have to kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times. Whoa! The words sent shockwaves through the crowd. To dare disobey the instructor's orders was truly unheard of. Lin Xiangying was not only the current head of the Lin family but also one of the strongest fighters in the entire Dragon Nation. He was also Lin Bei's biological father. Zhoumi's face darkened, and he tried to speak again, but Ho Jing silenced him with a stern glance. The 3 top martial arts clans Xiao, Lin, and Lu leveraged their deep-rooted foundations to constantly absorb talent from across the nation, monopolizing vast resources. It's incredibly difficult for those below to rise up, which is precisely why so many people bend over backwards to seek admission into these great families. If it were merely about expanding family influence, that might not be too excessive. But these clans have begun meddling in Longhua's domestic affairs, weaving intricate connections with the 12 elders of the Round Table. Were it not for the Dragon Nation's sovereign possessing foresight firmly holding the General's Department and the Imperial Guard Bureau in hand and establishing the War Gods Hall, the Dragon Nation would likely have been hollowed out by these clans long ago. So what if I have to kneel and kowtow 3 times? I, Lin Bufan, can take the loss. Gritting his teeth, Lin Bufan bent his knees and knelt on the ground, his hands braced against the floor as he banged his head 3 times in quick succession. With each strike, his features twisted further into a hideous grimace. By the third, his features were so contorted they were unrecognizable. At that moment, his heart held no resentment, no rage, no embarrassment or shame, only boundless, endless killing intent. Throughout his life, few had dared to cross him, but there were a handful. But never before had he desired to kill someone with such unwavering resolve. Not only would he kill Lin Bei, but he would slaughter everyone connected to him. If you refuse to accept this, you may challenge me to a life or death duel. Sensing the intense killing intent, Lin Bei stated his challenge directly. Oomph. Lin Bufan snorted coldly, refusing to engage and striding straight into the Shadow Tower. Lin Bei's ability to speedrun the Shadow Tower's 9th floor proved his strength far exceeded appearances. He likely held many hidden trump cards. A one-on-one fight might offer a chance of victory, but it also carried risks. Even a 1% risk wasn't worth gambling his life on. Besides, the Beast Island trials were still ahead. He could team up with other prodigies to devise a plan with a 100% chance of eliminating Lin Bei. Is young Master Lin scared? He doesn't even dare to issue a life or death challenge. Clearing the Shadow Tower in under 10 minutes? Who wouldn't be afraid? If I were young Master Lin, I wouldn't dare either. Even young Master Lin is scared. That leaves only the Xiao family's eldest daughter as the one who can hold her own against Lin Bei at the training ground. Exactly. The thing is, Lin Bei is only 18. If he were 20, how absurdly powerful would he be? The crowd murmured in astonishment as they filed into the Shadow Tower one by one. Moments later, only Lin Bei and the 5 instructors remained outside. Ho Jing laughed heartily, patting Lin Bei's shoulder with satisfaction. Impressive. I misjudged you back then. To have even considered making you withdraw from this year's World Genius Tournament. Chief Instructor, with my current strength, do I have a chance at winning? Lin Bei asked. Making the top 10 is definitely within reach. But winning the championship? Ho Jing pursed his lips and shook his head. Among the billions worldwide, a few prodigies inevitably emerge each year. Dragon Nation produced Lin Bei, but other nations might just as easily produce Zhang Bei or Liu Bei. The previous World Genius Tournament champion possessed dual SSS tier talents and reached the 7th tier of the 3rd stage by age 20. Lin Bei possessed dual talents and a unique physique, making him no less gifted. But his cultivation level was the critical flaw. Ultimately, he was simply too young, lacking a full 2 years of experience compared to others. Still, if he can break into the top 10 this year, he'll have a strong chance to claim the championship next year. Enough of that. Come with me, I need to ask you something. Ho Jing beckoned, motioning for Lin Bei to follow. All right. Lin Bei nodded and followed Ho Jing into the office. After closing the door and windows, Ho Jing retrieved a can of cola from his storage bracelet. He opened it, poured it into a cup, and added several ice cubes. I know you like cola. I went out of my way to buy this for you after leaving the training camp. Here, have some. What's up? Lin Bei asked bluntly. A sly, fox-like grin spread across Ho Jing's weathered face. You cleared the 9th floor of the Shadow Tower. You must have gotten the Sane's Easter egg, right? Lin Bei remained silent, neither confirming nor denying. Ho Jing leaned closer and pressed, is it a ticket to Sane's? Lin Bei remained silent. Seeing through Lin Bei's hesitation, Ho Jing slung an arm around his shoulder. Rest assured. The moment you obtained that ticket, it became bound to you. No one else can enter Sane's with it. Lin Bei recalled the moment he obtained the ticket. Some sort of binding had indeed occurred. He finally admitted, Chief Instructor, I did indeed obtain a ticket to Sane's. I was right all along. Sane's sudden generosity in selling cutting-edge equipment to nations over the past few decades was all about screening each country's prodigies for admission. Ho Jing shifted his tone abruptly, his smile vanishing as he asked sternly, you won't just disappear after going to Sane's, will you? Chapter 94, Ho Jing's Decision. Battle Royale Mode. No. Lin Bei answered with unwavering certainty, his words coming straight from the heart. No matter how great Sane's is, it can't compare to the peerless military god system. Military ranks, from lowest to highest, were corporal, sergeant, centurion, captain, marquis, duke, prince, and military god. Currently only a centurion, with 5 more ranks ahead, meaning at least 5 more draws. Wasn't that far superior to the measly crumbs Sane's had offered? Ha ha. Excellent. So when do you plan to go to Sane's? Ho Jing pressed. Not sure yet. I'll wait until the World Genius Tournament concludes, Lin Bei replied. Good. Under no circumstances should you tell a third person about your ticket, Ho Jing cautioned earnestly. Understood, Lin Bei nodded. All right. We'll talk more then. Ho Jing flicked his wrist, tossing the remaining Coke cans to Lin Bei. Thanks, Chief Instructor. Lin Bei took the cans and promptly left. Ho Jing stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, hands clasped behind his back. Watching Lin Bei's receding figure, his expression turned hesitant as he fell deep in thought. Every ticket to Sane's was priceless, no amount of money could buy one. A nation might only have one chance per year to enter Sane's. And this single opportunity could potentially boost the nation's strength dramatically. You can't hide the truth forever. Ho Jing could guess that Lin Bei had obtained his ticket from the Shadow Tower's Easter egg, and the elite martial arts clan's masters would surely guess the same. If Lin Bei were to be co-opted by these martial clans, whatever he brought back from Saints would only benefit them. If Lin Bei sides with the War God's Temple, or rather, with the Sovereign, then what he brought out from Saints could benefit the entire Dragon Nation. Now, two paths lay before Ho Jing. First, use special means to control Lin Bei, binding him permanently to the War God Temple ship to prevent other factions from recruiting him. The second was to pretend nothing had happened and leave the choice to Lin Bei. Ah, well. Let fate decide. Ho Jing waved his hand impatiently, ultimately choosing the second path. Other factions would undoubtedly stop at nothing to achieve their goals. But the War God Temple represents the Dragon Nation's sovereign. Employing such dirty tactics to achieve their ends would tarnish the sovereign's dignity and bring shame upon the nation. Meanwhile, Lin Bei returned to his dormitory to absorb the remaining 6th-tier insect queen core. After a long while, he opened his eyes, having broken through to the 3rd stage, 2nd rank. The higher the cultivation level, the more energy required for each breakthrough. Absorbing at the 8th level of the 2nd tier could reach the 3rd tier. Absorbing it at the 3rd tier would only yield a minor breakthrough. The next morning, the familiar whistle sounded once more, and the prodigies jogged in orderly fashion to the training grounds. Yesterday there were 121, today only 106 remained. The remaining 15 had all been eliminated. Sun Lei stood atop the elevated platform, his imposing gaze sweeping over the crowd as he declared in a deep voice, "Today marks the start of the 3rd training phase, practical combat training on Beast Island. I will briefly outline the training rules." Lin Bei listened intently, grasping the gist of Sun Lei's explanation. The so-called Beast Island combat training involved randomly teleporting the 106 prodigies to different locations across the island. Slaying beasts yielded no points, only defeating opponents would earn scores. The casualty rate in this training was extremely high, claiming the lives of many prodigies every year. The training camp had implemented protective measures. Each prodigy was issued a spatial jade token. When facing an unavoidable life-threatening situation, shattering the jade token would teleport them back to the camp. Yet most prodigies are overly confident in their abilities, and it is precisely this overconfidence that ultimately costs them their lives. Additionally, to ensure relative fairness, no participant may wear armor or weapons upon entering Beast Island. However, hidden treasure chests are scattered across the island. Opening these chests grants random rewards such as armor, potions, and other items. Every hour, the Beast Island barrier will automatically shrink in size until it reaches 0. Elites caught outside the barrier will be immediately eliminated. This forces all participants to race toward the island's center, intensifying the competition. The final victor will receive double the points. This is exactly like the World Genius Wars Battle Royale elimination round. Identical. Everyone can only obtain armor and potions by opening treasure chests on Beast Island. It's truly fair. I thought just surviving to the end would win, but turns out rankings still depend on points. The prodigies rubbed their hands together, itching to get started. One-on-one duels were pure skill. But the Beast Island battle? That requires a tiny bit of luck too. Ordinary prodigies might not match the top talents in strength, scoring fewer points early on. But if they could survive to be the last one standing, their points would double upon victory, still leaving room for a comeback. Begin lining up to receive your spatial jade tokens. As Sun Lei's voice faded, the prodigies stepped forward one by one to collect theirs. When it was Lin Bei's turn, Sun Lei whispered a warning. "Lin Bu Fan will definitely target you in this round of training. To be safe, as soon as you earn enough points to advance, crush the jade token and exit immediately." "Understand?" "I'm waiting for him," Lin Bei replied without a trace of fear. "Don't be careless. Lin Bu Fan will definitely leverage the Lin family's influence this time, mobilizing a large group of prodigies to surround and attack you. Especially the Jiang Lin fellow. One of his dual talents is spatial ability. Even if you shatter the jade token, you won't be able to escape." Sun Lei's expression turned grave. "Whoever comes will die." Lin Bei took the spatial jade token and turned back to his team. What a stubborn mule. Sun Lei cursed inwardly before joining the other 3 instructors to activate the teleportation array. Blinding golden light flashed, and the 106 prodigies vanished from the training ground in an instant. When they reappeared, they had arrived at Beast Island. This was an inner island spanning 20 square kilometers, lush with vegetation resembling a primeval forest. The island teemed with massive beasts, though most were only 1st or 2nd tier. 3rd tier beasts only existed in the island's core region, and their strength wouldn't be absurdly powerful. The purpose of placing these beasts was merely to introduce uncertainty into the training, not to test the prodigies' prowess in slaying them. After pinpointing the direction, Lin Bu Fan immediately sprinted toward the center of Beast Island. Encountering several ill-fated beasts along the way, he raised his hand and reduced them to fragments. After a long while, he reached the central location, where over a dozen prodigies were already gathered. "Young Master Lin," they chorused in unison. "Is everyone here?" Lin Bu Fan inquired. Yes, everyone is here, replied Zhang Lin, the leader. Lin Bufan strode forward, slapping Zhang Lin on the shoulder. You possess spatial talent. When the time comes, create a small barrier that will render Lin Bei's spatial jade token ineffective. Can you do it? Rest assured, young Master Lin. I will not disappoint you. Zhang Lin pledged solemnly. He was a core member of the Jingbei University team, possessing dual talents and holding a third-tier, second-rank cultivation. The Zhang family behind him was also a profoundly rooted martial arts clan. Yet everything the Zhang family possessed and everything he himself possessed now had all been given by the Lin family. He must and could only obey Lin Bufan's commands. Chapter 95: Cattle and sheep travel in herds. Only fierce beasts walk alone. Lin Bufan shifted his gaze to the others, clasping his fists in salute. I implore you all to unite. Ensure Lin Bei meets his end on this island. Young Master Lin, with your prowess and our combined strength, should we encounter Lin Bei, he'll face certain death. You're absolutely right. That madman dared to kill young Master Lin Yao. He clearly doesn't know the meaning of death. With our combined strength, even if Lin Bei had 9 lives, he'd still perish here. The others echoed his words in unison. These words were both flattery aimed at Lin Bufan and the truest reflections of their hearts. Lin Bei had speed cleared the Shadow Tower in under 10 minutes. His true combat prowess must be formidable. Third-tier heavenly prodigies, whether at the first, second, or even third level, might not stand a chance against him. But no matter how formidable Lin Bei was, he was still just one man. 2 fists can't fight 4 hands, let alone 28. Beyond sheer numbers, Lin Bufan's innate talent and his unique physique held another decisive advantage. His SSS-tier talent decomposition can break down absolutely anything. His heavenly eye alter ego could pierce through any disguise or move, rendering him nearly invincible. Moreover, there was a third advantage. In Beast Island's combat training, armor and potions could only be obtained by opening treasure chests. Without his god-slaying thunder spear, dragon bone bow, and insect armor, Lin Bei's strength would inevitably be severely weakened. Alright, we'll stick together. First, we'll earn points to open treasure chests. As the barrier keeps shrinking, we're bound to run into Lin Bei eventually, Lin Bufan ordered. Meanwhile, after determining his direction, Lin Bei also headed toward the center of Beast Island. In previous years, 1 or 2,000 participants entered Beast Island, making competition extremely fierce. This year, only 106 participants entered. Even without earning points, simply being eliminated later than others would secure advancement. Along the way, Lin Bei sensed numerous hidden prodigies lurking in the shadows. They dared not make a move, and Lin Bei saw no reason to deal with them. It wasn't out of kindness, he could still advance smoothly without eliminating them. Moreover, the more people who knew his whereabouts, the greater the chance Lin Bufan would find him. Suddenly, a prodigy stepped out from behind a tree. Brother Lin Bei, may I follow you? Get lost. Lin Bei replied coldly. I know the location of a golden treasure chest, the man persisted. Lin Bei's expression shifted slightly. Without a proper weapon in hand, he felt somewhat uneasy. Lead the way, he said. This way. The man led Lin Bei northward while chattering away about himself. Brother Lin Bei, my name is Fong Yuan. I'm a member of the Jingbei University team. MHM. Lin Bei responded indifferently. It's just up ahead, almost there. Fong Yuan quickened his pace, and soon they reached a mountain stream. A large golden treasure chest sat in the middle of the stream. Chest tiers, from lowest to highest, were bronze, silver, and gold, corresponding to grade 1, grade 2, and grade 3 respectively. In other words, this chest must contain a grade 3 weapon or armor, or a special potion comparable to grade 3 equipment. Lin Bei shifted his gaze from the chest to survey the surroundings. Several others stood nearby, yet none dared approach the chest first. Ah, brother Lin Bei, I never expected to see you so soon. Louis approached from afar, followed by over a dozen prodigies. Why is he here? Fong Yuan frowned deeply. He had been the first to discover the golden treasure chest, intending to use its whereabouts to secure an opportunity to join either the Xiao, Lin, or Lu family factions. Instead, after searching the entire area, he hadn't encountered any of the 3 families, only Lin Bei. Fearing others might discover the chest if he delayed too long, he'd used it to curry favor with Lin Bei. If Louis took the chest, Lin Bei would have no reason to keep him alone. Miss Xiao. The golden treasure chest is right ahead. I absolutely did not deceive you. At that moment, another group of prodigies appeared at Stone Stream, led by none other than Xiao Linger. For these ordinary prodigies, their primary goal was advancement. But for the elite prodigies, the stakes were far greater than mere rankings. It was about prestige. Whoever had more followers, better weapons, armor, and potions held a greater chance of victory. With all 3 factions gathered, the atmosphere turned awkward. I spotted this treasure chest first by rights, it should be mine. Fong Yuan forced himself to speak, desperate for a chance to follow Lin Bei. Put. Treasures have always gone to those who can take them. Quite right. Miss Xiao is the strongest. She has the most followers. This golden treasure chest should be hers. Just the 2 of you? You think you can snatch the golden treasure chest? Dream on. The crowd behind Xiao Linger sneered coldly. Once she obtained the golden treasure chest, Xiao Linger's power would grow even stronger. As her followers, their chances of advancement would be much higher. I agree, first come, first served. Louis slowly approached Lin Bei, his entourage following close behind. I agree too, Xiao Linger said. Louis. The crowd. Everyone was dumbfounded. Louis' strength was inferior to Xiao Linger's, and his followers were both fewer in number and lower in quality. It made sense for him to step aside. But Xiao Linger possessed 3rd tier 4th rank strength, dual talents, and a vast following. What reason could she possibly have to withdraw? In their eyes, even if Louis teamed up with Lin Bei, they still couldn't match Xiao Linger. Miss Xiao, this is a golden treasure chest. There are only 3 on the entire island. Are you sure you want to give it up? A prodigy looked at Xiao Linger with reluctance. MHM. Xiao Linger replied indifferently, flashed Lin Bei a sweet, conciliatory smile, then led her people away. She wasn't afraid of Lin Bei, she simply didn't want to weaken her own strength so soon. After all, Lin Bei and Lin Bufan were bound to clash. She'd wait for them to weaken each other before stepping in to clean up the mess. Wasn't that far more valuable than a golden treasure chest? Brother Lin Bei, this golden treasure chest is yours. Fang Yuan eagerly rushed forward to open it. The smile froze on his face the moment he saw a sword inside. Everyone at the training camp knew that Lin Bei's 2 most proficient weapons were the bow and the spear. This sword clearly wasn't suited for him. It was actually quite suitable for Fang Yuan himself. What a pity it's a knife. Louis glanced at the golden treasure chest and shook his head in disappointment. A blade isn't bad either. Lin Bei casually picked up the shattered wind blade from the chest. The effect of the blade ancestor within the ancestors of 10,000 weapons was bleeding. Once a wound was inflicted on an enemy with this blade, the wound would never heal, causing the victim to bleed to death. This effect might seem less dominant than the spear ancestor's armor piercing, but it was far more ruthless. Brother Lin Bei, I hear Lin Bufan is leading a search party for you. How about we form an alliance? Louis extended an olive branch. Not interested. Lin Bei declined without hesitation. Lin Bufan is recruiting prodigies everywhere. His followers number at least 25. No matter how strong you are, fighting alone puts you at a disadvantage. If we join forces, we could take on not just Lin Bufan, but even Xiao Linger. Louis persisted. Lin Bei shook his head, nudging Fang Yuan toward Louis. Do me a favor, make sure he doesn't get eliminated. Brother Lin Bei, rest assured. As long as I remain in the competition, he will not be eliminated. Louis pledged solemnly. MHM. Lin Bei nodded, then activated the Wind Thunder Step and departed. Chapter 96, Surrounding Lin Bei? Or being surrounded by Lin Bei? As time passed, the barrier continued to shrink. Days later, a vast number of prodigies gathered at the center of Beast Island. All nearby behemoths had been eradicated, leaving only the 3 major factions, Xiao, Lin, and Lu. Among them, the Lin family faction boasted the largest number of followers, reaching 30. Next was the Xiao faction, with 28 followers. The weakest was the Lu faction, with 20 followers. The rest, except for Lin Beiquan, had all been eliminated. Now that the 3 factions had gathered in the central area, the atmosphere instantly turned oppressive and tense, with a major battle looming. Lin Bufan must have invested heavily behind the scenes to gather so many followers, Louis murmured to himself. Lin Bufan stepped forward from the crowd, first looking at Louis and Xiao Linger. Clasping his fists before his chest, he said, Miss Xiao, Brother Lu, this is a private matter between Lin Bei and me. I ask you both, for my sake, not to interfere. No. Xiao Linger and Louis refused in unison. Both men froze, instinctively glancing at each other. The Xiao, Lin, and Lu families, while outwardly maintaining a veneer of harmony, each secretly wished the others would just die already. Showing Lin Bufan favor today brought them no tangible benefit. But saving Lin Bei? Not only would it create a bond of goodwill, it would also plant a formidable enemy for the Lin family. Why not? With Lin Bei's potential, securing a top 30 spot in the World Genius Tournament was a certainty. He might even crack the top 10. Given time to grow, he would undoubtedly become a 9th-tier powerhouse in the future. Lin Bufan froze, stunned by their blunt refusal. Before, they could at least maintain a veneer of politeness, but now they weren't even bothering to put on a show. But to kill Lin Bei today, he must convince them not to interfere. Thus, Lin Bufan pledged, as long as you two don't interfere, I'll agree to any terms. Just as Xiao Linger and Louis were about to refuse, Lin Bei interjected, since he's asking you not to interfere, then don't interfere. Brother Lin Bei, Lin Bufan's strength surpasses mine, and he commands 30 followers. You mustn't be careless. Louis whispered urgently. If it were just a regular spar, you could crush your spatial jade token to escape if outmatched. But he has someone named Zhang Lin who can set up barriers that nullify spatial jade tokens. He clearly intends to kill you, don't fall for it, Xiao Linger added her warning. Hearing this, Lin Bei asked, inside that barrier, not only would my jade token be useless, but theirs would be too, right? Correct. Louis nodded. Then it's settled. Lin Bei swung his shredding wind blade, pointing its tip defiantly at Lin Bufan. Fury surged within Lin Bei, yet he retained his composure. He first exchanged a knowing glance with Zhang Lin, who immediately understood and activated his spatial talent. An invisible barrier descended from the sky, enveloping Lin Bei, Lin Bei, and the 30 members of the Lin family faction. Once formed, the barrier prevented those inside from escaping and those outside from entering. At that moment, Lin Bei finally revealed a confident smile. Lin Bei, you've lost your last chance to escape. Wrong. It is you who have lost your last chance to escape, Lin Bei replied, showing no fear. I truly admire your courage. To remain so calm at a time like this. With the barrier complete, Lin Bei began to relish the thrill of a hunter toying with its prey. I'm impressed by your courage too. You knelt and begged for mercy last time, yet you still haven't learned your lesson, Lin Bei sneered. You! Kill him! Lin Bei, struck at his core, erupted in fury. One of the Lin family's twin stars. An SSS tier prodigy. Forced to kneel and kowtow in public. This was the greatest humiliation of his life. Only by killing Lin Bei could he wash away the shame. Yes. 30 prodigies unleashed their talents and martial arts simultaneously, a barrage of attacks nearly engulfing Lin Bei. Elemental Tyrant. Ignite. Lin Bei casually snapped his fingers. Centered on him, all elements within the barrier transformed into fire, forming a sea of flames. All talents and martial arts lost their effectiveness within the inferno. Yet within this barrier, only Lin Bei and Lin Bei possessed SSS tier talents. Lin Bei unleashed his disintegration talent. The moment his fingertips touched the flames, the sky-filling fire melted away like ice and snow. Lin Bei, if that's all you've got, then you can go die. To kill you, this is more than enough. Lin Bei activated the Wind Thunder Step, swiftly closing the distance between him and Lin Bei. Spatial Cage. Zhang Lin immediately unleashed his 4th grade martial skill. An invisible barrier formed a cage, trapping Lin Bei inside. The barrier's range began to compress relentlessly, much like how Han Bing had dealt with Yi Xiao at the gates of the Imperial City prison. When the barrier's range reached 0, the person inside would be compressed into a pool of blood. Ignite! Lin Bei snapped his fingers again, engulfing himself in raging flames. Sizzle! Sizzle! The spatial cage was consumed by the flames. Witnessing this, everyone present stared in disbelief. Only an SSS tier talent could counter an SSS tier talent. Zhang Lin's spatial talent was S tier, 1 rank weaker than the Elemental Tyrant. However, Zhang Lin was at the 2nd tier, 2nd stage, while Lin Bei was only at the 2nd tier, 8th stage. This vast cultivation gap could easily compensate for the talent disparity. Unless Lin Bei was also at the 3rd tier, 2nd stage. Boom! This thought exploded like a bomb in everyone's minds. Since the training camp began, barely over half a month had passed. How could anyone break through from stage 2, level 8 to stage 3, level 2 in such a short time? The higher the realm, the greater the difficulty of breaking through. Especially when hitting a bottleneck, it could take months, years, or even decades to break through. They all considered themselves gifted and had trained with relentless dedication. At 18, he awakened his talent. For 2 years, he never slacked off for a single day, yet he's only reached the 2nd level of the 3rd tier. Yet Lin Bei covered the ground they traversed in 2 years in just 2 months. This is insane. Is he even human? Lin Bei's formidable strength and terrifying cultivation speed instantly silenced everyone within the barrier. Lin Bei sensed the uneasy atmosphere and immediately upped the stakes. Whoever wounds Lin Bei shall receive a top-tier 4th grade weapon or armor. Whoever slays Lin Bei shall receive a top-tier 5th grade martial skill manual. Where there's a hefty reward, there will be brave souls. The moment these words were spoken, the emotions of the 30 prodigies were ignited. A top-tier 4th grade weapon or armor was worth a fortune. A 5th grade top-tier martial art manual was something money couldn't even guarantee. They cast their fears aside and charged toward Lin Bei like madmen. Everyone, don't be afraid. Lin Bei's specialties are the spear and bow. He's wielding his sword now, he can't possibly unleash his full power. Exactly. We have the numbers advantage. Plus young Master Lin is covering our backs. We can definitely take down Lin Bei. Gazing at the crowd before him, a cold, murderous intent flashed in Lin Bei's eyes. You fools don't know when to quit. Lin Bei. What are you going to do now? Lin Bei stood at the rear, showing no urgency to act. He intended to let these cannon fodder first drain Lin Bei's strength, while simultaneously testing the full extent of his capabilities. Once Lin Bei was utterly exhausted, he would deliver the finishing blow. Chapter 97, Burning Through the Barrier. Battle Lin Bei. At that moment, Lin Bei unleashed his Elemental Tyrant talent. Within a 10-meter radius centered on him, everything transformed into quicksand. The moment these prodigies stepped in, their feet sank into the mire, severely hampering their movement. Lin Bei's SSS tier decomposition talent could counter the Elemental Tyrant, but its activation required extremely strict conditions. He had to physically touch the target to decompose it. Now, this was Lin Bei's moment to hunt. Perfected Wind Thunder Steps activated, Lin Bei darted through the crowd like a phantom. Cold steel flashed, each strike hitting a vital point. These self-important prodigies appeared as helpless as lambs before Lin Bei. This scene no longer resembled 30 men besieging one man, it felt more like they were surrounded by Lin Bei alone. Soon, the elite warriors were utterly terrified. They roared at Zhang Lin, "What the hell are you standing there for? Close the barrier now, or we'll all die here." Zhang Lin silently glanced at Lin Bufan. Seeing him shake his head slightly, he declared, "Lin Bei is already spent. Don't give up. Your last gasp. I'm done fighting. He clearly wants us to be cannon fodder. I'm not fighting either." The dozen or so surviving prodigies hastily discarded their armor and weapons, deactivating their innate abilities. None of the prodigies who made it this far were fools. 4th grade top-tier armor and 5th grade top-tier martial arts were indeed powerful. But you need to stay alive to wield them. This wasn't a fair fight at all. It was a one-sided slaughter. Lin Bei was a madman, striking with deadly precision at every blow, showing no mercy whatsoever. "If this continues, every last one of you will die by Lin Bei's blade. Retreating now means you stand against me." "Think carefully," Lin Bufan said coldly. Lin Bei snapped his fingers, and terrifying flames burned through the barrier. "Leave now, and I might spare your lives. Run! Run! Better to offend young Master Lin than lose your lives." Dozens of prodigies crushed their spatial jade tokens, scrambling to flee the Beast Island. The thick scent of blood wafted on the wind, drawing hordes of colossal beasts closer. These beasts possessed no intelligence, but their survival instincts warned them not to draw too near. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, silencing even their heavy breathing. Lin Bei flung his arm to shake the blood from his blade, his piercing gaze fixed on Lin Bufan as he taunted, "If you're too scared to fight, just shatter your spatial jade token and run for your life. What makes you think I'd fear you?" Lin Bufan stepped forward, unleashing the overwhelming aura of a third-tier, third-rank powerhouse. "You're hiding behind them, letting this cannon fodder die in your place. Isn't that fear?" Lin Bei pressed his taunt. Lin Bufan's face flushed alternately crimson and ashen, his teeth grinding in fury. He stubbornly declared, "The word fear has never existed in my dictionary. Scared is exactly what you are. Crush that spatial jade token and get lost. I'll spare your worthless life." Lin Bei sneered mockingly, relentlessly stoking Lin Bufan's rage. This was Beast Island. If you couldn't win, you could crush the spatial jade token and flee. Only by enraging him, making him lose his reason in fury, would there be a chance to strike him down. This young master fears no one. Lin Bufan lunged with his sword. Lin Bei executed the wind thunder step to evade, then swung his blade toward Lin Bufan's face. The blade struck like thunder, its momentum fierce as a tiger. Had that strike landed, it would have cleaved Lin Bufan clean in two. Before the Heavenly Eye's unique physique, your attacks are as laughable as a child's play. Lin Bufan laughed arrogantly, effortlessly dodging the strike. "You can only see the trajectory of my attacks, but you cannot discern my true intent." Lin Bei laughed as well, executing the wind thunder step to brush past Lin Bufan and charge straight toward Zhang Lin. Zhang Lin's expression turned panicked as he immediately activated his martial skill to defend, spatial barrier. Shatter! Lin Bei gripped the wind-shattering blade with both hands and brought it down with crushing force. Crack! The spatial barrier shattered. The razor-sharp blade sliced through Zhang Lin's neck, cleaving his body clean in two from top to bottom. Blood gushed like a fountain, spilling out his internal organs and intestines. Lying in a pool of blood, Zhang Lin did not die instantly. He struggled to move his throat, his eyes filled with both shock and regret. "Lin Bei! I will kill you!" Lin Bufan, enraged by humiliation, swung his sword and charged at Lin Bei. That blow hadn't struck him. Instead, it felt like a resounding slap across his face. One of the Lin family's twin stars, possessing the heavenly eye that could see through all things, had been so easily deceived by Lin Bei. "Kill me? You're not worthy!" Lin Bei swung his blade to meet the attack. Swords clashed, sparks flew, and the clanging echoed ceaselessly. The heavenly eye truly lived up to its reputation. Despite Lin Bei's masterful sword technique, he couldn't scratch Lin Bufan. Pierce the heart. Lin Bufan unleashed his martial skill, aiming straight for Lin Bei's heart. Clang! Lin Bei blocked with his sword across his chest. The sword tip struck the blade, unleashing immense force that instantly bent the steel, pressing it heavily against his chest. Had it been any other third-tier, second-stage prodigy, even if they managed to block this strike, the immense force of the martial technique would have shattered their heart. But Lin Bei's physical constitution rivaled that of a fifth-tier powerhouse. This force was easily absorbed by his physique. Holy! Am I seeing things? Lin Bei blocked Lin Bufan's 4th-grade mastery martial skill with his bare body? Louis rubbed his eyes in disbelief. It probably wasn't just his body. He likely got armor from another treasure chest. Xiao Linger analyzed. Even with armor, blocking that strike is still incredibly strong. Louis exclaimed repeatedly. Such formidable physical prowess. Rivaling late third tier. Lin Bufan was slightly surprised that the strike hadn't killed Lin Bei, but he quickly regained his composure. "I'll see just how long your armor can hold out." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a torrent of martial arts techniques rained down upon Lin Bei. Lin Bufan's most proficient weapon was the sword. Every martial art he had mastered revolved around the sword. When one wields martial arts against one who does not, it's the difference between being fully armed and fighting bare-handed. Combined with his heavenly eye ability that could see through everything, victory in this duel was undoubtedly his. Clang! 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 The wind-shattering blade parried the attacks repeatedly, a crack gradually appearing along its edge. Lin Bufan noticed the crack and intensified his assault. Snap! Finally, the shatter wind blade reached its breaking point, snapping into several pieces on the spot. Now, what will you use to block? Lin Bufan roared with a savage grin, thrusting his blade toward Lin Bei's chest. Lin Bei kicked the scattered blade fragments across the ground. 6 shards completely sealed off Lin Bufan's escape routes. He possessed the Heavenly Eye's unique physique, able to dodge 4 or 5 shards, but not all of them. A desperate last stand. Lin Bufan effortlessly dodged 5 shards, then unleashed his disintegration talent to personally shatter the final fragment. Body tempering fist. Seizing the opening in Lin Bufan's evasion, Lin Bei closed the distance with the wind thunderstep and slammed a fist toward his chest. Not a single one of your attacks can escape these eyes. Lin Bufan took half a step back, dodging the punch with an unnatural twist of his body while simultaneously swinging his sword at Lin Bei's midsection. Elemental conversion. Lin Bei growled, his sword rapidly dissolving into a pile of sand. Decomposition. Lin Bufan flinched slightly but quickly recovered, slapping his sword-wielding hand toward Lin Bei's waist. He wore 3rd-grade armor. Taking a direct punch would only result in minor injuries at most. But if Lin Bei were struck by his disintegration talent, he'd suffer at least severe injuries. Chapter 98, The Blade Ancestor Effect. Slay Lin Bufan. Seeking gold tickets. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed as Lin Bufan coughed up blood and flew backward. He tumbled dozens of times across the ground, finally coming to a halt when he slammed into a boulder. His upper garments were completely torn apart, revealing the 3rd-grade armor beneath. The armor was dented inward, the terrifying force seeping into his body. Every meridian in his chest was shattered. Several ribs shattered, and his heart was shaken to the core. Agonizing pain contorted Lin Bufan's face into a hideous grimace as he let out a heart-wrenching howl. The power behind that single punch was terrifying. Had he not been clad in 3rd-grade armor, Lin Bei's single punch would have likely blasted a bloody hole through him. Gritting his teeth, Lin Bufan immediately took out a bottle of recovery potion and swallowed it, the agony finally easing slightly. The onlookers were stunned speechless. The sheer force of that punch absolutely surpassed the limits of a 3rd-tier martial artist. It rivaled that of a 4th-tier martial artist, or even a 5th tier. Ha 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 ha. I won. I won. Ha 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 ha. Lin Bufan gasped for breath, forcing himself to rise from the ground. He staggered toward Lin Bei. Win. Lin Bei's massive frame trembled violently. His upper garments ripped apart as he lifted his head, revealing a bloodthirsty grin. All eyes turned to the spot where Lin Bei had been struck on his right hip. A bloodless hole now gaped open. Skin, flesh, meridians, bones, organs, all would be dissolved into nothingness. Once tainted, there was no escape from the relentless dissolution. Only by severing the wound immediately could one halt the spreading disintegration. But the strike had hit his waist. Could he possibly cleave his body in two? Yet what followed left everyone present wide-eyed. The relentless, unstoppable force of disintegration was being suppressed by some mysterious power. The gaping hole in his waist rapidly closed at a visible pace. Last time Lin Yao slit Lin Bei's throat, he recovered inexplicably too. He must have awakened some kind of regenerative. Louis realized with a start, his tone utterly certain. Dual talents. Plus an alien body. Xiao Linger murmured in utter shock. This is impossible. In the history of Dragon Nation, there has never been a prodigy with dual talents and a special physique. Impossible. Impossible. Lin Bufan, severely wounded from a punch and now unable to fight, panicked. If that's all you've got, then you might as well die. Lin Bei returned the exact words to Lin Bufan, his eyes blazing with icy murderous intent. You can't kill me. Lin Bufan crushed the spatial jade token without hesitation. When faced with the threat of death, everything could be sacrificed, even dignity. Hum. A flash of light erupted, and Lin Bufan vanished from his spot. Just as everyone thought the matter was settled, Lin Bei also crushed his spatial jade token. The remaining crowd exchanged bewildered glances, roughly guessing Lin Bei's intent. But this was utterly insane. Fighting on Beast Island was one thing. But to fight back at camp? Right in front of the instructors? Instructor Joe, save me. Lin Bufan returned to camp and immediately shouted for help as soon as he landed. No one can save you. Lin Bei followed closely behind, unleashing the wind thunderstep as he charged toward Lin Bufan. Lin Bei, stop. Zhoumi, having already heard from other prodigies about the life or death struggle between Lin Bei and Lin Bufan, immediately shouted to halt the attack. Lin Bei ignored him completely, raising his fist to smash into Lin Bufan's back. This punch was meant to take his life. Arrogant. Zhoumi drew a long blade from his storage bracelet and hurled it at Lin Bei with all his might. Clang. The blade plummeted from the sky, landing precisely at Lin Bei's toes. Just half a step forward, and his foot would be severed. Lin Bufan stood behind the blade, flanked by numerous prodigies, with so many instructors watching from afar. He didn't believe Lin Bei would dare kill him in plain sight. Ha 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 ha. You can't kill me. No one in this world can kill me. Thud. Lin Bei never wasted words. He yanked the blade from the ground and swept it upward in a sweeping strike. Blood spurted as a massive gash tore from his left thigh to his right shoulder. His armor was cleaved in two, revealing the bloody wound beneath. You madman. Lin Bufan's pupils dilated in terror, fear reaching its peak in that instant. He didn't want to die. He regretted ever crossing Lin Bei. He even regretted entering the training camp. But regret was useless now. He could clearly feel his life force ebbing away. Thud. His body collapsed to the ground, blood spilling everywhere. You're insane. Killing Lin Yao and all those prodigies wasn't enough. Now you want to kill Lin Bufan too. Jomi was the first to rush over, immediately pulling out a large quantity of recovery potions from his storage bracelet and feeding them to Lin Bufan as if they were worthless. They can kill me, but I can't kill them? What kind of logic is that? Lin Bei retorted, neither humble nor arrogant. You've already won. Why must you strike so ruthlessly? Jomi seethed with fury. If not for Ho Jing and the other instructors standing nearby, he would have already struck Lin Bei down. Last time, he had defied him, refusing to give him face. And now, despite his explicit order to spare Lin Bufan, he had gone ahead and killed him. A mere third-tier martial artist dared to disregard him, an eighth-tier instructor. If you win completely. I won't rest until he's dead. Lin Bei answered with unwavering resolve, his palm quietly clenching the spatial jade token Yi Junsheng had given him long ago. You! Jomi roared with fury, instinctively raising his hand to strike Lin Bei. How is Lin Bufan's injury? At that critical moment, Ho Jing approached from afar and interrupted with his question. Jomi forced down his rage, shifting his gaze to Lin Bufan. It's hopeless. No matter how many potions I administer, no matter how high their grade, the bleeding won't stop. Did you try the hemostatic agent? Ho Jing inquired. I did. It didn't work. It's damn strange. Jomi cursed. Ho Jing's heart sank, and he immediately turned to look at Lin Bei. If Jomi's blade had no special effect, then it must be Lin Bei's doing. The wound was incurable. This technique was utterly unnatural. Once slashed, death was virtually certain. Soon, Lin Bufan bled dry and died, leaving the entire arena in deathly silence. The prodigies present stared at Lin Bei with demon-like eyes, their hearts filled with nothing but boundless dread. Especially those prodigies who had backed down at the last moment. They secretly rejoiced that they hadn't gone all the way down that path. Otherwise, they would have met the same fate as Lin Bufan. Sun Lei, Chen Kai, and Ning Shui stood in silence, all turning their gaze toward Ho Jing. In previous years of training, only a dozen or so out of thousands had died. Moreover, most of the casualties were ordinary martial artists of weaker strength, not even considered prodigies. This year, however, nearly 20 out of over 100 had perished at death rate approaching 7-1. And the casualties were all S-tier prodigies or higher, including top-tier SSS-tier prodigies like Lin Bufan and Lin Yao. Before the World Genius War even began, such heavy losses among the prodigies would undoubtedly severely deplete the Dragon Nation's overall strength, potentially swaying the outcome of the competition. Beyond that, the prodigies who made it to the third stage's Beast Island combat training mostly came from formidable backgrounds. Lin Bei had slain over a dozen in one breath, effectively earning himself a dozen formidable enemies. Add to that the Lin family, one of the three great martial clans. Even with extraordinary talent, how far could he truly go? Chapter 99, Breaking Through Three Realms. Battle against Shaolinger. As the chief instructor, I bear primary responsibility for what happened at the training camp, Ho Jing said reproachfully. Sun Lei understood the unspoken meaning behind Ho Jing's words and chimed in. Lin Bufan broke the rules first. He brought this upon himself. The other instructors clearly recognized Ho Jing's attempt to shield Lin Bei and immediately chimed in. Exactly. If blame is to be assigned, it lies solely with Lin Bufan's lack of skill. Clean up the training ground. Lin Bei, come with me. After giving the orders, Ho Jing shot Lin Bei a complicated look. Yes. Lin Bei nodded and followed Ho Jing into the office. Ho Jing lit a cigarette, stood by the window, and took several deep drags until the burning tip touched his lips. Only then did he turn to face Lin Bei. The deaths of those prodigies are now a fact. Criticizing you further serves no purpose. Let's discuss what comes next. There's only one path before you now: win the World Genius Tournament Championship. The Sovereign will personally intervene to ensure your safety. Otherwise, those aristocratic clans and martial arts academies will join forces to tear you apart. Lin Bei declared with unwavering confidence. Rest assured, Chief Instructor. The championship of the World Genius Tournament is mine for the taking. Your victory over Lin Bufan proves your strength ranks among the world's elite prodigies. Yet the World Genius Tournament is teeming with monstrous talents. Victory is far from guaranteed. Ho Jing retrieved a blue vial from his storage bracelet, tossing it to Lin Bei as he explained, "This is a potent breakthrough potion, concocted from hundreds of rare spiritual herbs. Consuming it allows you to forcefully break through 3 minor realms." Break through 3 realms consecutively? Lin Bei was stunned. The value of this item far surpassed that of a 6th-tier insect queen core. Yes. Ho Jing nodded slightly. Following the established tradition, this potent breakthrough potion would be divided equally among the top 10 prodigies. It wasn't entirely for fairness, mainly, the potion's effects were too potent. No top 10 prodigy in history could absorb such a massive dose alone. Forcing its absorption had only one outcome: explosive death. But Lin Bei was different. He could adapt to 100-fold gravity within 7 days, his physical strength rivaling that of 4th or 5th tier powerhouses. Moreover, elevating 10 individuals by 1 minor realm was far less valuable than elevating 1 individual by 3 minor realms. In the World Genius War, only the first elimination round requires teamwork. The subsequent arena battles test pure individual prowess. Only those with formidable individual strength stand a chance at claiming the championship. "Thank you, Chief Instructor." Lin Bei rejoiced inwardly. Currently at Tier 3, Level 2, consuming this would propel him to Tier 3, Level 5. Combined with his formidable innate talent, unique physique, and hidden trump card 10,000 swords converging, who could possibly stand against him? Ho Jing couldn't muster a single smile. His expression grave, he stared at Lin Bei and warned, "Lin Bei, winning the World Genius Tournament and proving your potential and strength is your only chance to survive. This is no exaggeration." "I know," Lin Bei nodded, his mind as clear as a mirror. He had offended the entire Quan Xing sect, the Lin family, and the forces backing those dozen prodigies. The military department couldn't protect him. The War Gods Hall couldn't protect him. Across the entire realm, the only one capable of suppressing so many factions was the Dragon Nation's sovereign. After leaving the office, Lin Bei immediately returned to his dormitory to absorb the potent breakthrough agent. The texture was viscous, the taste pungent. Drinking it felt like swallowing insecticide. Yet the moment it touched his throat, searing, boiling power surged through his limbs and bones. His tendons, sinews, and blood vessels all swelled under the nourishment of this force. His blood seemed to boil, turning his entire body crimson. Fortunately, Lin Bei possessed a physique comparable to a 5th-tier powerhouse, gradually suppressing this raging force. After a long while, Lin Bei's eyes snapped open, blazing with a piercing, soul-shaking intensity. Host, Lin Bei. Realm, Tier 3, 5th stage. Military rank, Centurion. Talents, SSS-tier Heaven Rewards Diligence, SSS-tier Ancestor of all weapons, SSS-tier Elemental Tyrant. Altered body, Undying Divine Phoenix. Weapons armor, 5th grade inferior Godslayer Thunder Spear, 5th grade inferior Dragon Bone Bow, 5th grade inferior Insect Armor. Martial arts, Dragon Nation Foundational Tempering Fist Mastery, 3rd grade top tier Wind Spirit Spear Technique Mastery, 4th grade top tier Ninefold Thunder Spear Technique Mastery, 4th grade top tier Divine Swiftness Arrow Mastery, 5th grade intermediate Wind Thunder Step Mastery, 6th grade upper tier 10,000 Swords Return to the Source Mastery. Abilities, Danger Sense Mastery. Immunity, all attributes. Constitution, 6211. After fully absorbing the potent breakthrough agent, his cultivation realm indeed advanced from Tier 3, Level 2 to Tier 3, Level 5. Along with the realm advancement, his physique also strengthened slightly. Lin Bei felt the surging power within his body, and a sense of confidence welled up within him, a feeling that the entire world was within his grasp. Prodigy? A prodigy? With one hand, he would crush them all. Even if Yi Xiao appeared here, Lin Bei was confident he could sever his head. The next day, the familiar whistle sounded once more. Numerous prodigies rushed out of their dormitories and assembled on the training grounds. Yesterday's Beast Island combat training concluded, and some prodigies were originally slated for elimination. Thanks to Lin Bei single-handedly eliminating over a dozen prodigies, all those slated for elimination were spared. Even so, the numbers still fell short of the minimum requirement of 100. The instructors had no choice but to re-invite several prodigies back. An eerie silence hung over the field. The prodigy standing beside Lin Bei instinctively shifted a few steps away. Fear flickered in every pair of eyes fixed on Lin Bei. Even Xiao Linger and Louis were no exception. He chased Lin Bufan all the way from Beast Island to the camp and killed him right in front of the instructors. He was a madman. Congratulations to all present for passing the first 3 training stages. This final stage is called Chaos Battle. The victor will serve as captain of the Dragon Nation team for this year's World Genius War, Sun Lei declared. As soon as he finished speaking, the prodigies all turned their heads to look at Xiao Linger. As for Louis, his strength was inferior to Lin Bufan's, let alone being a match for Lin Bei. Linger, don't you want to compete for this captaincy? Chaotic battle has no rules. Gather these prodigies under the Xiao family banner to surround and attack Lin Bei. I think our chances of winning are very high. Louis stoked the flames. Xiao Linger saw right through Louis's petty scheme, yet she was unwilling to relinquish the captaincy. She declared, Lin Bei, only you and I are qualified to compete for this position. Why don't we settle it in a duel? The victor becomes captain. Agreed. Lin Bei nodded. Step back. Everyone, stand clear. Sun Lei waved his arms, herding the gathered prodigies further away from the field. This battle would be the clash of the strongest prodigies in the training camp. The commotion would be immense, staying too close risked getting caught in the crossfire. The other instructors were also intrigued, eager to see who would emerge as this year's strongest prodigy. Xiao Linger possessed dual talents. And her SS tier energy absorption talent, allowing her to absorb all incoming attack energy before unleashing it as a counterattack. Beyond her innate talents, she wields top-tier grade 4 dual blades, top-tier grade 5 armor, 2 grade 4 martial arts techniques, and 1 grade 5 martial arts technique. Such a formidable combination of strength and equipment was enough to make her stand head and shoulders above her peers. Chapter 100, Dual Talents. Absolute Vacuum. Seeking gold votes. Chief Instructor, who do you think will win? Sun Lei asked Ho Jing. Lin Bei, I suppose. Ho Jing's tone lacked certainty. Lin Bei was formidable, but Xiao Linger's strength was no slouch either. She had consumed various rare treasures since childhood to build her foundation, showing extraordinary potential even as a child. At 18, she awakened the rare dual talent. After training at the boot camp for over half a month, her cultivation level surged from the 4th stage of the 3rd tier to the 5th stage of the 3rd tier. In terms of weaponry, martial arts, and abilities, she was in no way inferior to Lin Bei. The most crucial point was that Xiao Linger's 2 talents perfectly countered Lin Bei. First was her absolute void talent, which countered the elemental tyrant talent. Second was her energy absorption talent, which countered both the Godslayer Thunder Spear and the Dragon Bone Bow, along with their corresponding martial arts. However, Lin Bei possessed a physique comparable to a 5th-tier cultivator, making victory far from assured for Xiao Linger. In summary, they were evenly matched, with the odds split 50-50. Yet Xiao Linger was the Xiao family's prized prodigy, while he subconsciously favored Lin Bei, an untutored prodigy with no background. Lin Bei has a chance to win, say 30% to 70% odds, Chen Kai stated. Who gets the 30%? Ning Shui pressed curiously. Lin Bei, of course. His talent and tactics are both countered by Xiao Linger. He can't win in a direct confrontation, so he'd have to rely on cunning to prevail. Naturally, his odds are slim. Chen Kai explained. That makes sense, Ning Shui nodded in agreement. Beyond the instructor's curiosity about who truly held the title of strongest prodigy, the crowd on the field was buzzing with private discussions. Miss Xiao's talent is world-class, her strength unmatched, she'll crush Lin Bei. You Xiao family lapdog, keep your barking to yourself. I'm betting on Lin Bei to win. Putting emotion aside, Miss Xiao is indeed a cut above Lin Bei in raw power. But Lin Bei's strength lies in his ruthlessness, he'll cut down any enemy in his path. This statement struck a chord with the crowd, prompting widespread agreement. Their fear of Lin Bei stemmed not only from his power, but more so from his ruthlessness. Chasing him from Beast Island all the way to the camp. He slashed Lin Bufan to death right in front of the instructor. Who else would have the guts to do that? Not even the eldest daughter of the Xiao family, the foremost among the 3 great martial clans of Dragon Nation, possessed such audacity. Setting aside his ruthlessness, purely comparing their combat prowess, Lin Bei was indeed a notch below. In their eyes, Lin Bei was unworthy of being Dragon Nation's strongest prodigy, but becoming its second strongest prodigy was beyond dispute. In sparring matches, stop at the right moment. Don't ruin the harmony, Xiao Linger said earnestly. Lin Bei couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed the battles at the training camp had left quite an impression on them. Of course. Absolute vacuum. Activate. Xiao Linger's expression shifted instantly as she unleashed her SSS tier talent. A dark black circular barrier formed around her, radiating outward in all directions. It halted only when it reached 3 meters. Within its bounds, absolute vacuum reigned, no light, no air, no matter, not even time. Any martial arts or talents entering the absolute vacuum lost their effect. Not even SSS tier talents were exempt. This was the absolute vacuum's overwhelming power. Lin Bei retrieved the Dragon Bone Bow and Dragon Bone arrows from his storage bracelet, aiming carefully to avoid Xiao Linger's vital areas as he fired. Whoosh! The arrows flew like the wind, whistling through the air. In less than the blink of an eye, the Dragon Bone arrow entered the absolute vacuum's range. 1 second, its flight path was too swift for the naked eye to track. The next, it materialized before her eyes. The arrow's speed gradually slowed until it finally hovered half a step in front of Xiao Linger. Speed is power. Despite traveling at supersonic speeds, combined with the Dragon Bone Bow and Dragon Bone Arrow, it failed to harm Xiao Linger in the slightest. The terror of SSS tier absolute vacuum was indeed formidable. Witnessing this scene, those who had speculated Xiao Linger would win grew even more certain. You're the second person to block a Dragon Bone Arrow, Lin Bei remarked with mild surprise. The last to do so had been Qin Lao, a 9th rank expert of the Quan Xing sect. Perhaps I'll be the first to defeat you. Xiao Linger's confidence soared as she immediately unleashed her martial arts attack. As she moved, the absolute vacuum shifted with her, maintaining a constant radius of 3 meters around her. It was like a moving forbidden zone. It allowed her to stand invincible. It's far too early to say that now. Lin Bei's earlier arrow had merely been a test. If the dragon bone arrow entered the absolute vacuum zone, it would float motionless, rendering it truly incapable of harming Xiaolinger. However, after entering the absolute vacuum zone, the dragon bone arrow continued flying for some distance, meaning that with sufficient force, the attack could counteract the absolute vacuum's power. Thus, Lin Bei drew his Godslayer Thunder Spear and charged forward. What is he doing? Forcing his way through absolute vacuum? Sun Lei was stunned by the sight. Maintaining absolute vacuum consumes immense stamina. The wisest course would be to stall for time. What is he thinking? The other instructors were equally stunned. Among all present, only Ho Jing glimpsed a hint of the truth. A 5th-tier physical body that was Lin Bei's hidden trump card. Using the Godslayer Thunder Spear at close range would undoubtedly surpass the Dragonbone Bow in power. But Xiaolinger possessed SS-grade innate energy absorption. The Godslayer Thunder Spear might not even land. 9-fold Thunder Spear technique. 9th tier. Lin Bei thrust forward with brutal force. ZZZZT. ZZZZT. Frenzied thunder surged along the spear's shaft, converging at its tip to erupt. Countless lightning serpents spread out, this devastating strike seemingly capable of shattering a mountain. Yet the next instant, as the Godslayer Thunder Spear entered absolute vacuum, the thunder at its tip visibly dissipated at a visible speed, until not a single trace of lightning remained. Lin Bei felt as if he were trapped in quicksand, his mobility drastically reduced. Yet, relying on his 5th-tier physical body, he still managed to grasp the Godslayer Thunder Spear and thrust it toward Xiaolinger. He can still move? Xiaolinger's beautiful eyes widened in shock. Previously, prodigies of his age entering the absolute vacuum would lose all ability to resist. Even 4th-tier martial artists were no exception. Xiaolinger had witnessed the god-slaying Thunder Spear's power firsthand. Lin Yao, clad in dragon-scale armor, had been instantly killed by a single strike. She dared not take any chances. She raised her right hand, touching the spear tip with her index finger, and immediately activated her SS-grade talent, Energy Absorption. Lin Bei distinctly sensed the strike's power rapidly dissipating, causing him to inwardly tremble with alarm. After absorbing all the energy, Xiaolinger lightly tapped the spearhead with her finger. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed as Lin Bei was blasted several meters away, his hand gripping the god-slaying thunder spear trembling slightly. Given Xiaolinger's physical constitution, it was impossible for her to unleash such overwhelming force. This was Lin Bei's own power, only stripped of the spear ancestor's armor-piercing effect. Since you're so good at absorbing, today, I'll let you absorb your fill. Lin Bei changed tactics again, setting the Godslayer Thunder Spear beside him as he retrieved the Dragon Bone Bow and hundreds of refined arrows. Maintaining absolute vacuum demanded immense physical exertion. Energy absorption also demanded immense physical exertion. There would inevitably come a point where he couldn't hold on any longer. Whoosh! 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 Countless refined arrows shot toward Xiaolinger, thick as rain. Though less potent than dragon bone arrows, their sheer numbers nearly blanketed the entire absolute vacuum. Xiaolinger, undaunted and even delighted, absorbed all the arrow's energy before unleashing it in a single explosive burst. Even Lin Bei, with his astonishing physique and 5th-grade insect armor, couldn't withstand this. Chapter 101, 10,000 Swords Return to the Source. Captain of the Dragon Nation Team. As she absorbed more and more energy, Xiaolinger's delicate frame visibly swelled at a rapid pace. A terrifying aura quietly brewed within her. Lin Bei's Dragon Bone Bow is a 5th-grade weapon. Combined with his formidable physique and the divine speed arrow martial skill, each arrow packs terrifying power. Xiaolinger has absorbed the energy from so many arrows. Once unleashed, its power could annihilate a 4th-tier martial artist. Sun Lei frowned and looked at Ho Jing. The other instructors also turned their gaze to Ho Jing, awaiting his instructions. If we can see through this, Lin Bei certainly can too. He hasn't stopped, which means he has his own calculations. We shouldn't overstep our intervention, Ho Jing stated. Whoosh! As the energy from the final dragon bone arrow was absorbed, Xiaolinger's body swelled until her limbs and torso became indistinguishable. From a distance, she resembled a massive sphere suspended above the ground. Lin Bei, sparring matches are meant to stop at a certain point. You've exhausted your techniques. I advise you to concede defeat now. Xiaolinger's voice strained from her throat, deep and hoarse, as if it belonged to someone else. Who says I've run out of moves? Lin Bei's lips curled upward, having seen through Xiaolinger's physical form reaching its limit. Even if you haven't, my next strike could annihilate a 4th-tier martial artist. Are you truly unwilling to concede? Xiaolinger's swollen body pulsed with violent energy, a force that even she feared. A 4th-tier martial artist? I've killed more than one. Moreover, the energy within you is chaotic and uncontrollable. You won't be able to transform it into usable power anytime soon. You're the one who should admit defeat. Lin Bei had already grasped the strengths and weaknesses of SS-grade innate energy absorption. The advantage lay in unleashing absorbed energy with no loss of potency. The downside was that the more energy absorbed, the slower the conversion process became. This energy, potent enough to annihilate a 4th-tier martial artist, would take her at least a minute to fully harness. With that, Lin Bei lunged toward Xiao Linger, simultaneously drawing 100 second-grade flying swords from her storage bracelet. Killed more than one 4th-tier martial artist? Hearing this, everyone present gasped in shock, their hearts skipping a beat. Next, he saw over 100 second-grade flying swords, and his astonishment deepened. Ordinary martial artists typically master only one weapon, or at most two. But Lin Bei was skilled with spears, bows, and blades, and now he was wielding flying swords. And 100 flying swords, no less. This was beyond absurd. Remember, Lin Bei was only at the 3rd tier, not some top-tier powerhouse who'd trained for decades. 10,000 swords returned to the source. Lin Bei snapped his fingers. 100 second-grade flying swords circled in the air a few times before charging toward Xiao Linger like a dragon. The special effect of the sword ancestor, progenitor of all blades, each additional flying sword increases its power by 1%. 100 flying swords meant a 100-fold increase in power. A doubling might seem modest, but this was a 6th-grade advanced martial skill. A single rank difference meant a world of difference in power. Moreover, it was a martial skill perfected to its pinnacle. The surging, overwhelming sword momentum seemed capable of piercing through heaven and earth, causing even the prodigies standing at a distance to feel their very souls tremble. Beneath the sword's momentum, Xiao Linger's puffy face contorted with sheer terror. This strike seemed capable of tearing apart absolute vacuum. Her physical body was already pushed to its absolute limit. Forcibly absorbing the energy of this strike would undoubtedly cause her body to explode. Deep within her heart, a faint sense arose. Even if she channeled every ounce of energy within her body into a burst of power, it might not be enough to withstand this strike. Whoosh! 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 As the dragon-like flying swords closed in, cold sweat broke out across Xiao Linger's body. She immediately shouted, "I surrender." Retract! Lin Bei had anticipated her surrender. With a slight flick of his finger, the 100 flying swords turned on their heels and flew back into his storage ring. "I lost. The captaincy of the Dragon Nation team is yours." Xiao Linger expelled the chaotic, raging energy within her body. Her swollen, ball-like form gradually returned to normal. "You're the only opponent in this camp who could make me play this trump card," Lin Bei praised. "MHM." Xiao Linger nodded with a bitter smile. When she looked up at Lin Bei, a hint of admiration flickered deep in her eyes. Since awakening her talent, Lin Bei was the only male opponent who had ever defeated her. Lin Bei's power stood like an insurmountable mountain. Meanwhile, everyone else remained immersed in the shock of 10,000 swords converging, unable to recover for a long while. Isn't that the self-created supreme technique of the old sword god, Xiao Feng? If I recall correctly, it should be a high-tier 6th-grade martial skill, right? Sun Lei wasn't entirely certain. It is 6th-grade upper tier. Ho Jing confirmed. Holy! Not only does this kid master the Wind Thunder Step, but he's also perfected the 10,000 swords return to the source. Does he even give anyone else a chance to live? Sun Lei cursed under his breath. Compared to him, I feel like I've wasted the last few decades, Chen Kai said self-deprecatingly. Zhou and Ning Shui both remained silent. I thought it was a 30-70 split, but it turned out to be a 70-30 split. It might even be 80-20 or 90-10. Judging by Lin Bei's current performance, he clearly hasn't been pushed to his absolute limit by Xiao Linger. This kid might actually win this year's World Genius Tournament Championship. Ho Jing suddenly blurted out. None of the instructors dared to contradict him. Looking back at every World Genius tournament over the years, though there have been countless prodigies, none have ever mastered a 6th-grade advanced martial art to perfection. This transcends mere talent or comprehension. Since the birth of martial arts, there has never been a 3rd-tier martial artist who mastered a 6th-grade martial skill. It was like a newborn infant, not even having learned to roll or crawl, yet Lin Bei was already sprinting the 100 meters and clocking a time of just over 9 seconds. They're not even in the same league. I hereby announce. Lin Bei is appointed captain of the Dragon Nation team. Sun Lei stepped forward and declared. The moment his words fell, thunderous applause erupted throughout the venue. Those who had doubted Lin Bei moments before were now thoroughly humiliated. Unbelievable. Lin Bei is truly the strongest prodigy in Dragon Nation. If Lin Bei unleashes 10,000 swords converging at the core right off the bat, could he end the battle instantly? What terrifying power. With Lin Bei leading our Dragon Nation team, this World Genius Tournament is in the bag. A gleam of determination flashed in Lu Yi's eyes as he seemed to make up his mind. Among the 3 top martial arts clans of Dragon Nation, the Lu clan was the weakest. The quality of prodigies they'd cultivated over the years couldn't compare to the Xiao and Lin families, leaving them with no hope of turning things around within a century. But Lin Bei possessed immense potential. He was destined to become an unparalleled powerhouse. Betting on Lin Bei might just be the Lu family's chance to overtake the competition. Crucially, Lin Bei faced numerous enemies and was besieged on all sides, desperately needing powerful allies. Yet his personal views cannot override the Lu family's decisions. Ultimately, the family head must give final approval. The World Genius Tournament is about to begin. Everyone return to your dorms and get some rest. We depart first thing tomorrow morning. Sun Lei bellowed. No one dared disobey the instructor's orders, and they dispersed in small groups. Lin Bei walked straight toward Ho Jing. Chief instructor, there's something I need to ask of you. Speak freely. Anything within my power, I'll handle, Ho Jing replied with certainty. This training camp has exposed my weaknesses. I need to master several new martial arts techniques now, Lin Bei stated bluntly. Chapter 102, One Punch Shatters All Techniques. Airport under siege. Vote for us. You're departing tomorrow for the World Genius Tournament in Sakura Nation, with the competition starting the day after. Are you certain you have time to master new martial arts? Ho Jing eyed Lin Bei skeptically. Yes. Lin Bei nodded solemnly. Ho Jing instinctively wanted to refuse, but remembering how Lin Bei had mastered so many techniques in such a short time, he agreed, alright. The training base does have a few martial arts manuals stored away. See if any suit you. Thank you, Chief Instructor. Lin Bei saluted gratefully before following Ho Jing back to the office. Ho Jing opened a desk drawer and retrieved 4 martial arts manuals. These 4 manuals were created by past instructors at the training camp based on their insights, he explained. One covers sword techniques, one focuses on footwork, one details spear techniques, and the last covers fist techniques. Lin Bei stepped forward, picking up the 4 manuals to examine them. The first 3 manuals were of low grade, all 4th grade, making them unworthy of cultivation. But when he saw the final fist technique manual, Lin Bei's eyes lit up. 6th grade upper martial arts manual. Titled One Punch Shatters All Arts. What a domineering name. This was created by the second-term chief instructor of the training grounds. Are you certain you want this one? Ho Jing asked solemnly. Yeah, this one. Lin Bei nodded. Then take it. Ho Jing waved his hand, tossing One Punch Shatters All techniques to Lin Bei. Lin Bei caught the martial art manual and chuckled sheepishly. Chief instructor, I have one more favor to ask. Spit it out, then, Ho Jing scolded with a laugh. I'd like continued access to the gravity chamber. Lin Bei's rapid mastery of 10,000 swords converging to the source owed much to the chamber's influence. Though he couldn't master One Punch Shatters 10,000 laws to perfection in just one night. But at the very least, he could reach mastery. The rank of the tempering fist was too low. As Lin Bei's opponents grew increasingly powerful, this foundational martial art could no longer unleash significant power. Granted. Ho Jing nodded in approval. Thank you, Chief Instructor. Lin Bei expressed his gratitude repeatedly, then rushed toward the gravity chamber with the martial art in hand. The night passed without incident. The next morning, 100 prodigies departed the training camp under the escort of Chief Instructor Ho Jing and 4 other instructors, heading for Wuchang International Airport. The World Genius Tournament was held annually. First, nations would apply to host the event. If multiple countries applied simultaneously, a global vote would be conducted, with the nation receiving the most votes securing the hosting rights. This was the world's most prestigious, highest stakes, and most influential competition. For the competitors, it was an opportunity to make a name for themselves. For nations, hosting the World Genius Tournament itself serves as a testament to their strength. Consider this, out of the world's 197 nations, fewer than 1 in 10 have ever hosted the World Genius Tournament. With the tournament imminent, every prodigy's face betrayed a mix of nervous anticipation. Only Lin Bei remained calm as he opened his attribute panel. Host, Lin Bei. Realm, 3rd tier, 5th level. Military rank, Centurion. Talents, SSS tier Heaven Rewards Diligence, SSS tier Ancestor of all weapons, SSS tier Elemental Tyrant. Altered form, Undying Divine Phoenix. Weapons armor, 5th grade inferior God Slaying Thunder Spear, 5th grade inferior Dragon Bone Bow, 5th grade inferior Insect Armor. Martial Arts, Dragon Nation Foundational Tempering Fist Mastery 3rd grade Top Tier Wind Spirit Spear Technique Mastery 4th grade Top Tier Ninefold Thunder Spear Technique Mastery 4th grade Top Tier Divine Swiftness Arrow Mastery 5th grade Intermediate Wind Thunder Step Mastery 6th grade Upper Tier 10,000 Swords Return to the Source Mastery 6th grade Upper Tier 1 Fist Breaks 10,000 Arts Proficiency. Abilities, Danger Sense Mastery. Immunity, all attributes. Physical Constitution, 60-11. After training all night in the gravity chamber, One Punch Shatters All Arts had indeed reached the mastery level. This finally filled the gap in his unarmed combat skills. How did your training go last night? Ho Jing approached Lin Bei and asked with concern. Not bad, Lin Bei replied. Ho Jing patted Lin Bei's shoulder. To achieve this much at your age, you must have paid a price few could endure. But cultivation is about balance, don't push yourself too hard, you understand? Lin Bei wanted to say that his youthful accomplishments never came from greater perseverance than others, but from sheer luck. Thump! 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 Thud thud thud. At that moment, a surging crowd burst through the airport, charging straight toward the VIP lounge where the prodigies were gathered. Ho Jing sensed the unusual energy outside and his expression immediately hardened. Stay here, he said sternly. I'll go check it out. Ho Jing charged out of the lounge first, with Sun Lei and the other 3 close behind. Following their gaze, they saw 30 or 40 people advancing menacingly in the distance. The weakest among them were 7th-tier martial artists, with numerous 8th-tier practitioners mixed in. The front few were all 9th-tier martial artists. The central figure leading them possessed strength rivaling Ho Jing's none other than Lin Langtian, the biological father of Lin Bufan from the Lin family. The other powerful figures were either heads of major clans or presidents of prestigious universities. Clearly, they had come seeking vengeance. With so many elite warriors gathered, their terrifying, chilling aura made it impossible for anyone to approach. Wherever they passed, bystanders instinctively stepped back 3 paces. Ho Jing stood like a pillar, blocking their path, undaunted. This is the waiting area for World Genius Tournament participants. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entering. Old Ho, we're old acquaintances. You know why we're here, and you know you can't stop us. Move aside. Lin Langtian's expression was stern, his overwhelming pressure sending shivers down the spines of the prodigies gathered in the VIP lounge. Ho Jing stood his ground, his stance unyielding. There are fatalities every year during training camp. You should be well aware of that. Accidental deaths, we wouldn't pursue. But this time, Lin Bei went on a killing spree at the training grounds, slaughtering a full 17 prodigies. Even by secular law, murder is a capital offense, and these were prodigies. The future hopes of Dragon Nation. Lin Langtian's stance was equally unyielding as he advanced relentlessly with his entourage. Cultivating a prodigy is no easy feat, and cultivating a peerless prodigy is even harder. The dozen prodigies slain by Lin Bei were essentially the key successors being groomed by major factions. Their sudden demise dealt an unimaginable blow to their factions. The Lin family suffered the heaviest losses, losing 2 SSS tier prodigies. The year before last, only Lin Bufan awakened SSS tier talent. Last year, only Lin Yao awakened SSS tier talent. This year, not a single SSS tier prodigy emerged. Their deaths have weakened the overall strength of the Lin family's younger generation by more than half. The Lin family still boasts a multitude of powerful individuals, and no immediate gap is apparent. Yet the older generation of powerhouses will inevitably fade away. Without SSS tier prodigies to lead the younger generation, the Lin family is destined to fall behind other clans in the future. It is no exaggeration to say that the deaths of Lin Bufan and Lin Yao have dealt a devastating blow to the Lin family's very foundation. Of course, Lin Langtian's objective from the start was never to kill Lin Bei for revenge. Losing one son was nothing. Countless women line up to share his bed if he wished. He could easily have more children. Even if she couldn't, he still had over a dozen other offspring. By uniting so many factions, he merely sought to create an illusion for Lin Bei, submit to the Lin family or face certain death. As for the other factions, they genuinely sought to kill Lin Bei and avenge their grievances. Chapter 103, Great Heavenly Buddha Poem. 5 Military Gods. Lin Bufan teamed up with those so-called prodigies to ambush him. Now that he's dead, it's their own fault for being useless. Ho Jing knew they were deliberately picking a fight, so he stopped mincing words. Lin Langtian was momentarily speechless. Since the moral high ground was lost, he would switch tactics. He shot a glance at the men behind him, and they instantly understood. My son is dead. Right and wrong no longer matter. I only want Lin Bei to pay with his life. Exactly. Murder demands retribution, it's only natural. Bring Lin Bei out to face his death. Unless Lin Bei dies, we will never rest. Dozens of powerful figures were seething with fury, every word echoed their own thoughts. Deep down, they understood that Lin Langtian had summoned them to the airport to ambush Lin Bei, not for true vengeance. The Lin family was vast and powerful, with deep-rooted influence. Losing 2 SSS tier prodigies would certainly weaken them, but if they could force Lin Bei to submit, that loss could be compensated for. Moreover, within such aristocratic clans, numerous factions vied for dominance. To ensure their own faction grew stronger and seized more resources, they had to adhere to the brutal rules of survival of the fittest, the strong devouring the weak, the superior prevailing over the inferior. The strong, regardless of personal ties, receive focused cultivation. The weak, even if they were one's own flesh and blood, would be cast aside without a second thought. Family ties are the least valued commodity within these great clans. But if Lin Bei refuses to submit to the Lin family, he faces only one path, death. After all, with the Lin family this colossal force charging ahead, they need only stand behind, waving banners and cheering them on. As the tension reached its peak, Lin Langtian waved his hand, silencing the powerful figures behind him. He adopted a mix of persuasion and pressure. Old Ho, it's not worth antagonizing so many of us over one Lin Bei, is it? If it were only for Lin Bei, antagonizing so many of you would indeed be unwise. Ho Jing shifted his tone, his voice ringing out with conviction, but if it's for the champion of the World Genius War, then it's absolutely worth it. Whoa! These words sent shockwaves through the assembled elite. Ho Jing was the deputy hall master of the War God Hall, a veteran 9th rank powerhouse, and the chief instructor of the training ground. His discernment was absolutely sharp. That he could speak with such conviction spoke volumes about Lin Bei's strength and potential. But the more formidable he became, the more Lin Bei had to die. Otherwise, once Lin Bei grew stronger, how could they ever exact their revenge? Lin Langtian's pupils contracted sharply, his mind stirred by considerable turmoil. The Lin family's willingness to grant Lin Bei one final chance stemmed primarily from coveting the Saints' tickets in his possession, with his potential being a secondary consideration. Now it seemed Lin Bei's potential far exceeded the Lin family's expectations. If he truly claimed the World Genius Tournament Championship, he wouldn't just be the strongest prodigy in Dragon Nation. He would be the world's most formidable prodigy. Given this, securing Lin Bei becomes even more crucial. Lin Langtian laid his cards on the table, unleashing an overwhelming aura. Old Ho, with just a few of you, you won't be able to hold back all of us. Then let's see. Ho Jing gave the order, and Sun Lei's 4 men arrived simultaneously. 5 against 40. Outnumbered and outmatched, yet they showed no fear. Life and death meant little to them. If you don't like it, fight it out. The War God's Hall had no cowards. You really want to force my hand? Lin Langtian frowned. You won't dare? I will. Great Heavenly Buddha Palm. Ho Jing unleashed a 9th grade martial technique at Lin Langtian, striking with a killing blow from the very start. A colossal, overbearing force gathered in his palm, erupting in blinding golden light as if a gigantic, golden Buddha hand was descending. A suffocating pressure spread throughout the space. Metal tables and chairs buckled and warped under the force, walls collapsed, and the ceiling groaned precariously. Half the departure lounge was devastated by this force, reduced to utter chaos. Caught off guard, Lin Langtian suffered a sudden setback, scrambling backward in disarray to barely evade the strike. Dozens of powerful figures nearby were instantly petrified. Though the blow had been significantly restrained, a direct hit on Lin Langtian would have caused at least internal injuries. Moreover, his restraint stemmed not from regard for their past ties, but rather from fear that the sheer force might obliterate Wu City Airport. You old bastard! Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Lin Langtian roared with fury. This place is too cramped to fight properly. If you've got the guts, step outside. We'll settle this once and for all, both supremacy and life or death. Ho Jing's domineering challenge left the entire crowd dumbstruck. Lin Langtian snapped to attention. You old fool! You're trying to stall. I won't let you have your way. Everyone, attack together. Capture Lin Bei first. Yes. The assembled warriors responded in unison, preparing to act. Snap. Snap. At that moment, space itself tore apart. A group of elderly men in military uniforms emerged calmly from the black void. Each radiated formidable presence, clearly at least 9th-tier powerhouses. Merely standing there, they loomed like towering, insurmountable mountains before the crowd. Even before they released any power, the terrifying pressure alone was suffocating. The military department has 12 war gods in total. 5 have arrived here. The gathered powerhouses gasped in shock and awe. Though seemingly only half had arrived, in reality, 90% of them were present. Of the military department's 12 military gods, 2 were on overseas missions, and 4 were permanently stationed at the colossal beast battlefield. This meant that only 6 war gods remained within the borders of Dragon Nation. And now, 5 had arrived. Only the one from the Lin family, military god Lin Tian Tao, was absent. Lin Langtian, gathering so many powerful figures to stir trouble in Wucheng, shows a blatant disregard for our military headquarters. The leader, Yi De, the god of war, spoke with a face flushed with anger. His words alone sent a chill through the crowd of powerful individuals. Most of these elite warriors from the great clans and families were cultivated through resources. To put it bluntly, they were all show, all style, and no substance. The military's elite, however, had forged themselves through countless bloody battles. At equal cultivation levels, the military's elite could effortlessly crush their opponents. Lin Langtian's face darkened. General Yi, Lin Bei killed 17 of our prodigies. We came to demand justice. What's wrong with that? They tried to show off but ended up getting crushed. They deserve to die. Yi De sneered contemptuously. The assembled elites. Lin Langtian. First, Ho Jing struck ruthlessly over a trivial disagreement. Now Yi De refused to speak unless his words stunned. Were these elderly masters also unrestrained? Nothing like those patriarchs from the great clans, always pretending to be profound and deep all day long. Lin Langtian's face turned the color of liver, his fists clenched tightly, yet he could do nothing about it. He had intended to overwhelm Ho Jing with sheer force, compelling him to hand over Lin Bei. But he never imagined the 5 military deities of the Ministry of War would personally intervene. Oomph. This matter will not rest here. Lin Langtian spat out his threat before turning and leaving. Yi De stepped forward to block him. You come and go as you please? What do you mean? Lin Langtian frowned and halted. You've wrecked Wucheng Airport beyond recognition. Compensation is non-negotiable. Yi De's tone was unyielding, his stance making it clear they wouldn't be allowed to leave without paying. Ho Jing destroyed the airport. What does that have to do with me? Lin Langtian spread his hands innocently. If you hadn't pushed him to his limits, how would Lord Ho have intervened? You're responsible for this damage. Yi De declared. Lin Langtian gritted his teeth in frustration. How much? 10 billion. Yi De pondered briefly. 10 billion? For this little damage? Are you kidding me? Why not just rob people outright? Lin Langtian gasped. Yi De had anticipated this reaction. He smirked. Refuse to pay? Then you're not leaving. As the words fell, the other 4 war gods instinctively spread out. They formed a circle, trapping the powerful figures led by Lin Langtian within. With their combined strength, plus Ho Jing and his 4 companions, they had every right to keep them all here. When you're in someone else's house, you have to bow your head. Lin Langtian gritted his teeth in fury. Fine. I'll hand it over. Chapter 104, The Overseas Gamble. Secretary Qing Yao. Seeking gold tickets. Lin Langtian wrote a 10 billion yuan IOU, signed it, and pressed his fingerprint before finally leaving Wuching Airport. The Lin family possessed immense wealth. 10 billion was hardly a dent. But spending it felt utterly humiliating. He'd done nothing wrong, nearly got slapped, and now had to shell out 10 billion just to leave. Trying to steal a chicken only to lose a handful of rice. This moment embodied that proverb perfectly. Seeing this, the other powerful figures scattered like monkeys. Brother Lin, the murder of our son is an unforgivable offense. We absolutely cannot let this go. You're right. The military department and the War God's Temple can protect Lin Bei for now, but not forever. A mere third-tier martial artist, anyone could take him down. If we don't avenge this, we'd be unworthy fathers. Worse, our entire clan's honor would be dragged through the mud. The powerful figures stoked the flames in unspoken agreement, trying to push Lin Langtian to take desperate measures. With the Lin family leading the charge, whatever extreme actions they took would fall squarely on the Lin family's shoulders, and only the Lin family could bear that burden. Lin Langtian understood their thoughts and knew they understood his. Yet this unspoken truth must remain unspoken. He declared, "Rest assured. I will deliver a satisfactory resolution for all of you." The military headquarters and the War God's Temple were sparing no effort to protect Lin Bei. They saw his potential. If Lin Bei fails to win the World Genius War Championship, he loses the very value that justifies such protection. Then he would be fish on the cutting board, helplessly at the mercy of others. Meanwhile, in the VIP lounge, now a scene of utter chaos. All the prodigies stared at Lin Bei with a mix of awe and envy. To have the War God Temple's leader and 5 military deities from the military headquarters protecting him with such fervor was an immense honor. With these 2 formidable powers backing him, he could practically walk all over Longhua. Young man, you weren't too shaken by that, were you? Yi Di approached with a friendly smile. Nope. Lin Bei shrugged, smirking dismissively, seemingly unconcerned about the recent events. He was now a legitimate contender for the World Genius War Championship. Even if the Lin family allied with over a dozen factions, or if the 3 great families Xiao, Lin, and Lu joined forces to pressure him, they wouldn't stand a chance. Good. Come with me. I'd like to introduce you to someone. Yi Di led Lin Bei out of the VIP lounge into a private room. Seated inside was a stunning woman with waist-length hair, appearing to be in her 30s. Her skin was impeccably maintained, and she exuded an otherworldly elegance and regal aura. Lin Bei recognized her identity at a glance. Qing Yao, the personal secretary to Su Bing, a high-ranking executive of the Martial Arts Foundation. Back when Lin Bei was still with the Lin family, he often saw her by his mother Su Bing's side, addressing her affectionately as Sister Yao. After being expelled from the Lin family, all contact ceased. Little Lin Bei, haven't seen you in 2 months. You've grown taller and stronger, Qing Yao murmured with a faint smile, radiating charm and allure. Yet Lin Bei remained utterly unmoved. Get to the point. You've become quite decisive. Then let's get down to business first and catch up later. Qing Yao retrieved a bank card from her storage bracelet and cut straight to the point. There's 100 billion yuan in this card. What? The Lin family's hard approach didn't work, so now you're trying the soft one? Lin Bei scoffed, not even bothering to glance at the card. Little brother Lin Bei, you've misunderstood. I'm representing the Martial Arts Foundation now, not the Lin family. Qing Yao shifted closer, her long legs brushing against Lin Bei's. She placed the card firmly in his hand and offered a sweet-talking proposal. There's an incredible money-making opportunity right now. If you agree, this 100 billion is yours. Not interested. Lin Bei tossed the card aside and stood up, heading for the door. Yi Di stood in the doorway, blocking his path. His voice softened as he urged, young man, in martial cultivation, talent and effort matter, but resources are crucial too. And resources cost money. Why not sit down patiently and hear me out? For the sake of General Yi, I'll give you 3 more minutes. Lin Bei turned back and sat down on the sofa. Qing Yao flashed a seductive smile and moved closer to Lin Bei. Little brother Lin Bei, I know you're angry with the Lin family, but you can't take it out on me, can you? 2 minutes. Lin Bei remained unmoved. Qing Yao's smile froze slightly before she cut to the chase. The World Genius Tournament is about to begin. The Martial Arts Foundation has partnered with multinational conglomerates to open offshore betting markets. You're currently the dark horse, you're bound to shine brightly on the battlefield. If you agree to cooperate with us, besides this 10 billion, you'll also receive a 0.1% share of the profits. What do you say? This tournament would involve 197 nations worldwide, meaning billions of people across the globe would be watching. The annual offshore betting pools handle trillions in funds. Even a 1,000th share of the profits would amount to at least tens of billions. With such a massive sum on the table, she couldn't believe Lin Bei wouldn't be tempted. Lin Bei's heart skipped a beat. He stared at Yi De in disbelief. You want me to throw the match? Give up our chance to win the championship? Young man, you've misunderstood. You only need to deliver a passable performance at specific match points. It won't affect your advancement or championship chances. Yi De explained. Xingyao chimed in, General Yi is absolutely right. This has no bearing on the match outcome whatsoever, and you stand to gain hundreds of billions in revenue. Why not go for it? Lin Bei still shook his head. Sorry, I'm not interested. At this, both Yi De and Xingyao were stunned. It wouldn't affect the match outcome, and he'd get hundreds of billions for free. How many people dream of such an opportunity yet never get it? And now it's right in front of you, yet you refuse? We're talking hundreds of billions here. Use it all to buy cultivation resources enough to get Lin Bei to the 9th tier. If you feel the split is too low, I can apply for more from the Martial Arts Foundation. We can sit down and discuss it further, Xingyao said. It's not about the money. I simply don't want to cooperate with the Martial Arts Foundation, Lin Bei replied. Xingyao grew visibly impatient, speaking bluntly, Lin Bei, I'll be honest with you. Your mother, Su Bing, is currently at a critical stage in her bid to become a foundation director. She desperately needs to make a name for herself at the World Genius Tournament. Even if money isn't your priority, you must consider your mother. Won't you help her? At these words, Lin Bei's expression instantly turned as cold as ice. Su Bing had handed him over to servants to raise the moment he was born, speaking to him barely a handful of times each month. When he was expelled from the family, she was handling affairs at the foundation. She knew about it but didn't rush back, not even a word of warning. After being expelled, he lived in the north for 2 months. Not once during that entire time did she send a single word of inquiry. The Lin family valued only strength, while she valued only money. Were it not for Lin Bei's immense potential, his chance to compete for the World Genius War Championship, Su Bing would likely never have seen him again in her lifetime. Chapter 105, Su Bing. Profiles of the world's prodigies. Everyone envies those born into such prestigious clans. They believe these individuals start life at the finish line of the race. But in this world where strength reigns supreme, familial bonds are never the glue holding a clan together. Value is. Only those of value receive the family's focused cultivation, ascending to high positions to wield power and control resources. The opposite? They get cast out. Lin Bei wasn't the first to be cast out of the Lin family, nor will he be the last. To ensure vitality and preserve their status, such prestigious clans will always be this ruthless. The only difference is that some, after being cast out, receive a sum of money to live out their days as wealthy recluses. Lin Bei's father, Lin Xiangying, was the head of the Lin family, wielding immense power. His mother, Su Bing, was a high-ranking executive at the Martial Arts Foundation, controlling vast wealth. Even if they'd let a mere trickle slip through their fingers for Lin Bei, it would have ensured his lifelong comfort. Yet they did not do so. To them, Lin Bei was nothing but an ugly scar on their otherwise glorious lives. So they banished him to the northern frontier to enlist in the military, leaving him to fend for himself. Whenever this thought crossed his mind, Lin Bei felt a chill run through him. From the moment he was cast out of the Lin family, he had severed all ties with them. If that was the case, what did Su Bing's promotion have to do with him? Get lost. Lin Bei snapped, turning his back and walking away without a second glance. This. Yi De sighed helplessly and immediately gave chase. Xingyao stood frozen in place, her heart stirred by a considerable commotion. The world bustles with people, all drawn by profit. The world throngs, all for profit. No one dislikes money, not even a 9th-rank powerhouse. Having served as Su Bing's secretary for so many years, she had witnessed humanity's greed and corruption firsthand. Given enough money, some would betray friends, family, even their own country. With hundreds of billions now before Lin Bei, wouldn't it be worth setting aside that grudge? Or perhaps Lin Bei's ambitions were so vast that a mere few billion meant nothing to him. Xingyao shook her head inside. She never imagined that after just 2 months apart, Lin Bei would seem like a completely different person, utterly unrecognizable. She left the airport and stepped into a black luxury business vehicle. Seated in the back was an exquisitely beautiful woman whose radiant elegance made Xingyao, with her own regal presence, seem like a supporting actress. This woman was none other than Su Bing, general manager of the Martial Arts Foundation. General Manager Su. Xingyao recounted the events that had just unfolded. After listening, a complex expression flickered across Su Bing's flawless features. When he first awakened, he was clearly just a C-tier talent, a complete failure. How, in the blink of an eye, has he become a dual-talent hybrid with a chance to win the World Genius Tournament? A peerless prodigy? General Manager Su, I'm not familiar with the Lin family's internal affairs, but do you think it's possible? Xingyao glanced at Su Bing tentatively, hesitating to speak without permission. Speak. Su Bing nodded in acknowledgement. The Lin family has numerous factions. Could it be that other factions, unwilling to see your faction grow stronger, deliberately falsified Lin Bei's talent assessment? Xingyao uttered these words with utmost caution. Su Bing fell silent, her gaze shifting restlessly toward the window. Under normal circumstances, if the parents possess strong talent, their child's talent is also likely to be strong. For instance, when two S-tier powerhouses unite, their offspring would likely also be S-tier, though a tier or even SS-tier potential could emerge. As for levels below A or above SS, those were extremely rare probabilities. Lin Xiangying possessed dual SSS tier talent, while Su Bing was SSS tier with a unique physique. Their child should have been at least SSS tier. Yet it turned out to be a C-tier talent, truly bizarre. But back then, he was too busy to spare the time, so he never delved deeper into the matter. Looking back now, if we had carefully verified Lin Bei's talent back then, perhaps things wouldn't have turned out this way. Ms. Su. Ms. Su. The World Genius War Organizing Committee has compiled the top 100 prodigy rankings. Xingyao's phone received an email. Opening it revealed a list. Su Bing's eyes widened in shock. 4th tier? Something's terribly off this year. How could there be 4th tier and 3rd tier, 9th rank participants? Could the organizing committee have deliberately tampered with the contestants' ages? Xingyao asked curiously. The whole world is watching this tournament. The committee wouldn't dare. Let's see where Lin Bei is first, Su Bing said. Xingyao scanned the list meticulously from top to bottom before pointing to a spot. Found him. Lin Bei is ranked 18th on the list. 18th place is still impressive, but he's lost his chance at the championship. Let's go back. A faint smile flickered across Su Bing's usually cold face. Moments ago, she had felt regret for expelling Lin Bei from the Lin family. Now, that regret vanished completely. With Lin Bei's talent, he might indeed advance to the 9th tier someday. But so what? To her, he remained utterly worthless. For the Lin family and the Martial Arts Foundation, one more 9th tier practitioner or one less made no difference whatsoever. Oh, you're just too stubborn. Do you think I introduced Xingyao to you just so you could make some money? The real point was to connect you with the Martial Arts Foundation. Yi De shook his head, sighed, and beat his chest in frustration, feeling nothing but profound regret. The Martial Arts Foundation and the Martial Arts Chamber stood as the two most powerful conglomerates in Dragon Nation, boasting unimaginable wealth and influence. In terms of financial might alone, the combined wealth of the three most prestigious martial arts clans wouldn't even reach half of the Martial Arts Foundation's reserves. Second was their network of connections. Martial artists sponsored by the Martial Arts Foundation accounted for 1% of Dragon Nation's total population. At first glance, 1% might seem insignificant. However, the prerequisite for receiving the Martial Arts Foundation's support was awakening a C-grade or higher talent. With such talent, most who diligently train can gain admission to Martial Arts University. It's no exaggeration to say that nearly 90 out of every 100 martial arts university students have received support from the Martial Arts Foundation. Moreover, this funding model has persisted for over a century, with many students growing into formidable figures renowned throughout their regions. Its formidable network of connections is unmatched by any other power. With the Martial Arts Foundation's protection, coupled with backing from the military department and the War God's Temple, even if Lin Bei fails to win the World Genius War Championship, no one in the country would dare touch him. At the very least, no one would dare touch him openly. I know, Lin Bei replied. You know nothing. You've already drawn the attention of the entire sect, and now you've offended over a dozen factions led by the Lin family. If you don't win the World Genius War Championship, they have plenty of ways to deal with you. Yi De scolded, frustrated beyond words. I will win it, Lin Bei declared with unwavering confidence. Here are the profiles of this year's top prodigies from around the world. Finish reading this before you say that again. Yi De pulled a list from his storage bracelet and flung it into Lin Bei's hands with obvious irritation. Chapter 106, Too strong? I can still kill them. Please vote. Lin Bei glanced at the first name on the top line and froze. Eagle Nation, Alice, age 20, dual SSS tier talent, 4th tier, 1st rank. Keep reading, Yi De said. Eagle Nation, Edward, age 20, SSS tier talent, 3rd tier, 9th rank. Eagle Nation, Clorin, 20 years old, S-rank talent with a unique physique, 3rd tier, 9th level. Lin Bei frowned as he scanned the entries. When he reached the 6th person's profile, he couldn't help but ask, this Sakura Nation's Take-a-Shun is only tier 3, level 5. Why is he ranked 6th? This guy's altar is rather unique, Yi De explained. Lin Bei continued scanning the list. Among the top 10 prodigies, all but this Take-a-Shun were at stage 3, level 9. What was truly odd, however, was that despite their extraordinary cultivation levels, their talents weren't particularly dazzling. Even S-tier talents were mixed in. Even stranger was the fact that starting from 11th place, the cultivation levels plummeted to 3rd tier, 6th rank. Further down, it was tier 3, level 5. The very last name on the top 100 list was at the 3rd stage, 3rd rank. Just then, Ho Jing rushed over to Yi De with the list in hand, his voice urgent. Old Yi! Old Yi! The World Genius Tournament Committee just released the participant list. Where the hell did all these 4th tier and 3rd tier, 9th rank prodigies come from? Ask them if they made a mistake. The committee wouldn't make such a basic mistake, Yi De replied. Then someone must have tampered with the ages. Ho Jing declared with certainty. That's even less likely. Yi De shook his head. The World Genius Tournament measured a nation's depth and won international prestige. Every nation's sovereign is watching this tournament. If someone really tampered with the ages, would the other sovereigns just sit back and do nothing? That's impossible. And that's impossible too. Where did these 4th tier and 3rd tier 9th rank prodigies come from? They didn't just spring from rocks, did they? Ho Jing scrutinized the list meticulously. The top 10 prodigies were all unfamiliar faces. Only from 11th place onward did familiar names of international prodigies appear. If a few 3rd tier 7th or 8th tier prodigies had emerged, it might have been understandable. After all, if the Dragon Nation could produce a prodigy like Lin Bei, other nations might just do the same. But 9 of the top 10 prodigies hailed from Eagle Nation. Isn't this a bit too outrageous? They must have tampered with the ages, they're not even bothering to pretend anymore. I haven't figured out the specifics yet, Yi De shook his head. In past World Genius battles, the highest realm was only Stage 3, Level 7. Now there are so many Stage 4 and Stage 3, Level 9 competitors. How are we supposed to compete? Ho Jing looked as dejected as a frostbitten eggplant, utterly defeated. If the top 10 prodigies were disqualified, Lin Bei still had a strong chance at the championship. After all, he was the prodigy who had defeated opponents 2 tiers above him, Lin Yao and Lin Bufan. Defeating a Stage 3, Level 6 opponent with his own Stage 3, Level 5 strength would be a breeze. But now, facing so many 3rd tier 9th level and 4th tier opponents, his chances of winning were practically zero. Moreover, Eagle Nation was the planet's most profoundly established power, undisputed. The global order revolves around Eagle Nation, with countless vassal states under its command. As for Dragon Nation, besides its age-old rivalry with Cherry Blossom Nation, it has also clashed with Eagle Nation in several major wars over the past few centuries. With its vast territory, abundant resources, and teeming population of talented individuals, the Dragon Nation stands as the most likely challenger to the Eagle Nation's global hegemony. Thus, for centuries, the Eagle Nation has never missed an opportunity to suppress the Dragon Nation. In the annual World Genius Tournament, the Eagle Nation's prodigies always target the Dragon Nation's prodigies first. If they can eliminate them, they do so; if not, they ensure their elimination. Yi De frowned deeply, unsure how to respond to Ho Jing's question. Truthfully, he also believed Lin Bei had no chance of winning the World Genius Tournament championship. That's why the moment he received the roster, he immediately began laying the groundwork for Lin Bei. Now that Su Bing had undoubtedly received the roster released by the organizing committee, Lin Bei no longer held any value for continued collaboration with the Martial Arts Foundation. Lin Bei, why don't we just wait another 2 years? With your talent, you'll be at least 4th tier in 2 years. By then, no one at the World Genius Tournament will be able to stand in your way. Ho Jing urged earnestly. Old Ho, if Lin Bei withdraws from the tournament, do you think he'll survive until then? Yi De asked gravely. With the War Gods Hall and your military department protecting him, how could we possibly fail to safeguard Lin Bei? Ho Jing countered. On what grounds would the War God Hall protect Lin Bei? And the military isn't a monolithic entity. Besides, did Lin Bei offend only the Lin family? There's also the He family, the Wang family, the Yang family, Tianmen Martial Arts University, and more. Which of these dozen factions is easy to provoke? Yi De covered his face with his hand. Sometimes he genuinely wanted to pry open Lin Bei's skull to see what was inside. A prodigy who passed layer upon layer of selection to enter the training grounds and reach the 3rd stage, could such a person be mediocre? Absolutely not. Behind every prodigy stood a powerful faction. Though these factions might not match the Xiao, Lin, or Lu families in depth of heritage, they were still local powerhouses. Hearing this, Ho Jing fell silent. His original plan was to wait until Lin Bei claimed the championship at the World Genius Tournament, then recommend him to the War Gods Hall. That way, he could protect him openly and legitimately. But if he withdrew from the tournament, what justification would the War Gods Hall have to protect Lin Bei? And on what grounds could they recommend him to the sovereign? And what justification would the sovereign have to antagonize so many factions over someone of uncertain potential? Remember, the sovereign had established the War Gods Hall precisely because the military department and the Imperial Guard alone could no longer maintain control. The aristocratic clans and the Round Table elders greedily drained the nation's resources, while the all-pervasive infiltration of the totality further eroded the sovereign's authority, leaving him stripped of most of his power. Unless Lin Bei's value is immense, so immense that the sovereign is willing to completely sever ties with all these factions for him. The most direct way to prove his worth is to win the World Genius War Championship. So what do you suggest? Ho Jing asked. Enter the competition. We don't need to aim for the top 10 in the World Genius Tournament. Just securing 11th place would be enough to prove Lin Bei's worth. After all, he's only 18. Yi De stated solemnly. Ho Jing's brows furrowed deeply. He racked his brain but couldn't think of a better solution. That's the only option. Actually, you needn't be so pessimistic. I've already killed a 4th tier, 9th rank fullness and a 5th tier queen insect. Taking out the people on that kill list? No big deal. Lin Bei's voice suddenly cut through the silence. Ho Jing. Yi da. The two men locked eyes, both falling silent. That word kill was used perfectly. The other prodigies spoke of defeating their opponents, but with you, it became slaughter. And not just one or two but slaughtering every single person on that list. Yi da patted Lin Bei's shoulder meaningfully. Confidence is good. But don't let it blind you. Ho Jing slapped the other shoulder. Old Ye's right. All you need is to secure 11th place. Chapter 107, Departure for Sakura Country. Differential treatment. The truth will prove everything. Lin Bei offered no further explanation, only confirming once more, General Yi, I recall Commander Shin mentioning that finishing in the top 100 of the World Genius War would grant direct promotion to captain? Correct. Yi Din nodded. Then if I win the World Genius Tournament Championship, can I be promoted 2 ranks at once? Lin Bei pressed. Ha ha ha. If you just secure 11th place, I'll make an exception and promote you to Marquis. Yi Da pledged solemnly. Great. It's a deal. Lin Bei's heart surged with excitement, instantly filling him with anticipation for the World Genius Tournament. 1 championship. 2 ranks at once. 2 lottery chances. By then, his strength would surely surge once more. The Lin Bei of today craved power even more than he had back in the north. Before, he sought strength merely to prove himself, to live with dignity in this dog-eat-dog world. Now, the Lin clan, the entire sect, and countless factions all want him dead. The War Gods Hall and the military department could protect him for a time, but not forever. He must grow stronger faster, and the quickest way to do so is by advancing his military rank to gain lottery chances. Meanwhile, in the airport lounge, all the prodigies had seen the top 100 prodigy list released by the World Genius Battle Organizing Committee, and despair filled each heart. Even top prodigies like Xiao Linger and Lu Yi had lost all confidence. Since the World Genius War began, the strongest prodigy ever recorded had only reached Stage 3, Level 7. This year, 8 had reached the 9th tier of the 3rd rank. And 1 with dual SSS tier talents at 4th tier, 1st rank. This wasn't just a slight edge, it was utter, complete domination. When both are heaven's pride, a 4th tier facing a 3rd tier is like a martial artist taking on an ordinary person. The difference may seem slight, but it is as vast as heaven and earth. Under the gloom of despair, the prodigy's morale plummeted. What's going on? Lin Bei had just returned from the distance when he saw everyone looking like this. He immediately asked, Captain, haven't you seen the top 100 list released by the organizing committee? Louis pulled up a list on his phone. I saw it, Lin Bei replied indifferently. You saw it? Just 3 words? Don't you think this year's World Genius Battle is absurd? 8 3rd tier 9th level cultivators. And 1 4th tier 1st level cultivator. Louis's voice instantly rose 3 octaves. So what? We still cut them down. Lin Bei casually tossed out the words, finding a chair to sit down, crossing his legs as he took a short break. So what? We'll still cut them down? Hearing those 8 words, the assembled prodigies all felt a jolt in their hearts, staring at Lin Bei in disbelief. Had anyone else uttered those words, they would have scoffed in disbelief. But Lin Bei was different. He was the prodigy who had speed cleared the Shadow Tower in under 10 minutes. His confidence must be backed by genuine capital and resolve. Perhaps he truly held a trump card capable of challenging a 4th tier prodigy. Ah, our captain is truly badass. Louis gave him a thumbs up, being the first to butter him up. Captain's the man. The prodigies chimed in with flattery, and the despairing atmosphere faded considerably under Lin Bei's commanding presence. Much later, the special aircraft bound for Sakura Nation was ready. This World Genius War expedition was led jointly by Ho Jing, Deputy Hall Master of the War God Hall, and Yi Da, the military god of the military department. Besides having 2 9th-rank powerhouses escorting them, each prodigy was also given a spatial jade token. Simply shattering the jade token would instantly teleport them back to the Dragon Nation. After all, the World Genius Tournament was not merely a competition, it was a life or death struggle. Countless prodigies perish in this tournament each year. After several hours of travel, the private jet finally touched down at Shikoku Island International Airport in Sakura Nation. The moment they stepped off the plane, the fervor of the World Genius War was palpable. The vast airport was filled with chartered aircraft from every nation. Genius warriors from different nations wore uniforms bearing their country's distinct colors. Thousands of prodigies stood clearly divided within sight. Each competing team was led by at least 1 9th-rank powerhouse. Welcome banners and directional signage for the World Genius Tournament adorned the airport buildings. Even before the competition officially began, a palpable tension hung in the air. In Dragon Nation, they were the strongest prodigies selected through rigorous trials. Yet these prodigies gathered at the airport, weren't they too selected through rigorous trials? S-tier talents and 3rd-tier prodigies were as common as weeds. Xiao Linger and Louis casually scanned the crowd and immediately spotted several competitors whose auras were no weaker than their own. You're from Dragon Nation, right? An airport staff member approached them, asking in Sakura Mandarin with a hint of impatience in his tone. Yes, Ho Jing replied in Dragon Nation's language. Follow me, the staff member continued in Japanese. Damn it! Other staff handling delegations speak their native languages, but this short monkey insists on using Japanese bird language with us. Louis grumbled. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the staffer halted, spinning around to glare at Louis with venom. Louis showed no fear, straightening his back and meeting the glare. At that moment, Ho Jing stepped forward to shield Louis, his voice deep and commanding, "Continue leading the way." "Oomph." The staff member snorted coldly and turned to continue walking. Moments later, the group entered the World Village. 197 participating nations, each represented by one of 197 buildings. "That's your dormitory," the staff member pointed to the building at the very back of the World Village. "Let's go." Ho Jing led the group forward. Reaching the rear building's entrance, they pushed open the door. A thick cloud of dust billowed out, as if it hadn't been cleaned in years. As the dust settled, the group took a closer look and an uncontrollable rage surged through them. This wasn't a dormitory. It was clearly an abandoned junk room. The floor was covered in a thick layer of grime, with cobwebs hanging from every corner and the ceiling. Shattered wooden planks, bed frames, desks, chairs, and benches were strewn about like trash. Entering through the main door, each room was more dilapidated than the last. Some didn't even have beds. And forget the filth and clutter. How are we supposed to live here with no water or electricity? Cherry blossom bird people. They're clearly targeting us. When our Dragon Nation hosted the World Genius Tournament, we never discriminated against any country. Those cherry blossom birds sure have a tiny-ass sense of fairness. How are we supposed to live like this? We need to find someone to fix this. The prodigies seethed with indignation. Ho Jing and Yi Di exchanged glances, sighing in unison. A lowly receptionist couldn't possibly have such audacity and authority. He dared to act this way because he must have been instructed by someone powerful. No matter who they called to fix it, it would be futile and likely just invite humiliation. First, go to the rooftop and plant the national flag. We can tidy up the place to make it barely livable. I'll handle the water and electricity issues, said Yi Di. Fine, Louis reluctantly nodded, then walked up to hoist the flag. Hoisting the flag signified the building's ownership. It also made it easier for the contestants to come and go. But moments later, Louis's furious shout echoed from the rooftop. "You! Who dares cut down our flag? You want to die?" Chapter 108, Banana Monkeys. Execute them all. Cut down the flag? I'll see who's got the guts. Ho Jing charged toward the rooftop first, the others following close behind. Upon reaching the rooftop, they saw the severed flagpole and the Dragon Nation's flag lying on the ground. Their rage instantly reached its peak. The national flag symbolizes a nation's dignity. Cutting it down was a blatant provocation. "General Yi, Lord Ho, these banana monkeys deliberately cut our flag." Louis recounted the events in detail. "Your flag snaps at the slightest touch, just like your Dragon Nation warriors. They drop dead at the slightest touch." Over a dozen Banana Nation prodigies stood on the opposite rooftop, speaking broken Chinese with maximum provocation. Banana Nation is Cherry Blossom Nation's lackey. With them acting like this, there's no guarantee Cherry Blossom Nation isn't pulling the strings behind the scenes. They've been disgusting us since we got off the plane. Disgusting us all the way wasn't enough, now they want to ride our necks in on us. This is the last straw. You! Louis leapt onto the opposite rooftop. "I'll back you up. Count me in." A dozen Dragon Nation prodigies followed suit, plunging into a chaotic melee with a dozen Banana Nation prodigies. Yi Di and Ho Jing stood their ground, tacitly allowing this to unfold. Banana Nation was merely a tiny country with shallow national foundations, and the prodigies it cultivated were mediocre at best. With Louis leading the charge, teaching them a lesson was no difficult task. As for the World Village's rule against private duels? When someone's already ting on your neck, who gives a damn about rules? Revenge first. The Dragon Nation's prodigies generally held a clear edge over their Banana Nation counterparts, making the battle almost one-sided. But at that very moment, a laser beam erupted silently from within the crowd. Whoosh! Louis took the brunt of it, a fist-sized hole gouged into his abdomen. The laser pierced through his abdomen and struck several Dragon Nation elites behind him, inflicting full penetration damage on all. In an instant, the tide of battle turned. Over a dozen Banana Nation prodigies pressed their advantage, each strike aimed directly at vital points. Sane's laser weapon. Ho Jing's brow furrowed as he prepared to act. "Lord Ho, if you intervene, the nature of this matter will change." "Leave it to me." Xiao Linger blocked Ho Jing, stepping forward to take action. Whoosh! 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 As the two spoke, over a dozen arrows whistled through the air from behind. A piercing sonic boom erupted, making everyone's ears ache. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen Banana Kingdom prodigies were struck by arrows, sent flying backward, and pinned to the wall. Crimson, scalding blood gushed from their chests, flowing down their abdomens and legs before dripping onto the floor from their toes. Each arrow had struck precisely at the heart, aiming for the vital organ. Third-tier martial artists possessed formidable physical constitutions. Even a fatal wound to the heart wouldn't kill them instantly. Pinned to the wall, powerless to resist, they looked up at Lin Bei in disbelief. In their minds, the Dragon Nation always exercised restraint for the sake of the so-called greater good. Even if someone were to defecate on their necks, they wouldn't do anything truly outrageous. And this was precisely why they dared to insult the Dragon Nation team with such brazen disregard. But Lin Bei's ruthless and decisive actions truly sent shockwaves through them. As the searing pain in their chests subsided, the shock gradually faded, replaced by endless regret. Had they known the Dragon Nation team harbored such a ruthless individual, they would never have dared to cross the line so blatantly. Compared to the shock of Banana Nation's prodigy, Ho Jing and his group were surprised, but not overly so. Would a madman with no background or status, who dared to slay over a dozen of the Dragon Nation's top prodigies, truly fear retaliation from a tiny, insignificant country? Clearly not. Damn it. Well done. In the clutch, we can only rely on our captain. Those banana monkeys thought they could bully our Dragon Nation? This is their fate. The Dragon Nation's prodigies applauded, venting their pent-up frustration. Killing so many of the Banana Nation's elite meant this wouldn't end well. But damn, it felt good. Thud. 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 At that moment, the other Banana Nation prodigies and their leading warriors inside the building heard the commotion and rushed to the rooftop. Their fury ignited instantly upon seeing the dozen-plus prodigies pinned to the wall. You killed our nation's prodigies without cause. You must answer for this today. The Banana Nation's leader, also a 9th rank, unleashed terrifying pressure like a flood as his rage surged. Yi De waved his hand, and the overwhelming pressure melted away like ice and snow. He then turned to scold Lin Bei. Even though the Banana Kingdom's prodigies provoked you first and struck first, you didn't need to be so heavy-handed. Old Yi is right. Our Dragon Nation has always been a land of etiquette. What you did was wrong, Ho Jing chimed in with his own rebuke. Aha, Lin Bei responded half-heartedly. He killed our nation's prodigy. The leader of Banana Nation's elite fighters glared at Lin Bei with eyes as sharp as blades. Friend, Lin Bei has deeply recognized his mistake, and we've already reprimanded him. Please don't dwell on it, Ho Jing interjected. The lives of over a dozen of our nation's prodigies. The Banana Nation's leader demanded furiously. And this is all it takes, a few meaningless words of criticism? Then what do you want? Ho Jing asked. I want him to pay with his life. The Banana Nation's leader answered with ironclad certainty. He certainly can pay with his life. How about some compensation? Name your price, Yi De interjected. You're insulting me and my country. I'll fight you to the death. The Banana Nation's leader roared, flicking a dagger from his sleeve straight toward Lin Bei's vital points. Yi De stepped forward to shield Lin Bei, his voice deep and furious. You bunch of banana monkeys. If you won't listen to reason, I know a thing or two about Great Heavenly Buddha Palm. Ho Jing moved faster, slamming his palm directly at the Banana Nation's leader. Ho Jing and Yi De might be older, but that didn't mean their fiery tempers had vanished. They'd held back earlier, worried that escalating the situation would be hard to contain and might disrupt Lin Bei and the others' competition. But with things escalating this far, what was there left to hold back? Ever since arriving at the airport, they'd been targeted relentlessly, bottling up a mountain of pent-up rage with nowhere to vent it. Perfect, let's vent it all on you. Boom! A single palm strike sent the Banana Nation's leader flying dozens of meters away, leaving only the nation's elite talents standing in stunned silence. I wasn't even finished speaking, why did you jump the gun? Yi De grumbled. Monkeys don't understand human speech. You have to hit them, Ho Jing replied. So you killed him? Yi De asked. No, I left him a breath of life, Ho Jing replied. Their status differed from Lin Bei's. If they truly struck down the Banana Nation's leader, the implications would be entirely different. At worst, it could spark a war between Dragon Nation and Banana Nation. You monsters. We'll report this to the organizing committee. Killing demands retribution. You must pay for this. You'll pay for this. With their leader severely injured and missing, the remaining Banana Nation prodigies dared not linger. They hurled threats and hastily departed. Ho Jing and Yi De exchanged a knowing smile, utterly unconcerned about Banana Nation's retaliation. Looks like we won't need to clean the rooms ourselves, we've got a ready-made solution right here. Chapter 109, Desperate Measures. Tournament Rules. The group hauled down the bodies of over a dozen Banana Nation elites and dumped them onto the street outside. As for their dormitory, it now belonged to Team Dragon Nation. Brand new rooms, furniture, air conditioning, private bathrooms a world apart from the previous building. And all of this was earned through sheer strength. Just as everyone was basking in their joy, a deep, furious voice boomed from outside the building. Whoever's in there, get your ass out here. Ho Jing recognized the voice and stepped out confidently, grinning defiantly. What? That slap earlier didn't finish you off? You want another shot? You, don't get cocky. I've summoned the rotating chairman of the World Genius War Organizing Committee to uphold justice. The Banana Nation's leader, intimidated by Ho Jing's power, instinctively took half a step back, positioning himself behind the rotating chairman. World Village rules strictly prohibit private duels. Yet you not only initiated violence but also killed over a dozen Banana Nation prodigies. This demands accountability. The rotating chairman, a Sakura Nation native and a 9th-tier powerhouse, spoke.
His words instantly bolstered the Banana Nation's confidence.
How do you propose to settle this?
Ho Jing asked casually. Your Dragon Nation has an ancient saying, killing demands retribution. If you execute Lin Bei and compensate Banana Nation for its losses, the organizing committee may consider preserving your Dragon Nation team's eligibility to compete. The rotating chairman's voice was calm, yet carried an unquestionable authority. Hearing this, the Dragon Nation's prodigies erupted in outrage. The World Genius War's age requirement was 20 years old or younger.
Most of them were already over 20.
If disqualified, they would be barred from the World Genius Tournament for life. Ho Jing and Yi De also frowned deeply. This tournament was not just about Lin Bei's life, it was about national pride. Even if you withdraw, Lin Bei must die, the Banana Nation's leader snarled.
Great Heaven Buddha Palm.
Ho Jing, having nothing left to lose, unleashed a palm strike at the Banana Nation's leader.
Insolent! How dare you act out in front of this chairman?
The rotating chairman roared, countering with a palm strike.
Who do you think you are, spouting such arrogance?
Yi De roared as he attacked.
In an instant, the 4 9th-rank powerhouses were locked in a fierce battle.
Though the battle appeared fierce, all 4 secretly restrained their power. Ho Jing and Yi De feared collateral damage to the Dragon Nation team, while the Banana Nation leader worried about harming his own allies. The rotating chairman, meanwhile, feared destroying the world village.
When did the Dragon Nation become so reckless? This fight at the drop of a hat style, did they learn it from Bear Nation? The Banana Nation's elite watched the scene unfold, utterly stunned. If it were only Lin Bei acting recklessly, that would be one thing. After all, he's young. But Ho Jing and Yi De won the deputy head of the War Gods Hall, the other one of the 12 military gods of the Ministry of Defense. Their every word and action represented the Dragon Nation.
Engaging in combat with the rotating chairman now equated to offending the entire organizing committee in most nations across the world.
Chairman, save me.
The weakest leader of the Banana Nation's contingent was beaten to a pulp, crying out in agony. The rotating chairman wasn't much stronger himself, barely able to defend his own position.
He could only invoke his status, attempting to intimidate the 2 into retreat. I am the rotating chairman of the World Genius Battle Organizing Committee.
By virtue of my position as chairman, I command you to cease hostilities.
That.
Ho Jing kicked the rotating president flying.
Put.
A mouthful of blood spurted out as the rotating chairman rolled dozens of times across the ground before coming to a halt. He struggled to his feet, swaying unsteadily.
Do you believe me when I say I can disqualify your Dragon Nation team from the competition? Take my ass. Yi De appeared before him in an instant, slapping him so hard he flew dozens of meters away. Put.
Another mouthful of old blood spurted out. The few remaining teeth of the rotating chairman were knocked loose. His head buzzed, and he could no longer tell east from west.
The Banana Nation's leader stood trembling in place, hands raised high in surrender.
This world is survival of the fittest might reign supreme.
I gave you face by calling you chairman. Without that, what are you?
Yi De spat contemptuously at him. You'll pay for this. The Banana Nation's leader supported the rotating chairman as they slunk away in disgrace.
Get out! Ho Jing roared, sending shivers down the spines of Banana Nation's elite. The faint-hearted among them wet themselves on the spot.
Dragon Nation had previously yielded and compromised everywhere because, in a world dominated by Eagle Nation, showing even the slightest edge would inevitably invite even stronger retaliation. Before possessing the strength to take on the entire world single-handedly, Dragon Nation had to keep a low profile. To the world, this restraint appeared as weakness and cowardice. But this time was different. Lin Bei had slain over a dozen Banana Nation's elite. There was no turning back now. Surely they couldn't hand Lin Bei over to his death? That would shatter the hearts of Longwa's other prodigies and utterly disgrace the nation.
Better to go all out and fight with everything we've got.
It must be said, this feeling of not having to worry about any consequences was truly exhilarating. The pent-up frustration bottled up inside for over a decade suddenly felt much lighter. Since we've already torn off the mask, we shouldn't let them leave alive.
Lin Bei's abrupt voice startled Ho Jing and Yi De. This kid's killing intent is way too intense. Killing over a dozen Banana Nation prodigies wasn't enough, he wanted to wipe them all out. If this entire group perished, Banana Nation would declare war immediately, no need to wait for the World Genius Tournament to begin. With the Quan family causing chaos within the Dragon Nation and colossal beasts lurking outside, the nation couldn't withstand another war. Yi De reached out and put his arm around Lin Bei's shoulder, changing the subject. Alright, the immediate crisis is over. Now we need to discuss tomorrow's match strategy. Back in the dormitory, after confirming no one was eavesdropping, Ho Jing explained, the World Genius Tournament consists of 2 rounds. The first round is a battle royale, similar in format to the Beast Island combat trials. Out of 19,700 contestants, only the top 300 based on points will advance. The venue is the very 4 Directions Island we're on now. Is it random teleportation again? Lin Bei asked. Yes. Going it alone is absolutely hopeless. You must regroup as quickly as possible, Ho Jing replied. But Sifan Island is so vast. How are we supposed to meet up? Lin Bei pressed. Yi De retrieved a map from his storage bracelet and took over the explanation. This is a 1:1 replica of Sifan Island. See this area circled in red? It's called Little Silver Mountain.
Once you enter the competition zone, head straight north and you'll spot this mountain dark yet shimmering with silver.
Whoa! At this revelation, all the prodigies sucked in their breath. The topography and terrain of every nation were classified as top secret. For the military to obtain a 1:1 replica map of Sifan Island? That's nothing short of divine intervention.
While competitors from other nations were still struggling to find teammates inside, the Dragon Nation team might already be fully assembled. Forming a formation of 100 to capture isolated competitors would guarantee success every time, drastically increasing their chances of advancing. The second half is a tournament format, 300 contestants narrowed to 150, 150 to 75, 75 to 38, and 38 to 19. The remaining losers will enter a single elimination bracket to compete for the sole revival spot, determining the top 20. Unlike standard tournament matches, the World War Tournament introduces a ban rule.
Before the match begins, both contestants draw lots.
The one who draws the red slip has the right to ban one of the opponent's martial arts techniques or weapons, but cannot ban innate talents.
Ho Jing explained in detail. All the prodigies understood the rules of the World Genius Tournament, but Lin Bei suddenly asked, "Can puppets be used on the stage?"
"Puppets are considered a type of weapon and are permitted," Ho Jing replied without hesitation.
Chapter 110, Annihilate the Dragon Nation Team? Tournament Rewards.
Receiving the affirmative answer, a mysterious smile spread across Lin Bei's lips. In this year's World Genius Tournament, even the top-ranked prodigy was only at the first tier of the 4th rank. And he possessed 2 4th-tier puppets. Combined with the 6th grade upper martial skill, 10,000 swords returned to the source, securing first place was hardly a difficult task. "You have one night to memorize this map," Ho Jing instructed.
Yes. The prodigies concentrated intently on studying the map.
After consuming a recovery potion, Lui's injuries were nearly healed.
He glanced at Lin Bei first before turning to Ho Jing and Yi De. "Hallmaster Ho, General Yi, what if we get disqualified?" "Disqualified? Screw that."
Ho Jing waved his hand impatiently, unwilling to waste another thought on the matter.
Lui was momentarily speechless,
unsure how to respond, and chose silence instead. At that moment, Yi De stepped forward to reassure everyone.
"Don't worry. We won't be disqualified."
"Why do you say that?"
Lui pressed immediately. "You've all seen the top 100 list released by the organizing committee.
Lin Bei is the only 18-year-old prodigy on that list. His potential speaks for itself. Everyone who saw that list understands. Plus, Lin Bei instantly defeated over a dozen prodigies from Banana Nation, proof of his power. Under these circumstances, Eagle Nation, which has always viewed Dragon Nation as a potential rival, will never pass up the chance to eliminate Lin Bei."
Yi De analyzed calmly. "Banana Nation is a dog bred by Cherry Blossom Nation, and Cherry Blossom Nation is a dog bred by Eagle Nation. Do you think dogs would disobey their masters?"
As the words fell, all the prodigies turned their heads toward Lin Bei, their eyes tinged with pity.
Among the top 10 prodigies, 9 hailed from Eagle Nation.
8 of them were at the 9th tier of the 3rd stage, and 1 was at the 1st tier of the 4th stage. If caught by this group in the elimination rounds, survival was virtually impossible. The sole glimmer of hope lay in the spatial jade token in Lin Bei's grasp. Shattering it would teleport him back to the Dragon Nation.
Yet in Yi De and Ho Jing's view, shattering the spatial jade token would only temporarily save Lin Bei's life. Once he returned to the Dragon Nation, the Lin family would accuse him of desertion and launch an attack. With numerous factions joining forces to exert pressure, neither the War God's Hall nor the military headquarters could protect Lin Bei. Only one person in the entire world could protect Lin Bei. That person was the Dragon Nation's sovereign. But to compel the Dragon Nation's ruler to intervene, Lin Bei must prove his worth. Therefore, only one path lay before Lin Bei now: fight tooth and nail to advance to the elimination rounds and secure 11th place in the World Genius Tournament. "I've memorized this map. I'll head back to sleep now."
Lin Bei tossed out the words before rushing back to his room. He grabbed his phone and opened the overseas betting page for the Martial Arts Foundation. The first name that caught his eye was Alice from Eagle Nation. Her odds stood at a mere 1:1, making her the undisputed global favorite to win the World Genius Tournament.
Scrolling down, the odds varied according to each contestant's strength.
Scrolling all the way down, Lin Bei finally spotted his own odds, also 1:1, for advancing to the knockout stage. The odds for finishing in the top 200 of the knockout stage were 1.5 to 1. The odds for the top 100 in the knockout stage were 2 to 1. The odds for finishing in the top 10 of the knockout stage were 50 to 1. The odds for winning the tournament soared to 300 to 1. 300 to 1 is already extremely high odds, but it's not the highest. Scrolling further down revealed odds of 1 to 1,000, though few ever placed bets there. Last time I bought 100 2nd grade flying swords from the Martial Arts Merchants Guild, leaving me exactly 5 million left.
Lin Bei glanced at his bank balance again and without hesitation placed his entire stake on the first place in the knockout stage category. If he won, 5 million could turn into 15 billion. After that, placing a few more bets would easily push the total past 10 billion. Meanwhile, in a conference room, the rotating president of Sakura Nation sat in the first seat on the right, while the main seat was occupied by a white-haired, blue-eyed elderly man. The Banana Nation's lead powerhouse, along with the lead powerhouses from other nations, all gazed at the white-haired elder with fawning expressions. Lord Chris, the Dragon Nation slaughtered over a dozen of our prodigies. You must avenge us. The Banana Nation's leader pointed to the wounds on his face, weeping and pleading. Chris didn't even bother to glance at him, instead staring down at the list of the top 100 prodigies. His fingers tapped lightly on the table as he remarked indifferently, reaching the 5th tier of the 3rd stage at 18. The Dragon Nation has produced a truly remarkable prodigy this year. It's him. He used his bow to kill over a dozen of our prodigies, the Banana Nation's leader shouted, his eyes red with rage. Per the organizing committee's rules, Dragon Nation should be disqualified and banned from competition for 3 years, the rotating chairman interjected. Chris shook his head. No. You wish to kill him, the rotating chairman asked tentatively. No. Not just him. Kill every prodigy on the Dragon Nation team. Chris's lips curled upward, revealing a cruel, bloodthirsty smile. Across the entire world, not a single nation posed a threat to Eagle Nation's hegemonic status. However, there are a few nations that possess the potential to threaten the United Kingdom's hegemonic status. The Dragon Nation happens to be one of them. Whoa! Hearing this, the gathered powerhouses collectively sucked in their breath, their fear of Chris deepening. These 100 prodigies were the strongest talents meticulously selected from across the Dragon Nation. To slaughter them all at once would be tantamount to openly declaring war on the Dragon Nation. Did Eagle Nation not fear a cornered rabbit might bite? Or did the Eagle Nation now hold no concern that a war with the Dragon Nation would result in mutual destruction? As these thoughts crossed their minds, they instinctively turned their attention to this year's Eagle Nation prodigies. 8 at the 9th tier of the 3rd stage, 1 at the 1st tier of the 4th stage, they held a commanding lead over the rest. The number and strength of prodigies often reflect a nation's underlying power. It seems highly likely that the Eagle Nation no longer fears war with a great power. Clunk! A chill gripped everyone's hearts as if plunged into an ice cellar. Their faces grew even more fawning as they looked at Chris. For nations like theirs, lacking in foundational strength, the only path to survival was to align themselves with a powerful state. This approach has both advantages and disadvantages. The upside is that when the patron nation is strong, they get to share in its prosperity. The downside was that when the patron state weakened, they became its blood bags for recovery. It was a helpless reality, but faced with overwhelming might, they had no choice. The next morning, the elite warriors from 197 nations set out for the World Genius Tournament arena. To distinguish participants more easily, all donned their respective national team uniforms. A staggering 19,700 prodigies stood within the arena. Viewed from above, the scene was utterly breathtaking. Given time, most of these individuals would become the pillars of their respective nations. Beyond the contestants themselves, the weakest members of each nation's entourage were at the 8th tier, while 9th tier powerhouses were plentiful. All of this reflected a nation's depth and overall strength. I trust you are all familiar with the format and rules of the World Genius Tournament. I shall not elaborate further. The rotating chairman descended from the heavens, his imposing gaze sweeping over the assembled prodigies before declaring, next, I shall focus on introducing the rewards for this genius war. Chapter 111, all participants enter. Bear Nation Team Captain. Champion Reward. 1 top-tier 7th grade martial skill manual, 10 6th grade spirit herbs, 1 7th grade spirit herb, plus 10 billion eagle coins. Runner-up reward. 1 high-grade 7th rank martial skill manual, 8 6th rank spirit herbs, and 900 million eagle coins. 10th place reward. 1 6th grade lower tier martial skill manual, 1 6th grade spirit herb, plus 100 million eagle coins. As the rotating chairman finished speaking, deafening cheers erupted across the arena. 5th grade martial arts manuals were already extremely rare, and 6th grade manuals were practically impossible to buy even with money. Top-tier 7th grade martial arts manuals were treasures among treasures, virtually impossible to find outside of closed circles. One reason geniuses scrambled to join prestigious clans and families was precisely to cultivate these high-tier martial arts. At the same cultivation level, whoever mastered the higher grade martial art possessed greater combat prowess and immutable truth since time immemorial. Mastering a top-tier 7th grade martial skill makes slaughtering foes 2 or 3 cultivation levels above you as easy as eating and drinking. Beyond the martial arts, the key lies in the 10 grade 6 spiritual herbs and 1 grade 7 spiritual herb. While grade 6 spiritual herbs are less potent than a grade 6 insect mother core, their sheer quantity makes up for it. Combined with that single 7th grade spirit herb, breaking through to 4th tier martial artist is no longer a challenge. The champion's cash prize is also incredibly generous. 10 billion eagle coins. Converted to dragon coins, that's 70 billion. The rewards for this year's World Genius Tournament are several times more generous than any previous year. They say Sakura Nation is Eagle Nation's lapdog, now I see it for myself, Ho Jing sneered contemptuously. Those top 10 rewards probably weren't Japan's idea, Eagle Nation forced them to offer it, Ida chimed in. At this revelation, the Dragon Nation's prodigies suddenly understood. Among the top 10 prodigies, the Eagle Nation dominated with 9 spots, maintaining a staggering lead in strength. These rewards might look generous, but they were essentially irrelevant to them. The rewards have been explained. Next, contestants from all nations, please remove your storage bracelets and enter the nearest teleportation array to prepare for the first half of the elimination rounds. The rotating chairman shifted the focus, pulling everyone's thoughts back to reality. As Dragon Nation's team captain, Lin Bei led the way toward the nearby teleportation array. Yi-Da wanted to offer some parting words, but the words died on his lips. Finally, he gripped Lin Bei's shoulder and said solemnly, "Be careful." "The ones who should be careful are them," Lin Bei replied, his eyes flashing with sharpness as he glanced at the Eagle Nation prodigy and the Cherry Blossom Nation prodigy in the distance. Is this the Lin Bei Lord Chris mentioned? Reaching the 5th tier of the 3rd stage at 18, he does possess remarkable talent. Lord Chris has already sent Lin Bei's dossier. Would you like to review it? What records do we need for a mere 3rd tier, 5th rank? I could wipe him out with a wave of my hand. Ha 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 ha. Just thinking about being able to kill freely this time makes me uncontrollably excited. The Eagle Nation's prodigies roared with maniacal laughter before stepping into the teleportation array. Captain Taka, the chairman has ordered us to assist the Eagle Nation's prodigies in eliminating the Dragon Nation's prodigies. Those Dragon Nation nobodies are insignificant. My only concern is the World Genius Tournament champion. Captain, can you truly withstand a 4th tier, 1st rank martial artist? Oomph. What's a 4th tier, 1st rank martial artist? I've even slain 4th tier, 2nd rank beasts. Shun aka flashed a confident smile and strode into the teleportation array. Buzz buzz buzz. As light flickered, all 19,700 prodigies vanished from the arena, randomly teleported to different locations. The 4 Directions Island spanned over 100 square kilometers, surrounded by sea on 3 sides. The southern land connection was sealed off by a barrier. Every hour, the barrier enveloping Sifan Island would shrink in size. It would continue shrinking until its area reached 0, with the last survivor declared the victor. Or, before the barrier's perimeter reached 0, only one person remained. At that moment, Lin Bei, having determined his direction, immediately set off toward Little Silver Mountain. As the captain of the Dragon Nation team, he bore the responsibility for the safety of the other 99 prodigies from Dragon Nation. Given the immense size of Sifan Island, the random teleportation of 19,700 prodigies to different locations was like stones sinking into the sea. It stirred not a single ripple. As the barrier's perimeter steadily contracted, the brutal competition of the Battle Royale would gradually reveal itself. After a long while, Lin Bei was the first to reach Little Silver Mountain. Following his gaze, a burly young man stood at the mountain's base. Judging by the uniform he wore, he was likely a prodigy from Bear Nation. The other party also spotted Lin Bei and spoke in somewhat broken dragon language. "Hello, I'm the captain of the Bear Nation team. You can call me Ivan." "Captain of the Dragon Nation team, Lin Bei replied politely. "It seems you've obtained the map of 4 islands as well. We share a common enemy. Interested in forming an alliance?" Ivan smiled as he extended the invitation. "Not interested." Lin Bei shook his head, declining succinctly. Great nations never surrender. This holds true for Dragon Nation and Bear Nation alike. But in this World Genius War, the Dragon Nation team had grown so powerful they no longer needed allies. Ivan paused, taken aback by Lin Bei's blunt refusal. He pressed on. The Eagle Nation team has 8 members at Tier 3, Level 9, and 1 at Tier 4, Level 1. Only by joining us can you ensure more of your own advance. Not interested. Lin Bei shook his head again. I've already contacted over a dozen nations before the tournament. Teaming up is far superior to going it alone, Ivan persisted. Seeing Lin Bei's silence, Ivan's tone grew solemn. Captain Lin, I've also heard something else. The Eagle Nation team plans to join forces with the Cherry Blossom team to eliminate all of your Dragon Nation prodigies. Pardon my frankness, but an alliance is your only path to survival. Hearing this, Lin Bei froze. He hadn't expected them to be so ruthless, not only after his life, but also after the lives of the other prodigies on the Dragon Nation team. If all 100 prodigies were eliminated, the Dragon Nation would certainly not let it rest. War could very well erupt. The current global landscape was a delicate balance. Though the Eagle Nation wielded enough power to dictate global order, it dared not lightly ignite a war. All nations were surrounded by colossal beasts. Should a large-scale war truly erupt, the hard-won equilibrium with these beasts would be shattered instantly. Then, the colossal beast crisis would engulf the entire world, making humanity's situation 1,000 times more dire than it is now. Thus, for centuries, nations have endured friction yet never dared to cross each other's red lines. If Ivan's words hold truth, then only 2 possibilities remain. One scenario, Chris, the leader of the Eagle Nation's elite forces, has gone mad. The other, the Eagle Nation, is so powerful it can single-handedly dismantle the global colossal beast crisis. Now, tell me your choice, Ivan said, looking at Lin Bei with absolute confidence, certain he would join. Not interested. Lin Bei shook his head without hesitation. Seeing this, Ivan froze in place. He had laid out the pros and cons of joining or not joining in crystal clear terms. Any sane person would accept. Yet Lin Bei had refused, and so decisively. When you pay the price for your arrogance, you'll come crawling back on your knees begging for an alliance. Ivan snorted coldly, then stormed off in anger. Chapter 112, Lin Bei's Thoughts. Golden Scaled Rock Python. Time ticked by second. Over 3 hours later, dozens of Dragon Nation team members had already arrived at Little Silver Mountain. Meanwhile, at the nearby Bear Nation camp, hundreds had arrived, nearly 10 times the Dragon Nation contingent. Such a staggering disparity immediately sparked alliance discussions among many in the Dragon Nation camp. The relationship between Dragon Nation and Bear Nation wasn't exactly warm, but it wasn't hostile either. With a common enemy, an alliance was entirely feasible. Ivan's lips curled upward as he looked at Lin Bei with a smug expression, as if flaunting the 500 or 600 people behind him. Captain, the Dragon Nation team is formidable. Shouldn't we consider courting an alliance? A Bear Nation prodigy suggested. I already gave him a chance earlier. Unless he comes over now, admits his mistake, and begs me for an alliance, I won't consider giving him another opportunity, Ivan declared, hands firmly planted in his pockets, his expression brimming with confidence. Meanwhile, Lin Bei silently calculated the time in his mind. At the pace of a third-tier martial artist, it would take only 3 hours to reach Little Silver Mountain from anywhere on Four Directions Island. The remaining team members were still nowhere in sight. Either they'd forgotten the Four Directions Island map, or they'd been eliminated by other competitors. Regardless of the reason, waiting any longer was out of the question. The number of treasure chests on the island was limited. Finding them had to be the priority now. Thus, Lin Bei declared decisively, no more waiting. Let's move. Captain, with our strength, defeating those minor nation teams for points shouldn't be hard. But what if we run into the Eagle Nation team, the Cherry Blossom team, or the Western teams? Lu Yi interrupted. What are you getting at? Lin Bei asked directly. Bear Nation has already secured alliances with over a dozen nations. I believe we should join forces with them. Collective action will ensure greater safety, Louis explained. Captain, Ivan is also a Tier 3, Level 5 with dual SSS tier talents. Teaming up with him means we can dominate 4 islands as long as we avoid the top 10 prodigies. Xiao Linger chimed in to persuade. As she finished speaking, the others nodded in agreement. This tournament boasts a staggering 19,700 participants. Yet only a paltry 300 advancement spots were available. The intensity of the competition was evident. The Dragon Nation team had already antagonized Banana Nation and Cherry Blossom Nation before the tournament began. They would undoubtedly target Dragon Nation deliberately during the matches. It's highly likely the Eagle Nation team will also get involved in this feud. Even at full strength, the Dragon Nation team couldn't match the Eagle Nation team, let alone with only 50-odd members now. Forming an alliance with the Bear Nation faction is absolutely the safest option. Yet Lin Bei firmly denied it. Team Dragon Nation will not ally with any faction. Sigh. The crowd sighed in unison. If this year's World Genius Tournament followed previous patterns, where the strongest competitors only reached Tier 3, Level 6, then alliances wouldn't matter. But now? There were 8 players at the 9th tier of the 3rd rank alone, plus 1 at the 1st tier of the 4th rank. No matter how powerful Lin Bei was, could he possibly defeat these prodigies? Clearly impossible. Yet Lin Bei was the Dragon Nation team captain. No matter how dissatisfied they were, they had no choice but to obey his orders. Move out. Search for the treasure chest. Lin Bei ordered immediately. His refusal to form alliances stemmed from his own calculations. First, he distrusted the Bear Nation faction. Bear Nation had repeatedly curried favor with Western nations and Hawk Nation, attempting to grovel and ingratiate itself. But great nations never have the right to surrender. Only in recent years, after facing reality, had Bear Nation gradually shifted its mindset. But if the Eagle Nation team extends an olive branch, there's no guarantee the Bear Nation team won't stab the Dragon Nation team in the back for their own gain. Second, Lin Bei has absolute confidence in his own strength. Even without the Bear Nation's forces, he could protect his comrades behind him. Oomph. A bunch of arrogant fools who don't know their place. You'll all die here. Ivan sneered coldly, leading his group to continue waiting at Little Silver Mountain. After leaving Little Silver Mountain, Lin Bei and his group encountered several waves of giant beast attacks. Unlike the practical training on Beast Island at the training camp, the beasts on Four Directions Island were far more numerous and powerful. The most formidable beast at the island's center had reached the 4th tier, 1st rank. There were also over 1,000 beasts at Tier 3, Level 5 or above. Additionally, treasure chests were categorized into 4 tiers: black iron, bronze, silver, and gold. These corresponded to Grade 1, Grade 2, Grade 3, and Grade 4 resources respectively, with locations randomly spawning. Chests of silver grade and below have no quantity limit. There are exactly 300 gold chests, matching the 300 advancement slots. Each gold chest is guarded by a giant beast. Boom! Boom! Just then, the ground shook violently, as if something was trying to burrow out from beneath it. An earthquake? Louis exclaimed in surprise. No, it's some kind of giant beast, Xiaolinger replied. Her danger perception was sharper than most. It's a 3rd tier, 5th rank golden scaled rock python. Looks like there's a golden treasure chest nearby, Lin Bei said with a smirk, turning toward the source of the commotion. Sometimes you search high and low in vain, while other times it comes to you effortlessly. A golden treasure chest delivered right to your doorstep? Why pass it up? Besides the chest, it seemed to contain a huge amount of points. Following Lin Bei's gaze, a colossal serpent emerged from the earth 2 meters wide and dozens of meters long. Its entire body was covered in golden scales, its eyes a rock gray color. Coiled where it lay, it resembled a small mountain. Golden scaled rock python. Its physical defense was astonishing. Few beasts or human warriors of the same realm could breach its defenses. The most troublesome aspect was its ability to burrow underground at any moment. Besides this colossal beast, nearly 100 contestants had gathered at the scene. Judging by their team uniforms, they hailed from over a dozen different nations. Each faction possessed comparable strength, leading to a stalemate where none dared seize the treasure chest first. Otherwise, they would inevitably face a double attack from the golden-scaled python and rival teams. But now, with the arrival of Lin Bei and his 50-plus companions, that fragile equilibrium shattered instantly. Simply by advancing, the Dragon Nation team's formidable presence alone had already intimidated many nearby into retreat. I'll handle the golden-scaled rock python. You two take care of these competitors, Lin Bei declared. A 3rd tier, 5th rank golden-scaled rock python is no easy foe. Your chances are slim unarmed unless the 3 of us team up, Xiaolinger cautioned. The others handle security. The 3 of us teaming up against the golden-scaled rock python gives us a 100% chance of success. Lu Yi chimed in immediately. What's there to guard? Do you think I assigned you to handle these contestants just to block them? Lin Bei asked. Isn't that the case? Xiaolinger and Lu Yi chimed in unison. Perhaps I didn't make myself clear earlier. Let me repeat it plainly. The golden treasure chest, I want it. The points right in front of us, I want those too. Got it now? Lin Bei declared. Whoa! The words had barely left his mouth when the entire Dragon Nation team was stunned. Insane. So bold. Yet somehow, those words sent their blood boiling. Chapter 113, The Golden Treasure Chest. Lion Nation Team. We won't get the treasure chest. And neither will you. You're absolutely right. We should set aside our differences and unite against the Dragon Nation team. I agree. I agree too. Over 100 prodigies from various nations communicated in Eagle tongue, instantly forming a united front. Groups of 7 or 8 formed factions, with over a dozen factions spreading out to surround Lin Bei and his companions. Yet the Dragon Nation team remained utterly unfazed. Just a bunch of small fry. Bring on more, they're just free points. Captain, focus on the golden-scaled rock python. Leave these trash to us. Louis bellowed, unleashing his innate ability first. Absolute vacuum. Activate. Xiaolinger responded without hesitation. With their formidable strength, they cut through the enemy like a hot knife through butter, quickly tearing open a gap in the encircling formation. The rest of the Dragon Nation's elite followed suit, breaking out and then turning to encircle the enemy. Facing twice their number, the Dragon Nation team still crushed them effortlessly. This was the true might of the Dragon Nation team. Almost simultaneously, Lin Bei executed the Wind Thunder Step to rapidly close the distance. A fist struck out mid-air, smashing toward the golden-scaled rock python's head. One punch shatters 10,000 arts. Power surged into his right fist, unleashing a terrifying, overwhelming pressure. The punch erupted, instantly drawing the attention of everyone present. The golden-scaled colossal serpent sensed the mortal threat in that strike and instinctively tried to burrow underground. Trying to escape? Lin Bei gave a chilling smile and activated his elemental tyrant talent. In an instant, the surrounding rock transformed into metal. The golden-scaled giant serpent's head collided with the metal, producing a series of dull thuds. Its eyes widened as it stared at the ground beneath it, revealing a shock akin to human terror. Die! Lin Bei roared, his fist, as large as a sandbag, striking the golden-scaled giant python squarely between the eyes. With a loud thud, the scales on its forehead shattered. The metal ground beneath it caved in half a meter, covered in fine, intricate cracks. Terrifying force seeped into its body, shattering its skull and warping its flesh. Blood mist erupted from the cracks between its scales, and it died instantly. Lin Bei kicked the serpent's corpse aside, crouched down, and opened the golden treasure chest. Inside lay a black cloud gun, a high-grade 4th rank weapon. Not bad luck, Lin Bei murmured, twirling the black cloud spear in a flourish before a smile touched his lips. With this spear, he could activate the armor-piercing effect of the ancestral spear of 10,000 weapons. Whether facing a 3rd tier 9th rank or a 4th tier 1st rank opponent, a solid hit from this spear would mean certain death. Did you notice? The captain seems to have grown even stronger, Louis murmured, watching Lin Bei. Just how many hidden cards does the captain have up his sleeve? Xiaolinger had thought 10,000 swords converging was Lin Bei's limit, yet now a 6th grade martial skill had emerged. Truly worthy of being our captain. The other prodigies of Dragon Nation gazed at him with admiration. In stark contrast to the Dragon Nation team's fervor, the prodigies from other nations were utterly paralyzed by Lin Bei's terrifying might. One punch to kill a 3rd tier, 5th rank colossal beast. What kind of power does this guy possess? That can't be an ordinary martial skill. It's at least grade 5. It might even be grade 6. 6th grade martial skill? Has anyone ever mastered a 6th grade martial skill in any World Genius War before? Beyond martial arts. His innate talent is terrifying too. He actually transformed rock into metal. At this moment, the prodigies from all nations lost all will to fight. But it was too late to flee now. From over 100, their numbers had dwindled to just over 40, now surrounded by the Dragon Nation team, a losing battle. Realizing this, they ceased struggling. They placed their competition cards on the ground, signaling their surrender. Good for you for knowing when to quit. Louis picked up each competition card from the ground and handed them to Lin Bei without a second thought. Divide them among everyone, Lin Bei said indifferently. Divide them equally? Louis paused in surprise. Yes. Lin Bei nodded. Captain, each person needs at least 70 points to advance. Dividing them equally means only 2 or 3 cards per person. That's meaningless, Louis reminded him. Then just give everyone 70 cards each. Problem solved, Lin Bei replied. Louis. Xiaolinger. The assembled prodigies. With 55 teammates total, advancing everyone would require 3,850 points. That means defeating 3,850 opponents. What does that even mean? Even by the end of the tournament, the Dragon Nation team might not face that many opponents. And even if they did, they'd have to ensure those opponents were weaker nations. If they ran into the Eagle Nation team, the Cherry Blossom team, Western Nations, or the Bear Nation faction, they'd be finished. Facing 3,850 opponents is indeed challenging, but we could just snatch their entry cards, Lin Bei said with deadpan seriousness. Captain, that's a brilliant idea. Louis forced a stiff smile. Small nations don't have many entry cards to begin with. Stealing them would be pointless. Powerhouse nations are strong and will surely have more entry cards. But the question was, could they actually pull it off? As captain of the Dragon Nation team, I guarantee every member will advance, Lin Bei pledged with unwavering conviction. Captain. You're truly the best captain in the entire world. Yeah, too bad I'm a guy, otherwise I totally want to be your woman. Just imagine, out of 300 advancement spots, our Dragon Nation alone claims 1/6. How thrilling would that be? The admiration of the elite talents toward Lin Bei grew even stronger. Regardless of whether it could actually happen, the mere fact that Lin Bei had such a vision moved them deeply. Here comes the gift giver. Lin Bei flashed a devilish grin, lifting his gaze toward the depths of the dense forest. Where? Louis followed Lin Bei's gaze, but the forest was pitch black, nothing visible. Someone is definitely coming. Xiaolinger's expression turned grave as she sensed over 100 auras. These newcomers' auras were stronger than the previous groups. In a head-on confrontation, Team Dragon Nation might not have the upper hand. Moments later, 100 prodigies clad in white uniforms emerged from the dense forest. It's the Lion Nation team. Their captain, Khan, is a Tier 3, Level 5 with both SSS tier and SS tier talents. That doesn't make sense. How is the Lion Nation team at full strength? Even if they obtained the Four Directions Island map, it's impossible for them to have assembled everyone in such a short time. The Dragon Nation team was stunned, their hearts suddenly racing. The Lion Nation was a Western powerhouse, their team's strength was formidable. Besides Captain Khan at Tier 3, Level 5, the team boasts 2 additional Tier 3, Level 5 powerhouses. In terms of elite combat power, the Lion Nation team held a slight edge over the Dragon Nation team. In terms of numbers, the Lion Nation team completely outnumbered the Dragon Nation team. Hand over the contents of the golden treasure chest and all your competition cards, Khan demanded arrogantly. Perhaps you can suffer less. What did he say? Lin Bei couldn't understand Eagle Country's language, so he turned to Xiaolinger and Louis. He said to hand over the contents of the golden treasure chest and all your competition cards, Louis explained. Fuck you. Lin Bei flipped him the bird. Louis and Xiaolinger were both dumbfounded. What the hell? Zero frame opening move? Chapter 114, Battle Against Khan. SSS tier blood talent. Khan froze for a moment before finally processing. The captain of the Dragon Nation team dares to challenge the Lion Nation team captain. How utterly reckless. Khan drew his top tier 4th grade wind chasing blade, unleashing the overwhelming might of a 3rd tier 5th rank cultivator. Captain, there's no need for you to handle such trash personally. 2 other 3rd tier, 5th level prodigies stepped forward, each wielding a 4th grade weapon. No. I will tear his mouth apart myself. Khan's eyes flashed with a sharp glint as the blade's edge pointed directly at Lin Bei. 3 4th grade weapons. Lui's pupils contracted violently as a tidal wave of shock surged through his mind. To be fully equipped in such a short time, and to have obtained 3 4th-grade weapons, something doesn't feel right. Xiao Linger's expression grew grave as she turned to look at Lin Bei. Khan's strength absolutely surpassed that of the golden-scaled rock python. Moreover, the opposing side had 2 3rd-tier, 5th-level prodigies wielding 4th-grade weapons to bolster their ranks. Facing 3 opponents alone, Lin Bei's chances of victory were slim. Even if she intervened to help, it would only delay his defeat. The only option now was to fight a path to break through. Xiao Linger could see this, and the other prodigies of the Dragon Nation team could see it too. Captain, you break through first. I'll stay behind and cover your retreat. With my mediocre skills, I wouldn't rank high in the tournament anyway. Might as well do something meaningful. The captain has treated us well. Now it's our turn to repay him. With that, over 20 Dragon Nation prodigies stepped forward without hesitation. Lui, Xiao Linger, and the others silently stepped back, positioning themselves beside Lin Bei, ready to break through at any moment. Yet Lin Bei not only refused to retreat but stepped over them to take the very front line. I've never been the type to abandon my comrades and flee alone. His words ignited a surge of fervor among the Dragon Nation's elite, deepening their admiration for Lin Bei. Only Xiao Linger and Lui lowered their heads, their faces flushed with shame and embarrassment. Raised from childhood under their family's intensive training, they had developed personalities that weighed only the pros and cons of every action. Sacrificing the advancement of 20-odd people to secure opportunities for others was clearly worth it. Yet they too were only 20, their veins still coursing with youthful fervor. Lin Bei's unrestrained, daring nature deeply resonated with them. Damn it! Let's fight them! Lui turned and walked beside Lin Bei, though his resolve wasn't entirely firm. Everyone else was staying behind, he couldn't very well run off alone. Staying behind was truly a reluctant choice. Then, Xiao Linger sighed, turning away with resignation, let's fight with our backs against the river. Seeing this, Khan felt a flicker of surprise. The fierceness of the Dragon Nation's people was known throughout the world. But fighting spirit alone, without strength, could only lead to a dead end. Kill! Khan roared, leading the charge as he swung his blade at Lin Bei. His swordplay was swift as the wind, fierce as a tiger. Each strike aimed directly at Lin Bei's vital points. Khan was supremely confident in his sword skills. After all, few prodigies at his age had mastered the art to such perfection. It wouldn't take long to tear Lin Bei limb from limb. Yet after dozens of strikes, he hadn't even grazed the hem of Lin Bei's robe. The Lion Kingdom's strongest prodigy is nothing special after all, Lin Bei sneered, shaking his head with utter contempt. Failing to land a single blow had already cost Khan his pride. Now, being mocked to his face, Khan erupted in fury. The testing ends here. This strike. I'll kill you. Your blade isn't fast enough, Lin Bei taunted with playful provocation. Khan's rage boiled over. Channeling all his strength into the Wind Chaser blade, he unleashed a 5th-grade martial technique, Heaven and Earth. Slash. As the words fell, Khan gripped his blade with both hands and swung it downward in a sweeping strike. A colossal force erupted from the blade, forming a visible crescent-shaped blade aura. Wherever the blade energy swept, grass, trees, sand, and stones were reduced to dust. Those standing behind Lin Bei watched the blade energy, their hearts leaping into their throats. An entry-level martial skill? You actually have the nerve to show off something so pathetic? Lin Bei sneered. It's enough to kill you. Khan channeled every ounce of strength into accelerating the blade's descent. Swish! A flash of cold steel streaked forward, followed by the spear's dragon-like thrust. The black cloud spear pierced Khan's chest, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Lin Bei's spear thrust was too swift for Khan to discern its motion. The pain hadn't even registered in his brain yet. Only when the blade's energy dissipated did a tearing agony surge through his chest. Khan slowly lowered his head to stare at the black cloud spear embedded in his chest, his golden eyes filled with utter disbelief. Useless! Lin Bei yanked the black cloud spear free and kicked Khan away. What kind of bull was this strongest prodigy of the Lion Kingdom? His combat prowess wasn't even on par with Xiao Linger. Yet the scene that unfolded next left the Dragon Nation team utterly astonished. Though Khan lay mortally wounded, not a single Lion Nation team member advanced. Instead, terror spread across their faces. Khan struggled to his feet. The shock in his eyes faded, replaced by intense murderous intent. Excellent! Excellent! You forced me to unleash my innate talent. Still alive after such severe injuries? Lin Bei looked astonished. You shall become the nourishment for my growth. It is your honor. Khan seized the 2 Lion Nation prodigies closest to him and unleashed his SSS tier talent, Blood Devour. In an instant, Khan's entire body blazed crimson, transforming him into a blood-soaked demon god. His eyes turned crimson, his golden hair gradually shifting to a blood-red hue as it grew wildly out of control. The fatal wound on his chest healed at a visible speed, causing his entire body to swell significantly. Meanwhile, the 2 Lion Kingdom prodigies he held were rapidly withering away. Soon, their vital energy was completely devoured, leaving behind nothing but 2 desiccated corpses. It's the SSS tier blood devouring talent. Xiao Linger recognized Khan's innate ability, her expression instantly turning grave. At these words, the Dragon Nation team members were shaken to their core. Among SSS tier talents, none were weak. Among the multitude of SSS tier talents, Blood Devour ranked among the top tier. Those who awaken this talent cannot truly die as long as their vital energy remains unconsumed. Moreover, those with the blood-devouring talent could restore injuries and enhance their strength by consuming others' vital energy. Put simply, the Lion Nation team's elite were essentially Khan's walking blood banks. Captain, this guy's no ordinary opponent. Let's take him on together, advised the Lion Nation team's other two third-tier 5th rank prodigies. MHM. Khan gave a slight nod. Black Prison Judgment. Body Bind. The two third-tier, 5th rank prodigies unleashed their talents simultaneously. Wispy black mist rose from the ground, coalescing into a vast, illusory prison cage. Within the cage, one's physical constitution would be drastically weakened, with the duration of confinement directly increasing the severity of the impairment. Immediately after, a mysterious force bound Lin Bei's physical body, rendering him completely immobilized. We can't just stand by. We must help the captain. Xiao Linger acted first, unleashing her absolute vacuum talent. Hold them back. Khan barked orders to the Lion Nation team. Yes. The team charged forward in unison, blocking Xiao Linger and the others outside. Any last words? Khan grinned at Lin Bei, his expression radiating absolute confidence. Unable to understand Eagle Tongue, Lin Bei countered with a zero-frame opening, flipping him off in defiance. Fuck you. Chapter 115, Capturing Khan Alive. 2 Secrets. Vote for us. You insolent, lowly insect. Kill him. Khan roared, unleashing his martial arts first. The other two third-tier 5th rank prodigies followed suit, unleashing their most formidable techniques. This time, they were determined to eliminate Lin Bei. Facing the three charging fiercely, Lin Bei stood calmly in place, a contemptuous smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He said lightly, "Ignite." As the word fell, blazing flames erupted around him, transforming the area into a sea of fire in an instant. The immobilization spell shattered instantly, and the Black Prison Judgment was reduced to ashes. The intense heat melted everything in its path, even the earth beneath turning to molten lava. Khan and his two companions, who had been charging forward, immediately retreated upon witnessing this scene, a hint of apprehension flickering deep in their eyes. Just like with the alter ego, SSS tier talents also varied in strength. Their SSS tier talents were clearly inferior to Lin Bei's. Otherwise, the immobilization technique in Black Prison would not have been broken so easily. Captain, this guy's strength far exceeds our expectations. When did the Dragon Nation produce such a freak of nature? The two third-tier 5th rank prodigies felt utterly helpless, both turning to look at Khan. Khan frowned, equally perplexed and helpless. But as the captain, he had to come up with a plan in this critical moment. The stronger the talent, the greater the physical toll. He's also distracted by fighting all three of us, he won't last much longer. Khan's words jolted them awake. The two third-tier 5th rank prodigies felt their fighting spirits surge once more. Powerful innate talent and formidable martial arts skills inevitably come with a heavy toll. Lin Bei had already expended considerable stamina to slay the golden-scaled rock python. Now facing three opponents of equal cultivation level, he couldn't possibly hold out much longer. Thus, the trio shifted tactics, prioritizing attrition. If you won't fight me, then I'll just have to fight them instead. Lin Bei's gaze shifted as he charged toward the remaining Lion Kingdom prodigies. What a clever fellow. He knows continuing to fight us would only wear him down, so he's joining the fray instead. But how long can you possibly last against twice as many enemies? Khan stood at a distance, coldly observing without intending to intervene. He planned to let the Lion Kingdom's elite exhaust Lin Bei's stamina first, then strike with a finishing blow at the last moment. Yet what unfolded next left Khan utterly dumbfounded. Lin Bei's black cloud spear became a scythe of death in his hands, claiming a life with every swing. He charged into the Lion Kingdom's ranks, then burst out again, sweeping through them like a whirlwind, unstoppable. With his addition, the Lion Kingdom team, which had held a slight advantage moments before, instantly found themselves on the defensive. Watching their comrades fall one after another, the survivors were utterly terrified. In stark contrast, the Dragon Nation team's morale soared, their combat power exploding. "See, Captain, this guy, he's a demon," stammered a third-tier, 5th heaven prodigy, his eyes brimming with unmasked terror. "Damned vermin! How dare you kill my Lion Nation's prodigy?" Khan's eyes bulged with rage, an inferno of fury burning within him. "Captain, this guy is too dangerous. Should we retreat first? Once we find allies, we can come back for him," a third-tier, 5th rank prodigy urged. "If we run today, our Lion Nation will be mocked for 10,000 years. Khan roared furiously, swinging his wind chase blade at Lin Bei. Lin Bei, possessing danger perception, deftly sidestepped the blade. In the next instant, he switched the black cloud spear from his right hand to his left and thrust it out with blinding speed. Thud! A gaping wound appeared in his chest, another fatal piercing injury. "I possess an immortal body. You cannot kill me." Khan clutched the black cloud spear with one hand while grabbing a Lion Kingdom teammate beside him with the other, unleashing Blood Devour. The remaining two third-tier, 5th Heaven prodigies seized the opportunity, unleashing martial arts techniques at Lin Bei. Either block these two attacks head-on, or let go and abandon the Black Cloud Spear. Life-for-life tactics won't work on me. Lin Bei prepared to endure both attacks head-on. Absolute Vacuum. Activate. At the critical moment, Xiao Linger intervened. A dark, circular barrier expanded outward, enveloping Lin Bei and the 3 members of the Khan faction within its protection. Within its range, all martial arts and innate abilities lost their effect. The 2 Lion Kingdom prodigies, vastly outmatched by Lin Bei, were instantly pinned in place by absolute vacuum, unable to move even a finger. Khan's situation was scarcely better. The absorption speed of his SSS-tier blood-devouring talent slowed by dozens of times, making the pain radiating from his wounds feel like slow-motion torture. Every second felt like an eternity of agony. Just as Khan thought Lin Bei would also be immobilized by the absolute vacuum, he saw a bloodthirsty grin spread across Lin Bei's lips. Then, under the stunned gazes of everyone present, Lin Bei reached out and grabbed Khan's head. As his 5 fingers dug in, 5 distinct fingerprints indented into Khan's skull. No one understood what Lin Bei intended to do until he yanked Khan's head upward with brutal force. The skin on his neck visibly stretched and distorted. When stretched to its limit, the skin began to ooze blood, eventually snapping like a rubber band and exposing the flesh beneath. Lin Bei continued to pull with all his might, and the flesh gradually tore apart, revealing the blood-stained cervical vertebrae beneath. SSSSH. Witnessing this scene, both the Lion Nation team and the Dragon Nation team sucked in their breath in horror. He was trying to rip Khan's head off alive. No! 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 I surrender! I surrender! Khan screamed at the top of his lungs, pleading for mercy as he felt death's threat close at hand. Thinking of saying no now? Too late. Lin Bei endured the absolute vacuum suppression effect and continued to lift Khan's head. Captain, are you even human? Xiao Linger stared in utter horror. No one understood the overwhelming power of SSS-grade absolute vacuum better than her. Within its range, all martial arts and innate abilities lost their effect. The terror of this talent was evident from the moment Khan and his 2 companions were immobilized. Yet Lin Bei's power had grown strong enough to resist the talent's effects. Snap. Crack. Khan's cervical vertebrae cracked incessantly, teetering on the brink of snapping. The fear of death gripped his heart, and in that moment, he forgot even the pain, thinking only of survival. Please spare me. Just spare me. I can tell you so many secrets. Don't you want to know why my team is always fully staffed? Why we acquire so many grade 4 resources? Desperate to survive, Khan cared about nothing else. But he didn't know that Lin Bei couldn't understand Eagle Tongue. Just as Khan's neck was about to snap, Xiao Linger interrupted, Captain. This guy wants to make a deal with us. What deal? Lin Bei asked casually. He knows the secret to filling the team quickly and the secret to finding 4th grade resources, Xiao Linger explained. Lin Bei pondered briefly. If the secrets are genuine, I might consider sparing his life. Xiao Linger nodded and immediately translated the words. Hearing a glimmer of hope for survival, Khan's heart leapt with joy, ready to spill everything. But just then, a dense swarm of martial artists emerged from the forest, advancing toward them. Leading the way was none other than Ivan, captain of the Bear Nation team. Behind him followed nearly 700 warriors. This overwhelming numerical superiority instantly placed immense pressure on both the Dragon Nation and Lion Nation teams. Chapter 116, Ivan's Face. New map. Ivan surveyed the scene before him, his expression unreadable, though his mind was churning with turmoil. Despite being vastly outnumbered, the Dragon Nation team held such a dominant advantage. The Lion Nation's captain, Khan, was being held by the head, his life hanging by a thread. Ivan, save me! Ivan, save me! Khan spotted Ivan and clung to him like a last straw, screaming frantically. Ivan lowered his head in deep thought, sensing this might be an opportunity to build goodwill with Western nations. Stepping forward, he declared, Captain Lin, Khan and I are friends. Could you spare him for my sake? Yes. That's right. We're friends. Friends. Khan repeated the phrase over and over. Why should I grant you any favor? Lin Bei retorted coldly. Ivan's expression froze. Because he was the captain of the Bear Nation team. Because behind him stood 700 warriors. He thought it, but didn't voice it. There's an old saying in your Dragon Nation, more friends, more paths. If you grant me this favor now, I'll repay the debt in kind later. Ivan adopted the posture of a senior brother. And what if I refuse to grant you this favor? Lin Bei's words fell, instantly thickening the air with a palpable tension. You won't and dare not refuse me this favor. Ivan strode forward with brimming confidence, his 700 followers closing ranks behind him. The Dragon Nation team members stepped back in unison, clearing a path and avoiding his sharp edge. 55 against 100, they could barely hold their ground. 55 against 750, a nearly 14-to-1 disadvantage. There was no chance of victory. Oomph. You'll have to let me go. Khan sneered triumphantly, silently vowing to exact revenge someday. Just as everyone thought Lin Bei would yield, he drew the Black Cloud Spear and hurled it. Thud. The black cloud spear plunged heavily into the ground half a meter from Ivan. Whoever crosses this spear, die without mercy. Lin Bei's eyes flashed with murderous intent, his voice cold and piercing. The words fell, and the entire crowd was stunned. Facing such a vast disparity in strength, yielding and compromising was hardly a disgrace. A true hero knows when to bend and when to stand firm. Moreover, the Dragon Nation team had already antagonized powerhouses like the Cherry Blossom team, the Eagle Nation team, and the Lion Nation team. Adding the Bear Nation to their list of enemies would leave them with the entire world against them. Ivan understood this well. He strode forward defiantly. I dare you to kill me. Go ahead and try. Lin Bei's piercing gaze locked onto Ivan. In this dog-eat-dog world where might makes right, the weak can never have true allies, while the strong have no need for them. Once the Dragon Nation grows powerful, those nations that once regarded it as an enemy will naturally change their stance. At that moment, Ivan lifted his right foot. Just a little further forward, and he could have stepped over the black cloud spear. Yet as he locked eyes with Lin Bei, he clearly sensed an icy, murderous intent. Those words spoken earlier were absolutely no empty threat. Besides, he'd slaughtered so many from the Lion Kingdom team even Khan was on the chopping block. Why wouldn't he dare strike him down? This guy is a madman. Ivan's gaze shifted to the restrained Khan. Saving Khan's life for the sake of face, in exchange for a debt of gratitude owed to him, that was a fair deal. But if it meant going to war with the Dragon Nation team, that deal would no longer be worth it. After weighing the pros and cons, Ivan withdrew his right foot. Captain Lin, you're on your own. Ivan! Don't leave! Save me! Khan's flickering hope shattered instantly as he shouted frantically at Ivan. Let's go! Ivan waved his hand, leading his 700 men away. Phew! Xiao Linger's heart dropped, relieved the fight hadn't escalated. Tell him the deal still stands, Lin Bei instructed Xiao Linger. Understood. Xiao Linger nodded and repeated Lin Bei's words in eagle tongue. Khan, utterly defeated, could only trade secrets for his life. The teleportation arrays for the elimination rounds have been tampered with. Teams like Eagle Nation and Sakura are fixed teleports, and we know the locations of all the golden treasure chests. Hearing this, Xiao Linger and the others stared in disbelief. They knew the Four Directions Island terrain map, which already gave them an overwhelming advantage over most teams. And these teams entered with full squads plus knowledge of every golden treasure chest's location. How could they possibly compete? The 300 advancement spots would inevitably be swept clean by them. If this got out, over half the organizing committee members would be in big trouble. But right now, there's an even bigger problem. Powerhouses like the Eagle Nation team and the Cherry Blossom team all have fixed teleportation points, likely securing more grade 4 resources than the Lion Nation team. If we face them, defeat is certain. Unless, we catch up with Ivan now and renegotiate the alliance. What did he say? Lin Bei asked. He said. Xiao Linger translated truthfully. Hearing this, Lin Bei showed little emotional reaction. If the Dragon Nation team could obtain the Four Islands map, other nations could certainly resort to other means of cheating. It was a case of the pot calling the kettle black, nothing to be said. In the end, it all comes down to raw strength. I've already told you the secret. Now, can you let me go? Khan pleaded desperately. Should we let him go? Xiao Linger asked. Make him mark the locations of 300 treasure chests, Lin Bei ordered. Agreed. Xiao Linger nodded, conveying Lin Bei's instructions. Khan knelt on the ground, using a twig to sketch a rough topographical map of the four-square island. Then, he marked the locations of the golden treasure chests on the map. Why only 50? Lin Bei frowned. Xiao Linger translated his words verbatim. Khan remained kneeling as he explained, the 300 treasure chests were divided into 6 portions, so I only know about these 50. 6 portions perfectly matching the 6 fixed teleportation teams. Hearing Xiao Linger's translation, Lin Bei understood immediately. He then studied the new map carefully, committing all 50 locations to memory. But as he studied it, his brow furrowed again. If 300 treasure chests were divided into 6 portions, then 6 teams should each be responsible for one area. This arrangement would ensure the 6 teams avoided conflict during the early stages. Yet the treasure chest locations marked on this new map clearly seemed off. Over a dozen chests had already exceeded the boundaries of any single 6th. Playing tricks even as death approaches. Lin Bei sneered coldly, memorizing the new map before erasing it. Go! Lin Bei pointed toward the distance. Alive! Alive! Khan dragged his gravely wounded body forward, too desperate to cast Blood Devour to heal his injuries, sprinting ahead as the other Lion Kingdom prodigies followed close behind. Ignite! Lin Bei activated his elemental tyrant talent, casually snapping his fingers. In an instant, raging flames erupted, transforming into a sea of fire that engulfed the Lion Kingdom team. The horrifying screams sent chills down the spine. Those close enough could hear the sizzling sound of flesh burning and oil seeping out. Several Lion Kingdom prodigies who braved the flames to break free were finished off by Lin Bei. Captain, didn't you say you'd spare his life? Xiao Linger furrowed her delicate brows, disapproving of this breach of promise. I said I'd spare his life if the secret was true. But he lied to me. Lin Bei's gaze remained calm as he looked at Xiaolinger. Truthfully, whether Khan revealed the secret or not, Lin Bei would have killed them anyway. Khan's breach of trust simply made his death all the more justified. Chapter 117, Lion Nation Team Annihilated. Brown's Raging Fury. Captain, have you considered the consequences of this? Xiaolinger's expression grew grave. Then have you considered the consequences of letting them go? Lin Bei countered. I don't know. Xiaolinger shook her head. These 6 teams with fixed teleportation points are in cahoots. Once Khan escapes, he'll surely find other allies to hunt us down. Then we'll be the ones who die, Lin Bei stated. The World Genius War isn't just a competition, it's a life or death struggle. Showing mercy and hesitation will only end up harming yourself and those around you. And whether you kill 1 or 100, it's still killing, there's no real difference. As for the consequences, only those who survive have the right to speak of them. After a long while, the sea of flames died down, leaving only dozens of unrecognizable charred corpses on the ground, along with scattered armor and competition cards. After tallying the remains, 3 pieces of 4th grade armor, 17 pieces of 3rd grade armor, while all 2nd grade and lower armor had been consumed by the flames. Additionally, 597 contestant cards were recovered. 597 plus 143 equals 740, a huge leap closer to our goal of 3,850 points. The captain's flames are insane, they even melted 2nd grade armor. Truly the strongest prodigy of our Dragon Nation. Captain, you're the best. The massive haul electrified the team, and they all gave Lin Bei a thumbs up. At the beginning, they all thought advancing as a full team was impossible. But now, it seemed there might just be a chance. If they could take down the Lion Nation team, then defeating Western powerhouses like the Chicken Nation team and Han's Cat team would be a piece of cake. At this moment, the team's morale soared to unprecedented heights. Xiaolinger and Louis exchanged glances, both seeing the worry in each other's eyes. Each competition card was registered under a real name. The Dragon Nation team holding 100 Lion Nation team cards was essentially announcing to everyone that the entire Lion Nation team had been wiped out by the Dragon Nation team. At the training camp, they had ruthlessly eliminated prodigies like Lin Bufan without regard for consequences. Now, they had annihilated the entire Lion Nation team without a second thought. This guy is absolutely insane. Rest here. We depart in half an hour. Lin Bei ordered. Meanwhile, outside the World Genius Tournament arena, a massive electronic screen hung mid-air, displaying 197 teams arranged from left to right. Whenever a contestant was eliminated or killed, their name on the screen would turn gray. The leaders of 6 teams, Eagle Nation, Chicken Nation, Han's Cat, Squid, Sakura, and Lion Nation, sat firmly on the observation platform, each wearing a confident, assured smile. Thus far, these 6 teams remained fully intact. In stark contrast, other teams suffered severe elimination rates. The worst hit team had already lost all its members. Bear Nation's elimination rate neared 30%, while Dragon Nation's approached 50%. Truthfully, high elimination rates alone aren't the issue. The critical issue is that most eliminated players from teams like Bear Nation have returned to the arena alive. Yet not a single one of the Dragon Nation's 40-plus eliminated players returned to the arena. The implications are self-evident. Another one eliminated. Yida stared intently at the big screen, his fists clenched so tightly his nails dug into his flesh. Ho Jing knew they were being targeted and offered reassurance. Old Yi, the kids all have spatial jade tokens. We don't need to worry too much. Let's hope so. Yida's gaze shifted to Lin Bei's name, fearing it might vanish. Swish. 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 Suddenly, all 100 names in the Lion Kingdom team column on the big screen went dark simultaneously. A name going dark meant elimination. Elimination meant returning to the arena. Everyone instinctively looked toward the 197 teleportation arrays on the arena floor. The Lion Nation team's leader's eyes bulged with fury. He leapt to his feet from the viewing platform, unleashing the overwhelming pressure of a 9th-tier powerhouse beyond his control. The entire team eliminated. What a disgrace. When Khan returned, he would demand to know who had dared to do this. 1 minute passed. 10 minutes passed. Half an hour passed. 197 teleportation arrays lay utterly silent, not a single light flickering to life. Only then did the crowd begin to grasp the reality. If a name faded and the player didn't return to the arena, it could only mean one thing: they had been killed. Who? Who did this? Step forward. The Lion Nation's elite fighter could no longer contain his rage, kicking a hole through half the spectator platform. Several nearby spectators scrambled away in fright. You must know. Did you orchestrate this? The Lion Nation's elite fighter's gaze shifted, fixing the Sakura Nation's rotating chairman with murderous intent. No, no, no. The rotating president shook his head frantically, his panicked gaze darting toward Chris for help. Chris interjected, Brown, calm down. It might just be an electronic glitch. Right, it could just be an electronic glitch. I'll send someone to check it out immediately. The rotating president promptly arranged for repairs. Brown, think carefully. Among these 197 teams, is there any single team capable of wiping out the Lion Kingdom squad? There isn't. Chris patted Brown's shoulder gently, continuing his reassurance. Brown's heart remained in his throat, and he couldn't be bothered to respond to Chris's words. Out of 197 competing teams, pick anyone at random, none could wipe out the Lion Kingdom team. But what if multiple strong teams joined forces and set traps in advance? Soon, the technician finished the inspection and jogged over to report to the rotating chairman. Chairman Yamamoto, the check is complete. No malfunctions found. Useless. Send another technician. Yamamoto, the rotating chairman of Sakura Nation, turned pale as a ghost, slapping the technician before him to death. What the hell did you do? Brown's heart sank instantly. His eyes turned bloodshot as he gripped Yamamoto's throat, his gaze filled with murderous intent. Shurfan Island was Sakura Nation territory, and the teleportation array had been tampered with by Sakura Nation. The entire Lion Nation team was wiped out. This absolutely had to be his doing. I didn't do anything, Yamamoto explained with an innocent expression. Brown, enough. Chris barked. Chris, did you orchestrate all this? Brown turned, his voice gritted with fury. Among these 6 teams, only the Eagle Nation team possessed the strongest power and held the highest authority. Only with the Eagle Nation team leading the charge could the Lion Nation team be wiped out without a trace. Chris shook his head and explained, Brown, once the competition ends and all participants exchange their entry cards for points, it will become clear who eliminated Team Lion. Oomph. Brown snorted coldly in frustration, releasing Yamamoto. The deaths of 100 ordinary martial artists meant little to Lion Nation. But now, it was 100 elite prodigies who had perished. The Lion Nation wasn't a populous country, its probability of producing SSS-tier prodigies was even lower than that of larger nations, making them all the more precious. The annihilation of 100 was undoubtedly a massive blow, a grave provocation to Lion Nation. He would hunt down the perpetrator and make them pay a far heavier price. The Chicken Nation team, Han's Cat team, and Squid team exchanged glances, their peripheral vision unconsciously drifting toward Chris. Among the 197 competing teams, only the Eagle Nation squad possessed the capability to annihilate the Lion Nation squad. Chapter 118, Blood Corpse. Waiting for the rabbit. Vote for us. Good heavens. Lion Nation, one of the Western powers, had their entire team wiped out, not a single survivor. Who dared to do this? Aren't they afraid of Lion Nation's retaliation? Shoo. If they dared to strike, they clearly aren't afraid of retaliation. Whispers filled the arena, with all suspicions pointing toward Chris, the leader of the Eagle Nation team. 8 3rd tier 9th rank warriors. 1 4th tier, 1st rank. Only a team this formidable could wipe out the Lion Kingdom squad. Ah, oh gee, look at this. Lion Nation's elimination rate is a perfect 100%, truly satisfying. Ho Jing burst into hearty laughter, his gloomy mood instantly lifting. Seems their ranks aren't as solid as we thought. But did they push things too far this time? Yida's face also broke into a smile. Losing 100 top prodigies is a massive blow, but it won't shake the nation's foundation. I'm certain Brown wouldn't dare turn against Chris. Ho Jing's subconscious suspicions also pointed toward Chris. Noticing every pair of eyes on the field fixed on him, Chris felt unbearably uncomfortable, a surge of inexplicable anger welling up inside him. This had nothing to do with him, yet everyone was suspecting him. Once the elimination rounds concluded and participation cards were exchanged for points, he would see for himself who possessed such formidable power to wipe out the entire Lion Nation team. Meanwhile, Lin Bei led his group in searching the 4 Directions Island for golden treasure chests. After days of relentless searching, they had amassed 28 gold chests, 50 silver chests, and numerous bronze and black iron chests. The Dragon Nation team was now armed to the teeth, their overall strength skyrocketing. Their tournament cards had also increased from 740 to 1,100. Even if they withdrew now, they could guarantee 15 players would advance. Beyond the treasure chests and entry cards, Lin Bei had gained something even more invaluable. Over these past days, the team's cohesion has grown stronger, and their trust in him as captain has deepened. They now follow his commands without question. This bond won't fade with the conclusion of the World Genius Tournament, it will only grow stronger. Each of them was a prodigy being intensively cultivated by major factions, destined to rise to even greater heights in the future. When that time comes, they will form Lin Bei's network of connections and influence. Captain, look. As they walked, one team member halted abruptly, pointing to a blood corpse clinging to a tree trunk diagonally behind them. Another skinned corpse. Lin Bei's face darkened, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. Over the days spent searching for the golden treasure chest, they had discovered 27 corpses of their teammates. 19 of them had been killed with a single blow, their deaths relatively clean. The remaining 8 bodies had been skinned, their tendons ripped out, limbs pierced, and nailed to trees. Judging by the splattered blood and struggle marks at the scenes, these victims had been skinned and dismembered alive by the killer. What a brutal method. This was a blatant provocation against the Dragon Nation team. Lin Bei mentally reviewed the new map drawn by Khan, surmising they had likely entered the territory of another fixed teleportation team. But which team could it be? Such a brutal method. Xiao Linger turned her face away, unable to bear the sight. Captain, this feels like the Cherry Blossom team's style, Louis speculated. Lin Bei leapt onto a tree, clutching the blood-soaked corpse as he descended. His killing intent reached its peak. The Sakura team, huh? Louis sensed the intense killing intent radiating from Lin Bei and immediately warned, Sakura team's leader, Shun Taeka, may only be at the 3rd tier, 5th rank, but his Titan alter ego is terrifying. Rumor has it he can transform into a colossal beast, with combat power rivaling a 4th tier opponent. What? Scared? Lin Bei retorted. I just think we should be cautious, Louis hastily defended, his back drenched in cold sweat. Back at the training camp, these prodigies had scrambled to curry favor with the Xiao, Lin, and Lu families. But now, they instinctively distanced themselves from Xiao Linger and Louis, leaving only fervent adoration for Lin Bei. Like devotees. Xiao Linger and Louis knew deep down they admired Lin Bei's ruthless decisiveness. But with the Xiao and Lu families backing them respectively, every action demanded consideration for their clans. This sense of the greater picture stifled the fiery passion burning within them. Back to Little Silver Mountain. Lin Bei ordered decisively, then sprinted toward the mountain. The 300 golden treasure chests of Sifan Island were evenly divided into 6 shares. This meant that the 6 fixed teleportation teams now had their own spheres of influence. We have now exited the Lion Kingdom's sphere of influence and entered uncharted territory. And Little Silver Mountain happens to be right in the middle of that unknown territory. Since the enemy is targeting the Dragon Nation team, interrogation will surely reveal that Little Silver Mountain is their rendezvous point. Next, all we need to do is wait for them to walk right into our trap. The surviving prodigies of the Dragon Nation team were all sharp-minded individuals. They quickly guessed Lin Bei's plan. Not a single one showed cowardice or fear, all staying close behind Lin Bei, Xiao Linger and Louison included. They had merely considered more than others, but now, witnessing their compatriots being skinned and dismembered before their eyes, if they still lacked any fighting spirit, were they even true Dragon Nation citizens? After a long time, the group arrived at Little Silver Mountain. The sight before them sent their blood boiling once more. 3 more blood-soaked corpses, nailed to the trees. Crimson blood trickled down the trunks, staining the flowers and grass at their roots red. At that moment, their hatred reached its peak. Well, well. You've returned after all. Just then, a mocking, triumphant voice echoed from the mountain. Lin Bei looked up to see several figures clad in Sakura squad uniforms. Judging by their aura, most were at the 3rd tier of the 3rd stage. Did you kill him? Lin Bei demanded bluntly. Of course. These are our captain's proudest creations, one creature declared proudly. Die. With the culprits identified, Lin Bei wasted no words, hurling his black cloud spear with all his might. The creature's pupils contracted violently as the terror of death gripped its heart, paralyzing it so completely it forgot to dodge. At the critical moment, an arm as thick as a tree trunk materialized out of thin air, blocking the creature's path. Boom! A thunderous crash echoed as the black cloud spear was knocked away, plunging deep into the ground. Immediately afterward, Shun Takeuchi stepped out from the side, brushing dust off the massive arm. Power you have, but it lacks impact. You took the captain's spear head-on and emerged unscathed? The Dragon Nation team members were stunned. From the training camp to now. They knew all too well Lin Bei's prowess with the spear. A casual thrust could slay opponents of equal rank. He had been unstoppable, facing no equal. And now, Taeka Shun had blocked it without a scratch. No wonder he ranked 6th among the top 100 competitors at only the 5th tier of the 3rd stage. He truly was formidable. You've acquired so many grade 4 resources, must have secured quite a few competition cards as well? Shun Takeuchi surveyed the Dragon Nation team members, surprise flickering across his face. Why hunt us? Lin Bei demanded. Have you ever crushed an ant? Everyone's done that, right? It doesn't really need a reason. Shun Takeuchi leapt off the mountain, plunging from nearly 100 meters high. Boom! The moment he landed, the ground trembled, a shockwave sending dust billowing skyward. As the dust settled, the ground beneath Shunsuke Taka had completely caved in. Yet he remained unscathed. Chapter 119, Titanic Alteration. Overwhelming physique. Ants? Hearing those 2 words, every member of the Dragon Nation team was stunned. Those who had passed through layers of selection to enter the World Genius Tournament were all prodigies, weren't they? Lin Bei, captain of Team Dragon Nation, was a prodigy among prodigies. And now, he was being scornfully dismissed as an ant by Shunsuke. Arrogance stems from power. For Shunsuke Takeda to act so brazenly, his strength must surpass all expectations. In an instant, all eyes on the Dragon Nation team fixed on Lin Bei. Rage boiling within him, Lin Bei sought only to avenge his brutally murdered comrades. Instantly executing the Wind Thunder Step, he snatched up the Black Cloud Spear and thrust it toward Taeka Shun. They say Dragon Nation people have spirit and backbone, but I beg to differ. These ones I flayed alive all begged me on their knees not to kill them, even telling me Little Silver Mountain was the Dragon Nation team's rendezvous point. As the Dragon Nation team captain, you won't be begging for mercy on your knees like them, will you? Shun Taka didn't dodge, still blocking with his arm. Clang! The point of the Black Cloud Spear struck a surface as solid as a copper wall. Despite Lin Bei's physical strength rivaling a 5th-tier warrior, combined with the spear's armor-piercing effect, it failed to leave even a scratch. Useless. None of your martial arts can breach my defense. Take Shun declared with absolute confidence. Then try this. Ninefold Thunder Spear Technique. 9th tier. Lin Bei pressed forward relentlessly, gripping the Black Cloud Spear and thrusting it forward with brutal force. Crackle! Thunder erupted, unleashing countless tiny lightning serpents toward Shun Takeuchi. The Black Cloud Spear sliced through the air, unleashing a devastating force. The Ninefold Thunder Spear technique was a top-tier 4th-grade martial skill. Each tier increased doubles its power. 9 tiers meant ninefold power. Combined with Lin Bei's physique rivaling that of a 5th-tier practitioner, this spear strike possessed power comparable to a 5th-grade martial art. Clang! Boom! Countless tiny lightning serpents engulfed Shun Takeuchi first, yet inflicted no substantial damage. When the lightning dissipated, the tip of the Black Cloud Spear struck Shun Takeuchi's blocking arm, drawing a trickle of blood. Injured? The Dragon Nation team's expressions lit up with joy, but their celebration was cut short as Shun's wounded arm rapidly healed. Not only was his physical body astonishing, but his regenerative abilities were equally incredible? How could they possibly fight this? The Dragon Nation team collectively froze, racking their brains for a countermeasure. You're the first to break through my defenses, Shun Takeuchi sneered, his words dripping with contempt. If I can break your defense, I can kill you. Lin Bei unleashed the Wind Spirit Spear technique, a dense storm of spear shadows instantly engulfing Shun. Clang! 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 The Wind Spirit Spear technique emphasized speed, its power far weaker than the Ninefold Thunder Spear technique. Spear tips rained down upon Shun like hailstones, yet failed to pierce even his skin. Taka's massive frame trembled violently, his frenzied strength repelling the Black Cloud Spear. He turned to face Xiao Linger and the others. Your captain is too weak. Why don't you all come at me together? To kill you, I alone am sufficient. Lin Bei pressed forward, unleashing a single fist strike that shattered all defenses. 6th-grade advanced martial skill. Shunsuke's pupils contracted slightly in surprise. At such close range and caught completely off guard, there was no time to dodge. But he never intended to dodge. Boom! Boom! The fist slammed into Shun Take's chest. The explosive force ripped his clothes to shreds, even blowing apart the shoes on his feet. The colossal force reverberated outward in all directions, sending those too close flying backward. The two prodigies instinctively stepped back, fearing they might be caught in the force's aftermath. A 6th-rank advanced martial art truly terrifying. Yet upon closer inspection, Shun had merely been knocked back several meters, a distinct fist imprint gouged into his chest. Beyond that, he suffered no other injuries. He actually blocked that? Lin Bei's brow furrowed in astonishment. Shun casually brushed dust from his chest. The imprint vanished in an instant as he quipped, an 18-year-old at the 5th tier of the 3rd rank, already mastering 6th-grade martial arts. If you were to die here, wouldn't the Dragon Nation be heartbroken? If brute force won't work, then I'll have to find another way. Lin Bei's mind raced and a countermeasure instantly formed in his thoughts. The Ninefold Thunder Spear technique and One Punch Shatters 10,000 arts were his most potent offensive weapons. With both martial arts rendered useless, his only hope lay in the special effect of the Ancestor of 10,000 weapons. Sword Ancestor. Bleeding. First, use the Black Cloud Spear to shatter Shun Takeuchi's defenses. Then, while his wounds were still fresh, strike the open wounds with the wind-chasing blade. Once the bleeding effect was triggered, even with his invincible titanic physique, he would bleed to death drop by drop. Rest assured, Shun Takeuchi's lips curled upward into a bloodthirsty, twisted grin. My skinning technique is now highly refined. Even if I completely peel away your skin, you won't die immediately. Hearing this, the Dragon Nation team felt a chill run down their spines. Cruel and twisted, truly fitting the stereotype of those from the land of cherry blossoms. Captain, let's join forces. Xiao Linger stepped forward. Count me in. Lu Yi followed suit. Forget the two of you. Even if all of you came at me together, I wouldn't be afraid. Shun Takeuchi declared with arrogant confidence. Lin Bei shook his head and raised his hand to stop him. Given Shun Takeuchi's terrifying strength, Xiao Linger and Lu Yi wouldn't be able to help at all. They'd only distract Lin Bei. Unfortunately, this was the first half of the elimination round, and the storage bracelets remained outside the arena. Otherwise, with the god-slaying Thunder Spear, the Dragon Bone Bow, and 100 flying swords, Lin Bei would have had ways to forcefully take him down. Bring me the blade. Lin Bei commanded, reaching out. Captain, catch. Lu Yi hurled the Wind Chaser blade. Dual weapon mastery. No wonder you're the Dragon Nation team captain. You've got some serious skills. Shunsuke Takeuchi's smile grew even more twisted. Slaughtering a few worthless ants held no meaning for him. But killing a prodigy? Now that was far more interesting. Lin Bei unleashed the wind thunder step at its pinnacle, his extreme speed conjuring two phantom forms. To the naked eye, these two illusions were indistinguishable from the real body. Trivial tricks. You can't break my defense. Death is inevitable. Shunsuke Taka sneered contemptuously. Lin Bei wasted no words. His true form thrust his spear toward Shun Takeuchi's eyes. No matter how strong his physical defenses were, his eyes remained his most vulnerable point. Just a drop of blood. One strike, one kill. Ridiculous. Take-a-shun saw through Lin Bei's intent instantly and simply closed his eyes to fight. Clang! The sharp black cloud spear struck Shun's eyelid, rebounding as if hitting a solid wall of bronze, leaving not a single mark. Seizing the opening, Shunsuke Taka swung a punch at Lin Bei's midsection. Swish! Lin Bei, possessing a danger sense, narrowly dodged the punch. Gradually, both fighters began trembling, locked in a stalemate. Shun Take's greatest advantage lay in his titan physique, while Lin Bei possessed numerous strengths. Neither could gain the upper hand. But if this stalemate continued, the Dragon Nation team would inevitably be the losers. As the Four Islands barrier steadily shrank, the other fixed teleportation teams would inevitably converge. By then, Team Dragon Nation wouldn't just be facing Team Sakura. Are you Dragon Country people all born under the sign of the rat? All you know in battle is to run and dodge? Shunsuke's relentless barrage of attacks failed to scratch Lin Bei. The crushing frustration of striking nothing but air filled him with rage. Lin Bei barely grasped the meaning, piecing together the gist before countering, your moves aren't even as good as an 80-year-old woman's. You've pissed me off. Titan True Form. Activate. Shunani, consumed by rage and humiliation, roared defiantly to the heavens. Chapter 120, Titan True Form. Dragon Nation Team retreats. As the words fell, Shun Takeuchi's physical form began to swell wildly. 2 meters. 3 meters. Only when it reached 10 meters tall did the expansion cease. Every muscle bulged like a mountain range, reaching the height of absurdity. Both arms and legs were incredibly thick, and a single foot could easily crush a martial artist of the same rank. Beyond its size, its once fair skin gradually hardened, appearing from afar like the weathered bark of a century-old tree. A suffocating sense of oppression washed over them, leaving the Dragon Nation's people consumed by boundless terror. Since awakening their talents, they had never sensed such terrifying aura from anyone their age. Not even Lin Bei, the nation's most prodigious talent, could unleash such overwhelming might. Yet one thing baffled them. When utilizing physical-type talents or altering their bodies, their physical forms did indeed grow colossal, enhancing strength, defense, and various other attributes. Yet, Shunsuke's Titan alter ego wasn't merely enlarged, it had undergone a monstrous transformation. His skin, now resembling withered tree bark, had begun to take on the form of a titanic beast. Especially those eyes, filled with savage ferocity, they no longer seemed human. Roar! Like a titanic beast, Take-a-Jun clenched his fists and pounded his chest, roaring as he charged toward Lin Bei on all fours. Lin Bei retreated at top speed to evade, simultaneously thrusting his spear forward. Bang! Shun Taka casually swung his arm, the immense force sending the black cloud spear flying. Lin Bei frowned. This was the first time he'd faced such a formidable opponent. Captain, hang in there. The Dragon Nation team members clenched their fists nervously, hearts pounding in their throats. Roar! Taka-shun bellowed relentlessly, gripping a tree trunk over a meter thick beside him and yanking it out of the ground. His thick palms swept from left to right, stripping every tiny branch clean from the trunk. He swung the massive trunk, bringing it crashing down toward Lin Bei. Such terrifying physical strength. Such a massive tree trunk. If this blow connected with Lin Bei, it would shatter his internal organs. Absolute vacuum. Activate. Xiao Linger unleashed her innate ability to assist. Hum. A pitch-black barrier expanded, enveloping Shun Takeuchi within its confines. Yet, Shun Takeuchi's movements were barely hindered. He turned to stare at Xiao Linger, his savage eyes blazing with murderous intent. Instantly, he swung the massive tree trunk toward her. Energy absorption. Xiao Linger braced to block it with one hand. Thud. The massive tree trunk struck Xiao Linger's palm. In an instant, blood spurted from her mouth as her flesh was crushed into pulp. At the critical moment, Lin Bei executed the wind thunder step to close the distance, sweeping Xiao Linger into his arms as he retreated to evade the blow. So, terrifying power. Xiao Linger's pupils dilated in shock, cold sweat breaking out on her back. Last time at the training ground, she had absorbed multiple arrows from the Dragon Bone Bow, then absorbed the 6th grade advanced martial technique 10,000 swords returned to the source, only finally collapsing from the strain. Now, she couldn't even withstand a single strike from Shunji. The moment that savage force was absorbed, it rampaged wildly within her body before she could even begin to transform it. Even if the massive tree trunk hadn't crushed her into mincemeat, that unbridled force would have torn her flesh apart. Both were 20 years old, yet they were opponents from entirely different dimensions. Seeing this, Lu Yi's eyes flickered with shifting emotions. Was he shocked by Shun A's strength, or relieved that Xiao Linger hadn't perished at his hands? Something's off with this guy's titan form. Don't interfere anymore, Lin Bei said gravely. I sense something off too. The Titan alter ego isn't ranked first among physical type alter egos. It shouldn't possess such overwhelming power. Xiao Linger stated. You take the others and withdraw first. If things go south, withdraw from the competition immediately. The current entry cards guarantee 15 people will advance anyway. Lin Bei ordered. Captain, what about you? Xiao Linger gasped in alarm. Don't worry about me. Lin Bei was utterly confident in his own abilities. Even if he couldn't defeat Shunsuke Takae in a direct confrontation, he was 100% certain he could escape. The reason he was sending them away first was his concern that if Take Shun couldn't defeat him after prolonged attacks, he might shift his focus to assault the rest of the Dragon Nation team. As Dragon Nation's captain, Lin Bei couldn't possibly stand by and watch his teammates die. Once he intervened to save them, he would be forced into direct confrontation with Shunsuke Takeuchi, plunging him back into a disadvantageous position. Don't worry about me? Hearing those 4 words, Xiao Linger's admiration reached its peak. For the first time in her entire life, she found herself genuinely admiring someone. His strength, talent, magnanimity, decisiveness, and sense of responsibility all were beyond compare. Under normal circumstances, when a team encountered an opponent they couldn't defeat, the members would stay behind to cover the captain's retreat, buying them time to escape. But now it was reversed. The captain alone remained to cover their retreat, buying the others a chance to escape. Facing the formidable Shun Take-a, the slightest misstep could cost Lin Bei his life. Yet he still charged forward without hesitation. At this moment, Xiao Linger began to understand why Lin Bei had been supported by so many influential figures throughout his journey. In a word, he's worth it. Not just Xiao Linger, but the others were deeply moved too, wishing they could stay and fight alongside Lin Bei to the bitter end. Yet Lin Bei's next words poured cold water on their enthusiasm. Don't get your hopes up. I simply think you're too weak. Staying behind would only slow us down. The Dragon Nation team fell silent. Get out of here, Lin Bei ordered. Let's go. Louis stepped forward first, leading the way out. The others followed one by one. Xiao Linger lingered, glancing back repeatedly before finally leaving. Since you're here, you're all staying. A Cherry Blossom Nation prodigy stepped forward, preparing to block their path. Elemental Tyrant. Ignite. Lin Bei snapped his fingers. Infinite flames erupted suddenly, forming a sea of fire that separated the Dragon Nation team and the Cherry Blossom team. Faced with SSS-grade flames, the Sakura team dared not charge through. Yet, Shun Taka stepped into the inferno, then emerged, striding directly before Lin Bei. He looked down, appraising Lin Bei as if he were a mere insect, his vicious gaze tinged with mockery. The rest of the Dragon Nation team were useless. They wouldn't get far. The most crucial task now was to eliminate Longwa's strongest prodigy, Lin Bei. Shun Taka raised his foot, aiming a crushing stomp at Lin Bei. Lin Bei executed the Wind Thunder step to evade, simultaneously swinging the Black Cloud Spear to deliver a flurry of strikes at Shunsuke's calf. Clang! 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 The sharp spear tip struck his calf like hitting a copper wall, erupting in a series of piercing sounds. If 1 spear isn't enough, then 10 spears, 100 spears, 1,000 spears, 10,000 spears. Lin Bei's spear strikes were lightning fast, capable of delivering 100 thrusts in a minute, each striking the exact same spot. Shun Takeuchi's Titan alter ego possessed astonishing physical defense. Especially after activating his Titan true form, his defenses reached new heights. Since current methods couldn't breach his defense, the only option was the blunt approach of attacking one point to break the whole surface. Concentrate all attacks on a single point. With enough strikes, even stone would be worn away. Annoying insect. Die. Shun Take a kick Lin Bei aside, bent down to pick up a massive boulder from the ground, and slammed it down toward Lin Bei. Lin Bei dodged effortlessly, closing in to thrust his gun. After thousands of consecutive thrusts, Take's physical regeneration could no longer keep pace with Lin Bei's rapid strikes. The time is ripe. Lin Bei narrowed his eyes, gripping the Wind Chaser blade in one hand and the Black Cloud Spear in the other as he unleashed the Ninefold Thunder Spear technique. Chapter 121, Lin Bei's Death? The Immortal Phoenix's alter ego revealed. Crackle! Frenzied thunder erupted, coiling into a ferocious lightning serpent that roared toward Shun Take. Terrifying power swept outward, turning the area within 10 meters into a forbidden zone of thunder, reducing everything to dust. Poof! Shun Takeuchi sneered contemptuously, kicking out at Lin Bei. Thud! The Black Cloud Spear struck his calf once more. This strike crushed everything in its path, its power far surpassing the previous ones. The deafening collision sent blood trickling from the ears of onlookers, their heads reeling. A cloud of dust billowed into the sky, obscuring the center of the battle. Everything was shrouded in haze, nothing could be seen, and no sound came from the area. Witnessing this, everyone present was stunned by Lin Bei's formidable strength. To shatter Shun Takeuchi's physical defenses and force him to unleash his Titan true form, this was the mark of a once-in-a-generation prodigy. Yet alas, even the most exceptional genius could not compare to a prodigy. As the dust gradually settled, all eyes focused on the center of the battle. Lin Bei's Black Cloud Spear and wind-chasing blade struck Shunsuke's calf simultaneously. Yet this assault merely grazed his skin, not a single drop of blood spilled. In the blink of an eye, the wounded area had healed completely. Lin Bei's brow furrowed. Surprised, are you? Truth be told, I'm surprised too that you possess such terrifying strength. A palpable killing intent erupted from Shun Takeuchi's eyes, filled with savage ferocity. Without another word, he raised his foot and stomped down hard toward Lin Bei. The blow descended like a mountain crashing down. Sensing danger, Lin Bei instantly executed the wind thunder step to create distance. All of you, attack. Don't let him escape. Take-a-Shun's physical form was invincible, but his speed couldn't match Lin Bei's. Yes. Nearly 100 Sakura prodigies simultaneously unleashed their innate abilities. Having witnessed Lin Bei's power firsthand, none dared to engage him head-on. Instead, they kept their distance, using their talents to pin him down and wear him out. The distance proved too great for Lin Bei to counter, and the situation quickly turned against him. As time ticked away, even Lin Bei's physique comparable to a fifth-tier cultivator's began to show signs of exhaustion. Sometimes his danger perception would predict an attack's trajectory, but his weary body couldn't react fast enough. Shunji Takeuchi noticed this, a triumphant smile curling his lips. Ha 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 ha. You've exhausted your stamina by continuously unleashing high-tier martial arts. Now you're cornered, let's see how you turn this around. Die. Titan's Fist. Shunsuke Taka unleashed a top-tier 4th-grade martial skill, clenching his fist and smashing it toward Lin Bei. The force of this punch was dozens of times more brutal than the previous kick. The terrifying impact felt like a meteorite crashing down from the heavens. A visible shockwave surged around the fist, compressing the air until it crackled and popped. Lin Bei stood his ground without flinching, only a cold, murderous intent flickering deep within his eyes. With his current abilities, he truly couldn't break through Shun Takeuchi's physical defenses. If that was the case, then there was no need to try breaking through his defense. Let's settle this with sheer stamina. Lin Bei possessed the immortal Phoenix alter ego, allowing him to fully resurrect after each death while even enhancing his strength. Take-a-Shun, on the other hand, possessed a powerful Titan physique, but sustaining its use would drain his stamina. Once his stamina is depleted and he's forced to release the Titan form, he'll be like fish on a cutting board, completely at Lin Bei's mercy. Not only must Take-a die, but everyone here must die. Only then could the secret of the undying Phoenix alter ego remain hidden. Ha 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 ha. Our captain has scared the wits out of him. He's standing there unable to even dodge. It's not that he won't dodge, he's physically drained and locked down by our captain. There's no way he can escape. To be finished with just one punch? That's far too easy for him. The elite warriors of Sakura Nation gloated triumphantly, already envisioning Lin Bei crushed into a pulp. Shuenya Taka smiled. Though Titan's heavy punch was merely a top-tier 4th-rank martial skill, bolstered by his formidable physique, its power rivaled any 6th-rank technique. This punch would surely finish Lin Bei. Boom! Boom! With a deafening roar, Take-a's fist, as massive as a mountain, slammed into Lin Bei. The instant the fist made contact, he could sense Lin Bei's presence. A fraction of a second later, that sensation vanished completely. Instead, a massive shockwave rippled through the ground where the fist had struck. The ground trembled, sand and gravel scattering everywhere. The impact point caved in deeply, cracks spreading outward in all directions. Lasting this long under my fist? You'll have something to brag about for the rest of your life in the underworld. Take-a-Jun smirked confidently, slowly retracting his fist, now caked in a mixture of mud and blood. Then, he looked down at the crater his fist had created. His fierce eyes suddenly widened with intense shock. Following his gaze, he saw Lin Bei standing completely naked in the same spot, not a single scratch on his body. Not only was he unscathed, but his aura had grown even more profound than before, and his stamina was boundless. How is this possible? Take-a-Jun's eyes widened in disbelief, his mind churning with shock. He had absolute confidence in his own strength. That punch, packed with power, was more than enough to crush any martial artist at the same level. After their prolonged exchange, he had recognized Lin Bei's physical constitution as formidable, yet still vastly inferior to his own. How could he possibly withstand a Titan's heavy punch and emerge unscathed? It defied explanation. Could it be a serum? But don't tell me that even on the entire world, let alone tiny Sifan Island, there exists a potion that could resurrect someone after being smashed into mincemeat. Could he have dodged that punch just now? Was it because the wind thunder step was too fast that I didn't notice? Shun Taka furrowed his brow, then shook his head after a long moment, dismissing the thought. When Titan's heavy fist struck down, he had felt Lin Bei's presence with absolute certainty. The blood on his fist was proof that the punch had connected. But why was Lin Bei still unscathed? Shun Taka couldn't fathom it, nor could the elite warriors of Sakura Nation. This Titan-heavy punch could obliterate even a 4th-tier colossal beast. How could it possibly fail to kill a 3rd-tier, 5th-rank human martial artist? A reanimated corpse? Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Shun Taka. He looked up at Lin Bei in disbelief. Countless alien bodies existed in the world, but only 2 possessed the ability to resurrect after death. One was the undying Phoenix body, ranked first on the anomaly body list. It possessed true immortality, growing stronger with each resurrection and capable of manifesting a pair of blazing wings for incredible speed. The other was the 9 Lives Mystic Cat, ranked 51st on the abnormal body list. It could resurrect 9 times, possessing blazing speed and extraordinary sensory abilities. Judging from the battle just now in Lin Bei's current display, it appears to be the undying divine phoenix alter ego. At this realization, Shun Takeuchi's pupils dilated, his eyes widening with shock. This guy possesses the immortal phoenix alter ego. Retreat. Shun Taka made a split-second decision and took off first. The undying phoenix alter ego? The top-ranked ultimate physique? So this physique actually exists? The elite prodigies of Sakura Nation were stunned. The bearer of the undying divine phoenix physique grew stronger with every kill, utterly impossible to slay. If they kept fighting, they'd exhaust themselves to death here without truly harming a single hair on Lin Bei's head. Withdraw first. Spread the word that Lin Bei possesses the immortal phoenix mutation. The big shots will handle him. Though those powerful figures couldn't kill Lin Bei either, they had plenty of ways to make his life a living hell. Chapter 122, Leave No Survivors. The last gasp of a weakened force. Those who knew my secret are dead. You won't be any different. Lin Bei snapped his fingers, unleashing the elemental tyrant talent once more. The dense fire element combined with the undying phoenix physique expanded the sea of flames several-fold, its destructive power reaching new heights. Led by Shun Takeuchi, all 100 prodigies of Sakura Nation were trapped within the inferno. Vegetation turned to ash in the inferno, while even hard rock was reduced to molten debris, ultimately forming a sea of scorching lava. If these cherry blossom prodigies couldn't withstand the flames of elemental tyrant, how could they endure the flames fused with the undying phoenix alter ego? They couldn't break through the flames, and the scorching lava beneath their feet made standing impossible. Despair spread through their hearts like an invisible hand, clutching their throats in a deathly grip. Life and death hung on Lin Bei's every thought. Save me. Captain. Save me. I don't want to die. I'm still so young. I don't want to die here. Lin Bei. I was wrong. I truly regret it. If you let me go, I'll agree to any condition you demand. The crowd screamed, shrieked, and begged for mercy in their despair. Yet it was all in vain. The searing lava rose steadily, engulfing everyone present. They could feel their feet and legs melting away, ultimately dying in excruciating agony. Oomph. Though I cannot kill you, you cannot stop me either. Shun Takeuchi sprinted through the scorching lava, charging out through the raging flames. His prolonged battle with Lin Bei, especially fending off those 2 9-fold thunder spears and that single punch that shattered 10,000 techniques, had drained him of immense stamina. He was now nearing the end of his strength. Yet he held no fear of perishing by Lin Bei's hand. First, Lin Bei couldn't break through his defenses. Second, he knew the terrain of the Four Directions Island like the back of his hand and could teleport away at top speed. Lin Bei glanced up at the direction Shun Takeuchi fled, showing no urgency to pursue. The most crucial task now was to ensure the complete annihilation of these Cherry Blossom Nation prodigies. Only then could he guarantee the secret remained buried. For each Sakura Nation prodigy engulfed by the lava, Lin Bei personally delivered the final blow. Only after all 99 prodigies had perished did Lin Bei turn and charge toward Shunsuke Takeuchi. Sizzle! Sizzle! A unique flame, distinct from the elemental tyrants, emerged, gradually forming wing-like structures behind Lin Bei. Spanning over 8 meters, the wings emitted such intense heat it vaporized the air. With a few gentle flutters, scorching waves of fire swept outward. Even the small wave of flames reduced all vegetation within 100 meters to ash. Then, Lin Bei flapped his fiery wings and soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he soared 1,000 meters. Wherever he passed, waves of fire swept through, reducing everything to ashes. Divine Phoenix wings. Such terrifying might. Lin Bei's heart trembled with awe, unable to calm for a long time. Such terrifying speed was scarcely inferior to the SSS tier Divine Swiftness talent. Within the same cultivation realm, or even among 4th and 5th tier martial artists, few could surpass Lin Bei in speed. What is that? At that moment, Take-a-shun, sprinting frantically across the ground, suddenly sensed something streak overhead. Looking up, he saw a streak of crimson light flash by. He hadn't caught a clear glimpse of what it was, but the scorching aura made him instinctively think of Lin Bei. No! It can't be him. That brat already has an unnatural immortality. He can't possibly possess such blinding flight speed too. Taka muttered to himself, continuing his frantic dash toward the nearest teleportation array. But as he ran, his footsteps came to an abrupt halt. Without knowing when, Lin Bei had appeared right in front of him. Taka-shun stared at Lin Bei in disbelief. He spun around to check behind him, finding no pursuers in sight. Turning back to Lin Bei, he gasped in terror, When did you catch up? Even the wind thunder step shouldn't be this fast. Lin Bei didn't bother answering. His voice was cold with murderous intent. They're all dead. Next, it's your turn. Oomph. The immortal phoenix's physique is indeed formidable. But you can't break through my defenses. Shunsuke Take defiantly retorted. Is that so? Lin Bei raised his spear and launched his attack. Techniques like the Wind Spirit Spear style and Ninefold Thunder Spear style rained down upon Shun Takeuchi as if they required no physical exertion. Though his previous blunt approach of attacking one point to disrupt the whole had failed, Lin Bei had gleaned a crucial insight from that defeat: the secret of the Titan. The Titan form's regenerative capacity was limited. Sustained attacks would diminish its recovery ability. However, Take-a-shun could channel his entire body's strength into a single point, vastly enhancing both its defensive capabilities and regenerative power. This came at a cost, however it consumed immense energy. Lin Bei possessed a physique comparable to a fifth-tier martial artist. While his defensive capabilities fell short of Take-a-shun's, their stamina was evenly matched. By Lin Bei's estimation, Take-a-shun was nearing the end of his strength. Now, all that was needed was relentless assault. It wouldn't take long to drain his last reserves of stamina. Damned Dragon Nation vermin! Take-a-shun cursed furiously as he fled in disarray. He was the undisputed prodigy of the land of cherry blossoms. He'd been the center of attention since childhood and even received a special opportunity. He believed he could challenge those prodigies from the Eagle Nation for the World Genius Tournament Championship. Yet here he was, driven to this desperate state by Lin Bei from the Dragon Nation. He couldn't even think of fighting back now. Any attack would only waste his energy without truly harming Lin Bei. Run! Keep running! The teleportation array was just ahead. Shun Taka urged himself onward mentally. After what felt like an eternity, he finally spotted a teleportation array shimmering with crystalline blue light. Thud! Suddenly, a pitch-black spear pierced through Shun Taka's back, emerging from his chest, pinning him to the ground. Blood gushed like a fountain. Shun's massive, mountain-like frame shrank visibly before his eyes. Before long, he had returned to the form of an ordinary human. "Seems your stamina can no longer sustain your Titan form," Lin Bei remarked, gripping his Wind Chaser blade as he approached Taka step by step. Shunsuke Taka remained silent, merely trudging toward the teleportation array. Blood from his chest stained his body crimson, and the swaying of the Black Cloud Spear with each step intensified the agony. Yet he dared not stop. Stop and die. Only by rushing into the teleportation array now could he have a sliver of hope. "Don't worry, you won't die just yet." Lin Bei executed the Wind Thunder Step, instantly appearing before Shun Takeuchi to block his path. The wind-chasing blade in his hand flashed with an unsettling cold light. Just one glance was enough for Take-a-shun to grasp Lin Bei's intent. After slaughtering so many members of the Dragon Nation team, Lin Bei undoubtedly intended to repay him in kind. Severing tendons and ligaments, then flaying the entire skin. The mere thought sent shivers down his spine, his fear reaching its peak. Thud! Taka-shun collapsed to his knees, whether from sheer exhaustion or the realization that escape from Lin Bei was impossible. The overwhelming terror that nearly consumed him made his body tremble uncontrollably. The confident arrogance that had filled his eyes moments before vanished completely. You can't kill me. I am the foremost prodigy of Sakura Nation. If I die, Sakura Nation will surely declare war on Dragon Nation. Do you want to see the land laid waste? Take-a-shun threatened, trembling with fear. Too many fleas won't itch, too many debts won't worry. Lin Bei pulled the Black Cloud Spear from Take's body and swiftly severed every tendon in his limbs with a series of sharp slashes. Chapter 123, Slaying Take-a-shun. The madness of the whole soul. Take-a-shun screamed in agony. What truly tormented him wasn't the severed tendons in his limbs, but the agonizing wait for death. This suffocating terror made him weep uncontrollably, tears, snot, and excrement streaming down his face. Endless regret flooded his mind. He should never have brutally murdered the Dragon Nation team members, never obeyed Chairman Yamamoto's orders. He shouldn't have even entered the World Genius Tournament. But now it was too late for regrets. When Take-a-shun saw Lin Bei crouching closer, he instinctively tried to kneel and beg for mercy again. But his body wouldn't obey him. All he could manage was a stuttering voice. Please spare my worthless life. I'll be your servant. I'll be your slave." Rip! Lin Bei tore along the wound at his ankle, ripping flesh and skin apart. The skin and flesh clung together tightly. As he pulled, strands of flesh mixed with blood were torn out in thin, thread-like strands. Once the skin was ripped away, the raw, scarlet flesh beneath was exposed, searing with pain at the mere touch of air. Shun Taka screamed hoarsely, his body writhing and convulsing on the ground like a long worm. Lin Bei said nothing, only continuing to peel away the skin. His technique was unskilled, tearing off long strips at a time. Yet this very imperfection intensified the agony for Take. To prevent Take from dying in agony, Lin Bei administered several more recovery potions. After a long while, with a forceful tug from Lin Bei, a large section of skin, including the hair on his head, was completely torn away. Shun Taka was now a bloody mess, his two red, bulging eyeballs exposed, looking utterly terrifying. But this was far from over. Lin Bei found several sharp spikes, piercing Toshihida's limbs to pin him to the tree trunk. The restorative potion still coursed through his veins, preventing immediate death. He would enjoy this extreme agony in full consciousness for a very long time. Suddenly, Lin Bei's danger sense detected a presence behind him. Before he could even turn his head, the black cloud spear in his hand was already hurled backward. Impressive, Captain Lin, truly keen senses. Ivan, the captain of the Bear Nation team, clapped awkwardly while stepping out from behind the tree with an embarrassed smile. Lin Bei turned, fixed his gaze on Ivan, then scanned the surroundings. Guessing Lin Bei's confusion, Ivan immediately explained, "Well, we ran into the Eagle Country team on the way. Those guys are ridiculously strong. Our entire group got scattered." "So you're alone now?" Lin Bei shifted the wind cutter blade from his left to his right hand without flinching. He wasn't afraid of being seen by the Lion Slayer team or the Cherry Blossom team. After all, when he exchanged his competition card for points later, the people outside would find out anyway. But Lin Bei wasn't sure exactly when Ivan had appeared here. If he'd been lurking in the shadows all along, it was highly likely he'd uncovered the secret of the Undying Phoenix's unique physique. "Captain Lin, what do you mean by that? Is killing Shunsuke Taka not enough? Do you intend to come after me next?" Ivan took several steps back to create distance, his guard raised to the maximum. Facing this madman who had annihilated the Lion Nation team and slain Shunsuke Take, he dared not let his guard down for a moment. In fact, standing before Lin Bei, a threat of fear had already begun to stir deep within his heart. Hearing this, half of Lin Bei's worries eased. Ivan was referring to killing Shunsuke, not annihilating the Sakura Nation. This meant Ivan had only witnessed Lin Bei kill Shunsuke Take and remained unaware of the secret behind the immortal Phoenix alter ego. But it couldn't be ruled out that Ivan had deliberately uttered those words to dispel Lin Bei's concerns. "Though I've taken many lives, I never kill the innocent." Lin Bei sheathed his blade, picked up the black cloud spear from the ground, and proceeded to tally his spoils right before Ivan's eyes. The Sakura team was no pushover. After roaming the Four Directions Island for so many days, they'd amassed a large number of competition cards and battle armor potions. Alone now, Lin Bei found the armor potions useless, so he only counted the entry cards. Adding the Sakura team's 100 entry cards, he now held a total of 885. This quantity should be enough to secure the top spot on the leaderboard. If he secured first place in the elimination rounds, the points would double 885, becoming 1,770, making his position even more secure. Once he clinched the Elimination Tournament Championship, with the Martial Arts Foundation's 1:300 external odds, 5 million would instantly become 1.5 billion. "Captain Lin, I've secured enough points to advance. We part ways here." Ivan strode toward the teleportation array, instinctively quickening his pace as he passed Lin Bei. Buzz! At that moment, a massive light barrier descended from the sky, enveloping the entire core area of Sifang Island. This barrier was as impenetrable as a wall of bronze and iron. Those outside couldn't enter, and those inside couldn't leave. Moreover, all teleportation arrays within the barrier ceased to function. Ivan stood on the teleportation array for half a day, yet it showed no sign of activating with a flash of light. Perhaps driven by fear, he instinctively suspected Lin Bei had tampered with it. "Captain Lin, though I wasn't exactly friendly toward you before, we never had any real grudge. Why won't you even spare me?" Ivan turned to face Lin Bei, his voice filled with anger as he demanded an explanation. "The teleportation array's malfunctioning has nothing to do with me. It's a spatial type expert who set up a barrier sealing off this entire area." Lin Bei pointed toward the distant light barrier as he explained. Ivan's anger vanished instantly, replaced by utter embarrassment. He wished he could sink into a hole. Thankfully, only the two of them were present. Otherwise, the sight of the Bear Nation's esteemed captain looking so terrified would be utterly humiliating if it got out. Could it be that a powerful figure from Lion Nation or Cherry Blossom Nation has come to exact revenge? Lin Bei frowned slightly, then discreetly produced 2 spatial jade tokens. One had been given to him by the legendary Yi during the Four Realms competition. Shattering it would allow Yi to sense Lin Bei's coordinates, enabling him to shatter the other spatial jade token and arrive. The other spatial jade token was carried by every member of the World Genius War Team. Shattering it would instantly teleport him back to the Dragon Nation. "Captain Lin, you wiped out the Lion Nation team and killed Sakura Nation's captain, Shun Take. The powerful figures from those two nations certainly won't let you off the hook, but they wouldn't dare disrupt the tournament proceedings over something like this," Ivan stated. "If not them, then who else would dare act so arrogantly in the World Genius Tournament?" Lin Bei racked his brain, and suddenly 2 words popped into his mind. Quan Sheng. Across the entire world, only Chuanqing would dare act this brazenly. Ivan's eyes widened in belated realization, his pupils constricting as overwhelming dread surged through him. Chuanqing's infamy was known to all under heaven. Those targeted by them rarely escaped their grasp. The massive light screen captured the attention of Lin Bei and Ivan, as well as every prodigy on Four Directions Island. Every head turned upward, eyes brimming with worry and dread. Even the exceptionally powerful prodigies from Eagle Nation were no exception. Simultaneously, numerous powerhouses within the World Genius Tournament arena noticed this towering, bizarre light screen. Only the rotating chairman, Yamamoto, focused solely on the updated information on the large screen. The Sakura team, which had been full moments ago, now somehow had only Shun Take remaining. Before long, Shun Taeka was eliminated too.
From the elimination of the first Sakura team member to Shun Taeka's elimination, several hours had passed. Throughout this extended period, not a single Sakura team member had returned to the arena via the teleportation array. This was utterly bizarre. Chapter 124, Slap Chris. The condition of full power. My lord Chris, what on earth is happening? Yamamoto's heart was bleeding. At this moment, he finally understood the feelings of Brown, the leader of the Lion Kingdom team. A full 100 prodigies. All perished. Especially Taeka Shun. He held immense secrets, serving as the vital link between Sakura Nation and Saints, the very hope for Sakura Nation's future rise. His value alone far surpassed that of the other 99 prodigies. His death would deal an unimaginable blow to Sakura Nation. Yamamoto racked his brain but couldn't fathom how Shun Taeka, possessing an extraordinary titan physique, could have perished. With his defenses, even if he couldn't defeat his opponent, escaping the fight should have been effortless. It was Zenryo. Chris frowned, a rare expression on his face. Zenryo? Yamamoto was stunned. In his understanding, Sakura Nation had held no conflicts with Zen'ai in the past decade. If that was the case, why would the enemy seek to exterminate them? Snap. Suddenly, the space above the arena tore open, revealing a vast black void. Hundreds of Chuanqing warriors emerged from within. At the forefront stood a stooped old man, leaning on a serpent-headed cane. His expression was as sinister as a venomous snake lurking in the shadows. Behind him stood 9 martial artists, 6 men and 3 women, each radiating an overwhelming aura of power. The last several dozen wore masks, unwilling to reveal their true faces. As they appeared, the atmosphere on the scene grew oppressively heavy to the extreme. It felt as though the air had frozen solid, as if standing amidst a raging sea. One misstep could mean being swallowed by the sea. This indescribable, suffocating pressure caused many contestants in the arena to spit blood and faint on the spot. Though the powerful leaders of each nation were formidable, facing so many Chuanqing experts, fear began to creep into their hearts. Chuanqing's Qin Zhongshan, one of the strongest spatial type masters of this era. He's personally stepped forward. All 9 guardian elders of Chuanqing are present. Over half the organization's core members have arrived. What exactly are they planning? These lunatics. Do they intend to wipe out the top prodigies from every nation? Whoa! At these words, everyone present sucked in a sharp breath. Such a deranged act. Chuanqing dares to do it. The crucial point was, the Quan Xing had the power to do it. As fear gripped everyone, Chris stepped through the air, materializing before Qin Zhongshan. It's Cardinal Chris. With him stepping in, Chuanqing won't be able to stir up any trouble. With him here, we're all safe. You scoundrels of Chuanqing, dare to act out in front of Lord Chris? Get out of here. The crowd, who had been trembling moments ago, instantly found their courage upon seeing Chris appear. Every nation possessed a military institution specifically established by its sovereign, such as the War God's Temple of the Dragon Nation and the Holy See of the Eagle Nation. The Holy See originated in the West, but as the Eagle Nation grew powerful, it forcibly relocated the Holy See's headquarters to its territory. Western nations subsequently established branch offices of the Holy See, each overseen by a 9th-rank cardinal. This move not only bolstered the Eagle Nation's strength but also strengthened its control over Western nations. As for Chris's strength, he ranked among the top 3 among all cardinals. If judged solely by the World Genius War, his strength would rank first. Chris stood suspended in midair, his back to the crowd. He couldn't see the expressions of those below him, but he could feel the countless burning gazes of adoration. He relished and savored this sensation. As the world's foremost superpower, Eagle Nation ought to embody the demeanor of a true leader. These weak little nations need only stand below, waving their flags and cheering. Withdraw now, and I'll pretend nothing happened. Chris stood arrogantly, facing 100 men alone yet utterly composed, his tone laced with disdain. Qin Zhongshan didn't even bother to look at Chris. He raised his hand and delivered a slap. What began as a normal slap visibly grew larger before their eyes. In the blink of an eye, it was as large as a mountain. Fortunately, the blow came horizontally. Had it struck downward, it would have flattened the entire arena. You're begging for death. I'll grant you your wish. Chris's eyes flashed with sharpness as he drew his crossblade, unleashing 2 fierce sword chi. Just a split second before the sword chi collided with the palm, the latter vanished into thin air. When it reappeared, it was already behind Chris. Spatial teleportation. Chris jolted in shock, cold sweat breaking out on his back. His perfect realm-level danger perception instinctively urged him to dodge. But inexplicably, the space around his body seemed to solidify into walls, trapping him in place, unable to take even a single step. Just as Chris scrambled for a countermeasure, the palm struck him hard from behind. With a thunderous crash, Chris was hurled through the air like a cannonball, slamming into the concrete. Head first, he scraped a massive gash into the concrete pavement. Crushing. An utterly decisive crushing blow. Was this the true power of Chuanqing? The crowd, brimming with confidence moments ago, now felt as if they'd been plunged into an ice cellar, tense to the point of holding their breath.
If even Chris, the strongest among them, couldn't withstand Qin Jingshan's single blow, what difference were they from lambs? Now, all they could do was pray Quan Xing wouldn't unleash a bloodbath. Blah blah blah. Qin Jingshan shot a dismissive glance at Chris, still lying in the rubble. Damn it! Chris scrambled out of the rubble, looking utterly battered. His cheeks still stung fiercely from scraping against the concrete. But beyond the pain, what he couldn't bear was the humiliation. A cardinal, no less. The leader of the Eagle Nation team. And now, in front of the entire world, he'd been knocked flat with a single slap. His pride, and the pride of the Eagle Nation, had been utterly shattered. If you're not convinced, I can beat you into submission. Qin Jingshan shot Chris a sideways glance. Having witnessed Qin Jingshan's terrifying strength, Chris couldn't muster even a shred of defiance. But doing nothing and saying nothing would be an even greater loss of face. He had to find another way to salvage some dignity. Thus, Chris stepped forward and declared, "Earlier, I was momentarily careless. If I were to give it my all, you might not necessarily defeat me." Smack! Before the words had even faded, Qin Jingshan's palm struck again. Empowered by his spatial talent, the strike appeared out of nowhere. Even a perfect realm expert's danger perception couldn't fully anticipate it. Another thud echoed as Chris was slammed back into the rubble, blood spurting from his mouth as he lay in a pitiful heap. "You!" Chris struggled to his feet, attempting to salvage some dignity with a retort. But the sight of Qin Jingshan's chilling gaze instantly silenced him, forcing him to swallow the rest of his words. Having subdued Chris, Qin Jingshan surveyed the others from above, stating bluntly, "All the prodigies within the light screen are now under Quan Xing's control. Their lives rest entirely in his hands. If you wish to save them, bring valuable items to trade." Extortion? The word flashed simultaneously through everyone's minds. It was a bit despicable, but perfectly in line with Xuanqing's modus operandi. "I came here to compete with my team and don't carry much of value on me. How about giving me some time to have someone deliver something?" Right. I don't have anything valuable on me either, but if you're willing to wait, I can pay a high price. As long as you guarantee the safety of our country's athletes, I'll pay whatever you ask." The powerful leaders of each nation shared an unspoken understanding, their words and actions clearly aimed at stalling for time. Just because no one here can stand against Qin Jingshan doesn't mean no one in the world can. It just takes time for the news to spread, and reinforcements to arrive. Chapter 125, Soul Contract. Kill Ivan. You have only 10 minutes to prepare. Qin Jingshan instantly saw through their scheme, yet he made no move to expose it. All right. 10 minutes is fine. The group breathed a sigh of relief and immediately relayed the message to the outside. "Old Yi, doesn't this feel a bit off?" Ho Jing turned his head to look at Yi Di. Yi Di nodded in deep agreement. Given Xuanqing's ruthless and decisive style, there's absolutely no reason to grant this 10 minutes unless Xuanqing's true objective isn't outside the arena. Not outside the arena? Could they be trying to recruit these prodigies? Ho Jing's expression darkened as he instantly recalled Chairman Quan Xing's talent. The young talents competing in the World Genius War possessed extraordinary gifts, insight, strength, and family backgrounds, none of them ordinary. If they joined Xuanqing, no immediate drawbacks would be apparent. But 10 years from now, 20 years from now, when these individuals mature into each nation's elite warriors and assume positions of power, that would be terrifying. While Xuanqing might not control the entire world, it could certainly influence it. Quick! Notify Elder Yun immediately. Ho Jing was as frantic as an ant on a hot skillet. Understood. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yi Di immediately dialed Elder Yun's number. The military department had 12 military gods, among whom Yun Xiaotian was universally acknowledged as the foremost. Simultaneously, he was one of the strongest spatial martial artists of this era, his fame surpassing even Qin Jingshan. Precisely because of this, Yun Xiaotian maintained a permanent presence at the Colossus battlefield, rarely returning even once a year. At that moment, within the Sifan Island arena, a dozen figures clad in black robes and masked faces emerged unhurriedly from the dark cavern. As they appeared, an overwhelming aura of power spread out. The colossal beasts on the island prostrated themselves before this overwhelming force. The prodigies from various nations halted their activities, watching the mysterious figures with unease. Judging by their aura, every one of them possessed strength beyond the 7th tier. Meanwhile, their strongest member was only at the 1st tier of the 4th rank, with the rest at the 3rd rank. Such a staggering disparity in strength left no hope of victory. One sentence: those who submit live, those who resist die. The leader waved his hand, scattering countless black wooden tokens. The sole black plaques of the Xuanqing sect leader. Lin Bei's eyes narrowed sharply. He finally understood why Xuanqing had been acting so recklessly. The chairman's innate talent was an SSS tier soul contract, enabling him to directly control the souls of other martial artists or colossal beasts, turning them into slaves. This talent was utterly bizarre and terrifying, in no way inferior to top-tier SSS-grade talents like Heaven Rewards Diligence, Ancestor of All Weapons, or Elemental Tyrant. However, the soul contract possessed a fatal flaw. That flaw was that when executing the contract, the target must consent willingly. The slightest resistance renders the soul contract utterly ineffective. Oomph. Think I'd become Chuanqing's lapdog? Forget it. Once you sign a contract with the Soul Blackcard, you'll be Chuanqing's slave for life. Don't fall for it. Outside the arena, masters from all nations stand guard. Your arrogance won't last long. Many prodigies on the island recognize the origin of the black wooden token. Why would anyone abandon their status as a prodigy to become Chuanqing's lackeys? Not even a fool would agree to that. And though fear gripped their hearts, they still clung to the belief that the powerful warriors from other nations outside the arena would storm in to save them. Bang! 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 The numerous powerful figures of Quan Xing remained silent, only striking with precision to eliminate those who had spoken earlier. Their bodies exploded, turning into clouds of blood mist. Blood splattered onto the surrounding prodigies, sending shivers down their spines. 9 minutes remaining. The mysterious leader glanced at the timer and uttered these words, not bothering to say a single extra syllable. The other elites wore equally cold expressions, seemingly indifferent to the lives of these prodigies. Yet the colder their demeanor, the deeper the fear gripped the young prodigies. The prodigies on the island exchanged glances, a flicker of wavering resolve appearing in their hearts. Serving the entire sect like dogs, living their entire lives in the sewers, it was indeed unbearable. But it was still better than death. Death meant losing everything. 8 minutes. 7 minutes. As time ticked away, each prodigy grew increasingly anxious and restless. They all looked toward the surrounding light screens, but no one rushed in to save the day. Could it be they were truly destined to become dogs for the entire nation? Ivan, captain of the Bear Nation team, silently counted down the seconds in his mind. With just over a minute left, he instinctively took 2 steps forward. Staring at the black token floating before him, he hesitated for a long moment before finally reaching out. Seeing this, Lin Bei gripped his black cloud spear tightly, silently gathering his strength. Captain Lin, don't be foolish. The Chuanqing warriors are at least 7th tier. Even if we risk our lives, we won't scratch a single hair on their heads. There's an old saying in your dragon nation, the wise recognize the times. Surrender. With only a dozen seconds left, Ivan's heart sank into utter despair. He reached out and crushed the black token. Hum. A wisp of black mist surged forth, burrowing into Ivan's brow. The moment the soul contract was sealed, his life and death lay entirely within the chairman of Chuanqing's whim. Regret, resentment, and fear erupted simultaneously, only to be overwhelmed by an overwhelming urge to survive. Thud. Suddenly, a thunder-flash spear whistled through the air, piercing a bloody hole through Ivan's chest. Blood gushed out, and Ivan could distinctly feel his life force rapidly draining away. Gripping the black cloud spear, he stared at Lin Bei in utter disbelief. Lin. Captain Lin, why are you killing me? Lin Bei remained silent, swinging his blade once more to sever Ivan's head. The secret of the undying phoenix's unique physique absolutely must not be known by a second person. Even if Ivan didn't know this secret, Lin Bei dared not take such a huge risk. He hadn't acted earlier because there was no reason to act. But now, with Ivan having accepted the soul contract to join Chuanqing, he could kill him openly and justifiably. How dare you? The Chuanqing masters in the sky, noticing Ivan's death, glared at Lin Bei in fury. A powerful aura descended from above, forcing Lin Bei to his knees. Snap. Lin Bei acted decisively, shattering the first spatial jade token. Useless. This is a light barrier personally set by Elder Qin. Unless one's strength surpasses his, no means can leave this place. The mysterious leader turned to observe Lin Bei, seemingly recognizing his identity. With keen interest, he remarked, the guild leader mentioned you. Rumor has it you're the young master of the Lin family, one of the 3 most prestigious martial clans in the Dragon Nation. Expelled for lacking talent, you trained in the Northlands where you inexplicably awakened dual talents and a unique physique. You've mastered multiple weapons and martial arts. Shortly after enlisting, you slayed numerous colossal beasts, claimed both the Northern Frontier Rookie Tournament and 4 Realms Tournament Championships, ranked first in the training grounds, and secured 6th place on the Global Genius Rankings. Despite sharing the same cultivation realm as Ivan, he managed to kill him with a single spear strike. Truly worthy of the chairman's attention, he's no ordinary talent. Hearing the earlier remark, Lin Bei's heart sank. The spatial jade token he had just crushed was issued to every contestant, likely of low grade. The one remaining in his hand had been personally handed to him by Yida during the 4 Realms tournament, so its grade should be somewhat higher. But Qin Zhengshan was one of the strongest spatial martial artists of this era. Could the creator of this spatial jade token possibly be stronger than Qin Zhengshan? Chapter 126, An Olive Branch. The Mighty Yida. Lin Bei, if you join Chuanqing, you won't need to sign a soul contract and could become a candidate for the next chairman. The mysterious leader at the forefront laid out the olive branch bluntly. Without a soul contract, one wouldn't become expendable cannon fodder. Their status was clear. Becoming a candidate for the next chairman meant receiving Chuanqing's focused cultivation. Setting aside other factors, in terms of heritage and strength alone, Quan Xing stood equal to any martial arts clan in the world. Crucially, the larger and more powerful a martial arts clan becomes, the more complex its internal factions and the more fragmented its resources, often making it difficult to unite efforts. The Quan sect is different. All members answer directly to the president, and the organization pours its entire resources into cultivating candidates, a difference as vast as heaven and earth. The islanders listened to the mysterious powerhouse's words, their hearts filled with both envy and jealousy. Compared to Lin Bei, they felt like pitiful clowns. Especially the top prodigies of the Eagle Nation team, they felt profoundly unbalanced. Their strength clearly surpassed Lin Bei's, yet why weren't they being courted by Chuanqing's elites? Old Feng, 10 minutes are up. A Chuanqing expert whispered the reminder into the ear of the mysterious leader. The mysterious figure addressed as Elder Feng exchanged a knowing glance with the other All Souls experts before striding toward Lin Bei. You've offended so many factions in Dragon Nation and made enemies everywhere during the World Genius War. Now, only we can protect you. Puff. 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 As Old Feng spoke, the other Chuanqing masters immediately sprang into action, slaying the prodigies who had not signed soul contracts. The incessant screams and pleas for mercy deeply unsettled Lin Bei. Yet Lin Bei remained unmoved, his expression resolute as he crushed the final spatial jade token. Snap! The sound of shattering echoed, and the scene fell silent. Sure enough, the creator of this spatial jade token possessed far less power than the all-nature Qin Zhengshan, rendering it ineffective once more. Old Feng seemed to have anticipated this outcome all along. Lin Bei, you truly are a rare talent. But my patience is limited. I'll give you 1 extra minute to consider. Elemental Tyrant. Ignite. Ninefold Thunder Spear Technique. 9th tier. Lin Bei responded to Old Master Feng with decisive action. Within 100 meters of Lin Bei, all elements transformed into fire, instantly igniting a raging inferno. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, thrusting his black cloud spear forward with savage force. Sizzle! A flash of cold light streaked forward, followed by the spear's charge like a dragon. The black cloud spear, like a thunder dragon, roared toward Old Master Feng. A mere 3rd-tier cultivator dares draw his blade before me? Courageable, but nothing more than courting death. Feng Lao waved his sleeve with casual ease, and the sea of flames vanished abruptly. In the next instant, Feng Lao extended a finger, blocking the black cloud spear with his fingertip. For a martial artist of equal rank, this attack was nuclear level. Yet to Old Master Feng, it was like a firecracker exploding under his shoe, harmless. I'll give you 1 final chance. Surrender, or die. Old Master Feng's reluctance to waste talent reached its peak. Is your entire sect this long-winded? Lin Bei clenched his fists and charged toward Old Feng once more. Since you seek death so desperately, I shall grant it. Feng Lao's eyes darkened, revealing boundless killing intent as he raised his blade to strike Lin Bei. The strike swept through like a whirlwind, seemingly carrying the power to shatter the heavens and earth. A crescent-shaped blade aura erupted from the edge, rapidly expanding until it stretched hundreds of meters long. Even before the blade descended, its fierce momentum crushed the island's elite and colossal beasts, leaving them gasping for breath. Those with weaker physiques exploded on the spot. If anyone had been struck by it, not even a trace would remain. Yet Lin Bei faced this assault head-on, his heart utterly still. Possessing the immortal phoenix physique, no one and no attack could kill him. The only downside was that revealing this secret would bring endless trouble. Old dog Feng Zhou. Take this punch. At the critical moment, a rift tore open in space. Yi De, standing on a mechanical flying disc, streaked toward them like a streak of light. He positioned himself in front of Lin Bei, bracing his fist to meet Old Feng's assault head-on. A thunderous crash echoed as the colossal blade energy in the sky shattered into countless fragments, scattering in all directions. Like falling meteors, these shards unleashed terrifying destructive power, leaving the entire 4 directions island scarred and ravaged. You actually broke through Old Qin's light barrier? Old Feng was utterly shocked. I couldn't break it. But someone else can. Yi De declared. The first military god, Yun Xiaotian. Old Feng's pupils contracted, retreating thoughts surging in his mind. He immediately ordered, withdraw. Kill if you wish. Flee if you dare. But it won't be that easy. You're all staying right here. Yi De retrieved his gauntlets, slipped them on, and stepped into the void to pursue. Old Feng tore open a spatial rift, glancing back at the other full-blooded experts. They were busy slaughtering the prodigies who hadn't signed soul contracts, too far from the black cavity to reach in time. Waiting any longer risked being held back by Yi De. Thus, Old Feng sealed the black cavity and fled alone. Feng Lao. Feng Lao, wait for me. If you leave, we're as good as dead. Master Feng, save me. The entire Quanxing sect was frantic, scrambling like ants on a hot pan as they raced toward Master Feng with all their might. Bang! The black void closed completely. Master Feng vanished without a trace, leaving the Chuanqing disciples standing in despair. Yi De was a seasoned 9th-rank powerhouse, his strength formidable beyond compare. Killing them would be as easy as slaughtering chickens. But now, having failed to strike Old Master Feng, Yi De turned his attention to the abandoned group of Chuanqing elites. Then I'll kill you first, collect some interest. Damn it! Let's fight him. The Chuanqing disciples knew surrender was not an option. Gritting their teeth, they counterattacked. Die! Yi De's fist obliterated one man. In mere moments, every Chuanqing member on the island was reduced to a mist of blood. Blood rained down onto the ground. The survivors all looked up at Yi De, who stood as powerful as a god, their expressions complex. Some felt relief at surviving, while others worried that after signing soul contracts, they might be discovered and punished. Kid, you okay? Yi De turned back to Lin Bei. I'm fine, Lin Bei replied with a smile. Glad to hear it. But boy, you've got some guts. Going head to head with a 9th tier powerhouse. Yi De wrapped an arm around Lin Bei's shoulder, his face beaming with satisfaction. General Yi, how did you get in here? Lin Bei changed the subject. Remember that spatial jade token I gave you when you were ambushed by Quan Xing last time? Yi De asked. I remember. You said it was crafted by a 9th rank powerhouse, Lin Bei nodded. Yes. This artifact was personally forged by the military department's first god of war, the only 5-star god of war in the entire Dragon Nation. Yi De explained. I see, Lin Bei realized with a flash of understanding. Just as the two spoke, the light barrier enveloping Sifang Island began to melt away like ice and snow. Powerhouses from various nations rushed in, fearing their competitors might have met with misfortune. Get on. We're leaving. Yi De signaled to Lin Bei with his eyes. Hold on. Lin Bei bent down to retrieve all the competition cards from Ivan's body before leaping onto the mechanical flying disc. You killed him? Yi De frowned. Yeah. Lin Bei admitted without hesitation. Yi De remained silent, his frown deepening. Chapter 127, Annihilating Two Nations? Top scorer. After a long while, the two returned to the arena. The Chuanqing team had already withdrawn, leaving the arena in utter disarray. Numerous unfamiliar faces had appeared. The aura emanating from each of these newcomers was exceptionally formidable. They were all undoubtedly 9th tier powerhouses. Lin Bei, you're finally out. Are you badly hurt? Ho Jing rushed forward, asking with concern. I'm fine, Lin Bei replied with a smile. Captain. At that moment, Xiao Linger and the others emerged from behind Ho Jing. Why are only a few of you left? Where are the others? Lin Bei inquired. We encountered the Eagle Nation team during our retreat. The others were killed while covering our escape, Xiao Linger said, her eyes reddening as her voice caught. Lin Bei fell silent, a fierce killing intent flaring deep in his eyes. Blood debt must be repaid with blood. In the upcoming arena matches, this Eagle Nation elite squad would pay dearly. Captain, here are all the entry cards. I'll leave them with you. Xiao Linger produced 1,100 entry cards. I have enough points. Here are some extra cards, you can take these. Lin Bei pulled out several hundred cards, slipping them into her hands before she could refuse. Lin Bei had once promised to lead the entire team to advancement. Now, it was time to fulfill that promise. First, he had acquired 885 entry cards from the Sakura team. Later, he obtained 722 entry cards from Ivan. Combined, that totaled 1,607 cards. Subtracting the 607 cards already distributed, the remaining 1,000 were more than enough. Just then, rotating President Yamamoto stepped onto the arena stage and announced loudly, "Everyone, quiet please. I have an announcement to make. Due to the chaos caused by Quan Xing, the elimination rounds have been forced to end early. We will now begin exchanging points, with the top 300 ranked players advancing to the tournament stage." As his words fell, murmurs rippled through the crowd. Ending the competition before its scheduled time was indeed unfair. But if they restarted the tournament, many nations would have to hold new domestic selections for their prodigies and send them over to compete. That would take far too long. Thus, the crowd tacitly accepted Yamamoto's decision, one by one stepping forward to exchange their competition cards for points. One competition card equaled 1 point. The large screen interface changed, displaying point totals next to each name. Currently ranked first is Alice from the Eagle Nation at 237. Scanning further down the list, over half of the Eagle Nation's top 100 talents rank within the top 300. Beyond the Eagle Nation team, there's also Han's Cat, Chicken Nation, and Squid. Together, these four nations' prodigies claim 80% of the advancement spots. Such a terrifying advancement rate stunned the elite warriors and prodigies from all nations present. What kind of world genius tournament is this? It's clearly the Eagle Nation flexing its muscles in front of the entire world with a few underlings in tow. While discontent simmered within them, the truth remained, their fear of the Eagle Nation and the Western powers had only deepened. The World Genius Tournament is a contest of national depth and potential. The fact that the Eagle Nation and Western powers secured 80% of the advancement spots proved their strength far surpassed that of other nations. Suddenly, Lin Bei's name surged into the top 300. Like a rocket launch, 260th, 200th, 170th, 120th. The ascent showed no signs of stopping, propelling him into the top 100 in no time. Just when everyone thought this was Lin Bei's limit, his ranking surged even crazier, breaking into the top 50. Yet this still wasn't Lin Bei's limit. 40. 30. 20. 10. At this moment, the name Lin Bei captured the attention of everyone in the stadium. Even the arrogant prodigy of the Eagle Nation team turned his gaze this way, a sense of unease stirring within him. 9. 8. 7. 238 points. Lin Bei's name surged to the top of the leaderboard. Not a point more or less, exactly 1 point ahead of Alice. Damn it! Alice stomped her foot in frustration. Where did this guy get all those points? We've actually been surpassed by some Dragon Country insect. This is infuriating. The Eagle Nation's elite players gritted their teeth, all feeling their pride deeply wounded. They had entered the four-sided island at full strength, knowing the locations of every golden treasure chest. They defeated every opponent they encountered, snatching their competition cards. Yet the Dragon Nation team had nothing. How could they possibly have racked up so many points? Look! Look! Lin Bei's points are still rising. Holy crap! 300 points. 400. God! Is this real? The entire stadium was stunned as the points danced across the big screen. But what was even more astonishing was yet to come. Lin Bei's points seemed to be endless. He shattered the 500, 600, 700, 800, 900, and 1000 point barriers one after another. Finally, it settled at 1000 points. Whoa! The entire venue sucked in a collective gasp, falling so silent you could hear a pin drop. From the contestants down to the 9th tier powerhouses, everyone was stunned speechless by the number displayed on the giant screen. The highest score in the elimination rounds of previous World Genius battles was 166 points. And now, the record had been shattered, 1000 points. Staring at the score before her, Alice was dumbfounded. Her once proud 237 points seemed utterly laughable in comparison to 1000. A deep sense of defeat washed over her, leaving her utterly miserable. It wasn't just her, the other prodigies of the Eagle Nation team felt utterly humiliated. How dare those lowly Dragon Nation insects stand above them? How did the captain get so many points? Xiao Linger racked her brain but couldn't fathom it. Add the over 600 points he gave us, and the captain's total should be 1,607 points. That's an insane score. Even the combined points of the top 9 prodigies barely match the captain's. What exactly did the captain do in there? He's just too strong. The Dragon Nation team members felt unprecedented admiration for Lin Bei. With these 600+ entry cards now secured, their entire team's advancement was guaranteed. Following a captain like this was worth it. What's going on? Ho Jing sensed Lin Bei had caused another major incident and turned to look at Yi De. All I know is that guy killed Ivan. Where the other entry cards came from? No clue. Yi De also harbored a bad feeling. Acquiring such a massive quantity of entry cards meant he must have snatched them from at least 3 major national teams. Wait a minute. The Lion Nation team is wiped out. The Sakura team wiped out. Could it all be this kid's doing? The thought sent a cold sweat running down Yi De's back. Terrified, he dared not remove his gloves, ready to shield Lin Bei at any moment. While everyone else was stunned by Lin Bei's points, only Brown and Yamamoto were flipping through the competition cards Lin Bei had used to redeem his points. What they saw left them speechless. Every single Sakura team member's entry card had ended up in Lin Bei's possession. Not a single card from the Lion Nation team remained. However, one more card caught their attention. Ivan, the Bear Nation team captain. Look! The rest of the Dragon Nation team has also broken into the top 300. Suddenly, someone in the crowd pointed at the big screen and shouted. A single stone sent ripples across the pond, and all eyes in the arena turned toward the commotion. Sure enough, over 20 Dragon Nation prodigies including Xiao Linger and Louis appeared on the advancement list. Brown immediately checked the entry cards used by the Dragon Nation team to exchange points, and there, to his astonishment, were the names of Khan and other prodigies from the Lion Nation team. Chapter 128, 5-Way Clash. Yun Xiaotian strikes. The truth was revealed. The entire Lion Nation team and the entire Cherry Blossom team had perished at the hands of the Dragon Nation team. A torrent of rage erupted within their chests. 2 overwhelming auras surged like floodwaters, precisely converging upon Lin Bei and his companions, threatening to engulf them entirely. Faced with such terrifying pressure, Xiao Linger and the others felt their bones creak. Their meridians shattered, blood spurting from their mouths as they collapsed to their knees with a thud. Lin Bei's physical endurance was stronger, yet even he now bent his knees under the pressure. He drew the god-slaying thunder spear from his storage bracelet, gripping the shaft tightly with both hands to barely steady himself. Old villain Yamamoto Brown. Ho Jing and Yi De roared in unison, unleashing an aura of pressure no weaker than their adversaries, fiercely shielding Lin Bei and the others. Boom! The clashing auras collided in the air, each stray fragment of power carrying immense force. In an instant, the stadium dome was blown apart. Those in the lounge and stands were blown into a chaotic heap. Fortunately, the powerful leaders of each nation joined forces to shield them, barely containing the shockwave. The Dragon Nation team slaughtered every member of our Lion Nation team. They must die. Ho Jing! Yi Da! If you insist on shielding these little bastards, then brace yourselves for the wrath of Lion Nation and Sakura Nation. Brown and Yamamoto's eyes bulged with fury. Especially Yamamoto, the rage within him erupted like a volcano, utterly beyond control. For Sakura Nation, Takeshun's existence was crucial. Countless efforts and resources had been poured into him. He was the sole survivor among countless test subjects and the vital link maintaining Sakura Nation's communication with Sains. It was no exaggeration to say he carried the nation's destiny. Now that he was dead, communication between Sakura Nation and Sains would inevitably cease. Without Sains' technological support, how could this tiny island nation of Sakura stand against the colossal beasts of the sea on all sides? The Lion Kingdom team and the Cherry Blossom team, every single one of them was killed by me alone. It had nothing to do with them, Lin Bei admitted openly. It matters. I was involved. Xiao Linger stepped forward without hesitation. I was involved too. I thoroughly enjoyed slaughtering those dogs from both nations. Take it out on me. I killed them too. The entire Dragon Nation team stepped forward in unison, standing behind Lin Bei with unwavering resolve. Lin Bei risked his life to protect them and secured their advancement. Now that disaster loomed, how could they hide like cowards? They were all young men in the prime of life. Didn't they have any fighting spirit? Even Louis, who always weighed every advantage and disadvantage, now stepped forward without hesitation. Fine. 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 Since you're all in this together, then die together. Yamamoto, his mind clouded by rage, attacked indiscriminately. Angelic Realm. Open. Brown cut straight to the chase, unleashing his innate power. Great Heavenly Buddha Palm. Thunderlight Sun Chasing Fist. Ho Jing and Yi De charged head-on, refusing to yield an inch. The moment they clashed, the outcome was clear. Ho Jing and Yi De's prowess clearly surpassed Brown and Yamamoto's. Seeing the unfavorable situation, the latter cast a pleading glance toward Chris. The elite fighters from the Chicken Nation team, Han's Cat team, and Squid team all turned their gaze toward Chris, awaiting his command. However, Chris seemed to sense something. He looked up at the sky, his brow furrowing deeply as he remained silent. Natasha. Your Bear Nation team captain, Ivan, also died at the hands of the Dragon Nation team. Don't you want to avenge him? Seeing Chris refuse to act, Yamamoto turned his gaze to Natasha, the Bear Nation team's leader. Where's the proof? Natasha remained seated, unmoved. The proof is in that pile of competition cards. Look for yourself. Yamamoto declared. Natasha swiftly stepped forward and indeed pulled out Ivan's entry card. The Dragon Nation team must have stolen points from several major nations to rack up so many. Lion Nation team. The Sakura team. Add in the Bear Nation team, and it all adds up. If the captain of their own team was killed and they dared not speak up in front of the entire world, where would Bear Nation's dignity be? Thus, Natasha stepped forward mid-air and joined the fray. With Natasha's entry, the tide instantly turned, leaving Ho Jing and Yi De at a disadvantage. Powerhouses from other nations watched from the sidelines, enjoying the spectacle. The Dragon Nation team had already eliminated the Lion Nation and Cherry Blossom teams, and now they'd killed the Bear Nation captain, making them the target of everyone's wrath. Stepping in now would only invite disaster. Crack. Just as Ho Jing and Yi De were about to be defeated, the sky shattered like a mirror, revealing 3 black cavities simultaneously. Immediately, 3 enormous golden fingers slowly emerged from the cavities, descending from above to crush Brown, Yamamoto, and Natasha. From afar, they appeared as merely 3 enormous golden fingers. But standing beneath them and looking up, each finger could block out the sky and sun. The immense pressure made even 9th-tier powerhouses feel their hearts race. Boom! 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 With seemingly limitless force, the 3 golden fingers effortlessly crushed Brown and his companions, burying their bodies deep beneath the earth. They struggled with every ounce of strength, yet could not crawl free from beneath the earth. Elder Yun has finally arrived. Yi De's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled. Indeed, Ho Jing breathed a sigh of relief. The Dragon Nation's foremost military deity. The sole 5-star military god. One of the absolute powerhouses. With him here, the Dragon Nation could finally stand tall. As expected. Chris had sensed the immense spatial energy fluctuations earlier, which is why he hadn't dared to act. Who dares insult my Dragon Nation as having no defenders? A domineering, resonant voice boomed from the black void, echoing throughout the arena. It sent shockwaves through the crowd, nerves stretched to their absolute limit. Powerful. Stronger than Qin Zhongshan of Xuanqing. Brown recognized the voice and shouted defiantly, Yun Xiaotian. The Dragon Nation team slaughtered my entire Lion Nation squad. What's wrong with me killing them in revenge? We did kill them, Xiao Linger stepped forward to explain, but you were the ones hunting us down first, killing many of our teammates. We had no choice but to fight back. The Sakura team captured our members and flayed them alive. What's wrong with us killing them? Lu Yi retorted furiously. The rest of the Dragon Nation team chimed in, recounting their ordeal on the Four Directions Island. There was no exaggeration, nor was any needed. The sheer truth of their accounts was enough to turn the crowd against Sakura team's tactics, shifting sympathy toward Dragon Nation team. As for the Lion Nation team, their defeat stemmed from inferior strength, hardly a matter for complaint. Bull. There's no proof now. Of course you can make up whatever you want. All I know is you killed them and blood debts must be paid in blood. Yamamoto bristled like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. This world is like that, survival of the fittest, strength reigns supreme. If you're not satisfied, bring your rage, my dragon nation will take it all. Yun Xiaotian's domineering voice echoed once more across the arena, sending a chill down everyone's spine. Brown and his two companions exchanged glances, swallowing their words just as they reached their lips. With the other side having made their stance so clear, there was only one path left for revenge: war. But the consequences of war? No one could bear them. The colossal beast arena housed countless high-tier beasts. Only through global cooperation could the world ensure these colossal creatures never escaped. If war broke out, nations would recall their strongest fighters from the Colossus arena back to their homelands. That would spell the end of the world. Chapter 129, Promotion to 1000-Man Commander. Endless devouring. I think Elder Yun is right. This world follows the law of the jungle, might makes right. If you get killed, you can blame no one but yourself for being too weak. Chris stepped forward to smooth things over, offering Brown and his two companions a way out. Forced to submit to Yun Xiaotian's overwhelming power, Brown reluctantly bowed his head, though resentment still simmered within him. Elder Yun, in the second half of the tournament, fists and feet have no eyes. If your Dragon Nation contestant is killed on the stage, it's simply survival of the fittest, no one else to blame. Naturally. Yun Xiao declared. Fine. Then I have nothing more to say. Brown declared. I have nothing more to say either, Yamamoto admitted, equally resentful yet equally helpless. I have nothing more to say either, Natasha sighed. As the words fell, the three massive golden fingers vanished into thin air. Only after the black void closed and remained still for a long while, confirming Yin Xiaotian had departed, did the crowd dare to breathe loudly. Yamamoto scrambled out of the ground, dusting himself off with a grimace. The elimination round ends here. All advancing contestants will rest tonight. The tournament begins tomorrow. Let's go. Ho Jing and Yi deflanked Lin Bei on either side. All right. Lin Bei nodded and strode confidently away from the arena. Lord Chris. Yamamoto and Brown exclaimed in unison. The Dragon Nation team's annihilation of both the Cherry Blossom and Lion Nation teams proved their formidable strength. Teams from Chicken Nation, Han's Cat Nation, and Squid Nation, none of them would stand a chance against Dragon Nation. The only force on the field capable of overwhelming the Dragon Nation team was the Eagle Nation's prodigy. Rest assured, not a single Dragon Nation fighter will leave this ring alive. Chris's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he made his solemn vow. Meanwhile, Lin Bei and the others returned to World Village. Upon reaching their dormitory building, they witnessed the Banana Nation team packing their belongings and hastily departing the World Village. From their perspective, after the Dragon Nation team had wiped out the Lion Nation and Cherry Blossom teams, who could say they wouldn't get carried away and slaughter the neighboring Banana Nation team next? It wasn't impossible. Rather than live in constant fear for the days ahead, it was better to leave early. Besides, Banana Nation had no remaining competitors advancing anyway. This tournament has been devastating for Dragon Nation, Ho Jing lamented, his voice heavy with sorrow. Of our 100 prodigies, only 25 of you remain. 13 more shattered their jade tokens to flee back home. The rest all perished on the Four Directions Island. Old ho, those bastards took a bigger hit, we're not at a loss. Besides, our Dragon Nation had 25 people advance this year, a record-breaking achievement. Yi De patted Ho Jing's shoulder reassuringly before adding, you've been fighting non-stop for days. You must be exhausted. Get some rest early. All right. Xiao Linger and the others nodded and immediately returned to their rooms to rest. Lin Bei remained standing in place. Once everyone had left, he asked, General Yi, although the final rankings for the World Genius Tournament haven't been released yet, I was ranked 18th by the organizing committee and secured first place in the elimination rounds. Shouldn't I qualify for exceptional promotion to 1000-man captain? With your strength, you absolutely qualify for promotion to 1000-man captain. I'll arrange it immediately. Yi De dialed the military headquarters office and issued the order to promote Lin Bei. Thank you, General Yi. Lin Bei's heart swelled with joy. His battle against Shunichi Takeuchi on Seafine Island had suddenly revealed a glaring weakness. His own strength still fell short. Despite possessing 3 SSS tier talents and a top tier, he had still taken so long to defeat an opponent of equal rank. The upcoming arena matches would pit him against opponents stronger than Shunsuke. Moreover, under the tournament's prohibited item rules, Lin Bei's strength might be deliberately weakened. He absolutely had to draw another lottery. Talents, alternate bodies, martial arts, or armor, anything was welcome, as long as he didn't draw resources. With both the Sakura team and Lion Nation team wiped out, and Ivan dead by your hand, no one in this World Genius War except for the 9 from the Eagle Nation team poses a threat to you. Now focus on advancing. If you break into the top 10, not only will you be promoted to Marquis beyond the usual ranks, but all your troubles will vanish. Yi De's eyes gleamed with anticipation, his confidence in Lin Bei growing. Back when the organizing committee released the top 100 prodigies list, Sakura team captain Shun take a rank 6th. Lin Bei had slain him, his strength was clearly superior. Breaking into the top 10 seemed entirely within reach. Go for it. I'll personally recommend you to the sovereign when the time comes. Ho Jing encouraged him. Alright. Lin Bei nodded before heading back to his room to freshen up. No sooner had he stepped out of the bathroom than the long dormant system notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on advancing to 1000-man captain. You have earned one lottery chance. Would you like to draw now? Draw. The familiar golden wheel appeared. The light spun and flickered, finally settling on one segment. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn the endless devouring entity. As the system's voice faded, Lin Bei froze in place for several seconds, wrapped in his towel, before his face broke into a look of wild elation. Among the 10 supreme entities, the undying divine phoenix entity ranked first. And the second-ranked form was none other than the endless devouring form. Endless devouring could consume martial artists, colossal beasts, spiritual herbs, and more. Any existence containing energy could be devoured. The endless devouring physique bore a striking resemblance to the golden horned beast's devouring talent. While the latter enhanced its power by consuming various metals, the former bolstered its strength by devouring any entity containing energy. While spiritual herbs and potions can also enhance strength, each person's physical endurance and absorption capacity are limited. Prolonged, heavy use of spiritual herbs and potions causes the physical body to develop resistance. The higher the resistance, the less effective the elixirs and potions become, until they are completely useless. The endless devouring entity operates differently. With sufficient consumption, it can directly advance from Tier 1 to Tier 9. This is the world's only cultivation shortcut without any restrictions or side effects. I've acquired new foreign bodies. Tomorrow on the arena stage, those opponents will be my medicine packs. Lin Bei's eyes gleamed with sharpness, eagerly anticipating tomorrow's battle. Later, Lin Bei changed into his pajamas and lay on the bed, pulling out his tablet to access the external server URL of the Martial Arts Foundation. The moment he logged in, the balance column displayed 1,500,000,000. 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, billion, 15 billion. Lin Bei counted over and over, the sheer number of zeros making it easy to lose track. Finally, he confirmed it was indeed 15 billion. This was an absolute fortune. With this money, he could immediately upgrade the flying sword in his possession. The sword ancestor effect of the progenitor of all blades meant that the more flying swords he possessed, the greater their combined power would be. 100 flying swords would yield a 100% increase, 1,000 swords a 1,000% increase, and 10,000 swords a 10,000% increase. Beyond purchasing flying swords, Lin Bei now needed to acquire vast quantities of spiritual herbs and potions. After obtaining the endless devouring entity, no matter how many spiritual medicines and potions he consumed, his physical body wouldn't develop resistance, and the refinement speed would actually accelerate. 5 million turned into 15 billion. Who knows how much 15 billion could become? Lin Bei chuckled as he entered the betting page. As the page refreshed, Lin Bei's name stood prominently at the top. Below him were Alice and the other prodigies of the Eagle Nation team. The tournament bracket progressed through 4 elimination rounds, 300 to 150, 150 to 75, 75 to 38, and 38 to 19. All losers would enter the losers bracket to compete for the sole advancement spot, ultimately determining the top 20. Lin Bei carefully examined his odds. The highest odds were for being eliminated in the first round and entering the losers bracket, a staggering 50 to 1. Among all competitors, these odds were only considered average. However, if Lin Bei could secure first place in the elimination rounds, he would no longer be an obscure nobody. His odds would naturally be heavily targeted. Then I'll bet everything on first round elimination. Lin Bei didn't withdraw his funds, he placed all his bets directly on first round elimination. Winning might require some skill. But losing? That was ridiculously easy. Moreover, playing it safe in the advancement rounds would require 4 matches just to reach the top 20. If he made it to the repechage, he'd only need to play 1 match. No matter how you looked at it, the repechage was the smarter play. Chapter 130, Lin Xiangying's decision. Lin Bei's profile. Meanwhile, news of Lin Bei securing first place in the elimination round spread worldwide. In that instant, Lin Bei became a household name among the world's prodigies. A perfect score of 1,000. Destined to be etched into the annals of history. Numerous factions in the distant Dragon Nation also learned of the elimination round results immediately. They never dared dream that Lin Bei would utterly crush the Eagle Nation's prodigy. Yet the undeniable facts before them left them no choice but to believe. The major factions plotting to kill Lin Bei for revenge began to feel uneasy and hesitant. Lin Family Council Chamber. Lin Xiangying stood clad in battle armor, a golden helmet atop his head, a long spear radiating multicolored light standing beside him. His countenance radiated authority, commanding respect without a word. The aura he exuded effortlessly was like a raging flood, silencing the assembly hall like caged birds. It must be noted that those present in the council chamber were all veteran elite warriors of the Lin Manor. Outside these walls, anyone would bow before them. This truly demonstrated the terrifying might of Longwa's ultimate powerhouse. Is the information accurate? Lin Xiangying asked the crowd below.
Both the World Genius Tournament Organizing Committee and the Martial Arts Foundation have confirmed it. Lin Bei secured first place in the elimination rounds.
This is absolutely true, an elder replied respectfully.
A former failure now transformed into a true dragon. This cannot be explained away as mere great fortune.
Lin Xiangying's expression darkened slightly as immense pressure erupted, causing the assembly hall's occupants and furniture to creak and groan.
Thud. Another elder, unable to withstand the pressure, collapsed to his knees. Trembling, he stammered, Master. When testing Lin Bei's talent back then, he truly only awakened a C-grade cultivation enhancement talent. May heaven strike me dead if I deceive you, Master. The elder swore to the heavens, feeling that wasn't enough, and added, even if my entire family is wiped out. Lin Xiangying fixed the elder with a piercing stare for a long moment, finally withdrawing his gaze only after confirming the truth. Since no one had deliberately concealed the truth, the only explanation was that something had gone wrong during the testing process. Based on the information gathered so far, Lin Bei possessed not only a C-grade talent for cultivation enhancement but also an SSS-grade talent, Elemental Tyrant, along with some powerful restorative type heteromorphic ability. Moreover, Lin Bei possessed martial arts comprehension far surpassing that of ordinary prodigies. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain how he could master so many weapons and martial arts techniques in such a short time. Without exaggeration, this demonic-level martial arts comprehension was in no way inferior to an SSS-tier talent. Such a prodigy, yet he was expelled from the clan due to a testing error. Master, should we invite Lin Bei back now? The elderly man kneeling on the ground asked anxiously. Lin Xiangying shook his head, his tone arrogant. If he doesn't pursue martial arts, he'll see the Lin family as a frog in a well gazing at the moon. If he does pursue martial arts, he'll see the Lin family as an ant gazing at the sky. Only when his strength grows greater will he truly grasp the Lin family's might. He will return of his own accord. Transmit my command, all grievances between Lin Bei and the Lin family are hereby forgiven and forgotten. The assembly hall echoed with nods of agreement before another voice asked, what about the other factions? They're still hell-bent on killing Lin Bei for revenge. Should we warn them? No need. Let them serve as Lin Bei's sharpening stone. With those words, Lin Xiangying vanished from the council chamber in an instant. Only after Lin Xiangying's departure did the others dare to breathe deeply. Whoa! After just a short time apart, the family head's aura has grown even stronger. Indeed. Aside from those few ancient ancestors in perpetual seclusion, no one in the clan can balance the family head's power anymore. That said, if Lin Bei could return to the Lin family, he truly would be the best heir to the head of the family. World Village, Eagle Nation Team Dormitory. Chris held a thick dossier containing every detail about Lin Bei. Age, innate talent, unique physique, cultivation realm, weaponry, martial arts, abilities all meticulously documented. Additionally, the file contained Lin Bei's combat records from the 8th Battalion of the Northern Frontier, the new Recruit Grand Tournament, the Four Realms Grand Tournament, and the training camp. It could be said that understanding these records provided a complete picture of Lin Bei's strength. Know thy enemy and know thyself, and you will win 100 battles, a universal truth. Lord Chris, Lin Bei only amassed those points through ruthless tactics. Is it truly necessary to place such importance on him? Alice stood by the window, arms crossed over her chest, her expression one of contemptuous arrogance. Better safe than sorry. Besides, I sense Lin Bei's true strength far exceeds what the records show. Chris frowned, his expression grave. After careful analysis, he concluded that Lin Bei's ruthless killing spree wasn't merely about securing a competition card, it was likely to cover up some secret. And that secret was his ultimate trump card. The murder of Ivan, captain of the Bear Nation team, strongly corroborated this theory. Bear Nation and Dragon Nation had maintained exceptionally close relations over the past decade. Killing Ivan would inevitably strain bilateral relations, yet Lin Bei proceeded regardless. This confirmed that Ivan had uncovered the secret, leading to his brutal silencing by Lin Bei. Dragon Nation's foundational Tempering Fist at perfection, 3rd grade top tier Wind Spirit Spear technique at perfection, 4th grade top tier Ninefold Thunder Spear technique at perfection, 4th grade top tier Divine Speed Arrow at perfection, 5th grade intermediate Wind Thunder Step at perfection, 6th grade upper tier 10,000 Swords return to the source mastery? Edward scanned the information on the file. The earlier entries seemed normal enough, but as he reached the latter part, his voice rose several octaves. Other prodigies, drawn by Edward's voice, turned their curious gazes toward him. What they saw left them stunned. The Tempered Body Fist and Wind Spirit Spear technique were nothing special, but the last 3 martial arts were all mastered, and he even had mastery of a 6th grade advanced martial art? Was this really an 18-year-old? As they continued reading, their astonishment deepened. Spear technique, mastery. Archery perfected. Sword technique mastered. How could a mere C-rank cultivation enhancement talent yield such extraordinary results? Could he possess SSS-grade insight like Edward? Are you saying Lin Bei awakened C-rank cultivation amplification, SSS-rank elemental tyrant, SSS-rank insight, plus an alter ego? The room fell silent at these words.
A C-rank cultivation enhancement clearly couldn't comprehend so many martial arts and weapons in such a short time. It had to be an SSS rank comprehension talent. But dual SSS tier talents plus an alternate body? Is that even normal? Such a monstrous combination had never appeared anywhere in the world. It had never happened in history, and likely never would again. Bang! 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 Chris slammed his fist on the table, drawing everyone's attention, then solemnly warned, Lin Bei's true strength is far beyond what the records show. Be extremely cautious in tomorrow's tournament. Sir Chris, with all due respect, you're being overly cautious. Alice, having seen Lin Bei's paper stats, looked unconvinced. Chris shot Alice a look of disappointment, then turned to Clorin and instructed, you'll face Lin Bei in the first match tomorrow. But don't worry, you'll draw the ban privilege. Remember to ban the Dragon Bone Bow first, then destroy Lin Bei's Godslayer Thunderspear. Understood, Clorin nodded. Alright, it's getting late. Everyone should head back and rest. Chris patted Clorin on the shoulder before leaving. Chapter 131, No More Pretending. Nano Battle Armor? The next morning, the World Genius Battle Arena had been restored to its original state, with every seat in the 4 stands filled to capacity. After all that had transpired, the crowd's focus was no longer on who would claim the championship. Instead, all eyes were on how Team Dragon Nation would handle the fury of the Eagle Nation-led alliance. This time, the entire Dragon Nation team might end up staining the arena with their blood. Don't be nervous. With your strength, advancing to the top 20 is a sure thing, Yi De reassured him. Have you mastered that one punch to shatter 10,000 arts technique you learned last time? Ho Jing interjected. Lin Bei replied. With a dual 6th grade martial skill, plus the Godslayer Thunderspear and Dragonbone Bow, even if they ban one of your weapons or techniques, it won't affect you too much. Ho Jing nodded, a satisfied smile touching his lips. The draw is starting. Go on up. Yi De patted Lin Bei's back and gave him a gentle push forward. Lin Bei strode forward first, with Xiao Linger and the others following closely behind. Each of them walked with heads held high, chests puffed out, radiating boundless energy and spirit. Though only 25 in number, they marched with the formidable presence of a 1,000-strong army. There are 300 numbered tokens in total, Yamamoto announced loudly. Those who draw matching numbers form a pair. The winner advances, the loser is eliminated. Lin Bei stepped onto the platform, reached into the black box, and pulled out a random token. Number 127. Number 99, Xiao Linger announced, revealing her own token. Number 98, Lu Yi declared. I'm also number 99. A Dragon Nation competitor stared at the number in his hand, feeling as if the sky had fallen. After a long while, all 300 prodigies had drawn their respective numbers. Yamamoto continued, please proceed to the ring corresponding to your number. Lin Bei strode toward the 127th platform. Just as he reached the platform, a young man with blonde hair, blue eyes, and glasses approached him, looking very refined. Eagle Nation Team, Clorin introduced himself with a smile. Lin Bei couldn't understand Eagle Nation's language and didn't bother to respond. Instead, he turned to observe the other Dragon Nation team members. At that sight, his brow instantly furrowed. Of the remaining 24 members, only a handful had drawn opponents from their own nation. The rest had all been matched against the absolute elite prodigies from other countries. Like the Eagle Nation team's 3rd tier 9th level and 4th tier prodigies, the Squid team's captain level powerhouse, and the Chicken Nation team's captain level powerhouse. How incredibly unlucky. Or perhaps this group had deliberately ignored the rules, skipping their assigned arenas and specifically targeting those where Dragon Nation members were fighting. Now we begin the draw. Those who draw a red slip may disable one of their opponent's weapons or martial arts techniques. Yamamoto waved his hand, and 300 bamboo tubes flew out from his storage bracelet. Each tube contained 2 wooden sticks, their tops exposed while the lower halves remained hidden. You first, Clorin extended his hand gracefully, gesturing for Lin Bei to draw. Lin Bei didn't hesitate, selecting a stick from the left pile. Only after pulling it out did he realize it was colorless. Clorin drew the other stick, its lower half revealing a red color. What rotten luck, Lin Bei muttered, snapping the stick in half and tossing it aside before turning his gaze back to the other team members. His frown deepened. Not a single one of the remaining 24 members had drawn a red stick. This wasn't a matter of luck anymore. Someone was clearly rigging the draw. And they weren't even bothering to pretend. Ho Jing and Yi De also caught on to the shady dealings, instantly boiling over with rage. Yamamoto, you old bastard. You. Redraw everything. It has to be fair and just. You just had bad luck. Don't blame others. If you really can't accept this outcome, then withdraw from the competition. Yamamoto was the rotating chairman this year, wielding immense authority over the tournament. With powerful nations like the Eagle Nation backing him, what could anyone do even if he was blatantly cheating? Either accept it like a man or get the hell out. Yamamoto felt a surge of satisfaction watching the Dragon Nation team's frustrated expressions. But this was nowhere near enough. He must see all 25 of them, Lin Bei and the rest, slaughtered on the stage. And best of all, let those two old fools, Ho Jing and Yi De, stay here forever. Lord Ho, General Yi, it's fine, Lin Bei declared confidently. Follow the captain's lead. Let's settle this, the Dragon Nation team members unanimously agreed. They knew full well that, given their actual strength, many of them didn't even qualify for the tournament. Like minor characters in a novel, they wouldn't even get a chance to make an appearance. It was Lin Bei who personally helped them advance. To make an appearance at the world's grandest tournament and become one of the top 300 prodigies globally, it was worth it. Anyway, if they could win, they'd fight. If they couldn't, they'd admit defeat. Damn it. That old dog Yamamoto has no shame whatsoever. Ho Jing cursed as he slumped back into his seat. Yamamoto wouldn't dare do this on his own. Chris must have ordered it. Why didn't Qin Zhangshan just smack him to death back then? Yi seethed, his face darkening. Next, the contestant who drew the red slip may exercise their privilege. Yamamoto declared triumphantly. I choose to ban the dragon bone bow, Clorin said with a smile, pointing at the bow strapped to Lin Bei's back. Oof. Lin Bei understood the gesture and disdainfully withdrew the dragon bone bow. You're formidable. I must give it my all. Clorin lightly touched the specialized storage bracelet on his wrist. The next second, a jaw-dropping spectacle unfolded. The uniquely shaped storage bracelet transformed into countless nanomolecules that dispersed outward. Swiftly, these nanomolecules enveloped Clorin's entire body, ultimately coalescing into black and red battle armor. From head to toe, he was completely shielded by the armor, appearing to have no weaknesses whatsoever. No aura emanated from Clorin within the armor, yet the overwhelming pressure it radiated was no less formidable than that of a fourth-tier martial artist. Surprised? Truth be told, I was just as astonished when I first laid eyes on this armor. Clorin's voice brimmed with smugness and superiority. The armor then slowly rose into the air, towering above Lin Bei. Like a deity perched high above, poised to pass judgment upon the ants below. Sane's technology again. Lin Bei knew Sane's possessed formidable technological prowess, but he never imagined it had reached such heights. If anyone could pilot such armor without any strength requirements, what threat would those behemoths pose? If the world pooled its resources to mass-produce battlesuits, it could wipe out every colossus on the planet in 10 days flat. But Lin Bei remained utterly unfazed. His elemental tyrant talent could convert the armor's metallic elements into any element he desired. Holy! Did I jerk off too much last night and hallucinate? Why am I seeing mechs? It's not a hallucination. This must be Sane's latest technology, nano battle armor. They say the nano battle armor's defense is insane. Different suits come with different firepower, their combat effectiveness is off the charts. A third-tier, 9th rank Clorin, plus this nano battle armor? What does Lin Bei have to fight with? He's doomed. I bet everything on Lin Bei making the top 150 last night. This ruins it. The spectator stands erupted in heated discussion. Ho Jing and Yi De frowned deeply, their expressions as dark as storm clouds. Both knew that Eagle Nation had close ties with Sanes and had acquired significant technological advancements from them in recent years. But how could Sanes have given such advanced technology to Eagle Nation? Fighting a Tier 3, Level 9 opponent was already exhausting. Now with the added nanotech armor. Impossible. Chapter 132, Probe. Broken gun. Lin Bei, my attack is about to begin. Clorin suddenly dove in at high speed, punching straight for Lin Bei's head. Lin Bei casually dodged the punch by turning his head, then countered with a punch aimed at the chest of the battle armor. In this battle, Lin Bei wouldn't aim to win, but he couldn't afford to lose too badly either. After all, it was 750 billion. The Martial Arts Foundation might very well refuse to recognize the match result on grounds of malicious surrender. Therefore, he needed to fight with some seriousness, leaving no grounds for the Martial Arts Foundation to exploit. Incidentally, he'd test the nano armor's capabilities. Thud. The punch landed with precision, the hard nano-alloy reverberating through Lin Bei's fist, sending a sharp pain through his arm. Its defense surpasses even the insect armor. Lin Bei murmured in mild surprise. My turn to strike back. Clorin smiled elegantly as two miniature missiles extended from the shoulders of his battle armor and launched swiftly. Lin Bei's pupils contracted sharply. He never expected the nano battle armor to possess this capability. Caught off guard, he couldn't fully evade the two micro-missiles. He could only shift his body, forcing the insect armor to absorb the impact. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, its terrifying shockwave instantly obliterating the entire arena. The shockwaves rippled out, affecting several adjacent arenas as well, sending the fighters on them tumbling haphazardly. As the dust gradually settled, a battered figure emerged from the wreckage. Lin Bei. His hair was disheveled, his clothes torn, revealing the insect armor beneath. Our test of each other ends here, declared Clorin. Having reviewed Lin Bei's records, he knew the young man possessed danger perception abilities and wore a 5th-grade lower-tier insect armor. An attack of this magnitude clearly couldn't kill him. Interesting, Lin Bei remarked, brushing dust from his body as fierce combat intent flared in his eyes. Swish! Lightning flashed, leaving only Lin Bei's phantom behind. His true form, spear raised, charged toward Clorin. Ninefold Thunder Spear Technique. The 9th tier. Crackle. The lightning blazed brightly as the god-slaying thunder spear transformed into a thunder dragon, carrying the force of a devastating storm as it slammed toward Clorin. Divine Light Fist. Clorin felt the sheer terror of this strike firsthand. Daring not to block it with his battle armor, he countered with a top-tier 4th-grade martial technique. Boom! Boom! Another deafening explosion echoed, leaving the already flattened arena deeply caved in. Dust and debris swirled through the air, severely disrupting the matches on several nearby stages. Clorin retracted his fist and stepped back, cautiously creating distance. Glancing down, he saw the fist section of his battle armor was severely damaged. Fortunately, the nanotech armor possessed self-repair capabilities, restoring itself to pristine condition in an instant. What immense power! Clorin marveled. Though the Holy Fist of Light and the Ninefold Thunder Spear shared the same rank, Lin Bei's superior mastery of martial arts granted his technique far greater potency. Moreover, Lin Bei's physical constitution clearly didn't belong to a 3rd-tier, 5th-level martial artist. It seemed he had already stepped into the realm of the 5th tier. Had he not been clad in this nano-battle armor, that spear strike would have gravely wounded him. We can't delay any longer. We must sever his god-slaying thunder spear first. The smile vanished from Clorin's face, replaced by solemn gravity. Come on. Lin Bei's lips curled upward as he provocatively flipped Clorin the middle finger. He might not understand the provocation in dragon tongue. But the universal gesture of friendship? He'd definitely get that. Full power. Clorin pushed the nanotech armor to its maximum output, unleashing a torrential barrage of attacks upon Lin Bei. Lin Bei circled, parrying and retreating. He appeared overwhelmed and unable to counter, yet he maintained precise control over the situation. Lin Bei's ancestor of all weapons talent granted armor-piercing effects when wielding firearms. From the start until now, Lin Bei had held back, never activating the armor-piercing effect. Otherwise, Clorin would have died 1,000 times over. It seems you've reached your end. The sustained pressure inflated Clorin's confidence, prompting him to launch a flying punch at Lin Bei. Lin Bei parried with the god-slaying thunder spear, defending without counterattacking. Clorin seized the opportunity, grabbing the godslayer thunder spear with both hands. Just as Lin Bei prepared to channel thunderous energy to repel Clorin, blue lasers erupted from the palms of Clorin's battle armor. Sizzle! In an instant, the 5th-grade lower-tier god-slaying thunder spear was sliced cleanly into 3 sections by the laser. Clorin pressed his advantage, sweeping the laser across his palm as if intent on slicing Lin Bei into 3 pieces as well. Empowered by his danger perception, Lin Bei's physical form dodged the 2 laser beams in an incredibly bizarre manner before leaping backward to create distance. Glaring at the shattered Godslayer Thunder Spear in his hand, Lin Bei's rage boiled over, a surging killing intent rising within him. This spear represented the legacy of the 8th Battalion of the Northern Frontier. A broken spear means a broken legacy. Damn it! If not for those 75 billion credits, I'd have you bleeding to death right here today. Lin Bei suppressed his murderous intent, picked up the shattered Godslayer Thunder Spear, and stowed it into his storage bracelet. Are you kidding me? It can even sever a 5th-grade lower-tier weapon? This nano-battle armor is too goddamn overpowered. If Monkey wore this suit, he'd win the World Genius Battle Championship. It's way too overpowered. The spectators on the stands were all stunned by the terrifying power of the nanotech battle armor. With such god-tier gear in his possession, this match was already decided. Yi Di and Ho Jing clenched their fists tightly, their nerves stretched to the breaking point. If things got too dire, they could concede defeat and advance to the elimination round. After all, with Lin Bei's strength, he could absolutely fight his way out of the elimination rounds. You seem to value that rifle quite a bit? It truly is a treasure, a pity it's broken, Clorin taunted. I concede. Lin Bei feared that if he continued fighting, he might lose control and kill Clorin. Ring 127, Clorin wins. Yamamoto strode over, smugly announcing the result. As expected. Without the Dragon Bone Bow and the Godslayer Thunder Gun, your strength is practically non-existent. Clorin flashed another elegant smile, brimming with confidence. I concede. I concede too. Despite giving their all, the rest of the Dragon Nation team couldn't overcome the opponents the Eagle Nation team had meticulously prepared for them. One by one, they surrendered, dejected as they left the arena. Out of 25 participants, only 3 advanced to the top 150. Given Yamamoto's nature, he would undoubtedly target these 3 again in the upcoming draw. It's okay, we did our best. There's always the repechage round, Yida said, slinging his arm around Lin Bei's shoulder in consolation. After the 4 qualifying rounds, only the strongest 19 will remain. No one will stand in your way in the repechage. Ho Jing cheered him on. MHM. Lin Bei smiled indifferently, not letting the matter weigh on him at all. His loss wasn't because he couldn't beat Clorin. He simply wanted to win those 750 billion. Meanwhile, after his match concluded, Clorin returned to Chris's side. Lord Chris, after observing the battle just now, I've concluded that Lin Bei isn't as formidable as you imagined. No, that guy is likely hiding his true strength. Chris declared. Impossible, Clorin replied skeptically. The records on Lin Bei explicitly state he possesses a powerful advanced force technique. This technique allows force to directly penetrate the body, yet he clearly didn't use it just now. Chris recalled. Could it be he tried, but the force couldn't penetrate the nanotech armor? Clorin pressed. Possible, but it doesn't rule out him genuinely holding back. Clorin, in the upcoming 150 to 75 elimination round, you surrender immediately. You absolutely must eliminate Lin Bei and the rest of the Dragon Nation team in the repechage. Chris instructed earnestly, feeling a lingering unease. The elemental tyrant's talent was terrifying. It should have been able to dissolve the nanotech battle armor outright. Yet Lin Bei hadn't done so. Understood. Clorin nodded with unwavering confidence. Chapter 133, Su Bing's Threat. Bad news. Lin Bei hurriedly left the arena and returned to his dorm room. His first move was to open the external website of the Martial Arts Foundation. Sure enough, the results of the World Genius Tournament were being synchronized in real time to the external platform. Clicking on the balance page, the previous 1,500,000,000 had ballooned to 75 billion. What does 750 billion even mean? It would take winning $1 million lottery every single day for 205 consecutive years. And the lifespan of a 9th-tier powerhouse barely exceeds 100 years. Such an enormous sum of money would be impossible to spend under normal circumstances. Lin Bei clicked the withdrawal button with overwhelming excitement and eager anticipation. But the next second, the smile froze on his face. Following his gaze, the webpage displayed 4 large red characters, withdrawal failed. He tried again several times, but each attempt resulted in the same withdrawal failed message. Not only that, but he couldn't even place bets anymore. Damn it! Can't afford to play anymore, huh? Lin Bei exploded in rage, punching the wall. It was obvious even to a fool this was the Martial Arts Foundation's doing. But he never imagined such a powerful organization would stoop to such shameless tactics. Beep beep beep. Just then, Lin Bei's phone rang. It was an unknown number. Quick-witted, Lin Bei guessed it was someone from the Martial Arts Foundation and answered. Lin Bei, let's talk, came Su Bingqing's cold, haughty voice from the other end. Talk my ass. Lin Bei, boiling with rage, immediately exploded with curses. A moment of silence followed. Suppressing her rage, Su Bing cut straight to the point. If you deliberately lose your next revival match, the Martial Arts Foundation will not only return the 75 billion yuan, but also reward you with an additional 10 billion yuan. Su Bing, you want me to throw away my chance to advance in the repechage? Are you even Chinese? Lin Bei had always thought of Su Bing as cold-blooded and ruthless, but now he added utterly unprincipled to that list. This was the World Genius Tournament. Everyone was risking their lives to fight, all for the sake of winning a shred of dignity for their nation. The 62 prodigies sacrificed by the Dragon Nation team, their remains still lie here. Are we not going to avenge them? The entire team, indeed the entire nation, was united in their fury. Yet Su Bing dared to threaten Lin Bei with 85 billion, demanding he forfeit his advancement spot. Does her personal advancement mean more than the nation's dignity? Lin Bei, you're an adult now. You should know that in the adult world, there's no right or wrong, only what's advantageous or disadvantageous. Advancing to the top 20 would bring you nothing but empty glory. But if you step back, you gain 85 billion. You should know which is more important. Su Bing laid out the pros and cons succinctly. In her view, the title of a top 20 global prodigy did indeed carry immense prestige, offering immense superiority and satisfaction. Yet titles were merely titles beyond psychological self-satisfaction, they held no practical value. In contrast, there was 75 billion. Lin Bei could use this fortune to upgrade his armor, purchase cultivation resources, and more. His strength would skyrocket in no time. Not only that, but Lin Bei could also use this opportunity to build rapport with the Martial Arts Foundation and expand his network. No matter how one analyzed it, the latter option was clearly the better choice. But Lin Bei's next response left Su Bing utterly dumbfounded. Only selfish people weigh only gains and losses without regard for right or wrong. I would never betray my country for money. This is 850 billion, Su Bing pressed incredulously. Are you certain? Yes. Lin Bei nodded decisively. Su Bing fell silent for a long while before finally uttering, couldn't you just help me out? We have no connection whatsoever. Why should I help you? Lin Bei countered. Su Bing fell silent for a third time before hanging up. Lin Bei stubbornly tried several more times to withdraw the funds, but the screen kept displaying withdrawal failed. In a fit of rage, he smashed his tablet. In that moment, Lin Bei finally understood why he had been expelled from the Lin family. Someone like Su Bing would betray even her own country for profit. No wonder she had expelled him back then. It made perfect sense. Since Lin Bei had only awakened a C-grade talent, keeping him in the Lin family brought no benefit, only tarnishing her reputation. Don't think you can dodge this debt. Lin Bei clenched his fists in fury, his mind already set on a plan. Once he claimed the World Genius Tournament championship and secured the backing of the nation's ruler, he would storm the Martial Arts Foundation. Those 750 billion he would reclaim every last cent, with interest. For the next few days, Lin Bei secluded herself in her dormitory. Empowered by his SSS-grade Heaven Rewards Diligence talent, every aspect of his strength saw tremendous growth. Host, Lin Bei. Realm, Tier 3, Level 6. Military rank, Centurion. Talents, SSS rank Heaven Rewards Diligence, SSS rank Ancestor of all weapons, SSS rank Elemental Tyrant. Alter egos, Undying Divine Phoenix, Endless Devourer. Weapons armor, 5th grade lower tier Dragon Bone Bow, 5th grade lower tier Insect Armor. Martial arts, Dragon Nation Foundational Tempering Fist Mastery, 3rd grade top tier Wind Spirit Spear Technique Mastery, 4th grade top tier Ninefold Thunder Spear Technique Mastery, 4th grade top tier Divine Swift Arrow Mastery, 5th grade Intermediate Wind Thunder Step Mastery, 6th grade upper tier 10,000 Swords Return to the Source Mastery, 6th grade upper tier 1 Fist Breaks 10,000 Laws Mastery. Abilities, Danger Sense Mastery. Immunity, all attributes. Constitution, 6511. His cultivation realm advanced from 3rd tier, 5th level to 3rd tier, 6th level. One punch shatters all arts also leap directly from mastery to perfection. Danger sense, honed through relentless combat, also reached the perfection realm. As the realm grows ever higher, every minute improvement in martial arts and abilities multiplies combat power several times over. It's no exaggeration to say that Fist shatters 10,000 arts at the mastery realm and at the perfection realm are fundamentally two different martial arts. Captain! 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 At that moment, urgent knocking echoed at the dormitory door. Come in. Lin Bei recognized Xiao Linger's voice. Captain, bad news. Xiao Linger entered first, followed by Lu Yi and the others. Speak. Lin Bei remained unruffled. The Eagle Nation team, Han's Cat team, Chicken Nation team, and Squid team, several prodigies from each of these 4 nations have advanced to the revival tournament. It's clearly targeting you. Xiao Linger produced the list of prodigies from the 4 nations. Each nation sent 4 representatives, totaling 16 elite prodigies. The Eagle Nation team, led by Clorin, had all 4 members at the 9th tier of the 3rd stage. The prodigies sent by the other 3 nations were all at the 3rd tier, 5th and 6th ranked strengths comparable to captain level. With Lin Bei's strength, advancing from the revival tournament should have been a sure thing. But now, surrounded by 16 prodigies, even Clorin, clad in his nano battle armor, had joined the fray. Advancement seemed nearly impossible. No problem. Lin Bei's lips curved upward, his relaxed expression concealing a hint of anticipation. The boundless devouring body could directly absorb energy from martial artists and transform it into his own power. The more prodigies they sent, the stronger they were, the more Lin Bei relished it. With luck, he might leap directly from stage 3, level 6 to stage 4. Chapter 134, Self-Destruction? 3rd tier, 9th layer. Lin Bei left the dormitory and led his team straight to the World Genius Battle Arena. This morning featured only one revival match, with 281 contestants vying for the sole advancement spot. The vast arena had been cleared, with no boundaries set whatsoever. Krolan, clad in his nanotech battle armor, led the charge at the very front. Behind him followed 15 captain-level prodigies. Further behind were the puppets affiliated with the 4 nations. In this revival match with only 281 participants, Clorin's faction alone accounted for nearly 230 contestants, while the Dragon Nation team numbered just 25. As both sides stood on the field, the former's aura effortlessly overshadowed the latter. A closer look revealed the members of Clorin's faction all wore expressions of mockery, brimming with confidence and certain of victory. In stark contrast, every member of the Dragon Nation team, except Lin Bei, wore a solemn expression. With such a massive disparity in numbers and quality staring them in the face, no one would believe the Dragon Nation team stood a chance. This year's World Genius Tournament would inevitably end here for the Dragon Nation team. And they would pay a heavy price for it. Just survive. Yi De suddenly reached out and gripped Lin Bei's shoulder. Don't worry, General Yi, Lin Bei replied, hands in his pockets, a faint smile playing on his lips. During the match against Clorin a few days ago, he deliberately held back for those 75 billion. Otherwise, if he'd really gone all out, one strike could have ended his life. Even his nanotech battle armor wouldn't have saved him. All contestants, take your positions. This elimination round has no rules. The last one standing advances. Yamamoto materialized mid-air, his gaze cold and menacing as he surveyed the Dragon Nation team. Captain, how should we fight? Xiao Linger asked nervously. Just stay close to me. Lin Bei dropped that line before unleashing the Wind Thunder step toward the Clorin camp. Though he stood alone, he charged with the overwhelming momentum of 1,000 soldiers. Xiao Linger and the others stood frozen in place, utterly stunned that their captain was such a reckless brute. Yet reckless or not, Lin Bei's indomitable spirit charging headlong into 1,000 foes still infected the entire team. Let's do this. Xiao Linger and the others roared as they followed Lin Bei. As they charged forward, their blood boiled within them. A surge of blood rushed to their heads, completely erasing all fear. You handle the others. I'll deal with Lin Bei personally. Clorin smiled elegantly, watching Lin Bei charge toward him as if observing a dying prey. Understood. The other prodigies nodded, transforming into a torrent that surged toward Xiao Linger and the others. One-on-one? You've got some nerve. Lin Bei's face twisted into a mocking grin. At that moment, the prodigies charging toward Xiao Linger suddenly veered straight toward Lin Bei. Over 60 of them, their eyes clouded and expressions vacant, bore no resemblance to normal people. What are you doing? That's my prey. Back off. Clorin roared in fury. Yet they seemed to hear nothing. Closing in rapidly, the group of prodigies showed no signs of activating their innate talents, nor did any of them unleash martial techniques. Such an eerie scene left everyone on the field utterly bewildered. Elemental tyrant. Solidify. Lin Bei's brow furrowed slightly as he channeled elements into a solid ice wall, shielding Xiao Linger and the others several dozen meters behind him. Captain, what are you doing? Xiao Linger looked utterly bewildered. Boom! Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted. The deafening sound reverberated throughout the entire venue, instantly shattering the newly repaired floor. A powerful shockwave, carrying a cloud of dust, radiated outward in all directions. You old bastard Yamamoto! Using nano armor and laser weapons was bad enough. Now you're throwing bombs? You! Ho Jing erupted in rage, charging forward without a word and kicking Yamamoto squarely in the chest. Pick on the weak. If he couldn't touch Chris, surely he could handle Yamamoto? Yamamoto was sent flying, crashing into several concrete walls before scrambling out of the debris. Ho Jing! As the rotating chairman of the organizing committee, I know the rules of the World Genius War. I absolutely cannot allow a contestant to violate the rules by using bombs. Bull! Isn't this a bomb? Ho Jing pointed at the arena. The sky was still filled with dust, obscuring the scene below. But to cause such a massive explosion, the bomb's yield must be substantial. Can you smell gunpowder? No, right? This is clearly the all-nature chairman controlling a puppet to self-detonate. You fool! Yamamoto clutched his chest, coughing repeatedly, a flash of venomous hatred flickering deep in his eyes. Hearing this, Ho Jing suddenly understood. He recalled how, when Qin Zhengshan first appeared, a group of Chuanqing elites had forced the young prodigies on Four Directions Island to sign soul contracts. A flicker of embarrassment crossed Ho Jing's face before vanishing. Ho Jing kicked Yamamoto flying again. You! How dare you insult me? You! Yamamoto choked on his words, spitting out a mouthful of old blood. He staggered to his feet, his eyes burning with venom. Both were 9th rank, yet the gap between 9th rank practitioners was as vast as the heavens. Knowing he couldn't defeat Ho Jing, Yamamoto could only pin his hopes on the entire Dragon Nation team of prodigies dying on the stage. That would at least vent his pent-up frustration. The powerhouses from Eagle Nation, Han's Cat Nation, Squid Nation, Chicken Nation, and others all watched the arena with amused smiles. They had been troubled by how to identify these traitors bound by soul contracts. Now, thankfully, they were jumping out one by one. The self-detonations of 3rd tier, 4th tier, and 5th tier prodigies unleashed power rivaling a 4th tier warrior's full strength strike. With over 60 prodigies detonating simultaneously, even Alice in her nanotech battle armor would be reduced to dust, let alone Lin Bei. Old Ho, don't you feel something's off? Yi De pulled Ho Jing back to his seat and asked with a frown. Ho Jing fixed his gaze intently on the center of the arena, his brow also furrowing slightly. Something is off. Why did the explosion only go off once before stopping? Amidst the swirling dust, Lin Bei harnessed the boundless devouring entity, greedily consuming the energy within these prodigies. The boundless devouring entity could indeed absorb the energy of martial artists and colossal beasts, transforming it into its own power. It had its limitations. It could not devour martial artists or beasts stronger than itself. It was like a big fish swallowing a small fish. A single gulp could consume it. But a small fish cannot swallow a large fish whole. Instead, it risks being devoured by the larger predator. Unless the big fish loses its ability to resist, the small fish might have a chance to devour it piece by piece. With Lin Bei's current strength, devouring those below the 3rd tier, 6th rank is effortless. Dozens of streams of pure energy surged into his body, causing his physical form to swell several times over while his cultivation level soared steadily. 3rd tier, 7th layer. 3rd tier, 8th layer. With the final surge of energy absorbed, he finally broke through to the 9th tier of the 3rd stage. His swollen physique gradually returned to normal, and Lin Bei could distinctly feel the surging power filling his body. Devouring over 60 3rd tier, 4th and 5th tier prodigies allowed him to advance from 3rd tier, 6th tier to 3rd tier, 9th tier. What if he devoured 600? 6,000? What about 60,000? A martial artist might not be able to devour that many. But this world has no shortage of colossal beasts. Beyond the borders of the Dragon Nation's 4 corners, colossal beasts run rampant. Then there's the colossal beast battlefield, teeming with countless 6th-tier beasts. And across several oceans, colossal beasts number in the hundreds of millions. Truly the fastest advancing. In a certain sense, the terror of the Endless Devourer variant is in no way inferior to that of the Undying Phoenix variant. In the rankings of the top 10, it truly deserves the number 1 spot. Chapter 135, Evenly Matched? One-sided crush. Gradually, the dust settled. All present fixed their gaze on the scene, convinced Lin Bei had been blown to bits. Yet, as the last wisp of smoke vanished, a towering figure emerged before their eyes. Lin Bei stood unscathed, though slightly disheveled. His clothes had been blown to shreds, revealing the insect armor beneath. That didn't kill you? Clorin inside the battle armor stared in disbelief. He's still alive. Could it be that Quan Xing showed mercy? Yamamoto stared at the puppet standing motionless like wooden stakes on the battlefield, utterly perplexed. The Quan Xing faction was notorious for its ruthlessness, stopping at nothing to achieve its goals. If they decided to kill Lin Bei, they wouldn't have shown mercy. So why hadn't the other puppets self-destructed? These puppets show no signs of life. Could it be that Lin Bei slaughtered everyone in an instant, preventing their self-destruction? Chris frantically recalled everything he knew about Lin Bei, finally convinced this was the hidden trump card Lin Bei had kept up his sleeve. To eliminate 61 captain-level prodigies in the blink of an eye. The enemy couldn't even fight back, or rather, they didn't even have time to react. No wonder, back on the Four Directions Island, among all those prodigies including Alice and the others, Quan Xing singled out Lin Bei to extend an olive branch. This guy, truly terrifying. Given that, he absolutely couldn't be allowed to leave alive. A fierce glint of murderous intent flashed in Chris's eyes as he immediately signaled to Clorin. Clorin nodded in understanding and immediately summoned the other prodigies to gather around him. Having witnessed Lin Bei's terrifying prowess, he had no choice but to abandon his previous underestimation and treat him with caution. Captain, are you okay? As the ice wall vanished, Xiaolinger and the others rushed to Lin Bei's side. Lin Bei smiled and shook his head. Though only one spot is available for advancement, whether you can break into the global top 50 prodigies depends entirely on your own strength. Understood, they responded in unison, their determination surging. If the captain was this powerful, crushing 61 captain-level prodigies in a single move, how could they possibly hold him back? Engage! Lin Bei charged forward at the head of the formation, drawing his dragon bone bow and unleashing a volley of arrows. Clang! 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 Ordinary precision arrows shattered instantly upon striking the nano battle armor. 2 dragon bone arrows remain top-tier grade 4 arrows that should pierce the nano armor's defenses. Activate the energy shield. Clorin watched Lin Bei draw the 2 dragon bone arrows and immediately recalled the ninefold thunder spear technique from their last battle. Back then, it was complacency and underestimating the enemy that led to the nano battle armor sustaining minor damage. This time, he must give it his all. Thus, he activated the energy shield of the nanotech battle armor. This special technology converted energy into a protective barrier, functioning similarly to the protective aura of a 6th-tier martial artist. Theoretically, as long as energy reserves remained sufficient, the shield would be impenetrable. Whoosh! Arrows sliced through the air, producing a piercing sonic boom. Not a single competitor on the field could discern their trajectory. Soon, 2 dragon bone arrows struck the energy shield first. Speed equaled power, and the terrifying impact force tore a gaping hole in the energy shield. Yet every inch forward became excruciatingly difficult, like sinking into a muddy swamp. Close call. Cold sweat broke out on Clorin's back. To withstand these 2 dragon bone arrows, the nanotech battle armor instantly drained 10% of its energy. The power of these 2 arrows was no weaker than the ninefold thunder spear technique from last time. Unaware of the peril, the others on the field cheered wildly, their confidence soaring as they watched Clorin block Lin Bei's attack. Clorin unleashed a palm laser, severing both dragon bone arrows. He taunted, Captain Lin Bei, is this the technique you used to take lives in an instant? Too bad it's useless against me. What gibberish is that? Lin Bei didn't understand a word. He immediately retrieved 102nd grade flying swords from his storage bracelet. Even your 6th grade advanced martial skill, 10,000 swords converging, won't break my defense. Clorin flicked his finger at Lin Bei with smug confidence. You're so eager to die. I'll grant your wish. Lin Bei snapped his fingers, unleashing 10,000 swords returned to the source. Buzz. 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 The 100 flying swords seemed to come alive, their blades trembling and humming as they coiled through the sky like a dragon. In the next instant, the dragon of flying swords dove downward, bearing straight down upon Clorin. A 6th grade advanced martial technique, amplified by the sword ancestor's full power enhancement, this strike possessed overwhelming might. The flying sword dragon tore through the air, unleashing a suffocating pressure that washed over the battlefield. Countless prodigies felt cold sweat break out on their backs. Shatter! Clorin once again pushed his energy shield to maximum power while simultaneously firing laser beams from both hands. Sizzle! Sizzle! 2 laser beams instantly pierced the flying sword dragon, obliterating half the blades in a single strike. The remaining blades struck the energy shield, producing a sharp crackling sound as cracks appeared. Within seconds, the shield shattered completely. Next, the flying swords struck the battle armor. Sparks flew everywhere, and the clanging of metal echoed incessantly. A mere 2nd grade flying sword couldn't breach the nano armor's defense. However, the terrifying impact force generated by a 6th grade advanced martial technique combined with the sword ancestor effect remained formidable. Put! Clorin spat blood as he was flung backward like a cannonball, crashing into and killing several prodigies. Clorin lay sprawled on the ground, his nano armor showing minor cracks that quickly repaired themselves. Yet, the terrifying impact shattered several ribs in his chest, causing varying degrees of damage to his internal organs. And this was after half his flying swords had been destroyed. Had all 100 flying swords struck him, it would have cost him his life. Beyond his severe injuries, the nanotech armor's energy reserves had been depleted by 50% in an instant. Combined with the 10% drained earlier and the energy expended firing the laser, only about 30% remained. Upon truly witnessing Lin Bei's formidable power, a flicker of panic surfaced in Clorin's mind. He even began to doubt whether he could actually take Lin Bei down. "What are you all standing around for? Charge together!" Clorin roared at the numerous prodigies beside him. "Yes! Charge!" The prodigies swarmed forward. "Captain! Leave these bastards to us!" Xiao Linger charged ahead, the others following close behind. Facing 8 times their number, not a single member of the Dragon Nation team flinched. "Take life and death in stride if you're not satisfied, let's go!" Despite this reckless, life-or-death style of play, they somehow managed to hold their ground. But any clear-eyed observer could see that this temporary stalemate was merely superficial. The Dragon Nation team would soon be worn down by the relentless barrage, their stamina drained dry, doomed to certain death. What's going on? The records clearly state he's mastered 10,000 swords converging to the source, but judging by that earlier display, he's surpassed even the perfection realm. Chris narrowed his eyes, straining to see through Lin Bei, racking his brain to comprehend the reason. First off, the records couldn't possibly be wrong. It couldn't be that Lin Bei had somehow elevated his mastery of 10,000 swords converging from proficient to consummate within mere days, could it? Could this guy have truly awakened SSS tier like Edward? But his Godslayer Thunderspear is broken, his Dragon Bone Arrow is shattered, and only half his 100 flying swords remain. He can't have much combat power left. At this thought, Chris's frown eased and the corners of his mouth turned up. He murmured to himself, "Victory ultimately belongs to us." Chapter 136, Slaying Clorin. Spoils of War. Damn it! This nano battle armor is way over the top. Yi De slammed his palm against his thigh in frustration. This thing could withstand upper tier 6th grade martial arts techniques and effortlessly destroy lower tier 5th grade weapons. It's practically nuclear level gear. By the fair and impartial principles of the World Genius War, it should be banned. What left Yi De feeling most helpless was that Edward and Alice from the Eagle Nation team each possessed a set of this very nano battle armor. Old G, this isn't even Lin Bei's limit. It's too early to make any conclusions. Ho Jing interjected. "I know, but it still pisses me off." Yi De understood clearly that Lin Bei still held a trump card, a single punch that could shatter 10,000 techniques. Meanwhile, the gravely wounded Clorin rose from the ground. His regenerative body activated, healing his internal injuries at an astonishing rate. This unique body served one purpose, to repair internal injuries and grant infinite stamina. No matter how severe his injuries, as long as he clung to life, they would automatically heal. "Last time, you deliberately lost to me, didn't you?" Clorin glared at Lin Bei, his voice booming with accusation. "Shut the hell up. Take this." Lin Bei, who hadn't understood a word, closed the distance with his wind thunderstep and slammed his right fist into Clorin. "Open." Fearing Lin Bei, Clorin instinctively activated his energy shield while firing laser beams from his palms toward Lin Bei. Thud! A laser pierced straight through Lin Bei's chest. Clorin rejoiced, convinced Lin Bei was dead. Until the very next second, when he realized it was just an afterimage. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted from behind. An immense shockwave erupted instantly, its force akin to a 100-ton dump truck crashing into him at full speed from behind. This time, Clorin was sent flying even faster. A whistling sound filled the air as everyone saw only a streak of light flash by. Another thunderous crash echoed as a massive hole was blasted through the solid concrete wall at the very edge of the arena. The wall, over 10 meters thick, now bore severe cracks. A torrent of concrete debris tumbled down, burying Clorin beneath it. At that moment, the entire arena fell deathly silent. That was a nanotech battlesuit, capable of withstanding a 6th grade upper tier 10,000 swords convergence attack and effortlessly severing 5th grade lower tier weapons. And now, it had been reduced to an unknown fate by a single punch from Lin Bei. Unthinkable, had Clorin not been clad in that armor, he'd likely have been blasted into mincemeat by now. That single punch stunned Clorin, left the numerous prodigies on the field dumbfounded, and stunned the many powerful figures watching from the stands. A single punch from the perfection realm shatters all techniques? Ho Jing gasped in shock. "Old Ho, I strongly suspect this kid has awakened SSS tier," Yi De said. "Highly likely. But this kid has been hiding his depth well." Ho Jing nodded in agreement. On the field, Lin Bei raised an eyebrow, glancing toward Clorin's position. Surviving a direct hit from a breaking 10,000 loss punch while critically injured? Lin Bei was certain his perception wouldn't fail him. Ever since his danger perception reached perfection, not even the faintest trace of energy could escape his eyes. Clorin's aura was feeble, like a thin thread, but he was indeed still alive. "I'll see if it's your tough luck or my hard fists that wins out." Lin Bei strode toward Clorin. Cough. 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 Buried beneath the concrete debris, Clorin coughed violently, blood continuously spilling from his mouth. That single punch had shattered his energy shield and torn apart most of the nanotech armor on his back. His back was a mangled mess of flesh and bone, every vertebra shattered, internal organs and meridians pulverized. The power of that punch far surpassed 10,000 swords converging. At the very least, it was a 6th grade upper tier martial technique. But didn't Lin Bei's records only list the 6th grade upper martial skill, 10,000 swords converging? Cough. Cough. Another mouthful of blood spurted out as Clorin gasped for breath in ragged heaves. Since the day he was born, this was the first time he had ever felt death so acutely. In that instant of impact, he felt as though death itself stood beside him, gazing at him with an icy, indifferent stare. In that moment, his fear of Lin Bei deepened further. I possess the endless regeneration physique. Given time, I can recover to my peak condition. When that happens, victory will be mine. Clorin silently encouraged himself, praying that the group of prodigies could delay things just a little longer. But just then, the sound of shifting cement debris reached Clorin's ears. Someone was approaching. Who? Clorin's heart leapt into his throat, every nerve taut to breaking point. He was mortally wounded, clinging to his last breath. Even clad in his nanotech battle armor, he couldn't muster even 10% of his combat strength. A lamb led to slaughter. As the final piece of concrete debris was cleared from his face, a blinding light pierced his eyes. He caught only the outline of a towering, dark figure before the blinding light forced him to shut his eyes. Before he could adjust and open his eyes again, a fist slammed hard into his skull. Thud! The nanotech armor remained intact, but the head inside was struck by the immense force, causing a trickle of blood to seep out. The pain in his head was excruciating, as if it were splitting apart. Thud! 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 Lin Bei straddled Clorin, unleashing a barrage of heavy punches to the head. After more than a dozen punches, Lin Bei's fists began to break the skin and bleed, yet the nanotech armor remained completely intact. Indeed, basic attacks couldn't breach the nano armor's defenses. But to preserve the integrity of the nano battle armor, he couldn't use the elemental conversion ability from the elemental tyrant talent. Lin Bei raised an eyebrow, his sandbag-sized fists continuing to rain down on Clorin like a barrage of bullets. After hundreds of heavy blows, the head armor finally showed signs of damage. Yet the damage wasn't caused by brute force. It seemed more like the armor's energy reserves had depleted, causing it to lose its self-repair capabilities. Impressive regenerative abilities, but I wonder if it can close its own head once it's gone? Lin Bei knew his own strength well. The fact that so many punches hadn't killed Clorin meant he must possess some kind of regenerative ability. Lin Bei. Clorin forced his eyes open. The world before him was a crimson haze, barely allowing him to make out Lin Bei's face. Fear surged to its peak within him. It's your grandpa here. Lin Bei finally understood the words. He then wrapped both arms around Clorin's head, pinning him down with one foot. With a simultaneous heave of his arms and legs, a wet pop echoed as a blood-soaked head was forcibly wrenched off. Finally, Clorin's life force vanished completely. To ensure no possibility of resurrection remained, Lin Bei unleashed his elemental tyrant talent, instantly incinerating Clorin's body and head to ashes. Looking down, he saw a specially crafted storage bracelet lying quietly within the ashes. Lin Bei clearly remembered that Clorin had merely tapped this bracelet lightly before transforming into his nanotech battle armor. Without hesitation, Lin Bei bent down, picked it up, and slipped it unobtrusively into his pocket. Had it not been for acquiring this item, Lin Bei wouldn't have bothered prolonging the standoff. He could have ended him instantly with elemental conversion. But how could this scene possibly escape Chris's notice? Bastard! Drop it! Chris roared furiously, unleashing the terrifying pressure of a 9th-tier powerhouse. If you want to fight, we'll see it through to the end. What kind of skill is bullying juniors? Yi Di and Ho Jing stepped forward immediately. Chris raised his hand to strike, but remembering Yin Xiaotian might still be watching, he gritted his teeth and held back. The arena battle is a matter of life and death at one's own risk. Clorin died because he was too weak. But the nano battle armor can't be snatched by Lin Bei. What do you mean seize? The nano battle armor is spoils of war earned by Lin Bei after defeating Clorin. Taking it is his right. Yi Da argued forcefully. You're dead right. Ho Jing chimed in immediately. Chris's face flushed crimson with rage as he snarled, fine. We'll see about that. In his view, Lin Bei had already exhausted himself killing Clorin. Edward and Alice, who were following behind, were both stronger than Clorin. Dealing with Lin Bei would be no problem. Then, they wouldn't just reclaim the insect armor, they'd take every treasure Lin Bei possessed. After all, it was all spoils of war. Chapter 137, Starslayer Lin Bei. The Watching Powerhouse. With Clorin slain, the remaining prodigies were utterly terrified, turning their gaze toward the powerful leaders of their respective nations seated in the stands. Truth be told, Lin Bei held no deep grudges against Han's Cat Nation, Chicken Nation, or Squid Nation. They had only been forced to unite against him under Chris's coercion. Now that even Clorin had fallen to Lin Bei, continuing the fight would only lead to more casualties. Lord Chris, Lin Bei's advancement into the top 20 is now a foregone conclusion. Why not call it quits this time? Indeed. Let him live another day. Tomorrow, we'll make sure his blood stains the arena. Edward and Alice's strength surpasses each other. Dispatching Lin Bei is no longer a challenge. The leaders of the three nations humbly pleaded. Chris understood their ulterior motives and knew the remaining prodigies couldn't defeat Lin Bei. He decided to grant them a favor. Have them withdraw. Thank you, Lord Chris. The leaders of the three nations expressed their gratitude, then signaled to the prodigies still on the field. The prodigies breathed a sigh of relief, scrambling to flee the arena. Rankings and glory mattered, but life mattered more. Each of them ran with all their might, terrified that if they slowed down, the Dragon Nation team would catch up to them. Captain, we won! We won! Xiaolinger clenched her fists in excitement, her eyes brimming with admiration as she looked at Lin Bei. Lin Bei said nothing, merely snapping his fingers. ZZZZT. Crackle! Centered on Lin Bei, two flames erupted beside him, spreading rapidly to the left and right. The flames raged fiercely, instantly forming a wall of fire that enveloped the entire arena. The walls of fire rose over 10 meters high on all sides. The terrifying heat made Xiaolinger and the others standing in the center of the arena feel unbearably scorched. The Three Kingdoms prodigies found their path blocked by the walls of fire. One by one, they turned to Lin Bei with terror and disbelief etched on their faces. You, what are you doing? You speak dragon tongue? That's quite surprising. Lin Bei expressed mild astonishment. I warn you. Hans Cat Nation. Squid Nation. Chicken Nation. The leaders of the three nations are seated in the stands. And Lord Chris. Lord Brown. Dare you touch a single hair on our heads, and you'll face the consequences. The man summoned his courage and shouted the threat. Lin Bei ignored the threat, lifting his gaze instead to the powerful leaders of the three nations seated in the stands. The three leaders stared back at Lin Bei in unison, their piercing gazes clearly warning him not to make a move. But when it came to enemies, Lin Bei never showed mercy. Ignite! Lin Bei snapped his fingers, instantly transforming all elements within the arena into fiery energy that erupted into a vast sea of flames. Except for Xiaolinger and the others, along with those who hadn't attacked the Dragon Nation team earlier. Everyone else was engulfed by the inferno. This SSS tier talent unleashed at the peak of the 3rd tier, 9th rank. These people stood no chance against it. The roar of the raging flames drowned out their agonized screams. See, Captain, he. Xiaolinger's beautiful eyes went blank, her mind a blank slate from sheer shock. First, annihilate the Lion Nation team's prodigy. Then the Cherry Blossom Nation's prodigy. Now, consecutively eliminating the prodigies of Hans Cat Nation, Squid Nation, and Chicken Nation. And in the midst of it all, he casually dispatched Ivan, the Bear Nation team's captain. In the span of a single World Genius tournament, he'd managed to offend every single one of the world's top nations. Add to that the forces he's antagonized domestically, and he's now the enemy of the entire world. Killing star. That killing star. Yi De cursed under his breath. No time to blame him now. We must urgently mobilize reinforcements from the homeland, or none of us will survive this. Ho Jing pulled out his phone and immediately contacted the War God Temple's elite warriors. Yi De, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, secretly contacted the military's elite forces as well. You bastard. I'll make you pay with your life. Whoever comes today, I will kill you. If we let this bastard grow stronger, he'll become a formidable enemy in the future. The leaders of the three nations, consumed by rage, unleashed the overwhelming pressure of 9th-tier powerhouses. Seeing this, Yamamoto and Brown joined the fray without hesitation. Once the fighting began, they would give it their all. Hold your fire. Chris stepped forward to halt them. Why? This madman has slaughtered so many of our prodigies. Crushing his bones to dust wouldn't satisfy our rage. Brown raged in incomprehension. Numerous powerful figures are watching from the shadows. I cannot confirm if these are all Dragon Nation's elite, Chris explained in a low, solemn voice. Powerful figures watching? Hearing those 4 words, everyone shuddered violently, cold sweat breaking out on their skin. The gap between 2 9th-rank cultivators could sometimes be as vast as heaven and earth. Take Chris and Qin Zhengshan, both 9th tier. Yet before the latter, the former couldn't even muster a shred of resistance. Is it Yun Xiaotian? Brown asked. Uncertain, but the moment we engage, these lurking powerhouses won't stand idly by. Chris's mind raced, desperately piecing together the situation. For years, nations had engaged in overt and covert struggles, yet casualties and costs remained strictly within acceptable limits. And the Dragon Nation's stance has always been one of compromise. Compromise with Eagle Nation, compromise with Cherry Blossom Nation, compromise with the Western powers. Sometimes Banana Nation trampled on Dragon Nation, and the latter, wary of Eagle Nation, could only compromise through gritted teeth. Truthfully, anyone with insight understood that the Dragon Nation's constant concessions weren't born of weakness or lack of fighting spirit. Rather, it was a strategy of biding its time and building strength. Thousands of years ago, the Dragon Nation once ruled as the planet's supreme power. Later, its national fortune waned, leading to its current predicament. Yet the Dragon Nation has never relinquished the chance to rise again. That Dragon Nation's team captain Lin Bei dares to act so arrogantly today. Behind it all, Dragon Nation's approval may very well be at play. Even if we concede that the young man acted impulsively without considering the consequences. What about Yi De and Ho Jing? Both are veteran 9th rank powerhouses, one a military deity of the armed forces, the other a deputy grandmaster of the War Gods Hall. Their every word and action represents the Dragon Nation. They would never act on mere impulse. Yet here they are in World Village, striking the Banana Nation's lead warrior and the rotating chairman Yamamoto. This proves only one thing: Dragon Nation's power has grown so formidable that it no longer needs to compromise at every turn. In contrast, Eagle Nation, despite establishing an exclusive partnership with Saints, has only just launched various projects. Full implementation will take time. Until these projects are fully operational, Eagle Nation's overall national strength won't see any significant growth. Let it go, Chris cautioned the others. We have plenty of time ahead. There will be opportunities for revenge. There's no need to risk ourselves here. Lord Chris, did you truly sense those powerful beings? Yamamoto remained unconvinced. Yes, I sensed 6 powerful auras. If these masters were on our side, they would have stepped forward to support us. Since they haven't, they likely belong to the Dragon Nation's faction. Chris laid it out plainly, quelling the group's urge to act. True enough, at his words, Brown and the others fell silent. Avenge the slain prodigy and restore national honor. These were indeed important matters. But what mattered more was their own lives. Rest assured, gentlemen. Even if Lin Bei advances to the top 20, it won't change the fact that he was killed. Chris pledged with unwavering conviction. Chapter 138, Advancing to the Top 3. Battle Armor Charging. After a long while, the fiery inferno subsided, leaving only piles of ashes scattered across the arena. A gust of wind scattered the ashes in every direction. Lin Bei brushed the dust from his clothes, a smirk curling his lips as he challenged Yamamoto. Time to announce the results. There are still others on the field. You haven't won. Yamamoto deliberately nitpicked. I concede. I concede. I admit defeat too. The remaining contestants raised their hands in defeat one after another, then filed out of the arena. The elimination round concludes. Lin Bei advances to the top 20. Yamamoto announced the results through gritted teeth. Continue the draw. Determine tomorrow's matchups. Yamamoto commanded. Lin Bei stepped up to draw his lot. The wooden slip bore the number 10. Glancing around, he saw the wooden slip held by the Chicken Nation team captain also bore the number 10. This time, unusually, his opponent didn't verbally taunt Lin Bei or even utter a single harsh word. Instead, he tossed his wooden slip aside and declared loudly, I concede. I concede too. The other prodigies followed suit in their admissions of defeat. Next up, the draw for the top 5. I concede. I concede too. Next up, the draw for the final 3 from 5. I concede. I concede too. Now for the semi-final draw. Whoever draws the red slip gets a bye. Black slip, Edward said. Lin Bei stared at the black slip in his hand, smiling silently. Yamamoto had rigged the entire draw process. He could arrange things however he pleased. But it didn't matter anymore. At this stage of the World Genius Tournament, whether there was foul play or not was irrelevant. Ultimately, it all came down to raw skill. After the draw concluded, Lin Bei and the others returned to their dormitory in World Village. That's our captain for you. He fought his way into the top 3. Now we're guaranteed at least 3rd place. Put. 3rd place? With our captain's skills and that captured nano battle suit? We're going for the championship. The captain is practically a god. I believe in his strength. The prodigies gathered around Lin Bei. A lively atmosphere filled the room, joy radiating from every face. Lin Bei had broken into the top 3, while the other prodigies had all secured spots within the top 50. This year's World Genius War had brought immense glory to Dragon Nation. Lin Bei, with your current results, you've got little to worry about regarding those troubles back home. Ho Jing slung his arm around Lin Bei's shoulder, his voice brimming with excitement. Don't blame me for pouring cold water on your celebration, but Edward and Alice's strength shouldn't be underestimated. Edward possesses SSS tier intuition, making him the only prodigy besides you who masters 6th grade martial arts techniques and multiple weapons. Plus, he also wields nanotech battle armor. Alice possesses dual SSS tier talents, though she hasn't activated any of them yet. She defeated all opponents solely with her nanotech battle armor. Yi De's expression was grave, unwilling to let Lin Bei become overconfident from victory. Securing a top 3 finish already exceeded expectations. The objective was fully accomplished. But securing 1st place would undoubtedly be even better. To say nothing of the champion's reward alone, it was enough to make anyone envious. A top-tier 7th grade martial art manual, 10 6th grade spirit herbs, 1 7th grade spirit herb, plus 10 billion eagle coins. The value of a top-tier 7th grade martial art technique goes without saying. Spiritual herbs grow naturally in the wild, so their supply is relatively abundant. But high-grade spiritual herbs always command sky-high prices. 6th grade spiritual herbs are worth their weight in gold, while 7th grade ones are practically priceless. 10 billion eagle coins represent a considerable fortune. Of course, among these 3 rewards, the most valuable by far is the top-tier 7th grade martial art. General Yi, I understand your concerns. In the next 2 matches, I will be cautious and give my all, Lin Bei promised. Good, Yi Junqing nodded. By the way, Yi Junsheng, Hodianju, do you know how to recharge this nano battle armor? Lin Bei produced the specialized storage bracelet he had confiscated from Clorin. Yi Di and Ho Jing exchanged bewildered glances, staring at each other in silence. Longwei and Sains had limited interaction, so they'd never encountered such advanced technology. I've seen mechanical exoskeletons similar to nano battle armor on the black market before. They rely entirely on battery replacements for power, Xiao Linger stated. Nano battle armor is infinitely more advanced than mechanical exoskeletons. It certainly wouldn't still rely on primitive battery power, Louis countered. Battery power? Let me try. Lin Bei activated his elemental tyrant talent, channeling a massive surge of lightning energy. High-voltage bolts formed at his fingertips and surged into a specially crafted storage bracelet. ZZZZT. Crackle. The specialized storage bracelet was enveloped in lightning, crackling, and popping. The next second, the bracelet unfolded, forming a nano-surface that covered Lin Bei's arms, then his torso, head, and legs. In moments, his entire body was encased in battle armor. Previous battle damage was automatically repaired as long as energy was sufficient. Same difference. It's all battery power. Xiao Linger declared with a touch of pride. Oomph. You just happened to guess right. Louis sneered, pursing his lips. Captain, hurry up and tell us what's it like wearing nanotech armor? Xiao Linger pressed curiously. It's incredibly surreal, as if the armor is my physical body and I'd become the soul controlling it. Lin Bei tentatively flexed his limbs, instantly stunned by the sensation. Wearing this suit, he felt no heaviness whatsoever. 10 fingers, limbs, and torso, every part moved with incredible agility, almost no discomfort at all. Beyond its perfect fit, the nano battle armor was incredibly simple to operate. Several small missiles were concealed within the shoulder armor, powerful lasers could be fired from the palms, and 2 air vents on the soles enabled flight control. Moreover, the armor possessed an energy shield function. The only drawback was that the armor's power level remained constant, unaffected by the wearer's own strength. In other words, regardless of who wears it, the armor's power remains constant. If only our Dragon Nation could mass-produce this kind of armor, Yi De murmured enviously. Don't even think about it. If this thing were that easy to make, Sains wouldn't have only given 3 sets to the Eagle Nation. Ho Jing retorted. It doesn't have to be nanotech armor, even a scaled-down version of regular battle armor would be great, Yi De countered. In this world overrun by colossal beasts, the heaviest casualties always fell upon the rank-and-file soldiers. This holds true for Dragon Nation and every nation across the world. Because all colossal beasts originate from secret realms, and each realm can only produce 1 or 2 powerful beasts at most. These 1 or 2 beasts absorb the vast majority of the realm's mystical energy. The remaining beasts, lacking sufficient mystical power, remain stuck at lower tiers. Some colossal beasts might ascend to higher tiers through unique bloodlines or other serendipitous circumstances, but these were rare exceptions. The overwhelming majority are low-tier beasts. Warriors of 6th rank and above must take turns serving in the giant beast battlefields, leaving these low-tier beasts to be dealt with by the rank-and-file soldiers. Despite humans possessing firearms, tactical knowledge, and trap-setting skills, casualties remain high. If they could don such battle armor, casualties would surely decrease, and combat effectiveness would undoubtedly rise. Chapter 139, Godslayer Thunderbone Spear. The only 2 prodigies. At that moment, Yi De shifted the topic and asked, Lin Bei, tomorrow is the semi-finals. If there's anything you need help with, just say the word. General Yi, per our prior agreement, securing 11th place would grant me exceptional promotion to Marquis of 10,000 households. Now that I'm conservatively ranked 3rd, shouldn't I qualify for another exceptional promotion? Lin Bei countered. Of course. However, promotion to Marquis of 10,000 households requires approval from over 1/3 of the military gods in the ministry. I've already submitted your name. Results should come through within 2 or 3 days at most. Yi De patted Lin Bei's shoulder, his smile seeming to assure Lin Bei that this was a done deal. All right. Lin Bei nodded, a fleeting, barely perceptible shadow of disappointment flickering deep in his eyes. The next 2 opponents were each more formidable than the last. Especially Alice, a 4th tier, 1st rank opponent. Both her SSS tier talents were profoundly mysterious. And mystery, sometimes, was more terrifying than sheer power. If he could immediately ascend to the rank of Marquis and gain another lottery chance, Lin Bei would feel far more confident. Otherwise, defeating her with his current means alone would be no easy feat. General Yi, I have one more favor to ask of you, Lin Bei said. Go ahead, Yi De said. The Godslayer Thunder Spear is broken into 3 pieces. Could you find someone to repair it for me? Lin Bei asked. I do know a few highly skilled smiths, Yi De replied, spreading his hands helplessly. The problem is, I don't have the repair materials on hand. What if we melted this weapon down? Could it serve as repair material? Xiao Linger retrieved the twin swords from her storage bracelet. The Godslayer Thunder Spear is a low-tier 5th grade weapon. Your fishbone twin swords are top-tier 4th grade. Melting them down would be useless, Yi De shook his head. At this, the Dragon Nation team members all looked as dejected as wilted eggplants, lowering their heads one after another. If even a top-tier 4th grade weapon was useless, then the weapons and armor in their hands, being of even lower grades, were certainly no better. General Yi, what if we melted down this dragon bone bow? Lin Bei asked, pulling it out. Melting it would mean losing everything. But if you keep this broken spear, there will be ways to repair it once we return home, Yi De advised. Melt it, Lin Bei declared firmly. For the next 2 matches, Edward and Alice would be clad in nanotech battle armor. The dragon bone bow was useless, now better to use it to repair the Godslayer Thunder Spear. Moreover, Lin Bei had already exhausted nearly all his tactics, leaving little of his hidden cards undiscovered. Only the armor-piercing effect of the gun ancestor remained undisclosed. Fine. Since you insist, I won't try to dissuade you. Yi De dropped that statement before turning and leaving World Village. The next morning, Lin Bei entered the World Genius Tournament arena, surrounded by Ho Jing and the Dragon Nation team members. After a night of frantic repairs, the arena had been restored to its original state. Brown and other powerful figures sat in the stands, their eyes sharp as knives fixed on Lin Bei, as if they wanted to tear him limb from limb. By this point, it was no longer just a competition. Both sides had ignited with genuine fury, transforming it into a life or death struggle. The match is about to begin, but Old Ji still hasn't returned? Ho Jing's face was etched with anxiety. He's here. General Yi is back. Xiao Linger pointed toward the sky. Following her gaze, they saw Yi De speeding toward them atop a mechanical hoverboard. Soon, Yi De arrived beside Lin Bei, pulling a brand new spear from his storage bracelet. Here. Is this the Godslayer Thunder Spear? Lin Bei took the gleaming spear, slightly bewildered. The spear's shaft had transformed from solid metal into a fusion of metal and dragon bone fragments. Beneath the surging thunderous power, it concealed an aura of authority belonging to a high-tier colossal beast. To be precise, it should now be called the God-slaying Thunder Bone Spear. It incorporates elements from the Dragon Bone Bow and high-tier materials, elevating its grade from lower grade 5 to lower grade 6. However, this is the Godslayer Thunder Bone Spear's absolute limit. No matter what high-grade materials are added in the future, its grade cannot be raised even a fraction further. Yi De explained. Thank you, General Yi. Lin Bei expressed his gratitude. In truth, Lin Bei understood that 2 grade 5 lower weapons could never fuse into a grade 6 lower. The certain high-grade materials Yi De mentioned must be extraordinary. Yi De patted Lin Bei's shoulder encouragingly. Do your best. Regardless of victory or defeat, your top priority is ensuring your own safety. Understood, Lin Bei nodded slightly before striding onto the battlefield. Edward, clad in his nanotech battle armor, descended from the sky and landed steadily before Lin Bei. With arrogant confidence, he declared, I know every trick up your sleeve. You're as good as dead. Both contestants are in position. Proceed with the banned item. Draw. Yamamoto appeared mid-air, tossing down a wooden barrel containing 2 wooden sticks. You draw. Lin Bei was certain Yamamoto would rig the draw. No matter how many times he drew, it would always be the black stick. He couldn't be bothered to draw himself. Edward casually drew a red stick and declared triumphantly, I choose to ban Lin Bei's one punch breaks 10,000 arts martial skill. Ban one punch breaks all techniques, Yamamoto translated. Poof. Lin Bei sneered contemptuously, having anticipated Edward would ban this technique. Your 2 strongest martial arts are 10,000 swords converging and one punch shatters all techniques. Now, with only half your 100 flying swords remaining and one punch shatters all techniques disabled, how do you plan to break through my battle armor defense? Edward's lips curled upward as he assumed an offensive stance. You're not the only prodigy in the world who mastered a 6th grade martial skill at the 3rd tier. I am too. And I possess even more 6th grade martial skills than you. Angelic judgment. As the words fell, a colossal angelic apparition materialized behind Edward. The angel wielded a golden greatsword, its bearing majestic and its aura formidable. Swish. Suddenly, the golden greatsword came crashing down. Though its edge was not sharp, it radiated an overwhelming sense of pressure, as if it could cleave even souls. Lin Bei executed the wind thunder step to evade, twirling his Godslayer Thunderbone spear as he sought an opening to strike. Binding curse. Edward snapped his fingers, unleashing the 6th grade martial skill once more. An invisible force descended from the heavens, binding Lin Bei in place, instantly immobilizing him. Even with Lin Bei's physique rivaling that of a 5th-rank warrior, he couldn't break free in the short term. Meanwhile, the golden greatsword overhead was about to strike. Elemental Tyrant. Ignite. With a thought, Lin Bei's body erupted in raging flames. SSS-grade flames could burn through any innate talent or martial skill. That is, provided the opponent was on par with Lin Bei. As the binding curse shattered, Lin Bei executed the wind thunder step once more, narrowly evading the sword strike. Ninefold Thunder Spear Technique. Ninth tier. Seizing the moment, Lin Bei thrust the spear with all his might. Footwork and danger perception. I have those too. Edward moved like a ghost, effortlessly dodging the spear before firing laser beams from his palms at Lin Bei. Lin Bei sidestepped the attack, his brow furrowing slightly. For the first time, he felt utterly powerless against martial arts. His SSS tier innate talent was in no way inferior to SSS tier Heaven's Reward for Diligence. But unfortunately, besides his SSS tier Heaven's Reward for Diligence, Lin Bei also possessed the boundless devouring alter ego. Chapter 140, Alter Ego Revealed. Ban lifted. Bang! Lin Bei planted the god-slaying thunderbone spear beside him, then extended his palm outward, aiming it at Edward nearby. Edward looked puzzled. The files didn't record this technique, nor had he seen it in previous matches. Could this be yet another hidden card? At that moment, an overwhelming suction force erupted with unmatched intensity. Caught off guard, Edward lost his balance and nearly stumbled to the ground. What kind of martial skill is this? Edward tried to steady himself, but found it utterly impossible. The immense suction felt like an ocean vortex, capable of swallowing everything. Intense panic surged through him, breaking out in a cold sweat. Full power. Edward wasted no time, immediately commanding his nanotech armor to flee. Jet streams erupted from his palms and soles simultaneously, attempting to generate counterforce against the suction. With the suit's boost, he barely managed to steady himself. But for every step forward, he was pulled back too. In that moment, Edward truly panicked. He dared not imagine that Lin Bei and Clorin hadn't even unleashed their full power in that battle. The power within you, I gladly accept it. This nano battle armor you are, I gladly accept it too. Lin Bei's lips curled into a sinister grin. He switched from one hand to both, instantly multiplying the suction force several times over. Edward could no longer resist. His body floated uncontrollably through the air, hurtling toward Lin Bei. Simultaneously, the power within him drained away at a frantic pace. His physical form appeared unharmed, yet he felt as though his very soul was being drained dry. This was the true horror of the Endless Devourer's ability. The energy it devoured wasn't physical strength or vital blood, it was yuan qi. Vital energy was invisible and intangible, yet it formed the very foundation of a martial artist's cultivation. Depletion of vital energy meant the collapse of one's foundation. At best, one's cultivation level would plummet, at worst, death would come instantly. What have you done to me? Edward was overcome with terror, his desperate struggles futile. The strong prey on the weak, the large devour the small. Lin Bei, at the 9th tier of the 3rd stage, couldn't devour a 4th stage martial artist, but consuming opponents weaker than himself was child's play. Demon! You demon! Let me go! I beg you, let me go! I surrender! I won't fight anymore! I surrender! I surrender! Edward's desperate cry echoed from within the nanotech battlesuit. Lin Bei! He's conceded! Stop this at once! Yamamoto barked harshly. Oh! Lin Bei devoured all remaining energy, then casually flung Edward aside. Thud! Edward crashed to the ground, tumbling several times before coming to a stop. He lay motionless for a long moment. Yamamoto rushed forward, deactivating the nanotech armor to check on Edward. What he found shocked him. There were no visible wounds inside or out, no signs of suffocation, yet he was dead. Alien entity. Endless devouring. Chris clenched his fist and slammed it hard onto the ground. In that moment, it all clicked into place. During the revival tournament earlier, those puppets bound by soul contracts had all perished after Lin Bei devoured their vital energy. That was precisely why Lin Bei had leaped from 3rd stage, 6th tier to 3rd stage, 9th tier. Yet at the time, everyone believed Lin Bei had forcibly boosted his cultivation by doping. Chris's words sent shockwaves through the entire arena. Did I hear that correctly? The second-ranked endless devouring body among the 10 great top-tier bodies? Appearing right before my eyes? Chris is a cardinal of the Holy See. With his vast experience, he couldn't possibly be mistaken. They say that with sufficient energy, the endless devouring anomaly can devour directly from Tier 1 to Tier 9, utterly terrifying. The next century will belong to Lin Bei. Countless eyes turned toward Lin Bei. Some gazed with admiration, others with envy. An SSS tier elemental tyrant talent, coupled with the endless devouring entity, it was as if God had opened one door, then opened another. Even compared to Alice, who possessed dual SSS tier talents, Lin Bei held his own without compromise. His only weakness was his cultivation level, only at the 9th tier of the 3rd stage. But then again, Lin Bei was only 18, a full 2 years younger than Alice. Given his talent, if he were the same age as Alice, his strength would have long since left hers in the dust. Lord Chris, Lin Bei possesses limitless potential. I believe we should eliminate him now to prevent future troubles. Brown's voice dripped with murderous intent. Didn't you sense the sudden, intense spatial fluctuations? Chris countered. No, but that has nothing to do with what I'm saying. Brown was baffled. Of course it does. The powerful figures lurking in the shadows have already made their move. Until they decide the outcome, it's not our place to intervene. Chris's mood was tense. Olji, just how many secrets is this kid hiding? Ho Jing felt a tidal wave of shock wash over him. How should I know? Yida shook his head, unable to hide the shock etched across his face. Captain, he's just too strong. Xiao Linger's eyes overflowed with admiration. At that moment, Yamamoto on the arena raised his head to look at Chris, as if seeking his approval. A single nod from Chris would be all it took for Yamamoto to execute Lin Bei without hesitation. At such close range, even Ho Jing and Yidi, with their godlike strength, wouldn't have time to intervene. Yet Yamamoto saw Chris silently shake his head. No matter how much he struggled to understand, he had no choice but to obey the order. Lin Bei sensed the murderous intent in Yamamoto's heart, yet remained utterly unflustered. After all, he possessed the immortal Phoenix S. Thus, he strode confidently toward Yamamoto. Upon reaching Yamamoto's side, Lin Bei crouched down and boldly retrieved Edward's nanotech battle armor. Your turn, Lin Bei declared, drawing the Godslayer Thunderbone Spear, its razor-sharp tip pointing directly at Alice. Alice leapt into the air, donning the nanotech armor mid-flight before landing steadily at the center of the arena. I never imagined you'd appear before me, but your journey ends here. I don't know what you're talking about, but this gesture makes me invincible. Lin Bei raised both middle fingers. Facing the provocation, Alice showed no anger. It was as if an elephant paid no mind to an ant's provocation. To an elephant, crushing an ant requires nothing more than a single step. You must still be basking in the glory of your consecutive victories, convinced you're some unrivaled prodigy. But before a true prodigy, your meager strength is utterly insignificant. Alice's words were defiant. Even after Lin Bei had demonstrated such formidable power, she still didn't take him seriously. Both contestants draw lots. Yamamoto stepped forward again, holding the lottery tube. Let's keep this match fair, no bans needed. Alice waved him off, signaling Yamamoto to step back. Yamamoto's gaze shifted to Chris in the stands. Chris's face remained impassive. He deeply disliked Alice's arrogant and conceited nature, yet he could do nothing about it. Born into a premier martial arts family, she'd commanded respect since childhood. After awakening dual SSS tier talents, her arrogance only deepened. Truthfully, she had every reason to be arrogant. No opponent had ever defeated her in all these years. But this battle carried immense stakes. Caution was warranted. Let's begin. Alice couldn't be bothered to wait for Chris to signal Yamamoto. She smashed the lottery cylinder with a single slap. Chapter 141, SSS Rank Replication. 4th Tier Puppet. Ninefold Thunder Spear Technique. 9th Tier. Lin Bei struck first, a cold gleam piercing toward Alice's throat. Ninefold Thunder Spear Technique. 9th Tier. Alice conjured another Godslayer Thunderbone Spear from her palm, unleashing the identical strike toward Lin Bei. Boom! Boom! The spear tips collided, unleashing a massive energy ripple that swept like a violent storm, kicking up clouds of dust. As the dust slowly settled, everyone held their breath and stared intently. Lin Bei was unscathed. Alice was unscathed. This strike had been a dead heat. Yet, the stands erupted in uproar. What's going on? They're using identical weapons and martial arts? Alice's Godslayer Thunderbone Spear appeared out of thin air. It wasn't drawn from her storage bracelet. This is bizarre. The Ninefold Thunder Spear technique was created by a Dragon Nation master. Alice shouldn't possibly have mastered it. The crowd buzzed with speculation, none able to discern the truth. Brown, Yamamoto, Ho Jing, Yide, and others powerful and experienced had glimpsed a hint of the truth, though they dared not be certain. Such innate talent was exceedingly rare, rivaling that of an endless devouring entity. One punch shatters 10,000 arts. Lin Bei launched another offensive. One punch shatters 10,000 arts. Alice unleashed the same martial technique once more. Boom! Boom! The collision of their fists unleashed an energy ripple even more terrifying than before. Alice stood unscathed where she was, a mocking, defiant expression on her face. You can replicate my technique? Lin Bei was slightly taken aback. Unwilling to believe it, he activated the Wind Thunder Step, attempting to circle behind Alice. Useless. Alice executed the Wind Thunder Step as well. Trails of afterimages streaked across the arena, making it nearly impossible to distinguish the real body from the illusions. After a fruitless chase, Lin Bei finally halted, his mind reeling with shock. He could almost confirm it. This was the exceedingly rare SSS tier duplication talent. This talent could perfectly replicate armor, martial arts techniques, and any ability below SSS rank except for duplicating other bodies or living creatures. Back during the Shadow Tower combat training at the training camp, he had also faced another version of himself. However, the shadow self within the tower could only mimic his own moves and behavioral patterns, like a mindless robot. The Alice before him was different. The pressure she exerted on Lin Bei far exceeded that of the Shadow Tower combat training by several times. It truly is an SSS-grade duplication talent. Ho Jing clenched his fists, a flicker of worry crossing his mind. Under the suppression of this talent, Lin Bei's martial arts and battle armor are completely ineffective. The only things capable of harming Alice are the elemental tyrant and the endless devouring alien entity. Though the elemental tyrant is powerful, it cannot breach the nano armor's defenses. The endless devouring entity, hindered by Lin Bei's insufficient strength, cannot consume Alice at her 4th tier, 1st rank.
Yi's brow furrowed deeply, as if he had already foreseen the outcome of this battle.
Yamamoto, Brown, and other powerhouses all looked at Chris in shock.
They had long known Alice's talent was extraordinary, but never imagined it would reach such heights. Truth be told, before the World Genius Tournament commenced, the 8th 3rd tier, 9th level prodigies of the Eagle Nation team and Alice were all complete unknowns. Not a single piece of information about them existed anywhere in the world. It wasn't until the days leading up to the tournament that these 9 individuals suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Their debut was nothing short of a game changer, sending shockwaves across the entire world. Now, Alice's display of talent proved to be the ultimate trump card among trump cards. Remember, SSS tier prodigies are born only a handful each year, per country. Outside of world-class tournaments like this, the odds of encountering one are extremely low. Alice's SSS tier talent replication ability can duplicate any talent of S tier or below. Talents replicated, armor replicated, martial arts replicated combined with her formidable cultivation advantage, how could she not sweep through opponents like a whirlwind? Most crucially, Alice possesses dual SSS tier talents. Her other talent is likely no slouch either. Chris's lips curled upward, his expression radiating smug satisfaction. When the Eagle Nation selected prodigies for genetic enhancement, Alice wasn't even on the list. Due to her arrogant and lazy disposition, she only barely reached the 1st tier of the 3rd stage by the age of 20. Pouring resources into her without her own effort was a waste. Just as everyone was ready to abandon Alice, Chris discovered her dual SSS tier talents. Faced with the choice between potentially wasted resources and dual SSS tier talents, the Eagle Nation ultimately chose the latter. There was no other choice. Alice's 2 talents were simply too extraordinary. Even if it meant squandering all those resources in gene upgrade slots, it was worth the gamble. I see despair in your eyes, Alice chuckled smugly. You're so good at replicating things. Try replicating these 2 puppets. Lin Bei tapped his storage bracelet, tossing out 2 4th tier puppets. Forged primarily from purple gold stone, celestial scarstone, meteorite iron, and deep-sea silver mother. In terms of defensive capability alone, they were absolutely on par with nano battle armor. In terms of offensive power, each strike rivaled the full force of a 4th tier martial artist. Moreover, puppets knew no pain, no fatigue, and certainly no fear. Puppets? Alice's face betrayed her astonishment. SSS-grade replication can duplicate armor, martial arts techniques, and innate talents, but it cannot replicate alien bodies or living creatures. A moving puppet could be considered a form of living being. So this kid's a puppeteer too? Yi stared in disbelief. He had been the one to approve Han Bing's request for materials when she applied to the military headquarters. At the time, he'd been baffled what could Lin Bei possibly need such precious materials for. Little did he know it was for forging puppets. With 2 4th tier puppets assisting, the tide finally turned slightly in their favor. You think puppets can change the outcome? How naive. Alice sneered, firing 2 palm lasers at the puppets. Sizzle. The puppets absorbed the laser attacks without retreating an inch. Closer inspection revealed only fingernail-sized black indentations where the lasers struck. Even if the nano armor's entire energy reserve were depleted, it might not be enough to destroy these 2 puppets. Lin Bei's lips curled upward. He'd anticipated the puppet's laser resistance all along. After all, when he had unleashed the 9-fold Thunder Spear technique with his Godslayer Thunder Spear, it had only left a sesame seed-sized white mark on the puppet. Attack! Kill her! Lin Bei issued his concise command. The 2 puppets sprang into action, charging Alice from both sides. Their movements were stiff and clumsy, unable to match Alice, who had replicated the Wind Thunder step. But distracting Alice enough to tie up some of her attention was sufficient. The current situation was 3 against 1. As long as the fight continued, Alice would inevitably tire from constant defense and show an opening. Then, with the armor-piercing effect of the gun ancestor, a single strike would end the fight. Just 2 mere puppets. Alice unleashed relentless attacks with her left-hand laser and right-hand Godslayer Thunderbone gun. The puppets were clumsy and rigid, essentially just taking hits. After dozens of relentless strikes, the puppets still showed no signs of weakening. By this point, Alice understood that completely destroying the puppets would demand immense effort. The puppet's clumsy form and inability to fly meant that simply piloting her battle armor into the air would allow her to escape its constraints. But as the world's foremost prodigy, every opponent she had faced thus far had been crushed by her overwhelming might. Being forced to compromise and retreat was utterly unbecoming of the world's foremost prodigy. Then so be it. Alice had to guard against Lin Bei's attacks while also dealing with 2 4th-tier puppets, gradually finding herself at a disadvantage. You fool! What's wrong with you? Arrogant like this at a time like this? Chris watched in horror, his heart racing with anxiety. Brown and the other powerhouses were equally baffled, turning to look at Chris. Old ho, Lin Bei's value keeps rising. Yi roared with laughter.
Indeed. Talent matters, but sometimes character outweighs talent. Ho Jingshan nodded in agreement. Their high regard for Lin Bei stemmed not only from his talent but also from their admiration for his character. He possessed intelligence, decisiveness, and the courage to act decisively. He possessed the arrogance of a prodigy, yet never let pride cloud his judgment. Only someone like this could go far in the future. The moment has come. Lin Bei's eyes flashed as he seized the opening, thrusting his spear toward Alice's waist. Ninefold Thunder Spear Technique. The 9th tier. ZZZZT. Thunder light erupted, unleashing the overwhelming might of a colossal beast. A tangible thunder dragon roared, engulfing Alice. Energy Shield. Activate. Alice, exhausted from fending off the assault, finally revealed this opening. Yet she didn't believe this strike could breach her defenses. Her nanotech armor powered up to full capacity, charging the energy shield to its peak. Chapter 142, The Terror of Clone Talent. Popping pills. The next instant, the Thunder Dragon's furious, snarling jaws clamped down on the energy shield. No matter how much Alice increased the nano armor's energy output, it couldn't prevent cracks from appearing in the shield. A physique rivaling 5th tier. Martial arts rivaling 5th tier. A 6th grade lower tier Godslayer Thunderbone Spear. With 3 buffs stacked, even a 5th tier physical martial artist wouldn't dare block the spear head on, let alone a mere nanotech battlesuit? Crack. Finally, the energy shield shattered. The power of the Godslayer Thunderbone Spear was partially weakened as it continued its thrust toward Alice. You think this is enough to win? Alice calmly watched the rapidly advancing Godslayer Thunderbone Spear, her arrogant face dripping with contempt. No sooner had the words left her lips than the spear tip struck Alice's side. A loud bang echoed as her side armor shattered, the inner clothing torn to shreds by the force, revealing the pure white skin beneath. Under the terrifying impact, her ribs shattered, flesh and bone visibly caved in. Her entire body was sent flying backward, tumbling dozens of times across the ground before crashing into and collapsing the concrete wall at the edge of the arena. Did the captain win? Xiao Linger held her breath, finding it hard to believe that defeating the world's top prodigy, Alice, could be so effortless. Not yet, but that strike will definitely cripple her. Ho Jing knew Lin Bei's capabilities well. Back then, a single shot had shattered Lin Yao's internal organs through his dragon scale armor. Now, shattering Alice's internal organs through her nano battle armor would surely be no difficult feat. What's going on? Is this the true power of the world's top prodigy? She's nothing but a flash in the pan. Such an outrageously powerful SSS tier clone talent, and she's reduced it to this pathetic state? Utterly useless. Nothing but a hollow shell. The spectators in the stands had held high expectations for Alice. Not to mention crushing Lin Bei with unrivaled dominance, but at the very least, victory should come effortlessly. Only then would it match the prestige of the world's top prodigy and live up to everyone's preconceived notions about the Eagle Nation. Brown, Yamamoto, and the others fell silent, all silently turning their heads to observe Chris's expression. Yet Chris remained seated, his face showing not a trace of panic. His composed expression suggested everything was under control. Boom! Just as astonishment rippled through the group, debris erupted from the rubble as Alice piloted her nanotech battlesuit out. Though her expression remained hidden beneath the armor, her aura was palpable. Having withstood a direct hit from the ninefold Thunder Spear technique, her aura showed no sign of waning. Instead, it radiated with peak intensity. Seeing this, Lin Bei raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. No one knew better than him the armor-piercing power of the spear ancestor. If it had been powerful enough to slay the insect queen beyond its tier, killing her should be a mere formality. But why had her injuries healed in an instant? Lin Bei, since my talents awakened, you are the only opponent who has forced me to unleash both of my talents. As a reward, I'll sever your head and preserve it as a specimen. Alice's face contorted into a savage grimace as she roared, SS rank talent power amplification. Activate. SS rank talent defense enhancement. Activate. SS rank talent heightened perception. Activate. SS rank endless stamina. Activate. SS class super speed. Activate. Over a dozen SS tier talents activated consecutively, delivering a comprehensive 360-degree enhancement with no weaknesses whatsoever. Without exaggeration, this sequence of abilities boosted Alice's power by at least threefold. A powerful aura swept out, like a gale blowing toward the stands on all sides, startling everyone. Alice, now embodying over a dozen talents, far surpassed the combined might of the dozen assailants who had previously besieged Lin Bei. SSS tier duplication talent. Truly terrifying. Finally taking this seriously, Chris murmured, a relaxed smile curving his lips. SS-grade word spirit. Ban. Alice pointed a finger down from above. 3 mystical forces materialized out of thin air, striking the 2 puppets and Lin Bei respectively. In an instant, the 2 puppets were pinned to the spot, unable to move. Lin Bei felt as if his body had been filled with molten lead, while ropes bound him from head to toe. Moving even a single finger felt like an impossible struggle. Even with his physique rivaling a 5th-tier warrior and the nano armor he wore, he couldn't break free. Ignite. Lin Bei immediately activated his elemental tyrant talent. The SSS-grade flames swept over him, gradually dissipating the discomfort. SSS-grade flames could incinerate anything, but Lin Bei's cultivation base was slightly weaker, requiring a bit more time to break free. Those two puppets, lacking any innate abilities, would take much longer to break free. They're getting serious. This is going to be tough. Yida's expression tightened, his concern for Lin Bei palpable. Looks like they spared no effort in training Alice. Ho Jing instinctively clenched his fists. An SSS tier talent could replicate any talent at the SS tier or below. But SS tier geniuses weren't exactly a dime a dozen. Their birth rate was only slightly lower than that of SSS tier geniuses, making them still extremely rare. For Alice to replicate so many SS tier talents, Chris and the others must have scoured the nation, even the world, to find SS tier prodigies. They must have had these prodigies demonstrate their talents, creating replication opportunities for Alice to accumulate such profound talent reserves. So, does the captain still have a chance to win? Xiao Linger asked anxiously. Unless Lin Bei forcibly elevates his cultivation to the 4th tier, he might gain a sliver of chance to win through the endless devouring entity. Yi Di and Ho Jing answered in unison. The boundless devouring body could absorb all forms of energy. Its sole flaw lies in its inability to devour entities stronger than itself. It's like a small fish unable to swallow a larger one. Break through in battle? That's impossible, right? Xiao Linger's tone was doubtful, yet a sliver of certainty lingered in her heart. The higher the realm, the harder the cultivation, the more difficult the breakthrough. Moreover, the thresholds from Tier 1, Level 9 to Tier 2, Level 9 to Tier 3, and Tier 3, Level 9 to Tier 4 are all known as bottlenecks. Breaking through these requires exerting several times, or even dozens of times, the effort of a regular breakthrough. Those lacking innate talent or sufficient opportunity might never overcome these bottlenecks in their entire lives. The 6th tier of martial cultivation was known as the Great Divide. Warriors who ascend to the 6th tier can cultivate protective chi. The 4th tier of martial cultivation is known as the Minor Watershed. Among the countless martial artists in the world, fewer than 1 in 100 can take this step. For Lin Bei to break through to the 4th tier within such a short competition timeframe was utterly impossible. Got any last tricks up your sleeve? If not, you might as well die. Alice erupted with murderous intent, her replicated Godslayer Thunderbone spear pointing directly at Lin Bei. Me, a proud wall hanging. Forced to resort to drugs. How utterly humiliating. Lin Bei inwardly mocked himself before retrieving a large quantity of potions from his storage bracelet. When he sold the insect armor, the funds earned had been used not only to purchase alloy precision arrows but also to stockpile high-grade potions. Restorative potions, healing potions, power-enhancing berserker potions, and more. A staggering 10 million had been spent to acquire these potions. Now, they would finally serve their purpose. Chapter 143, Beast. Devour Alice. Lin Bei tilted his head back, downing one after another. The potion slid down his throat, its tartness tinged with a hint of bitterness. Immediately, an intense burning sensation surged from his throat, spreading throughout his entire body. His blood churned like boiling water within him. Flesh, veins, and bones were stretched taut by the potent potion's force, as if undergoing a second growth. Beneath his battle armor, his skin oozed crimson blood, his features contorted into a savage, beast-like grimace. His heart pounded wildly, his breathing growing increasingly ragged. The berserk potion may forcibly boost strength in the short term, but its side effects on the body are severe. Taking so many in succession will overwhelm the captain's body. Xiao Linger's face was filled with worry. In this battle, the captain has staked his very life. Louis expressed sincere admiration. This kid is ruthless to his enemies and even more ruthless to himself. Yi De was desperate to intervene, but it was too late. In less than a minute, Lin Bei downed 10 high-grade rage potions. For any other 3rd-tier martial artist, this would be a lethal dose. Even with Lin Bei's physique rivaling that of a 5th-tier martial artist, he was nearing his absolute limit. Continuing to consume the potions would likely cause his blood to explode and kill him. Not enough. Still not enough. Lin Bei could feel his internal energy surging, yet he remained stuck at the bottleneck. He increased the dosage further. As he drained the last vial, Lin Bei finally shattered the barrier, stepping into the 1st tier of the 4th rank. Everyone in the arena held their breath, staring at the potion bottles at Lin Bei's feet, their faces frozen in horror. 15 high-grade berserk potions. Even through the thick nano-battle armor, everyone could sense Lin Bei's madness and hysteria. Is this your final trump card? You're forcing your cultivation to match mine by draining your potential, then using that limitless devouring ability to suck me dry? Nice idea, but big fish eat little fish. Unfortunately, you're just the little fish. Alice's face twisted with arrogant disdain. Yet the next second, the arrogance froze on her face, replaced by a flash of terror deep in her eyes. Her nanotech battle armor and Godslayer Thunderbone spear were slowly dissolving, crumbling into sand that scattered across the ground. Elemental conversion. The gold element was being completely converted into earth. Lin Bei hadn't done this earlier because he wanted to obtain 3 complete sets of nanotech battle armor. Now, he only wanted Alice dead.
Lin Bei lunged forward like a rabid beast pouncing on Alice. The effects of the berserk potion wouldn't last long, he had to finish this quickly. Thud. Lin Bei's heavy punch slammed into Alice's head, and she countered with a fist of her own. The fists collided. Without her nano battle armor, Alice clearly took the brunt of the blow. After landing the first blow, Lin Bei pressed forward, unleashing an even more ferocious assault. Fists as big as sandbags rained down like a storm. When his fists weren't enough, Lin Bei unleashed a headbutt. Alice refused to be outdone, replicating various martial arts techniques to counterattack. Yet none of these techniques could breach the nano armor's defenses. For a moment, the two fought fiercely, neither gaining the upper hand.
Did I come to the wrong place?
The championship match of the World Genius Tournament looks like a street brawl. Lin Bei from the Dragon Nation team must be high on drugs.
His attacks are completely chaotic. He's doomed to lose. Taking that many high-grade berserk potions at once? It's no wonder he's gone off the rails.
The crowd watched the battle unfold, their faces etched with contempt. To them, Lin Bei's current state mirrored that of a street thug fighting with desperate fury. His mind had lost all reason, rage consumed his body, leaving only the urge to fight to the death. Look at Alice from the Eagle Nation team, her movements are precise and controlled. That's the poise befitting the world's top prodigy.
Captain, hang in there.
Xiao Linger's heart was in her throat as she silently prayed.
He'd never resort to such a desperate tactic unless cornered.
Ho Jing and the others also held their breath for Lin Bei.
Put.
Suddenly, Lin Bei coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Blood stained the visor of his battle armor, his vision turning crimson as his physical form grew increasingly weak. Earlier, Lin Bei had been like a flame fed by endless fuel, burning ever brighter. Now, however, it was as if the fuel had burned dry, and the flames were slowly dying out.
Alice clearly sensed Lin Bei's power waning.
With a vicious sneer, she declared,
"Power gained through overdrawing. It's never truly yours. Die."
After the relentless, high-intensity battle, Alice's body was also covered in numerous wounds. For her, the world's foremost prodigy, this was nothing short of a disgrace.
Only by killing Lin Bei could she wash away this disgrace. Endless Devour. Activate.
Lin Bei gritted his teeth, summoning his last ounce of strength to clasp Alice tightly. As the words left his lips, a colossal suction force erupted.
At such close range, Alice couldn't break free.
After replenishing his essence with pure primordial energy, Lin Bei's condition improved slightly. But this was merely a death throw. Consuming 15 high-grade berserk potions in one go had shattered his internal organs, meridians, and bones. Even a god couldn't reverse this.
We won?
Xiao Linger clenched her fists in excitement, rising from her chair.
Something's off.
Alice seems to be letting Lin Bei devour her. Ho Jing frowned, unable to fathom Alice's true intentions.
Is she committing suicide?
Xiao Linger realized her own foolishness the moment the words left her lips. The world's foremost prodigy.
With a distinguished family background, extraordinary talent, and limitless potential ahead. How could she possibly commit suicide during a match?
If it wasn't suicide, then Alice must still have a way to turn the tables. Soon, Alice's vital energy was completely drained.
Put.
Lin Bei coughed up another mouthful of blood, the fluid surging uncontrollably from his throat. Even through the thick nano armor, everyone could see Lin Bei coughing violently as his vitality plummeted rapidly. In no time, he plummeted back to the 3rd tier, 9th level.
Is it over? Did Lin Bei actually win? Could it be that those multinational conglomerates rigged the odds to control the payouts? What do you mean?
Of course it is. Otherwise, how could Alice, who had the upper hand the entire time, possibly lose to Lin Bei? The crowd rose in protest. However, Chris remained seated, immovable as a mountain, his face betraying not a single ripple of emotion. This time, Brown and the others were genuinely baffled. The Endless Devourer's ability could consume everything. Even if Alice somehow managed to scrape by, she'd be nothing but a useless shell. At best, Eagle Nation would nearly lose one of its top prodigies. On a larger scale, the Eagle Nation had lost the face of its decades-long, even centuries-long, hegemony. SSS-tier Insight, SSS-tier Elemental Tyrant, coupled with the endless devouring entity, truly a prodigy born once in a century. It's just a pity she was born in the wrong country. As he watched Lin Bei, whose life was ebbing away, Chris suddenly felt a pang of regret for such wasted talent.
Looks like this is your limit, Alice's haughty, contemptuous voice cut through the air. All eyes turned to her.
Alice, who moments ago had lain on the ground drained of energy like a corpse, now shot upright with a sharp snap, standing perfectly straight at a 90-degree angle. At first glance, it resembled a corpse rising from the grave. A closer look revealed that Alice's aura had returned to its peak state, showing no signs of having been drained of energy.
Not only that, but the nano armor melted by the elemental tyrant moments before had now reappeared on her body.
In stark contrast, Lin Bei was as frail as a candle flickering in the wind. His physical strength had completely dissipated, leaving him unable even to hold the Godslayer Thunderbone Spear.
Chapter 144, Time Rewind. Undying Alter Ego. Alice circled Lin Bei at a leisurely pace, like a hunter certain of victory, admiring her cornered prey. Truthfully, she had known all along that Lin Bei would gamble everything at the final moment, unleashing the endless devouring alter ego. Yet she did not dodge. She intended to make Lin Bei see the gulf between them. Even the endless devouring alter ego, ranked second among the world's top 10 alter egos, couldn't touch her. She also wanted everyone present to witness that her title as the world's foremost prodigy was no empty claim. Alice held the Godslayer Thunderbone Spear, its razor-sharp tip pressed against Lin Bei's throat. A formidable aura of 4th tier, first rank erupted suddenly, powerful as a god. Witnessing this scene, the crowd racked their brains, yet could think of no way to defeat Alice. Her SSS tier cloning talent allowed her to replicate any talent of S tier or below. When she replicated dozens or even hundreds of S-rank talents, it was nothing short of a horror story. The very thought sent chills down their spines. Even Lin Bei, with his dual SSS tier talents and limitless ability to devour other entities, had fallen. Who in the world could possibly stand against her? Probably no one. Meanwhile, sharp-eyed observers had already pieced together clues to deduce Alice's other SSS tier talent. SSS tier time rewind. Brown was utterly stunned, staring at Chris beside him in disbelief. Now he finally understood why Chris had remained so composed. This talent could reverse time, returning to any point in the past, though it only affected herself. This explained why Alice's nanotech armor, which had been melted by the elemental tyrant, suddenly reappeared. Possessing this talent was akin to having half an immortal self. It could be activated when near death, when physical strength was depleted, when armor was destroyed, or when battlesuit energy was exhausted. Any disadvantageous situation can trigger the time rewind talent, returning to the moment when you were at your absolute peak. Among the myriad types of talents, time-manipulating talents have always been the most powerful without exception. And among time-based talents, time rewind stands at the very pinnacle. However, this talent has its drawbacks. Each use of time rewind consumes a significant amount of stamina. Moreover, even though you return to your peak state from the past, the stamina consumed during the time rewind activation is not replenished. To put it simply, combat drains your current stamina, while using time rewind drains your maximum stamina. Suppose your stamina is 100 points. After depleting all your stamina, you activate time rewind to return to your peak moment in the past. At this point, your stamina will only recover to 80 points. The remaining 20 points are the stamina capacity that has been deducted. When the stamina capacity hits 0, the talent becomes unusable until it naturally recovers. SSS tier clone. Combined with SSS tier time rewind. A peerless prodigy. Yamamoto was utterly stunned. Old Ho, did you see it? Yi stared at Ho Jing, his emotions tightly restrained. Yes, I see it. SSS tier talent, time rewind. Ho Jing hated to admit it, but the ironclad truth was staring him in the face. The Eagle Nation was already powerful, and with its deep ties to Saiyans, it had acquired significant high-tech advancements. Now, it gained Alice a peerless prodigy. Possessing both talents, coupled with Eagle Nation's relentless cultivation, the future was destined to be her era. Among all the prodigies of her generation worldwide, only Lin Bei had the qualifications to challenge her. After all, Lin Bei possesses the limitless devouring ability, making his leveling speed unmatched. But now, after swallowing 15 high-grade berserk potions in one go, Lin Bei was already in a life-threatening situation. The astonished gasps of these 9th-tier powerhouses quickly rippled through the crowd. A single stone sent ripples across the pond, and the entire arena erupted. Did I hear that correctly? Alice's other talent is SSS-grade time rewind? I heard Lord Brown say it myself, how could it be false? Chairman Yamamoto of Sakura Nation, Ho Jing, and Yi of Dragon Nation, they all said it. The words fell, and the crowd gasped in stunned silence. An SSS tier cloning talent alone was enough to tower above all others. Now with an additional SSS tier time rewind talent, this is true invincibility. The title of the world's foremost prodigy was indeed well deserved. That the Eagle Nation could cultivate such a prodigious talent truly cemented its status as the architect of the world order. Captain. Xiao Linger hesitated, unable to continue. Ah. Yi's heart ached deeply. The Dragon Nation delegation bowed their heads in unison, recalling the events of the World Genius War as if it were a dream. First, Yi and Ho Jing struck decisively, taking down Banana Nation's team leader and Yamamoto. Then Lin Bei annihilated the entire Lion Nation team and the entire Cherry Blossom team, securing first place in the elimination round standings. He single-handedly propelled his entire team into the tournament finals. Finally, he charged single-handedly into the World Genius War Championship finals. Each of these events was so outrageous it felt unreal. Now, with Lin Bei's death, it felt like waking from a dream. Lin Bei, game over. Alice unleashed the ninefold Thunder Spear technique, thrusting forth the god-slaying Thunder Bone Spear. Thud! The brutal force, combined with the razor-sharp tip, instantly pierced through his nano battle armor and drove straight through Lin Bei's throat. As the Godslayer Thunder Bone Spear was yanked out, a torrent of blood gushed forth. A gaping wound as thick as an infant's arm was laid bare before everyone's eyes.
Having consumed massive quantities of high-grade berserk potions, his flesh, bones, meridians, and internal organs were already shattered.
Now with his throat pierced through, he was absolutely dead as a doornail. Thud. Lin Bei's physical form collapsed to the ground. Yamamoto rushed forward eagerly, grabbing Alice's wrist and raising it high as he declared, "I announce. The champion of this year's World Genius Tournament is Alice." "Yamamoto, you old dog, no need to grovel so eagerly for your master." Lin Bei's hollow voice echoed. "Who dares insult me? Show yourself." Yamamoto roared in fury. He'd been seething since hearing those insults. "Yamamoto old scoundrel, Yamamoto old dog," repeated over and over. But Ho Jing and Yi De were simply too powerful. He had no choice but to swallow his frustration. But aside from those two, he would take on anyone else on the field. "I'm cursing you." "So what?" Lin Bei activated his undying phoenix alter ego, rising from the ground fully healed. The gaping wound in his throat healed completely, and his nanotech battle armor automatically repaired itself. According to the undying phoenix alter ego's effect growing stronger with each resurrection, his cultivation level had smoothly advanced to the first tier of the 4th stage. Lin Bei? How could you still be alive?" Yamamoto's aged eyes widened in utter astonishment. "If an old fossil like you can still be alive, why would I die?" Lin Bei flexed his limbs, his body crackling with sound. "The endless devouring alter ego doesn't have a resurrection effect. Unless you've awakened dual alter egos." The playful expression vanished from Alice's face, replaced by solemnity. "Dual anomalies? Does such a person even exist in this world? It's not about dual anymore. This guy possesses dual SSS tier talents, plus dual. Only 2 alien bodies can resurrect, the 9 lives Mystic Cat and the Undying Phoenix. Which one could this guy be?" A new wave of commotion swept through the crowd as countless eyes turned toward Yi De and Ho Jing. As the leading powerhouses of the Dragon Nation, they knew their own contestant best. Only they could possibly know which immortal alter ego Lin Bei had awakened. Chapter 145, Lin Bei's Final Ace. Crushing Dominance. Immortal Phoenix. Ho Jing and Yi De exclaimed in unison, their eyes widening like copper bells. Only now did they finally understand. Lin Bei had never awakened a restorative type at all. He had awakened the Undying Divine Phoenix. Ranked first among the world's top 10, even if his physical form was destroyed and only a single drop of blood remained, he could rebirth from that drop. With each resurrection, its power grew stronger. Moreover, it possessed the blazingly swift wings of the Divine Phoenix. Activating the Undying Divine Phoenix alter ego carried no side effects and had no usage limit. Each resurrection restored him to full health, true immortality. Compared to this, Alice's SSS tier cloning talent and SSS tier time rewind talent pale in comparison. It's the Undying Divine Phoenix alter ego. That kid's got some serious luck. 2 SSS tier talents, plus the top-ranked and second-ranked forms unprecedented in history. Immortality equals invincibility. While others were still debating whether it was the 9 lives Mystic Cat or the Undying Phoenix variant, Brown, Yamamoto, and the others had already deduced the truth. The 9 lives Mystic Cat alter ego manifests 2 defining traits, unparalleled speed and acute perception. The immortal Phoenix divine body also had 2 defining traits, enhanced power after resurrection and the possession of divine Phoenix wings. If Lin Bei were the former, he'd have no need to cultivate the Wind Thunder step. Moreover, after Lin Bei's resurrection, his cultivation realm had surged from Tier 3, Level 9 to Tier 4, Level 1, perfectly matching the effects of the Undying Divine Phoenix form. Looking back now, the decision to eliminate Lin Bei was utterly laughable. The Undying Phoenix anomaly cannot be killed. It can only be restrained or sealed. At this realization, several heads turned to look at Chris. Alice's dual SSS tier talents were indeed formidable, capable of overwhelming nearly 99.99% of her peers worldwide. But she couldn't crush Lin Bei, who possessed the immortal Phoenix's divine form. Now, only one path lay before her: surrender. Otherwise, once the time rewind limit was exhausted, Lin Bei would surely kill her. Creak, creak. Chris clenched his fists so tightly his knuckles turned white, his teeth grinding audibly. Burning rage raged within her chest like a volcano poised to erupt at any moment. The Lion Nation, the Cherry Blossom Nation, the Squid Nation, the Chicken Nation, he cared not for the losses of any of his allies. Even the death of the Eagle Nation's prodigy meant nothing to him. But the World Genius Tournament champion must belong to the Eagle Nation. This was paramount. Only then could the Eagle Nation maintain its global supremacy and prestige. Should Alice lose to Lin Bei, it would be like openly declaring to the world that even gods can be wounded. Yet now, there was no other option. Alice, with her dual SSS tier talents, could not kill Lin Bei, who possessed the immortal Phoenix's divine physique. Chris looked up into the void. The tremors of spatial energy had vanished, signifying that the hidden powerhouses lurking in the shadows had also determined their victor. And the victor certainly wasn't from the Eagle Nation camp, otherwise, they would have intervened in this battle of geniuses. Intense resentment and jealousy surged within him. In the depths of Chris's eyes, boundless murderous intent flared. Several times, he nearly acted without regard for the consequences, but ultimately held back each time. Ah. Chris let out a long sigh as if drained of all strength. He slumped in his chair, his eyes losing all luster. Sigh. Yamamoto, Brown, and the other powerful figures sighed in unison, understanding the complex, helpless emotions Chris was experiencing. Lin Bei might seem weak now, but his potential was limitless. With the Dragon Nation's unstinting cultivation, it wouldn't be long before he joined the ranks of martial arts masters. Moreover, Lin Bei would only grow stronger, potentially even surpassing the legendary 9th tier. The saying one man can hold off 1,000 was embodied in this very moment. You don't seem quite as confident as before, Lin Bei remarked, a faint smile playing on his lips as he deftly twirled the Godslayer Thunderbone spear in a practiced flourish. I am the world's foremost prodigy. I will not lose. Alice thrust her spear forward with arrogant defiance. Crack! Lin Bei snapped his fingers lightly. In an instant, Alice's nano battle armor and Godslayer Thunderbone spear melted away. Without the armor's reinforcement, her bare-handed strength, even replicating a 6th-grade martial skill, couldn't inflict fatal damage on Lin Bei. Conversely, her SS-grade defensive enhancement couldn't withstand a 6th-grade inferior God-slaying Thunder Spear. As the tide turned, Lin Bei steadily gained the upper hand. Earlier, due to the limited potency of the Berserk Potion, Lin Bei had been forced to attack relentlessly to finish the fight quickly. Now that time was no longer a factor, he realized that Alice, with her dual SSS tier talents, wasn't all that impressive after all. After exchanging dozens of blows, Alice was gasping for breath and covered in wounds. Simultaneously unleashing multiple S-tier talents did elevate her power by several tiers, but the cost was immense. Especially the Godslayer Thunderbone spear, its razor-sharp tip effortlessly pierced through her defenses. Time rewind. Activate. After a long struggle, Alice's stamina finally gave out, forcing her to activate her time rewind talent. In the blink of an eye, Alice was fully restored, her nano armor reappearing. Yet only she knew that each use of time rewind drained her maximum stamina, leaving her with only a few more activations left. Once her stamina was depleted, defeat was inevitable. But she refused to accept defeat. From childhood, she had been the center of everyone's attention. At 18, she awakened dual SSS tier talents and secured a rare genetic enhancement opportunity. By 20, she had reached the first tier of the 4th stage, truly the world's undisputed prodigy. As the world's foremost prodigy, how could she possibly lose to anyone? Again. Ninefold Thunder Spear Technique. 9th tier. Alice launched the first strike. Yet, halfway through its strike, the Godslayer Thunderbone spear melted away along with the nanotech battle armor covering her body. Another Godslayer Thunderbone spear thrust toward her, aiming straight for her forehead. Alice's pupils contracted sharply as she instinctively spun mid-air to evade. The ensuing battle repeated the earlier scenario. No matter what different talents Alice replicated, she remained suppressed by Lin Bei. Once her stamina was depleted, she activated time rewind once more. Once, twice, 3 times. The identical sequence played out endlessly, leaving the onlookers numb with boredom. Even they knew this match had ended the moment Lin Bei activated the Immortal Phoenix alter ego. Alice's desperate struggle was utterly meaningless. The longer she fought, the more she resembled a clown blind to reality. Your stamina is nearing its absolute limit. You can't keep using time rewind. Lin Bei grinned. This time, he was the hunter, scrutinizing his cornered prey. But unlike Alice, he wouldn't drag it out, giving his prey any chance to escape. If he was going to kill, he would do it with thunderous force. Ninefold Thunder Spear Technique. 9th tier. Lin Bei closed the distance with his wind thunder step. The Godslayer Thunderbone spear in his hands blazed with light as a thunder dragon surged forward, poised to devour Alice. SS-class Defense Enhancement. Activate. SS-class Flesh Amplification. Activate. SS-class Immortal Golden Body. Activate. Alice gritted her teeth, consecutively activating multiple SS tier talents in a desperate attempt to block Lin Bei's spear strike. Yet as the Godslayer Thunderbone spear grew larger and larger in her pupils, the primal fear of death deep within her spread uncontrollably throughout her entire body. In that moment, she was terrified and utterly hopeless. If she could turn back time, she would have chosen to surrender. But alas, there was no such chance. Chapter 146, Claiming the Championship. Great Sun Soul Shattering Spear Technique. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed as the Thunder Dragon, forged from raw power, instantly obliterated. Everyone's gaze fixed on the scene as Chris appeared on the battlefield out of nowhere. He was holding the God-slaying Thunderbone spear at bay with a single finger. No matter how hard Lin Bei strained, the tip of the God-slaying Thunderbone spear wouldn't advance another inch. "And my lord!" Alice snapped out of her deathly terror. The moment she recognized Chris's silhouette, she burst into tears of relief. "Lin Bei, you win," Chris reluctantly conceded. "She hasn't surrendered. This battle isn't over, and I haven't won." Facing a 9th-rank powerhouse, Lin Bei remained unyielding, his intent to slay Alice etched across his face. "I surrender. I surrender." Alice's pride and self-respect had been shattered by the brink of death moments ago. She repeated the words "I surrender" over and over in a loud voice. Each repetition felt like a resounding slap across Chris's face. He was deeply annoyed, yet utterly powerless. What did she say? I don't understand. Could you translate? Lin Bei looked at Chris with a smile. Chris was so furious he could practically grind his back teeth to dust. He knew this was Lin Bei's provocation, but he had no choice but to grit his teeth and translate. She said she admits defeat. Lin Bei nodded in satisfaction, then turned to Yamamoto. Old dog Yamamoto, hurry up and announce the results. Hearing this, Yamamoto's rage flared anew. But since the formidable Chris hadn't made a move, Yamamoto dared not act in front of Ho Jing and Yi. He could only swallow his rage and announce, I declare Lin Bei the champion of this year's World Genius Tournament. Ha 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 ha. We won. The captain won. Our Dragon Nation won. Look at Chris's face like he just ate. That's hilarious. Captain. The eternal legend. I'm following you from now on. Across the vast arena, only the Dragon Nation team erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. Elsewhere, applause was sparse or even non-existent. It wasn't that they didn't want to applaud, they just feared Chris would hold a grudge against them. After all, Eagle Nation remained the undisputed global powerhouse, no one dared cross them. Yi, Ho Jing, and the Dragon Nation's hidden powerhouses all felt a surge of vindication and triumph. After years of being targeted, years of being suppressed. Finally, they had won. But beyond this triumphant feeling, what excited them even more was that the Dragon Nation had produced a peerless prodigy like Lin Bei. Dual SSS tier talents coupled with dual alternate bodies. He was nothing short of a child of destiny. Could this also signal the Dragon Nation's imminent resurgence? Yamamoto, you old dog, where's the champion's reward? Lin Bei scored twice and taunted. Next, prizes will be distributed according to the competition rankings. First place, Lin Bei. Yamamoto reluctantly tossed a storage bracelet containing the entire championship prize. A top-tier 7th grade martial art manual, 10 6th grade spirit herbs, 1 7th grade spirit herb, plus 10 billion eagle coins. Lin Bei accepted the storage bracelet and eagerly pulled out the 7th grade top-tier martial art manual, Great Sun Soul Shattering Spear Technique. A spear technique. Tailor-made for me. Lin Bei's face lit up with delight. As his cultivation and weaponry advanced, the Wind Spirit Spear Technique and Ninefold Thunder Spear Technique he'd learned in the north had become increasingly useless. Especially the Wind Spirit Spear Technique, it was practically useless now. With this Great Sun Soul Shattering Spear Technique, the weakness of his low spear skill was instantly remedied. Congratulations, young man, Ho Jing said with a smile. Returning home with the title of World Genius Tournament Champion, those factions probably won't dare to cause you trouble anymore, Yi remarked. Captain, let us see the champion's rewards. Xiao Linger approached curiously. A top-tier 7th grade Great Sun Soul Shattering Spear Technique, 10 6th grade Sea Soul Grasses, 1 7th grade Giant Demon Fruit, and 10 billion eagle coins. Lin Bei retrieved all the rewards from his storage bracelet. Whoa! Seeing these valuable items before them, the Dragon Nation team members' eyes widened in astonishment. 10 billion eagle coins equaled 70 billion Dragon Nation coins. This was an absolutely staggering fortune. Sea Soul Grass was an extremely rare 6th grade spiritual herb. Consuming it could greatly enhance one's strength, making it consistently priced beyond market value. The 7th grade Giant Beast Fruit was even rarer. Legend had it that when consumed by a colossal beast, it could double its size, making it the most precious physical enhancement spirit herb. However, among all the rewards, the most precious item was undoubtedly this top-tier 7th grade martial skill manual. Martial arts techniques become rare and precious starting from grade 5, and a grade 7 martial arts technique is considered a clan treasure. A top-tier 7th grade martial skill, even the Lin clan, one of the 3 greatest martial arts families in the Dragon Nation, would treasure it as a priceless relic. The Great Sun Soul Shattering Spear Technique? It's actually this martial skill. Yi was slightly startled, then gripped Lin Bei's shoulders tightly, exclaiming excitedly, youngster, you've truly struck gold this time. General Yi, could this martial art have some extraordinary origin? Lin Bei asked in surprise. Have you heard of Sakura spear god Takakura Suk? Yi inquired. Never heard of him. Is he famous? Lin Bei shook his head, utterly baffled. No way, Captain? You don't even know Takakura K? About 20 or 30 years ago, Takakura Suk, a 7th rank, 9th level master, came to our Dragon Nation seeking a duel. With his peerless spearmanship, he defeated 19 of Dragon Nation's most prestigious spear-wielding families. It was only when the Dragon Nation's spear god stepped in that he was finally defeated. Up to this point, the story was fairly standard. Takakura Suk was simply a master swordsman. But shortly after returning home, Takakura K synthesized the spear techniques of Longwa's 19 great spear schools with the spear god's soul-shattering spear art, forging the Sun Soul-shattering spear art. At the 7th tier, 9th level, he created a top-tier 7th grade martial art. How terrifying is that? Xiao Linger took a deep breath, swallowed, and continued. Upon hearing this news, the Dragon Nation spear god remarked that in terms of spear technique alone, Takakura Suk far surpassed him. After hearing this, only one phrase left a deep impression on Lin Bei. At the 7th tier, 9th rank, he created a top-tier 7th grade martial skill. Typically, 7th-tier martial artists create 6th-grade techniques or even lower. A 7th-rank cultivator creating a 7th-grade martial art and a top-tier one at that was indeed a rarity. Takakura's skill was underrated back then because his cultivation level held him back. Had he advanced to the 8th tier, this technique would have easily reached the 8th grade tier. Yi picked up where Xiao Linger left off, adding, Alice from the Eagle Nation team is also a master of spear techniques. Honestly, all these championship rewards were practically tailor-made for her. Who could have guessed they'd end up benefiting you, kid? Ho Jing laughed heartily, his mouth practically split from ear to ear. Swish. 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 At that moment, dozens of figures suddenly appeared in dense formation above the arena. Each figure radiated immense power. The weakest were at the 8th tier, and several were even 9th tier powerhouses. This sudden turn of events instantly captured the attention of everyone present. Everyone looked up, but the blinding sunlight made it difficult to discern the faces of this group. In that instant, hearts leapt to throats. Fear gripped them that the Quan Xing forces had launched a counterattack. Chapter 147, Return to the Homeland. Audience with the Sovereign. Vote for me. Old Ho. Old Yi. The two figures leading the aerial assault locked onto Ho Jing and Yi's positions before swiftly diving downward. Seeing this, everyone else on the field froze in shock. Why had Dragon Nation suddenly dispatched so many martial arts masters? What were they up to? Wasn't it enough that Lin Bei had already killed so many? Did he now intend to slaughter the leaders of every nation as well? Fear gripped Yamamoto, Brown, and the others. Under Eagle Nation's direction, they had relentlessly targeted Dragon Nation over the years. It was entirely reasonable for the Dragon Nation to seek retribution. What the hell is going on that you call us all here in such a rush? Demanded a War God Hall expert. Lin Bei killed too many people during the tournament, Ho Jing explained. I'm concerned these nations' elite fighters might retaliate afterward, which is why I summoned you all here. That many? The War God Temple expert raised an eyebrow skeptically. Rough estimates put it at over 400, Ho Jing stated. The War God Temple expert immediately grew displeased and scolded, You young upstart. Our Dragon Nation is currently in a critical phase of biding our time and building our strength. We shouldn't be making enemies left and right. Even those weaker nations, we should avoid provoking them whenever possible. You misunderstand. He didn't target those weak nations. He merely wiped out the entire Lion Nation team, the entire Cherry Blossom Nation team, and most of the top talents from Chicken Nation, Han's Cat Nation, and Squid Nation, along with a small portion of Eagle Nation's elite, Ho Jing explained calmly. As the words fell, the room plunged into deathly silence. Dozens of powerful figures from the military headquarters and the War God's temple stood frozen in place, as if turned to stone, unable to recover for a long while. He wiped out the entire Lion Nation team and the entire Cherry Blossom Nation team. And most of the prodigies from the Chicken Nation, Han's Cat Nation, and Squid Nation, along with a small portion of the top prodigies from the Eagle Nation. They were certain they recognized every single word. But when strung together into a sentence, how had it become so unfamiliar? Old Ho, you're not joking, right? The War God Temple powerhouse asked with deadpan seriousness. Did I and Old G summon you all here in such a hurry just to joke around? Ho Jing countered. Whoa! Hearing this, dozens of elites from the military headquarters and War God's Hall collectively sucked in their breath. Their strength was one thing. That killing intent, it was truly immense. Among peers his age, few could match his ruthlessness. With such a major incident occurring, shouldn't we call in reinforcements from the mainland? It would be safer that way. The War God Temple expert who had spoken earlier suddenly blurted out these words. The others exchanged solemn glances and nodded in tacit agreement. Cultivating a prodigy is no easy feat. Cultivating an SSS tier prodigy is even harder. Yet Lin Bei went and wiped out the entire team with his first strike. This wasn't just a conflict, it was a life or death grudge. Especially for Lion Nation and Sakura Nation, whose entire teams were wiped out. How did they manage to restrain themselves from killing Lin Bei on the spot? With Elder Yun's covert support and our own forces, we can handle them as long as they don't mobilize their entire nation, Yi stated. There aren't many personnel we can mobilize domestically at short notice. Let's proceed with this plan for now, Ho Jing agreed. Delay could spell disaster. The Dragon Nation delegation swiftly departed the World Genius Tournament arena, boarding a pre-arranged private jet bound for home. Seated in the cabin, Xiao Linger and the others occasionally glanced at these powerful figures out of the corners of their eyes. Apart from those stationed at the Colossus battlefield, nearly all the elite from the War God's Temple and the military headquarters were present. Back home, these were the kind of figures whose every move sent shockwaves through the entire nation. Ordinary martial artists might spend their entire lives without ever catching a glimpse of them. And now, they were all present, even being personally escorted back by these elites. Such lavish treatment was indeed reserved only for a peerless prodigy like Lin Bei. And they were all riding on Lin Bei's coattails. Meanwhile, news of the World Genius Tournament's conclusion spread across the globe. Dragon Nation's Lin Bei defeated formidable opponents to claim the World Genius Tournament championship, a massive upset. From this moment onward, Lin Bei's name resounded across the globe, becoming synonymous with unparalleled strength. The Dragon Nation, once a dominant power, re-emerged before the world's eyes through this tournament. People worldwide began speculating whether Dragon Nation would challenge Eagle Nation's supremacy. Every citizen of Dragon Nation firmly believed that one day, Dragon Nation would surely trample Eagle Nation underfoot and become the sole dominant power of the new era. The entire nation celebrated, with companies, schools, and institutions declaring a 7-day holiday in honor of Lin Bei's victory. Yet where there is joy, sorrow is never far behind. The biggest loser of this World Genius tournament was undoubtedly the Martial Arts Foundation. They spent a fortune bribing numerous prodigies, attempting to control the tournament for massive profits. Then Lin Bei emerged out of nowhere, disrupting the Martial Arts Foundation's entire scheme and leaving them bankrupt. This was after forcibly deducting 75 billion from Lin Bei and banning him from further betting. Without these two measures, the Martial Arts Foundation risked losing its entire century-old fortune overnight. After a long while, the private jet landed smoothly at the capital airport of Dragon Nation. "Come with me. The sovereign wishes to see you," Ho Jing said, placing an arm around Lin Bei's shoulder. He then addressed Xiao Linger and the others. "You all come too?" "Yes." The mere thought of meeting the legendary sovereign filled Xiao Linger and the others with overwhelming excitement. The ruler of Dragon Nation. Founder of the War Gods Hall. One of the pinnacle masters of martial arts. He was the highest-ranking, most powerful, and strongest individual in the Dragon Kingdom. It was his single-handed efforts that saved the nation from collapse, allowing the Dragon Kingdom to endure to this day. Without him, the Dragon Nation would have long since fragmented and been devoured by the behemoths. After disembarking the plane, the group transferred to a Hongqi limousine and headed straight for the sovereign's mansion. The immense national leader's mansion stood solemn and imposing, its red national emblem suspended above radiating authority. Merely standing at its entrance compelled one to instinctively cast aside all distracting thoughts. Soon, they arrived. After disembarking, they walked along the hand-woven red carpet toward the interior of the sovereign's residence. At that moment, every heart beat with nervous anticipation. Only Lin Bei remained utterly composed, his expression calm and unruffled. To him, the sovereign was merely a stronger version of Yi Di and Ho Jing. He hadn't deliberately lowered his stance to accommodate them back then either. "Today, I certainly won't lower my stance to curry favor with the sovereign. In this world where might reigns supreme, groveling for favor never secures a reliable relationship." Passing through the grand hall, the group entered the reception room. The reception room was exceptionally spacious, with over a dozen sets of premium rosewood sofas arranged in rows along both sides. The red national emblem still hung on the wall directly opposite the entrance. The moment they entered, each person instinctively dropped their playful expressions, adopting solemn and dignified demeanors. Seated in the chair at the head of the room was a man in his early 50s, dressed in a black traditional Chinese robe. His face was kind, his eyes gentle, and his jet-black hair was streaked with a few strands of white. From head to toe, he exuded not a shred of the imposing aura one might expect from a ceiling-tier powerhouse. If encountered on the street, no one would ever guess this was the ruler of the Dragon Nation. Chapter 148, The Young Master of the War God Hall. The Sovereign's Request. "Greetings, Your Majesty," Ho Jing and Yi Di bowed respectfully. "We pay our respects to the sovereign." Xiao Linger and the others immediately followed suit. Several prodigies, unaccustomed to such grand occasions, were so startled they nearly knelt to the ground in greeting. But before their knees fully touched the ground, a gentle force lifted them up. Only Lin Bei stood perfectly straight in place, offering the sovereign a standard military salute. "This isn't a military camp. You must bow when addressing the sovereign," Yi Di whispered as a reminder. "It's all right," the sovereign smiled amiably, casting a few appreciative glances at Lin Bei before turning to the other prodigies. "You have brought honor to the nation. The state will not shortchange you. Here are some gifts. One for each of you." As the words fell, 25 gift boxes appeared before the group. A reward personally bestowed by the sovereign, it couldn't possibly be ordinary. Though their hearts ached with desire, not a single one dared to reach out. "Since His Majesty has bestowed them, we should accept them," Ho Jing said. "Yes. Thank you for the sovereign's bounty." The crowd eagerly accepted the gift boxes floating before them and proceeded to open them. 6th grade martial arts technique. "Mine's a 6th grade martial skill too. Mine is an earthfire spiritual root." Each reward was unique, yet every item had been meticulously prepared by the sovereign, perfectly suited to its recipient. Lin Bei opened the gift box before him. Inside lay only a black token. The front bore a crimson divine character, while the back was engraved with Lin Bei's name. "Captain, our rewards are all 6th grade martial arts techniques and spirit medicines. Why is yours just a token?" Xiao Linger asked, utterly bewildered. "Could it be a mistake?" Louis stammered nervously. "What do you know?" The sovereign bestowed this token upon Lin Bei to invite him to join the War Gods Hall. Ho Jing explained. The group gasped in shock before realizing the significance, their eyes brimming with envy as they looked at Lin Bei. The War Gods Hall, founded by the sovereign, held few members, yet each was a martial arts powerhouse. Historically, there was only one way to join the War God's Hall, to gain the king's recognition and be personally invited by him. Without the sovereign's personal endorsement, even the most extraordinary talents could never gain entry. Once one gained membership in the War God's Hall, it meant having the sovereign's backing. This status was several times more formidable than the military's dragon group. Domestic factions would certainly dare not cause trouble for Lin Bei anymore. In truth, this token signifies the identity of the War God Hall's young master, the sovereign declared, his words striking like thunder. Hearing this, the entire crowd erupted in shock, Ho Jing included. As the War God Hall's deputy hallmaster, he knew only that the hall had one hallmaster, 2 deputy hallmasters, 10 stewards, and the rest were corps members. What even was a young master of the War God Hall? Was such a position even real? Why had he never heard of it before? Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Ho Jing. He looked up at the sovereign in disbelief, his aged face betraying a storm of shock. Having served in the War God's Hall for over a decade, Ho Jing could affirm with certainty that no such position as young master existed. The sovereign had created the position of young master specifically for Lin Bei, clearly intending to cultivate him as a key successor. Or rather, to groom him as the successor. This reward was truly staggering. Captain, becoming the War God Temple's young master would place you second only to the temple master, above tens of thousands. Louis eagerly sought to ingratiate himself, smiling as he flattered. Lin Bei, are you willing to join the War God Hall? The ruler asked solemnly. I accept, Lin Bei answered with unwavering resolve. Excellent. From this day forward, you shall be the young master of the War God Hall, with the authority to command anyone except the 3 hall masters. No laws shall bind you, you answer only to me. The sovereign descended from above, personally retrieving the token from the box and placing it into Lin Bei's hands. Hearing these words, Ho Jing was certain the sovereign intended to groom Lin Bei as his successor. Domestic affairs were tangled and turbulent, while foreign relations were equally unstable, all while colossal beasts lurked in the shadows. In this chaotic world, death could come to anyone, even the sovereign. Therefore, he needed an heir. Rather than the young master of the War God's Hall, he was now the young master of the Dragon Nation. This was an immense honor, but also an immense responsibility. Xiao Linger and the others couldn't fathom this layer of significance. All they knew was that the War God's Hall was teeming with powerhouses, where even the weakest were 6th tier, and among them were countless 7th tier and 8th tier martial arts masters. Now inviting Lin Bei, a mere 4th tier, first-rank cultivator, to join in as the War God Hall's young master proved the sovereign's profound regard for him. From this day forward, Lin Bei possessed the most formidable and unshakable backing in all of Dragon Nation. Very well, everyone else may withdraw. I have matters to discuss privately with Lin Bei. The sovereign waved his hand, signaling the others to leave. Yes, your majesty. Ho Jing and the others respectfully exited the conference room. Once alone, the sovereign took Lin Bei by the wrist, sat down beside him, and got straight to the point. Ho Jing mentioned you obtained a Saint's ticket by clearing the Shadow Tower. Is that true? Yes. Lin Bei made no attempt to hide it, immediately retrieving the ticket from his storage bracelet. Alright, then I'll be direct. The opportunity to enter Saints is extremely rare. I hope that once you're inside, you can bring back several advanced technologies for the Dragon Nation, while ensuring your own safety. Even just one would be valuable. The Dragon Nation will reward you handsomely. The sovereign's tone was sincere. He then placed a storage bracelet on the table. Currency from any nation is worthless in Saints. Transactions there can only be conducted using ore. This storage bracelet contains 30 million tons of iron ore and 5 million tons of various rare minerals. Hearing this quantity of ore, Lin Bei was utterly stunned. Before the colossal beasts became a catastrophe, the world's major powers measured their iron ore production in hundreds of millions of tons. Among them, the Dragon Nation was known as the infrastructure powerhouse, with its annual domestic iron ore mining and imported iron ore combined exceeding 1 billion tons. With the outbreak of the colossal beasts' calamity, vast mineral-rich regions were overrun, causing global ore production to plummet. The once proud infrastructure powerhouse now produced less than 30 million tons of ore annually. With output plummeting, prices naturally skyrocketed. Despite strict export bans on mineral resources, resourceful individuals always find ways to funnel these materials into the black market. Take iron ore prices as an example. On the black market, it fetches 20,000 Longwood currency per ton. 30 million tons? That's 600 billion. Rare ores command even higher prices. Combined, these ores are worth nearly 800 billion. Lin Bei, these mineral resources are your capital for entering the Saints operation. If you can bring back a few advanced technologies, that's ideal. If not, it's no big deal. The most important thing is to ensure your own safety. The ruler repeated his instructions. I understand. Lin Bei nodded and accepted the storage bracelet. Alright, go. I know you have matters to attend to. Go ahead and handle them. The sovereign smiled and waved him off. Thank you, your majesty. Lin Bei saluted once more before leaving the reception room. A storage bracelet worth over 800 billion was handed over without hesitation. Lin Bei did not intend to betray this trust. If it was truly possible, he would bring back several more advanced technologies for the Dragon Nation. But for now, the most urgent task was to head to the Martial Arts Foundation headquarters and reclaim the seized 75 billion. Chapter 149, Lin Langtian again. Foundation headquarters. Lin Bei stepped out of the meeting room and spotted Yi Di and the others waiting in the lobby from a distance. They exchanged knowing smiles, saying nothing in unspoken understanding. Those who knew why the sovereign had kept Lin Bei didn't need to ask those who wouldn't be foolish enough to pry. Lin Bei stood at the center, like a promising young leader, guiding the group toward the exit of the sovereign's residence. At that moment, every one of them was brimming with confidence. As soon as they stepped outside the sovereign's residence, they spotted a black Mercedes-Benz S450 parked nearby. Lin Langtian, dressed in a crisp black suit, leaned against the car door, eyes closed in quiet repose. Third Master, Lin Bei is out, an elderly servant-like figure alerted him. Lin Langtian slowly opened his eyes. His face bore no trace of hostility, only a kind smile. He stepped forward to greet him. Lin Bei, let's find a place to talk. No time, Lin Bei replied curtly. How dare you? You worthless outcast expelled from the Lin family registry. How dare you speak to Third Master in such a tone? Kneel and apologize immediately. Seizing the chance to curry favor with Lin Langtian, the old servant harshly belittled Lin Bei. Buzz. Put. A cold gleam flashed, followed by a spear thrust like a dragon. The god-slaying thunderbone spear pierced the old servant's throat. Blood gushed like a fountain, splattering Lin Langtian from head to toe. His black suit was stained crimson. Lin Bei flicked the residual blood from the spear tip and brushed past Lin Langtian as if nothing had happened. The others looked at the corpse on the ground with pity. Why provoke anyone but Lin Bei, this killing star? Didn't you know this guy slaughtered over 400 prodigies in the World Genius War? Next time you're reborn, keep your eyes peeled. Creak. Creak. Lin Langtian gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with fury. Even if the old servant had insulted him first, one must still respect the master when striking a dog. Killing the old servant right before his eyes was a blatant provocation. Lin Langtian took deep breaths, forcing down his rage, and spoke. Lin Bei, I was wrong about the airport incident last time. I apologize personally and guarantee the Lin family will never trouble you again. Consider this 7th grade spirit herb my apology. Upon hearing this, Xiao Linger whispered a reminder. Captain. A 7th grade spiritual herb. Are you really going to turn down a free gift? No. Lin Bei shook his head without hesitation. That insolent brat. Lin Langtian watched Lin Bei's receding figure, his face darkening as he muttered curses under his breath. But no matter how displeased he was, Lin Bei had already gained momentum that was undeniable. No one could forcefully go against the tide, not even the Lin family. The wisest course now was to avoid provoking Lin Bei. Even if they couldn't be friends, they absolutely must not become enemies. As for those who had died, dead they were. Surely we wouldn't jeopardize the family's interests over a few dead bodies? Alright, everyone, you may go. Lin Bei paused mid-stride and addressed the group. Captain, where can we find you from now on? Xiao Linger asked eagerly. The World Genius War is over. I'm no longer your captain. Why would you need to find me? Lin Bei asked in surprise. If you still wish to find Lin Bei, come to the Northern Frontier Corps. Yi Di chimed in, cheerfully answering for Lin Bei. He could see that these young prodigies idolized Lin Bei immensely, all wanting to follow him. Since that was the case, why not recruit them all to enlist in the Northern Frontier? The military desperately needed promising recruits like them. Alright. Captain, wait for me. Once I settle my family affairs, I'll head to the Northern Frontier. Me too. One by one, they pledged their commitment before waving farewell. General Yi, these are all prodigies meticulously cultivated by major factions. Do you think their backers will let them go to the north? Lin Bei instantly saw through Yi Di's little scheme. Ha, there's no harm in trying. After being called out, Yi Di gave an awkward chuckle before changing the subject. Come on, let's head back to the north together. You go ahead. I have some matters to attend to in the capital, Lin Bei replied. What kind of business? Do you need my help? Yi Di asked. As the young master of the War God's Temple now, just give me a heads up if anything comes up. I'll be there in a heartbeat. Ho Jing pounded his chest in assurance. Lin Bei thanked both men for their kindness but politely declined. No need. Just a personal matter I can handle myself. Alright, take care. Call me anytime if you need anything, Yi Di said. Got it. After bidding farewell, Lin Bei hailed a cab and headed straight for the Martial Arts Foundation headquarters. As one of the two top conglomerates in Dragon Nation, the Martial Arts Foundation's headquarters was opulent and lavishly decorated. Following Lin Bei's gaze, a skyscraper soared into the clouds. A rough estimate suggested it was at least 100 stories tall. The open-air parking lot at the building's entrance was filled exclusively with luxury business vehicles. Those entering and exiting were all dressed in tailored suits, adorned with jewels and gold, clearly not ordinary people. Even the security guards stationed at the entrance formed two full rows, all fourth-tier martial artists. I'm here to see Su Bing, Lin Bei stated plainly as he entered the foundation headquarters and approached the front desk. Do you have an appointment? The receptionist inquired. No, Lin Bei replied. I'm afraid not, the receptionist replied. Ms. Su is extremely busy and only sees those with appointments. Just call her and tell her Lin Bei is here to see her, Lin Bei insisted. Alright, I'll try, the receptionist hesitated before dialing Su Bing's office number. Moments later, she set down the receiver. I'm afraid Ms. Su isn't available. No problem. I'll go wait for her upstairs. Lin Bei turned to head up the stairs. Seeing this, the receptionist immediately shouted toward the security guard outside the door, Security! Security! Someone's trying to force their way into the foundation. Swish, swish, swish. A dozen security guards burst into the lobby, surrounding Lin Bei completely. Kid, you've got some nerve. Trying to force your way into the martial arts foundation. I'll count to 3. Get out of here now, and you might avoid a beating. 3, 2, 1. You won't take the offer, so you'll get the punishment. The security chief roared with rage, punching straight at Lin Bei's chest. Lin Bei activated his nanotech battle armor, rendering the blow harmless. He then grabbed the captain's wrist and forcefully bent it backward. The excruciating pain made the captain collapse to his knees. The remaining guards exchanged glances, none daring to approach. Su Bing! I know you're here. Don't think hiding like a turtle will let you dodge paying me back 75 billion. Get out here and face me. Lin Bei roared. Su Bing! 75 billion. Dodge. These keywords were loaded with meaning, instantly capturing the attention of everyone in the lobby. Curious onlookers gradually gathered around, eager for a piece of the drama. Just then, Secretary Qing Yao hurried down the elevator and approached Lin Bei directly. Lowering her voice, she said, Mr. Su is waiting for you upstairs. Please come with me. Why didn't you just do this earlier? Lin Bei flashed a smug smile before following Qing Yao into the elevator. Chapter 150, The Humble Su Bing. 100 billion? Minutes later, they stepped out of the elevator into a lavish office. First to catch their eye was a massive floor-to-ceiling window. Standing at the edge, they looked down upon swirling clouds and a panoramic view encompassing most of the capital city. A sense of superiority, as if the world lay beneath one's feet, welled up spontaneously. Qing Yao, step outside. I need to speak with him alone, Su Bing signaled with her eyes. Yes, Mr. Su. Qing Yao nodded and closed the door discreetly as she left. I heard you like ice-cold Coke, so I got this especially for you. Su Bing pulled a can of Coke from the fridge, opened it herself, poured it into a glass, and added a few ice cubes. She handed the iced cola to Lin Bei, her face no longer bearing the former arrogance and coldness, but instead softened with a gentle smile. Try it. Lin Bei took the iced cola expressionlessly, then immediately poured the entire contents onto the floor right in front of her. Su Bing's expression flickered from surprise to shock. But quickly, her expression returned to normal. As if nothing had happened, she pulled Lin Bei down to sit beside her. Congratulations. You won the World Genius Tournament Championship. Cut the emotional nonsense. It won't work. Just hand over the 75 billion that belongs to me. Lin Bei cut straight to the point, unmoved. Xiao Bei, it's not that I don't want to give you the money. It's just that you deliberately manipulated the match results, which severely violated the betting rules. Su Bing feigned a troubled expression, shifting all blame onto the Martial Arts Foundation. Lin Bei felt sick to his stomach. Before, she'd always called him Lin Bei, but now, for the sake of money, she was playing the sympathy card and calling him Xiao Bei. Besides, hadn't the Martial Arts Foundation manipulated the match results? The biggest shady operation? That's the Martial Arts Foundation. Lin Bei thought to himself, but he absolutely couldn't admit it out loud. When did I ever manipulate the match results? Xiao Bei, those folks at the Martial Arts Foundation aren't blind. Your fight against Clorin? You held back so much it was like an ocean. Because of that, you'll never get that 75 billion. But I can personally compensate you with your original 15 billion. Let's just forget about this whole thing. What do you say? Su Bing clasped Lin Bei's hand, her gaze earnest, her tone tinged with a hint of pleading. For a high-ranking executive of the Martial Arts Foundation, the wife of the pinnacle of Dragon Nation martial arts, to lower herself this much was truly rare. But Lin Bei wasn't buying it. What kind of bull private compensation? It was clearly an attempt to shut him up with 15 billion yuan, utterly hypocritical. If you can't make the decision, then I'll find someone who can. Lin Bei pushed Su Bing aside without a second thought, rising to his feet and heading for the exit. Xiao Bei. Please, I'm begging you. Can you do this? Su Bing rushed after him, grabbing his wrist desperately. This year's World Genius Tournament had left the Martial Arts Foundation bleeding money. Based on current estimates, the losses amount to at least 500 billion. Once all the data is tallied, it might even exceed 600 billion. The total losses would wipe out 2 years of the Martial Arts Foundation's earnings. And Su Bing was the chief organizer of this overseas betting operation. Having caused such a massive disaster, she bears primary responsibility. If she now reports an additional 75 billion yuan in massive losses, the Martial Arts Foundation might spare her life out of respect for the Lin family and Lin Xiangying. But her position in this skyscraper would certainly be gone. Over a decade of hard work would go down the drain. I begged you not to abandon me back then. Did you even glance at me? Lin Bei shook off Su Bing and stormed out of the office without looking back. Lin Bei, no matter what, Su Bing is your biological mother. You shouldn't be so heartless. Xing Yao, waiting outside the office, immediately confronted him as he emerged. Get lost. Stop trying to morally blackmail me. Lin Bei roared, a cold, murderous intent flickering deep in his eyes. Xing Yao broke out in a cold sweat, stumbling backward in terror. Only now did she realize that Lin Bei was no longer the little brat he once was. He was now the world genius war champion, a peerless prodigy with dual SSS tier talents and a fully capable adult. Excuse me, are you Mr. Lin Bei? At that moment, a bespectacled, scholarly-looking man approached and asked respectfully. Yes. Lin Bei nodded. The foundation chairman would like to speak with you. Please follow me, the man said with a smile, gesturing for him to come along. All right. Lin Bei stepped into the elevator, ascending directly to the building's top floor. Led by the gentleman, he entered an even more spacious and luxurious office. A pot-bellied middle-aged man puffing on a cigar sat in an executive chair. He took several deep drags before reaching into a cigar cabinet, pulling one out, and offering it to Lin Bei. Care for one? Get to the point, Lin Bei said. Excellent. I admire your decisive approach. The middle-aged man slammed his hand on the table, extinguishing his cigar. He then pulled a bank card from a drawer, gesturing for the well-dressed man to hand it to Lin Bei. Here's 100 billion, he explained. 750 billion is repayment for your losses. The remaining 250 billion is compensation from the Martial Arts Foundation. Mr. Lin, the refined man bowed slightly, presenting the card with both hands. I only want the 75 billion that rightfully belongs to me, Lin Bei stated, glancing at the card without flinching. Refusing to accept the additional 25 billion suggests you still harbor grievances against our Martial Arts Foundation, the middle-aged man remarked pointedly. Indeed, I am dissatisfied. Lin Bei stated his true feelings bluntly. The refined man. The middle-aged man. Both men froze, standing rooted to the spot for a long moment as the atmosphere turned awkward. As one of the two top conglomerates in Dragon Nation, countless prodigies would bend over backwards to curry favor with the Martial Arts Foundation. Now, the chairman of the Martial Arts Foundation had proactively extended an olive branch to Lin Bei only to be ruthlessly rejected. If this had been anyone else, they would have been berated for being ungrateful. But Lin Bei was different. He was the undisputed top talent among Longhua's young generation, backed by the sovereign himself. Young Lin, the seizure of your 75 billion yuan was entirely Su Bing's personal decision. It has nothing to do with the Martial Arts Foundation. You can't take your frustration out on me. The middle-aged man stepped down from his executive chair, strode over to Lin Bei, pulled him down to sit beside him, and poured him a cup of tea. You couldn't possibly have missed such a massive sum frozen in the account. You simply turned a blind eye to Su Bing's actions. Let's be clear, transfer 75 billion to my account within 24 hours. Lin Bei left an account number behind and strode out with deliberate confidence. Watching his retreating figure, the refined man closed the office door and voiced his sympathy for the chairman. Chairman, that kid is far too brash. He's bound to pay dearly for it someday. Fame at a young age. If I were him, I'd be even more arrogant. Go arrange it. Transfer 75 billion to Lin Bei's account immediately. Also, notify HR to have that unlucky woman, Su Bing, pack her bags and get out. The middle-aged man winced at the thought of losing hundreds of billions. Understood. The refined man gave a slight nod and immediately went to make arrangements. Chapter 151, Return to the North. Inspector? Vote for me. After leaving the Martial Arts Foundation, Lin Bei stopped by the War God's Temple to make himself known. The next morning, Ho Jing arranged a private jet to fly Lin Bei back to the north. The treatment afforded to the War God Temple's young master was truly extraordinary. Several hours later, Lin Bei arrived at Jiangcheng Airport. Since no one in the north knew his exact return time, not a single person was there to greet him. That was fine by him, he never liked overly crowded environments anyway. Lin Bei hailed a cab outside the airport and headed straight for the Northern Frontier Corps. After so long away, Lin Bei found himself genuinely missing it. He missed the days of training with the 8th Battalion, the days of fighting side by side with them. He wondered how Fu Tai, Zhang Hao, Xin Chong, and Zhang Yunqing were faring. He also wondered how the 100 soldiers under his command were progressing in their training. With anticipation in his heart, Lin Bei arrived at the 8th Battalion. Sergeant Lin is back. Sergeant Lin has returned. The soldiers of the 8th Battalion spotted Lin Bei and swarmed toward him with the fervor of starstruck fans. What's Centurion Lin? He's now a 1,000-man commander. Soon to be a 10,000 household commander. The youngest marquis in the Dragon Nation. The world's youngest genius war champion. Born right here in our Northern Frontier 8th Battalion. If our boss becomes a marquis, won't our unit experience an epic surge in strength? The words ignited a frenzy throughout the entire 8th Battalion. When Lin Bei last generously rewarded military merits, other soldiers had already coveted joining his ranks. Unfortunately, constrained by Lin Bei's rank, they could only abandon the idea. Now that he'd been promoted to Marquis of 10,000 households, the opportunity was finally here. Lin Bei smiled as he responded to each comment, his gaze scanning the crowd for a long while without spotting those familiar figures. He inquired, "Where are Instructor Jiang and the others?" "Oh, the new Northern Frontier Inspector has taken office. All officers above the rank of Centurion from the 8 grade camps have been summoned for a meeting," explained a veteran soldier. "Inspector?" Lin Bei's eyebrow shot up, his mind instantly connecting the dots to Yi Xiao. That guy was the deputy inspector last time. After slinking away in disgrace, he couldn't possibly have been promoted to inspector now, could he? "I'm heading to headquarters." Lin Bei spread his divine phoenix wings, transforming into a crimson streak of light as he soared toward headquarters. The undying divine phoenix's true form had already been exposed. There was no need to conceal it anymore. Second, this is not a city center, so there's no need to worry about causing a riot. Meanwhile, the headquarters building was under full lockdown. Hundreds of guards stood fully armed and ready, their menacing aura palpable. Led by acting commander Zhang Yunqing, Shin Chong and the others were all confined within the conference room. They all looked up at Yi Xiao and Luo Yuanshan above, their hearts filled with rage yet powerless to act. Yi Xiao was no longer merely the deputy inspector general, he had been personally appointed by the Roundtable Elders as the inspector general of the Northern Frontier. All people and affairs in the Northern Frontier now fell under his oversight. Provided the evidence was sufficient, he even held the authority to execute first and report later. Since Yi Xiao was only a 4th-tier martial artist, his strength alone couldn't intimidate Zhang Yunqing, Shin Chong, and the others. That's why he specifically brought Luo Yuanshan along. Absolute power coupled with absolute strength left Zhang Yunqing and the others completely crushed. "Commander Jiang, you abused your authority to eliminate rivals and promote your own people. The evidence is now ironclad. Just admit it." "General Shin, Instructor Jiang, Centurion Fu, you've exploited your positions for personal gain. Don't even think about denying it. It's futile. As the old saying goes, confess and receive leniency, resist and face severity. Signing the confession statement early is the wisest choice." Yi Xiao descended from above, his gaze sweeping over Zhang Yunqing and the others, a triumphant smile on his face. When he'd left the Northern Frontier in disgrace, he'd sworn in secret that one day he would exact his revenge and restore his honor. Now, he had achieved it. Through Luo Yuanshan's maneuvering, his position had soared from deputy inspector to full inspector. Most crucially, he now had the backing of the Roundtable Elders Council. This was the second most powerful institution in the Dragon Nation, second only to the Sovereign's Palace. "Pa! A petty man's triumph." Jiang Hao spat, tearing the confession letter to shreds on the spot. "My head is right here. Go ahead and chop it off if you dare. If you so much as wrinkle your brow, I'll admit defeat." Shin Chong stretched his neck defiantly, utterly contemptuous of Yi Xiao, this clownish upstart. "You think I won't?" Yi Xiao drew his blade, pressing it against Shin Chang's throat, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. "Yi Xiao! If you dare touch a single hair on Shin Chang's head, I'll sacrifice my own life today to make you die here." Zhang Yunqing roared, unleashing a powerful aura. "A mere 5th tier, 1st rank, and you dare speak so boldly?" Luo Yuanshan, who had remained silent, stepped forward, unleashing an even more overwhelming aura that suppressed Zhang Yunqing. Simultaneously, fully armed soldiers streamed in from outside, surrounding everyone present. These soldiers were armed with large caliber, specially made bullets. A single shot could kill a 3rd-tier martial artist, and even 4th-tier practitioners would suffer severe injuries if hit. The thick scent of gunpowder hung heavy in the air, signaling an imminent battle. Seeing this, Yi Xiao didn't grow angry, he smiled instead. After all, the incriminating evidence in his hands was forged and wouldn't stand up to close scrutiny. But if Zhang Yunqing and the others made a move, then as the Northern Frontier Inspector, he could kill them without needing any justification. So, Yi Xiao provocatively slashed Shin Zhong's neck with his blade. Crimson blood flowed down the blade and dripped onto the ground. "The evidence is irrefutable and undeniable. I could kill you all. You're asking for death." Zhang Yunqing, never one for gentleness, erupted in fury. S-class manipulation talent activated. The blade pressed against Shin Chang's throat instantly crumpled into a useless lump of scrap metal. "You're the one courting death." Seizing the moment, Luo Yuanshan delivered a powerful palm strike to Zhang Yunqing's chest. With Zhang Yunqing dead, the remaining 3rd and 4th-tier martial artists would be no threat at all. At the critical moment, a laser pierced through the window glass, heading straight for Luo Yuanshan's back. Sensing danger behind him, Luo Yuanshan instinctively withdrew his palm and rolled away. Sizzle! The laser grazed the hem of his robe before striking the conference room wall. Like boiling water poured onto snow, the wall melted instantly. Everyone stared in shock, realizing that the laser beam hadn't just melted one wall of the conference room, it had melted through 6 walls, blowing a hole straight through the entire building. Luo Yuanshan broke out in a cold sweat. Had he not dodged fast enough, his physical body would have been pierced through just like those walls. As the stunned crowd gasped, Lin Bei burst through the shattered window into the conference room. Clad in his nanotech battle armor, the divine phoenix wings on his back flapped dramatically as he descended like a celestial being. Luo Yuanshan sensed the aura of a fourth-tier martial artist emanating from the armor, instantly bolstering his resolve. Who dares to force their way into the Northern Frontier headquarters? 8th Battalion of the Northern Frontier, Captain Lin Bei. Lin Bei lowered his armor visor, revealing his true face with an icy expression. Lin Bei. Yi Xiao ground out the name, his heart surging with boundless murderous intent. Every bit of humiliation he'd endured in the north had been brought upon him by Lin Bei. Especially those 100 kowtows, he would never forget them. What? Still want to kill me? Lin Bei taunted. How could I dare kill you? How could I possibly kill you? Yi Xiao knew Lin Bei possessed the immortal phoenix physique and was backed by the sovereign himself. Thus, he forced down his rage and murderous intent, speaking with a sinister edge. Lin Bei, your former comrades have committed grave crimes. As the Northern Frontier Inspector personally appointed by the Round Table Elders Council, I am handling them according to the law. You have no objections, do you? Chapter 152, Kill Yi Xiao. Eastern Frontier in peril. Try moving another one, Lin Bei threatened. I will move. What can you do about it? Yi Xiao raised his great sword and swung it fiercely toward Xinzhong's neck. ZZZZT. Laser beams erupted from his palm, effortlessly severing the arm Yi Xiao used to wield the blade. With a wet thud, the severed arm hit the ground. Blood gushed from the wound, searing pain surged through his brain, and Yi Xiao screamed in agony, his cries piercing the air. You insolent Lin Bei! Yi Xiao was personally appointed by the Round Table Elders as Inspector General of the Northern Frontier. I oversee all people and affairs in the north. I possess the authority to act first and report later. By injuring him, you openly defy the Round Table Elders Council. Do you wish to commit treason? Luo Yuanshan leveled the accusation, laying the groundwork for his impending attack. Lin Bei, I know you've risen to greatness and are no longer the man I once knew. But no matter how high your status, you have no right to meddle in Northern Frontier affairs. Yi Xiao snarled. Finished? Lin Bei raised his hand, palm facing Yi Xiao. You, what do you think you're doing? I warn you. Killing an inspector is tantamount to treason. Yi Xiao shouted threateningly, his voice thick with fear. Oh. Lin Bei activated his nanotech armor, unleashing a laser beam from his palm. Boom! Yi Xiao's head instantly exploded, his headless corpse collapsing to the ground. Witnessing this scene, everyone present was utterly petrified. Last time, Han Bing and Yao Riao were so dominant, yet they still spared Yi Xiao's life. Yet Lin Bei had just dispatched Yi Xiao with such ruthless efficiency. He was the Northern Frontier Inspector, backed by the Round Table Elders Council. Killing him was tantamount to slapping the Round Table Elders in the face. Those old fools valued their reputation above all else, they wouldn't let this slide. You madman! I'm heading straight to the capital to report you. Luo Yuanshan spun and fled. Almost forgot about you. Lin Bei fired laser beams from both palms, blasting toward Luo Yuanshan. Earth Shield. Luo Yuanshan activated his top-tier 5th-grade martial skill to block the attack. 9 massive earthen walls, each several meters thick, rose from the ground behind him. 2 beams of laser effortlessly pierced through the first wall, then the second, the third. In the blink of an eye, all 9 walls were shattered. A palpable sense of mortal danger surged from behind. Luo Yuanshan immediately activated his evasion martial skill, narrowly dodging the 2 lasers. Lin Bei. You just wait. Luo Yuanshan threatened from afar. Wait? You'll die here today. Lin Bei couldn't tolerate such humiliation. He immediately unleashed the divine phoenix wings and gave chase. One fled, one pursued, both vanished from sight in an instant. The conference room attendees sat in disarray, their eyes frozen in shock. Commander Jiang, am I dreaming? How could I see a 5th-tier martial artist being hunted down by a 4th-tier one? A 4th-tier chasing a 5th-tier. It's like a fairy tale turned upside down. In just a month's absence, has Lin Bei grown this powerful? No wonder he won the World Genius Tournament Championship, his strength is almost sci-fi. Everyone was in awe, their hearts unable to settle for a long time. The most stunned of all were Fu Tai and Zhang Hao. They had practically watched Lin Bei grow up. Back in the 8th Battalion, he had merely shown promise, revealing astonishing martial arts talent. Yet in just a few short months, he'd leaped from rookie to company commander and was now poised to be promoted to a marquis. The once vulnerable youngster who needed their protection had now transformed into a formidable warrior capable of standing alone. Their hearts were filled with both pride and a mix of envy and admiration. In just a few short months, he had covered ground that others might take decades, or even a lifetime, to traverse. After a long while, Lin Bei flew back, covered in blood. Why all this blood? Are you hurt? Zhang Hao asked with concern. It's all Luo Yuanshan's blood. Too bad he got away in the end, Lin Bei sighed bitterly. Escaped? What a niche description. The mighty former commander of the Northern Front, a seasoned 5th-tier powerhouse, driven into a desperate retreat by a 4th-tier martial artist. Everyone could vividly imagine Luo Yuanshan's humiliation at that moment, a memory he'd likely never shake. As long as you're safe, that's what matters. Jiang Hao instinctively reached out to put his arm around Lin Bei's shoulder, but considering their vastly different statuses now, his raised hand dropped back down. Fu Tai stood at a distance, hesitating repeatedly without the courage to approach and speak. Since ancient times, it has always been easier to share hardship than to share prosperity. Now that Lin Bei had soared to new heights, he might not be the same as before. It was crucial to maintain the right distance in their relationship. Brother Tai, Instructor Jiang, Commander Shen, Commander Jiang, I brought gifts for you all on my return. Lin Bei retrieved 4 exquisite gift boxes from his storage bracelet and handed them out in turn. Hearing the familiar titles, the 4 exchanged smiles before opening the boxes. Instantly, a potent medicinal fragrance filled the conference room, drawing astonished glances from everyone present. For 6th grade sea soul grasses. Isn't that the prize for winning the World Genius Tournament? Why are you giving them to us? We can't accept them. Absolutely not. Lin Bei, we appreciate your thoughtfulness, but we absolutely cannot accept these sea soul grasses. Without hesitation, the 4 slammed the gift box lid shut and handed them back to Lin Bei. Seeing Lin Bei keep his hands in his pockets and refuse to take them, they simply placed the gift boxes on the table. Well, to me, having 4 more sea soul grass or 4 less makes little difference. But for you, it makes a huge difference. Besides, you all played a part in my success. If you refuse, it'll feel like you're distancing yourselves from me. Lin Bei picked up the gift box again and placed it into each person's hands. Fu Tai had never seen such high-grade spiritual herbs before and instinctively tried to put them back. Suddenly, Jiang Hao reached out to stop Fu Tai, his expression serious. We've all risked our lives together. Lin Bei means well, let's not refuse him again. Lin Bei, thank you. Fu Tai accepted the spiritual medicine with visible emotion. Brother Tai, there's no need for thanks. Back outside the junior secret realm, if you hadn't taken that punch for me, I might have died long ago. How could I be here today? Lin Bei replied candidly. Watching the 4 accept the sea soul grass, the others in the conference room stared with envy. This was a grade 6 spiritual herb. In Jiangchang, even money couldn't guarantee you could buy it. Lin Bei, now that you're back, I have a task for you. Zhang Yunqing's expression turned serious as he spoke. What is it? Lin Bei inquired. Yesterday, the military headquarters sent an urgent telegram ordering the southern, western, and northern border regions to swiftly reinforce the eastern coastal defense line. We'll be departing shortly. You'll remain here to command the headquarters. Right now, you're the only one who can keep the northern frontier under control. Zhang Yunqing stated solemnly. Has a sea beast surge erupted in the eastern frontier? Lin Bei frowned. Yes, the situation is extremely dire. Besides the southern, western, and northern frontiers, the Imperial Guard and major martial clans have also dispatched reinforcements, Zhang Yunqing replied. Commander Jiang, please assign someone else to command the north. I must depart soon myself, Lin Bei protested. Didn't you finish your business? Why leave the north again? Where are you going? Zhang Yunqing pressed curiously. The sovereign has given me a mission. I must go and fulfill it, Lin Bei replied. Chapter 153, The Heavenly Prodigy Joins Forces. Promotion to Marquis of 10,000 Households. At these words, all present fell silent in profound respect. To serve the sovereign was undoubtedly a tremendous honor. Moreover, a task entrusted by the sovereign must surely be more crucial than the crisis in the eastern frontier. Do your best. Don't disappoint His Majesty. Zhang Yunqing encouraged him. I understand, Lin Bei nodded slightly. He knew well that resolving the eastern frontier crisis could only secure temporary peace for the Dragon Nation. If they could acquire several advanced technologies from Sains, perhaps they could secure an era of lasting peace for the Dragon Nation. However, among the world's 197 nations, only Sakura Nation and Eagle Nation had truly obtained advanced technology from Sains. The difficulty of such a feat was evident. It wasn't that other nations offered insufficient compensation, but rather that Sains was an isolated island nation, a mere speck of land with a population of only a few 100,000. Should it lose its greatest technological edge, allowing other nations to see an opening, they would pounce like starving wolves. After all, no nation could resist coveting Sains' century of technological accumulation. This matter concerns survival, so Sains' actions are understandable. Just then, a voice sounded outside the conference room. Commander Jiang, a group of people have arrived outside seeking Captain Lin Qianfu. Did Luo Yuanshan bring reinforcements back so quickly? Zhang Yunqing instinctively moved to shield Lin Bei, only to realize he no longer needed her protection. No need to panic. It's my friends. Let them come up. Lin Bei stood by the window, waving to Xiaolinger and the others outside the headquarters building. Yes, sir. The soldier outside the conference room nodded and immediately went downstairs to escort Xiaolinger and the others upstairs. The moment this group entered the conference room, everyone present was stunned. The weakest among them possessed 3rd tier, 1st rank strength, while the strongest reached 3rd tier, 5th rank. What stunned everyone most was how young they looked, barely 20 years old. Young prodigies. All of them were young prodigies. Compared to them, the so-called prodigies of the north were nothing but a joke. Why are you here? Lin Bei asked curiously. We've come to join you. Xiao Linger smiled sweetly, revealing 2 adorable dimples. Join me for what? Enlisting in the army? Lin Bei asked casually, not taking it seriously. Exactly, Xiao Linger replied earnestly, and the other prodigies nodded in agreement. Joining the army isn't child's play. Go back where you came from. Stop fooling around, Lin Bei waved them off. Others might not know the origins of this group, but Lin Bei knew them all too well. Major factions had poured immense effort and resources into cultivating them. How could they possibly send them to the front lines to fight behemoths? If they perished on the battlefield, the factions couldn't bear such losses. Captain, we've all discussed this with our families. Please accept us. Yes, Captain. We can endure hardship and won't bring shame upon you. Joining the military to serve the nation has always been my dream. Captain, please take me in. The young prodigies spoke with unwavering resolve, every word coming straight from the heart. Being born into a great family has its perks, but it also has its drawbacks. The greatest drawback was the loss of freedom. From birth, their entire lives were mapped out, destined to follow the family's blueprint to its conclusion. Now, with the chance to leave their families, each pair of eyes brimmed with curiosity and longing for the outside world. But more importantly, they wanted to follow Lin Bei. Just as Lin Bei hesitated, Zhang Yunqing spoke up. Joining the military is simple enough. I'll make the arrangements right now. Who are you? Xiao Linger's smile vanished as she scrutinized Zhang Yunqing. Acting commander of the northern frontier, Zhang Yunqing replied. Oh, Xiao Linger responded coolly, her eyes returning to Lin Bei. We only want to serve under the captain. Zhang Yunqing stood awkwardly in place, then frantically flashed Lin Bei a series of frantic winks. Each of these prodigies possessed boundless potential. Recruiting even one such talent would make any commander smile in their sleep. And now, over 20 top prodigies were clamoring to serve under Lin Bei's command, and he was actually hesitating? What was there to hesitate about? Take them all. At that moment, everyone in the northern frontier began to worry for Lin Bei, fearing these prodigies might change their minds. Captain, if you won't take us, we're staying put. Xiao Linger huffed, folding her arms and plopping down wherever she could find space. Right. We're not leaving. The others followed suit. Lin Bei sighed, pressing one hand to his forehead. To test their resolve to enlist, he proposed, all right then. The coastal defenses in the eastern frontier are under urgent threat. If you're willing to accompany General Jiang Jun to reinforce the eastern frontier, I'll accept you. Sure. I'm in. Xiao Linger agreed without hesitation. I'm coming too. I'm coming too. Anyway, the captain saved my life. I'm going too. The other prodigies rose one after another to declare their intentions, their faces showing not a trace of fear. First, they weren't afraid of danger. Second, they genuinely wanted to follow Lin Bei. As long as they could follow Lin Bei, they were willing to do anything. Commander Jiang, I'm entrusting them to your care. Lin Bei looked at Zhang Yunqing and said. Rest assured. Zhang Yunqing pledged solemnly. Truthfully, even if Lin Bei hadn't asked, Zhang Yunqing would have prioritized looking after this group of prodigies. After all, they represented the future of the Dragon Nation. Unless absolutely necessary, Zhang Yunqing would never let them face danger. Captain? Aren't you coming with us? Xiao Linger was bewildered. The sovereign has tasked me with handling some other matters. Once I return, I'll head to the eastern frontier to meet up with you all. Of course, if any of you change your minds now, that's perfectly fine. I fully respect your decisions. Lin Bei said solemnly. Upon hearing it was the king's orders, everyone realized it must be a major matter. Since it was important, they had to support their captain. Captain, go handle your business with confidence. We won't let you down. That's right. We'll fight tooth and nail to slay the beasts in the eastern frontier. We won't disgrace you. If I can't slay 100 beasts, don't wait for the captain to kick me out. I'll crawl home myself. The elite warriors stood before Lin Bei, each vowing their commitment with unwavering confidence. Excellent. I look forward to witnessing your glorious achievements. Lin Bei smiled faintly before bidding everyone farewell. With the northern frontier affairs settled, it was time to set off for Sains. Thus, Lin Bei retrieved the Sains ticket from his storage bracelet. The ticket was about the size of a palm, crafted entirely from an unknown metal. The front bore the engraved portrait of an elderly man, while the reverse displayed a map. Reaching the red endpoint marked on the map would lead to the mysterious guide Sains had left behind within the Dragon Nation. Then, through this guide, he would journey to the isolated city of Sains, suspended over the sea. The thought of soon entering this city of technology still excited Lin Bei. Just then, Lin Bei's phone rang. He picked it up to find the 75 billion from the Martial Arts Foundation had arrived. Ding! Congratulations, host, on your promotion to Marquis. You have earned one lottery chance. Would you like to draw now? Chapter 154, Resource Bonanza. The Guide. Good fortune truly comes in waves. Without a second thought, Lin Bei clicked to draw. The familiar golden lottery wheel appeared, accompanied by the familiar flash of light. Yet no matter how many times he did this, Lin Bei's heart still raced with anticipation. Talents, unique physiques, martial arts, weapons and armor, resources, anything goes now, no complaints. Finally, the light stopped flickering, and one section of the lottery wheel glowed particularly brightly. Ding! Congratulations, host, you've won the resource grand prize. Refined iron ore, 100 billion tons. Refined copper ore, 10 billion tons. Refined aluminum ore, 10 billion tons. Refined zinc ore, 10 billion tons. Refined rare earth, 10 billion tons. As the lottery concluded, a series of messages flashed before Lin Bei, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. Refined ore boasts significantly higher purity than ordinary ore, commanding much higher prices. What does 10 billion tons of refined iron ore even mean? Even if you combined the output of all 197 countries worldwide, plus Sains, it wouldn't match this amount in a decade. But that wasn't the main point. The real point was that the resource package the system gave him was incredibly rich. Primarily mineral resources, supplemented by other types, totaling over 200 varieties. The most abundant common resources reach a staggering 100 billion tons, while even the rarest resources still amount to hundreds of millions of tons. If converted into monetary value, Lin Bei would be wealthier than the entire world. Becoming the world's richest man at such a young age? Honestly, it felt a bit anticlimactic. Since Lin Bei's storage bracelets couldn't hold all these resources, he bought 500 more bracelets in one go while passing through Jiangcheng, barely managing to store everything. With such vast resources at his disposal, his confidence in acquiring advanced technology from Sains grew significantly. Following the route marked on the back of his ticket, Lin Bei set off by car. After driving non-stop for over 3 hours, he finally reached the destination marked on the map. This place was far from civilization, a wilderness where colossal beasts roamed. Following Lin Bei's gaze, a desolate, uninhabited stretch of hills stretched out before him. Gale-force winds swept across the land, sand swirling through the air, while the ground was littered with the skeletal remains of colossal beasts. Perched atop the hill stood a dilapidated tile-roofed house. This must be the place, Lin Bei muttered, carefully comparing the map again and again. Satisfied, he got out of the car and began walking toward the tiled house atop the hill. Suddenly, the yellow sand on the ground began to surge. A sand python thicker than a water barrel emerged from the earth, its powerful aura of a fourth-tier giant beast washing over him. The sand serpent opened its gaping maw, revealing crimson fangs. Looking for death. Lin Bei drew his Godslayer Thunderbone Spear, and with a casual strike, severed the sand serpent's head. Hiss! Hiss! Immediately, a swarm of sand pythons erupted from the earth, over 100 of them instantly surrounding Lin Bei. Facing this situation, Lin Bei's expression remained utterly unchanged. He merely snapped his fingers with casual nonchalance. Elemental Tyrant talent activated. The yellow sand beneath transformed entirely into fire elements, swiftly engulfing the area in a sea of flames. The sand snakes screamed in agony. Within moments, the screams faded away, leaving only piles of black ash scattered across the ground. What is your name? At that moment, a voice echoed from the tiled cottage atop the hill. Lin Bei abruptly looked up. A middle-aged man now stood at the door of the tile-roofed house, his presence detected too late. Lin Bei's guard instantly rose. With my perfect realm's danger perception, I failed to sense his presence. He must be a 9th-tier powerhouse too. I am Lin Bei. I wish to present my ticket to enter Sains. Might I ask if you are the guide? Lin Bei stated his purpose concisely. The mysterious middle-aged man didn't respond. Instead, he reached out and snatched the ticket from Lin Bei's hand. After verifying its authenticity, he coldly said, "Follow me." Very well. Lin Bei nodded and strode toward the tile-roofed house. The middle-aged man raised his right hand, and the ring on his finger flashed. The next second, a breathtaking scene unfolded. The clear blue sky, empty moments before, was suddenly pierced by a majestic black fighter jet. Unlike any fighter jet in service by any nation, its design was strikingly futuristic. The black fighter descended slowly, its rear hatch opening automatically. Following Lin Bei's gaze, the interior of the fighter jet was remarkably minimalist, devoid of complex control panels. Most astonishingly, there wasn't even a control stick. You may look, but don't touch anything, the middle-aged man instructed expressionlessly before stepping inside the aircraft. Got it. Lin Bei nodded slightly, his mind churning with astonishment. This single fighter jet alone was enough to reveal the vast technological gap between Sains and the nations outside. This trip to Sains wasn't about acquiring cutting-edge technology. Even obtaining some of Sains' obsolete, discarded tech would be enough to significantly boost Dragon Nation's capabilities. Boom! As the rear hatch slammed shut, the black fighter jet transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from the sky in an instant. Wherever it passed, the clouds were torn asunder. Such a massive disturbance in the sky inevitably drew the attention of powerful martial artists on the ground. Yet even these formidable warriors couldn't discern what exactly was in the sky with the naked eye. This fighter jet's speed must be at least 10 times the speed of sound. Lin Bei was utterly stunned. Against 10 times the speed of sound, Yida's mechanical flying saucer and Lin Bei's divine phoenix twin wings were utterly insignificant. And if Sains was using such a fighter for transport, it definitely wasn't cutting-edge technology. It might very well be obsolete scrap. Soon, the fighter jet left the territory of the Dragon Nation. Lin Bei stood by the window, gazing out at the boundless ocean stretching before him. This was Lin Bei's first glimpse of the ocean. He'd only heard others describe its boundless expanse before, never truly grasping its scale. Now, witnessing it firsthand, he felt profoundly awestruck. The deep blue sea held an air of mystery and danger. Over 70% of the world's surface was covered by oceans, with only 30% being land. And of that 30%, most of the land had already been devoured by colossal beasts. Humankind had struggled for centuries, unable to even handle the behemoths on land. How could they possibly confront the oceanic monsters that ruled over 70% of Blue Star? Lost in thought, Lin Bei gazed down at the ocean below, his mind drifting. Suddenly, the ocean before his eyes transformed no longer a sea, but a colossal, terrifying beast. Its gaping maw seemed capable of swallowing an entire planet whole. Lin Bei reflexively drew his Godslayer Thunderbone Spear, poised to strike, when a middle-aged man's sharp reprimand rang in his ear. "What are you doing?" Lin Bei snapped back to reality. When he looked down at the sea again, the terrifying beast had vanished. Must have been my eyes playing tricks. Several minutes later, the fighter jet's speed noticeably slowed. Standing in the cockpit, Lin Bei peered forward with curiosity. Before his eyes appeared a colossal island. Surrounded by sea on all sides, the island's coastal waters were layered with defensive measures extending dozens of kilometers out. Beyond the maritime defenses, the entire island was enveloped by a transparent energy shield. It resembled the energy shield of a nanotech battlesuit, but the island's shield radiated a significantly stronger aura. Just looking at it sent a chill down one's spine. Peering through the protective barrier, the island revealed towering skyscrapers. The buildings were packed so tightly together that from a distance, they appeared to be plastered against one another. However, what captured Lin Bei's attention most was a massive warship suspended above the island. The entire place radiated a futuristic technological vibe, like a city plucked straight from the future. Truly a city of technology. Lin Bei was deeply shaken, his heart racing long after. "I'll take you this far. Someone will escort you inside shortly," the middle-aged man said as the rear hatch of the fighter opened once more. "All right, thanks." Lin Bei leapt out of the fighter, his divine phoenix wings unfurling behind him as he hovered mid-air. Moments later, a group of people clad in battle armor flew out from the island. The leader possessed striking features, appearing to be only 18 or 19 years old. Chapter 155, Bite Sai. Gene Upgrade. Yet the aura surging within her was nearly on par with Jiang Yunqing, the acting commander of the northern frontier. And it wasn't just her, the 5 armored men behind her all possessed a presence surpassing Lin Bei's. Everyone knew that Sains possessed the world's most advanced technology. Yet few realized that Sain's youth possessed extraordinary martial talents as well. Consider this, Lin Bei possessed the peerless military god system and abundant cultivation resources, yet he was only at the first tier of the 4th rank. Sains, isolated from the world with scarce cultivation resources, how could it possibly nurture a 5th-tier prodigy? Could she have a cheat too? Even if she did have a cheat code, surely her entire escort couldn't all have cheat codes too? Just as Lin Bei was astonished, the leading woman approached with a smile, extending her hand. "Hello, Lin Bei. My name is Bite Sai. On behalf of Sains, I welcome your arrival." Lin Bei extended his hand, but before he could grasp Bite Sai's, a contemptuous voice snapped, "An outsider commoner. How dare you shake hands with the city lord's daughter? Kneel and pay your respects. Jim. How dare you be rude to our guest? Apologize immediately." Bite Sai turned to reprimand him. "No need for apologies. Just be more careful next lifetime." Lin Bei executed the wind thunder step, darting past Bite Sai. The god-slaying thunder bone spear materialized out of thin air, piercing toward Jim's chest. Energy shield. Activate. Jim stood his ground, his eyes brimming with defiance. Boom. The Godslayer Thunder Bone Spear struck the energy shield, sending terrifying ripples across its surface, yet it remained unbroken. Damn, that's some tough turtle shell. More advanced than the Eagle Nation teams. But Lin Bei's elemental tyrant talent could convert any element in the world. As the nano armor melted away from his body, the impenetrable energy shield instantly dissipated. One punch shatters all defenses. Lin Bei closed the distance once more, delivering a thunderous punch straight to Jim's chest. A flurry of attacks flowed like a river, leaving Jim helpless like a greenhorn recruit, completely overwhelmed. As the fist grew larger and larger in his pupils, Jim's fear reached its peak. He knew that without the protection of his nanotech armor, this single punch would surely end his life. Enough! Bite Sai roared, halting the attack at the last moment. Instantly, an overwhelming gravitational force descended from above, forming a wall of gravity between Lin Bei and Jim. She had thought this move would stop Lin Bei, but it only weakened the punch's power to break through all defenses. With a thunderous crash, Lin Bei's fist pierced through the gravitational wall and slammed into Jim's chest. Put! A torrent of blood spurted forth. Jim's ribs shattered, his internal organs ruptured, leaving him critically wounded and barely clinging to life. How dare you! The remaining guards snapped out of their daze and immediately maneuvered their battle armor to encircle Lin Bei. Jim spoke insolently first. He brought this punishment upon himself. Sai stepped forward to defend Lin Bei, adding casually, Jim is badly injured. Hurry and take him back for treatment. Yes, Miss Bai. The guards dared not disobey and carried Jim away. You'll pay for this. Jim blared at Lin Bei with a face twisted by rage and murderous intent. Of all the outsiders here, you're the only one who dared to make a move in Sane's. Should I praise your audacity? Or call you reckless? Sai had privately investigated Lin Bei's background. She knew everything about him, his personality, talents, martial arts skills, and his unique physique. It was precisely because she sensed Lin Bei's uniqueness that she had personally come to greet him. Now it seemed Lin Bei truly was extraordinary. He'd made an incredibly deep impression on her the moment they met. Seeing Lin Bei didn't respond, Sai changed the subject. Come with me. I'll show you around. All right. Lin Bei nodded and followed Sai into Sane's. The moment they entered the city, a heavy, metallic scent hit them. Weightless monorails and flying cars shared the skies, while the ground was filled with autonomous vehicles of every kind. The entire city bore no unnecessary adornment, only the raw, unadorned face of steel. The streets were crowded with people of every skin tone, each speaking a different language yet communicating seamlessly. Moreover, cybernetic enhancements had become commonplace here. Overall, it was undeniably a city brimming with hard sci-fi technology, yet it was also a city of barrenness. Scarce mineral resources, scarce living resources, and even scarcer land resources. This solitary island, with a population exceeding 300,000, is already pushing the limits of its carrying capacity. Don't you have anything you want to ask me? Sai spoke up, breaking the silence. Actually, I do. Why are we around the same age, yet you've reached the 5th tier? Lin Bei asked curiously. Genetic enhancement techniques, ever heard of them? Sai smiled smugly, as if she'd anticipated this question all along. No. Lin Bei shook his head. Simply put, it's using technology to forcibly unlock certain genetic locks within the human body, thereby achieving genetic enhancement. The upgraded body gains heightened perception, greater innate talent, and a more formidable physique. You should remember Alice from the World Genius Tournament, right? Truthfully, before the tournament began, she was only at the first level of the 3rd tier. It was only after successfully undergoing gene enhancement that she surged to the first level of the 4th tier in just a few days. Sai explained in detail. Whoa! After hearing this, Lin Bei was utterly stunned. He couldn't fathom how Saiyans had mastered such terrifying technology. In just a few short days, Alice has covered ground that other martial artists take years, even decades to traverse. If this technology could be widely implemented, the nation's strength would undoubtedly surge dramatically. Your genes are stronger than Alice's. After gene enhancement, you should be able to surge to around the 3rd tier of the 5th stage, Sai coaxed gently. Hearing this, Lin Bei finally understood. All that groundwork laid earlier had been aimed at recruiting him. Sai studied Lin Bei's expression, certain he had grasped the meaning. She then cut straight to the chase. Lin Bei, if you agree to stay, I will not only upgrade your genes but also guarantee your advancement to the 9th tier within 10 years. Beyond these 2 benefits, you'll enjoy first-class citizen privileges and unlimited reproductive rights. Every eligible unmarried woman in the city is yours to choose from. Lin Bei asked curiously, does choose freely mean I can sleep with whoever I want? As many as I want? Yes. Sai nodded, though a fleeting, barely perceptible look of contempt flashed deep in her eyes. She had thought Lin Bei was different from other men, but now it seemed he was no different after all. All men in this world are the same filthy. Including you? Lin Bei pressed. Sai froze, utterly unprepared for this question. Unlimited reproductive rights were a privilege granted to every outsider, yet among all adaptable unmarried women in the city, she herself was excluded. The reason was simple, she was the daughter of the Lord of Sane City. If you're willing to stay, I can agree to it. After a long silence, Sai nodded, driven by the powerful genes she saw in Lin Bei. Chapter 156, Interstellar Migration. The deal. Why? Lin Bei's curiosity deepened. Sane's is a completely isolated city. We need the genes of outsiders to change the status quo, especially powerful genes, Sai stated bluntly, holding nothing back. Centuries ago, the first city lord brought together over 1,000 of the world's most elite scientists to found Sane's. They thrived here, and within a mere century, the population exploded to over 100,000. However, much of the new population resulted from inbreeding, leading to a significant increase in birth defects among newborns. As the problem worsened, Sane's enacted strict birth control laws. Simultaneously, they vigorously developed genetic technology to address the root cause of inbreeding. After investing immense resources, the deformity issue from inbreeding was resolved only to face a new problem. Newborns' IQs were universally below average. In a city where everyone was a scientist, average intelligence equated to mental disability. The older generation of scientists would inevitably pass away one day. The future of Sains could not be entrusted to this group of ordinary people with only average intelligence. Thus, Sains began inviting exceptional young talent from the outside world, granting them unlimited reproductive rights to alter the genetic makeup of its people. It turned out that children born to Sains' people and the brilliant geniuses from the outside world possess stronger genes than those born to native Sains' people. Lin Bei understood her meaning and pressed further. Even if you can alter genetics, how will you address the ever-growing population and land pressure? This island will reach its carrying capacity someday. Baixai smiled faintly, catching the subtext in Lin Bei's words. She pointed to the massive warship floating above the city. See that? What is that? Lin Bei inquired curiously. The White Emperor space battleship, Baixai declared proudly. It can travel through the cosmos faster than light. You intend to carry out interstellar migration? Lin Bei's pupils dilated in shock, his heart churning with waves more turbulent than when he first witnessed Baixai ascend to the 5th tier. Baixai gave a slight nod before continuing. The interstellar migration plan began implementation 200 years ago. Progress has been slow due to resource constraints. However, we anticipate the warship will be fully operational within the next decade. Whoa! Lin Bei sucked in one icy breath after another. While other nations were still struggling desperately amidst the encirclement of the colossal beasts, Sains was already preparing for interstellar migration. They were all living in the same world, yet it felt like they inhabited entirely different realms. With your technological prowess already so advanced, have you never considered leaving Sains? Lin Bei asked. My father dislikes war, Baixai replied. Most people in Sains dislike war. Lin Bei inwardly gasped. Thank goodness they disliked war. Otherwise, with Sains' current technological prowess, they could wipe out most of the world's nations in no time. After all this talk, you still haven't told me what your choice is. Baixai shifted the conversation back to its original point. I appreciate your candor, but I will never betray my country, Lin Bei declared with unwavering resolve. Genetic enhancement, reaching 9th tier within a decade, unlimited reproductive rights, and interstellar migration. Does none of this satisfy you? Baixai was slightly surprised, not expecting that even offering herself hadn't swayed Lin Bei. It's not about the benefits. This is a matter of principle, Lin Bei explained. If you feel these aren't enough, no problem. Name your terms. Whatever Sains can deliver, we'll fulfill. Baixai promised solemnly. Among all the outsiders, Lin Bei was the most exceptional. The superiority of his genes was undeniable. Children born to him would likely become the next generation of city lords. Miss Bai, there's no need to waste your breath on me. Let's discuss this White Emperor universe warship instead. Lin Bei changed the subject. Disappointment flashed across Baixai's face, yet her curiosity about Lin Bei only deepened. At least he was different from the other outsiders. If you're inquiring about technical matters, I'm afraid I can't provide any answers. It's not inquiring, it's a trade. Lin Bei declared. No deal. Baixai refused without hesitation. What if I could provide all the resources needed to build the White Emperor space battleship in one go? Lin Bei pressed. What did you just say? Provide all the resources needed to build the White Emperor space battleship at once? Baixai's eyes widened as she stared at Lin Bei in disbelief. Yes. Lin Bei nodded solemnly. Even the global superpower Eagle Nation takes 10 years to gather all the resources. How could Dragon Nation possibly have such immense reserves? Baixai shook her head doubtfully, convinced this was just a lie Lin Bei was using to trick her into giving up the technology. I know you don't believe me, Miss Bai, but I, Lin Bei, swear on my life to the heavens not a single word is false. Lin Bei raised his hand and swore to the sky. Where are the resources? I need to see them first, Baixai demanded. I only brought a portion. The remaining resources are still in the Dragon Nation. Lin Bei produced a storage bracelet and handed it to her. Inside were various resources he had prepared in advance. Baixai took the storage bracelet with a mix of skepticism and doubt. Inside were 30 million tons of iron ore and 5 million tons of other rare minerals. Compared to what Eagle Nation had provided, these resources were utterly insignificant. After a cursory glance, Baixai returned it to Lin Bei with disinterest. Too little. I already said this is only a portion, Lin Bei replied with a smile. How much is part? 1/3? 1/5? Or 1/10? Baixai remained unimpressed. 1,000th. Lin Bei declared. What? 1,000th? Baixai's voice shot up several octaves, her eyes widening like copper bells. Yes, consider these resources a welcome gift for Miss Bai. Lin Bei offered them generously. After acquiring this massive resource bundle, Lin Bei now possessed various resources, the most abundant measured in hundreds of billions of tons, the least still in billions of tons. A mere 30 million tons of iron ore and 5 million tons of rare minerals were truly insignificant. Yet giving these resources away for free served a purpose. It demonstrated both Lin Bei's strength and his magnanimity. Moreover, Baixai certainly couldn't make such a major decision on her own. It would require approval from the people behind her. Are you sure? Baixai stared at Lin Bei in astonishment. Though not vast, these resources were worth their weight in gold. Giving them away outright truly astonished her. A gentleman never speaks in jest, Lin Bei replied. All right. I'll take you back to your hotel first. We'll discuss the transaction tomorrow. Baixai cut the small talk short, promptly escorting Lin Bei back to his hotel before returning to the city lord's mansion. Technology was the very foundation of Sains. It wasn't something they'd sell lightly. But if it meant building the White Emperor space battleship immediately, these technologies could be sold freely without hesitation. Chapter 157, High-Level Meeting. Resource List. Back at the hotel, Lin Bei wasted no time. He retrieved the championship reward from the World Genius War and prepared to enhance his strength. Previously, he'd been bogged down by a mountain of tasks, leaving no time to focus on cultivation. Now, he finally had the time. After setting aside 4 sea soul grasses for Jiang Yinqing and the others, he still had 6 grade 6 sea soul grasses and 1 grade 7 giant demon fruit. Sea soul grass was specifically for advancing cultivation realms, while giant demon fruit was for strengthening the physical body. After fully refining and absorbing them all, his cultivation realm should advance another 3 to 4 tiers. As my cultivation level increases, each advancement requires more energy, and the difficulty of breaking through grows. Relying solely on spiritual herbs to push through realms would require vast quantities. Fortunately, Lin Bei possessed the boundless devouring body. Once he resolved the matter with Sains, he would immediately head to the eastern frontier's coastal defense line. Those colossal sea beasts, deadly threats to others, were nothing but walking experience packs to Lin Bei. After absorbing these spiritual medicines, Lin Bei must also carve out time to cultivate the great sun soul shattering spear technique. Meanwhile, at the residence of the Lord of Sains City, an ancient Chinese-style courtyard sat atop a mountain peak, surrounded by artificial hills and ponds, creating a scene of serene elegance. Lord Daong sat upright in the hall above, sipping his tea with measured grace before setting down the cup and turning his gaze to those below. You all heard what Kyer just said. If you have any thoughts, speak them now. Lord City Master, Second City Master Lipus spoke first. Since the colossal beast disaster erupted, resources have been scarce worldwide. Dragon Nation's strength is less than half of Eagle Nation's. It's utterly impossible for them to produce such vast resources. Dragon Nation's trade offer is a sham. Their true goal is to steal our technology. Exactly. The Dragon Nation is inherently deceitful. That Lin Bei is lying through his teeth. We absolutely cannot fall for this. With the current turbulent situation, giant beasts encircling us externally and constant conflicts among nations internally, if we lose our greatest technological advantage, we'll be the first to suffer. The others voiced their objections in unison. Over the past few centuries, they had seen the tricks employed by nations around the world. Their ultimate goal? Stealing technology. But technology was the very foundation of Sain's existence. Should other great powers seize our core technologies, the consequences would be unimaginable. After all, Sains was but a tiny speck of land lacking in population, resources, and territory. Those major powers, however, possess vast populations, abundant resources, and expansive territories, enabling them to swiftly convert existing technology into combat capability. I've thoroughly investigated Lin Bei's background. He's a man of deep loyalty and honor. No matter how high a price I offered, he refused to betray the Dragon Nation. He's different from those outsiders. Before I trust, he won't deceive me. Baixai retorted fiercely, then handed the storage bracelet to the others. This was his free gift to me as a token of goodwill. It proves the Dragon Nation's strength and sincerity. Kyer, you're still too young. You simply don't understand the treacherous nature of human hearts. Lips shifted his tone and continued, if you insist on dealing with Lin Bei, fine. But first, make him put all his resources on the table. Only then will we give him our technology. Baixai heard this and laughed in disbelief. Don't flaunt your wealth. Such a simple principle. Could Lin Bei, possessing the world's most advanced genetic technology, possibly be unaware of it? Even if Lin Bei truly didn't grasp this principle, Dragon Nation wouldn't dare let him go to the island alone with all those resources. Seeing the tense standoff, Bai Tianyang stepped in to smooth things over. Kyer, let's drop this deal with Manhwa. We've waited centuries already. What's another decade? Dad, 10 years is only enough to build the White Emperor space battleship. No one knows how long we'll have to sail through the boundless cosmos before finding the next suitable habitat. It could take 3 to 5 years, or 30 to 50 years, even 100 or 80 years. With our current resource reserves, we can't possibly sustain consumption for the next century. If we exhaust our supplies during the voyage, the outcome is obvious. Baixai had always thought long-term, preparing for the worst from the very beginning. Hearing this, everyone except Lipus fell silent, closing their mouths. Sains had long launched multiple spacecraft to scout for habitable planets across the cosmos. Yet decades had passed, and still there was no word. Although the White Emperor space battleship traveled faster than spacecraft, no one could say for certain how long it would take to find a habitable planet. Moreover, once interstellar travel commenced, the warship's resources would only be depleted, there was no way to replenish them. Interstellar travel is fraught with difficulties, and besides, no one knows if there are any habitable planets beyond Blue Star. Why don't we just stay put? With Sane's current technological prowess, we could easily conquer vast territories. That would solve every problem. Lip's words sent shockwaves through the room, drawing stunned stares from everyone present. Since Sane's founding, not a single war had erupted in centuries. The founding city lord had even established a special rule during his lifetime. Under no circumstances should expansion occur unless it was a matter of life and death. The reason was simple: Sane's was a tiny speck of land, entirely dependent on imported resources. Simply sustaining the city's daily life was already a struggle. If the war machine were set in motion, resource consumption would skyrocket exponentially. By the time the war ended, Sane's would likely have been drained dry. Beyond resource scarcity, Sane's total population barely exceeded 300,000. Subtract the elderly, women, and children unfit for combat, along with scientists essential to critical posts, and the number of truly combat-ready individuals is meager. Moreover, Sane's has never fought a single war against an external enemy. It has no clear understanding of either its own capabilities or those of its adversaries. Rushing into war could very well invite catastrophic disaster. Nonsense! Bai Tianyang, rarely losing his temper, slammed his hand hard on the table, shattering the teacup. He scolded, "Never utter such words again. Old stubborn fool." Lipus cursed inwardly, waving his hand dismissively before storming out. "Kyer, deliver this resource list to Lin Bei tomorrow. Only if he can provide all the resources listed will I consider doing business with him." After deep contemplation, Bai Tianyang wrote out a list and handed it to Bai Tsai. Understood. Bai Tsai accepted the list and departed the city lord's residence. Lips and Jim emerged from the shadows, watching Bai Tsai's receding figure. The latter spoke greedily, "Father, it's been 20 years. What exactly are you still waiting for? An opportunity." Lips turned to stare at the city lord's residence, his eyes burning with envy and resentment. He and Bai Tianyang had known each other since childhood, over 50 years now. Throughout those decades, Bai Tianyang had consistently outshone him in every way, ultimately being promoted to Lord of Sanes. He, however, had been forced to settle for the position of second city lord. In his view, interstellar colonization couldn't save Sanes, only expansion could. But as long as Bai Tianyang remained in the city lord's seat, his ambitions would remain unfulfilled. Jim couldn't understand it, only complaining incessantly, "Father, if the Dragon Nation can truly muster that much resources, then our plan, painstakingly plotted over 20 years, will go down the drain. I know you want to kill Lin Bei and claim Bai Tsai, but the time isn't right yet." Lips saw right through Jim's thoughts and scolded him fiercely. Chapter 158, The City Lord's Invitation. 100,000 tons of enriched uranium. The next morning, after secluding himself all night, Lin Bei slowly opened his eyes. A smile spread across his face, harder to suppress than an AK-47, before he activated the interface. Host, Lin Bei. Realm, 4th tier, 5th stage. Military rank, Marquis of 10,000 households. Talents, SSS tier Heaven Rewards Diligence, SSS tier Ancestor of 10,000 weapons, SSS tier Elemental Tyrant. Altered bodies, Undying Divine Phoenix, Endless Devourer. Weapons armor, 6th grade inferior God Slaying Thunderbone Spear, 5th grade inferior Insect Armor. Martial arts, Dragon Nation Foundational Tempering Fist Mastery, 3rd grade top tier Wind Spirit Spear Technique Mastery, 4th grade top tier Ninefold Thunder Spear Technique Mastery, 4th grade top tier Divine Swiftness Arrow Mastery, 5th grade Intermediate Wind Thunder Step Mastery, 6th grade upper tier 10,000 Swords Return to the Source Mastery, 6th grade upper tier 1 Fist Breaks 10,000 Laws Mastery, 7th grade top tier Great Sun Soul Shattering Spear Technique Mastery. Abilities, Danger Sense Mastery. Immunity, all attributes. Constitution, 10005. His cultivation realm surged from 4th tier, 1st layer to 4th tier, 5th layer. The overwhelming potency of the Endless Devourer's transformation once again left Lin Bei utterly stunned. Lin Bei had refined and absorbed numerous spiritual herbs before, but as the quantity of refined herbs increased, the physical body's ability to absorb their efficacy inevitably diminished. This time, however, all 6 6th grade sea soul grasses and 1 7th grade giant demon fruit were absorbed at a rate of 100% without loss, and the absorption speed was extremely rapid. Beyond the realm advancement, the 7th grade top tier Great Sun Soul Shattering Spear technique had also been cultivated to perfection in just one night. His physique also broke through the 10,000 threshold after refining the giant demon fruit. At the 3rd stage, 5th level, Lin Bei already possessed a physical body comparable to that of a 5th stage martial artist. Now stepping into the 4th tier, 5th level, his physique could rival that of a late 6th tier physical martial artist, or even an ordinary 7th tier martial artist. This extraordinary advancement was entirely due to that 7th grade giant demon fruit. With his current physique, he could tear apart nano battle armor without even activating his elemental tyrant talent. In terms of overall combat prowess, he could crush 5th-tier martial artists without even using his nano-battle armor. Even against a 6th-tier martial artist, as long as there's no innate counter, he could slay them using the armor-piercing effect of the ancestor of 10,000 weapons. This marked the most substantial power increase Lin Bei had ever achieved. Ding dong! Just then, a crisp doorbell chime sounded outside the guest room. "Come in," Lin Bei said indifferently, sensing Bai Xi's aura. Bai Xi smiled as she pushed open the door. The moment she saw Lin Bei, her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment once more. "How did your aura change so drastically?" "A lucky breakthrough," Lin Bei casually brushed it off. Bai Xi's smile froze. Suddenly, Lin Bei seemed like a monster to her. Yesterday, outside the city, she had tried to stop him. Failing to stop him then had already made her suspect Lin Bei was no ordinary opponent. His true combat strength surely exceeded the first tier of the 4th rank. But even if Lin Bei held back, she was confident she could crush him with her superior cultivation and gear. But now, she sensed a palpable unease emanating from Lin Bei. The confidence she'd felt yesterday had vanished completely. If Jim dared to provoke Lin Bei again, she feared she'd never get another chance to save him. "What about the deal?" Lin Bei broke the silence. Bai Xi snapped back to attention, retrieving a resource list from her storage ring. "If you can provide all the resources on this list, Sains will agree to the trade." Lin Bei took the list and glanced at it, replying without hesitation, "I can provide them." "Good. I'll take you to the city lord's mansion," Bai Xi said. Lin Bei nodded and followed Bai Xi out. Before long, they arrived at the city lord's mansion atop the mountain peak. Upon entering the main hall, Bai Tianyang, Lipus, and the others were already seated. Their piercing gazes converged on Lin Bei, as if they could see right through him. Facing this tense atmosphere, Lin Bei strode in with calm composure, offering a polite smile to the assembled figures. Though barely 18, his presence held its own against these seasoned figures who'd lived decades longer. Seeing this, Bai Tianyang and the others couldn't help but regard Lin Bei with newfound respect. "Lord Bai, let's skip the pleasantries. The resources on the list my nation can provide them. But in exchange, what technology can Sains offer China?" Lin Bei cut straight to the point. "This contains over 10,000 technologies accumulated by Sains over centuries. You may freely select any 100 of them." Bai Tianyang flicked his finger, and a holographic projection materialized in the center of the main hall. The projection displayed a catalog of tens of thousands of technologies, each accompanied by a brief description and its applications. Lin Bei scanned it meticulously from top to bottom, his brow gradually furrowing into a deep frown as his mood soured. While the list appeared to enumerate tens of thousands of technologies, the vast majority were civilian or lifestyle-oriented, offering little tangible benefit for enhancing national strength. The technologies that could genuinely boost national strength were few and far between, and they were all outdated relics from the last century. Lin Bei's displeasure was evident as he laid his cards on the table. "Lord Bai, if you were seeking modest resources, these technologies might be considered a gesture of goodwill. But you demanded resources sufficient to construct the White Emperor interstellar warship and sustain a century of interstellar voyages. These technologies are equivalent to the token of goodwill you offered yesterday. If you desire more advanced technology, then show sufficient sincerity." Bai Tianyang stated. "Lord Bai, if the roles were reversed, would you trust someone to carry such vast resources to a completely unfamiliar place to negotiate business?" Lin Bei asked. "Spare me the empty talk. Without sufficient proof of sincerity, I won't offer equivalent technology," Bai Tianyang insisted firmly. After a moment of silence, Lin Bei produced a storage bracelet and stated, "This batch of resources was originally intended as a deposit. But since Lord Bai insists on seeing the sincerity of the Dragon Nation, I shall present this deposit first as a demonstration of our good faith." Lin Bei understood clearly, Bai Tianyang wasn't interested in sincerity at all. What he wanted to see was the Dragon Nation's strength, whether they could actually produce such vast resources. Bai Tianyang took the storage bracelet, opened it, and was utterly stunned. "Dad, what's in there?" Bai Xi curiously leaned in. Upon seeing the contents, her expression mirrored Bai Tianyang's exactly. "What on earth is it that's causing such a huge emotional reaction?" The crowd below was also intrigued, crowding closer to get a look. What they saw left them speechless. Following their gaze, the storage bracelet contained vast quantities of enriched uranium. Not uranium ore. It was refined, concentrated uranium. A rough estimate suggested this single storage bracelet alone contained around 100,000 tons of enriched uranium. Uranium ore is an extremely rare mineral resource. Since the outbreak of the colossal beast catastrophe, the combined uranium ore production of all nations worldwide has only reached 2,000 to 3,000 tons. After refining and enriching those 2,000 to 3,000 tons of ore, likely only slightly over half remains. The enriched uranium in this single storage bracelet alone equals the world's total production over 100 years. Moreover, Sains is a small region with scarce resources, relying entirely on nuclear power for its energy needs. This demands a massive annual consumption of uranium ore. With this enriched uranium, Sains need not worry about energy for decades to come, and the most critical power issue for the White Emperor's space battleship will be resolved effortlessly. Chapter 159, Deal Sealed. Lipus Ambition. The group was ablaze with excitement, their hearts racing long after the deal was sealed. They racked their brains trying to fathom where the Dragon Nation had obtained such vast quantities of enriched uranium, but one thing was certain. If the Dragon Nation could produce 100,000 tons of enriched uranium, it might well have the other resources on the list too. Combined with Lin Bei's arrogant behavior at the World Genius War, the implications were chilling. Could it be that the Dragon Nation, dormant for centuries, was poised to rise once more? Lord Bei, what do you think of this gesture of goodwill? Lin Bei asked with a smile. Acceptable. Bai Tianyang nodded excitedly. Lin Bei declared, in that case, it's time to see the sincerity of Lord Bei himself. I won't disappoint you, Bai Tianyang declared, tossing a metal scroll onto the table. Lin Bei caught the scroll, gently pressed the button at its base, and a holographic projection instantly materialized before his eyes. The projection displayed battle armor blueprints alongside detailed specifications. From the first-generation battle armor all the way to the latest nano-armor designs, everything was included. Lin Bei struggled to conceal his emotions, yet his heart raced and his mouth went dry with excitement. The power of the nanotech battle armor was undeniable, the entire world had witnessed it. This armor required no cultivation level restrictions. A 4th-tier martial artist wearing it could hunt down a 5th-tier opponent. In fact, even a 1st-tier martial artist wearing it could hunt down a 5th-tier martial artist. With Lin Bei now commanding vast resources, coupled with Dragon Nation's manpower and Sane's technology, mass production of nano battle armor is absolutely achievable. 10,000 sets of nano battle armor could secure the borders. 100,000 sets would turn the tables on the Dragon Nation and the behemoths. 1 million sets of nano battle armor would allow the Dragon Nation's flag to be planted on any land across the entire world. Within 5 days, gather every resource on this list and all Sane's technology will be yours to choose from. Bai Tianyang laid his cards on the table. Agreed. Here's to a fruitful collaboration. Lin Bei smiled as he extended his hand, surprised that this trip to Sane's had gone even smoother than he'd anticipated. Pleasure to do business. Bai Tianyang shook his hand, returning the polite smile. Oh, Lord Bai, I have one small question, Lin Bei called back as he turned halfway down the corridor. Ask away, Bai Tianyang replied. Does this world, or rather, this universe, harbor extraterrestrial life? Lin Bei inquired curiously. After a moment of silence, Bai Tianyang answered with unwavering certainty, yes. Thank you for your insight, Lord Bai. Lin Bei clasped his hands in a bow before departing the city lord's residence. Once Lin Bei was completely gone, Lipus asked, Lord City Master, do you truly believe the Dragon Nation can produce that many resources? Regardless of whether they can or cannot, a single battle armor technology is worth 10,000 tons of enriched uranium. But I know what you're going to say. Rest assured, the battle armor technology alone poses no threat to Sane's. With Bai Tianyang's words, Lipus could only shut his mouth. Yet he refused to accept defeat. After 20 years of meticulous planning, he couldn't let it all come to naught. He would prove to everyone in Sane's that he alone could lead them toward a brighter future, not abandon their homeland for interstellar colonization. Jim, let's go. Lip's eyes flashed with a fierce resolve, as if he'd made a decisive choice. Dad, Lipus is extremely ambitious. He's been secretly conducting gene fusion research all these years. Among all the elders, he's the most opposed to the interstellar migration plan. Should we prepare countermeasures in advance? Bai Xi expressed her concern as she watched the receding figures of Lipus and his son. I grew up with him. I know his character better than you do. Though ambitious, he's fundamentally not a bad man. He wouldn't do anything detrimental to Sane's. Rest assured, Bai Tianyang replied. Meanwhile, Lin Bei returned to his hotel room and immediately called the king. He informed the sovereign about the transaction scheduled for 5 days hence and urged him to bring additional powerful individuals. This served both to signal to Sane's that the remaining resources were still in the Dragon Nation and to guard against Sane's taking the resources without delivering the technology. After all, with such a significant matter at stake, Lin Bei dared not rely solely on Sane's credibility. Having a large contingent of powerful individuals present was the safer bet. As for how to explain the resource's origin to the king, Lin Bei already had a plan in mind. Blame it all on extraterrestrial life. After all, if Bai Tianyang claimed extraterrestrial life existed in the universe, then Lin Bei luckily stumbling upon a treasure left behind by such beings wouldn't be entirely implausible, right? Knock knock. A crisp knock sounded outside the guest room. Lin Bei raised an eyebrow, sensing 2 figures standing outside. One of them had a familiar aura. It seemed to be Jim. The other's aura was unfathomably deep, either an 8th tier or a 9th tier cultivator. What is it? Lin Bei asked. I'm Lips, the 2nd city lord of Sane's. I wish to speak with you. Lips got straight to the point. I've already settled matters with Lord Bai. There's nothing left to discuss between us. Lin Bei held no favorable impression of Jim, and naturally felt the same toward Jim's father, Lipus. From blueprints to actual production, there are still many issues to resolve. Even the most brilliant people from Dragon Nation would need years of research. If we collaborate, I can not only provide technical experts for free to oversee production, but also offer the world's only gene fusion technology. Lips enticed. Hearing this, Lin Bei fell silent. He had actually considered this possibility long ago, but Bai Tianyang's plan was interstellar colonization. He couldn't possibly leave behind a group of scientists specifically for Manhwa. Now, with a shortcut presented before him, the temptation was undeniable. Yet Lin Bei knew full well there was no such thing as a free lunch. Lipus's intentions were bound to be far from simple. SSS has over 300,000 people. Not everyone is willing to follow Bai Tianyang into exile. If you choose to partner with me, the future SSS will become Manhwa's closest ally. Lips continued to sweeten the deal. Hearing this, Lin Bei felt even more tempted, yet he still refused. Second City Lord, I stand by what I said earlier. My affairs have already been settled with City Lord Bai. There's nothing left to discuss between us. Lin Bei could see that Lipus was a man of immense ambition. His ambitions extended far beyond SSS. They encompassed the wider world. Facilitating his alliance with the Dragon Nation would likely harm the Dragon Nation itself. Lips chuckled softly and turned to leave the hotel. Jim hurried after him, utterly baffled. Father, with your power, couldn't you just arrest him directly? Why go through all this trouble? Arresting him outright would be like openly declaring to Bai Tianyang that we intend to rebel. There's an old saying in the Dragon Nation, to catch the thief, first catch the king. Once we take Bai Tianyang, we'll have countless ways to deal with Lin Bei. A flash of murderous intent flickered in Lip's eyes as he made his final decision. He had only 5 days left. If he didn't act now, he'd never get another chance in his lifetime. First, seize control of the City Lord's mansion. Then, under its authority, arrange a meeting with Lin Bei. Finally, subdue Lin Bei. His obsession with Lin Bei stemmed not from coveting his resources, but from the undying phoenix hybrid body. An immortal physique. A perfect experimental subject. Chapter 160, Those Who Achieve Greatness. Don't sweat the small stuff. Vote for me. Moments later, the two arrived at the City Lord's residence. The place was now deserted, save for Bai Tianyang, who sat in the courtyard admiring the scenery and sipping tea. Spotting Lipus approach, he smiled and waved. You're just in time. Join me for tea. Lips strode over and sat down, declining the teacup Bai Tianyang offered. I've never acquired a taste for Dragon Nation tea. Then let's have something else. What would you like? I'll fetch it, Bai Tianyang said amiably. Old Bai, compared to the uncertain interstellar colonization project, don't you think the external expansion plan is far more achievable? Lips cut straight to the point. Bai Tianyang's rising motion froze momentarily before he sank back into his seat. Lips, he said meaningfully, do you truly believe our centuries of peaceful standing on Blue Star relied solely on technological superiority? That's undeniable. Our tech can even take down 9th-tier behemoths. No other nation would dare invade. Lips declared with brimming confidence. But even the most formidable technology requires resources to sustain it. With our current reserves, how long could we last? A month? 10 days? Bai Tianyang pressed, his tone heavy with accusation. Just give the order to expand. Within 10 days. I guarantee we can seize a resource-rich territory. With replenished resources, we'll grow stronger with every battle. Lips declared. Once war begins, there's no turning back. SSS has only a few 100,000 people. Deduct the elderly, women, and children, and less than 30% are fit for battle. Is it fair to these tens of thousands of men to send them to stain the battlefield with their blood, all because of a single order from us? Bai Tianyang shouted hoarsely, trying to snap Lipus out of his resolve. Yet Lips remained resolute, his voice firm and unwavering. Those who accomplish great deeds must not spare themselves. If our generation grits our teeth and sheds a little blood, we can secure boundless glory and wealth for future generations. Is that not worth it? Ah. Bai Tianyang opened his mouth to argue, but the words died on his lips. A sigh of resignation and complexity finally escaped him. Old Bai, I'll ask you one last time, do you still insist on the interstellar migration plan? Lips demanded gravely. That concludes our discussion for today. You may leave. Bai Tianyang, unwilling to continue the topic, promptly dismissed him. Ah, Lipus sighed in turn. Jim understood the meaning behind that sigh and immediately bellowed, everyone out. Swish. 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 At Jim's command, 12 cloaked figures materialized silently. Each exuded an overwhelming aura. Their wide hoods concealed their faces, shadows dancing across them, vaguely revealing horrifying features. Some had bulging, bloodshot eyes set deep in fleshy faces, others were covered in scales, still others had cheeks as wide as barrels. These were no longer ordinary humans. Kyer was right. All these years, you've been secretly conducting genetic fusion research. Bai Tianyang roared furiously. Old Bai, do you truly believe my gene fusion technique is inferior to your gene enhancement method? Absurd. They only flatter you because you're the City Lord. Open your eyes and see clearly. These 12 perfect creations of mine. Each possesses strength comparable to a 9th-tier martial artist. What do you have to compare with me? With the mask torn away, Lipso shed all pretense. Experimenting on living humans and colossal beasts violates both the laws of heaven and the ethics of humanity, Bai Tianyang countered. Great achievers pay no heed to trivialities. Lipso declared. One misstep leads to many. If you turn back now, I might overlook it for old time's sake, Bai Tianyang pleaded earnestly. Bai Tianyang. I detest your condescending, preachy tone. All these years since childhood, whether in vision, breadth of mind, capability, or skill, I've never been inferior to you. Yet simply because every generation of City Lord has been a Dragon Nation native, you've kept me down at every turn. Lip's expression grew increasingly frenzied. You'll destroy Sains. Bai Tianyang shouted angrily. I refuse to argue with you. Time will prove everything. Lipus remained convinced his choice was right. Then, shifting his tone, he added, out of respect for our years of friendship, I won't kill you. But the position of City Lord I will have it. Take him away. Jim ordered. Two cloaked figures fitted Bai Tianyang with specially designed shackles for his hands and feet, then escorted him secretly from the City Lord's residence. Lips. You'll destroy Sains. Bai Tianyang struggled desperately, roaring in fury, but his mouth was quickly gagged. Not a single word escaped him, leaving only utter despair. Unlike Lipus, Bai Tianyang was consumed by technological research, his martial cultivation stagnating at the 6th tier. Despite his own lack of strength, the City Lord's residence was fortified with multiple layers of defenses, capable of withstanding 9th-tier martial artists. He also possessed numerous high-tech trump cards, more than enough to protect himself. Yet, fortresses are often breached from within. Lips knew Bai Tianyang inside out, understood every detail of the City Lord's mansion. To him, these defenses and countermeasures were nothing but a sham. If anyone in the world could harm Bai Tianyang, there were only two such individuals. One was Bai Tsai, and the other was Lipus. Father, Bai Tianyang has already been subdued. Shouldn't we move to capture Bai Tsai next? Jim licked his lips greedily, having coveted Bai Tsai's body for far too long. A mere Bai Tsai won't cause much trouble. Our top priority now is capturing Lin Bei. He's the most perfect test subject in the world. We absolutely cannot miss this opportunity. Lipus declared. Genetic fusion techniques were powerful, yet their success rate was extremely low. The reason was simple, the fragile human body could scarcely withstand the genes of a colossal beast. Often, only 1 out of 100 carefully selected test subjects survives. Even that one survivor might suffer weak infusion effects due to genetic rejection. Lips had long sought a solution, but the scarcity of test subjects and their frail physical states rendering them disposable had stalled progress for years. But now, things are different. Lin Bei possesses an immortal physique. Capture him alive, and we will undoubtedly discover the perfect fusion method within him. Not only that, but we could integrate the genes of countless powerful beasts into his body, creating the strongest test subject in history. She is, after all, the City Lord's daughter. If she rallies the elders against us, we'll be at a disadvantage, Jim cautioned. After a moment's thought, Lipus replied, leave this matter to you. But remember one thing, Bai Tsai is still Bai Tianyang's only daughter. Don't push things too far. Yes, father. Jim had been waiting for this order. He immediately gathered the Black Robe Squad and departed the City Lord's residence. Lin Bei, oh Lin Bei, you are mine to claim. Lips sneered coldly before dialing the hotel where Lin Bei was staying, issuing orders in his capacity as City Lord. Chapter 161, Underground Lab. Gene Fusion Technique. Soon, a knock sounded at Lin Bei's door again. Mr. Lin, hello. I'm Xiao Yang, the hotel manager. What is it? Lin Bei asked. The City Lord just called and asked you to come to Central Tower to discuss the transaction further, the hotel manager said. Got it, Lin Bei replied, his brow furrowing slightly as he sensed something was off. The meeting location wasn't at the City Lord's residence, but at Central Tower. The method of arranging the meeting wasn't a personal phone call or a message sent by Bai Tsai, but rather relayed through the hotel manager. This was highly unusual. To be safe, Lin Bei sent a text message to the king, containing only one word, urgent. He hurriedly left the hotel, hailed a flying taxi, and headed straight for Central Tower. True to its name, the Central Tower stood majestically at the island's very center. Soaring 199 stories high, it was the tallest building in the world. The entire structure soared skyward in a towering cone shape, radiating unparalleled grandeur. Before long, he arrived at Central Tower. Lin Bei paid with or turned and entered the building, approaching the front desk. Hello, I'm here for my appointment with the City Lord. May I ask if you are Mr. Lin Bei? The receptionist inquired with a smile. Yes. Lin Bei nodded. Very well, please follow me. After confirming his identity, the receptionist led Lin Bei to a special elevator. While other elevators bustled with people coming and going, this one remained sealed shut. No one had entered or exited in half an hour, and 2 soldiers clad in battle armor stood guard at its entrance. Everything felt odd, but since he was already here, he might as well see what Daon Yang was really up to. Lin Bei followed the receptionist into the elevator. The control panel held only an open door button, a closed door button, and a single other button. Pressing that button, the elevator activated and plummeted downward at breakneck speed. Down below? Lin Bei raised an eyebrow, sensing something was very, very off. A few minutes later, the elevator doors opened. The scene that unfolded before him left even the seasoned Lin Bei visibly shaken. Bizarre corpses were sealed inside transparent containers. Some bodies had been grafted with beastly limbs, others showed signs of monstrous transformation, while others were completely rotted, oozing green liquid. Each corpse bore a numbered tag. There were exactly 1,397 corpses. With Seoul's total population barely over 300,000, this meant 1 in every 200 people had been captured. "Welcome to my laboratory," Lipa said with a smile, stepping out from behind the corpses. "I've already said there's nothing to discuss between us." Lin Bei turned to leave, but no matter how he pressed the elevator buttons, there was no response. "Dae Young has stepped down. I am now the first lord of Seoul. You have no choice but to negotiate with me," Lips threatened. Lin Bei jolted in shock. "You killed him? That's irrelevant. Your deal is null and void. If you still want Seoul's advanced technology, you'll have to cooperate with me," Lips stated bluntly. "How exactly?" Lin Bei frowned, vaguely sensing where this was headed. "Ever heard of gene fusion?" Lips inquired. "Never heard of it," Lin Bei shook his head. "Simply put, it's the fusion of human and Titan genes, allowing humans to acquire some of the Titan's abilities. Remember Shunsuke Taka from Sakura Nation in the World Genius Tournament? He has fused Titan genes within his body." Lips' expression visibly shifted when he mentioned Shunsuke. His face brimmed with pride and satisfaction, as if publicly showcasing his masterpiece. Lin Bei's hunch proved spot on. He flatly refused. "I won't be your lab rat. Ron. You're not being my guinea pig. This is a mutually beneficial collaboration. You possess the immortal phoenix physique. I can conduct countless trials on you until I discover the perfect method to fuse human genes with giant beast genes. Once I discover that method, I can integrate the genes of numerous powerful beasts into your body. You will become incredibly strong." Lips coaxed him, trying to sway Lin Bei, then added, "I know Dragon Nation faces internal chaos from the Quan Xing faction, external threats from colossal beasts, and international pressure from Eagle Nation and its allies. Your situation is extremely dire. Rest assured. If you agree to cooperate with me, I'll immediately dispatch my most brilliant scientists to Dragon Nation. They'll help Dragon Nation make great strides in technological advancement." Hearing this, Lin Bei snorted derisively. "Ambition is never satisfied. Once you have something big, you crave something bigger. Once they have more, they crave even more." Agreeing to cooperate with Lipus would only harm the Dragon Kingdom. Most crucially, Lin Bei's immortality didn't mean he was immune to all suffering. Being trapped like a lab rat in a vessel, tortured over and over, that is truly worse than death. "You're a madman, but I am not," Lin Bei refused. Hearing this, the smile froze on Lip's face, quickly turning dark and terrifying. "Lin Bei, the path has been laid out for you. You'll walk it whether you want to or not. No one has ever forced me down a path I refuse to take." Facing the unfathomably powerful Lips, Lin Bei showed no fear. "You're pushing your luck." Lips lost his patience and pressed a mysterious button beside him. Buzz 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 buzz. 6 transparent light barriers materialized out of thin air, instantly coalescing into a prison cage that trapped Lin Bei inside. This was a trap Lips had prepared long ago, specifically designed to target Lin Bei. "I know you possess the elemental tyrant talent, capable of transforming and manipulating every element in the world. But unfortunately, this cage is forged from densely concentrated energy. Your prized talent will be rendered useless." Lips circled Lin Bei, greedily admiring the most perfect experimental specimen under the heavens. "Once the gene fusion technique matures, we can mass-produce fusion troops. This technology consumes minimal other resources, almost negligible. The only 2 resources consumed in significant quantities are humans and behemoths. And these 2 resources are inexhaustible." One day, he would lead his fusion legions beyond Seoul, conquering nation after nation to establish the greatest empire the world had ever seen. Lin Bei sneered contemptuously, "This energy cage may confine me, but it cannot confine my talent." Elemental tyrant. Open. Instantly, a bizarre spectacle unfolded. The reinforced concrete, metal, glass, wood within the laboratory, and the earth beneath it all melted into water at a visible speed. As several critical points melted away, the entire underground laboratory began to sway precariously, as if it could collapse at any moment. As more areas melted, the water surged up to Lips' waist. Most terrifyingly, this force continued to melt the surrounding earth. Once it connected to the vast ocean outside, this place would be instantly submerged. Chapter 162, Citywide Manhunt. Baiksai strikes again. Damn it! Lips clenched his fists, grinding his teeth in frustration. He knew the SSS tier elemental tyrant talent was exceptionally powerful, so he specifically designed an energy cage capable of trapping a 9th tier martial artist. He believed that as long as Lin Bei was trapped, the talent would be rendered useless. But he never imagined the elemental tyrant talent could pierce through the energy cage. This talent could transform any element in the world. It was Sainz's nemesis. Because every technology in Sainz was fundamentally tied to metal. Even the high-tech mega cannons capable of obliterating 9th-tier beasts could be reduced to sand by the elemental tyrant talent. No one in this world can kill me. And no one can imprison me.
Lin Bei taunted with a smirk.
Oomph. You got lucky this time. Next time we meet, I'll capture you alive. Lip spat out his threat, unwilling to accept defeat, before fleeing for his life. The laboratory lay 1,500 meters underground.
If it collapsed completely, even a 9th-tier martial artist like him would be buried alive within. As for Lin Bei, he wasn't the least bit worried about escaping. To prevent unauthorized leaks of technology, Sainz had deployed energy barriers both above and below ground. Without the city lord's authorization, no one could enter or exit. Force a breach? The barrier could withstand even a 9th-tier oceanic colossus. How could it possibly fail against a mere 4th-tier martial artist like Lin Bei? In short, as long as Lin Bei remained trapped within Sainz, he couldn't escape his grasp. Many have tried to capture me, Lin Bei remarked with casual mockery, utterly unconcerned. You'll just have to wait your turn. Time ticked by, and the entire laboratory dissolved into water, the energy cage vanishing along with it. After confirming no other living soul remained, Lin Bei used his talent to dissolve the soil above him. He then reshaped the fallen earth into steps, ascending one by one. After an unknown duration, Lin Bei finally heard sounds from the outside world beneath the dead silence of the earth. We're almost at the surface. Lin Bei's expression brightened. After downing several bottles of high-grade recovery potions, he immediately picked up speed. As the final layer of soil dissolved, dazzling sunlight poured down. Having grown accustomed to the darkness underground, Lin Bei instinctively shielded his eyes from the sudden glare. After a moment, he opened his eyes, peering through his fingers at the world outside. Traffic surged like a river, the noise deafening. Confirming no danger, Lin Bei climbed up as if nothing had happened. After a quick disguise, he blended into the crowd. Sainz is sealed by energy barriers both above and below. Escaping anytime soon is impossible. We'll just have to wait for the Dragon Nation's elite to arrive. We got the battle armor technology. At least it wasn't a wasted trip. Lin Bei muttered to himself, already prepared for the deal to fall through. Just then, a striking red alert flashed across every electronic screen in Sainz. Urgent. 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 The outsider Lin Bei is wanted citywide for attempting to steal advanced technology and assassinate the city lord and his daughter. Capture Lin Bei alive. Reward, 100 ping luxury mansion. 1 million mining credits. For information leading to Lin Bei's capture, reward of 500,000 mining credits. Beneath the bold, enlarged red text were Lin Bei's photograph and detailed profile, including cultivation realm, innate talents, martial arts, weapons, armor, and more. In an instant, the entire city of Sainz erupted. In Sainz, where land resources were scarce and every inch of soil was precious, the vast majority of the lower classes could only live cramped in pigeonhole apartments. 6 or 7 people, sometimes even 12 or 13, crammed into a single room. Owning a small apartment with a private bathroom was a distant dream. And now, simply by capturing Lin Bei alive, one could obtain a 100-square-meter mansion. This was an incredible opportunity. Never mind that the wanted notice lists Lin Bei as only a 4th-tier, first-rank martial artist. Even if he were a 6th-tier 7th-rank martial artist, countless people would risk their lives to capture him. Those with sufficient strength aimed to capture Lin Bei alive, while those lacking power focus on providing leads. 50,000 mining credits is no small sum enough to completely transform a life of hardship and poverty. That damned outsider. He actually assassinated the city lord and his daughter to steal technology. How despicable. I told you so. No outsider is any good. They should all be killed. That photo of Lin Bei, he looks familiar somehow. Like I just saw him somewhere. Right. I remember now. He does look familiar. While everyone was distracted by the announcement, Lin Bei slipped quietly past them. Fortunately, he had been cautious upon arrival and made a few minor alterations to his appearance, preventing immediate detection. But this disguise couldn't last forever. With over 30,000 people searching the entire city, there was nowhere to hide. Just as Lin Bei was fretting, a delicate little hand reached out from the crowd and grabbed her wrist. Miss Bai. Lin Bei gasped in surprise upon recognizing the face. This isn't the place to talk. Follow me. Bai, disguised as a vagrant, swiftly led Lin Bei away from the crowd into a secluded underground passageway. What's going on? A flood of questions surged through Lin Bei's mind. My father was captured by Lipus. Jim is hunting me down everywhere. Sainz is now completely under Lipus control. Bai explained concisely. After hearing this, Lin Bei felt his face go completely blank. The esteemed First Lord of Sainz. He had connections, status, and power. How could he be overthrown like this? Noticing Lin Bei's confusion, Bai elaborated, my father and Lipus grew up together. He trusted him unconditionally, but Lipus exploited that absolute trust and betrayed him.
What about you? As the city lord's daughter, couldn't you step forward to expose the truth? Lin Bei asked. It's useless. Every elder in Sains and the entire city guard are controlled by the Lipus family. If I speak out now, I'd only be walking straight into a trap. Baixai sighed in despair, her mind blank, devoid of any plan. She knew Lipus harbored immense ambition, but she never imagined he'd spent 20 years plotting for this very day. Of the 9 elders, Lipus had bribed 3. The remaining 6 either submitted or were killed. The city guard, controlling all of Sain's military might, had been infiltrated by Lips until it was riddled with holes. Especially the Black Robe Squad he created, each member possessed combat prowess rivaling a 9th-tier martial artist. Now that Bai Tianyang had been captured, Lips could seamlessly ascend to become the first city lord. No one can stop him. You lot have turned this power struggle into child's play. I'm truly amazed. Lin Bei sighed in utter disbelief. I want to save my father. Do you have any ideas? Baixai looked at Lin Bei with hopeful eyes. In her eyes, Lin Bei had escaped Lipus's inescapable net proof of his top-tier strength and cunning. She had no other options left. Her only hope now rested on Lin Bei. I'm barely keeping my head above water myself. Lin Bei shook his head, refusing without hesitation. If you can save my father, I'll agree to anything. Baixai's voice carried a hint of pleading. Chapter 163, Infiltrating the City Lord's Mansion. All packed. Lips controls Sains' sole armed force, commands numerous powerful subordinates, and is himself a 9th-rank martial artist. How could I possibly rescue him? With what means? Just the 2 of us? We wouldn't even get close to where Bai Tianyang is held before the 9th-tier guards sense us. Lin Bei's helpless refusal hung heavy. Hearing this, the last shred of hope shattered deep within Baixai. Hot tears streamed down her cheeks as she sank to the ground in despair, burying her face in her arms and sobbing uncontrollably. Seeing her pitiful state, Lin Bei's heart softened. Just because I can't save Bai Tianyang doesn't mean others can't. I knew you'd find a way. Baixai wiped her tears, forcing a smile as she stood up. The Dragon Nation's elite forces will arrive in Sains in a few days. I can pressure Lipus through the Dragon Nation to force him to release Bai Tianyang, but I can't guarantee success, Lin Bei stated. Great. That's wonderful. Thank you. Baixai's heart surged with renewed hope. Don't thank me yet. I'm not finished. Whether this succeeds or fails, you owe me payment for my services. Lin Bei might be soft-hearted, but he never did a losing deal. Baixai knew Lin Bei wanted the technology and spoke truthfully. Lin Bei, all the technical documents are sealed in the city lord's mansion. I can't give you any technology right now, but I can help you infiltrate the mansion. Whether you can obtain the technology and how much you can get depends entirely on you. Is that acceptable? Deal. Lin Bei agreed without hesitation. Then follow me. I know a shortcut straight to the technical archives in the city lord's mansion. Baixai led Lin Bei forward. The underground passages were a labyrinth of interconnected tunnels, with countless branching paths. Even native Sains locals could easily lose their way within. Yet Baixai navigated with ease, as if intimately familiar with every passageway. In fact, she was extremely familiar with it. As a child, every time she snuck out to play, she used these underground passages. After over a decade of this, she knew exactly where every passage led. After winding through the passages for over an hour, Baixai stopped before a reinforced concrete wall. The tech vault is divided into 9 levels. The deeper you go, the more advanced the technology. If we can break through this wall, we'll gain direct access to the 9th underground level of the tech vault. With that, Baixai donned her nanotech battle armor, laser beams charging in her palms. Lin Bei jumped in surprise, grabbing her arm urgently. If you fire that laser, the entire city will know our location in no time. Then what should we do? We can't just walk in through the city lord's mansion, can we? Baixai asked, puzzled. Leave it to me. Lin Bei stepped forward, activating his elemental tyrant talent. In the blink of an eye, the reinforced concrete wall before them melted into sand, revealing the earth beneath. Next, the earth itself melted away, revealing the innermost layer of white metal. This is a 9 alloy, the hardest metal in the world. Even with my palm laser at maximum power, it'll take over an hour to cut through. Though your battle armor grade is lower than mine, if we combine our efforts, we should be able to cut through it in under half an hour. No sooner had Baixai finished speaking than the indestructible A9 alloy before her eyes melted into a massive hole, leaving her eyes wide and mouth agape. As the wall melted away, the technical vault's various sensor and surveillance systems were rendered inoperable. Lin Bei, solely focused on the technology, immediately dove inside. The first thing that caught his eye was a massive metal cabinet. The cabinet had 2 sides, each storing hundreds of iron scrolls, at least 200 or 300 varieties. Controlled nuclear fusion. Antimatter engines. Laser cannons. Space battleship. Genetic enhancement. Lin Bei casually flipped through a few scrolls and was instantly drenched in cold sweat. These black technologies were terrifying. Revealing just one could trigger a global upheaval, even reshape an entire era. It's no exaggeration to say Sains single-handedly elevated the level of Blue Star civilization. That said, it was fortunate that Sanes lacked the resources to implement these technologies on a large scale. Otherwise, who knows what the world would have become. This is a huge win. Lin Bei was ecstatic, immediately stowing the scrolls into his storage bracelet. Meanwhile, Sai, having regained her composure, entered the technology vault. Her expression was complex as she looked at Lin Bei, several times starting to speak but stopping herself. According to her original plan, they would likely have been discovered before even entering the tech vault. With luck, they might have snatched one or two technologies before needing to flee for their lives. But reality was different. Lin Bei had effortlessly shattered the A9 alloy and disabled the tech vault circuits without alerting a single soul. The tech vault was divided into 9 levels, with the technology growing increasingly advanced the deeper one went. These 200 to 300 technologies represented sane centuries of accumulated knowledge, the most valuable and core technologies. The tens of thousands of technologies in the first 8 levels combined couldn't match them. Watching Lin Bei carry everything away right before her eyes, Sai felt a pang of reluctance. But words spoken are like water spilled, one cannot break a promise. Besides, Lin Bei was now the only one with a chance to rescue Bai Tianyang. Those above will soon detect anomalies in the 9th layer. We have little time, Sai warned as she helped Lin Bei carry away the iron scrolls. I know. Lin Bei's danger senses were fully activated, already detecting an approaching presence above. It's almost time, Sai urged anxiously. Almost. Lin Bei grabbed the last dozen iron scrolls and activated the Wind Thunder step to leave the tech vault. Sai piloted her battle armor, flying out at breakneck speed. The moment they departed, the 9th level doors swung open and several security personnel entered. Staring at the now empty 9th level, the guards froze in shock. Quick! Quick! Sound the alarm. Someone infiltrated the tech vault to steal. Notify the 2nd city lord immediately. Much later, Lipus received the news and rushed over. Seeing the ransacked 9th level and the melted A9 alloy walls, he immediately thought of Lin Bei. With over 300,000 people conducting a citywide search for Lin Bei, instead of hiding, he had looted the tech vault. How utterly audacious. This was something no one could have anticipated. You useless pieces of trash. Someone infiltrated the tech vault and stole all the core technology. And you didn't notice a thing? Jim yelled at the staff members. The alarm didn't go off, one staff member stammered. How could it not have gone off? You're all accomplices. Jim raised his hand, ready to strike. Lips waved his hand, stopping Jim. Sai knows Sane's inside out, and Lin Bei's elemental tyrant talent can melt anything. Their teamwork was flawless. This isn't their fault. Father. Are we just letting this slide? Jim protested angrily. Double the bounty. Then deploy the Black Robe Squad and the entire city guard. As long as they're still insanes, they won't escape my grasp. The thought of his repeated failures against Lin Bei twisted Lips' face into a grimace. Chapter 164, The Heart of Sanes. The Sovereign's Call. After Jim departed, Lips wasted no time. He returned to the central building and immediately summoned the 9 elders of Sanes. In the vast top-floor conference room, 3 elders with rosy complexions sat below Lips, while the remaining 6 elders were pale and covered in wounds. Lord Bai treated you like a brother all these years. He personally promoted you to 2nd Lord. How could you betray such kindness? You beast. You think we'll bow to you? Forget it. Time will prove it. You are the true traitor of Sanes. The 6 wounded elders, refusing to yield, hurled their curses without mercy. You can't hide the truth forever. One day, the news of Lipus's usurpation will spread far and wide. Then, those elders who cling to him will be spit upon by the people of Sanes. Rather than be nailed to the pillar of shame, never able to hold their heads high again. Better to sacrifice one's life and preserve one's integrity. I know you're all tough nuts to crack, but your families might not be so resilient. Lips snapped his fingers, and a holographic projection materialized on the conference table. A group of elderly, women, and children were bound and gagged, imprisoned in a pitch-black warehouse. Before them lay a long table laden with hundreds of torture devices. They screamed, cried, and begged for mercy, their mouths constantly chanting the names of these 6 elders, hoping they would come to rescue them. Creak! The 6 elders clenched their fists in unison. Even through the screen, they could feel their family's despair. Rage surged within them, and they slammed their fists on the table, pointing at Lipus and bellowing, "You beastly monster! Release our families!" Lips's lips curled upward. He was thoroughly satisfied with their emotional state. Their rage proved he'd struck their weak spot. Where there's a weakness, there's control. Their lives are now in your hands. If you cooperate, I won't harm a hair on their heads. But if you refuse, they'll experience every single one of these hundreds of torture devices firsthand. Lips sneered menacingly. You shameless bastard. One elder, overcome by rage, spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed into his chair. The other 5 elders looked as wilted as frostbitten eggplants. Their anger faded, replaced by overwhelming fear and dread. They had lived long enough to have earned their place in the world. They feared no torment, nor even death itself. But to sacrifice their entire family's lives for this purity, wasn't that too selfish? Seeing the 6 elders wavering, Lipus pressed his advantage. If you cooperate, I will not hold past matters against you. You will remain Sane's elders, still enjoying wealth and privilege. What exactly do you want us to cooperate with? One elder demanded. I want full control over the Sane's heart, Lipus declared. The Sane's heart was a colossal energy facility, controlling nearly 60% of Sane's power grid. Most crucially, it also controlled all the island's advanced weaponry, including laser cannons capable of obliterating 9th-tier behemoths and impenetrable energy shields. Controlling the city defense force and all the elders merely granted nominal control over Sane's. Only by seizing Sane's heart could one truly become the master of Sane's. Moreover, the trading day is in 4 days. The Dragon Nation will certainly demand Lin Bei back. He is the most perfect experimental subject in the world. Lips would never relinquish him. To stand toe-to-toe with the Dragon Nation, the Black Robe Squad and city defense forces alone won't suffice. We need these cutting-edge weapons to hold our ground. The control keys for the Heart of Sane's are divided into 11 parts. Even with all of us here, we only have 10. You still don't have enough, said one elder. Sane's has no shortage of scientists. Lips curled upward. Bai Tianyang was tight-lipped, and Bai Tsai hadn't managed to find his only weakness. Extracting the final key from him was utterly impossible. However, the Dragon Nation's elite wouldn't arrive at Sane's for another 4 days. That ample time would be sufficient to crack the final fragment. The following evening, Dragon Nation's sovereign's residence. Is everyone present? Fu Junlin, the sovereign, scanned the assembled crowd with an unusually stern expression, casting a heavy, oppressive atmosphere over the room. The military is present. War God's Hall is present. The Imperial Guard is present. Martial Arts Guild assembled. The Martial Arts Foundation is present. The Shao family is present. The Lin family is present. The Lu family is present. Over 100 individuals stood in the hall, neatly arranged by faction. Without exception, every attendee was a 9th-rank powerhouse. The 12 military gods of the military department, the War God Temple's Grand Master and Deputy Grand Master, the Chief of the Imperial Guard Command, and other powerful figures along with the 2 major conglomerates and various major clans had all answered the sovereign's call, dispatching their strongest warriors to join the operation. It was no exaggeration to say that 90% of the 9th-tier powerhouses in Dragon Nation were present here. The remaining 10% were all ancient patriarchs, living dead who had long since burned out their vitality, clinging to life by a thread through perpetual seclusion. The last time such a massive mobilization occurred was during the collapse of the Colossus battlefield, when the Dragon Nation faced the threat of annihilation. Surveying the familiar faces before him, the sovereign Fu Junlin nodded with satisfaction. No matter how fiercely the major factions within the nation competed, they never wavered when it came to matters of great principle. Lin Bei has finalized a deal with Bai Tianyang, the first city lord of Sane's. In 3 days, resources will be exchanged for Sane's technology. But then he sent me a text message with just one word: urgent. When I tried to contact him again, I couldn't reach him. Something unexpected must have happened on his end. Fu Junlin briefly outlined the situation before issuing his command. I have gathered you all here for one purpose only: to rescue Lin Bei. The words hung heavy in the air, sending shockwaves through the assembled group. They had been wondering what major incident could possibly warrant recalling all 9th-rank experts from the Colossus battlefield. Little did they know it was all for Lin Bei. That a mere 4th-tier martial artist could hold such weight in the sovereign's heart was utterly unbelievable. The War God Temple and military elite weren't particularly surprised. They'd long known Lin Bei had been personally designated by the sovereign as his successor. The true shockwaves rippled through the Martial Arts Foundation and the Lin family, followed by the major factions. With the sovereign backing him so relentlessly, anyone daring to target Lin Bei now would be courting death. After this incident, the name Lin Bei would resonate even more powerfully. Even louder than when he claimed the World Genius War Championship. Elder Yun, have you finalized your arrangements? Fu Junlin asked, turning to the first war god, Yun Xiaotian. 1,359 nuclear warheads are all primed and ready, awaiting the sovereign's command at any moment, replied Yun Xiaotian. A single stone sent ripples across the pond. Everyone present stared wide-eyed, frozen in place. To rescue Lin Bei, they'd even resorted to nuclear weapons? 1,359 nuclear warheads. This had already depleted the entire arsenal of the Dragon Nation. If negotiations collapsed and war erupted, the chain reaction it would trigger could potentially force all of humanity to hit the reset button. Advance. Fu Junlin waved his hand decisively, issuing the order. Chapter 165, Hardline. Probe. Seeking gold tickets. The next moment, a fissure tore open in the sky above Sane's, from which over 100 9th-tier powerhouses, including Fu Junlin, emerged. The fading sunset bathed the entire sky in a deep crimson glow, casting light and shadow upon Fu Junlin and his companions, adding an air of mystery and oppression. An overwhelming aura of terror radiated outward, causing sea beasts within a 100-mile radius to scatter in panic. Sane's soldiers on routine patrol witnessed this scene, their faces turning deathly pale as they froze in terror. Citizens within the city walls could also see Fu Junlin and his group in the sky. Instantly, panic swept through them, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Ninth tier. Ninth tier. They're all ninth tier powerhouses. How did so many outsiders appear all at once? Could it be that a mole leaked our coordinates? They mean us harm. Report this to the city lord immediately. The citizens had never witnessed such a grand spectacle and knew little of the outside world. Yet they could find a sense of technological superiority in the outsiders who entered Sains each year. This sense of superiority had endured for centuries. Until now, witnessing so many ninth-tier powerhouses, that lofty sense of superiority vanished completely. It was like a frog at the bottom of a well, convinced of its own invincibility, suddenly witnessing an eagle soaring through the heavens. This overwhelming pressure, chilling to the very soul, was far beyond anything cold metal weapons could ever convey. Soon, Lipus arrived in haste with the Black Robe Squad and the city guard. As he surveyed the densely packed crowd before him, his pupils dilated in shock, a tidal wave of disbelief crashing through his mind, and beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. 119 individuals. All of them were ninth-tier powerhouses. In contrast, his side had only 12 ninth-tier powerhouses from the Black Robe Squad and 3 ninth-tier members from the city guard. Moreover, the aura emanating from the over 100 ninth-rank powerhouses of the Dragon Nation far surpassed that of the ninth-rank warriors from Banes. Especially those who had withdrawn from the giant beast battlefield, they radiated a murderous aura, their eyes seemed capable of devouring the heavens and earth, making one dare not meet their gaze. I am Fu Junlin, ruler of the Dragon Nation. Who is Bai Tianyang, lord of Sains City? Fu Junlin stepped forward, his innate aura of authority nearly forcing the people of Sains to kneel in submission. Bai Tianyang is dead. I am the new lord of Sains, Lipus. Lipus stepped forward with gritted teeth, yet remained hidden within an energy shield. Fu Junlin fixed his gaze upon Lipus, his piercing eyes seeming to see straight through the man's soul. Where is Lin Bei? A single glance was enough to unsettle Lipus. Not only was there an imbalance in power, but he was also outmatched in sheer presence. Technologically speaking, Sains was indeed several generations ahead of the rest of the world. But beyond technology, Sains possessed nothing. With countless eyes fixed on him below, Lips forced himself to sound defiant. Lin Bei stole technology, assassinated the former city lord, and is currently on the run from justice. Fu Junlin sneered, his tone commanding, hand him over. Murder demands retribution, it's only natural. You won't be taking him away. Lips refused stubbornly. Regardless of whether Lin Bei assassinated the former city lord, even if he did, you must hand him over today. Fu Junlin's tone was resolute, his stance even more unyielding. Absolutely impossible. Lips declared with unwavering certainty. Lin Bei possessed the immortal phoenix physique, the most perfect experimental subject. Release him, and what becomes of the gene fusion technique? Without this technology, how could he mass-produce his biotech legions? How could he restore Sains to its former glory? No way. No way. No way. The citizens within the city were filled with fervent anger. Seeing Lipus appear gave them a glimmer of hope. Refuse? Then I'll have to take it by force. Fu Junlin stepped forward once more. The moment his foot struck, it felt like a towering mountain crashing down from the heavens, smashing into Sain's energy shield. Terrifying, invisible force swept in all directions, scattering clouds for miles and sending 100-meter-high waves crashing across the sea. The energy shield rippled violently, sending a faint tremor through the entire city. Just a casual strike possessed such terrifying power. If he were to unleash his full power, it was almost unimaginable. After all these years, it seems the sovereign's power has grown immensely, remarked Yi. He is the one most likely to take that step, Yun Xiaotian replied. Take that step. Hearing those 5 words, the mighty warriors of the Dragon Nation were all startled. The martial arts realm is divided into the Awakening realm, with 9 tiers from 1st to 9th. Anyone who reached the 9th tier, 9th level, was considered a peak master. For in the history of Blue Star, no martial artist had ever surpassed the 9th tier, 9th level. It was as if a mysterious shackle bound every martial artist under heaven. No matter how exceptionally gifted one might be, they could never break free from this shackle in their lifetime. Lin Xiangying's gaze pierced through the crowd ahead, settling on Fu Junlin's back. They were contemporaries, nearly the same age, possessed nearly identical talent, and both stood at the 9th tier, 9th layer. Yet ever since Fu Junlin returned from the Abyss several years ago, his strength had surged relentlessly, leaving Lin Xiangying far behind. The Eye of the Abyss is known as a forbidden zone for humanity. What lies within remains unknown to all under heaven. Martial artists below the 8th rank who stray into its depths are instantly crushed by its formidable force field, reduced to a mist of blood. Even those of the 8th or 9th tier who venture in have less than a 1 in 1,000 chance of survival. Throughout the history of the Dragon Nation, over 700 warriors have ventured in, only Fu Junlin has ever emerged alive. Lin Xiangying clenched his fists tightly, his gaze unwavering as if he had made a resolute decision. Meanwhile, Lipus was shaken to his core by that single kick, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. The townspeople who had just been shouting demands to hand over the prisoner now wisely kept their mouths shut. Fu Junlin. I warn you, don't make a mistake. Sane's energy defense system can withstand attacks from 9th tier ocean beasts. Naturally, it can hold you back too. And the 12 laser cannons along the coast? Once charged, they can easily obliterate a 9th tier sea monster. Destroying you lot would be child's play. Lips struggled to maintain his composure, though his confidence was completely shattered. Both the energy defense system and the laser cannons required authorization from the Sane's heart. Yet he currently possessed only 10 secret keys, with the final one still in the process of being decrypted. According to the original plan, decryption should be complete within 4 days. He never imagined the Dragon Nation's elite would arrive so swiftly and in such numbers. Beyond these two trump cards, Sanes had no other aces up his sleeve to counter 9th tier powerhouses. While his other black technologies were formidable, capable of overwhelming martial artists below the 9th tier. But the current situation was that his opponents were all 9th tier. The lack of high-tier combat power was one of Sane's greatest weaknesses. While the laser cannon could obliterate 9th tier opponents, its long charging time and massive energy consumption were significant drawbacks. Moreover, martial artists aren't behemoths, their smaller stature makes evasion far easier. You've overestimated yourself and underestimated us. Fu Junlin's earlier kick was merely a test. He now had a clear grasp of Sane's approximate strength. Is that so? Then try forcing your way through. Lipson growled menacingly. Chapter 166, Lord Lucas of Eagle Nation. All shall perish. 3000 Thunder Prison. Open. Fu Junlin snapped his fingers with casual ease. The next second, the world transformed. The sky, previously tinged crimson by the setting sun, now split into two halves, one deep crimson, the other dark blue. Boom! 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 Blue lightning bolts as thick as a grown man's waist erupted from the sky one after another, unleashing towering waves upon the tranquil sea. These towering waves piled upon each other, relentlessly crashing against Sane's energy shield, colliding to form massive crests hundreds of meters high. Thunder surged across the sky, resembling an inverted sea of lightning suspended in the heavens. Fu Junlin stood proudly with his hands behind his back, positioned at the very center of this thunderous sea. His aura radiated with such overwhelming power that it surpassed the collective might of the numerous 9th tier experts behind him by an entire tier, as if he were the very ruler of this realm. Gulp! Lips nervously swallowed, fear surging through him as sweat drenched his entire back. The energy shield could withstand a 9th tier powerhouse's relentless assault, but only if Sane's heart operated at maximum output. But he lacked control over it now. The shield was operating at only 50% power, utterly incapable of stopping Fu Junlin. The citizens watching the surging sea of lightning in the sky felt nothing but boundless terror. Their instincts screamed that when this thunderstorm fully descended, it would erase Sanes from the face of the earth. The hearts of Dragon Nation's elite warriors hung in their throats. Once the arrow is released, there's no turning back. If this battle commenced, the consequences would be unimaginable. Both sides were gambling, pushing each other to the absolute limit. Just as the standoff reached its peak, a deep, resonant voice echoed from the void. Such a lively scene. Haven't seen this in centuries. Immediately, the void tore apart, and another group emerged from the black void. At their head stood an elderly man, his hair and beard entirely white. He wore an opulent plaid suit, gold-rimmed spectacles, and leaned on a solid gold cane. This was none other than Lucas, the ruler of Eagle Nation, a veteran 9th-rank 9th-tier powerhouse whose aura was in no way inferior to Fu Junlin's. Alongside Lucas, the rulers of Sakura Nation, Han's Cat Nation, Squid Nation, Lion Nation, and Chicken Nation were all present. Major Western powers like the Holy See had also dispatched numerous 9th-rank powerhouses. In terms of sheer numbers alone, they had already surpassed the Dragon Nation. Lucas! Lipus waved enthusiastically in greeting, his confidence immediately bolstered. Seems you've run into quite a bit of trouble, Lucas remarked, a faint smile touching his weathered face. Lucas, if you help me drive these intruders away, I pledge as First Lord of Sanes to gift you 100 sets of the latest nano battle armor free of charge. Lipus promised. The ruler of the Dragon Nation stands before us. I'm just an old man, victory isn't guaranteed. Lucas shook his head. Lips understood the unspoken meaning and asked directly, what will it take for you to help me? 1,000 sets of the latest nano armor for each nation. Plus the nano armor technology. Lucas declared. You're taking advantage of the situation. Lips erupted in anger. 6 nations meant 6,000 sets. The resources required for production alone would be astronomical. Moreover, nanotech armor technology was one of Sane's most core advanced technologies, priceless. Or you could consider facing the wrath of the Dragon Nation alone, Lucas said calmly. Lips gritted his teeth in fury, but in the end, he could only reluctantly agree. Deal. After the deal was sealed, Lucas turned and walked toward Fu Junlin. As he approached the edge of the Thunder Prison's range, his expression remained utterly unruffled. He halted only half a meter before Fu Junlin. 119 against 169. You have no chance of victory. Go back, Lucas declared with the condescending air of a superior elder, his tone dripping with arrogance. We may have no chance of winning, but neither do you. Fu Junlin remained calm and composed, his aura showing no sign of weakness. Is that a threat? Lucas understood the hidden meaning behind Fu Junlin's words. If we don't fight, it's a threat. If we do fight, it's a fact, Fu Junlin replied. All humanity shared a common enemy, the colossal beasts. To combat them, nations worldwide joined forces to establish the Colossus battlefield. All colossi of tier 6 or higher were transported there, and martial artists of tier 6 or higher were forcibly conscripted to fight on the battlefield. As long as the Colossus battlefield held, the world's chaos remained manageable. But if the Colossus battlefield collapses, the high-tier beasts within will break free, plunging the entire world into an unprecedented catastrophe. Fu Junlin's underlying implication was straightforward: if all of Dragon Nation's elite warriors perished here, the Colossus battlefield would inevitably collapse. At that point, every nation would be left to face this catastrophe alone. I've lived this long, what storms haven't I weathered? This high-pressure tactic won't work on me. Lucas continued advancing slowly, his weathered, piercing gaze locked firmly on Fu Junlin, attempting to overpower him with sheer presence. Elder Yun. Fu Junlin returned Lucas's intense stare, his voice ringing out the elder's name. Understood. Yun Xiaotian grasped the meaning instantly, pressing the red button in his hand. Nuclear launch signal? Lucas's eyes widened in disbelief. The calm that had ruled his heart moments ago now churned into a raging storm. He wasn't alone. The numerous powerful figures present, along with everyone within the city, were all drenched in cold sweat. Nuclear weapons posed no lethal threat to peak 9th tier powerhouses. But for those below 9th rank, there was only one outcome: death, utter annihilation, leaving not a trace behind. Whether before or after the cataclysmic beast outbreak, the Dragon Nation had always been a nuclear superpower. Conservative estimates placed its arsenal at over 1,000 nuclear warheads. If all these warheads were launched, the world would descend into utter chaos, consequences no less catastrophic than the collapse of the colossal beast battlefield. Fu Junlin. You must understand what this means. Do you intend to destroy us all? Lucas demanded, his voice dripping with menace. This is a battle for national destiny. It's either life or death. Fu Junlin declared with unwavering resolve, his gaze unflinching. A prodigy like Lin Bei, the world sees one such figure perhaps once every few centuries. He carries the future of the Dragon Nation on his shoulders. He is the Dragon Nation's grand strategy, its very destiny. If Lin Bei is abandoned today, the Dragon Nation will never rise again. After centuries of humiliation and oppression, the Dragon Nation has nothing left to lose. If it must fight, so be it. In contrast, the Eagle Nation, having ruled the world for centuries, might not possess the courage to embrace mutual destruction. Lucas, take a look at this. The Lion Nation's ruler approached from behind, handing Lucas a tablet. The tablet displayed satellite monitoring data. Each red dot marked a nuclear launch site. The top right corner of the screen displayed 1,359 locations. All were in launch-ready status. Gulp. Lucas swallowed nervously, his gaze still fixed on Fu Junlin with fierce intensity, refusing to back down. Fu Junlin stared back just as intensely, his heart racing with extreme tension, yet his face still bore a look of unflinching resolve. In this era, unless a nation possessed the strength to single-handedly crush a colossal beast, none dared to disrupt the fragile global balance. Not even the world's dominant power, the Eagle Nation, dared to. Chapter 167, Nuclear Launch. Lucas Caves. Gradually, the atmosphere grew heavy and oppressive. Everyone present held their breath in tension, as if an invisible force weighed upon them, making it hard to breathe. Deep down, everyone understood that Fu Junlin's extreme measures were ultimately a form of maximum pressure. But what could they do about it? Who dared to gamble? The standoff dragged on for a long time, with Lucas stubbornly refusing to back down. What others dared not wager, he would stake everything on. A world leader must possess the pride befitting a world leader. He could never bow to Fu Junlin first. Elder Yun. Fu Junlin met Lucas's gaze directly, his tone calm. Understood. Yun Xiaotian grasped the meaning once more and pressed the red button in his hand. Simultaneously, multiple nuclear bases across the Dragon Nation launched hypersonic missiles armed with nuclear warheads. The missiles pierced the sky, their immense roar drawing the attention of countless citizens. Everyone speculated that a powerful beast must have appeared somewhere, forcing the use of nuclear weapons. What they didn't know was that these nuclear-tipped missiles were heading toward global powers like Eagle Nation, Hanscat Nation, Chicken Nation, Squid Nation, Cherry Blossom Nation, and Sains. Moments later, the rulers of each nation received urgent military intelligence from their respective countries. Unidentified missiles were rapidly approaching, and it was still unknown whether they carried nuclear warheads. At this stage, whether they actually carried nuclear warheads had become less important. What mattered was that they all saw Fu Junlin's unwavering resolve to save Lin Bei. This was no longer maximum pressure. This was the real deal. The leaders of various nations held their breath, preparing to step forward and persuade Lucas. But just then, Lucas himself received news from his homeland, and his expression instantly darkened. The reason for this passive stance was primarily because Lin Bei possessed the immortal phoenix physique, a body that could never be killed. Had Lin Bei perished at Saints, Fu Junlin would never have dared to push things this far. Father! A hypersonic nuclear missile is heading this way. Estimated arrival at Saints in 15 minutes. Jim relayed the urgent report from his subordinate to Lipus. A nuclear warhead? Lip's pupils dilated in shock. A single nuclear warhead couldn't breach Saints' energy shield. But once this one is launched, there will be a second, a third. This was a signal. It was Fu Junlin's resolve. Lips looked up at Lucas, who turned his gaze back to him. Their eyes locked, and in that instant, Lips understood. Though his heart was filled with reluctance, he stepped forward and declared, Lord Fu. There's no need for such extreme measures. I'll hand over Lin Bei. Hand him over first, Fu Junlin demanded firmly. Hand him over. Lips barked the order at Jim. Jim nodded and immediately lifted the signal blockage within the city. The signal block had been intended to trap Lin Bei like a turtle in a jar, preventing him from calling for Dragon Nation's aid. Now that the Dragon Nation's elite forces had poured out en masse, it was no longer necessary. Meanwhile, somewhere underground in Saints, Lin Bei jolted awake at the sound of his phone vibrating. Pulling it out, he saw it was a message from the Sovereign sent yesterday. What's up? Baitsai asked curiously. Suddenly got a signal, Lin Bei replied. Could it be a trap? Baitsai worried. Whether it's a trap or not, we'll know once we make the call. Lin Bei dialed the video call. Soon, the ruler's face appeared on the screen. As the monarch flipped the camera, the bustling scene above Saints was laid bare. Han's Cat Country's ruler. The ruler of Squid Nation. The ruler of Sakura Nation. The Lion Nation's sovereign. The ruler of the Chicken Kingdom. Ruler of the Eagle Kingdom. Plus the Dragon Kingdom's sovereign. The rulers of the 7 great nations, the 12 military gods of the army, the Grand Master and Deputy Grand Master of the War Gods Hall, the Pope and Cardinals of the Holy See, and so on. Hundreds of 9th-tier powerhouses gathered in Saints. Such a grand spectacle left Lin Bei utterly speechless. If this were a trap, who could conceive such an outlandish scheme? We've come to escort you home, Fu Junlin said with a gentle smile. Thank you, Lord. Lin Bei ended the call and immediately broke through the ground with Baitsai, soaring toward the sky. Mid-air, they indeed saw a vast number of 9th-tier powerhouses standing outside the energy shield. Even from a great distance, the oppressive tension hung thick in the air. You can leave. But she can't. Jim leered at Baitsai with lustful greed, already fantasizing about countless scenarios in his mind. Lin Bei firmly took Baitsai's hand and declared, not only am I taking her with me, but I'm also taking Bai Tianyang. You're delusional. Jim roared. If they can't leave Saints alive, then I'm not leaving either. Lin Bei halted his steps, spreading his hands in resignation. Baitsai had been worried that Lin Bei, having secured all of Saints' core technology, would simply walk away. But now it seemed that worry was completely unnecessary. A man of honor and loyalty, who wouldn't betray his country for profit? How could he possibly break his promise? This thought sent ripples of emotion through Baitsai's heart. Bai Tianyang is dead. You can only take Baitsai with you, Lipus's cold voice rang out. Hearing this, Baitsai felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. A sharp pain suddenly shot through her heart, nearly robbing her of breath. Impossible. Impossible. My father was like a brother to you. No matter how great your ambition, you couldn't have killed him. I truly didn't want to kill him. He forced my hand. Lips swept his sleeve, flinging a headless corpse from his storage ring. The corpse was covered in wounds, not a single part of it left intact. Yet, judging by the clothes he wore and certain physical features, this was Bai Tianyang. Dad. Dad. Baitsai went wild, breaking free from Lin Bei's grasp and rushing recklessly to the corpse. Tears gushed forth like a spring, her heart-wrenching sobs evoking deep sympathy. Jim looked up at this father figure and suddenly felt a hint of unfamiliarity. He had clearly heard Lips say with his own mouth that Bai Tianyang would be spared, and he had specifically instructed him not to kill Baitsai. Yet overnight, Bai Tianyang had been beheaded. And judging by the state of his corpse, he'd clearly suffered brutal torture before dying. I'll fight you to the death. I'll fight you to the death. Baitsai roared, losing all reason. She activated her nanotech battle armor and fired a laser beam at Lipus. You're asking for death. Lips' eyes flashed with murderous intent as he prepared to retaliate. At the critical moment, Lin Bei activated his elemental tyrant talent to melt the nanotech armor on her body, then blocked her path with the wind thunder step. If you want revenge, there's no need to rush. Blood for blood. I want him dead. Baitsai drew an oddly shaped silver firearm from her storage ring. A laser gun. Lips raised an eyebrow, visibly startled. Though far less powerful than a laser cannon, a laser rifle could easily take down any beast below 7th tier with a single shot. If mass-produced, it could forge an invincible army. Yet in his memory, laser gun technology remained immature, with numerous technical hurdles yet to be overcome. Had Bai Tianyang and his daughter already overcome these technical hurdles? Get out of the way. Or don't blame me for showing no mercy. Bai Xai activated the laser gun, intense energy gathering at its muzzle. Lin Bei knew it was futile to reason with Bai Xai now that she'd lost her senses. He activated his elemental tyrant talent once more, melting the laser gun before closing in to knock Bai Xai unconscious with a single palm strike. Chapter 168, The Scapegoat. The method to kill Lin Bei. Get lost. Lin Bei held Bai Xai in one arm while glaring coldly at Jim. You can go, but she can't. Jim said firmly. Lin Bei couldn't be bothered to waste another word on him. In a flash, he appeared before Jim. His right hand clenched into a fist as he unleashed the 6th grade advanced martial art, one punch shatters 10,000 laws. Almost simultaneously, the elemental tyrant talent activated, melting a fist-sized hole through Jim's nanotech battle armor. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed as Jim was sent flying backward, slamming into the energy shield. A fist-sized gash gaped open in his abdomen. Everyone stared in shock, their expressions suddenly turning grim. They realized this punch did more than just pierce his abdomen. Part of its force had penetrated Jim's body upon impact. His intestines, vital organs, and even his entire skeletal structure were twisted into a pretzel by that force. The abdominal wound itself wasn't fatal, but the force that had seeped into his body could kill even a 6th-tier martial artist. Bang! 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 Soon, Jim's blood vessels burst open, and a thick mist of blood seeped through the cracks in his battle armor, turning him into a complete blood-soaked mess. Jim! Lips rushed forward, grabbing Jim and injecting a vial into his chest. Jim strained with every ounce of strength to grasp Lip's hand, but his fingers couldn't close. His throat filled with blood. When he opened his mouth, only a mixture of blood and flesh came out. He couldn't utter a single word. Despair spread through his pupils as regret began to consume him. This time, the injury was far worse than before. No matter how potent the recovery serum, it couldn't save him. Let them go. Lips glared viciously at Lin Bei before immediately carrying Jim toward the central building. At his command, the energy shield activated. Lin Bei wasted no time, immediately scooping Bai Xai and flying toward Fu Junlin. Elder Yun. Fu Junlin watched Lin Bei fly out of the energy shield, his heart finally settling. Understood. Yun Xiaotian gave a slight nod and immediately notified the military command to initiate the nuclear bomb self-destruct protocol. Lucas silently observed everything from the sidelines. Once he confirmed Yun Xiaotian had issued the nuclear self-destruct order, he acted without hesitation. Bai Xai was the daughter of Bai Tianyang. She undoubtedly possessed advanced technology and expertise. Allowing her to reach the Dragon Nation alive would undoubtedly bolster its strength. Therefore, she must die. Lucas's figure flickered, appearing before Lin Bei in an instant. His palm struck out toward the unconscious Bai Xai. Lin Bei possessed the perfected realm's danger perception, allowing him to sense rapidly approaching threats. But Lucas was a seasoned powerhouse at the 9th tier, 9th level. There was simply no way to dodge. In the nick of time, Lin Bei shifted his body slightly, shielding Bai Xai in his arms. Thud! The emaciated palm unleashed unimaginable force. Lin Bei's insect armor instantly crumbled to dust, half his torso obliterated. Terrifying force surged into his body, pulverizing his internal organs and bones into mush, leaving only this outer layer of human skin. Bai Xai, clutched in his arms, was hurled away. Spitting blood, she instantly regained consciousness. Her eyes opened to see Lin Bei, now nothing but a human skin, plummeting toward the sea. Die! Having disposed of Lin Bei, Lucas immediately turned to attack Bai Xai. Boom! Several powerful bolts of thunder crashed down from the sky, blocking Lucas' path. Immediately after, Fu Junlin appeared before Bai Xai. The other powerful figures of the Dragon Nation revealed their auras, glaring at Lucas with hostile intent. Lucas knew he'd missed his only chance. Reluctantly conceding defeat, he turned to praise Lin Bei, truly worthy of being the prodigy. Dragon Nation would stake everything on to anticipate my attack in advance with only 4th tier strength. You old bastard. That strike today. I'll repay it someday. The Undying Phoenix transformation activated, propelling Lin Bei out of the sea. Ha 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 ha. I'll be waiting for that day. Lucas laughed contemptuously. The Undying Phoenix alter ego was indeed formidable. No method in the world could slay it. But that didn't mean it was unbeatable. Let's go. Fu Junlin reached out to pull Lin Bei, then stepped into the black void and vanished. As the Dragon Nation's elite departed, the tense, oppressive atmosphere at the scene gradually dissipated. Lucas turned to face Sains at his feet, his weathered face betraying unmasked greed. The conservative Bai Tianyang was dead, and the new city lord, Lipus, was brimming with ambition. The latter certainly wouldn't be content to remain confined to this small island. If he sought expansion, he'd need to find a major power to back him up. Otherwise, other nations could justify a full-scale assault on Sains under the pretext of maintaining peace, ultimately carving up all of Sains' technology. And among all the nations in the world, only the Eagle Nation possessed the strength to serve as Sains' protector. This was truly a stroke of incredible luck. The energy shield activated once more as Lucas and his team entered Sane's, heading straight for the central tower. In the secret laboratory on the top floor, they once again encountered Lipes and Jim. Jim lay on the operating table, his chest completely opened, blood streaming down in a horrifying sight. His shattered heart had been removed and discarded on a nearby tray, replaced by a heart larger than a basketball. A giant beast's heart? Lucas gasped in shock. This is the heart of a juvenile celestial demon python, Lipes explained. Can a human even withstand a giant beast's heart? Especially that of a celestial demon python. Lucas was even more astonished. I don't know either, Lipes shook his head with concern. Genetic fusion technology was still far from perfected. For now, they could only try desperate measures. Then, changing the subject, Lipes said, "You didn't come just to check on my son's injuries, did you? If you have something to say, just speak up. Are you seeking revenge?" Lucas asked. Kill Lin Bei? He possesses the immortal phoenix metamorphosis. He can't be killed. Lipes declared. What if someone could nullify the effects of his immortal phoenix anomaly? Lucas countered. What do you mean? Lipes asked in surprise. The world is vast, nothing is impossible. Quancheng Alan possesses the world's only SSS-grade sealing talent, capable of temporarily sealing all forms and talents. Lucas declared. You want to partner with Chuancheng? Lipes, long residing in Sanes, had heard of Chuancheng's notorious reputation. There are no permanent enemies, only permanent interests. Besides, Chuancheng doesn't want Lin Bei to keep growing either. Lucas stated. What's the price? Lipes inquired. Share all of Sane's technology. Lucas demanded exorbitantly. Lipes shook his head. On the condition that Lin Bei is eliminated, if you can also provide a steady supply of resources including live martial artists, I might consider sharing half our technology and supplying you with advanced weaponry. Live martial artists? Lucas raised an eyebrow, slightly puzzled. My gene fusion technique has reached a critical stage. I need a large number of samples for trial and error to achieve a breakthrough. Once successful, we can mass-produce powerful bioengineered soldiers. As for how powerful these bio-soldiers could be, consider Shun Taika from the World Genius War. He was merely an incomplete experimental specimen. Lipes stated. Hearing this, Lucas first glanced at the ruler of Sakura Nation behind him. His subordinate had been secretly communicating with Sanes behind his back, and he hadn't noticed a thing. Then, information about Shunsuke Taika surfaced in his mind. It seemed that at the 3rd tier, 5th level, Taika had already been ranked 6th on the genius list, his strength overwhelming even 4th tier, 1st level martial artists. If an incomplete specimen was this formidable, wouldn't the finished product leap an entire tier? Lucas silently turned his gaze to Jim on the operating table, fixating especially on the massive heart beating violently within his chest. Deal. But I want the gene fusion technique too. Lucas demanded firmly. Deal. Lipes nodded, though he had no intention of handing over the complete version of the gene fusion technique. Chapter 169, A New Era. The Round Table Elders Council. Meanwhile, at the Dragon Nation's sovereign's mansion, the other powerful figures had dispersed, leaving only a few like Lin Bei, Fu Junlin, and Baitsai. Essentially, each faction had left behind a representative. The hall fell silent, all eyes fixed on Baitsai like they were staring at a plump lamb. The daughter of Bai Tianyang, the former top candidate for City Lord. There's no doubt she possesses cutting-edge technology and extensive expertise. With her joining the Dragon Nation, its strength will undoubtedly be elevated to an entirely new level. The problem now is that multiple factions are all vying for a share of the spoils in this matter. Moreover, the sovereign cannot refuse them after all. These factions have contributed significantly to the rescue effort. Miss Bai, what are your future plans? Fu Junlin asked with a gentle smile. Baitsai remained silent, turning her gaze toward Lin Bei instead. Her father was dead, and she wouldn't be returning home. In this world, the only person she trusted now was Lin Bei. If you haven't decided yet, why not stay in the capital for a while? During your stay, we will spare no effort to fulfill all your needs. Fu Junlin pledged solemnly. Upon hearing this, powerful figures from other factions chimed in agreement. Miss Bai, the capital is teeming with powerful figures. As long as you remain here, I guarantee no one will dare trouble you. Let me be blunt, Sanes and the Eagle Nation are in cahoots. Beyond the Dragon Nation, there's no place left for you in this world. Only by staying here will you have a chance to avenge your father. The powerful figures made no attempt to conceal their greed, acting as if they had Baitsai completely in their grasp. In truth, this was precisely the case. Given Baitsai's current predicament, the moment she stepped outside the Dragon Nation's borders, Sanes and the Eagle Nation would undoubtedly attempt to assassinate her. Even leaving the capital without powerful protectors by her side, they could strike at any moment. Yet Baitsai seemed oblivious, her gaze fixed quietly on Lin Bei. Lin Bei, what do you think? Fu Junlin's gaze hinted at his hope that Lin Bei would help persuade her. She is her, and I am me. I have no right to make decisions for her. Lin Bei declared. All eyes immediately turned to Baitsai. The capital was the stronghold of all major factions. As long as Baitsai developed her career within the capital, they could all reap the benefits. Once she left the capital, they would be powerless to influence her. Wherever Lin Bei goes, I go, Baitsai declared with unwavering resolve. Hearing this, the powerful figures present immediately panicked. Such a juicy opportunity couldn't be allowed to slip away. Miss Bai, the north is bitterly cold. There's no need to subject yourself to such hardship. In the capital, you have everything you desire. If you go to the north, even your safety cannot be guaranteed. Hearing this, Baitsai walked behind Lin Bei and stood there, her actions clearly declaring her stance. Seeing this, the crowd turned their gaze toward Fu Junlin. If the sovereign issued the order, would Lin Bei dare take Baitsai to the north? Facing the collective gaze, Fu Junlin remained seated as steady as a mountain, showing no intention whatsoever of pressuring Baitsai to stay. The north is bitterly cold. Are you certain you can endure it? Lin Bei asked. As long as I can be with you, I'm not afraid of any hardship. Baitsai, fearing Lin Bei might abandon her, made a public pledge. There aren't many powerful warriors in the north either. I won't be able to protect you, Lin Bei continued. I can protect myself. I won't be a burden, Baitsai declared. As the daughter of the city lord, she possessed numerous life-saving skills. It was precisely these skills that had allowed her to survive the pursuit by Jim and the Black Cloak Squad back then. Alright, then come with me to the north. Lin Bei said. Alright. Baitsai nodded firmly. Miss Bai, are you sure you don't want to reconsider? The powerful figures persisted, unwilling to give up. There's nothing to reconsider, Baitsai replied. Sigh. The group of powerful individuals sighed helplessly. Very well. Since your mind is made up, I can only respect your decision. Fu Junlin delivered the final word. Seeing the outcome was unchangeable, the group immediately shifted their attitude, all turning to Lin Bei with friendly expressions. Young brother Lin Bei, though the capital and the northern frontier are far apart, should you ever need anything, our martial arts guild will not hesitate to assist. What the martial arts guild can offer, our martial arts foundation can offer too. You might also consider our Lu family. My daughter Linger is your good friend, consider the Shao family as well. Major factions scrambled to court Lin Bei. Even the Lin family abandoned their usual arrogance. Everyone understood that Baitsai, accompanying Lin Bei to the north frontier, would undoubtedly drive significant technological advancement there. At that time, all of Long Nation's resources would be channeled toward the north. This would define the nation's trajectory for the next decade, perhaps even century. Only by boarding this great ship could one ensure they wouldn't be left behind in the coming new era. Should the need arise, I will seek you out. Lin Bei spoke calmly, then saluted the sovereign with a military gesture. Your Majesty, the Eastern Frontier campaign remains unfinished. I shall depart first. Very well. Take the War God Temple's special aircraft, Fu Junlin replied with a faint smile. Thank you, Your Majesty, Lin Bei acknowledged before turning to leave with Baitsai. The moment they stepped out of the sovereign's residence, 12 black Rolls-Royces blocked their path. 12 drivers stepped out in perfect unison, opening the doors with synchronized precision. Immediately after, 12 elderly men with formidable presence emerged from the vehicles, their gazes all fixed on Baitsai beside Lin Bei. Get out of the way, you dogs. Move. Lin Bei recognized their hostile intent and responded with equal hostility. How dare you? Do you know who they are? Even the sovereign addresses them as elders. One of the chauffeurs pointed at Lin Bei and shouted. Lin Bei looked closely and his expression brightened. Luo Yuanshan, we meet again. Luo Yuanshan sneered coldly, straightening his neck smugly as he commanded, Lin Bei. Standing before you are the 12 elders of the Dragon Nation Round Table. Kneel and pay your respects at once. Just 12 old dogs. Lin Bei sneered. Old? Old dogs? Luo Yuanshan's eyes widened in disbelief. How dare someone utter such an insulting remark in front of the Round Table elders? The highest authority in Longwa was undoubtedly the sovereign, Fu Junlin. Yet beneath the sovereign stood the Round Table elders. The latter could check the sovereign's power, oversee military affairs, and manage forces like the Imperial Guard. They could even enact various edicts that took effect nationwide without requiring the sovereign's approval. The sheer magnitude of the Round Table elders' power was evident. Moreover, most of the nation's laboratories and scientists are under the control of the Round Table Council. Luo Yuanshan, you may withdraw. The Grand Elder waved his hand, signaling Luo Yuanshan to step back. Yes, Grand Elder. Luo Yuanshan bowed respectfully and silently stepped aside. Lin Bei, we may overlook your offense, but we absolutely forbid Baitsai from leaving the capital. The Grand Elder's expression remained impassive, his tone unyielding. Chapter 170, Kill Luo Yuanshan. Do Ying's confidence. Hearing this, Lin Bei laughed. What are you lot? What gives you the right to meddle in our affairs? Insolent. Before you stands Do Ying, Grand Elder of the Round Table Elders Council of the Dragon Nation. I bear responsibility for all matters concerning the Dragon Nation. To build laboratories, factories, or produce advanced equipment in the northern frontier, you must first obtain permission from the Round Table Elders Council. Without authorization, you won't lay a single brick or tile, let alone hire workers or scientists. Luo Yuanshan immediately stepped forward, launching into a tirade directed at Do Ying. In terms of hard power, the Roundtable Council's 12 elders averaged only at the 8th tier, lacking any 9th tier masters loyal to them. Indeed, they couldn't hold a candle to the real heavyweights. But when it came to soft power, the Roundtable elders controlled administrative departments at every level nationwide. Even powerful departments like the military headquarters and the Imperial Guard were, in theory, under their control. They could promote whomever they desired. Take He Xiao, for instance. He transformed from a down-and-out vagabond into the Northern Frontier Inspector. Then there's Luo Yuanshan, who, by virtue of being the Roundtable Elders' chauffeur, could lord it over others. After Luo Yuanshan finished speaking, Do Yingkai waved his hand dismissively, signaling him to withdraw. Lin Bei, Bai Cai's value speaks for itself, no need for further explanation. But to realize that value? The process is far too complex. Relying solely on a wet behind-the-ears kid like you? It's absolutely impossible. Partnering with us is your only way out. Do Ying's words were brutally blunt, treating Bai Cai as nothing more than a valuable commodity. Yet to Bai Cai's ears, these words didn't grate at all. She knew full well that the only reason she was still alive was because she possessed Sane's technology and her expertise. But if she was going to be used by someone, she'd much rather be used by Lin Bei, the man who had saved her life. Lin Bei, the Grand Elder, has made his position crystal clear. If you're not completely brain-dead, you should know exactly what to do. Luo Yuanshan, emboldened by the backing of the Roundtable Elders Council, spoke with extreme arrogance. The memory of being hunted down by Lin Bei last time, losing an arm in the process, sent his rage boiling over. Having ruled the Northern Frontier with tyranny for decades, when had he ever endured such humiliation? But Luo Yuanshan also knew he'd never get the chance to take revenge on Lin Bei in this lifetime. The only way to vent his rage was to torment Lin Bei relentlessly. To make Lin Bei suffer, to make him feel trapped and helpless. Shut up! Lin Bei's expression darkened, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. What? You want to kill me in front of the 12 elders? Come on then. I, Luo Yuanshan, stand right here. Kill me if you dare. Do you have the guts? Luo Yuanshan stretched his neck defiantly. Even the sovereign, the military, the Imperial Guard Command, and the great clans all had to give the Roundtable Elders some face. How could a mere marquis dare to act out in front of the Roundtable Elders? At most, he might hurl a few insults to vent his frustration. To actually lay a hand on him would be slapping the Roundtable Elders in the face before everyone. The consequences would be unimaginable. Put. Lin Bei drew his god-slaying thunderbone spear and swept it horizontally. A cold gleam flashed and vanished as if nothing had happened. But when the crowd looked closely, a hairline crack appeared around Luo Yuanshan's neck. Soon, blood seeped from the cracks, flowing more and more until it stained his shoulders and chest crimson. Only then did Luo Yuanshan touch his neck. His palm barely brushed the skin before his head and body shifted apart. With a thud, a blood-soaked head hit the ground, rolling several times before coming to rest at Do Ying's feet. A fifth-tier martial artist's physique was formidable even with its head severed. Its consciousness lingered briefly. Luo Yuanshan stared in disbelief, his eyes wide. He opened his mouth, struggling to speak, but no sound came out. This kid is ruthless. He doesn't even give the Roundtable Elders any face. Actually, Do Ying is absolutely right. If Bai Cai wants to realize her own value, the only way is to cooperate with the Roundtable Elders Council. Luo Yuanshan's life was worthless, but his death is like slapping the Roundtable Elders Council in the face. This won't end well. Within the Sovereign's mansion, numerous powerful figures watched the unfolding events outside. The Roundtable Elders Council wasn't exceptionally powerful, but in this world, power wasn't everything. There were countless other forms of authority and interests at play. And most of these powers and interests were controlled by the Roundtable Elders. This is precisely why major factions compete to infiltrate the council and cultivate ties with its elders, all to secure a share of the spoils. Even Fu Junlin occasionally found himself constrained by the Roundtable Elders. There was no way around it. Should the Roundtable Council cease functioning, all administrative departments across the Dragon Nation would grind to a halt. Then the entire Dragon Nation would descend into utter chaos. You all heard it. He forced my hand. I only killed him because he made me. Lin Bei put on a reluctant expression, waving his hand to beckon Bai Cai. Miss Bai, let's go. All right. Bai Cai quickly followed. Creak, creak. The 12 elders clenched their fists so tightly their teeth nearly shattered. Being slapped in the face was bad enough, but to have him spit in their faces as he left. If it were anyone else, they would have torn that person limb from limb by now. But Lin Bei possessed the immortal phoenix physique, was the young master of the War God's Hall, and the ruler's personally chosen successor. To lay a finger on him would be courting death. Moreover, the Roundtable Elders knew Fu Junlin and numerous other powerful figures were watching the spectacle unfold within the sovereign's residence. This was a complete loss of face. Grand Elder, are we just going to let this slide? What else can we do? Who dares touch Lin Bei? Who could possibly touch Lin Bei? Lin Bei is the future hope of Dragon Nation. Though what he did today was outrageous, we must still consider the greater good. The elders seethed with indignation. Some were displeased, others resigned, but all eyes eventually turned to Doing. Doing gazed in the direction where Lin Bei and Baixai had departed, speaking with confidence. Sainz's advanced technologies are not something ordinary workers can simply copy and replicate. Beyond facilities and resources, they desperately need talent. And the most skilled technical workers and scientists in the Dragon Nation are all in our hands. If they ever want to advance their technology, they'll come back to us. At that moment, Lin Bei wasn't thinking about any of that. The immediate priority was to head to the eastern frontier coastal defense line. The two boarded the War God Temple's private jet and immediately headed east. Don't you fear retaliation for making enemies everywhere like this? Baixai asked curiously aboard the plane. Those who want to harm you won't spare you just because you show restraint or compromise. Quite the opposite, the more you back down, the more they'll push their advantage. Lin Bei replied sternly. Hearing this, Baixai lowered her head, deep in thought. In truth, Baixai had long known of Lipus's immense ambition and his ongoing secret vivisection experiments. She had repeatedly warned Bai Tianyang to be vigilant and guard against him. Yet Bai Tianyang had compromised and yielded at every turn, ultimately meeting his end. Had he been as decisive and ruthless as Lin Bei, none of this would have happened. Chapter 171, Southern Frontier Zhangyao. Backing. Seeking gold tickets. Eastern Frontier. Somewhere along the coastal defense front. You Northern Frontier scum are useless. All you do is drag down the other three frontiers. If you hadn't failed to hold the line, how could we have suffered such heavy casualties? You all. You should die to atone for your crimes. Xinchong and his men were surrounded by warriors from the other three realms, their insults ringing in their ears. In an instant, the northern soldiers' fury flared. Days prior, the four regions' joint command had finalized detailed battle plans and dispatched them to the commanders for execution. Xinchang's mission was to lead his men in intercepting the fleeing sea demon beasts, driving them into a pre-prepared ambush zone. Everything had been proceeding smoothly until it was discovered that among the fleeing sea monsters lurked a 5th-tier sawtooth blood shark. Xinchong possessed only 4th-tier 7th-rank strength. Only with the aid of his Qilin mechanical arm and stimulants could he barely match the might of a 5th-tier colossus. But that was his strength on land. Now that the battlefield had shifted to the ocean, Xinchang's strength was diminished by at least 30%, leaving him no match for the sawtooth blood shark. The final defensive line was breached, resulting in heavy casualties among the rear forces. Yet, before the breach occurred, Xinchong had already reported the situation to headquarters. As for why headquarters failed to relay the warning in time, no one knows. But to be perfectly honest, this absolutely cannot be blamed on the northern frontier soldiers. Those were 5th-tier sawtooth blood sharks. In an ocean environment. Could you have stopped them? Jiang Hao couldn't bear to listen any longer and stepped forward to defend Xinchong. Useless is useless. What's the point of making excuses? Out of the four borders north, east, south, and west, only your north has a single 5th-tier commander. If it were any of the other three fronts, even a random general could have held the line. No matter how you spin it. The sawtooth blood sharks slipped through your fingers. That's why so many of our brothers died. You must take responsibility for this. Facing the scorn and fury of soldiers from the other three regions, Xinchong reached out to block Jiang Hao, shaking his head to signal him to stop speaking. This oceanic beast tide had inflicted heavy losses on all four realms, leaving everyone seething with pent-up rage with nowhere to vent it. For now, they managed to restrain themselves, exchanging only heated words. But if the northern frontier forces erupted into a full-blown argument with the other three frontiers, it could easily escalate into violence. Once that happened, the situation would be beyond control. As the commander of the 8th Battalion of the Northern Frontier Corps, Xinchong had to take responsibility for his soldiers. Enduring a little hardship for that cause was nothing to complain about. All forces in the north, return to headquarters at my command, Xinchong ordered. After so many of our brothers have died, you just walk away like this? A general from the southern frontier stepped forward, blocking Xinchang's path with fierce intensity. What do you want then? Xinchong demanded. Simple. You and your men. Kneel down and apologize to our fallen brothers. And each of you must kowtow 10 times. The moment the general finished speaking, his words sparked a chorus of fierce agreement from the three border regions. Zhang Yao, don't push your luck. Xinchong lifted his head, his gaze cold as he fixed it on Zhang Yao. The two had been trainees in the 9th non-commissioned officer training camp at the military headquarters, where they'd clashed over competing for scores. But back then, Xinchong hadn't taken it seriously, viewing it as normal competition. Later, the military headquarters assigned troops based on their scores. With Xinchang's scores, he should have been assigned to the Eastern Frontier Corps with far greater prospects. But Zhang Yao deliberately sabotaged his placement, robbing him of that golden opportunity and condemning him to the Northern Frontier instead. After Zhang Yao transferred to the Southern Frontier, the two hadn't seen each other for over 20 years. It wasn't until the crisis at the Eastern Frontier's coastal defense line that they met again. But Xinqiang never imagined Zhang Yao could harbor such petty resentment, still holding a grudge over their past competition for points. This time, when the northern frontier soldiers failed to hold the line, the soldiers from the other three frontiers initially voiced only mild complaints, not openly challenging them. It was Zhang Yao who stirred the pot and fanned the flames, leading to the current situation. I'm pushing too far? If you hadn't snatched that crucial point from me back then, would I have ended up in the southern frontier? With my talent and diligence, had I been assigned to the eastern frontier, I would have been a military commander long ago. Dredging up the past, Zhang Yao seethed with resentment. Yet when he saw Xinqiang possessed only 4th tier, 7th level strength, a flicker of solace stirred within him. They had once been equals in cultivation. Now, after 20 years, he had surpassed Xinqiang by 5 minor realms. The southern frontier and northern frontier were worlds apart, their gap would only widen further. Fair competition. What's this talk of stealing? Xinqiang retorted. Zhang Yao sneered coldly, laying his cards on the table. Xinqiang, I'm not wasting any more breath on you. If you don't kneel down and kowtow to apologize today, you're not going back. Exactly. Get down on your knees and apologize. So many brothers sacrificed. Making you kowtow is already lenient. You should all be sent to a military tribunal. The soldiers of the 3 realms were consumed by rage. Among the fallen soldiers were their friends, their brothers, and even their family members. Justice must be served for them. Xinqiang surveyed the crowd, clearly sensing the rage boiling within them, teetering on the brink of eruption. If their emotions erupted uncontrollably, the consequences would be unimaginable. Prioritizing the safety of his men, Xinqiang suppressed his usual fiery temper and swallowed his pride. I failed to stop the sawtooth blood sharks. The fault lies solely with me. Let them go, I'll kneel and apologize. No. We can't kneel. We did nothing wrong. Blame the command center for failing to notify us in time. I'm not afraid of man-eating beasts that devour their prey whole. Why would I be afraid of you lot? The northern frontier soldiers weren't cowards either. They stood up in unison to back Xinqiang. Want to fight? Then I'll beat you into submission. Zhang Yao had been waiting for this moment. Seeing the northern frontier men remain defiant despite their mistake, the soldiers from the other 3 realms reached boiling point. Now, if just one person made the first move, the rest would follow immediately. At that moment, Lin Bei and Bai Cai soared in from the distance, clad in nanotech battle armor. The moment they touched down, they shone like dazzling stars, capturing the attention of everyone present. Nano battle armor? Zhang Yao raised an eyebrow, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized Lin Bei and Bai Cai. The appearance of nanotech battle armor in the World Genius War had long been common knowledge. It was said that even a 1st-tier martial artist wearing one could slay a 5th-tier colossal beast. Now, 2 mysterious figures clad in such armor had appeared. Their origins were undoubtedly formidable. Everyone else present shared Zhang Yao's thoughts. As Lin Bei and Bai Cai approached, the crowd sensibly parted to make way. But the words that followed left them frozen in place. Commander Shin, Instructor Jiang, Lin Bei smiled faintly as the head section of his nano battle armor retracted, revealing his true face. Lin Bei. It really is you. Xinqiang and Jiang Hao were overjoyed. Looks like you've run into some trouble. Need me to handle it? Lin Bei's gaze shifted, fixing sharply on Zhang Yao. Chapter 172, Surrender? A sea monster ashore? Zhang Yao felt his hair stand on end under that gaze, as if facing not a 4th-tier martial artist, but a terrifyingly powerful colossal beast. Truly worthy of the name nano battle armor. A mere 4th-tier martial artist wearing this, and it actually makes me feel fear. If I could possess one, the position of Southern Frontier Commander would be mine. Zhang Yao scrutinized Lin Bei from head to toe, his eyes brimming with greed. But then he thought better of it. After all, Lin Bei was the youngest marquis of 10,000 households in the military, favored by the sovereign. Better to save face for his brother. Thus, Zhang Yao stepped forward to explain the situation, then shifted his tone. Marquis Lin, for your sake, I'll overlook the kneeling and kowtowing. But they must offer a sincere apology to our fallen brothers. Zhan. Stop twisting the truth. What do you mean we deliberately let the sawtooth blood sharks escape? Those were 5th tier. Zhang Hao couldn't bear such false accusations and immediately tried to clarify. However, Lin Bei waved his hand to cut Jiang Hao off, signaling him to be quiet. Right or wrong, Lin Bei didn't care. What mattered to him was that his friends wouldn't be wronged. Today, it wasn't just that Xinqiang lacked the strength to stop the sawtooth blood sharks. Even if Xinqiang had been strong enough and deliberately let the sawtooth blood shark escape, that still wouldn't justify the other 3 realms bullying the north. Put. Lin Bei's hand shot up and his gun fell, severing Zhang Yao's arm with thunderous force. He coldly declared, "This arm is your punishment for offending the north." In an instant, the entire arena fell silent. Everyone stared at Lin Bei in disbelief. Not apologizing was one thing, but to actually sever Zhang Yao's arm. He was the most esteemed commander of the southern frontier, the future military leader. Witnessing this scene unfold before them, soldiers from all 3 realms could no longer contain themselves. They roared in fury, preparing to strike. At that moment, an invisible gravitational force descended from the heavens. Hundreds of soldiers from the three realms couldn't withstand this force, their knees buckling as they were forced to their knees. Even someone as formidable as Zhang Yao couldn't resist it, no matter how hard he tried. He couldn't believe it. Lin Bei actually dared to attack him in broad daylight, without any provocation. Wasn't he afraid of the military headquarters holding him accountable? What kind of power is this? To instantly subdue hundreds. Zhang Hao was utterly shocked. It's the power of battle armor. Shinchong, seasoned and experienced, immediately turned to Bai Sai beside Lin Bei. Just that iron shell? Such immense power? If mass-produced, wouldn't it have wiped out the colossal beasts long ago? Zhang Hao muttered in stunned disbelief. Lin Bei held the Godslayer Thunderbone Spear, using its tip to lift Zhang Yao's chin. His gaze was icy with murderous intent. Convinced? Kneeling on the ground, Zhang Yao was forced to look up at Lin Bei. His eyes burned with humiliation and rage, yet he could do nothing but swallow his pride. I admit defeat. Satisfied with the answer, Lin Bei kicked Zhang Yao over with a single blow. Turning to the remaining members of the three realms, he warned, listen up. Offending the Northern Frontier Corps is the same as offending me. And those who offend me will never meet a good end. His words sent a chill through the three realms' forces. Zhang Yao was the Southern Frontier's commander-in-chief, a fifth-rank powerhouse, yet he'd lost an arm for offending the Northern Frontier Corps. If they were of lesser status and weaker than Zhang Yao, wouldn't they risk having their heads chopped off? Commander Shin, Instructor Jiang, let's go. Lin Bei smiled faintly and led the way forward. Bai Sai followed closely behind, always half a step behind Lin Bei, like a personal maid. Shinchong and Jiang Hao led the Northern Frontier troops, bringing up the rear. As they passed the three realms troops, every Northern Frontier soldier stood tall, heads held high. Ever since the four frontier military districts were established, the Northern Frontier had always been the weakest. Scarce resources, a dearth of elite fighters, and constant warfare meant few promising recruits emerged each year. This accumulation of factors meant Northern soldiers always felt inferior and couldn't hold their heads high when facing soldiers from other realms. General Jiang Yunqing of the Northern Frontier Army and the commanders of each regiment all tried to back up their men and bolster their courage. But their influence was limited, and in certain situations, they simply couldn't hold sway. Beyond their strength, the Northern Frontier Corps must also consider the greater picture, preserving the bonds of the four frontier corps. Thus, they often had no choice but to swallow their pride. Today, they finally had their moment to breathe a sigh of relief. This feeling, they would remember for the rest of their lives. Moments later, Lin Bei and his men arrived at the joint frontline command post. But the sight before them left everyone speechless. This place bore no resemblance to a joint command center. It was clearly a ruin. Everywhere lay crumbling walls and shattered debris. Soldiers' bodies and chunks of colossal beasts were strewn haphazardly across the ground. No wonder the command center failed to relay orders in time. Xin Chang's eyes widened in shock. All four military commanders are fifth-tier powerhouses. Just how terrifying must this colossal beast be to level the entire command center? Zhang Hao was filled with dread. When did ocean beasts gain the ability to come ashore? Lin Bei's words sent shockwaves through the group, finally jolting them into belated realization. Indeed. Judging by the evidence at the scene, it was the battle between humans and the colossal beast that reduced the command center to rubble. But directly behind the command center lay a human city. No giant beasts were present. Therefore, it could only be a marine colossus that had stormed ashore. The vast majority of Blue Star was covered by oceans, and the number of sea beasts far exceeded the combined populations of humans and land beasts by hundreds or even thousands of times. Even if only 1 in 1,000 marine beasts could reach land, it would be a terrifying catastrophe. Marine beasts cannot come ashore. The culprit behind this devastation is the 100-spined octopus, Bai Sai declared with her extensive knowledge. Picking up a fragment of the giant beast's remains from the ground, she swiftly deduced the truth. How can you be so sure sea beasts can't come ashore? Shinchong asked. I just know it, Bai Sai stated with certainty. Lin Bei trusted Bai Sai's assessment and inquired, a beast powerful enough to overwhelm a 4th realm military commander must be at least a 6th tier, right? It was likely 7th tier, Bai Sai stated. 7th tier? Hearing those two words, the entire group froze in place. Killing a 5th tier giant beast already demands a tremendous price. Facing a 6th tier beast? There's only one option: run. A 7th tier colossus. They were practically invincible. Forget a single 4 realms military commander. Even if tens of thousands from the 4 realms joined forces, victory would be impossible. Behemoths, like humans, engage in internal conflicts. Each powerful beast claims its own territory and generally won't leave its domain. Moreover, the territories of high-tier beasts are deep in the ocean. It's highly likely someone deliberately drove this group of sea beasts here. Bai Sai analyzed. The situation is critical and beyond our capacity to handle. Request military reinforcements immediately, Lin Bei ordered decisively. Actually, I could kill that 7th tier 100-spine octopus, Bai Sai said. Miss, that's a 7th tier colossus. Its body alone spans hundreds of meters. A single fart could kill countless people. You think you can take it down? Shinshon looked at her skeptically. Miss Bai, don't be reckless, Lin Bei cautioned. I'm not being reckless. I truly can kill that 100-spined octopus. Bai Xi's expression was serious, showing no sign of jest. Chapter 173, Life Hanging by a Thread. Serum. Vote now. Lin Bei stared intently at Bai Xi for a long moment, his mind flashing back to the events at Sain's. That day outside the city, when Bai Xi drew her silver pistol and aimed it at Lipus had clearly been startled. To cause emotional fluctuation in a 9th-tier powerhouse meant that Gun possessed extraordinary power. Moreover, Bai Xi genuinely needed a stage to prove her capabilities. This power wasn't Bai Xi's combat prowess, but the technological capabilities she displayed. The daughter of the City Lord. The future candidate for City Lord. With these two titles, everyone knows she possesses Sain's advanced technology and expertise, yet no one has truly witnessed it. Hearing about it and seeing it are two entirely different concepts. Only by publicly demonstrating her capabilities could she earn the respect of the Northern Realm and establish a firm foothold there. Alright. Then don't notify the military headquarters for now, Lin Bei ordered. If you say so, we'll follow your lead, Shinshong affirmed, and the Northern Frontier forces nodded in unison. Just then, the radios hanging at their chests crackled with a message. The new Joint Command Center was complete, and its coordinates were transmitted. Lin Bei led his men to the coordinates, where the new command post was located in an underground garage. The garage was dimly lit, littered with wounded soldiers, and filled with incessant moans of veritable hell on earth. Captain! Captain! Xiao Linger spotted Lin Bei and waved urgently. Linger! Lin Bei quickened his pace. Bai Xi followed closely behind Lin Bei. As she looked at Xiao Linger before her, her expression shifted slightly. Xiao Linger also noticed Bai Xi. Captain, who is she? This is Miss Bai Xi, a technical expert I brought in from Sain's. She'll be assisting us in advancing our technology, Lin Bei explained. Oh. Xiao Linger responded with a non-committal oh, her gaze toward Bai Xi holding no warmth. Are you alright? Any casualties? Lin Bei pressed urgently. 0 casualties. And we slaughtered a ton of beasts on the front lines. Take any random battalion from the 4 regions and 32 camps, none of them have slain as many as we have. As Xiao Linger finished speaking, the other prodigies stepped forward, each holding their heads high with pride. These words were both blatant bragging and undeniable proof of their strength. Well done. Once the war ends, I'll promote you all. Lin Bei pledged publicly. Thank you, Captain. The prodigies cared little for promotions, as the powerhouses backing them were far too formidable to be swayed by the meager rewards of military service. What mattered to them was not disappointing Lin Bei and earning his approval. Suddenly, Shinshong spotted Jiang Yunqing lying in the rear. His expression darkened instantly as he strode over. Old Jiang. How did you get so badly injured? Just a minor scratch. I'll be fine after some rest. Jiang Yunqing's face was as pale as paper. A gaping wound the size of a bull gaped in his abdomen. Lying there, he seemed to have one foot already in the grave, yet his spirit remained unbroken. A 7th-tier 100-spiked octopus attacked the command post. My mom shielded others during the retreat and got impaled in the abdomen by its tentacle. The bleeding stopped, but the tentacle carried deadly poison. Jiang Linger explained the sequence of events, her voice thick with resentment. Shut up! Jiang Yunqing snapped, frowning. She's right. Commander Jiang did indeed sacrifice herself to cover our retreat, suffering severe injuries from the 100-spiked octopus. Xiao Linger stepped forward to confirm. Jiang Yunqing had shielded not only Xiao Linger and the other prodigies, but also other soldiers from the northern frontier. But A is A, and 2 is 2. They owed Jiang Yunqing an immense debt of gratitude. Therefore, after escaping, every prodigy brought forth their most treasured possessions to treat Jiang Yunqing's wounds. The bleeding in his abdomen had stopped, and flesh was slowly regenerating. But if the deadly poison within the tentacles wasn't neutralized, Jiang Yunqing would still die. How do we counteract the poison? Lin Bei asked bluntly. Low-tier antidotes are useless. The only solution is to find the corresponding 7th-tier 100-spiked octopus serum. Jiang Linger declared. At this, the group fell silent. Extracting the serum required vast quantities of fresh blood, but who could possibly obtain that much? That was a 7th-tier colossal beast. A monster that single-handedly wiped out the 4 realms joint command headquarters. And most crucially, the 100-spiked octopus was a colossal sea beast. The slightest disturbance would send it plunging into the abyss, leaving human warriors utterly powerless to act. How much longer can Commander Jiang hold out? Lin Bei asked. At most, 3 hours, Xiao Linger replied after careful consideration. If you can provide the exact coordinates of that 7th-tier 100-spined octopus, we can refine the serum within 3 hours, Lin Bei stated. Hearing this, Xiao Linger and the other prodigies remained remarkably composed. Throughout their journey, they had witnessed Lin Bei perform miracles countless times. Only Jiang Linger stared in utter disbelief. Yet now, all hope rested on Lin Bei. She said, during the fierce battle, the southern commandant implanted a locator device inside that 100-spiked octopus. He should have the exact coordinates. Where is the southern frontier commander? Lin Bei inquired again.
Over there, Jiang Linger pointed toward the olive green command tent in the distance.
You all stay here. Miss Bai, come with me, Lin Bei said. Bai Xie quickened her pace to catch up.
Only after confirming Xiao Linger and the others couldn't hear her did she whisper, that is, you can also call me Tsai, or E. Lin Bei turned his head, staring at her with a completely bewildered expression.
What the hell is this?
Zhang Yunqing was practically dying.
And you still have the mind to talk about this?
Bai Xie kept her head down, avoiding Lin Bei's gaze, yet she could feel his intense stare burning into her. Instantly, her pretty face flushed crimson. Lin Bei had no idea what was going through her mind and couldn't be bothered to engage with her on such matters. He simply continued walking forward. Soon, they arrived before the military green tent. Just as he lifted the curtain to enter, several soldiers blocked his path. The military commanders of the southeast and west fronts are inside formulating a new battle plan.
No unauthorized personnel are permitted to approach.
I have urgent business requiring immediate audience with the commander of the southern frontier.
Lin Bei declared.
Even if it's a matter of life and death, you must wait until the commander's meeting concludes, the soldiers insisted firmly. These soldiers were merely doing their duty, and Lin Bei had no intention of making things difficult for them. But he wouldn't waste his time on them either. A powerful aura, no weaker than that of a fifth-tier martial artist, suddenly erupted, pinning the soldiers to the spot. Lin Bei then strode past them and entered the tent. Inside the main tent, the commanders of the southeast and west fronts were redrawing battle plans on a map.
Their initial reaction upon sensing an intruder was fury. Yet when they recognized the intruder as Lin Bei, their anger vanished, replaced by astonishment.
Lin Bei, when did you return? I heard from the military headquarters that you achieved extraordinary feats in Sains, the Eastern military commander said with a smile. And the lady beside you, I presume this is Miss Bai, the Western commander inquired, turning to Bai Xie. Lin Bei responded with a smile to each inquiry, then turned to the Southern military commander and stated directly, Commander Chen, I require the precise coordinates of that 100-spiked octopus.
Chapter 174, Unqualified? Promotion to Military Commander. Get out!
Commander Chen Tang of the Southern Frontier barked, his face darkening.
Commander Zhong's life hangs by a thread.
Only by locating that 100-spiked octopus and extracting serum from its blood can we save him.
Lin Bei declared solemnly. Get out! Chen Tang roared furiously. Old Chen, why the rage? Lin Bei hasn't done anything to offend you, has he?
The Western Frontier commander stepped forward to ease the tension.
No offense?
Lin Bei had even slashed a gash across Zhang Yao's arm. That was his most trusted general, someone he'd always prioritized for advancement, his hand-picked successor. Even if Zhang Yao was petty and at fault, this punishment was excessive. Now that it's happened, if you strike first, I'll strike back harder. Lin Bei showed no regard for the Southern Frontier's face, so the Southern Frontier owes the Northern Frontier none.
This is a military commander council meeting.
Only those at the rank of military commander may attend.
What right does a mere marquis of 10,000 households have to stand here? Was I not right to order him out?
Chen Tang argued his case with unwavering conviction, refusing to budge an inch. At these words, the Eastern and Western military commanders were rendered speechless. Given Lin Bei's status, he truly had no right to attend this meeting. Allowing him to leave was already an act of immense leniency. Otherwise, for barging into a military commander meeting, the lightest punishment would be demotion.
What are you still standing here for? Do you expect me to escort you out? Chen Tang snapped.
Lin Bei, I know you're worried about Jiang Yunqing's safety. Rest assured, we've contacted the military headquarters.
7th-tier powerhouses will arrive to provide support shortly. We must now focus on formulating a new battle plan. Please step outside and wait.
The Eastern Frontier military commander consoled him. Lin Bei shook his head, his gaze unwavering as he remained rooted to the spot. It would take time for the military headquarters experts to arrive, and even then, they might not be able to slay the 100-spiked octopus.
Too many uncertainties.
Jiang Yunqing didn't have that much time to wait.
Lin Bei, haven't I made myself clear? You're just a lowly marquis.
You have no right to attend the military commanders' meeting.
Guards! Throw him out! Chen Tang roared repeatedly. Lin Bei possessed the immortal phoenix physique and enjoyed the favor of both the military and the sovereign. Moving against him was out of the question.
But teaching him a lesson to make him remember it well was no trouble at all. Soon, a group of soldiers armed with rifles stormed in, surrounding Lin Bei completely. Touch Lin Bei, and I'll put a hole through you. Bai Xie activated her nanotech battle armor, laser beams charging in her palms. Her overwhelming aura froze everyone present.
The soldiers exchanged nervous glances, none daring to approach. Chen Tang slammed his fist on the table in fury, roaring, with me backing you, what is there to fear?
I advise you to just watch quietly. See if he dares to touch Lin Bei, and see if I dare to put a hole in him.
Bai Xie fiercely defended Lin Bei. Arrogant. Absolutely outrageous. The mighty commander of the Southern Frontier Army, a 5th-tier 5th-rank powerhouse, was being pushed into a corner by two wet-behind-the-ears youngsters. If he swallowed this bitter humiliation today, where would he hang his old face? How could he ever command troops in the Southern Frontier again? Chen Tang's face darkened like storm clouds. He thought to himself, this must be because my verbal warning was too lenient, allowing them to push their luck. If that was the case, then he would teach them a harsh lesson, a lesson that would make them understand that pride comes before a fall. Just then, the tent flap was pushed aside again. A bespectacled, scholarly-looking middle-aged man stepped inside. You lot! Do any of you understand proper conduct? Chen Tang's rage boiled over like oil on a fire. His formidable 5th-tier, 5th-level aura erupted violently, ready to vent his fury on the middle-aged man. But when he turned and saw the man's face, his rage froze, replaced by awkward embarrassment. Your Highness, Prince of Penghai. I had no idea you were visiting. My deepest apologies, my deepest apologies. Greetings, Your Highness. Prince Penghai bowed the Eastern and Western Frontier commanders with reverent respect. Within the military hierarchy, ranks were structured as follows: New Corporal, Squad Leader, Centurion, 1,000-man Commander, Marquis, Duke, Prince, and Military God. To be promoted to Military Commander already meant holding the rank of Duke, with strength surpassing the 5th tier, 1st level. Yet the 6th tier marked a colossal watershed. The vast majority could never ascend from Duke to Infeft King. The military commanders of the Southeast and West Frontiers had held their positions for 20 to 30 years. Even the strongest among them, the Eastern Frontier Commander, currently only possessed 5th tier, 9th rank strength, with breaking through to 6th tier still a distant prospect. Yet breaking through to the 6th tier immediately grants the title of Infeft King, along with special honors conferred by the military headquarters. Beyond that, those elevated to kings no longer need to lead troops on the front lines. They typically relocate to the martial city, enjoying special resource allocations from the military headquarters. Their sole daily task becomes focusing on growing stronger. Only when the 4 regions face grave crises are they dispatched by the military headquarters to carry out missions. Among all the Infeft kings within the military headquarters, Prince of Penghai, Shi Jinghai, stands as the strongest. He is hailed as the foremost figure beneath the military god. This explains why Chen Tang became so utterly panicked upon seeing him. Shi Jinghai showed little interest in the military commanders of the Southeast and West regions. After a perfunctory greeting, he swept past them and approached Lin Bei. You must be Lin Bei? Yes. Lin Bei nodded. Truly a young hero. Your bearing is extraordinary. Shi Jinghai surveyed Lin Bei from head to toe, lavishing praise without restraint. Then, he retrieved a brand new set of military uniform and boots, along with a specially crafted golden insignia, from his storage bracelet. His expression turned solemn as he declared, by the sovereign's decree, Lin Bei is hereby appointed commander of the Northern Frontier. Granted the title of Duke. Effective immediately, you shall command the Northern Frontier Corps. Whoa! The words fell, and the entire crowd gasped in stunned silence. The sovereign's decree. The weight of those 4 words was immense. No approval from the military headquarters was needed, nor any bureaucratic procedures. He could assume command immediately. Throughout the Dragon Nation's millennia of history, Lin Bei was the first military officer personally promoted by the sovereign's decree. Such an honor was exceedingly rare. Lin Bei, congratulations. You are now the youngest military commander in the Dragon Nation, Shi Jinghai said, handing the items to Lin Bei. Lin Bei understood the sovereign's gratitude for his contributions at Sain's. Accepting the items, he replied, Thank you, Prince of Penghai. They can call me Prince of Penghai, but you calling me that makes things too formal. From now on, just call me Brother Shi. Shi Jinghai slung an arm around Lin Bei's shoulder, subtly revealing the dragon emblem on his chest. Lin Bei's eyes lit up as he realized Shi Jinghai was also a member of the dragon group. Brother Shi. Ha ha ha. Good brother. Shi Jinghai laughed heartily with satisfaction. Ding. Congratulations, host, on your promotion to Duke. You have earned 1 lottery chance. Would you like to draw now? This time, Lin Bei unusually didn't draw immediately. Instead, he turned to Chen Tang and demanded, Commander Chen, do I now have the qualifications to attend this meeting? Chen Tang remained silent, his face as grim as if he'd eaten. Answer me. Lin Bei stepped before him, his eyes fixed intently on Chen Tang. Yes, Chen Tang reluctantly admitted. Everyone else addressed Shi Jinghai as the Prince of Penghai, but Lin Bei alone called him Brother Shi. The difference in status was stark. Anyone daring to target Lin Bei now would likely be crushed by Shi Jinghai's hand before Bai Cai even had to intervene. The military commanders of the Eastern and Western fronts exchanged glances, each seeing the envy in the other's eyes. Commander, a pinnacle of achievement beyond the reach of countless others. But for Lin Bei, it was merely the starting point of his journey beyond the Northern Frontier. The saying, Heaven's fury brings rain, man's fury brings calamity, held no sway over him. Chapter 175, 7th Tier Colossus. Frenzy Devour. In that case, give me the coordinates for the 100-spine octopus, Lin Bei said. Here. Chen Tang tossed over a tablet displaying the centipede octopus's real-time coordinates a mere 15 nautical miles from the coastal defense line. Let's go. Lin Bei didn't want to waste another minute turning and flying out of the tent. Baixiyi visibly froze for a moment, momentarily unable to react. Then, unable to suppress the wild joy curling her lips, she exclaimed, "Alright. I'm coming with you," Shi Jinghai called after them. "Brother Shi, you're an 8th tier, 9th level martial artist. Your aura is too powerful. If you get close, you'll likely scare off the 100-spike octopus," Lin Bei declined politely. "But can just the two of you handle a 7th tier giant beast?" Shi Jinghai asked anxiously. "We can," Lin Bei answered with unwavering certainty. Shi Jinghai remained uneasy. "I'll suppress my aura and follow from a distance. I won't disturb the 100-spike octopus." The trio departed headquarters and immediately headed for the coordinates. As soon as they soared over the endless, high-walled coastal defense line, they saw countless giant beast carcasses floating on the sea surface, their blood staining the ocean a deep crimson. The sight was horrifying, making the sheer brutality of the battle painfully clear. Clearing these floating corpses alone would consume untold manpower, resources, and time. Continuing their flight, they spotted a vast, black cloth emerging from the sea in the distance. As they drew nearer, the true nature of the cloth became clearer. It was composed of countless tiny black dots. Each tiny black dot represented a colossal sea beast. A rough estimate suggested their numbers were in the millions. Looking back now at the giant beasts' corpses floating beneath the city walls, they were but a mere speck on the tip of a hair, a drop in the bucket. The defensive pressure on the eastern frontier's coastal defenses was far greater than imagined. Suddenly, tentacles shot skyward, piercing dozens of holes through the vast black cloth spread across the sea. "Those are the tentacles of the 100-spiked octopus," Shi Jinghai exclaimed. "Just the tentacles are this big?" Lin Bei murmured in mild surprise. Each small black dot on the cloth represented a colossal beast. And these beasts were generally more than twice the size of humans. Especially the marine beasts, whose bodies were even larger than their land-dwelling counterparts. Yet these tiny black dots representing the marine behemoths seemed like insignificant grains of sand compared to the tentacles of the 100-spined octopus. How insignificant would a human appear before the 100-spined octopus? The 100-spined octopus is tenacious and extremely troublesome. "I'll handle it." Shi Jinghai's journey to the eastern frontier served not only to deliver the sovereign's decree but also to carry out the mission of slaying the colossal beast. "I'll do it. I can kill it." Baixiyi confidently retrieved a laser rifle from her storage ring. "How confident are you?" Lin Bei asked. "Within 5 nautical miles, 30%. Within 3 nautical miles, 50%. Within 1 nautical mile, I'm 100% sure," Baixiyi declared solemnly. At these words, both Lin Bei and Shi Jinghai frowned. The closer the distance, the higher the kill probability but also the greater the danger. Getting within 1 nautical mile would inevitably alert the 100-spike octopus, leaving only one chance to strike. If the first strike failed, the 7th tier 100-spike octopus could easily shred the nanotech battle armor. Lin Bei possessed the immortal phoenix's physique and feared nothing. But what about Baixiyi? Failure meant certain death. Even with Shi Jinghai holding the rear, he wouldn't be able to save her in time. Too dangerous, Lin Bei shook his head, unwilling to see Baixiyi die here. Refusing to be underestimated by Lin Bei, Baixiyi stubbornly declared, "I won't mess this up. Trust me." Lin Bei gazed into Baixiyi's eyes. Seeing her resolve, he relented. "Fine. I'll go with you." Baixiyi nodded and immediately flew toward the 100-spike octopus. Both clad in nanotech battle armor, they soared at incredible speeds. In just a moment, the distance closed from 5 nautical miles to 3, bringing them near the edge of the black fog. The outermost perimeter was filled with 1st and 2nd tier beasts, easily dispatched with a single strike. The deeper they went, the stronger the beasts became. Nearest the 100-spike octopus, several 6th tier beasts held their ground. These formidable beasts had sensed Lin Bei and Baixiyi's presence, yet they merely gave them a disdainful glance. However, the other beasts surged forward like a raging tide, nearly engulfing the pair. "The path ahead won't be easy. Stay close to me." Lin Bei drew his Godslayer Thunder Spear, his gaze instantly sharpening. "Got it." Baixiyi pre-activated her laser rifle, charging its energy. Elemental Tyrant. Ignite. Centered on Lin Bei, everything within a kilometer turned into a sea of flames. In an instant, the colossal beasts within the inferno were reduced to ashes, while the sea water violently churned as if boiling. Against these low-tier beasts, the two advanced like a rampaging force, unstoppable. Such a rare spectacle immediately caught the attention of the corpse-clearing squad. Soldiers stationed along the coastal defense line also pulled out their binoculars to observe everything happening here. Who are those two? Daring to charge headlong into the ocean beast's horde. Have they no fear of death? I know him. He's the newly appointed Northern Frontier Commander, Lin Bei. The same Lin Bei who won the World Genius Battle Championship? That's the one. No wonder he makes slaughtering beasts look as easy as eating and drinking. A single stone sent ripples across the sea, drawing ever-growing crowds along the coastal defense line. Chen Tang and the others received word and rushed over to witness the spectacle. Endless Devour. Open. After plunging deep into the black mist, Lin Bei immediately activated his Endless Devouring alteration. Before this devouring force, beasts below the 4th tier, 5th rank could offer no resistance, forced to watch helplessly as they were drained dry. As vast quantities of pure essence energy flooded his body, Lin Bei distinctly felt the energy depleted by activating his talents and the rapidly replenishing. In fact, the rate of depletion couldn't keep pace with the rate of replenishment. As the devoured energy grew ever greater, the bottleneck of the 4th tier, 5th rank seemed to begin loosening. Awesome! Absolutely exhilarating. To other martial artists, the million-ton ocean beasts were nightmarish existences. But for Lin Bei, possessing the limitless devouring entity, these were nothing but walking experience packs. The higher the beast's tier, the purer and more abundant its energy and the greater the experience gain. Soon, Lin Bei broke through from 4th tier, 5th rank to 4th tier, 6th rank. Then he surged upward, unstoppable. 4th tier, 7th rank. 4th tier, 8th sub-tier. We're far enough away. Bai Xi's voice suddenly echoed behind Lin Bei. All right. Lin Bei halted his steps. If not for Jiang Yunqing hanging by a thread, desperately needing the blood serum of the 100-spiked octopus to save her life, he would have devoured it here for 3 days and 3 nights. Not to mention breaking through to the 9th tier and one go reaching the 6th tier is definitely within reach. Only 1 minute left to charge, Bai Xi said. Leave it to me. Lin Bei swept his spear horizontally, cleaving every charging beast in 2 at the waist. At 4th tier, 5th rank, he could already slay 5th tier martial artists. Now at 4th tier, 8th sub-tier, slaying a 5th tier beast was as easy as eating and drinking. Even if 1,000 armies stood before him, he alone could hold them back. Chapter 176, Laser Gun. Serum Extraction. Vote for me. They've penetrated deep into the beast's territory. What are they planning? Could they possibly be aiming to shoot down a 7th tier 100-spiked octopus with that gun? Are they out of their minds? Even heavy artillery can't kill a 7th tier beast, how could that crappy gun possibly do it? That woman beside him is just reckless, but Commander Lin is both wise and brave. Why is he getting dragged into this nonsense? Watching the battle grow increasingly fierce and tense in the distance, everyone along the coastal defense line held their breath for Lin Bei. Yet Chen Tang and the others showed no concern for Lin Bei's safety. Instead, their gazes instinctively turned to the laser rifle in Bai Xi's hands. The daughter of the Lord of Sane City was unlikely to be recklessly overconfident. If she dared to do this, she must have some confidence. Yet none could fathom how such a small gun could possibly kill a beast as massive as a mountain. Even with its astonishing penetration power, which had pierced the 100-spiked octopus clean through, it might not inflict a fatal wound, right? Time flew by, and the minute was soon up. Bai Xi strode to Lin Bei's front, her laser gun's muzzle locked onto the 100-spiked octopus a mile away. Her right hand pulled the trigger, and a blue laser beam instantly shot from the muzzle. Wherever the laser passed, the colossal beast vaporized and seawater evaporated. Viewed from the sky, the vast black canvas formed by millions of colossal beasts was forcibly carved into a rectangular void. This single shot drained the laser gun's entire power reserve. While its destructive force was immense, the recoil was equally terrifying. Even Bai Xi, clad in her nanotech battle armor, was hurled hundreds of meters away by the shockwave. The armor on her arms, gripping the laser gun, shattered completely. Her shoulder blades cracked, and her entire body ached as if it were falling apart. Are you okay? Lin Bei activated his Wind Thunder Step to catch up, supporting Bai Xi from behind as he produced a bottle of high-grade recovery potion. I'm fine. Feeling the broad, powerful arms around her waist, Bai Xi's face flushed crimson. Good. Hearing she was unharmed, Lin Bei promptly stowed the high-grade recovery potion. The fleeting blush of shyness that had just blossomed in Bai Xi's heart vanished instantly. Put. Boom. The laser beam, traveling faster than sound, struck the 100-spiked octopus squarely in the head. The immense force of the collision erupted like an earthquake. Centered on the 100-spiked octopus, shockwaves radiated outward, whipping up waves thousands of meters high. Countless ocean behemoths were swallowed by the tidal wave, transforming the once dense black mass into a sparse sieve. Beasts with fragile flesh were instantly torn to shreds by the shockwave. Blood mist mingled with the waves, creating a scene of horror reminiscent of hell. Almost simultaneously, the 100-spined octopus's colossal form, hundreds of meters tall, was violently hurled from the sea. It soared backward through the air for a distance before crashing heavily back onto the ocean surface. As the waves subsided, the group finally got a clear look at the centipede octopus's injuries. Its head, as large as a mountain, had a third obliterated by a single shot, killing it instantly. In that moment, it felt as if space had frozen and time had stopped. Everyone was immersed in the terrifying power of the laser gun, slow to recover. Such a small gun, yet it had obliterated a 7th-tier colossus with a single shot. Such a feat was almost impossible to comprehend. Even witnessing it firsthand felt like a dream. No! What happened today was even more absurd than a dream. Is this the true power of Sane's technology? So formidable. No wonder His Majesty risked the nation's fate to go to Saints for rescue. Sure Jinghai's heart stirred with profound shock, and the gaze he cast upon Bai Cai shifted subtly. Possessing such advanced and formidable technology, Bai Cai's value was now no less than Lin Bei's. After all, no matter how gifted Lin Bei was, he was ultimately just one person. Bai Cai was different. With the technology in her hands, she could elevate the entire nation's strength by several tiers. With these two working together, the rise of the Dragon Nation was within reach. Guys, did you see that? One shot took out a third of that 7th-tier Colossus's head. That gun first obliterated tens of thousands of beasts, then killed the 100-spined octopus, and the shockwave it created killed tens of thousands more. That's insane. If we all had guns like that, we'd have to go to the zoo to see beasts in the future. Everyone along the coastal defense line was profoundly shaken and inspired by the sheer power of that single shot. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers across the 4 borders had fought relentlessly for days, sacrificing enormously to slay less than 100,000 beasts. Facing the vast, powerful hordes of oceanic beasts, they had seen no hope of victory. Bai Cai's single shot had undoubtedly injected them with a powerful shot of adrenaline. Simultaneously, the formidable might of Sane's technology had left an indelible mark upon their very souls. Old Chen, it's a good thing you didn't act just now. Otherwise, your head would look like a 100-spiked octopus, the Eastern Frontier commander said, turning to look at Chen Tang. Yeah. Chen Tang swallowed nervously, his back soaked through with sweat. Much later, Lin Bei and Bai Cai swiftly returned to headquarters with the refined serum. From the moment they entered the underground garage, everyone's gaze upon them was like that of worshippers looking upon deities filled with reverence. Administer this to the mayor of Jiang City. Lin Bei approached Jiang Linger and extended the serum vial. Jiang Linger looked up at Lin Bei, her gaze intensely complex. There was regret, envy, resentment, and even a hint of jealousy. They were practically the same age, and she had trained just as hard. Why was the gap between them only growing wider? Especially considering the 2 girls by Lin Bei's side. One was the eldest daughter of the Shao family, the foremost among the 3 great martial clans of the Dragon Nation, and the other was the daughter of the first city lord of Sains. Neither had ordinary backgrounds. Yet both these girls of extraordinary pedigree willingly chose to stay by Lin Bei's side. If only she hadn't been so arrogant back then, might the outcome have been different? Jiang Linger stared blankly at Lin Bei, her heart filled with growing regret over her past decisions. She couldn't deny it, she truly admired the Lin Bei of today. What are you spacing out for? Give the city lord of Jiang City his dose. Lin Bei ordered in a deep voice. Oh, right. Jiang Linger snapped out of her daze, feeling awkward and flustered. She quickly took the serum vial and turned her back to the crowd, finally feeling a bit more at ease. Not long after taking the serum, Mayor Jiang's complexion regained its healthy flush. Lin Bei, thank you. It was nothing, Lin Bei waved dismissively, then helped Jiang Yunqing lie down. Mayor Jiang, just rest now. I'll handle the rest. Yes, I trust you'll handle it better than I ever could, Jiang Yunqing replied. Last time we met, you'd just been promoted to Marquis of 10,000 households. How many days has it been? Now you're a duke, commanding the Northern Frontier Corps. Jiang Hao punched Lin Bei's chest, his tone dripping with envy. In a few more days, you'll be crowned a prince, won't you? Xin Chong chimed in, half joking. Lin Bei smiled without comment. Who could predict what would happen in a few days? But once he became a king, advancing to the rank of war god would be far more difficult. The fundamental threshold for military god was 9th rank, and one must also have achieved monumental military accomplishments. Chapter 177 Eastern Frontier Situation. The Deal. Commander Lin, the Eastern Frontier Commander, requests your presence at the Commander's Council meeting, a guard approached to announce. Lin Bei nodded in acknowledgement, then turned to Bai Cai beside him. Come with me. Yes, of course. Bai Cai felt deeply honored and followed closely behind Lin Bei. Watching their receding figures, Xiao Linger clenched her delicate fists, seething with resentment. Whether it was status, family background, talent, or figure and looks, she believed she was no less than Bai Cai. Moreover, she had known Lin Bei longer and had even shared life and death experiences with him. Why couldn't she accompany Lin Bei to the military commander's meeting? The captain just doesn't think much of you. Give up on that dream, Louis seized the moment to deliver a cold, cutting remark. Even if the captain doesn't think much of me, that doesn't mean you get to take my place. Xiao Linger shot back, her voice thick with resentment, before storming off in a rage. Louis looked utterly baffled. They belonged to different clans, it was utterly impossible for them to be together. Besides, he had never harbored the slightest interest in Xiao Linger. At that very moment, Lin Bei and Bai Cai entered the main tent. Alongside the military commanders of the southeast and west regions, Shi Jinghai was also present. Now that everyone is present, let's begin. The Eastern military commander placed classified documents on the table, detailing the entire coastal defense deployment, and proceeded with his briefing. The defense line stretched 18,000 kilometers in total, with over 1 million soldiers stationed along it. 80,000 were conventional troops equipped solely with thermal weapons to combat the behemoths, reporting directly to the military headquarters. The remaining 200,000 martial arts soldiers belonged to the Eastern Frontier Corps. Under normal circumstances, garrison troops could handle small-scale marine beast incursions independently. However, this marine beast tide was unprecedented in scale, numbering in the millions, causing multiple sections of the defense line to collapse. Beyond the sheer scale of the beast tide, the coastal defense line suffered from two fatal weaknesses. First, conventional forces could only combat the behemoths with thermal weapons, which were heavily reliant on ammunition. Depletion of ammunition essentially meant certain death. Given Dragon Nation's current resource reserves, sustaining a large-scale, protracted thermobaric war is highly improbable. Second, among human martial artists, those skilled in aquatic combat were exceedingly rare. Most martial artists see their combat effectiveness drop to 50-60%, or even lower, the moment they enter water. That's the situation along the coastal defense line, the Eastern Frontier commander concluded, turning to Shi Jinghai. Shi Jinghai understood the implication. He spread his hands and shrugged. Most of the military's elite forces are permanently stationed on the giant beast battlefronts. Unless the coastal defense collapses entirely, the military headquarters won't easily redeploy troops from those fronts. Hearing this, the hearts of several military commanders sank. Without substantial support from the military headquarters, how could they possibly quell a flood of millions of beasts relying solely on the 4 Frontier Corps, the garrison command, and the meager forces dispatched by the major martial clans? Though the most troublesome 7th-tier 100 spiked octopus had been slain, there remained hundreds upon hundreds of 6th-tier beasts, tens of thousands of 5th-tier beasts, and countless 3rd and 4th-tier beasts. In terms of both quantity and quality, humanity held not a single advantage. How could this battle possibly be fought? With what? Several military commanders exchanged glances, racking their brains for a solution to break the deadlock. Just then, Lin Bei stepped forward. I have a plan. Not only can it quell this beast tide, but it will also ensure the coastal defense line remains free from giant beast threats forever. What method? Speak quickly, the Eastern Frontier commander pressed impatiently. Sains possesses a cutting-edge technology called the Prism Tower. It can continuously fire 30 prism lasers per minute, each capable of effortlessly annihilating any giant beast below the 5th tier. Sains also possesses another cutting-edge technology, the laser heavy cannon. When fully charged, a single shot can obliterate a 9th-tier giant beast. Equipping the coastal defense line with these two weapons will guarantee a permanent solution. As Lin Bei finished speaking, the eyes of several military commanders burned with fervor. They had never been to Sains, but they had just witnessed the terrifying power of the laser gun firsthand. A single shot had obliterated a 7th-tier 100 spined octopus. Excellent! Excellent! This is absolutely fantastic! The Eastern Frontier commander's voice trembled with excitement. The other two commanders were also so excited they could barely sit still. Though the defensive pressures on the southern and western fronts weren't as severe as the eastern front, who wouldn't want such devastating weapons? However, Lin Bei shifted his tone. Producing light prism towers and laser-heavy cannons requires massive resources. I can't just hand them over to you three for free. What do you want? Whatever I possess, it's all yours, the Eastern Frontier commander declared generously. I want the prodigies of all three realms, Lin Bei declared. At this declaration, the smiles froze on the three commanders' faces, replaced by expressions of deep contemplation and difficulty. Recruiting a prodigy was no easy feat for a military corps, and cultivating one was even harder. Handing them over so readily felt like a painful sacrifice. Isn't that against protocol? The Eastern Frontier commander deliberately glanced up at Shi Jinghai. Why are you looking at me? What business is it of mine, the affairs of your 4 great legions? Shi Jinghai replied indifferently. Very well. The Eastern Commandant detected the hint of bias in Shi Jinghai's tone and immediately fell silent. 1 prodigy for 20 light prism towers. 10 prodigies get you a laser-heavy cannon. You have 1 minute to decide. Lin Bei activated his stopwatch, starting the countdown. I'll trade. I'll trade. Chen Tang was the first to step forward. Cultivating prodigies consumed time, effort, and resources. Many prodigies, once matured, would leave the Corps to join the Wuching military headquarters. Those who remained were mostly those whose innate talent or opportunities were insufficient, destined to climb no higher than the rank of general or military commander in their lifetime. Besides, isn't cultivating prodigies meant to strengthen the Corps? Now that a simpler method exists to strengthen the Corps, why not choose it? A single prism tower can unleash 30 consecutive laser beams per minute, each capable of effortlessly annihilating any beast below the 5th tier. Such terrifying killing efficiency is utterly beyond the reach of human martial artists. Then there's the heavy laser cannon capable of obliterating 9th-tier beasts. With it, border raids by beasts become a non-issue. I'll switch to, the Western Frontier commander nodded after deep contemplation. Then I'll switch to, conceded the Eastern Frontier commander with resignation. Then please compile your lists of elite recruits. In 1 month's time, I shall deliver the laser turrets and heavy laser cannons as promised, Lin Bei declared. Agreed. The 3 commanders retrieved their archives, selecting promising young talents with solid combat prowess. They compiled the lists and handed them to Lin Bei. Lin Bei carefully reviewed the 3 lists, striking out names that didn't meet his standards, then rose to leave. As long as we can hold out for a month, the tide will turn. Trading prodigies for equipment were setting a precedent. To be honest, the light beam tower and laser heavy cannon truly hold greater value than the prodigies. After all, the former will remain permanently, while the latter will eventually leave the core. The 3 military commanders murmured among themselves before immediately beginning to formulate a defense plan. Chapter 178, Establishing the Armory. Choosing sides. Vote for us. Meanwhile, Lin Bei led Xiaolinger and the other celestial prodigies back to the northern frontier, leaving the remaining soldiers under Jiang Yunqing's command. On the return journey, Lin Bei had already mapped out his next steps. Drawing rewards and boosting strength weren't the most urgent matters. 2 matters demanded immediate attention. First, establish an armory centered around Baicai to mass-produce high-tech equipment. Second, establish the 9th Northern Frontier Garrison to forge an elite force wholly under Lin Bei's command. The current international landscape was turbulent and unpredictable. Especially after the Saints incident, global conflicts would only intensify. While the existence of the Colossus kept nations hesitant to shatter this fragile equilibrium. But what if the behemoths no longer posed a mortal threat to human survival? Baicai can create massively destructive weapons like the Prism Tower and Laser Heavy Cannon. Why couldn't Lipus develop laser towers and laser heavy cannons? With Saints' advanced technology combined with the talent and resources of major powers, the threat posed by the Colossus would diminish exponentially. One day, it might even cease to be a fatal danger to humanity. When that day comes, a global war is inevitable. No matter how powerful Lin Bei himself becomes, he remains just one person. Often, he simply can't be in 2 places at once. Given this reality, it would be wiser to build a team from scratch, one wholly under his command to confront the crises that may erupt in the future. After a long journey, the group arrived at the northern frontier. As Lin Bei now held the title of Northern Frontier Military Commander, he naturally took up residence at headquarters. However, no sooner had they settled in than a soldier's voice announced from outside, "Commander Lin, there are many people downstairs requesting to see you." Lin Bei rose from his chair in the commander's office and walked to the window. Looking down at the entrance of the headquarters building, he saw over 100 people standing there. Each was dressed in luxurious attire, exuding an air of distinction. Virtually every prominent figure in the northern frontier had arrived. Several familiar faces were among them: Wang Yu, head of the Jiangcheng branch of the martial arts guild Zhou Shen, head of the Zhou martial arts family of Jiangcheng Lei Meng, head of the Lei martial arts family of Jiangcheng, and Nie Shuang, head of the Imperial Guard Corps. They've arrived just in time. Have them wait for me in the conference room, Lin Bei instructed. Yes, sir. The soldier nodded and immediately descended the stairs to relay the order. Lin Bei returned to his seat, rested for a moment, and then headed toward the conference room. Establishing an armory required space, resources, capital, and talent. Lin Bei possessed the first 3 in abundance, but talent remained elusive. Saints' technical blueprints were extremely complex. It was impossible to simply hand them to a few workers and expect them to build it. Though Baicai was highly experienced and could personally train a team of skilled workers and technical experts, it would take far too long. The situation in the eastern frontier was critical. Another beast tide could erupt at any moment. There was no time to waste. Most crucially, Lipus was highly likely to collaborate with the Eagle Nation. With Eagle Nation's formidable strength already, combined with Sane's technology, Dragon Nation would have no chance of recovery. To break this deadlock, we must establish and operationalize our armory faster than they can. Now, all the prominent figures from the north are gathered here, and they undoubtedly have access to a wealth of talent. Once the 4 key conditions are met, we can begin operations immediately. Greetings, Commander Lin. The assembly rose in unison as Lin Bei entered the conference room, bowing with utmost respect, their eyes betraying not a shred of contempt. As far as they knew, every single one of Lin Bei's enemies had been killed without exception. Even the prodigies from various nations in the World Genius War, Lin Bei had slaughtered them in waves. Who would dare underestimate such a terrifyingly powerful and influential killing machine? Even when facing Luo Yuanshan and Jiang Yunqing, they hadn't been as cautious as they were now, fearing they might offend Lin Bei by making a misstep. "Spare me the flattery," Lin Bei remarked indifferently. Hearing this, some faces flushed crimson. The elaborate flattery they'd painstakingly crafted to impress him now stuck in their throats. However, those skilled at reading the room sensed that Lin Bei had likely summoned such a large group to convey something important. "Commander Lin, we're deeply grateful you've made time for us amidst your busy schedule. In the Northlands, should there ever be any task where my Zhang could be of service, just say the word. The Ma family pledges our utmost loyalty to you, Commander Lin. Whatever Lord Lin requires, my Du family offers everything at your disposal." The quick-witted among them rushed to pledge their loyalty. Fearing they might be too late, causing Lin Bei to forget their faces and names. Lin Bei's lips curved upward into a satisfied smile. With them setting the precedent, Lin Bei could get straight to the point. I do indeed have a small favor to ask of you all. Commander Lin, please speak freely. I plan to establish an armory in the northern frontier and urgently require a large number of technical experts and skilled workers. Who can help me with this? The moment these words left his mouth, the conference room fell silent. Those who had just sworn allegiance to serve Lin Bei with unwavering devotion now buried their heads like ostriches, remaining silent. With your connections, you can't handle this minor request? Lin Bei scanned the room, his tone accusatory. The others remained silent until Zhou Shen stepped forward with the truth. Commander Lin, it's not that we can't do it, it's that we dare not. What do you mean? Lin Bei pressed. The Roundtable Elders control every armory, laboratory, and labor union in the Dragon Nation. They've issued an order: no one is permitted to join the Northern Frontier Corps. Those who defy it will face the consequences. Zhou Shen declared. The Emperor's far away. What are you afraid of? Lin Bei retorted. Commander Lin, a soft blade cuts deeper. The Round Table Elders wield the power to set the rules. Destroying a family or an entire group is far too easy for them. Zhou Shen sighed. Hearing this, Lin Bei fell silent and scanned the conference room. Not a single person dared meet his gaze. To them, no matter how powerful the commander might be, he remained ultimately just the ruler of a single province. The Roundtable Elders were different in certain respects. They wielded power even greater than that of a sovereign. Even if Lin Bei possessed the strength to confront the Roundtable Council head-on and protect the major factions of the northern frontier. But how long could he protect them? Becoming a military commander at such a young age proved the northern frontier was merely his starting point. He would leave one day. When that time comes, who will protect them? Who could possibly safeguard them? I dislike forcing people. Since you're unwilling to help, you may leave. Lin Bei waved his hand, promptly dismissing them. Ah, Commander Lin, we take our leave. After much hesitation, the group sighed and departed. Soon, the once bustling conference room was left with only a handful of people. Raymond glanced around. Almost everyone had left, except for Zhou Shen, who remained seated, immovable as a mountain. Head of the Zhou family, aren't you leaving? I'm staying, Zhou Shen replied. If you're staying, I'll leave. Raymond deliberated for a long moment before finally deciding to depart. The most crucial decision now was choosing sides, standing with Lin Bei or aligning with the Roundtable Elders Council. Lin Bei's former enemies had all met their end. But this time was different. No matter how powerful Lin Bei was, he wouldn't dare wipe out the Roundtable Elders Council. What would that be but rebellion? Besides, after choosing wrong so many times before, this time even if it was a gamble he deserved to win once. Chapter 179, 10,000 Flying Swords. The Poaching Plan. As the crowd dispersed, only 3 figures remained: Zhou Shen, head of the Jiangcheng Martial Arts Clan; Huang Yu, president of the Jiangcheng branch of the Martial Arts Chamber of Commerce; and Su Chuan, president of the Jiangcheng branch of the Martial Arts Foundation. The influence of these 3 figures was confined solely to Jiangcheng, and their talent supply was nowhere near sufficient for the arsenal. Was he really going to have to go groveling to the Roundtable Elders for reconciliation? If only he could slaughter those 12 old dogs. The thought truly tempted Lin Bei. Solving the problem was time-consuming and laborious. Eliminating the source of the problem would be much simpler. Commander Lin, the Martial Arts Chamber has operated in Jiangcheng for years and has built some connections. Here is the first talent list I prepared in advance for your review. Huang Yu handed the pre-prepared list to Lin Bei. The Martial Arts Foundation has also screened a group of talents for you, Commander Lin. The second list will be submitted in 3 days, Su Chuan immediately followed up. Zhou Shen hadn't prepared anything. He had simply wanted to forge a deep bond with Lin Bei, even if it meant incurring the wrath of the Roundtable Elders. But he hadn't anticipated that Huang Yu and Su Chuan had everything meticulously prepared. By comparison, sitting here made him look like a complete amateur. Lin Bei took the 2 lists. The combined numbers exceeded 1,000 people, with technical experts making up less than 5%. The rest were all skilled workers with experience in munitions factory production. This was clearly the work of the Martial Arts Chamber of Commerce and the Martial Arts Foundation. Only these 2 major conglomerates would dare defy the Roundtable Elders' retaliation and possess such extensive connections. With their strong backing, the armory could barely get off the ground. But the problem was, with their people everywhere in the factory, there was no guarantee the technology wouldn't leak. Therefore, Lin Bei must build his own team. When will the people on the list arrive in the north? Lin Bei inquired. They're already en route and should arrive by tomorrow morning at the latest, Su Chuan and Huang Yu replied in unison. The new armory was a lucrative opportunity, a gateway to a new era. No matter what, we must board it. Alright, thank you for your support. Lin Bei accepted the list and expressed his gratitude. His gaze then shifted to Zhou Shen. Head of the Zhou family, can you handle the construction aspect? We can. Zhou Shen nodded. Good. Here are the blueprints for the armory. Start construction immediately. The sooner the better. Money is no object. Lin Bei sent the digital blueprints to Zhou Shen. By all accounts, munitions factory construction was top secret. Trustworthy personnel were essential for the job. But Lin Bei didn't care. Among Sainz's many cutting-edge technologies, defensive measures were plentiful. Setting aside surveillance technology, the energy barrier technology alone could neutralize any potential threats. Moreover, Lin Bei valued loyalty deeply. At the auction, Zhou Xin had incurred the wrath of Yi Xiao and Luo Yuanshan for Lin Bei's sake, even gifting him a 6th-tier insect queen core. Now that he was back in the north, repaying that debt was only right. This important task, you're entrusting it to me? Zhou Xin shot to his feet, his words stumbling out in utter shock. Precisely because it's important that I'm entrusting it to you, Lin Bei replied. Hearing this, Zhou Xin felt his blood boil with excitement. His heart pounded wildly, and his weathered face flushed crimson with exhilaration. Though decades old, he now acted like a child thrilled by an adult's praise. Observing Zhou Xin, who bore no semblance of a family head, Su Chuan and Huang Yu both flashed a hint of contempt in their eyes. Taking on such a massive project as the armory would indeed bring substantial profits, but was this really necessary? Had he never seen money before? What they didn't know was that Zhou Xin's excitement stemmed only 10% from the profits. The remaining 90% was because of Lin Bei's words. Precisely because it's important, I'm entrusting it to you. Those words seemed to possess a magical power, echoing endlessly in Zhou Xin's mind. He never dreamed his standing in Lin Bei's eyes could be so high. He absolutely must not betray Lin Juanju's trust. I'll lay down my life. I'll do whatever it takes. Zhou Xin silently vowed to himself, then turned to Lin Bei with assurance, rest assured, Commander Lin. I will see this through. Lin Bei gave a slight nod before turning to Huang Yu. Chairman Huang, there's one more matter I need your assistance with. Commander Lin, please speak freely, Huang Yu said respectfully. I require 10,000 4th-grade flying swords, Lin Bei declared. During the last World Genius War, his insect armor was destroyed, his dragon bone bow was shattered, and half his flying swords were lost. Though he later acquired the Godslayer Thunderbone Spear and the Great Sun Soul Shattering Spear technique, his arsenal still lacked truly formidable weapons. 10,000 4th-grade flying swords, empowered by the ancestral talent of 10,000 weapons, could unleash a 100-fold increase in the power of the 6th-grade advanced technique. 10,000 swords return to the source. What does a 100-fold increase mean? It surpasses even the top-tier 7th-grade Great Sun Soul Shattering Spear technique. Using 5th-grade flying swords would be even more powerful, but the cost-effectiveness is low. Moreover, building an armory required substantial funds. Every penny saved counted. Did I hear that correctly? 10,000? 4th-grade flying swords? Huang Yu stared at Lin Bei in disbelief. Yeah, give me an estimate, Lin Bei said. Huang Yu lowered his head in deep thought for a long moment before replying, Commander Lin, with my authority, I can only offer you a maximum 20% discount. All told, it would come to roughly 200 billion. Moreover, the Jiangcheng branch doesn't have that many 4th-grade flying swords in stock. Just sourcing them would take considerable time. Lin Bei pulled out a bank card from his storage bracelet. Here's 50 billion as a deposit. Get it done as soon as possible. Understood. Huang Yu gave a slight nod and promptly departed to make arrangements. Commander Lin, we won't keep you any longer. Su Chuan and Zhou Xin tactfully took their leave. Once everyone had departed, Bai Cai pushed open the door and entered the conference room. Handing over the construction of the armory to that person is fine, I'll personally make adjustments later anyway. But can you truly trust handing over the entire production process to the Martial Arts Foundation and Martial Arts Chamber? What if the technology leaks? Lin Bei smiled. Who said I'm handing it all over to them? You have a trump card? Bai Cai asked curiously. No trump card, but plenty of talent. If we can't recruit them, we'll take them by force. Lin Bei already had a plan in mind. The Roundtable Elders Council controlled every domestic laboratory, armory, and factory union, but that didn't mean the people within them were under their control. With enough methods, there's no one he couldn't poach. Those poached would have no choice but to align with Lin Bei, having incurred the council's wrath. From them, he could select loyalists to cultivate as his core team. Moreover, once such a move succeeded, revealing to the world that the Roundtable Elders weren't as terrifying as imagined, more people would naturally come running to join. I must be away for a while. You'll have your hands full from here on out, Lin Bei stated. Rest assured, I won't let you down, Bai Cai pledged solemnly. Good. Lin Bei nodded, activated his battle armor, and flew out of headquarters straight for the Northern Frontier Arsenal. Chapter 180, Chief Engineer Zhang Hua. Lin Bei's conditions. The Dragon Nation boasted 5 major armories, the Eastern Armory, Western Armory, Southern Armory, Northern Armory, and the Capital Armory. All 5 were directly overseen by the Roundtable Elders Council, gathering the nation's finest scientists, technical experts, and skilled workers. If he could poach the core team from the Northern Arsenal, all problems would be solved effortlessly. After a long while, Lin Bei arrived at his destination. Following his gaze, rows of neatly arranged factory buildings stretched endlessly beneath his feet. This armory covered nearly 1 million square meters and employed over 100,000 workers at its peak. It possessed the capability to independently produce various firearms, ammunition, armored vehicles, and more. Young man, what's the matter? Come down and talk, the gatekeeper grumbled, glancing up at Lin Bei before tapping his shoe sole with his pipe stem. Where's your chief engineer? Lin Bei asked directly. That's me. The old man refilled his pipe with tobacco, lit it, and took a deep, satisfied drag. You're Manhwa, chief engineer of the Northern Frontier Arsenal? Lin Bei flew to the old man's side, scrutinizing him from head to toe. His aura felt weak, suggesting a cultivation level around the second tier. He appeared to be in his 80s, his face deeply lined, his head bald save for a few strands of hair. His teeth and the knuckles of his pipe-holding hand were stained yellow, clear signs of decades as a heavy smoker. See for yourself on that wall of honors, Manhwa said, leaning back against the wall on a wooden stool. He took another deep drag before gesturing toward the weathered red wall by the entrance. Lin Bei followed his gaze. The wall displayed portraits of many renowned scientists, technical experts, and skilled workers from the Northern Frontier Arsenal. And at the very top of the list was Chief Engineer Manhwa. In the photo, Manhwa looked only in his 40s, with an elegant and capable demeanor a world apart from the elderly man before him. Yet upon closer inspection, the man in the photo and the one before him shared a striking resemblance 7 or 8 parts alike. After confirming his identity, Lin Bei introduced himself. I am Lin Bei, the newly appointed commander of the Northern Frontier Corps. Pleased to meet you, Chief Engineer Jiang. So you're the prodigy everyone's been buzzing about lately. I never imagined you'd rise to commander so quickly. Truly remarkable. Manhwa glanced at Lin Bei, then shifted his tone. Too bad you're too late. The munitions factory's reserves are completely depleted. We can't even produce a single bullet now. Impossible, Lin Bei replied skeptically. Of the 5 major armories in Dragon Nation, only the Northern Frontier Armory is treated like a stepchild, no resources, no funding. If we ever produced any groundbreaking research, the Elders Council would sniff it out and pack up the technology and team to move them to the capital arsenal. I'll be honest with you, the Northern Arsenal has been declining year after year. Most of the technical talent has left for other fields. It's practically just an empty shell now. Mentioning the armory's state, a hint of melancholy flickered deep in Manhwa's eyes. Deep down, he understood the root cause of the Northern Arsenal's decline wasn't the Roundtable Elders or any other individual, it was the era itself. Ever since the colossal beast's calamity erupted, this world had become one where martial arts reigned supreme. Not only did technological development lack the necessary resources, but sometimes those resources were even diverted to martial arts advancement. Over time, everyone aspired to become martial artists, yet few were willing to dedicate themselves to scientific pursuits. The Roundtable Elders' act of reaping the rewards merely accelerated the decline of the Northern Arsenal. Yet, watching Manhwa's desolate and anguished expression, Lin Bei felt a secret delight blossom within him. To the Roundtable Elders and even the Dragon Nation, the Northern Frontier Arsenal was now nothing but a liability. Its dissolution would be best. But for Lin Bei, who had money, resources, and technology at his disposal, it was a golden opportunity. Moreover, with the other party in such dire straits, poaching talent would be significantly easier. Chief Engineer Jiang, Lin Bei said solemnly, I'm not here to pressure you about weapon and ammunition production. I'm here to extend a formal invitation. What invitation? Manhwa inquired. To be perfectly honest, I've brought back a friend from Sains and plan to partner with her to establish a new armory. We already have the premises, technology, resources, and funding. The only thing missing is talent. I sincerely hope Chief Engineer Jiang will grace us with his presence and bring his team on board. If Chief Engineer Jiang graces us with his presence, every employee's salary will triple with no upper limit. Lin Bei cut straight to the point. A friend brought back from Sains? At these words, Manhwa's cloudy eyes instantly brightened, piqued with immense interest. It was common knowledge that Sains possessed the world's most advanced technology, a holy grail for countless researchers. To work alongside Sains' bigwigs and gain access to cutting-edge black tech was an absolute honor. Countless people would bend over backwards for such an opportunity, let alone when Lin Bei offered triple the salary. Commander Lin, I command over 5,000 personnel. Tripling each salary would mean monthly payroll expenses of 1 to 200 million, not including resource costs. Can you really afford that? Manhwa inquired. This card holds 2 billion. I'm prepaying your entire year's salary upfront. Any surplus is yours as a bonus, Lin Bei declared, handing Manhwa a bank card with unabashed generosity. Manhwa checked the balance. 20 billion yuan was indeed sitting there. With such an excellent learning opportunity and such generous compensation, there was simply no reason to refuse. Agreed. With such generous support from Commander Lin, I'll immediately assemble our team and head to the Northern Frontier Corps. Manhwa pledged. Excellent. I await Chief Engineer John's arrival. Lin Bei bowed with clasped fists before turning to leave. This recruitment mission turned out far simpler than Lin Bei had anticipated. No other tactics were needed, just a little extra money, and it was easily settled. Monthly salary expenditures of 1 or 200 million might seem substantial, but they were mere pocket change. Once the armory was operational, its annual output would not only supply Dragon Nation but also flood global markets a trillion-dollar superstore. Moreover, once word spread about the high-paying poaching, many domestic technical talents would flock to the north. No matter how you looked at it, this move was a win. After Lin Bei departed, Jiang Hua tucked away his pipe and turned toward the office. Inside sat over a dozen people, their average age exceeding 60. Spotting Jiang Hua enter, they eagerly pressed him, "Chief Engineer Jiang, what's the outcome? Did you agree to Lin Bei's terms? What conditions did he offer us? Triple salaries for everyone. Plus a full year's salary paid up front, and hundreds of millions in bonuses disbursed early." Jiang Hua pulled the bank card from his pocket, slapped it on the table, and grinned from ear to ear. Long before Lin Bei arrived, the Roundtable Elders Council had issued a strict order to the North Frontier Arsenal: no one was to defect to join Lin Bei. Those who disobeyed would bear the consequences themselves. The Northern Arsenal is going downhill by the day. Many workers haven't been paid in over a year. They need to eat, they need to support their families, they must find a way out of this predicament. In the past, all the major armories were cutting costs and expanding revenue streams, leaving them nowhere to turn. But now, things are different. Lin Bei is establishing a new armory and desperately needs manpower. These unwanted burdens from other armories suddenly became highly sought-after assets. Jiang Hua had originally thought that as long as Lin Bei offered the minimum wage, he'd be willing to bring his team along. But to his utter astonishment, Lin Bei offered triple the pay. And he prepaid an entire year's salary and bonuses. Sure, this would antagonize the Roundtable Elders Council, but they were barely scraping by. Who had time to worry about that? Besides, they weren't like the factions in the north. Many were lifelong bachelors or small families of 3 or 4, with no assets in their names and no powerful backers. They had no fear of being targeted by policies. And crucially, for Lin Bei to make such a grand gesture with such a massive offer, he must have powerful backing. And that powerful figure is most likely the sovereign. Chapter 181, The Elders Council in Furious Outrage. Fu Junlin's Might. No secret stays hidden forever. As Jiang Hua mobilized workers on a massive scale to jump ship, word quickly reached the ears of the Roundtable Elders Council. At that moment, within the capital's Elders' Mansion, the 12 Roundtable Elders gathered, each wearing a grave expression. Among the 5 major armories of the Dragon Nation, the Northern Frontier Armory ranked last in strength. Yet even so, its existing workforce was sufficient to support Lin Bei in launching the new armory. The challenge lies in going from 0 to 1. Expanding from 1 to 100 is merely a natural progression. Once the new armory was operational, personnel from other armories, laboratories, and guilds would flock to it. The Council of Elders had considered intervention, but the new factory offered superior technology, better compensation, and greater prospects for advancement. The rank and file would vote with their feet. The choice was obvious. By then, the talent under the Elders Council would be completely drained by Lin Bei's new armory. The Elders Council lacks both real power and financial resources. Their only leverage lies in controlling the vast majority of Dragon Nation's scientific talent and skilled workers. The Council's control over these individuals stemmed primarily from the cataclysm of the colossal beasts. As technical expertise declined in value and faced marginalization by major factions, the Council effortlessly absorbed them into its ranks. When these scattered talents and institutions coalesced into a unified entity, bolstered by the Council's standing, they became a formidable force not to be underestimated. Should this colossus ever be dismantled, the Elders Council would become an empty shell. Their power would be significantly diminished as well. Because power always flows from the bottom up. Elder, news of Jiang Hua's defection has spread. Personnel from other armories and laboratories are restless. We must act. Make an example of them. Crush any notion of defection among these people. For triple the salary? These traitors dare betray the Council. Utterly devoid of moral integrity. The elders voiced their grievances, their gazes ultimately settling on the Grand Elder, Doing. Doing frowned deeply, remaining silent for a long while. One question remained baffling to him: where on earth did Lin Bei get all that money? Building an armory, poaching talent at exorbitant prices, purchasing equipment and resources the capital required was astronomical. Across the entire Dragon Nation, only 2 entities possessed the cash reserves to cover such expenses in one go: the Martial Arts Chamber of Commerce and the Martial Arts Foundation. Yet Doing had confirmed that these 2 financial giants had only provided talent, not a single penny in funding. Elder, we can't hesitate any longer. Order the Imperial Guard to arrest that entire group. Let them reflect on their actions in prison. The second elder slammed his hand on the table, seething with fury. Cutting off someone's livelihood is like killing their parents. And Lin Bei's move wasn't just cutting off their income, he was uprooting their very foundation. Arrest them? On what charges? Doing countered. Disturbing the peace, inciting riots, or framing them for stealing munitions factory technology. It's a mere formality to pin charges on them, retorted the second elder. Nonsense. How could the esteemed Elders Council stoop to such underhanded tactics? Doing glared at him with restrained anger. First elder, necessity demands flexibility. We have little time left, urged the second elder anxiously, as several other elders immediately chimed in agreement. Seeing Doing still wavering, another elder stepped forward. Elder, the Northern Arsenal personnel all signed confidentiality and non-compete agreements. Their defection constitutes breach of contract. We have every justification to arrest them. Right. Exactly. That's the way to go. Let's do it, the second elder declared with satisfaction. Doing pondered for a long moment before finally nodding in concession. He hadn't anticipated Jiang Hua's audacity openly defying the Elders' Council's orders. Nor had he anticipated Lin Bei's formidable strength, offering a 20 billion yuan advance payment at the very outset. But with events having escalated to this point, the Elders' Council had no other choice. If they failed to nip Lin Bei's new munitions factory plan in the bud, the only outcome awaiting them would be extinction. Once annihilated, the status, prestige, and power they had painstakingly built over decades would vanish without a trace. To survive, resorting to unscrupulous, underhanded tactics was hardly beyond reproach. After all, history is always written by the victors. I'll contact the Jiangcheng Garrison Command immediately. No, I'll go to their headquarters myself. To ensure the plan's absolute success, the second elder personally took charge. Just as he was about to leave the elder's mansion, a towering figure blocked his path. He looked up to find none other than the sovereign, Fu Junlin. Your Majesty, what brings you here? The second elder was momentarily flustered, a tinge of apprehension stirring within him. Fu Junlin remained silent, his face cold as he swept past him and strode straight inside. Watching the ruler's receding figure, the second elder felt his heart race with unease. His instincts screamed that the ruler had come for Lin Bei. But what difference did that make? Could the sovereign really force the Council of Elders to compromise? The second elder resolved to take the opposite path from Fu Junlin. Yet barely a few steps later, his path was blocked by a group of mysterious, formidable figures. Their eyes were cold and indifferent, their entire beings radiating a murderous aura, clearly veterans who had crawled out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The second elder attempted to bypass them and escape, only to discover the entire elder's mansion was already surrounded. Heaven and earth were sealed off, not a soul could escape. Second elder, return, commanded Ho Jing, the deputy chamberlain of the war god's hall, as he descended through the air, gazing down upon him with disdain. Deputy Hall Master Ho, you have the audacity to surround the elder's mansion, the second elder roared in fury. By the sovereign's command, no one leaves the elder's manor today. Those who force their way out will be killed without mercy. Ho Jing's voice was icy, his weathered eyes blazing with boundless killing intent. The second elder merely glanced up, yet felt a bone-chilling coldness as if his very soul had frozen. Fear spread through his heart, and the second elder shivered as he stumbled back several steps. He understood this time, the sovereign meant business. He turned and retreated back to the elder's residence. At the same time, the 11 elders saw Fu Junlin appear. Their aged bodies trembled, and deep terror flickered in their eyes. All present were seasoned veterans who had lived for decades. They knew exactly why Fu Junlin had appeared at this moment. Doing, in particular, had an epiphany, finally understanding where Lin Bei had obtained all that money. Greetings, Your Majesty. Doing snapped back to his senses and immediately bowed deeply. Greetings, Your Majesty. The remaining 10 elders followed suit. Fu Junlin swept his cold gaze across the group, unleashing a sudden, overwhelming pressure of 9th tier, 9th rank might. The 11 elders couldn't withstand the pressure. Their legs buckled, and they all knelt on the ground. The sound of thuds echoed as their knees smashed through the floorboards. Gritting their teeth in agony, they dared not utter a word, frozen in terror. I turned a blind eye before, showing you ample leniency. Yet you remain insatiable, attempting to strangle the new armory in its infancy. Utter lawlessness. Fu Junlin's fury shattered every piece of wooden furniture in the room into dust. Chapter 182, Showdown. The military strengthening package. The elders trembled in terror, holding their breath in fear. The second elder, who had just returned, witnessed the scene and hid outside the door, too afraid to enter. They all understood, this was a world where martial prowess reigned supreme, where strength was the ultimate measure of respect. The fundamental reason the Elders' Council wielded power disproportionate to their own strength lay in their control over the vast majority of Dragon Nation's technical talent and administrative institutions, coupled with the backing of the major martial arts clans. In the past, Fu Junlin had made concessions to the council at every turn solely for the sake of national stability. Now, the importance of the new armory far outweighs national stability. After all, the paralysis of administrative institutions and the nation's descent into chaos are only temporary. As long as the armed forces remain firmly under his control, everything can ultimately be resolved. This temporary pain is something Fu Junlin can endure. But without this advantage, the Council of Elders becomes crippled. Moreover, as the rising star Lin Bei ascends, major powerhouses are extending olive branches to him. Particularly when the council faced a conflict of interest with Lin Bei, forcing them to choose sides, these major factions had already made their decision, aligning with Lin Bei. Deprived of these two major advantages, the council's hollow facade was laid bare. This perfectly underscores the essence of this world: martial supremacy reigns supreme, and strength is the ultimate measure. Relying on external aids for strength can never last. True strength lies only in one's own power. I'll lay it out plainly: Lin Bei is the sole successor designated by Fu Junlin himself. The construction of the new arsenal cannot be stopped. The Dragon Nation can do without the Roundtable Elders Council, but it cannot do without Lin Bei and the new armory. Fu Junlin's stance was unwavering, his words forceful, leaving no room for compromise. The Roundtable Elders Council's existence brings more harm than good. Previously, there was no opportunity to deal with it, so we turned a blind eye. Now the time has come, let's eliminate them once and for all. Hearing this, the elders' hearts sank. They all turned to look at the Grand Elder, Do Ying. Do Ying's expression was grave, yet he too was at a loss. Without formidable strength to back it up, even the greatest power is but a castle in the air. Only one path remained before the Council of Elders: compromise and surrender. Thus, Do Ying spoke: Your Majesty, the Council pledges its full support for the construction of the new armory. I shall immediately order the mobilization of technical personnel from armories, laboratories, and guilds across all realms to the northern frontier. Fu Junlin's gaze sharpened as he replied coldly: You need do nothing. Just watch quietly. With the Council's involvement, the new armory will only advance faster, Do Ying countered. I won't repeat myself. Fu Junlin snapped, sweeping his sleeves as he rose and strode out. Upon reaching the entrance of the Elder's mansion, Fu Junlin barked an order to Ho Jing beside him: If any of those old fools inside dare play tricks again, kill them on the spot. Yes, Your Highness. Ho Jing replied. At that moment, Do Ying and the others looked as wilted as frostbitten eggplants, utterly defeated. Fu Junlin's intent was clear: he intended to use this opportunity to eliminate the Council of Elders. Everyone understood this all too well, yet they were powerless to stop it. If blame was to be assigned, it lay solely with the Council of Elders' utter lack of any formidable armed forces under their command. They had once attempted to infiltrate the military department and the Imperial Guard Command, but failed to seize control of the core institutions. Victory belongs to the victor, defeat to the vanquished. The Elders' Council's decline was now an established fact, irreversible by anyone. Ah! At this thought, everyone sighed. The end of one era signaled the dawn of another. The world was about to change. By the time Lin Bei returned to the northern headquarters, it was already late at night. After a quick wash, he lay in bed, reviewing his plans in his mind. The matter of establishing the armory was essentially settled. All that remained was to break ground and gather all the necessary personnel. The only remaining task was establishing the elite corps, but with night already fallen, he would have to wait until daylight to make the announcement. Alright, I still have that lottery chance from my last promotion to military commander. Might as well use it, let's see what reward I can draw. Lin Bei suddenly remembered this matter and immediately opened the lottery wheel, clicking to start the draw. The familiar interface reappeared, golden light flickering across the spinning segments. Finally, it came to a stop on one of the segments. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining the military strengthening gift pack. Would you like to open it now? Another gift pack? Let's see what's inside. Lin Bei curiously tapped the strong army gift pack details, causing a flood of information to pop up. Grade 1 armor weapons 100,000 sets. Grade 2 armor 50,000 sets. Grade 3 military armor 30,000 sets. Grade 4 armor 10,000 sets. Grade 5 armor 5,000 sets. Grade 6 armor 1,000 sets. Staring at the displayed information, Lin Bei was overjoyed. Grade 1 armor might not be valuable, but the sheer quantity was staggering. A full 100,000 sets. Counted by individual pieces, that was 200,000 items. This quantity of armor was more than enough to fully equip the entire Northern Frontier Corps. Moreover, like martial arts techniques, armor sets beyond Grade 4 were extremely valuable. 10,000 sets of 4th grade armor, 5,000 sets of 5th grade armor, and 1,000 sets of 6th grade armor. Even top martial clans like the Xiao, Lin, and Lu families don't possess such profound reserves. Crucially, beyond the armor, the military enhancement package also included martial arts techniques and spiritual medicines. Their grades span from Grade 1 to Grade 6, with quantities ranging from 100,000 to 1,000. 1,000 sets of 6th grade armor, 1,000 6th grade martial arts manuals, 1,000 6th grade medicinal herbs. What does that even mean? Even the Dragon Nation's treasury couldn't produce such quantities in a single go. With these resources, combined with the prodigies of the 4 Regions Corps, forging an invincible army would be effortless. This would be the most lavishly equipped force in the history of the Dragon Nation, or indeed, the entire world, without a single equal. The next morning, Zhou Shin mobilized 100,000 workers to break ground at the site selected by Bai Cai. To expedite production, the new armory was divided into distinct zones. With all conditions fully met, the first section would be completed in about 15 days, enabling the production of laser turrets and heavy laser cannons. Manhwa arrived as promised with 5,000 men, who underwent centralized training under Bai Cai. Everything was proceeding at a furious pace, and everyone could feel the northern frontier moving in a positive direction. Before long, the northern frontier would become the strongest of the 4 frontiers north, east, south, and west. Meanwhile, Lin Bei summoned Xiao Linger and other prodigies, along with the 100 veterans previously stationed at the 8th Battalion. "Captain, why did you gather us so early this morning?" Xiao Linger asked curiously. "Yes, I do have an announcement to make." Lin Bei paused, then looked around at the group. "I've decided to establish the 9th Battalion of the Northern Frontier Corps. I've even chosen its name, the Elite Battalion. It will report directly to me, and you will be its first soldiers." At these words, Xiao Linger and the others all lit up with joy. Ever since joining the Northern Frontier Corps, they had lacked a clear sense of belonging. Now, finally, they would serve directly under Lin Bei. The 100 veteran soldiers exchanged awkward glances, their expressions tinged with discomfort. The name spoke volumes: the Heavenly Pride Battalion. Those selected for this unit must be geniuses. And they? Clearly, they didn't meet the criteria. Chapter 183, The Elite Corps. For major perks. Noticing the veterans' unease, Lin Bei immediately explained, "In terms of talent and raw power, you may fall short of them. But when it comes to battlefield experience, 10 of them couldn't match a single one of you. Therefore, your presence is absolutely essential." Hearing this, the expressions of the 100 veterans shifted. Gone was the earlier awkwardness and shame. Instead, a newfound confidence flickered deep in their eyes. When it came to battlefield experience alone, even some centurions and captains within the Northern Frontier Corps couldn't match them. The reason they couldn't advance was mainly due to their poor innate talent. Despite years of cultivation, they remained stuck at the 2nd tier. Among this group, the highest ranked was only at the 9th level of the 1st tier, while the lowest was at the 5th level of the 1st tier. Yet Xiao Linger and her peers were barely 20, more than half their age, and even the weakest among them had already stepped into the 3rd tier. But that didn't matter. These veterans weren't meant to bolster the elite corps' combat strength, they served merely as the unit's strategic advisors. Quality over quantity: the elite corps' numbers will be strictly capped at around 1,000. Beyond the prodigies sent by the 3 realms' military commanders, all others will be selected from the 4 realms corps. All soldiers selected for the elite corps will receive special benefits granted personally by me. Lin Bei promised. Personal special benefits? The moment those words were spoken, everyone's gaze turned to Lin Bei, filled with anticipation. They had no idea how deep Lin Bei's pockets ran. They only knew that the Elite Corps was the first unit Lin Bei had established after his promotion to military commander. With only 1,000 total spots, it clearly demonstrated how highly Lin Bei valued this unit. Given that, the benefits couldn't be anything but exceptional. Benefit 1: every soldier may claim a set of armor, martial arts techniques, and spiritual medicines commensurate with their current strength. Upon breaking through to a higher tier, they may claim again, up to a maximum of grade 6. Benefit 2: every soldier gains free access to auxiliary training facilities like gravity chambers and shadow tower training rooms. Benefit 3: every soldier is entitled to 1 free genetic enhancement procedure. Benefit 4: each soldier may exchange military merits for battle armor, up to grade 6 nanotech battle armor. Lin Bei had initially planned to equip every soldier with a set of nano battle armor to enhance the combat effectiveness of the elite battalion. However, after discussing with Baitsai, he learned that the production process for nanotech battle armor was extremely stringent, and manufacturing its components was exceptionally difficult. Even with blueprints, Long Nation's current industrial base couldn't manufacture them. Production could only be attempted once the new armory was operational. Initial output would be extremely low, making exchange the only option. Yet, as Lin Bei finished speaking, the room fell deathly silent. Everyone stood frozen in place. Every soldier could receive a set of combat armor matching their strength, along with martial arts manuals and elixirs, all up to grade 6. This wasn't 1 perk, it was 3 freaking perks. From tier 1 martial artists to tier 6 martial artists, they could claim 6 sets in total. While 1st and 2nd grade armor, martial arts techniques, and elixirs weren't exceptionally valuable, the sheer fact that everyone got a full set made it significant. Moreover, once armor, martial arts, and elixirs reached tier 4, their value skyrocketed several-fold. Even the Northern Frontier Corps, with all its accumulated resources over the years, only possesses top-tier 4th-grade weapons and 4th-grade martial arts at best. Now, simply by reaching the 5th or 6th tier, you can claim 5th and 6th tier resources for free. And still, 1 set per person. That adds up to 1,000 sets. No other faction in the Dragon Nation possesses such profound reserves. Most crucially, this is merely the first benefit offered by the Genius Corps. The second benefit grants free access to auxiliary training facilities like the Gravity Chamber and Shadow Tower Training Room. For the 100 veterans, this might not mean much. But for Xiao Linger and the others, it was utterly mind-blowing. Such high-tech training facilities were only found at the central training grounds and possessed by a handful of elite factions, each session costing a fortune. And now, they could use them for free. The 3rd perk was a bit unclear, but when they saw the 4th perk, their pupils contracted again. They had witnessed the power of the nanotech battle armor firsthand during the World Genius War. A single strike could effortlessly sever a top-tier 4th-grade god-slaying thunder spear. Beyond its terrifying offensive capabilities, the Nano Battle Armor also possessed self-repairing properties. Within the same tier, Nano Battle Armor utterly outclasses all other armor. If they could get their hands on a set, their combat strength would jump at least 2 tiers. Captain, what exactly is gene enhancement? Xiao Linger pressed eagerly. At this mention, everyone perked up with heightened attention. Ranked among the 4 great benefits, the gene enhancement technique must be extraordinary. Simply put, Lin Bei explained, it uses technology to break the genetic shackles within a martial artist's body, thereby enhancing both their current strength and latent potential. Captain, that explanation is a bit vague. Could you give us a rough idea of the potential increase? Xiao Linger pressed. Everyone's genes are different, so the results after upgrading vary. Take Alice, the captain of the Eagle Nation team in the World Genius War. After undergoing gene enhancement, she skyrocketed from Tier 3, Level 1 to Tier 4, Level 1. Lin Bei Dao. Whoa! Hearing this, everyone present stared in disbelief. Jumping from Tier 3, Level 1 to Tier 4, Level 1, that's an entire major tier leap. A single technological procedure bypassing years of grueling cultivation for ordinary martial artists, utterly mind-boggling. Had these words come from anyone else, they would have dismissed it as pure fantasy. But coming from Lin Bei, though wildly exaggerated, they all believed it to be true. Moreover, the third perk stated that every soldier in the elite camp could receive 1 free genetic enhancement procedure. No strings attached, absolutely free. This single perk alone would elevate the elite camp's strength by leaps and bounds. Combined with the other perks, the elite camp's potential was beyond imagination. At this moment, the gaze everyone cast upon Lin Bei was nothing but fervor, pure, unadulterated fervor. Following Lin Bei had become the most correct decision of their lives. Thanks to these perks, they would leave their peers far behind. Benefits 2, 3, and 4 will only be fulfilled once the new recruit factory is up and running. For now, I'll fulfill Benefit 1. With a sweeping gesture, Lin Bei unleashed over 100 sets of military armor, martial arts techniques, and spiritual medicines of varying grades from his storage bracelet. Every single item was perfectly matched to their innate talents, 100% compatible. Thank you, Commander. The 100 veterans were ecstatic, immediately accepting these benefits. Xiao Linger and the others, hailing from prominent clans, showed little interest in third-tier resources. What truly had them eagerly anticipating were the next 3 perks. Especially the third one, the gene enhancement technique. Lin Bei's gaze shifted to Xiao Linger and the others. I am no longer the captain of the Dragon Nation team. From now on in the Northlands, address me as Commander, just as you do them. Yes, Commander. Xiao Linger and the others shouted in unison. Very well. Dismissed. Return to your respective training. Lin Bei waved his hand, dismissing the group. Chapter 184, The Hidden Threat. The Solution. Seeking. As news of the 4 great benefits of the Celestial Elite Camp spread, the northern frontier trembled, the 4 frontiers trembled, and indeed the entire Dragon Nation was shaken. It was customary for a new official to assemble his own trusted team. But no one could have imagined that Lin Bei would grant the elite camp such extraordinary benefits. Truly unparalleled. In an instant, prodigies from noble clans, elite academies, and those who had risen through sheer effort all scrambled to join the elite corps. Those from the southeast and west regions who had been placed on the roster initially resisted the idea of being traded to the north like commodities. But now, upon learning of the elite corps' generous terms, their attitudes did a complete 180-degree turn. They were itching to set off for the north immediately. However, Lin Bei rejected every single prodigy from outside. In his view, while these individuals were among the strongest of their generation, their character varied wildly. Recruiting them for competitions posed no issue, but enlisting them into the military and trusting one's very back to them carried far too great a risk. If even one person faltered on the battlefield, they could drag the entire unit down with them. To ensure absolute reliability, all members of the elite camp were selected exclusively from the 4 border regions: Southeast, Southwest, Northwest, and Northeast. Meanwhile, due to the Roundtable Elders' compromise and concession, talents from major domestic armories, laboratories, and guilds were immediately dispatched to the north. With the surge in talent, the new armory's screening standards gradually tightened, and its construction pace accelerated several-fold. Day by day, the new armory took shape. Since you've come, why hide? Show yourselves. At that moment, a voice boomed like a great bell. Immediately, the void shattered, and a golden palm, radiating supreme authority, emerged from within. The northern frontier forces looked up at the golden palm, a profound sense of insignificance welling up within them. It felt as though their very existence hung by a thread, subject to the whim of this entity. Old scoundrel Yun. Do you truly believe I fear you? A furious voice echoed from the void, followed by a massive black palm bursting forth to meet the golden one head-on. Boom! Boom! 2 palms, crystallized from pure energy, collided in the air. The explosion reverberated like a missile detonation, echoing across the entire northern realm. Massive energy ripples spread in all directions. The void shattered, cracks appearing as clouds scattered for miles. The sky resembled a shattered mirror. The northern frontier troops below watched the scene unfold, each of them breaking out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, the explosion occurred high in the sky. Had it detonated on the ground, this new armory along with everyone inside would have been reduced to dust. Old villain Qin. You're past your prime. Yun Xiaotian stepped out of the void, standing with his hands behind his back in military uniform. His powerful, commanding aura radiated like that of an ancient deity. Oomph. I may be old. But how much better are you? Qin Zhengshan emerged from the void, no longer hiding. Their gazes locked, two colossal auras clashed violently in the air. Even those standing below could feel the palpable threat of death. It's the military's first divine warrior, Old Yun. Today I finally behold the legendary figure in person. The one opposite him isn't weak either. Qin Zhengshan of Quan Xing. One of the strongest spatial martial artists of this era. Looks like Quan Xing means business. Wonder if old Master Yun can hold his own. Hold him off? Master Yun has presided over the Colossus battlefield for decades. That's the power of true strength. Crushing a mere Qin Zhengshan? Piece of cake. The crowd buzzed with discussion, their gazes fixed on Yun Xiaotian with a mix of reverence and awe. In this world, martial prowess reigns supreme. Strength is everything. Those with formidable strength commanded respect wherever they went. Yet Lin Bei's brow furrowed deeply as profound concern welled within him. To ensure Bai Xi's safety and the smooth operation of the new armory, the sovereign would undoubtedly dispatch covert protection. That much was understandable. The problem was, while Yun Xiaotian could detect hidden masters of the entire realm, he couldn't uncover the scum of the entire realm blending in among ordinary people. To expedite the new armory's construction, the site had mobilized 100,000 workers operating in round-the-clock shifts. Should any corrupted soul secretly sabotage the project, it would inevitably cause immense damage. Losing some funds or resources wouldn't be the main concern. The real fear was delaying construction and wasting precious time. Lucas from Eagle Nation has likely joined forces with Sain's Lipus. They no longer need to invest time in building a new munitions factory. They need only supply resources to initiate production at Sain's. Whoever equips advanced weapons in bulk first will seize the strategic advantage. Therefore, time is Dragon Nation's most critical shortage right now. But 10,000 people is simply too many. Screening them individually is an impossible task. That fight wasn't satisfying enough. Got the guts to keep going? Yun Xiaotian waved his hand, tearing through the void as he stepped inside. Bring it on! Qin Zhengshan roared in anger, following closely behind. The void closed, restoring all to stillness. Those of lower cultivation sensed nothing of the violent energy fluctuations within the void, as if nothing had ever happened. Several minutes later, Yun Xiaotian emerged unscathed from the void, yet Qin Zhengshan remained unseen. Dead? That fast? Lin Bei was utterly shocked. A 9th-rank powerhouse isn't so easily killed. He escaped. But I've severely wounded him. He won't be able to reappear anytime soon. Yun Xiaotian heard Lin Bei's voice and stepped through the void to approach him. His tone shifted as he declared, "The new armory is a matter of vital importance to the nation's destiny. As long as I stand here, no petty villain shall dare approach." "Thank you, Elder Yun." Lin Bei expressed his gratitude. "Young man, your elite core is something extraordinary. It might just make history." Yun Xiaotian remarked with emotion. "The elite core isn't fully formed yet. Even after it's complete, it'll need to undergo several battles to truly develop combat capability." "I still have a long road ahead," Lin Bei replied. "Ha ha ha. Excellent. Bold yet meticulous. Fierce yet composed. Truly worthy of being the sole successor designated by His Majesty the Sovereign." Yun Xiaotian patted Lin Bei's shoulder with profound satisfaction. "An army values quality over quantity. A new army must undergo several battles to forge its combat prowess. To grasp these principles so soon after enlistment proves Lin Bei is a natural-born military genius. Entrusting the Northern Frontier Corps to him, or indeed, the entire military command in the future, would require no concern whatsoever. "Elder Yun, I have matters to attend to and cannot linger in conversation," Lin Bei stated. "No problem. You're a busy man now. Go ahead and attend to your duties," Yun Xiaotian said with a smile, waving him off. "Right." Lin Bei nodded and headed straight for headquarters, where he secretly summoned Bai Xi and Zhou Shun. After racking his brain, Lin Bei had already formulated a solution. Screening 100,000 people individually was indeed impractical. But by shifting his perspective, a solution emerged. The original plan was to prioritize Phase 1 of the armory construction while slowing down development in other areas, allowing for the swift commencement of production on the prism towers and laser-heavy cannons. This would make the entire sector's attack targets crystal clear. If multiple Phase 1 armories were constructed simultaneously, the chances of survival would be significantly higher. The only drawback is the waste of manpower, resources, and funds. But such waste meant little to Lin Bei. Chapter 185, War Potential. The Shameless Military Commander. After settling all matters, a long wait ensued. With 100,000 workers operating in 24-hour shifts, the 5 Phase 1 armories were finally completed by the evening of the 12th day. To save time, they skipped the elaborate ribbon-cutting ceremony and immediately began moving equipment inside, preparing to start production as soon as possible. Boom! Just as everyone was basking in the joy of completion, a deafening explosion erupted, sending a massive mushroom cloud skyward. Viewed from above, the original Phase 1 armory lay flattened to the ground. The terrifying shockwave swept through, damaging several surrounding factories to varying degrees. Just as you predicted, Bai Tsai thought with quiet relief as she soared through the sky in her battle armor, surveying the factory ruins below. We can't afford to be complacent. We must screen the production personnel even more carefully from now on, Lin Bei said solemnly. Yes, I've personally screened the first batch of production personnel these past days. There won't be any issues, Bai Tsai replied confidently. How long will it take to produce the light prism towers and laser heavy cannons needed for the third realm core? Lin Bei inquired. With sufficient resources, about 10 days, Bai Tsai replied. Are these resources sufficient? Lin Bei waved his hand, producing dozens of storage bracelets. Bai Tsai examined the contents of each storage bracelet with a skeptical look. First came surprise, then disbelief, and finally utter numbness. Refined iron ore, refined copper ore, refined aluminum ore, refined zinc ore, rare earth elements, and more over 200 different types of resources. The sheer variety alone wouldn't have warranted Bai Tsai's astonishment. What truly stunned her was the sheer volume of each resource. Highest at 2 billion tons, lowest at 100 million tons. Such vast resources would be more than enough to support Sains in constructing the White Emperor space battleship and sustaining decades, even centuries of interstellar voyages. How could you possibly have this much? Bai Tsai stammered in disbelief. Just answer me, is it enough or not? If it's not enough, I have more, Lin Bei replied. More? Hearing those two words, Bai Tsai's mind exploded. Such vast resources, combined with the Dragon Nation's productivity and Sains technology, would yield results far beyond simple addition. It would be like 1 + 1 = 100. Even if Lucas and Lips joined forces, their war potential wouldn't reach 1/10 of Dragon Nations. After all, resource constraints were a reality. Most crucially, only after Lin Bei's faction grew powerful would she have the chance to strike back at Sains and avenge her dead father. She had thought this day would be a long way off. Now it seemed it wouldn't take nearly as long as she'd imagined. Enough. Absolutely enough. Bai Tsai nodded emphatically, her body brimming with renewed vigor as she glimpsed fresh hope for avenging her father. Very well. I'll leave it to you, Lin Bei stated. I won't let you down. Bai Tsai pledged solemnly before turning to leave. Production matters were entirely handed over to Bai Tsai, while Lin Bei focused on rooting out the rotten apples hiding among the workers. This process would be lengthy, but to prevent Lei from burying himself deeper, it had to be done no matter how long it took. One day later, Phase 1 of the armory officially commenced production. 3 days later, the first batch of light prism towers and laser heavy cannons were born. 10 days later, all the light prism towers and laser heavy cannons required by the Three Realms Corps were fully assembled. Such astonishing efficiency stunned the entire world. Adequate resources and funding were only part of the reason for this high efficiency. The more crucial factor lay in the remarkable cohesion of the Dragon Nation's people. Especially the unity among ordinary Dragon country citizens unmatched anywhere in the world. Those high-ranking clans and aristocratic families often act solely in their own interests, sometimes even going against the nation's interests. This time, however, they've all bet on the new arsenal. Even if they couldn't become friends with Lin Bei, they absolutely couldn't become enemies. Commander, the light prism towers and laser heavy cannons have been fully accounted for. Quantities are correct, Bai Tsai reported. Alright, let's go. Lin Bei activated his nanotech battle armor and immediately flew toward the eastern frontier. Understood. Bai Tsai followed closely behind. Meanwhile, the commanders of the southeast and west fronts, having learned of Lin Bei's departure, had long been waiting at the command center entrance. They were already itching to witness Sains' advanced technology. Hours later, 2 streaks of light appeared in the sky. It's the nanotech battle armor. They're here. The Eastern Frontier commander recognized them instantly. After 20 days of relentless battle. We've finally waited this long. The Western Command Chief, exhausted and drained of his former vigor, exclaimed. With these weapons, we can surely turn the tide of battle. Chen Tang, the Southern commander, his eyes bloodshot, had been seething with frustration for over 20 days. Over this period, they had devised countless flawless battle plans. Yet no matter how flawless, they ultimately depended on soldiers to execute. The lack of weapons and ammunition, coupled with the gap in strength, forced many plans to fail. When tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, of colossal sea beasts swarmed in, the soldiers of the 4 frontiers were utterly overwhelmed, suffering devastating casualties. If this bloody battle continued, all 4 border armies would be annihilated. Commander Lin. As Lin Bei approached, the Eastern Frontier commander rushed forward to greet him, his urgency palpable. I know your time is precious. Let's skip the pleasantries. Person for goods. Lin Bei declared. The 3 realm prodigies have long been selected. They're all over there. The Eastern Realm commander pointed behind him, revealing a densely packed crowd of over 1,000 people. Lin Bei's face darkened. The Eastern military commander chuckled awkwardly. Well, the original list only had a few dozen names. But after careful consideration, since Commander Lin holds such affection for these prodigies, we decided to part with them all and present them to you. The Western Frontier Commander and Southern Frontier Commander Chintang joined in with equally awkward grins, as if they'd just pulled off some shameless stunt. Of the extra 1,000, a large portion had voluntarily applied to join the Celestial Elite Corps. The remaining small portion were added at the last minute because they believed the Elite Corps held greater developmental potential. Lin Bei scrutinized the 1,000+ recruits. Aside from a handful who truly deserved the title prodigy, most possessed only second-tier strength. If Commander Lin feels trading one prodigy for 20 light prism towers isn't worth it, we can negotiate 15 towers would be acceptable. Still too many? How about 12? We've invested heavily in cultivating these prodigies. 10 towers should be acceptable, right? Anything less would be unreasonable. The Eastern Frontier Commander felt somewhat embarrassed and proactively lowered the price. Lin Bei flatly refused. I only want the prodigies originally on the list. Anyone else wishing to join the Prodigy Corps must prove themselves through the trials. As for the three of you commanders, if you desire more prism towers and laser-heavy cannons, you'll have to trade resources for them. The Eastern Frontier Commander protested. Commander Lin, resources are scarce across the entire Dragon Nation. Where would we find resources to trade with you? Not having them now doesn't mean you won't have them later. With these advanced technologies, you can fully reclaim the lands occupied by the behemoths. Lin Bei declared. Chapter 186, Weapon Demonstration. Stuns the entire audience. Hearing this, all three commanders wore thoughtful expressions. If the light prism tower and laser-heavy cannon could truly secure the border defenses once and for all, they would indeed be free to reclaim the lost territories. After all, the lands beyond the borders occupied by the behemoths were rich in resources. Water resources, mineral resources, timber resources, and medicinal herb resources. The strategy of sustaining warfare through warfare was absolutely viable. 50 prodigies in total, 1,000 prism towers, and 5 laser-heavy cannons. Lin Bei steered the conversation back on track, tossing a storage bracelet onto the table. But none of us have ever seen these things before. We don't know how to install them or operate them, the Eastern Frontier Commander said with a troubled expression. Demonstrated on site, Lin Bei instructed. Understood. Bai Cai nodded slightly, instantly deploying her nanotech battle armor as she charged toward the coastal defense line. The others followed closely behind, eager to witness firsthand the power of the lightbeam towers and laser-heavy cannons, the price paid for 50 prodigies. Soon, they reached the defense line. Beneath the towering city walls lay a carpet of colossal beast carcasses, several times more than during their last visit. The thick stench of blood mingled with the salty sea air, creating a nauseating odor. Due to the lack of a high-power energy system supporting the coastal defense line, the use of the lightbeam towers and laser-heavy cannons is limited, Bai Cai explained while directing the installation. How many times, roughly, the Eastern Frontier Commander asked anxiously. The lightbeam towers consume less energy. With sufficient power, they can fire continuously about 1,000 times. The laser-heavy cannon can obliterate a 9th-tier colossus at full power, but it can only be fired once. At standard power, it can destroy a 7th-tier colossus and can be fired 3 times. As Bai Cai finished speaking, the Eastern Frontier Commander felt reassured. Among these 50 prodigies, the Eastern Frontier Corps claimed 30. Each prodigy could exchange for 20 light prism towers, meaning 30 prodigies could exchange for 600. Each laser prism tower could fire its laser beam 1,000 times consecutively. Combined, that amounted to 600,000 shots. The entire coastal defense line stretched 18,000 kilometers. 600 prism towers couldn't cover it all. However, they would absolutely reduce the defensive burden by 70%. Combined with national-level heavy weapons like the laser-heavy cannons, they can essentially resolve the vast majority of issues along the coastal defense line. If they still cannot be resolved, it would mean the Dragon Nation has reached a moment of life and death crisis. Then, the high-power energy system. The Eastern Frontier Commander hesitated, almost reluctant to voice his next thought. Once the new armory is operational, I'll dispatch technical experts to establish the high-power energy system. Lin Bei finished his sentence, then added 2 final words, free of charge. Ha ha ha. Excellent. That's wonderful. Thank you, Commander Lin, for your generous assistance. The Eastern Frontier Commander clasped his hands together, overflowing with gratitude. Commander, the prism towers and laser-heavy cannons are fully installed, Bai Cai reported. Test their effectiveness, Lin Bei ordered. Understood. Bai Cai turned and activated the light prism tower. Energy surged through the tower's structure, coalescing at its apex into a visible white orb. The next instant, the white orb blasted forth a laser beam. ZZZZT. Wherever the laser passed, air and seawater vaporized instantly. Its speed was extreme, approaching the speed of sound. Before long, it closed in on the colossal beasts 10 nautical miles away. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed, sending fragments of giant beasts' limbs, blood, and foam spraying across the waves. As the sea surface gradually calmed, a small blank space had been blasted out of the mass of beasts that had previously resembled a black cloth. Witnessing this scene, everyone standing along the coastal defense line was stunned, as if they had seen alien technology. They had assumed that one strike could kill any beast below the 5th tier meant a single laser beam could only eliminate one beast. They never imagined the laser inflicted penetrating damage. Combined with the splash damage it caused upon impact, a single shot could wipe out a whole swarm of beasts. Take that last strike as an example. It had slaughtered at least a dozen beasts. Sane's technology truly lived up to its reputation. The light prism tower has an effective range of 20 kilometers. Within this range, a single strike can obliterate any giant beast below tier 5. The further beyond this range, the weaker the laser tower's power becomes. Sai explained as she walked toward the laser cannon. Everyone followed her like shadows, staying close behind. If the tiny light beam tower possessed such formidable power, the laser-heavy cannon dozens of times larger must be even more devastating. A single blast from it, just the shockwave from the explosion alone, would likely kill countless beasts, wouldn't it? Under the tense, expectant gazes of the group, the laser-heavy cannon finished its calibration. The firing button was pressed. Instantly, a fierce crackling of electricity erupted from within the cannon's barrel, a sound alone enough to send chills down one's spine. As the hum grew louder, a surge of blue energy erupted from the massive muzzle. A powerful aura of destructive force spread out, filling every military commander present with dread as their hearts leapt to their throats. Boom! A deafening roar echoed as the laser cannon's base slammed into the ground, sending shockwaves that cracked the reinforced concrete city walls with a faint tremor. Those standing atop the walls swayed violently, with the weaker ones nearly tumbling over the edge. Immediately afterward, a massive laser beam as thick as an adult's waist erupted from the cannon's muzzle, slicing through the sky. The laser beam's speed was far slower than that of a prism laser. Yet the sheer oppressive force it projected was immeasurably greater. The instant the laser beam left the cannon, everyone felt a soul-shaking dread. It wasn't just the fear of being struck. Merely standing too close seemed enough to be melted away. As the laser beam swept over the heads of the colossal sea beasts 10 nautical miles away, an eerie spectacle unfolded. As if sensing a deadly threat, the colossal sea beasts plunged into the ocean depths, vanishing without a trace. 1st and 2nd tier beasts did so, and 5th and 6th tier beasts followed suit. The dense swarm of beasts, which moments ago had resembled a black cloth, vanished without a trace in an instant. Gone? The crowd stared intently at the laser beam, which vanished from sight moments later, prompting curious questions. The laser cannon's effective range is 300 kilometers. It's perfectly normal for the laser beam to be invisible to the naked eye. We'll just have to wait for the explosions to be visible, Sai explained. We can see an explosion from 300 kilometers away? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Yes. Sai nodded slightly. Whoa! Everyone sucked in sharp breaths, their faces filled with awe. Finally, after over 10 minutes, a deafening, earth-shattering roar echoed from the horizon. Immediately after, an immense blue light erupted, bathing the entire sky and earth in its glow. Even from 300 kilometers away, the group could feel the sea water surge and the earth tremble. Unthinkable. How terrifying must it be at the epicenter of this explosion? Even a deity descending to earth would likely be reduced to dust. Now, having witnessed the power of the light prism towers and laser-heavy cannons firsthand, the 3-realm military commanders felt utterly confident. Exchanging a mere 50 prodigies for 1,000 prism towers and 5 laser cannons was an absolute bargain. Or rather, it was Lin Bei using the guise of a trade to lend them a helping hand. Such kindness must be etched into their hearts. Commander Lin, I was rash earlier. I formally apologize to you. I'm sorry. Chen Tang stepped out of the crowd, stood before Lin Bei, and bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. Lin Bei glanced at him indifferently. The deal is done. I shall take my leave. Chapter 187, The Sovereign's Palace Meeting. Rewards. Vote request. With that, Lin Bei led 50 prodigies from the 3 realms back to the northern frontier. The new armory project had been fully entrusted to Sai. Now he could focus entirely on building the elite corps. Currently, the elite corps numbered less than 200. He needed to find a way to supplement its ranks to 1,000 from the 4 frontier corps. Upon arriving at the Northern Frontier Corps headquarters, Lin Bei immediately issued a proclamation. All soldiers under 20 years of age and ranked at least 2nd tier were eligible to apply to the elite corps. The deadline was set for 3 days hence. Final acceptance would be determined by assessment results. Within minutes of the announcement going out, the military commander's office phone lines were flooded. Within 3 hours, applications surpassed 1,000. By the deadline, the total number of applicants approached 20,000. With 600,000 to 700,000 soldiers across the 4 borders, 20,000 applicants might seem small, but it was enormous. It must be noted that the Celestial Pride Corps had strict entry requirements. Applicants had to be under 20 years old and at least 2nd tier. Soldiers meeting both criteria were considered officer candidates in their respective border regiments, future centurions, commanders, and marquis. It's no exaggeration to say that over 95% of eligible soldiers across the 4 frontiers submitted applications. Yet only a little over 800 of these 20,000 could join the Celestial Pride Corps. The competition was fierce. As days passed, the eastern frontier delivered continuous victories, having completely subdued the oceanic beast tide. The southern and northern frontiers, bolstered by advanced weaponry, had also purged the giant beasts that had long infested their borders. To the ordinary citizens within the nation, life seemed unchanged, continuing much as it always had. Only those truly privy to the situation understood that the Dragon Nation had undergone earth-shaking transformations, its national strength elevated by at least one tier. Meanwhile, the selection process for the Celestial Elite Corps concluded, successfully recruiting an additional 1,000 members. Progress on the new armory was swift, with auxiliary training facilities like the Gravity Chamber and Shadow Tower training room already completed. Genetic enhancement technology had been implemented, production lines for supersonic transport aircraft and fighter jets were operational, and preparations for manufacturing nanotech battle armor and laser rifles were underway. Lin Bei now lacked nothing except time. If given a year to develop, what colossal beasts or natural disasters? What world dominators? All would be crushed. Nearly half a month later, Fu Junlin issued an imperial decree summoning the military commanders of the 4 cardinal regions and numerous elite warriors from the Wuching military headquarters to the capital for a meeting. At that moment, everyone understood the dragon that had slumbered for centuries was finally awakening. Capital City, Imperial Residence. In the solemn and dignified hall, the 3 military commanders Chen Tang and the others stood stiffly by the side, as timid as children. In the southeast, west, and north frontiers, they were revered military commanders whose words could decide life or death. Here, however, they were no different from ants, lacking even the right to speak or make small talk. The many powerful figures of the military department paid them no mind, instead greeting Lin Bei with warmth. Even the seating arrangement placed Lin Bei in the first seat on the right. Veteran military deities like Yi Di and Xia Chunyun willingly took seats below him. Witnessing this scene, Chen Tang broke out in a cold sweat once more. He knew Lin Bei held a prestigious position, but never imagined it would be so exalted that even military gods would yield their seats. Last time, it was fortunate that Shi Jinghai had appeared suddenly. Otherwise, if Lin Bei had killed him, he would have had nowhere to cry injustice. Moments later, the sovereign, Fu Junlin, strolled into the hall. "Greetings, Your Majesty." The crowd rose in unison to pay their respects. "Sit." Fu Junlin waved his hand, signaling everyone to take their seats. Yet when he reached Lin Bei, he personally placed his hand on Lin Bei's shoulder and guided him down to sit. This subtle gesture alone proved Lin Bei's standing in Fu Junlin's heart. The next ruler of the Dragon Nation could be none other than him. With our borders now secure, Lin Bei's contributions are truly monumental. Fu Junlin immediately acknowledged Lin Bei's achievements before retrieving a rectangular wooden box from his storage bracelet. "For meritorious service, rewards must follow. I bestow upon you this 7th grade Intermediate Celestial Star Bow and this 7th grade Supreme Meteor Arrow Technique Manual." At these words, the military commanders of the Southeast and West realms were overcome with envy. They were all seasoned 5th-rank powerhouses who had trudged along the martial path for decades, yet each possessed only a 5th-rank weapon and a 5th-rank technique. Lin Bei had only embarked on the martial path a mere few months ago, yet he now possessed a 7th grade weapon and a 7th grade cultivation technique. This was a height they could scarcely hope to reach in their entire lifetimes. Not only them, but many other powerful figures within the military headquarters also wore expressions of envy. Weapons, martial arts techniques, and spiritual medicines. Once any of these 3 items surpassed the 4th rank, their rarity increased exponentially. Especially 7th grade treasures, these were clan guardian artifacts, virtually impossible to obtain outside their respective clans. Many 7th grade, and even 8th grade martial artists within the military command still possess no 7th grade treasures to this day, with most remaining at the 6th grade level. Envy aside, this reward was truly deserved by Lin Bei. Had Lin Bei not entered Sains, had he not rescued Bai Tsai, had he not established the new armory, how could the 4 directions frontier enjoy its current stability? On this point, they held no dissent whatsoever. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Lin Bei accepted the wooden box with a delighted expression. Opening it, he found a silver longbow and an old tome titled Meteor Arrow Technique. The silver longbow was rough in texture, its surface pitted and uneven, as if forged from some metal roughly shaped into a bow blank. Its bowstring possessed remarkable elasticity and immense power, as if forged from the tendon of some colossal beast. The moment he grasped it, its weight was substantial. Even with Lin Bei's physique, comparable to that of a 7th-tier martial artist, he felt a hint of strain. The heavier the bow, the greater its power. This bow was no ordinary weapon. Yet after searching the wooden box thoroughly, Lin Bei found not a single arrow inside. He couldn't help but ask, "Your Highness, there's only the bow, but no arrows?" This bow is called the Celestial Star Bow. Forged from a fallen celestial meteorite, it requires no conventional arrows. Simply draw the string, and immense power will form an invisible arrow of energy. Paired with the Meteor Arrow Technique, its power is unmatched. Defeating foes of higher tiers becomes as easy as eating and drinking. As Fu Junlin finished speaking, the envy in everyone's eyes deepened. If even the sovereign could declare defeating foes of higher tiers is as easy as eating and drinking, then the might of the celestial star bow and the meteor arrow technique could not possibly be overstated. In fact, it might even surpass the sovereign's description. Lin Bei was also thrilled beyond measure. With the celestial star bow and the meteor arrow technique, his short-range weakness was once again compensated for. Combined with the sun-shattering soul spear technique and the 10,000 swords returned to the source, he now possessed 3 additional trump cards. Furthermore, I bestow upon you a special spatial jade token. No matter where you are, simply shatter this jade token, and Elder Yun will appear by your side immediately. Fu Junlin produced another spatial jade token. Noticing the confusion in Lin Bei's eyes, he promptly explained, martial talents manifest in countless bizarre forms. Every year, new, previously unseen talents emerge. Though you possess the immortal phoenix physique, there's no guarantee a talent capable of countering yours won't emerge in this world. Lin Bei understood Fu Junlin's concern and nodded, accepting the spatial jade token. Chapter 188, Full-Scale Counterattack. Grassland Kingdom. Vote for us. Fu Junlin then shifted his tone, growing serious. I summoned you all to the capital to hear your views on counterattacking the behemoths and reclaiming our lost territories. I wholeheartedly agree. Our dragon nation originally spanned 9,600,000 square kilometers. Since the colossal beast's calamity erupted, we've lost nearly half our territory. It's high time we reclaimed it. You're absolutely right. We've waited decades for this day. Today, the opportunity has finally arrived. The lands occupied by the beasts hold vast, rich resources. This battle must be fought. I agree. With the advanced weapons from the new armory, our chances of repelling the beasts and reclaiming our land are much higher. The military's elite commanders responded without hesitation, unanimously endorsing the war effort. Over the past few decades, the 4 borders east, south, west, and north have kept the beasts at bay. Within the Dragon Nation, peace reigned, and the population grew exponentially. With the borders now completely secure, population growth would only accelerate. Yet as the population swelled, resources grew increasingly scarce, and social tensions sharpened. In prosperous cities like the capital, property prices in prime locations had skyrocketed to over $1 million per square meter. Even in the outskirts of the capital, prices reached tens of thousands, while the average person's monthly salary was only a few thousand. If this trend continues, the common people at the bottom may soon have nowhere to live. Yet the Dragon Nation cannot curb population growth, for only a larger population base can produce more exceptional martial artists. The only way out is to expand territory through war. This achieves 2 goals at once, diverting domestic tensions while acquiring vast resources. In the past, Dragon Nation lacked sufficient strength. Confronting the colossal beast crisis had already drained its entire national power, while also facing humiliation from powerful nations like Eagle Nation. It was simply incapable of expanding its territory. Now, however, with the enhancement of Sane's technology, the colossal beast crisis at the 4 borders has been easily resolved, making territorial expansion far more feasible. Since everyone agrees, I ask the 4 military commanders to first determine the recovery targets. Fu Junlin waved his hand, retrieving a map of the Dragon Nation from his storage bracelet. Nearly all land-based beasts of 6th tier or higher had been teleported to the beast battlefield. Thus, this comprehensive counteroffensive would naturally be spearheaded by the 4 Frontier Corps. As for the elite forces of the military headquarters, they would only intervene to assist when the 4 Frontier Corps encountered overwhelmingly powerful enemies they couldn't withstand. Hearing this, the military commanders of the southeast and west fronts exchanged glances, each seeing hesitation in the other's eyes. One after another, they stepped forward and, in unspoken agreement, each pushed their respective border lines outward by 500 kilometers. Witnessing this, Fu Junlin and numerous military elite frowned, their displeasure evident. Last time, the Northern Frontier Corps had forcibly expanded the border by a full 100 kilometers without any technological support. Now, with Sane's technology and the military headquarters elite backing them, the 3 border corps dared to push the border out a full 500 kilometers. How utterly cowardly! Immediately after, Lin Bei stepped forward. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, he drew the border line to coincide precisely with the Bear Nation's border. Bear in mind, the northern frontier lay 3,000 kilometers from Bear Nation's border, with an entire grassland nation in between. This was no mere recovery of lost territory. This was an outright annexation of the grassland nation. Commander Lin, while it's true the grassland nation ceased to exist as a sovereign state at the onset of the colossal beast disaster, becoming unclaimed territory, this region has always served as a strategic buffer zone between Dragon Nation and Bear Nation. If you push northward and seize the grassland nation, Bear Nation is unlikely to accept it, wouldn't you agree? Setting aside international factors for now, such a vast territory would be incredibly difficult to defend. Restoring the border to the Dragon Nation's peak era would suffice. Too much of a good thing is never good. Military leaders voiced their counsel. Though the Dragon Nation was powerful now, it wasn't yet strong enough to antagonize the entire world. Bear Nation, however, stands as one of the few nations the Dragon Nation can truly call an ally. To rashly sever ties with Bear Nation over such a small piece of land is clearly unwise. The military commanders of the southeast and west fronts also wished to offer counsel, but their ranks were too low. They knew they had no standing to speak here. Fu Junlin wore a thoughtful expression, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. The grassland nation was rich in resources. Conquering it would undoubtedly be advantageous. Yet, whether it was worth antagonizing Bear Nation for these resources remained unclear to him. Lin Bei, Lucas of the Eagle Nation, has already formed an alliance with Lipus of Sains. A world war is bound to erupt in the near future. You already antagonized the Bear Nation by defeating Ivan in the World Genius War last time. If we now seize the Grassland Nation, it will surely provoke them into open hostility. Our Dragon Nation already has few allies. There's no need to push everyone to the other side. Yi depleted earnestly. The reason the world maintains its current delicate balance lies primarily in the Colossus Arena. This place gathers the vast majority of 6th tier and above beasts from across the entire world's landmasses. Should a world war erupt and the Colossus battlefield collapse, the countless high-tier beasts within would pour forth. Humanity would then become nothing more than fodder for these colossal creatures. A crisis of this magnitude absolutely cannot be resolved by any single superpower, or even a coalition of several major powers. Only through the combined efforts of every nation on Earth can it be resolved. But now the situation has changed. With Lucas and Lips joining forces, vast quantities of advanced weaponry will be funneled to the Eagle Nation and Western powers. The fragile equilibrium of the giant beast battlefields, maintained through the world's collective struggle, may now shift. Perhaps one day, humanity will overcome the terrestrial colossal beast crisis through technology. But when that day comes, war between nations will be unavoidable. Preparing for the future now and rallying allies is absolutely the right move. Fu Junlin, persuaded by Yida's words, advised, Lin Bei, ambition is fine, but excessive expansion isn't wise at this stage. What if Bear Nation makes the first move against Grassland Nation? Lin Bei countered. At this, the room fell silent. If Bear Nation seized the strategic buffer zone first, Dragon Nation pretending nothing happened would be a complete loss of face. They'd be seen as weak and easy to bully. Yet if they intervene through negotiations alone, mere words would never force Bear Nation to spit out the meat already in its mouth. After all the deliberation, it would ultimately come down to strength speaking. If Bear Nation makes the first move against Grassland Nation, we must secure our share of the benefits. Otherwise, we all maintain the same understanding. Fu Junlin declared decisively. Agreed. Lin Bei nodded in consent. This meeting at the sovereign's residence lasted over a dozen hours, during which the commanders of the 4 border armies and the military headquarters meticulously discussed expansion plans. Beyond personnel coordination, the most critical aspect was weaponry support. The southeast and west fronts secured substantial loans to procure advanced weaponry from the new armory. Repayment would be made with land resources after the reconquered territories were secured. The terms were clearly laid out in writing, witnessed by the sovereign and numerous powerful figures from the military headquarters. After the meeting concluded, Lin Bei visited the Martial Arts Commerce Association headquarters to settle the final payment and collect 10,000 4th-grade flying swords. Only then did he board the War God Hall's private aircraft to fly back to the Northern Realm. With the Northern Campaign plan finalized, the coming days would be spent assigning tasks to the Northern Frontier Corps, but more crucially, bolstering the Elite Corps' strength. This Northern Campaign would serve as the Prodigy Corps' baptism by fire. Chapter 189, Reborn. Departure. Seeking gold tickets. Upon arriving at the Northern Frontier headquarters, Lin Bei immediately summoned the commanders of each battalion to issue combat directives. He would personally lead the elite battalion in the vanguard, targeting only 3rd tier or higher beasts beyond the border. The 8 major camps would be responsible for clearing lower tier beasts, mopping up the battlefield, and establishing defensive positions along the supply routes. 3 days later, 1,000 elite battalion soldiers gathered outside the armory laboratory. Behind them, the Northern Frontier's 8 major camps, 100,000 troops stood ready for battle, their intense, murderous aura commanding awe. What realm do you think the military commander can reach? Xiao Linger asked the group. The higher the realm, the smaller the gains from gene enhancement techniques. With the commander's current strength at stage 4, level 8, he'll likely max out at stage 5, level 2, or 3. What do you mean at best? The commander is only 18. An 18-year-old 5th-tier martial artist. Have you ever seen such a thing? The commander is just too awesome. He's so generous to his subordinates. Sometimes I wish I were a beauty. I'd even throw myself at him just to bear his child. After over half a month of training and living together, the members of the Celestial Prodigy Corps had grown familiar with one another, and their combat prowess had undergone a dramatic transformation. The 100 weakest veterans all broke through to the 3rd tier through genetic enhancement techniques, elixirs, and high-intensity training in auxiliary training rooms. The strongest veteran among them had reached the peak of the 3rd tier, 5th level. For beyond enhancing their cultivation levels, the gene enhancement technique also amplified their latent potential. The rest of the Heavenly Prodigy camp possessed even greater strength, with most surpassing the 5th tier of the 3rd stage. A select few prodigies like Shaolinger had even reached the 4th tier. 3rd tier martial artists qualify for promotion to Captain of 1,000, while 4th tier martial artists qualify for promotion to Marquis of 10,000. Yet the combined number of centurions and marquis across all 4 border regiments barely reached 1,000. The most astonishing aspect was the youthfulness of the elite corps members. Apart from the 100 battle-hardened veterans, the rest were only around 20 years old. They possessed immense potential, with every chance to reach the 5th, 6th, or even 7th tier in the future. Moreover, every 1,000 soldiers in the elite corps possesses armor and martial arts techniques commensurate with their strength, elevating their combat effectiveness to an entirely new level. The 100,000 troops standing behind the elite corps gazed upon them with envy and admiration. Finally, the laboratory hatch opened. Lin Bei emerged wearing a military commander's overcoat, his brow radiating an innate authority that commanded respect, his entire presence exuding a powerful aura. Host, Lin Bei. Realm, 5th tier, 3rd layer. Military rank, Duke. Talents, SSS tier Heaven Rewards Diligence, SSS tier Ancestor of all weapons, SSS tier Elemental Tyrant. Altered bodies, Undying Divine Phoenix, Endless Devourer. Weapons armor, 6th grade Inferior God Slaying Thunderbone Spear, 7th grade Intermediate Heavenly Star Bow. Martial arts, Dragon Nation Foundational Tempering Fist Mastery, Grade 3 Top Tier Wind Spirit Spear Technique Mastery, Grade 4 Top Tier Ninefold Thunder Spear Technique Mastery, Grade 4 Top Tier Divine Swiftness Arrow Mastery, 5th grade Intermediate Wind Thunder Step Mastery, 6th grade Upper 10,000 Swords Return to the Source Mastery, 6th grade Upper 1 Punch Breaks 10,000 Laws Mastery, 7th grade Top Tier Great Sun Soul Shattering Spear Technique Mastery, 7th grade Top Tier Meteor Arrow Technique Mastery. Ability, Danger Sense Mastery. Immunity, All Attributes. Constitution, 14575. During the last Eastern Frontier Beast-Tide battle, Lin Bei relied on the boundless devouring body to advance from Tier 4, Level 5 to Tier 4, Level 8. Now, through gene enhancement technique, he surged from Tier 4, Level 8 to Tier 5, Level 3, with his constitution rising accordingly. Within 3 days, he had also cultivated the top-tier 7th grade Meteor Arrow technique to perfection. The explosive growth in his strength brought overwhelming confidence, filling Lin Bei with exhilaration. He had always been fixated on growing stronger quickly to humiliate the arrogant Lin family and make them regret their decision. Now he realized his ambitions had been too narrow. What did the Lin family amount to in the eyes of the entire world? Leading the elite corps to expand the nation's borders, accelerate the rise of Dragon Nation, and compete for global supremacy. Each of these goals held far greater value than humiliating the Lin family. Of course, this didn't mean Lin Bei had forgiven the Lin family. He simply didn't care about them as much as before. 5th tier, 3rd stage. Truly worthy of the title of military commander. What a prodigy! I seriously suspect our military commander is the chosen one. The entire world truly revolves around him. With 5th tier, 3rd layer cultivation, plus SSS-grade talent, an alternate physique, 7th grade armor, and martial arts, the commander's combat power must rival 5th tier, 6th layer, right? Merely on par with 5th tier, 6th layer? He's at least 5th tier, 8th layer. The kind who can one-shot opponents. The members of the Celestial Pride Corps voiced their opinions one after another, their faces brimming with admiration. There were countless 5th tier, 3rd layer powerhouses in the world, but an 18-year-old at that level? Lin Bei was the only one. Xinchong and the other old acquaintances stood amidst the 100,000-strong army, their gazes fixed on Lin Bei with pride and satisfaction. They had witnessed Lin Bei's journey from a raw recruit to where he stood today. To have trained such a soldier this lifetime was worth it. Under the gaze of 10,000 eyes, Lin Bei spread his divine phoenix wings and soared slowly into the sky. With the technological advancements from the new recruit factory, the strength of the northern frontier's 8 great camps had undergone a qualitative leap, and the celestial prodigy camp had been completely transformed. Today, every member of the elite battalion stood at the 3rd tier or above, rendering many resources from the elite troop pack obsolete. Thus, Lin Bei placed all Tier 1 and Tier 2 armor and martial arts techniques, along with a small portion of Tier 3 and Tier 4 armor and martial arts techniques, into the Northern Frontier Corps' armory. These resources would further enhance the strength of the Northern Frontier's 8 great camps and attract even more prodigies to enlist in the Northern Frontier. As for the spiritual medicine resources, Lin Bei kept them all for himself. At his current level, low-grade spiritual medicines offered little benefit, but every little bit counts. Moreover, these medicinal resources could be used to reward soldiers of the elite corps. Hail the commander-in-chief! The 100,000 troops roared in unison, their voices thunderous and earth-shaking, stirring the blood of all who heard them. Lin Bei's stern gaze swept over the assembled troops below. From his lips came only 2 words, march. At his command, the 100,000 troops sprang into action. Lin Bei and the elite corps boarded newly developed supersonic transport aircraft, deploying directly into the heart of the colossal beast's territory. The remaining 8 major camps, each led by their respective commanders, advanced in designated sectors from the outer periphery. This is the Grade 6 Nano Battle Armor I upgraded specifically for you. Be extremely careful. Bai Xi rushed out from the laboratory and personally placed the ring onto Lin Bei's finger. Got it, Lin Bei nodded. Commander, the elite corps is ready. We should depart now. Xiao Linger immediately interrupted. Understood. Lin Bei turned and walked toward the transport aircraft. The 1,000 members of the elite battalion were seated across 3 transport aircraft. Seeing Lin Bei board, they all rose to greet him. Only after Lin Bei waved a dismissive gesture did they dare to sit back down. Intense fighting spirit and anticipation flashed across every face. This would be the elite battalion's first battle. They had to fight brilliantly, not disgrace the commander, and not tarnish the elite battalion's reputation. More importantly, they all sought to accumulate military merits to exchange for nanotech battle armor and various high-tech weapons. As the transport aircraft slowly ascended, the buildings below shrank into the distance, revealing the entire northern frontier's outline. Chapter 190, Massive Opportunities? The hunt begins. Vote for us. Soon, the transport crossed the borderline, and scattered colossal beasts began appearing below. As they delved deeper, the beasts multiplied. When they were 100 kilometers from the border, vast herds of behemoths finally came into view. First-tier beasts were as numerous as cow hair, seemingly endless. The numbers of second- and third-tier beasts were also astonishingly high. The sight before them left everyone stunned. Logically, the strength of behemoths should be inversely proportional to their numbers. How can second-tier behemoths nearly match the first-tier in quantity? It's not just second-tier beasts. Look ahead, the number of third-tier beasts is also abnormally high. Fourth- and fifth-tier beasts must be plentiful too. Could it be that the unregulated secret realm of the grassland nation has spawned this massive beast population? The mystical energy within the secret realm can indeed allow beasts to evolve and grow stronger. But the total amount of mystical energy is constant. If one beast absorbs a large portion of it, dozens of others will inevitably be unable to evolve, gradually widening the gap in numbers. The group racked their brains analyzing the situation, yet none could explain the current state of affairs. One by one, they turned their gaze toward Lin Bei. Lin Bei took only a glance before reaching his conclusion. This area likely holds immense opportunities. Whoa! Hearing this, everyone gasped in disbelief. Just beneath their feet, the number of colossal beasts reached hundreds of thousands. Setting aside the first-tier beasts, the combined total of second, third, and fourth-tier beasts alone would exceed 200,000. From that 200,000 plus figure, one must subtract those that naturally evolved and upgraded, leaving roughly 150,000 to 160,000. Calculating one opportunity per giant beast, that meant over 150,000 opportunities. Third and fourth tier beasts required even more opportunities for evolution. A conservative estimate suggested over 300,000 opportunities. And this is just the area beneath our feet. The distance from the northern border to the Bear Kingdom's frontier spans 3,000 kilometers, meaning there are still over a dozen such regions. If every single one contained opportunities, the harvest would be beyond imagination. During the hunt, all opportunities obtained will belong to you personally, Lin Bei added. Thank you for your generosity, Commander. The men beamed with excitement at his words. Prepare for landing. At Lin Bei's command, the 3 transport aircraft descended one after another, coming to a halt on an open field. The rear cargo doors swung open, and 1,000 prodigies poured out. Looking down from the sky, vast herds of colossal beasts stretched as far as the eye could see. Yet standing on the ground and looking around, it became an endless sea of colossal beasts. Yet not a single member of the elite corps felt fear, only overwhelming excitement. Slaying behemoths earns military merit, hones combat prowess, and unlocks opportunities for serendipity. 3 benefits in 1. If danger arises, release the signal immediately, Lin Bei instructed. Yes, the group responded in unison, eagerly turning to charge the behemoth horde. At the same cultivation level, beasts possessed greater strength than human martial artists. Yet these warriors were handpicked from hundreds of thousands within the 4 realms core, their true combat prowess already surpassing their peers. Combined with armor and martial arts matching their own strength, failing to slay a giant beast beyond their tier would make them look like useless trash. In an instant, the elite corps tore a gaping hole through the third-tier giant beast horde before them. Each warrior charged like a celestial being descended from the heavens, sweeping through the horde with unstoppable momentum. Xiao Linger and her group, possessing even greater strength, charged through the third-tier beasts without breaking a sweat, pressing onward toward the fourth-tier beasts. The deafening screams of the beasts filled the air. Corpses lay strewn haphazardly across the ground, their blood staining the atmosphere crimson. Lin Bei spread his divine phoenix wings, soaring overhead to survey the entire battlefield. Over an hour later, more than 200,000 beasts were routed, their ranks thrown into chaos as they scattered in panic. Casualties from trampling and crushing alone numbered in the thousands. Not bad, Lin Bei murmured with a satisfied nod, impressed by the combat prowess of the Genius Corps. This was merely their first engagement. The elite corps members had yet to fully gel. Once they established absolute trust, the elite corps' combat effectiveness would rise to an entirely new level. Especially the prodigies like Xiao Linger, they hadn't truly transformed into qualified soldiers yet. After undergoing the baptism of several more battles, their strength would grow even more formidable. Spiritual herbs. There are so many spiritual herbs here. I found some here too. I found some too. Instantly, the elite camp erupted in a frenzy. Lin Bei followed the commotion and saw that where the giant beasts had retreated, numerous spiritual herbs had indeed appeared. Most of these herbs were grade 1, and their quantity was staggering. A conservative estimate put the count at over 10,000. Commander, these medicinal herbs. A soldier glanced at Lin Bei with a sly smile, hesitating to speak. If there had been just a few dozen or 100 herbs, they might have divided them up. But with over 10,000 plants now, no one dared make a move. Any opportunities gained during the hunt belong to you personally, Lin Bei reiterated. Thank you, Commander. The men froze for a moment before erupting in wild excitement. None of them had expected Lin Bei to be so generous. Over 10,000 spiritual herbs. An astronomical number. Driven by the desire to secure these herbs, the members of the Celestial Pride Camp redoubled their efforts in slaying the colossal beasts. Yet each carefully maintained their boundaries, never clashing with comrades over the herbs. This wasn't merely because Lin Bei was present, it was their inherent character. It was precisely because of this that they had been selected to join the elite camp. There's not a trace of mystical energy here. How could so many spiritual herbs grow? Lin Bei raised an eyebrow slightly, scrutinizing the area intently, utterly perplexed. Throughout history, no one had ever understood how mystical energy formed. All was known was that where mystical energy prevailed, colossal beasts evolved and ascended, spiritual herbs proliferated abundantly, and human martial artists cultivated at accelerated rates. As time ticked by, the elite camp fought from day into night, finally clearing the giant beasts from this area. The tally exceeded 100,000 slain, averaging 100 beasts per person. The remaining tens of thousands of beasts fled deep into the northern wilderness. Proud smiles spread across the faces of the elite camp members. They never imagined that in just over half a month since joining the elite camp, their strength would increase so dramatically. Back in their original units, slaying just a few beasts of the same realm was considered an impressive achievement. Now, anyone who struggled to slay a beast of equal tier would be laughed at by the rest of the elite camp. Throughout the entire battle, nearly every kill was against a higher tier beast. Even the weakest among the 100 veteran soldiers had slain at least one giant beast beyond their own tier. Rest here overnight. At first light tomorrow, we march on. Simultaneously, notify the main rear forces that they may accelerate their entry. Lin Bei issued his orders concisely. The night passed swiftly. At dawn the next day, Lin Bei personally led the Tenjiao battalion northward. They encountered no large herds of beasts along the way, but instead came across numerous carcasses of beasts that had collapsed from severe injuries. Upon close inspection, the wounds on these corpses revealed they were not inflicted by human warriors, but rather appeared to be the work of other giant beasts. Commander, we've seen tens of thousands of giant beast corpses along the way, including many fourth-tier beasts. Xiao Linger looked at Lin Bei with confusion. It appears to be the same herd that fled yesterday. Could it be that a more powerful giant beast has blocked their path ahead? Lin Bei murmured to himself. Chapter 191, Crimson Feathered Phoenix Eagle. Boundless Herb Garden. Just then, a piercing shriek rent the sky. All eyes turned skyward. A colossal flying beast was herding hundreds of beasts across the land below. This flying colossus was immense, its wingspan exceeding 150 meters when fully extended. Its feathers glowed fiery red, its sharp beak and claws as razor-sharp as blades, and its diamond-shaped pupils radiated an overwhelming sense of pressure. From afar, it resembled a moving mountain. Yet this mountain moved with astonishing speed, swiftly blocking the path of hundreds of beasts. Its beak and claws attacked relentlessly, leaving the land beasts utterly defenseless as they were torn to shreds. Is that a crimson-feathered phoenix eagle? Xiao Linger, born into the Xiao clan, one of the Dragon Nation's most prestigious martial arts families, possessed vast knowledge and instantly recognized the flying beast's origin. A single stone sent ripples across 1,000 waves, leaving every member of the Celestial Pride Camp stunned. Just as humans were divided into ordinary martial artists and those from martial arts families, beasts were also categorized into ordinary beasts and bloodline beasts. Both ordinary beasts and bloodline beasts evolved from animals absorbing mystical energies. The former excel in immense size and formidable physical strength, while the latter possess all the advantages of the former plus the evolved power of their bloodline. This was an extremely profound power, somewhat akin to the innate talents possessed by human martial artists. However, the probability of a giant beast evolving bloodline power is extremely low, comparable to a human awakening an S-rank talent. The crimson-feathered phoenix eagle before them had evolved a portion of the divine phoenix bloodline. Empowered by this bloodline force, it possesses extraordinary regenerative abilities and partial immunity to fire attribute damage. If it could fully evolve the divine phoenix bloodline, it would undergo a metamorphosis into an entirely new species, the undying divine phoenix. However, such an evolution is exceedingly difficult. Not even 1 in 100,000 bloodline beasts might achieve it. Since joining the military, this is the first time I've ever seen a bloodline colossus with my own eyes. This crimson-feathered phoenix eagle is formidable, but it couldn't possibly have killed all these beasts? It seems unlikely, but judging by the wounds on these corpses, they all died by the crimson-feathered phoenix eagle's claws. Unless there was more than one crimson-feathered phoenix eagle. This statement sent shockwaves through the crowd. From last night until now, only about 10 hours had passed. Yet the corpses they'd encountered along the way already numbered over 10,000. Continuing deeper inside, there were bound to be many more giant beast corpses. A single crimson-feathered phoenix eagle could never have slain so many land beasts in such a short time. This meant there was likely a crimson-feathered phoenix eagle's nest ahead. Where mighty beasts are born, great opportunities must exist. We've come to the right place. Lin Bei reached out toward the crimson-feathered phoenix eagle in the sky, unleashing his boundless devouring energy. In an instant, he drained every last bit of energy from its body. Commander, even this crimson-feathered phoenix eagle possesses 4th tier, 7th rank strength. If we ventured deep into its nest. A soldier hesitated, his meaning already crystal clear. As the words fell, all eyes turned to Lin Bei. First, they encountered an unusually large herd of colossal beasts, then discovered over 10,000 spiritual herbs. This place truly held abundant opportunities. Yet these very opportunities had allowed the crimson-feathered eagles to evolve into crimson-feathered phoenix eagles, forming a whole flock. No one could guarantee that among this flock, a 6th tier being wouldn't emerge. Whether martial artists or giant beasts, the 6th tier marked a colossal watershed. Crossing that threshold meant a complete transformation. If the Celestial Pride camp truly encounters a 6th tier crimson-feathered phoenix eagle, it's a death sentence. Not a single soul will escape. Lin Bei understood the unspoken meaning behind his words and immediately declared, a 6th tier crimson-feathered phoenix eagle? I can kill it too. Hearing this, Xiao Linger and the other prodigies remained utterly composed, showing not a hint of doubt. They had known Lin Bei since the training grounds and had fought alongside him in the World Genius War. No one understood the sheer terror he represented better than they did. Killing a 6th tier crimson feather phoenix eagle? Even if Lin Bei claimed he could slay a 7th tier crimson wing phoenix eagle, they would believe him without question. However, the others all wore expressions of doubt. The higher the realm, the harder it was to advance, and the greater the gap in strength. Even with Lin Bei's SSS tier talent, his unique physique, 7th grade battle armor, and martial arts allowing him to effortlessly defeat foes above his tier, it was impossible for him to slay a 6th tier colossal beast. That's a gap of 7 minor cultivation realms. To say it was worlds apart would be no exaggeration. More crucially, the Crimson Feather Phoenix Eagle wasn't an ordinary 6th tier colossus, it was a bloodline colossus that had partially evolved the bloodline of the Divine Phoenix. Are you afraid? Lin Bei shifted his tone and asked. Fear? As long as the commander gives the order, even if the path ahead is a sea of fire and blades, I will charge forward. Quite right. Commander, give the order. The members of the Celestial Pride Corps may have doubted Lin Bei's strength, but they would never question his authority. Even if the Crimson Feather Phoenix Eagle's nest ahead truly harbored a 6th tier beast, as long as Lin Bei commanded, they would still charge forward without hesitation. Then let's move out. Lin Bei gave the command and led the way at the front. As they ventured deeper, the number of colossal beast carcasses littering the ground grew steadily. Of the giant beast herd that fled yesterday, roughly half had perished at the hands of the Crimson Wing Phoenix Eagles. This confirmed beyond doubt that the Crimson Wing Phoenix Eagle's nest truly lay ahead. In other words, an extraordinary opportunity lay ahead. Commander, another 10 kilometers ahead will bring us to the border of the Grassland Kingdom, Xiao Linger said, unfolding a map and pointing to the borderline. The Grassland Kingdom is already a lawless land, and opportunities in lawless lands have always been claimed by the capable. Lin Bei remarked indifferently, leading the elite corps to accelerate their advance. After a long while, the group crossed the border and entered the territory of the Grassland Kingdom. Endless green grasslands stretched in every direction, the air thick with the scent of earth and wildflowers. Strangely, giant beasts were scarce here. They traveled hundreds of kilometers deeper into the territory without encountering more than a handful of giant beast herds. Even carcasses were scarce. As a lawless land, the Grassland Kingdom should have been overrun by rampant beasts, breeding without restraint. Something was definitely amiss. Far from relaxing their vigilance due to the scarcity of beasts, the group remained on high alert. Whoa! Whoa! Just then, several piercing screeches erupted in the sky. Everyone immediately looked up to see over a dozen crimson-feathered phoenix hawks appearing in the distant sky. This flock of crimson-feathered phoenix hawks was smaller than the previous one, likely around the 2nd tier in strength. Judging by how freely they circled overhead, this must be the territory of the crimson-feathered phoenix eagles. Thus, the group pressed onward. Only after climbing over a hillside did they halt their advance. The sight before them left them all frozen in place. Spiritual herbs. Mountainsides blanketed in spiritual herbs. From left to right, front to back as far as the eye could see. The variety was staggering, and the quantity was beyond estimation. The outermost areas were filled with Grade 1 spiritual herbs, while the core regions nurtured high-grade Grade 5 and Grade 6 varieties. Just gazing from afar, everyone's mouths watered uncontrollably. Compared to this boundless garden, the previous 10,000 or so herbs were but a drop in the bucket, utterly insignificant. Such an immense opportunity, even if they encountered a 6th-tier crimson-feathered phoenix eagle, it would be worth it. Chapter 192, Lin Bei Strikes. The true power of the bloodline beast. Commander! We've struck gold. Truly struck gold. There are at least 1 million spiritual herbs here. In all my years, I've never seen so many spiritual herbs with my own eyes. Someone slapped me. I can't tell if this is real or a dream. The overwhelming visual impact struck deep into their souls, etching this sight into their memories forever. Spiritual herbs grow naturally in the wild, their appearance anywhere is perfectly normal. What was extraordinary was the sheer abundance of them on this grassland. Though 90% were first-tier spiritual herbs, there were still over 1 million plants here. Even the remaining 10% amounted to tens of thousands. What baffled everyone was this: even the most mysteriously potent primordial realms couldn't hatch such vast quantities. What on earth made this place possible? Could it be cultivated artificially? Yet no nation in the world could afford the extravagance of cultivating millions of spiritual herbs. It was truly bizarre. Lin Bei was equally baffled, unable to analyze the reason behind this boundless medicinal garden for half a day. But that didn't matter now. Seizing this colossal opportunity was the absolute priority. Notify General Shun. Have him immediately lead a squadron to break through the giant beast horde and establish defenses here, Lin Bei ordered. Yes. Xiao Linger nodded and relayed the command at once. Everyone. Time to get to work. Lin Bei's expression was grim, brimming with murderous intent. To seize this medicinal garden, every single crimson-feathered phoenix eagle must be eliminated. This battle was unavoidable. Meanwhile, the crimson-winged phoenix eagles circling in the distant sky sensed the presence of Lin Bei and his group. Instantly alerted, they let out piercing screeches. The piercing sound made ears ache, simultaneously alerting every nearby crimson-winged phoenix eagle. In an instant, thousands of crimson-feathered phoenix eagles flew in from all directions. Their dense, swarming forms coalesced into a single mass, resembling a fiery red sun hanging low in the sky. Even from several thousand meters away, a scorching heat wave could be felt approaching. This flock of crimson-winged phoenix eagles was formidable. Aside from a few second-tier juveniles, the rest were all third-tier or higher adult eagles. Among them, nearly 200 were fourth-tier red-feathered phoenix eagles. Approximately 50 were fifth-tier. The one leading the formation possessed strength reaching the peak of the 5th tier. The air currents stirred by its wing beats alone could form a violent gale. Its body was larger than 10 passenger jets combined, its gaze sharp as a blade, seemingly possessing human-like intelligence. As the flock of crimson-feathered phoenix eagles drew nearer, their overwhelming aura and oppressive presence weighed heavily upon the elite camp. Yet not a single member of the elite camp showed fear, nor did any retreat. They gripped their weapons tightly, eyes fixed intently on the flock, ready to strike at any moment. Leave the 5th tier and above to me. The rest are yours. Any objections? Lin Bei asked. No problem, the elite camp members shouted in unison. Good. Lin Bei executed the wind thunder step mid-air, leaving an afterimage behind as his true form charged toward the flock of crimson-feathered phoenix eagles. Kill! 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 The elite camp members charged forward, refusing to be outdone. As a barrage of innate talents and martial arts techniques unleashed, the elite camp's momentum now matched the crimson-winged phoenix hawks in every way. The latter possessed partial divine phoenix bloodlines, granting them blinding speed and formidable regenerative abilities. Most crucially, the crimson-feathered phoenix eagles were flying beasts. Few within the Celestial Pride camp possessed the ability to fly. This would be a tough battle. But with the commander leading the charge, how could they possibly hesitate? The battle erupted, instantly plunging the scene into chaos. At that moment, Lin Bei swung his Godslayer Thunderbone spear, charging without hesitation toward 50 crimson-winged phoenix eagles. Thunderlight erupted from the spearhead as he unleashed the Wind Spirit Spear technique and the Ninefold Thunder Spear technique in rapid succession. Thud! Thud! The first few crimson-feathered eagles couldn't dodge in time, their bodies pierced with several bloody holes all in vital spots. The rear birds, sensing danger, flapped their wings and swiftly pulled away. Trying to escape? Lin Bei activated the Wind Thunder step once more, only to discover that even his mid-tier 5th-grade body technique couldn't match the speed of the crimson-feathered phoenix hawks. Suddenly, a dangerous aura surged from behind, triggering his danger perception. Lin Bei felt the imminent threat with every fiber of his being. With no time to dodge, he immediately activated his Nano Battle Armor. The upgraded 6th-grade Nano Battle Armor boasted vastly enhanced offensive and defensive capabilities. Blocking the attacks of several 5th-tier Crimson Wing Phoenix Eagles was no problem. Clang! 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 The metallic clang of impact echoed as the nano battle armor on Lin Bei's back sustained a slight dent. In the blink of an eye, it automatically repaired itself to its original state. A mere 5th tier, 5th level beast managed to leave marks on my 6th grade nano battle armor? Truly worthy of a bloodline colossus. Lin Bei spun around abruptly, only to be startled once more. The crimson feathered phoenix eagles that had been pierced through vital points moments ago were now alive and well, their wounds completely healed. Even the red feathers surrounding the wounds had regrown. Divine Phoenix bloodline. Truly terrifying. The flock of 5th grade crimson feathered phoenix eagles let out a sharp shriek, as if conveying some message to one another. Immediately, the entire flock of 5th grade crimson feathered phoenix eagles dispersed, encircling Lin Bei within their formation. Simultaneously, they spread their wings wide. Their massive wings blocked out the sunlight, transforming the encircling formation into a fiery cage of scorching heat. Fortunately, Lin Bei possessed the elemental tyrant talent, granting him immunity to all elemental attributes. Otherwise, anyone else would have been cooked dry by now. Whoosh! 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 Countless crimson feathers shot from the scarlet phoenix eagle's wings, like hard, sharp projectiles slicing through the air. Energy shield. Activate. Lin Bei first unleashed his elemental tyrant talent, channeling lightning energy to rapidly charge his battle armor, then cranked the energy shield's power to maximum. The transparent energy shield expanded outward like a domain, extending half a meter in all directions. Countless crimson feathers struck the shield like high-velocity bullets suddenly plunging into water, their force diminished by the vast majority. What a bloodline beast! Lin Bei's massive frame trembled as every red feather bounced off his body. Lin Bei raised his head to stare at the 5th tier, 9th rank crimson feathered phoenix eagle before him, a flicker of greed deep in his eyes. The bloodline beast possessed such formidable strength. If he could capture it alive and tame it as a mount, it would perfectly compensate for the Wind Thunder Stepp's lower grade. The flock of crimson feathered phoenix eagles, seeing Lin Bei unscathed, erupted in furious screeches. They couldn't comprehend it. With such a concentrated assault, even a 6th tier martial artist would have a chance to kill him. How could they fail to take down a 5th tier, 3rd rank opponent? Then let me see just how strong your regenerative abilities truly are. Knowing the Wind Thunder Step couldn't outpace the crimson feathered phoenix eagles, Lin Bei sheathed the god-slaying Thunderbone spear and drew the heavenly star bow instead. The celestial star bow and its meteor arrow technique far surpassed the dragon bone bow and swift arrow in grade. While meteor arrow excelled in area of effect damage rather than speed. But its higher grade meant superior base attributes. Combined with the effect of the bow of ancestral origin, it could still achieve supersonic speeds. Once their speed was neutralized, slaughtering the crimson feather phoenix eagles would be as easy as killing chickens. Chapter 193, Meteor Arrow Technique. 6th Tier Beast King. The moment the 5th tier, 9th rank crimson feather phoenix eagle saw the celestial star bow, a flash of terror flickered in its pupils. Unable to discern the aura of the nanotech battle armor, nor that of the starry skybow's blank, it could only have sensed the bowstring's aura. To strike terror into a 5th tier, 9th rank bloodline beast. This bowstring must be made from tendons extracted from a 6th tier or higher beast. Wah! The 5th tier, 9th rank crimson feathered phoenix eagle let out repeated roars, its voice tinged with tension and urgency, as if fearing Lin Bei would unleash the starry skybow. The other crimson feathered phoenix eagles, receiving the command, swiftly scattered and fled. But it was too late to think of escape now. Lin Bei gripped the bow's handle with one hand while drawing the string taut with the other. Even with his physique rivaling that of a 7th tier martial artist, drawing the heavenly star bow proved exhausting. Only by summoning every ounce of strength did he finally draw the heavenly star bow to its full extent. The 7th grade, top tier meteor arrow technique of the perfect realm was unleashed. The bowstring vibrated, shooting out invisible arrow energies. These arrow energies were invisible and intangible, those lacking sufficient strength couldn't even sense their existence. But the flock of crimson feather phoenix hawks could sense them. This attack rivaled the might of the Godslayer Thunderbone spear, a devastating area of effect assault engulfing all 5th tier crimson feather phoenix eagles. In that instant, every crimson feathered phoenix eagle panicked, screeching and flapping their wings in a desperate attempt to flee. Yet their vaunted speed could never outpace the invisible arrow energy. Thud! 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 The invisible arrow energy pierced through the flesh of every crimson feathered phoenix eagle. The front wound appeared only thumb-sized, yet a gaping hole appeared on the back. This gaping hole consumed nearly 1/5 of their bodies. Some red-feathered phoenix eagles were struck in the wings, causing half their wings to explode instantly as they plummeted from the sky. Blood gushed forth in torrents, falling like a relentless rain. The strongest of them all, a 5th tier, 9th level crimson feathered phoenix eagle, had its entire head obliterated by the invisible arrow energy. With a single strike, 55th tier bloodline beasts were annihilated. Was this the true power of the celestial star bow and the meteor arrow technique? Lin Bei inwardly gasped, swallowing hard. But now was not the time to celebrate victory. The crimson-feathered phoenix eagles possessed traces of divine phoenix bloodline. No matter how severe their injuries, they could recover. To truly kill them, one must either use the endless devouring entity to drain them dry or repeatedly slay them until their bloodline power is exhausted. Without a doubt, the former was the optimal choice. Seizing the moment while the flock channeled their divine phoenix bloodline to heal, Lin Bei charged forward and unleashed the endless devouring. Soon, Lin Bei drained a 5th tier, 2nd stage crimson phoenix eagle, yet only felt a faint trickle of energy enter his body. Ever since stepping into the 2nd tier martial artist realm, the energy required for advancement had clearly increased exponentially. Even with the recent genetic enhancement procedure, Lin Bei had only advanced from stage 4, level 8 to stage 5, level 3 a mere 5 minor realms. In contrast, the lowest advancement among the other prodigies in the elite camp was 8 minor realms, with the highest reaching 13 minor realms. And this was merely the 5th tier. The 6th tier was a major watershed. The energy required for breakthrough was unimaginable. And that's not even counting the 7th, 8th, and 9th tiers beyond it. No wonder, despite Dragon Nation's hundreds of millions of people, there are only a mere 100 or so 9th tier powerhouses. As one ascends the ranks, the arduousness of martial cultivation becomes increasingly apparent. In the early stages, a martial artist's progress relies heavily on innate talent. Those with exceptional gifts can advance faster than their peers. But once one reaches a certain level, this advantage gradually diminishes until it's completely erased. At this stage, who can climb higher depends entirely on who possesses more resources. Is this the might of the military commander? A single strike, crushing all 5th tier crimson feathered phoenix eagles. Unbelievably powerful. A strength beyond imagination. These are bloodline beasts. 5th tier, 9th rank bloodline beasts. I now seriously doubt the military commander possesses the strength to single-handedly slay a 6th tier beast king. Apart from Xiaolinger and her companions, every member of the Celestial Prodigy Corps was utterly stunned. The 100 veterans, hailing from humble origins, had never witnessed such a grand spectacle. They were so stunned they forgot to breathe. They recalled their days in the 8th Battalion, when assigned to Lin Bei's command. Each had flaunted their veteran status to challenge his authority. Even after experiencing a major battle, they had only thought Lin Bei showed some potential. Never in their wildest dreams did they imagine that in such a short time, Lin Bei would become this powerful. Were they living in two different worlds? They lived in the real world, while Lin Bei inhabited a private server realm? Yet, when Xiaolinger and the others looked at the others, the expressions on their faces seemed to mock the others for being naive. So what if he defeated the Crimson Feather Phoenix Eagle by outclassing his opponent? Remember when the captain single-handedly wiped out all the prodigies of Sakura Nation? When he annihilated every enemy in the revival tournament? When he even slayed Alice, the one with dual SSS tier talents? Wasn't every battle about defeating foes far above their level? They'd long since grown accustomed to it. Confident, composed, powerful, invincible, that's our captain. If they had to rack their brains and exert every ounce of strength just to deal with a few dozen 5th tier crimson feathered phoenix eagles, they'd suspect the captain before them was an imposter. Meanwhile, Lin Bei, taking advantage of the red-feathered phoenix eagles being all severely wounded, had already devoured 49 of them consecutively, leaving only the final 5th tier, 9th level one. Survival is a creature's instinct. By constantly making this crimson-feathered phoenix eagle taste death, perhaps it could be subdued. Ha! Knowing defeat was inevitable, the 5th tier, 9th level crimson-feathered phoenix eagle stretched its neck and let out a piercing, skyward cry. The piercing screech exploded, echoing relentlessly across the heavens and earth. More of its kind? Lin Bei raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. Ha! At that moment, a deep, resonant shriek echoed from the horizon, as if answering the crimson-feathered eagle hawk. Immediately after, a colossal figure slowly materialized from the horizon. Like a slumbering giant awakening, the moment it stood up was utterly breathtaking. The crowd stared intently, but against the sunlight, only the creature's outline was visible. It bore 2 enormous wings. Could it be another crimson-feathered phoenix eagle? Even before the colossus drew near, scorching heat waves already lashed out. This flock of crimson-winged phoenix eagles possessed the bloodline of the divine phoenix, rendering them immune to fire attribute damage. Thus, they remained completely unaffected. Yet as the heat wave engulfed the Heavenly Pride camp members, moisture evaporated from their bodies in an instant, leaving them parched and agonizingly uncomfortable. It felt as though they were facing not a beast, but a sun itself. The temperature was simply too intense for the elite camp members to withstand, forcing them to retreat from the battlefield. As the colossal beast drew nearer, they finally discerned its true identity. It was indeed the crimson-feathered phoenix eagle. Its size was twice that of the 5th tier, 9th rank crimson-feathered phoenix eagle. As it moved, it blocked out the sky and sun, plunging the entire elite camp into shadow. They couldn't even see the sky. Its feathers were crimson as blood, its talons gleaming like divine blades. Its gaze held no malice. It looked upon the humans beneath its feet as though they were nothing more than a swarm of ants. Every breath it took radiated an overwhelming sense of pressure. A 6th tier beast king. Lin Bei's expression turned startled. Chapter 194, where did that confidence come from? Battle Beast King. Holy! What terrifying presence! A 5th tier, 9th rank crimson feathered phoenix eagle is nothing compared to this. This is a 6th tier beast king. A 6th tier beast king with the bloodline of the divine phoenix. 6th tier is a massive watershed. No wonder I felt that soul-shaking dread when I looked at it. Except for Xiao and the others, everyone else's hearts were in their throats. Beasts differ from martial artists. A powerful martial artist can completely conceal their aura, appearing indistinguishable from an ordinary person. But the aura of a mighty beast is laid bare for all to see, its impact all the more overwhelming. Go! Everyone nervously swallowed, instinctively turning to look at Lin Bei. The military commander was immensely powerful, perhaps he truly could slay a 6th tier colossus. But ordinary beasts and bloodline beasts were entirely different concepts. Moreover, the 6th tier crimson feathered phoenix eagle clearly possessed a far more potent divine phoenix bloodline. So it's just a 6th tier bloodline giant beast? Is that really worth such a big reaction? Xiao Linger rolled her eyes in exasperation, hands in her pockets as she watched Lin Bei, calm as if she were the one possessing the immortal phoenix's divine physique. Sis Linger! What do you mean just a 6th tier bloodline giant beast? That's a 6th tier bloodline giant beast. It could easily slaughter 1,000 of us, a soldier exclaimed emotionally. The commander could also kill 1,000 of us with ease, Xiao Linger remarked indifferently. The entire elite corps fell instantly silent. You bunch of greenhorns. Just keep your hearts safely tucked away in your chests. The commander's strength needs no explanation. Just shut your mouths and watch quietly. Don't end up so shocked you drool all over the floor. You have no clue about the weight of titles like World Genius War Champion, War God Hall Young Master, or Dragon Nation's Heir Apparent. Louis and the other prodigies eyed the rest of the elite camp members with looks reserved for country bumpkins. How could such mediocrity even qualify for the genius camp? Those truly worthy of the genius camp must at least be on their level. The fillers were just that, fillers. The moment they encountered a powerful beast, they started chirping like birds, showing zero composure. The elite camp members looked awkward, falling silent once more, while immense doubt welled up in their hearts. What had the military commander done in the past to command such unwavering loyalty from these elite prodigies? Judging by their tone, it seemed utterly abnormal for Lin Bei, a 5th tier, 3rd rank, to fail to slay a 6th tier bloodline beast. Wah! The 5th tier, 9th stage crimson feather phoenix eagle flew to the side of the 6th tier beast king, like a wrong child seeking an adult's support to cry out. The next moment, the 6th tier beast king's aura shifted abruptly, unleashing a bone-chilling killing intent. Especially upon seeing the countless corpses of its kin strewn across the ground, the murderous intent in its eyes thickened to a tangible substance. Standing a kilometer away, the members of the Celestial Pride camp felt a chill, a coldness so intense it couldn't be masked even by scorching heat waves. Hold your horses. Let me take it down first. Then we'll settle this one-on-one. Lin Bei showed no fear, drawing the starry sky bow once more. With a sharp whistling sound, the bowstring vibrated as an invisible arrow of energy streaked forward at supersonic speed. Thud! In an instant, the invisible arrow streaked past the 6th tier beast king, striking the 5th tier, 9th rank crimson feathered phoenix eagle squarely in the head. Yet this strike failed to deliver the lethal blow seen earlier, merely leaving a fist-sized hole in its skull. After all, it was a 5th tier, 9th level bloodline beast. Lin Bei was only at the 5th tier, 3rd rank. Such a vast power disparity could not be bridged by a mere 7th grade intermediate weapon. Only the combination of the celestial star bow and the meteor arrow technique could unleash a synergy greater than the sum of its parts. Gore! The 6th tier beast king roared in fury. As if enraged that Lin Bei dared attack its kin right before its eyes. With a violent flapping of its wings, it unleashed hundreds of blood-red feathers. Energy shield. Activate! Lin Bei bellowed. Boom! 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 The 6th tier beast king's assault was over 10 times more formidable than that of the 5th tier, 9th rank crimson feathered phoenix eagle. The energy shield rippled violently under the relentless impact of hundreds of crimson feathers. Lin Bei could now feel the energy of his nanotech battle armor rapidly depleting. It would last no more than 3 minutes before exhausting completely. But he possessed the elemental tyrant talent, allowing him to convert any element into lightning to power his armor. Seeing its feather barrage failing to bring down Lin Bei, the 6th tier beast king shrieked as it closed the distance. Its mountain-sized claws descended from the sky, seemingly intent on tearing Lin Bei to shreds. Crack! The force of this strike was overwhelming. Both razor-sharp claws pierced through the energy shield, tearing it open with brutal force. Immediately after, another claw slashed toward Lin Bei's chest. Lin Bei was slightly startled, not expecting his 6th grade nano battle armor to fail against the 6th tier crimson feather phoenix eagle's attack. It was precisely this split second of stunned surprise that allowed the claw to make contact with the armor on his chest. Lin Bei scrambled backward, but it was too late. A massive gash ripped open the nano battle armor from his left shoulder to his right hip. Had he hesitated half a second longer, his entire chest would have been ripped open. What terrifying physical strength! Lin Bei inwardly gasped as the damaged nanotech armor on his chest began self-repairing. Just as Lin Bei was locked in fierce combat with the 6th tier Beast King, the 5th tier, 9th rank Crimson Feathered Phoenix statue beside them seemed to grasp something. It roared and charged toward the group from the genius camp. If I can't kill Lin Bei, but I can certainly kill you. Whoosh! 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 Hundreds upon hundreds of fiery red feathers erupted, falling like a dense rain from above. Faced with the 5th tier, 9th rank Crimson Feathered Phoenix Eagle's assault, panic spread across the faces of the Prodigy camp members. The power gap was too vast. This was no foe they could hope to withstand. Those who wish to kill me? They must first earn my permission. Rise! Lin Bei unleashed his elemental tyrant talent, his right hand shooting upward. Thick earthen walls shot up from the ground, forming a barrier before the elite camp. With each fiery feather piercing through a wall, its power diminished slightly. Seizing the moment, the members of the Celestial Pride camp immediately withdrew. Whoosh! The 5th tier, 9th level Crimson Feathered Phoenix Eagle showed no intention of letting the elite camp off the hook, diving straight down. You're asking for it. Lin Bei swiftly intercepted. The 6th tier Beast King shifted slightly, attempting to block Lin Bei's path. Without looking back, Lin Bei continued his charge forward, flipping his palms backward as 2 laser beams shot from his palms. The 6th tier Beast King sensed the danger and instinctively dodged. And that was precisely the effect Lin Bei had intended. ZZZZT. The Godslayer Thunderbone Spear materialized in his hand, its tip erupting with blinding lightning. Ninefold Thunder Spear Technique. The 9th tier. The spearhead struck the head of the 5th tier, 9th level Crimson Feather Phoenix Eagle. In an instant, boundless thunder engulfed it. Though the spear's armor-piercing effect left the 5th tier, 9th rank Crimson Feathered Phoenix Eagle's skull intact, the force of the strike had already penetrated deep into its brain. In an instant, its brain was reduced to a pulpy mess. Blood mixed with flesh spilled from its eyes, nose, ears, and mouth, temporarily extinguishing its life force. Yet within its body flowed the bloodline of the Divine Phoenix. As long as the power of that bloodline remained unspent, it could slowly recover even if chopped into pulp. Lin Bei knew this well. He immediately unleashed the boundless devouring technique, draining it dry while it was unable to resist.